This is our main character, Su Ming. Bored out of his mind, he crawled into a coffin and slept for 360 years. He didn't wake up until the system notified him that his 3,636 disciple had finally made a breakthrough. Only upon reaching the Saint realm did he finally open his eyes. Just as he was about to punish his useless disciples for letting him sleep for centuries, he ran into a group of grave robbers. With just a few moves, he instantly suppressed them all. It turns out he is the supreme demon emperor, the man who turned the cultivation world upside down 1,000 years ago. He has thousands of disciples, all of whom are top-tier powerhouses in the immortal realm. But enough talk. Let's get started. The story is set, and the stage is prepared. Enjoy the show. Under the glow of a full moon, an ancient, magnificent architectural complex stands tall. Hidden amidst majestic nature and isolated from the world, it slowly emerges from mist. Above the pedestal, a massive golden dragon is carved with meticulous detail. A mysterious light focuses on an object at the center of the hall. System notifications begin to chime repeatedly. The system reminds the host that his final disciple has finally broken through to the Saint realm. The exclusive wave system has been activated. The red-haired man lying inside the coffin is our protagonist. A powerful and commanding aura swirls around him. After a long slumber, he slowly opens his eyes. His gaze reveals a hint of surprise. He looks down at his own hands. A hand of warm flesh and blood. He's stunned. I've actually come back to life. I've been dead for 300 years. And now I'm alive again. Then, his surprise turns into irritation. He slams his hand against the side of the coffin. Damn you, system. You really know how to mess with me. A flood of memories begins to rush back to him. I was originally a transmigrator. After enduring countless tribulations, I finally activated the original system and found my path to becoming an emperor. I even took on a female disciple as her master. He can't help but recall that feeling of pure joy. A satisfied smile spreads across his face at the memory. The system told me that once I took in 108 disciples, and once each of them mastered a complete great Tao, I could seize the ultimate opportunity. I could defy heaven and change my fate. Unfortunately, things didn't go exactly as he had hoped. Life dealt him a painful blow. By the time I was old and frail, I still hadn't seen the day I could change my fate, all because taking on all those disciples was honestly just too much work. The system notifies him that because a disciple has reached the Saint realm, the Great Tao is complete. The host's aptitude will undergo a fate-defying transformation. In 3 minutes, a faint smile plays on his lips. Who would have thought that after 300 years, I would finally see this day? It's only then that he realizes his surroundings. Wait, am I in a coffin? His voice turns sharp and annoyed as he demands, System, are you telling me that disciple only just broke through to the Saint realm today? I need to see for myself. Which one of those idiots? Took nearly 300 years just to reach the Saint realm. But to his surprise, the system refuses to provide the information. He's left in utter confusion. System, you're actually protecting a disciple's privacy now? He rubs his chin thoughtfully before asking another question. Fine then, tell me this. When did the second to last disciple reach the Saint realm? The system answers immediately. 230 years ago. He can't help but curse under his breath. So you're saying, if this last disciple had just worked a bit harder, I would have been revived much sooner? But before he can complain further, another notification appears, beginning the fate-defying transformation. The coffin begins to glow with a brilliant jade green light. A furious shout echoes from within. You rebellious brat. Just wait until I'm finished with this transformation. I'm coming for you immediately to give you 300 years worth of affection. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes down from the high heavens, but it's intercepted by a protective barrier. The one who cast the barrier is an old man with silver hair. The person beside him speaks up in admiration. Elderly, you're incredible. As expected of someone in the late half-saint stage, the others in the group start to get restless. They excitedly urge each other forward. Move it. Let's get inside and see what's there. The massive doors slowly creak open. Faint moonlight begins to spill into the chamber. The young men, filled with anticipation, step inside one by one. The interior is dominated by golden dragon motifs. Every single scale is intricately carved. The dragon's head is depicted with vivid, lifelike detail. Its piercing, fiery eyes hold a glowing red and gold orb. In the center stands a coffin, radiating a mysterious blue light. The red coffin, adorned with striking gold patterns, comes into view. One man sees it and gasps in alarm. This is bad. It's the Chinquan wood. A massive piece of Chinquan wood. Someone else chimes in. This is the ultimate material for crafting and preserving spirit treasures and top-grade artifacts. This is beyond extravagant. Before he can even finish his sentence, two people rush toward the coffin like a bolt of lightning. The man's eyes are wide with undisguised shock. One of them exclaims in wonder. All the spiritual energy in this place is radiating from this coffin. Doesn't that mean what's inside must be? The other's eyes light up like lamps. A treasure. Elder Lee's voice echoes from behind them. Stand back. I'll open it. He circulates his spiritual power, concentrating all his strength to pry the coffin open. Open for me. The moment he touches it, the coffin erupts in a brilliant red light. The lid slowly begins to slide off. As the interior is revealed, everyone stares in shock. They let out a collective cry. What is this? A young man breaks into a cold sweat. Is this person really dead? Then why? Why do I feel such an overwhelming life force coming from him? Another person scoffs. Dead? He's definitely dead. The Supreme Demon Emperor was said to have died of old age and exhaustion. They look at the protagonist's vibrant face and come to a conclusion. Someone must have placed a supreme treasure in his mouth. That's the only way to keep a corpse looking this pristine. His eyes remain tightly shut. He doesn't move a muscle, looking exactly like a dead man. Elderly reaches out his hand. I just need to take it out. At that moment, the protagonist's lips twitch. He snaps his eyes open, sending a shockwave of terror through the group. While they were busy robbing the grave, a sudden burst of light blinds them. The thieves can't help but scream in horror. The corpse, it's rising. His slender fingers grip the edge of the coffin as the Supreme Emperor's voice rings out. Grave robbers, is it? You've got some nerve. Everyone present is stunned by his sudden appearance. Who are you? Why the hell are you in there? Faced with such a senseless question, the Supreme Demon Emperor chuckles coldly. This tomb was built for me. Who do you think I am? Utterly bewildered, they stammer back. You're the Supreme Demon Emperor? No way. The Demon Emperor died 300 years ago. Besides, how could the great Demon Emperor look like a young teenager? Even Elderly refuses to believe it. He's definitely an imposter. Feel his cultivation for yourselves. He's just a little brat in the spirit condensation realm. Another man adds on. You're right. And it looks like he only just broke through to the spirit condensation realm recently. Hearing their chatter, he simply smirks to himself. Not a single one of them believes him. In an instant, one of them draws his sword. The blade is pointed straight at his face. Stop playing tricks. Speak. Why are you here? Where's the supreme treasure? Staying silent. Are we? Then don't blame me for being heartless. He stands perfectly still, letting out a mocking snort. Know your place. With a roar, the thief lunges at him with everything he's got. Goodbye, kid. However, in that split second, the entire group is paralyzed with shock. The Emperor had effortlessly caught the blade with just 2 fingers, leaving the attacker gasping. How is this possible? I clearly used all my strength. How did he? His slender fingers hold the blade firm. He speaks. You want to take it back? Too late. He shatters the sword into pieces. Turning the tables, he launches his own attack. He seizes the grave robber by the throat, lifting him high into the air. A piece of trash in the divine court realm. And you're this eager to die? I've been idle for far too long. It seems you've lost your patience for living. The rest of the group stands frozen, completely stunned by the scene. The man being strangled can't take it anymore and gasps out a command. What are you standing around for? Do something. Attack. Another fool, overestimating his own strength, charges at him with a saber. Put him down. The Demon Emperor laughs with pure disdain. Who gave you permission to raise your voice in my presence? He clenches his hand, and a flash of green light erupts. The grave robber vanishes without a trace. The man with the saber freezes, his eyes wide with terror. He just ended him with a single casual strike. He killed a late-stage divine court realm expert in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist appears behind him. He reaches out. Even at a time like this, you're letting your mind wander? It seems. You really have no desire to keep living. He grabs the man's head and, with a single sharp twist, rips it clean off his shoulders. One of the survivors screams in terror. That man, he was a powerful expert in the late divine court realm, and he was killed like he was nothing. Just like that, he killed him with a single, casual blow. The other man is drenched in a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Just how powerful is this man? He holds the grave robber's head in his hand. You're next. After seeing Yi-Bei take 2 lives in a matter of seconds, the bald man hurriedly asks, "Elderly, what do we do now?" But looking back, he realizes the old man has already backed away without him noticing. Then he hears Elderly shouting, "Don't just stand there. Run." Compared to one's life, treasure is worthless. Staying alive is what matters most. While warning the others, the old man observes carefully and thinks. He doesn't seem like he wants to hunt us down to the bitter end. Just as Elderly thinks that, he senses an overwhelming danger. He sees Yi-Bei bring his hands together. Surges of rich spiritual energy swirl around him, forming into a semi-sphere before suddenly expanding. The energy flowing over the dome bursts out in an instant like cascading ripples. Elderly couldn't outrun the shockwave. He sent flying, screaming in pain. Yi-Bei's spiritual energy blankets the entire room. A massive formation suddenly manifests. Seeing this, Elderly cries out in shock. An array? Why is there a formation here? He can't stop questioning it. There was clearly nothing here when we entered. Could it be him? Just how strong is he? A half-saint? A saint? Or an even higher existence? Could he really be the supreme demon emperor? Yi-Bei walks calmly toward the old man. The lightning flickering around him makes him look even more terrifying. With a cold smirk, he huffs, trying to run. Seeing Elder Li's miserable state, the 2 companions hastily beg for mercy. One of them desperately tries to shift the blame. "Great One, spare my life. I was only hired by them. I never intended to disrespect this place or you." The bald man chimes in, "Exactly. I was just doing a job. It was all that man's idea." As soon as the words leave his mouth, a blue flame lands on him. Not only the man who tried to shift the blame, but the bald one too is consumed by the strange fire. Witnessing this savage scene, Elder Li's skin crawls with goosebumps. His face is pale with horror as he laments. This is too terrifying. He's definitely not human. He's a demon, a demon. Watching him approach, Elder Li scrambles to his knees, begging, "Great One, spare me. I won't do it again. I'll get back everything. Please, Great One, don't kill me." Yi-Bei remains expressionless. He demands information in a cold voice. "Tell me, the person who built this tomb, where are they now?" Elder Li doesn't even dare to breathe. Every nerve in his body is taut with tension. He replies respectfully, "Great One, about that. I truly have no idea which master built this tomb." His question remains unanswered. Yi-Bei's face darkens. He looks at the old man and clears his throat. "Then what use is there in keeping you alive?" Hearing this, Elder Li panics even more. He quickly looks up, trying to prove his worth. "Wait, Great One, although I don't know. If you contact the silk-robed secret service in Yinfan City, they will definitely know." Hearing this, Yi-Bei frowns, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "Say that again. Who should I find?" Elder Li doesn't dare hesitate and spills everything he knows. The silk-robed secret service. It's an intelligence organization founded by a mysterious person 200 years ago. As long as you pay the right price, you can get any information from them. They are incredibly powerful. They essentially control the flow of information in the entire Central Plains. A certain figure flashes through his mind. Yi-Bei's expression turns thoughtful and slightly nostalgic. The silk-robed secret service. For an intelligence organization to expand this much, that brat must have worked himself to the bone. Seeing that his mood has improved, Elder Li quickly offers a sycophantic smile. "Great One, regarding what you want to know, they will definitely have the answer. I'm willing to lead the way and find them for you. I only ask that you spare my miserable life." Before he can even finish, he freezes. All the strength suddenly drains from his body. Then, to his utter disbelief, one of his cheeks crumbles into sand. Within 3 seconds, he is completely turned to dust, remaining in this place forever. Yi-Bei looks at the remaining clothes and says profoundly, "In your next life, don't be so greedy. At a certain manor in Yinfan City, dispatch the guard of the Secret Service to inform Lai Yushan. Tell her that the old man is furious. Get here quickly. Also, Tell everyone in the Chun family to be prepared. The 36th level high-ranking formation master of the Central Plains region. Zhu Kefu frowns. This time, I will let the whole world know. Those who rob my master's tomb will be punished, no matter how far they hide. The subordinates respectfully obey. Yes, she shouts sternly. Prepare for departure immediately. She thinks to herself, Master, please rest easy. I, Zhu Kefu, will give my all. I will definitely find the ancient, immortal secret formation that can bring you back to life. At the same time, Yibei has arrived at the outskirts of Yinfan City on foot. The commoners are as bustling as ever. Noodles. Instant noodles. Protective gear. Get your protective gear. 20 coins a set. Hello, sir. Items for the ladies. Palm reading. Fortune telling. See your past and future lives. He gazes into the city, observing for a moment before commenting. Yinfan City is even more lively than it used to be. Then his stomach growls from hunger. The sound makes Yibei slump for a moment. He grumbles, I haven't eaten in hundreds of years. I'm starving. So, he sets a pace and enters the city. I'll fill my stomach first before taking care of business. Yibei picks a random person, hands them 2 coins, and asks around. Seeing the money, the man immediately perks up. Young man, in this Yinfan City of yours, which restaurant is the best? Seeing a customer, the young man beams and says flatteringly, Great sir, you must be joking. It's obviously the gold-labeled shop of the great female chef. The Hai Sun Lao Tavern. Yibei looks in the direction he's pointing. His eyebrows twitch as he mutters, Hai Sun Lao. He wasn't paying attention before, but one look at it shocks him. The Hai Sun Lao staff shouts out, Line up, get in line. Please pay attention to your queue numbers. Yibei looks at the familiar names, and his heart stirs. He mutters in confusion. Hai Sun Lao and M. Donald? Did I somehow transmigrate back to Earth? Seeing his confusion, the young man introduces the place with praise. Yinfan City is incredibly prosperous these days. It's all thanks to our great female chef. It's just a pity she's already in the saint realm now. She rarely walks among the common folk anymore. They say her beauty is legendary. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to see her beauty in this lifetime. Anyway, sir, I've talked enough. How about you buy one of her new products? Large size or small size, whatever you need, he says while setting up his stall. Yibei doesn't hear a single word. His face is full of thought as he digs through his memories. Among my disciples who are good at cooking, it must be Fan Showdown, the 40th one. Could it be her disciple? This master must see for himself. How you been leading your own students? He walks away unconsciously while the weapons seller tries his best. Wait, sir, don't go. Sir, I can give you a discount. He simply heads toward the place called Hai San Lao to give it a try. A moment later, Yibei picks up the menu and looks through it with a serious expression. The food here, besides the Buddha jumps over the wall, isn't anything special. Just as he finishes speaking, he hears another customer ordering. The usual. Give me a serving of the monster jumps over the wall. The waiter smiles. Understood. Please wait a moment, young Master Pan. The man, with a girl on each arm, says generously, Today, I'll treat these 2 beauties to the monster jumps over the wall. It's the most famous dish in all of Yinfan City. This dish costs 10,000 gold coins. In this city, besides me, no one can afford to spend like this. The 2 beauties play along, showering him with praise. Young Master Pan really is the pride of the Crimson Sun Sect. Your generosity is unmatched. That's right. Being with young Master Pan today truly is my good fortune. Seeing how popular this dish is, he decides to order it to see for himself. I'll have a serving of the Buddha jumps over the wall as well. The waiter replies respectfully, Yes, sir. Our policy is pay before service. Will you be paying with spirit stones or gold coins? As soon as the waiter finishes, Yibei tosses 5 green stones onto the table. Then he says casually, Keep the change as a tip. The waiter's eyes turn into diamonds as he gasps, Oh my God, spirit stones. His attitude becomes even more subservient. Yes, honored guest. Please wait just a moment. Some busybodies nearby immediately start whispering. Did you see that? Young Master Pan just ordered the monster jumps over the wall. But this guy ordered the same thing and is even more generous than young Master Pan. He just threw out 5 spirit stones like they were nothing. Just who is this kid? Wen Hong glared narrow-mindedly at eBay. It was obvious he was looking for trouble. A moment later, the waiter brought out a dish and spoke. Young master fan, here is your spirit beast. Buddha jumps over the wall. Please enjoy. With an elitist look on his face, he asked, well, this dish doesn't just smell heavenly. Eating it can even boost your cultivation level. The dark-haired beauty salivated, acting coy. It smells so good. I can hardly stand it. When Hong coaxed her, come here, my beauty. I'll personally feed you. The blonde beauty also pouted, wanting her share. Young master, I want some too. After taking a sip, he asked, so, how does it taste? A flavor like this can only be truly appreciated by someone in my status and position. Ebay's dish arrived as well. He thought to himself, I wonder if this spirit beast, Buddha jumps over the wall, tastes anything like the one Showdown cooks. The beauties by Wen Hong's side praised the food between bites. Thank you, young master fan. I'm only able to enjoy such a delicacy because of you. Just as Ebay took his first bite, he had barely tasted it. Wei slammed his hand on the table in a rage. The commotion was so loud that even Wen Hong and his beauties were forced to take notice. Ebay gripped his spoon tightly. He shouted with a look of pure disgust. This spirit beast. Buddha jumps over the wall. Who the hell made this? Is this garbage even meant for human consumption? Hearing this, Wen Hong immediately stood up and barked. What did you just say, you little pest? Didn't you see that I ordered the exact same dish? The two beauties chimed in, advising him not to pay any mind to such a peasant. You're right. Don't let a person like that ruin your mood. He's not worth it. Wen Hong looked quite pleased with himself. He turned around to sneer at eBay. You're just an uncultured brat who's never seen the world. What right do you have to judge the flavor of this dish? eBay had no intention of putting up with his boasting and shot back. This literal slop is completely inedible. It's only good for swindling rich idiots like you. Veins popped on Wen Hong's forehead in fury. He growled. What did you say? The waiter gave a forced smile and spoke up. Esteemed guest, the flavor of this dish was crafted by our head chef himself. Look, eBay didn't give him an ounce of respect. Get your head chef out here. Now, Wen Hong shouted excitedly. Fine. Bring the head chef out. It's time this country bumpkin finally opened his eyes. A man standing nearly 7 feet tall loomed over them and asked in a deep voice. Greetings, guest. Even the great young master fan of the Crimson Sun, Sect appreciates my cooking. May I ask what exactly your problem is? The head chef, Dong Lu, late-stage god court realm. Seeing the chef come out to confront him, Wen Hong smirked arrogantly while holding his two women. He's just a measly brat in the early stage of the spirit concentration realm, yet he dares to question the cooking of a late-stage god court realm chef. This is going to be a good show. Passers-by saw the commotion and gathered around, whispering incessantly. Is that guy crazy? He actually dares to cause trouble at the Two Chariots restaurant? Well, it did cost 5 spirit stones. If it were me, I wouldn't be so loud. It just looks like an ordinary clay pot to me. Dong Lu stood there, blocking the light from the doorway. He spoke with a grim expression. Young man, please, speak your mind. eBay told it exactly like it was, offering a blunt critique. The soup base for this Buddha jumps over the wall needs to be sun-dried for exactly 49 days to bring out the freshest flavors. You use fresh ingredients to skip that process entirely. What right do you have to call yourself a head chef? Hearing those few sentences, Dong Lu realized he was talking to an expert. Pressure mounted in his heart as he marveled to himself. This man is a master. Meanwhile, Yibei's tongue showed no mercy as he continued his list. The ribs weren't seared over a high enough flame. Failure. The fish maw was overboiled. Failure. The abalone was cooked too long and is too tough. Failure. The broth is thin and lacked heat. This is truly a failure among failures. The more the head chef listened, the more terrified he became. How could this young man know so much about the culinary arts? His understanding is even deeper than my own master's. After tearing the dish to shreds, Yibei looked up to challenge him. Do you really dare to claim this is your most famous dish? Wen Hong, thinking Yibei was just looking for a fight, spoke up to mock him. Just a tiny brat at the early spirit concentration realm. Yet you dare to criticize the signature dish of a late-stage god court realm chef? This is getting interesting. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Dong Lu dropped to his knees. Completely defeated and humbled, he kowtowed and pleaded earnestly. You are the true senior, a true master. This lowly one failed to recognize a giant like yourself. Please forgive me. At this sight, Wenhong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The beauties beside him were equally stunned. He couldn't take the embarrassment anymore and furiously questioned the chef. He called your food trash, and you're actually kneeling and kowtowing to him? Have you lost your mind? Donglu spoke honestly. Every word of the senior's analysis was pure wisdom. The spirit beast Buddha jumps over the wall that I made is indeed nothing but trash. Wenhong felt twice as humiliated. His eyes sharpened as he growled. So you're just going to admit it like that? Doesn't that indirectly prove that I enjoy eating trash? Yibei added fuel to the fire. I can't really blame him for that. After all, a person like you is only fit to eat trash. Wenhong glared at him with murderous intent, his voice low and dangerous. What did you say? Yibei didn't hesitate to emphasize his provocation. I said, a person like you is only fit to eat trash. Do you hear me clearly now? Blinded by rage, he lost his mind and attacked. He screamed at the top of his lungs. You're looking for death. Yibei didn't even try to dodge, yet the attack missed him completely. Then, it was Yibei's turn to move. His hand reached Wenhong's face in the blink of an eye. In the next second, he slammed Wenhong's face directly into the dining table. Wenhong had never suffered such a humiliation in his entire life. His eyes were wide with shock. But that wasn't the end of it. Yibei looked down with a cold, piercing gaze and said disdainfully, What kind of trash are you? To dare act so arrogant? The crowd was in an absolute uproar. The older women gasped in shock. Oh my God, that boy actually dared to lay a hand on a genius of the Crimson Sun sect. I'm afraid this young man doesn't want to live anymore. Yibei maintained his hold, a smirk playing on his lips as he muttered. And here I thought you actually had some skill. Turns out you're just this. Wenhong was consumed by nothing but pure rage. He spat out through gritted teeth. Let go of me. If you don't, I'll make you regret this. Yibei's eyes flashed. Sharp and dangerous, he said. Fine then. I like to see exactly what you're capable of. Wenhong had no strength to resist as he was hurled out of the restaurant. His followers rushed outside, shouting, Young master. The customers in the shop fled for their lives, screaming, This is bad. This restaurant has offended the Crimson Sun sect. Run quickly. My life is more important than a meal. He was completely unconscious. His eyes were rolled back, showing no sign of awareness. Yibei casually strolled out of the restaurant and gave his assessment. He couldn't even handle a single blow. It was a pity the victim was out cold. Otherwise, Wenhong would have had another stroke. Only Dong Lu felt like the world was turning upside down. His face went pale as he lamented inwardly. I'm not seeing things, am I? With only a first-level spirit concentration cultivation, he defeated young Master Fan, a late-stage profound realm expert, in one move. He looked at Yibei and called out hesitantly, Senior, you've caused a massive disaster. Yibei didn't think it was a big deal and spoke nonchalantly. What is there to fear? I only destroyed his cultivation. I didn't even take his life. Hearing this, Dong Lu broke into a cold sweat. He was even more horrified. His cultivation was destroyed. With his cultivation gone, he might as well be dead. Even though he was terrified of the Crimson Sun sect, he still gathered his courage to suggest, Senior, how about I help buy you some time? You should hurry up and escape. The Crimson Sun sect is the most powerful force in Yinfan City. The cultivation of their elders has already reached the Saint realm. The Sect Master broke through to the Saint King realm 100 years ago. Since you crippled their top disciple, the Crimson Sun sect will absolutely make you suffer. Seeing him get more and more pessimistic, Yibei finally showed some mercy and reassured him. Don't worry. The Crimson Sun sect is nothing. No matter how many they send, I'll just cripple them all. I'm hungry. I should finish filling my stomach first. He rubbed his belly and walked back into the restaurant. Dong Lu watched him go, completely speechless. He offended the Crimson Sun sect. Yet he could still be this relaxed? Just who on earth is he? Yibei continued his meal and made a request. By the way, can you help me get in touch with your boss? Dong Lu hesitated before speaking with difficulty. Are you referring to the lady boss? The lady boss has been traveling the world for the last 100 years. The last time I saw her was 5 years ago. He asked curiously, So, does she really not need to manage any of these restaurants in Yinfan City herself? Dong Lu looked at him in total confusion. He laughed sheepishly and explained, Senior, you've said enough already. All of the lady boss's properties are managed by her disciples. Hearing this, Yi Bei's face predictably twisted with frustration as he grumbled to himself. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. That damn system. There's no way it would be kind enough to give me such an easy task. Realizing he wasn't going to get any help from the restaurant, Yi Bei asked another question. Do you know where the genie shadow guard of Yinfan City is located? Dong Lu scratched his head, looking completely lost. The genie shadow guard? What is that? Is it some kind of sect or organization? Seeing that the boy was utterly clueless, Yi Bei sighed and waved him off. Never mind. Go back to your work. Also, I'll be counting on you to handle my food and lodging for the next few days. Dong Lu steadied himself and nodded. Meanwhile, at the Qiang Sect headquarters, a powerful, booming voice rang out. What? You're saying when Hong's cultivation was destroyed by someone? A trembling subordinate shouted, yes. Sect leader. The Qiang Sect leader crushed the wine cup in his hand, his voice low and dangerous. Well played, you little brat. To think someone actually dares to raise a hand against my Qiang Sect. A Qiang Sect elder spoke up, try to calm him. Sect leader, please restrain your anger. The young master was harmed by a wandering youth who was only at the first stage of the spirit condensation realm. To destroy Wen Hong's cultivation in a single move. This person is certainly no ordinary brat. But right now, the priority is the third elder leading Squad 13. Those 14 people have gone to the Yi Emperor's tomb to seize the treasures. We shouldn't let side issues distract us. I urge you to consider the bigger picture, Sect leader. Hearing those words, the Sect leader's rage only intensified. He ground the shattered cup into dust and barked an order. Fine. Send men to keep a close eye on those Hai San people, and that brat first. Once the third elder finishes his mission, I will personally ensure that, boys. Bones are ground into powder. At that same moment, inside Yi Bei's mausoleum, one of his disciples slammed her fist against the coffin. Lai Yushan gripped the edges of the casket, roaring in fury. I can't believe these bastards. They actually dared to steal Master's remains. She was a master of the way of architecture, currently at level 20. Lai Yushan continued. Master's body reached the pinnacle of physical tempering. It's beyond category. It might be useless to an ordinary person, but if it falls into the hands of sacred landmaster. So what if it's a sacred landmaster? Anyone who dares to steal my master's remains, even if I have to throw my life away, I will bring him back. However, before Yushan could rush out, Kefu stopped her. Senior sister, wait. She turned around, her brow furrowed with rage. Kefu sensed something unusual and spoke solemnly. Someone has triggered the external restrictions. They're breaking the formation. Lai Yushan immediately unsheathed her heavy sword. Her expression went cold as she muttered. Perfect timing. If I don't give them a proper beating, they'll really start thinking they own this place. The mausoleum gates slowly creaked open. A group of men cheered, sucking up to their leader. The third elder is magnificent. Oh my God. The third elder's mastery over formations is truly peerless. It only took seconds to break the seal. Exactly. This time, we're definitely going to walk away with countless treasures. Meanwhile, the third elder stood to the side, looking utterly baffled. He stared at the yin-yang orb in his hand. He couldn't understand what had happened. I was just getting ready, but before I even started, it was already dismantled. How did it open so easily? Suddenly, Lai Yushan's voice rang out. You've got some nerve. Coming here to rob a grave. She stepped forward aggressively. The third elder jumped in surprise, reflexively looking up. When he saw the duo standing there, he judged them by his own standards, shouting a threat. What's with that look? Are your goals and mine any different? Leave the treasures behind, and I might just let you live. The two disciples looked back with grim expressions, staring at the group as if they were already dead meat. Kefu asked, Senior sister, should we leave any of them alive? Lai Yushan answered decisively, just keep that loudmouthed one. Seeing how calm and composed the two were, the third elder couldn't help but feel wary. These two were clearly surrounded by several experts of the divine court realm, yet they showed no fear. On the contrary, they were radiating pure, killing intent. Try to look intimidating, he shouted. If that's how it's going to be, don't blame us for bullying a couple of weak women. Attack! His subordinates couldn't wait any longer and pounced like a swarm of crickets. The Qiang Sect members charged forward with lewd, sinister grins. Kefu spread her arms wide and shouted in a low voice, Formation rise! Standing in front, Lai Yushan let out a quiet, chilling laugh. Her face looked as dark as a vengeful spirit. Suddenly, small formations appeared with pinpoint accuracy beneath the feet of the grave robbers. In an instant, those formations tripled in size, trapping everyone within their range. Khufu's eyes glowed with the reflection of the array, shining with a blinding light. She chanted loudly, "Soul Snatch." Instantly, flames ignited. A monstrous beast, with a terrifying, gaping maw, emerged from the formation. Its roar shook the very foundation of existence, striking absolute terror into the hearts of the thieves. The horrifying sound wave slammed into their bodies, causing their souls to detonate instantly. In a flash, every thief within the formation's range had their heads explode. The third elder finally realized he had messed with the wrong people. His entire body trembled. The soul-seizing formation. He was so terrified his brain almost shut down. He didn't even think about running. Paralyzed by their overwhelming power, he stammered. And she didn't even use her full strength? Then, he weakly questioned them. "You girl, what is your relationship with that soul-devouring demon? How do you also know the soul-seizing formation?" Khufu ignored him completely, continuing to mobilize her spiritual energy. Now that he was the only one left, the third elder collapsed to his knees and screamed, "You can't kill me." Khufu didn't care. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Soul Search." She raised her hand to the sky, signaling the end. The giant beast's eye appeared, vacuuming up his life force. In an instant, the third elder's soul was ripped away. His face shriveled visibly. Once every bit of value was squeezed out of him, Lai Yushan moved in for the kill. She looked over at Khufu and teased her playfully. "Little Fufu, after all these years, how have you not improved? Your memory-stealing ability is still nowhere near Master's level." Khufu let out a haughty huff and grumbled. "Master's realm is something I can only look up to." Finding the reaction boring, Yushan pouted. "I was just teasing you." After their brief banter, Khufu spoke up. "Let's go, senior sister, to Yinfan City. We have a Qiang Sect to find." Yushan shouted. The next morning at the High Sun Lao restaurant, several strands of crimson spiritual energy stretched out like vines. Yibei felt the power surging through his body and murmured contentedly, "I didn't expect that in just half a day I'd already break through to the second stage of the spirit condensation realm. I really am a peerless genius destined to defy fate. Incredible. I wonder if I can break through this entire realm within a month." He had only just finished praising himself when he heard people outside whispering excitedly, "Look, what is that? To think we'd see something like this in Yinfan City." Yibai, curious, went out and asked Dong Lu, "What's going on out there? Why is it so noisy?" Dong Lu casually replied, "I heard a lot of people just saw it. A ship the size of a mountain just flew across the sky." Hearing the description, Yibei felt a sense of familiarity. He had a hunch. A flying ship? As big as a mountain? Could it be? He made a quick decision. "Let's go. We're going to check it out too. There's a good chance that ship is going to land in Yinfan City." Interested as well, Dong Lu agreed. After traveling for a while, Dong Lu struggled to keep up, panting heavily. "Senior, wait for me," he cried inwardly. "I thought I just had to slow down a bit to match Senior's pace, but I never expected to lose him like this." He was clearly only at the first stage of spirit condensation when he arrived this afternoon. How is it that in just half a day, is it possible that within those few hours, Senior has already broken through to the next stage? Yibei knew exactly whose masterpiece that giant ship was with just one glance. He cheered internally. "Isn't that the Noah's Ark? Who else could have built it to look like that? Besides my level 20 disciple, Lai Yushan? Who else could it be?" Dong Lu realized where the ship was heading and shouted, "Wait, that flying ship is heading straight for the Qiang Sect. Could it belong to them?" Yibei suddenly remembered that group and said with interest, "Qiang Sect? Good. Let's head over and see." At that moment, Yushan's massive ark had already docked right in front of the Qiang Sect's gates. The second she stepped off, she began shouting curses aggressively. "Su Yuanho, get your ass out here right now." Passers-by couldn't help but comment on the scene. Is this girl tired of living? She dares to openly insult the sect leader of the Qiang Sect? His cultivation reached the saint realm long ago. Dong Lu sighed as well. What a pity for such a girl. Of all the people to provoke, she chose Su Yuanho. Only Yi Bei stood there with a look of pure joy. She looks much better now. I found her. Finally, I found my first disciple. I've been waiting here since the sun went down. Yet the Crimson Sun sect hasn't made a single peep. Yi Bei looked up at his disciple, who seemed ready to demand justice, and couldn't help but wonder. Even if I don't personally deal with the Crimson Sun sect, why did Yu Yushan clash with them in the first place? Yu Yushan was seething with rage. Her brow furrowed as she thought to herself. I didn't expect the Crimson Sun sect to be this bold. In the past 2 years, they've raided the Night Emperor's tomb 13 times. And each time, they get more out of hand. The information regarding masters remains. It definitely has something to do with them. Only now did the Crimson Sun sect finally send someone out. Who are you? Who do you think you are, calling our sect leader by his name? The one approaching was the great elder of the Crimson Sun sect. Su Yuanho's appearance caused quite a stir. The cultivators standing below began introducing him one after another. That's the great elder of the Crimson Sun sect. I heard he just broke through to the 8th stage Saint realm. His mastery over the way of the sword has reached a whole new level. A single casual swing of his sword chi can split mountains and rivers in two. That's incredible. I really want to witness the great elder's true power. Yu Yushan raised her middle finger. With a cold expression, she spoke. Don't be in such a hurry to die. It's not your turn yet. Those words infuriated the arrogant elder. He swung his sword and barked. Such insolence. However, his mediocre skills weren't even worth Yu Yushan's concern. She spoke indifferently. Is that all? As soon as she finished, Yu Yushan struck with her palm, effortlessly neutralizing her opponent's move. Su Yuanho finally realized he had encountered a formidable enemy and frowned. This overwhelming pressure. Aside from the sect leader, no one should be capable of this. The palm seal continued to advance, filling him with dread. Could it be? She's a Saint King? At that thought, his face was slowly consumed by terror. Su Yuanho could only swing his sword in a desperate attempt to save himself. If this continues, I'm going to be at a massive disadvantage. His streaks of sword chi acted like a fuse, causing the palm print to ignite like a big bang. The flaming explosion lit up the entire sky. The great elder went crashing toward the watchtower. Yu Yushan saw through his actions clearly and spoke coldly. You want to run? It won't be that easy. She gripped her great sword and lifted it high. Simultaneously, a formation appeared behind her back. The great elder heard her and instinctively looked back. That was the moment Yu Yushan brought her sword down. A violent surge of spiritual energy slammed down on him. Su Yuanho ate dirt just like that. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked, shouting in disbelief. Look, even an 8th stage Saint Realm Great Elder was defeated so miserably. Just who on earth is that girl? Only then did the sect leader of the Crimson Sun sect lead a group of disciples out to greet her. I was wondering who was so powerful that they dare come to my Crimson Sun sect to cause trouble. So it's the God-blessed fairy, Yu Yushan. I wonder what has made the fairy so angry. He sighed inwardly. Why her of all people? Yu Yushan didn't hold back. Pointing her sword at him, she spoke. Hand over everything you stole from the Night Emperor's tomb. Give it all to me. Do that, and for the rest of you, I might let you live. She raised her sword over her head and said coldly, As for you, you die. Yu Yushan spoke and then slashed down with immense force. A sword chi that dominated heaven and earth burst forth. The sect leader of the Crimson Sun sect remained calm as he channeled his power. He spoke with a smug, condescending tone. This is the Crimson Sun sect. Why do you have to run wild here? You're just a practitioner of the auxiliary path. You think you can take my life? I think you're still dreaming. With those words, a blue spiritual energy surged out to counter that terrifying sword chi. Yi Bei observed from the sidelines. The auxiliary path. It's a cultivation path based on life skills, cooking, construction, smithing, alchemy, and so on. The Crimson Sun sect leader let loose a barrage of insults. If I eliminate a demonic cultivator like you, I'm sure many people will clap and cheer. Hearing that, Yu Yushan broke into a sinister smile. Oh, really? Then by all means, feel free to try. She snapped her fingers and commanded. Target, Crimson Sun sect. Leave nothing standing. Attack. In an instant, the massive airship unleashed hundreds of flying swords. The sect leader saw this and sensed impending doom. His face turned pale. His spiritual energy exploded violently. With bloodshot eyes, he roared, "Activate the formation now!" The disciples of the Crimson Sun sect scrambled to contribute their spiritual energy. A transparent barrier appeared, enveloping them. The sect leader gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain the defense. The airship's volley descended like a tornado, striking directly at the heart of the Crimson Sun sect's territory. The sect leader looked down at his sect, now submerged in a sea of fire. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He muttered under his breath. A demonic cultivator. She truly is a demonic cultivator. The civilians living nearby heard the commotion and started running for their lives. Trembling with fear, they cried out, "Run! Hurry! If even one of those swords flies our way, we won't be able to dodge it. This is terrifying. Where did that airship even come from? It's nothing short of a massive killing machine. With something like that existing, leveling an entire sect wouldn't take any time at all." Tonglu looked around nervously and suggested, "Senior, maybe we should slip away too?" Yubei said calmly, "No rush. The show is just getting started. Let's watch a bit longer." Once the storm of swords passed, the sect leader and his men finally dared to surface and cause trouble again. "Did you really think Su Yuanho, was a pushover? Strike!" he shouted. The sect leader took a stance and channeled his energy. Those following him took their stances as well. Their combined spiritual energy surged, forming a colossal sword. The moment the sword took shape, it shot forward like a falling star. Its target was obviously Yu Yushan. She clenched her fists tight. A peach blossom pink spiritual energy exploded around her. Yu Yushan looked up at the sky and let out a powerful roar. The clothes on her body transformed in an instant. This new set of armor suited her perfectly. It especially accentuated her curves. Below, Yubei quietly covered his mouth, laughing in amusement. Tong Lu saw this and asked curiously, "Senior, what's so funny? Don't you think that battle armor looks incredibly cool? Plus, it managed to block that terrifying combined sword chi in an instant." Yubei didn't disagree. Instead, he played along and praised her. "Yeah, it's very cool." Inwardly, he felt a swell of pride and added to himself, "That's my disciple for you." Back to Yu Yushan. She wielded two whips, lashing out with devastating force. The low-level lackeys of the Crimson Sun sect were too slow to dodge and were cut down where they stood, while Yu Yushan was busy harvesting his men like wheat. The sect leader of the Crimson Sun sect cast a spell. Suddenly, formations closed in from all directions, surrounding her. Chains lashed out, binding her tight. With her movements restricted, Yu Yushan snapped out of a rage and gritted her teeth. "Damn it, I got careless." Taking his chance, the sect leader immediately controlled his spirit sword to pierce through her. "Yu Yushan, you forced my hand." She thought tensely, "This is bad. I'm in real trouble this time." Zhu Kefu saw the danger and shouted urgently, "Su Yuanho, how dare you try to harm my senior sister? I'll refine your entire Crimson Sun sect into a formation." With that, Zhu Kefu charged out immediately, recognizing the newcomer's identity. The sect leader looked even more delighted and shouted, "So it's Zhu Kefu. I didn't expect a demonic cultivator like you to be on that airship as well. Wait until I finish off Yu Yushan, then you're next." Zhu Kefu refused to let him have his way and launched a sword. "You dare! Break!" However, that sword wasn't powerful enough. It couldn't even scratch a single link of the chains. Zhu Kefu had underestimated his enemy this time. He cried out in shock. "What?" The sect leader glanced over mockingly. "You really thought that with your pathetic skills, you could break my sword, Dao?" The situation grew increasingly dire. Zhu Kefu reached out, screaming in desperation, "Senior sister." Seeing the look of despair on Zhu Kefu's face, the sect leader let out a wicked laugh. "Both of you can go to hell." In that moment of total hopelessness, Yubei suddenly appeared, standing in the way. "As long as I'm here, no one can harm them." The moment those powerful attacks hit him, they were instantly deflected. The sect leader was stunned. He blocked it. My strongest strike was stopped just like that. Furthermore, he's completely unscathed. The sword was even reflected back toward the sect leader. He was bewildered. Just who is this man? How did he do this? The two disciples looked at the back of the man they had missed for so long, overcome with emotion. "Is that?" Zhu Kefu bowed and spoke. "Disciple Zhu Kefu. Greets master." Yu Yushan bowed as well. "Disciple Yu Yushan. Greets master. Yibei spoke sternly. You may rise. The two of you. We'll talk once this man is dead. They replied respectfully. Yes, master. Yibei sensed the surroundings and determined the situation. That strike just now, though his physical body is dead, his soul has not yet been extinguished. Now, as long as the two of them work together, capturing him will be as steady as a rock. The pressure from the Crimson Sun Sect leader suddenly spiked. Spiritual energy began gathering above his head. The two sisters stared at the scene in utter shock. This is the aura of a great emperor. Yibei watched quietly, his lips pressed into a thin line. Before long, a figure appeared and spoke with grand arrogance. I am the Qi Shui, great emperor of the Star Brilliance Holy Land. You ants dare to slaughter my people? I shall grant you one chance to end your own lives. Cripple your cultivation immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure everyone close to you is buried alongside you. Kafu narrowed her eyes in mockery. Suicide? I think you're the one dreaming. The two sisters thought as one. Master is watching from behind. In this battle, we would rather die than surrender. Yibei waited for her to finish before speaking up. A mere wisp of a great emperor's consciousness is only good for scaring people. Do you truly believe you're the actual sovereign descending upon this world? The bystanders watched the spectacle and began to comment. What? The person who just blocked Marquis Su Yuan's earth-shattering sword strike is only at the second stage of the spirit-severing realm? That's impossible. He must be hiding his cultivation. It's a bluff. This has to be fake. Someone at the spirit-severing realm can't even fly. Yet this man is standing firm in mid-air. The Qi Shui, great emperor, looked down with disdain and declared arrogantly, What's the matter? Do you dare to defy my command? Within this Central Plains city, the Star Brilliance Holy Land reigns supreme. Before he could brag any further, he took a direct hit. Just like that, the wisp of consciousness didn't even last 5 seconds before shattering. The consciousness vanished, leaving the body of the Crimson Sun Sect leader in a free fall. Kufu and Yushan didn't even get a chance to act before the curtains closed. They both scoffed. So much for high and mighty. Yibei grumbled from behind them. Too noisy. The two sisters turned and cried out, Master! Master! He thrust his fist forward and spoke with conviction. Star Brilliance Holy Land. I couldn't settle the debt from 300 years ago, but now it's time to collect. At that moment, a shimmering needle quietly slipped into the blue vortex. It traversed the portal, chasing after a floating pavilion in the sky. Sitting alone on his throne, the Qi Shui, great emperor, roared in fury. Damn it! An ant actually dared to resist me? To challenge the dignity of the Star Brilliance Holy Land. Guards! Where are my guards? No guards appeared, but the needle was already hovering over the emperor's head. He was stunned senseless, his heart flooded with confusion and terror. What? How is this possible? That divine needle should have been destroyed along with my avatar. Why is it still here? Before the Qi Shui, great emperor, could move, the needle struck. On the other side of the vortex, Yibei sensed it and smirked. The attendants, arriving late, saw him collapsed on the floor and panicked. Great Emperor, what happened? Great Emperor, quick, find a saint of the healing path. Hurry, inform the other great emperors. The Laihua great emperor rushed in, hearing the commotion. What's going on here? Someone reported in haste. Reporting to the Laihua great emperor, the Qi Shui great emperor was suddenly struck by a divine needle from out of nowhere. And then he ended up like this. He gasped in shock. What? The Qi Shui, great emperor, lay paralyzed, murmuring omens with his final breath. Laihua, spirit realm, second stage. He passed out before finishing. The Laihua great emperor urged him desperately. Qi Shui, finish your sentence. What about the spirit realm? What does that have to do with anything? Receiving no response, he checked the pulse. Then he froze in shock. He couldn't believe it. His brow furrowed. This isn't just an external wound. His soul is gravely injured. If Qi Shui hadn't cultivated the path of the soul, given these injuries, his soul would have scattered long ago. Who did this? Just who could it be? Qi Shui. Who on earth did you offend? Before Yibei's overwhelming presence, everyone from the Crimson Sun Sect fell to their knees. Dong Lu was no exception. He thought to himself, Senior Yi, back then, He obliterated a great emperor's phantom with a single strike. And on top of that, he's the master of these two. This is Yushan, believing eBay was only a spirit manifestation, spoke tearfully. Master, I missed you so much. You finally come back to visit us. Khufu was no better, sobbing uncontrollably. Master, don't you worry. I found an ancient immortal king's secret realm. There must be an ancient array inside that can resurrect you. I swear it. No matter the price. Even if it costs me my life. I will definitely bring you back to life. Seeing his students like this pained him, and he spoke softly to comfort them. Stop crying. If you keep this up, you won't be my beautiful disciples anymore. They were both startled. Yushan asked hesitantly, Xiaofu, am I dreaming? Did Master really just say that to me? Khufu cried out emotionally. It's been 300 years. I've waited 300 years to finally see Master this close again. Overwhelmed with joy, Yushan instinctively grabbed her sister's sleeve. Quick, hit me, hurry. How could Bei not understand? He stepped forward. You two silly girls. You didn't think my power was running out, and that this consciousness was about to fade away, did you? Only then did Yushan truly believe it. With tears in her eyes, she whispered, It's really Master. Bei gave her a genuine smile. That's right. I have been resurrected. I'm back. Beside herself with joy, Yushan hugged Khufu. Xiaofu, can you slap me? I'm so scared. I'm scared this is all just a dream. The system notification appeared. Reunion with disciples number 1 and number 108. Reward, 10x cultivation speed for the host. Reunion with disciples number 1 and number 108. Reward, 100 years of cultivation boost for the disciples. Host version is for the host's use only. Disciple version is for the disciples' use only. Hearing this, Bei tested his cultivation and marveled. As expected, my spirit chi absorption speed has increased tenfold. If I find more disciples, won't it go up to 50 or even 100 times? The speed could increase indefinitely. However, this 100 years of cultivation disciple version, how do I use this reward? The system replied. The host simply needs to make physical contact with the disciple and distribute it with a thought. Bei asked again, That's simple. So, just getting close is enough? It replied briefly, yes. With the system's confirmation, he gave a slightly devious smile while playing with his whip. Is that so? Yushan saw what was in his hand and cheered. It's the god-striking whip. Master really is alive. This is beyond incredible. Bei walked toward them step by step, his expression darkening as he spoke. One of you is an array master. The other is an architect. Two support types try to kill a top-tier expert of the same realm. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? 10 lashes each. No resisting. Neither of them resisted. They voluntarily presented themselves for punishment and replied, We know we were wrong. Please punish us, Master. Bei said no more and began to swing the whip. The god-striking whip lashed across their backs without mercy. Khufu flinched. Yushan had the same expression, closing her eyes as she took the hits. While swinging, Bei thought to himself with worry. If I hadn't happened to be in Cloud Sail City today, these two silly girls would have fought Marquis Su Yuan. They might have. Khufu felt a surge of power and gasped in shock. What? My cultivation. It's skyrocketing. Could it be Master? She cried out hastily. Master, what are you doing? Please take it back. We were wrong. We cannot accept this reward, especially since you've only just been resurrected. Master, please, take it back. With a deadpan expression, he continued sternly, I have my reasons. Just focus on accepting your punishment. Once the punishment was over, Bei put away the god-striking whip and said, All right, stand up. The two disciples lay there, panting heavily. Thank you for your grace, Master. Seeing their exhausted state, he knew he had to pick up the pace. I still need to find my more combat-oriented disciples. Otherwise, with only these two support-type disciples, our offensive power will always be lacking. That night at the inn, Khufu and Yushan spoke in unison. Master, we were useless. We couldn't protect our senior sisters. Please blame us. Bei fell into deep thought. To think the culprits behind his disciples' separation were the 9 great holy lands. Since I've returned, then every single one of these debts, we will settle them all. Yushan suddenly remembered and hurried to report. Oh, that's right, Master. I almost forgot to tell you. Senior sister Tai Bai is also in the central plain city. It's just, Kung cleared his throat to warn her after seeing her slip up. Senior sister. Yushan covered her mouth, feeling guilty. Yibei scratched his chin and muttered to himself. What's wrong with Tai Bai? Still, given Tai Bai's incredible natural talent. It's been 300 years. She must have reached the Emperor realm by now, right? Realizing they couldn't hide it anymore, Kung had no choice but to speak up. After she broke through to the half-step Emperor realm, she relied on her own strength to storm the Jingmiao Holy Land. No one has seen her since then. Hearing that name, his heart remained cold. The Jingmiao Holy Land. The Jingmiao Holy Land again. Yibei pressed for more information. Where's Tai Bai right now? Kung didn't dare hide anything and replied immediately. Luoguang City. Tai Bai Sword Villa. He stood up and said, I originally wanted you to stay hidden here, to stabilize your realms for 2 days. But it seems there's no need for that now. We're heading to Luoguang City immediately. The two disciples bowed respectfully. Understood, Master. On the morning 3 days later, Yibei sat in meditation, cultivating within the dragon tooth pill. He woke up and muttered, dissatisfied with his progress. I only broke through 5 realms in 3 days. This speed is a bit slow. Kung sighed as he heard that. Master started his cultivation again. Ordinary people can't even break through 1 realm. In 3 years. Yushan agreed. Yeah. Yibei didn't mind and encouraged himself. Very well. I need to be more diligent from now on. I'll break straight through to the profound origin realm. Once I do, I'll be able to unlock another card. A day later, he flipped a coin to the waiter and asked, Tell me everything you know about the Tai Bai Sword Villa. The man's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He asked hurriedly, Guest, do you also plan on attending the Tai Bai Sword Villa's martial arts banquet? Yibei looked suspicious and blurted out, A martial arts banquet? The waiter then began to tell the whole story. The master of the Tai Bai Sword Villa has been injured for a long time. Her strength isn't what it used to be. Word is she barely has any cultivation left, so she spends all day drinking. Dead drunk. Now she's even trading her belongings for wine, squandering her entire fortune. You have to understand, at its peak, the Tai Bai Sword Villa was bustling with people. Countless sword cultivators would travel thousands of miles just to seek her guidance. Such a pity, such a pity. Yushan stood up excitedly, slammed the table, and shouted, Nonsense! My sister! Yibei spoke sternly. Shan. Yushan realized she had overreacted and said dejectedly, I'm sorry, Master. I was reckless. He didn't blame her and comforted her gently. Don't know why Tai Bai ended up like this, your master is an expert at waking people up. That afternoon, at the Tai Bai Sword Villa, amidst the crowd, Old Wei called out loudly, Next! Bring your wine to me. Yibei set down a wine flask, giving him a slight start. That action drew everyone's attention. And more importantly, they focused on the flask. The crowd looked at the wine while whispering in admiration. Never mind the wine inside. This flask alone could buy several spirit stones. Exactly. If the flask is this beautiful, the wine inside must be extraordinary. It looks like this young man will definitely be able to trade for something. No doubt about it. Old Wei's mouth watered at the sight. His eyes shone with greed. However, Yibei pulled the flask back and said, Don't be in such a hurry. Old Wei was confused. Young master, what is the meaning of this? He confidently poured a small cup and said, This wine is extremely precious. I'm gifting it to the villa master. 1 cup is enough. Lifting the cup with both hands, Old Wei thought to himself, Just 1 cup? That's way too stingy. But as the intoxicating aroma wafted past his nose, all his dissatisfaction vanished. Old Wei thought dreamily, This wine is so fragrant. It would be worth it to have just 1 sip in this lifetime. Yibei spoke again. Oh, that's right. Housekeeper, please deliver these 2 messages to your villa master. Old Wei readily agreed. Of course. Please go ahead. He said the first line, The wine only serves to intoxicate the master, who no longer knows where home is. The second line, a poem. 1 poem, 1 jar of wine, 1 song. 1 soar at the edge of the world. After hearing this, Old Wei bowed respectfully and said, Young master, please wait a moment. I will present the wine to the villa master. Once he left, Yushan clung to him like a spoiled child. Master, that's not fair. Shan wants a drink too. Khufu followed suit, clinging to his other side with a pleading look. Yeah. Let little Fu have a sip too. Just one tiny drop, please. Yibei was thoroughly amused. His face flushed as he joked. If you two keep this up, I won't be so polite anymore. Inside the main hall of the Tai-Bai Sword Villa, a young girl was practicing her swordplay. Tai-Bai was lying lazily on a platform, chugging wine. Sanner finished her practice and approached her, advising gently, Master, you've been drinking for so many days now. It's time to stop. Tai-Bai said dejectedly, Sanner, you're still young. You don't understand. That sword technique just now was decent, but you put too much heart into it and ignored the flow. Let the body move with the intent. Let the person become one with the sword. It is profound, mysterious, and ever-changing, seeing Tai-Bai so listless and devoid of life. Sanner asked heartbrokenly, Master, is it because the anniversary of the Grandmaster's death is coming up in 2 days? Is that why you're like this? Tai-Bai looked away and instructed, Sanner, take a rest, then continue your practice. My wine should be here soon. Though Sanner wanted to help, she didn't know how and replied sadly, Yes, Master. Just then, Old Wei entered carrying the precious cup of wine. Villa Master, the wine is here. He presented it respectfully, a beaming smile on his face. Seeing that he only held one cup, Tai-Bai couldn't help but wonder, why is there only one this time? Only when the intoxicating scent reached her did she rush down from the platform. Tai-Bai hurriedly took the wine, her heart racing. This wine, it's a divine grade. Perhaps only through intoxication. Can I meet my master once more? Master, I miss you so much. After taking a sip, Tai-Bai asked dazed Old Wei, Did someone in the line bring this wine? Old Wei replied, Yes, Villa Master. It was likely a disciple from a great clan at the spirit condensation realm. How disappointing. Furthermore, he asked me to deliver 2 messages to you. She said, Tell me then. Old Wei stroked his chin and recited the first line. The wine only serves to intoxicate the master, who no longer knows where home is. Upon hearing just half of it, the wine cup fell from her hand. Tai-Bai whispered emotionally, This is... She excitedly pressed him. What is the second line? Old Wei hurriedly said, The second line is, 1 poem, 1 jar of wine, 1 song. 1 sword at the edge of the world. Utterly shaken, Tai-Bai grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Where is that person now? Terrified and confused, Old Wei asked. He's waiting outside the gate. Villa Master, what's wrong? Is there? Before he could finish, she was already gone. Old Wei watched her retreating figure and scratched his head. What's gotten into the Villa Master? Seeing her approach, Khufu said, Master, Senior sister is here. Yibei instructed, You two discuss things for a bit. Make sure not to give anything away. Then he let out a suspicious-sounding chuckle. Yushan could only manage a sheepish smile. Tai-Bai landed and immediately asked, I'm asking you. That cup of wine just now, was it yours? Yibei answered readily, It was mine. He secretly evaluated her. As I thought, my 4th disciple has really let herself go. However, even if you've turned into a piece of scrap metal, your master will forge you back into a fine sword today. Tai-Bai stared at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. Those 2 lines of poetry, were you the one who said them? He replied calmly, Indeed, it was I. Hearing this, Tai-Bai's heart raced with a mix of anticipation and nerves as she demanded, Tell me, who exactly told you those 2 lines? As she spoke, she released her aura, secretly exerting the pressure of a half-emperor to intimidate him. Yibei, completely unfazed, cleared his throat and spoke. I gave him my wine. Is that still not enough for you? Deep down, Tai-Bai felt a nagging doubt. Why do these 3 give off such a familiar feeling? On the surface, however, she remained on high alert. Who are you really? Yibei didn't reveal his identity immediately. Instead, he maintained an air of mystery. As for who I am, I might tell you in a little while. For now, let's finish our trade, the wine for the item. Desperate for answers, Tai-Bai reluctantly agreed with a serious, slightly sullen expression. Fine, no problem. I am very satisfied with your wine. So speak, what is it that you want? A cunning smile suddenly crept across the horse-masked man's face. I consider myself something of a sword cultivator. I want you, Manor Master, to suppress your cultivation to my level and duel me, regardless of what happens, until this duel is over. You are not permitted to restore your true strength. Tai-Bai took on a nonchalant, whatever attitude and said, I accept your terms. A short while later, they arrived at the martial arts arena. Tai-Bai, losing her patience, spoke up. My time is limited. I'll spar with you until sunset at most. Yibei watched his student while stroking the blade of his sword. Tai-Bai, she's quite disciplined. She actually took the initiative to drop her cultivation all the way down to the first stage of the spirit condensation realm. But that's for the best. It'll make teaching her a lesson much easier. The two women watching from the sidelines were terrified for her. Gufu whispered, trembling, Senior Sister Sue, this is a grave mistake. There's no escape from the trouble you've stirred up. Let's just pray for her. Tai-Bai faced him with a stern look. Let's begin. You'd better use your best sword techniques. If you don't, you won't last 2 rounds against me. Yibei replied indifferently. Is that so? Then you'd better be careful. The moment the words left his lips, he lunged straight forward with his sword. Tai-Bai closed her eyes, focusing her mind to sense the surrounding aura. His sword chi is abundant, but his movements leave clear traces. Next, she flickered in and out of sight, moving toward her opponent while coolly evaluating him. Not a bad sword style, but it's a bit stiff. It lacks fluidity. Suddenly, Yibei stomped his foot firmly. He lowered his center of gravity and pulled his sword back behind his neck. Tai-Bai watched his movements and calmly predicted his next move. So, you want to ambush me from the right? Too bad. I've already seen right through you. She raised her sword behind her head. In her mind, she had already decided the outcome. She swung her sword with a powerful sweep, only to gasp in shock. What? How? Yibei had somehow appeared behind her back. However, Tai-Bai, with her incredible reflexes, instantly spun around to parry the strike. The blades clashed briefly before parting. Yibei backed away and muttered, You should make sure your aim is true before you start swinging your arms around. Immediately after, sword chi ambushed Tai-Bai from every direction. Caught off guard by this move, her eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? In that single moment of distraction, Tai-Bai took the full brunt of the attack. As the light smoke cleared, Tai-Bai was visible. She was down on one knee, looking heavily injured. Yibei stopped and intentionally provoked her. Manner Master, don't underestimate your enemy. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. Underestimating your opponent is the greatest sin of all. Gufu sighed from below the stage. Just as I thought. Senior Sister Sue lost the very first round. Yushan recalled the past and shouted, That's right. Master is just as formidable as he was back then. A few seconds later, Tai-Bai clutched her waist and forced herself up, speaking tough. I'll let my guard down. Let's continue. She held her sword straight. Closing her eyes tight, she focused her mind, reflecting on her error. I was careless. This time, I truly underestimated him. But it won't be that easy next time. She snapped her eyes open and yelled. Azure Lotus Sword Art, second form. The divine stroke. The two junior sisters below watched with wide eyes. Gufu whispered, Azure Lotus. That's senior sister's strongest sword technique. On the arena, Tai-Bai seemed to split into 2 phantoms, charging simultaneously. Azure Lotus Sword Chi. Conceal the body. Do not strike in vain. But when you strike, it must be lethal. Yibei observed for a moment, his expression behind the horse mask unreadable and deep. Then, he casually gave his sword a slight flick. A domineering surge of sword chi erupted. The powerful blast instantly shattered Tai-Bai's sword stance, forcing a cry of pain from her lips. Yet somehow, Tai-Bai ended up sprawled quite ungracefully across the arena floor. Seeing his student acting so pathetic, Yibei continued to goad her. Manner Master, perhaps. You should raise your cultivation level to match mine. These words sparked a real fury within her. Her face darkened with rage. Tai-Bai leaped into the air, screaming, Azure Lotus Sword Art, third form. The Eternal Sword Song. But before she could even bring her sword down, her weapon was slapped right out of her hand. A total defeat. Tai-Bai collapsed, sitting on the ground in a daze, her mind racing. The first time was a lapse in judgment. The second time was a coincidence. But the third time, this young man, he knows me. He's even intimately familiar with my own sword techniques. So familiar that, every time I switch forms, every time I attack, he has already predicted it. She looked up, her voice trembling. Who are you? Yibei stood there tall and imposing. Hearing her question, he cleared his throat. Who am I? Do it. Gufu, who had been waiting for the signal, stepped onto the arena and began chanting an incantation. A few seconds later, a massive array instantly expanded, covering the entire training ground. Only then did Tai-Bai panic and try to circulate her energy. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. I've been played. What is this? My cultivation is rapidly dropping. She was completely caught in the trap. Her inner self screamed in despair. How is this possible? Like a fish on a chopping block, Tai-Bai felt the array slowly draining her power away. Only now did she realize the true danger, gritting her teeth. Curse you. From the moment he gave me that wine, he's been controlling me step by step. First, he used those 2 lines of poetry to shake my resolve. Then, he tricked me into suppressing my own cultivation, dulling my senses. And finally, this spirit-restricting grand array. Yushan cried out, Master! Seeing her disciple trying to approach, Tai-Bai quickly shouted an order. Saner, get out of here. Don't come any closer. Yushan refused to listen and rushed forward instead. I won't allow anyone to hurt you. But as soon as the girl entered the array, she froze in her tracks. Seeing her student in danger, Tai-Bai threw everything aside, forcing every bit of her remaining power out. Saner, in an instant, she exploded with power, releasing a burst of true essence. Yibei remained completely calm, speaking in a leisurely tone. You're at death's door yourself, yet you still want to protect someone else? It's useless. Today, both of you shall die. With a wave of his sleeve, he easily dispelled her surge of essence. Seeing him move toward Yushan, Tai-Bai became even more frantic, forcing her energy to the point of breaking. Did you think that by sealing my cultivation, I would be completely helpless? She put every ounce of her strength into a desperate blast of spiritual energy. Yibei met her head-on without hesitation. The 2 forces collided violently. Yushan felt a pang of pity and asked quietly, Xiao Fu, Master won't take it too far, will he? I feel like senior sister is going to fight him to the death. Gufu, the little fangirl replied, no matter what happens, we have to keep up the act. Do not interfere. We just need to trust Master. Yushan stopped arguing. Fine. Tai-Bai pushed her energy once more. Her beautiful face was clouded with a grim determination. Suddenly, Yibei leaped into the center of the array. Tai-Bai was stunned. How? His cultivation should be sealed too. Why hasn't his speed decreased at all? It's even faster than before. He leaped high into the air, his fist ready to strike. Tai-Bai tried to counter. The sheer force of the impact nearly buried her feet into the ground. However, Yibei suddenly dove toward the floor. Following his momentum, she threw a punch, only to gasp in surprise. What? Taking advantage of her opening, he delivered a sharp uppercut to Tai-Bai's jaw. Defenseless, she was sent tumbling across the ground. Even at this moment, Tai-Bai was filled with an overwhelming sense of unwilling confusion. Why does this person manage to break through my defenses so easily every single time? Why? Why? Yibei gave her no time for self-reflection. He stepped closer, pressing his point home. You really think you're strong now, don't you? You can't even protect those closest to you. What right do you have to wallow in despair? Yibei. And as for your master, the fact that you've turned out like this, that master of yours is the primary culprit. These words struck Tai-Bai right at her breaking point, causing her to lose all reason. In an instant, a high-speed gale of energy whistled past. He dodged it with nimble grace. That strike just now was as excessive as it was powerful. Even the current Yibei only barely managed to evade it. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. At that moment, a boiling battle intent surged within Tai-Bai. She gritted her teeth and hissed. Insult whoever you want, but do not insult my master. Today, I will definitely kill you. Despite nearly being taken out, he looked quite satisfied. Not a bad look at all. The plum blossom sword, the hammering, the reforging is complete. Next is the final step, tempering and shaping. The system appeared, reunited with the third of 108 disciples. Reward: Heavenly Sword Intent. Disciple Map. Silver Fox. Retrieve. Heavenly Circle Sword Intent. A sphere of energy appeared in his hand. At that moment, the space around him seemed to collapse like shattered mirror fragments. Spiritual energy transformed into thick, misty clouds. Swirling into a vortex in the sky, it created a divine phenomenon. Several old-timers nearby noticed and whispered to one another. That direction, it looks like it's coming from the Tai-Bai sword manor. Could a supreme treasure be appearing? No doubt about it. With a commotion like that, it has to be a rare artifact. Let's go check it out quickly. We can't let others beat us to it. A phenomenon like this hasn't happened in 100 years. This is definitely a stroke of destiny. At the center of the vortex, a sharp blade slowly revealed itself, descending from the heavens. Tai-Bai stared at the sight, completely dazed. Her eyes lost all their light. From Tai-Bai's perspective, she could only see something shimmering descending to the earth. Shanshan grew even more worried and shouted urgently, "Sister!" The sound pulled Tai-Bai back from the void, and she reflexively turned to look at the girl. Seeing her sister standing there safely, she was filled with courage and spoke with determination. "I can't die yet. I need to take care of Shanshan and find my junior sisters. And, Master." Seeing this, Shanshan struggled even harder to reach Tai-Bai, crying out in pain. The heavenly circle sword intent slammed directly onto where Tai-Bai stood, triggering an explosion like an atomic bomb. Shanshan thought she was gone. She gritted her teeth. "You monster! I'm not finished with you." With a face full of resentment, she lunged at Khufu. Khufu kept a straight face and lightly waved her hand, making Shanshan stumble. The girl lost her balance and accidentally slammed her face right into Khufu's chest. Then, her face buried completely into that soft place. Both of them were caught off guard and blushed simultaneously. Shanshan scrambled back in a panic. Khufu felt awkward and said, "Master, about this." But Yibei looked quite amused by the whole thing. Khufu was at a loss. Shanshan watched as two girls wearing white rabbit ears and a man in a horse mask communicated. She had no idea what the three were discussing. The girl became even more guarded. After a moment, the man in the horse mask stepped forward calmly. He said gently, "Your sister spends her days drowning in alcohol. She's lost her spirit in her way. Where has she placed our sect in her heart? Where has she placed the great Tao of the sword? I have to beat her until she wakes up." Shanshan couldn't stand it and spoke up loudly. "Don't talk about my sister like that. In my heart, my sister is the best person in the world." He didn't take it to heart and said in a deep voice, "In this world, if I don't take charge of your sister, I'm afraid no one can." Hearing that solemn tone, Shanshan bit her lip in doubt. Who exactly is this person? How can he talk so big? She asked worriedly, "What did you really do to my sister? She'll be okay, right?" Yibei looked at the terrifying mass of sword intent and said, "She won't die. If she can control and absorb that sword intent, it will be a massive stroke of fortune for her." However, before Tai-Bai's situation was clear, a group of people swarmed the area. Shanshan listed them off and was secretly startled. The patriarch of the Changsun clan, and sect master Shao of the Chongshao sect, even the manor lord of Zhulong Mountain Manor. These people are all powerhouses of the Saint King realm. What should I do? Sister hasn't woken up yet. Furthermore, that young man. She glanced over and saw him tilting his head blankly. She panicked and shouted, "These people are the top powerhouses of Luoguan City. Your two divine palace realm subordinates are nothing to them. How can you be so calm and unhurried?" The lord of Zhulong Mountain Manor speculated. "Isn't that the manor lord of Tai-Bai Sword Manor? She seems to be refining some kind of treasure." "Nonsense." The patriarch of the Changsun clan snapped. "Does that even need to be said? I saw her cultivation jump from the 7th stage of the Saint King realm to the half-step emperor realm in an instant." Sect Master Shao of the Chongshao sect squinted in joy. "Good heavens! This level of progression speed. I've never seen anything like it. This is definitely a supreme treasure of the Sword Tao." The Zhulong Manor Lord added, "If I can get my hands on this treasure, perhaps I can pave the way to becoming an emperor. This thing, we must not let her finish the refining process. Take this chance." The Changsun patriarch tried to stop him. "Wait, do you value your life so little? Have you forgotten the legends of the Tai-Bai Sword Manor? Are you really going to ignore that?" Greed clouded his eyes. He argued back, "That could have been a coincidence. Besides, we have such a massive force charging together right now. Does anyone really dare to move against this many people?" Khufu stepped forward and gave a loud warning. "Our manor lord has suddenly gained an epiphany into the great Tao of the sword. Right now, if anyone dares to take a single step closer, you will be an enemy of the Tai-Bai sword manor. Suffer the consequences yourselves. The Zhulong Manor Lord lunged forward, lowering his blade and speaking arrogantly. A mere fifth-stage Divine Palace realm brat like you. How dare you be so insolent? You underestimate us far too much. Yushan immediately stepped out and said coldly, I already said, anyone who takes another step will suffer the consequences. A powerful palm strike shattered the Manor Lord's sword and continued forward, making him cough up blood. It didn't stop there. The palm print continued its assault, sending the crowd flying. The Changsun Patriarch was stunned. This palm technique is something a Divine Palace realm cultivator shouldn't be able to use. She has definitely hidden her cultivation. The Chongshao Sect master was shocked and added, this person is indeed too strong. She is definitely a peak Saint King realm powerhouse. Maybe even a half-step emperor. After finishing her strike, Yushan looked innocent and mumbled, I only meant to take out one guy. I guess I didn't control my power well enough. I'll definitely be more careful next time. These words slapped everyone in the face. The crowd shouted in anger. What? Didn't control it well. Be more careful next time? Damn it. You're actually thinking about it next time? At that moment, the spiritual energy wrapping Tai-Bai faded, revealing her figure. Feeling the pressure coming from Tai-Bai, they bit their teeth in bitterness. Her cultivation has actually reached the peak half-step emperor realm. Someone like this could hold all of Luoguan City in her hand. If she takes one more step, she'll reach the legendary Great Emperor realm. Like a goddess of war, she opened her eyes with a cold, piercing light, looking down upon all living beings. Seeing Tai-Bai appear, Shanshan called out excitedly, Sister. Following the voice, Tai-Bai landed in front of Shanshan to protect her. She glanced back, scanned for a moment, and thought with relief, thank goodness Shanshan is safe. Then she pointed her sword straight at Yibei. She demanded loudly, I'm asking you for the last time. Who exactly are you? He took off his mask, revealing his face, and smiled gently. Tai-Bai, your master is late. When Yibei removed his mask, Tai-Bai was completely stunned. Master? That's impossible. Master passed away 300 years ago. Besides, your cultivation is only at the 7th stage of the spirit concentrating realm. With Master's innate talent, he couldn't even break through the body refining realm. Suddenly, the ear-splitting crack of a whip sounded. Looking at the source, she couldn't help but startle. She was surprised. The god-binding whip? Seeing the tension ease, Kung-Fu peeked out from behind her master's back and said playfully, Eldest senior sister, it's been a long time. Congratulations on breaking your shackles and being reborn. Yushan joined in the teasing. Eldest senior sister, when Master scolds you in a bit, we won't be able to help. Certain that the man before her was indeed her master, she composed herself and knelt to pay her respects. Your disciple, Chi Tai-Bai, greets Master. Looking at his student, he stepped forward to help her up kindly. Tai-Bai, these past years, it has truly been hard on you. Seeing her master return, a flood of emotions finally burst forth. Tears of longing began to fall. She choked out 2 familiar words. Master, your disciple. I've finally lived to see your return. Seeing his disciple sobbing uncontrollably, he patted her shoulder gently. There now. If you keep crying, it's going to break your master's heart. The patriarch and sect leader stood frozen as they watched the master of Tai-Bai Manor call him master. Master? The master of Tai-Bai Manor actually called that youth master, another man added. My God, the master of a peak half-emperor powerhouse. Just how terrifying is his actual strength? Seeing the extraordinary power of the two before them, they knelt and begged for mercy. Sovereign, we were wrong. My Zhang Sun clan is willing, from this day forward, to serve the master of Tai-Bai Manor. Another man kowtowed and cried out, Sovereign, we were wrong as well. We are also willing to submit. A heavy atmosphere loomed as the Supreme spoke. Shut up. Seeing this, Tai-Bai spoke up. Did you all come here, to the Tai-Bai Manor, just to ask me for a cup of tea? They stammered in response. Well, His face was colder than ice. His gaze sharp. What's wrong? It seems you all want to stay for a feast before you leave. The moment he finished speaking, the 4 men fled at top speed. Understood, Sovereign. We're getting the hell out of here. As the atmosphere settled, Tai-Bai seemed to have something difficult to say. Master, your disciple has a request. I wonder if Master would. Before she could finish, he interjected. Speak. She quickly replied, in 3 days. A secret realm thousands of kilometers away from here will open. I would like to ask Master to take Shauner there for some training. Ibe was puzzled. Then why don't you go with her yourself? I'm afraid she'll become too reliant on me. You could always protect her from the shadows. Without showing your face. At those words, her eyes cast downward. Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but within that realm, there's a power of laws. Those whose cultivation is above the profound realm simply cannot enter. This secret realm only opens once every 5 years, and only 300 people are allowed in each time. 100 years ago, when I was at the half-emperor level, I tried to force my way in once. In the end, I failed and had to retreat. The power of those laws. I fear even a great emperor could not bypass them. He wondered, the power of laws? She spoke calmly. That is why the 3 holy lands place such high value on this realm. Every time it opens, they monopolize the entries and send their best disciples inside. As she said this, her gaze softened. Taking Shauner along, but with a master as unparalleled as you, someone who is invincible even here. Expanding her horizons wouldn't be difficult. She spoke confidently about Shauner. Furthermore, she can take care of others. Being an assistant to Master won't be a problem at all. After those persuasive words, he agreed to take Shauner. 3 days from now, I will take the little girl along for a trip. She gave a friendly smile. Thank you, Master. Shauner stood nearby, her face turning bright red as she froze in place. Sister, are you really selling me out like this? Yi-Bei was practicing in the courtyard. The system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for reaching the profound realm. 5 cards have now been unlocked. The host may choose one of the cards to begin. Refining. Selection complete. With a few familiar movements, flashes of lightning quickly appeared. These small sparks are the legendary 4-9 lightning decree. Novice level. A foundational technique of the cultivation world. Bolts of lightning began to surround him. He closed his eyes, settling into a meditative posture. Even though it's the lowest tier lightning technique in the cultivation world, in this virtual world, its power is certainly nothing to sneeze at. The sky turned a murky gray as the lightning intensified and the wind began to howl. Dark clouds blotted out the sun. The girl stood, watching in a daze. Is Master doing this? I didn't expect Master to be capable of this. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen such a shocking scene. With a massive boom of thunder, the Tai-Bai Sword Pavilion was reduced to ruins. Seeing this, Shauner rushed to Tai-Bai, crying, Big sister, look at our house. She responded calmly. It's fine. Isn't half of it still standing? She turned to Yueshan and said, besides, your sister Yueshan is here. She's a master architect, after all. After a while, the sky returned to normal, and the dark clouds gradually vanished. A voice rang out, Tai-Bai, bring your master some clothes. It was none other than the Supreme's voice. She quickly replied, yes, master. Seeing this, Guffing turned to whisper to Yueshan. I'm afraid because of that lightning session just now, 80% of Master's clothes probably didn't survive. Yueshan replied, most likely. Tai-Bai, holding the clothes for him, opened the door and stepped inside. What met her eyes was his body without a single stitch of clothing. Stark naked. Her face turned so red that steam practically came out of her head as she screamed. Master. In contrast to her embarrassment, he remained perfectly calm. A slight smile played on his lips. His gaze was a bit mischievous. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? Her face was as red as a tomato, and she didn't dare look up at him, only whispering, Master. Yi-Bei kept that same calm expression and pulled her by the hand. We haven't seen each other in hundreds of years. Has Tai-Bai become this distant from her master? But because he used too much force, she tumbled right toward him. His body went stiff. Now even the brilliant master was as embarrassed as anyone else. Crap. I wasn't careful and used too much strength. I've overdone it. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Master, are you feeling better? I prepared the fragrant pill for you. Tai-Bai immediately panicked, her limbs flailing. I'm sorry, Master. Your disciple didn't mean to. In this position, combined with her frantic embarrassment, some contact was made. At that moment, his face flushed and his nerves were pulled taut. Seeing that the situation was bad. Hey, don't just move around randomly. This is bad. She turned to look, and what she saw was that. Her embarrassment reached a whole new level. Her lips trembled. A loud thud echoed. The noise was loud enough to startle everyone outside. Hearing the loud noise, Yueshan and Gufeng rushed in. Senior sister, what happened? They were met with the image of a naked Yibei, while Tai Bai had been flung to the ground, leaving them both wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Faced with such a scene, everyone's face turned bright red. Gufeng stammered, Master, senior sister, you too, while Yueshan replied innocently. So Master and senior sister were hiding in the room, having fun. Honestly, you didn't even invite us to play along. Realizing things were awkward, Gufeng hurriedly pulled Yueshan outside. Well, Master, senior sister, you two just keep doing what you're doing. We'll take our leave now. What are you doing? Let's play together. To break the awkward atmosphere, he turned away to change the subject. Tai Bai, go inform the little girl now. Tell her to pack up. We're leaving shortly. She answered quickly, her face still blushing. Yes. After what just happened, he felt like crying. Seems I can't tease her like that next time. Otherwise, the one who suffers is me. In the middle of the courtyard, a massive ship appeared. Everyone gathered there to see him and saunter off. Tai Bai handed him a spiritual treasure. Master, this is a spatial spirit treasure. Inside are some daily necessities. The Supreme responded with a light smile. That's very thoughtful of you, Tai Bai. Yibei and Shaner stepped onto the ship. Well, we'll be going now. The three girls spoke in unison. Have a safe journey. Sometime later, the two of them stepped off the ship. Shaner looked around and realized this place was quite strange. This doesn't seem to be the entrance to the secret realm. Yibei replied calmly, yeah. Because for the next leg of the journey, we need to go on foot. The secret realm here has already started activating. Especially in the air. The space of the secret realm will be unstable. If we aren't careful, we'll be sucked into a spatial turbulence. And that will be a real pain. Having received her answer. So that's how it is. From a distance, a man's voice rang out. Young lady, are you two lost? Three men appeared. One of them stepped forward to introduce himself. We are members of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. The surrounding area is dangerous. You can come with us to the secret realm. Shauna responded coldly. Thanks, but no thanks. The two of us can manage on our own. Seeing that they were from the Heavenly Pond Holy Land, Yibei glanced over, a slight smirk touching his lips. People from the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. Huh? Perfect. I haven't even made my move yet, and you've already come knocking on my door. The man in the middle spoke up. Meeting like this must be fate. Take this command token. Anyway, it's at least a half-day's journey. From here to the secret realm. During this time, if anyone tries to cause trouble, just show them this, and you'll be fine. Shaner flatly refused. Before she could finish, the token was already in the Supreme's hand like a gust of wind. Thanks. Well, we'll take it then. They were all completely blindsided by your boldness. In that case, thanks for the help, Heavenly Pond Holy Land. He looks away awkwardly. Not at all. The path of cultivation is one of unity and mutual aid. It's only natural. Then I'll be taking my leave now. Good luck to you both. Having said his piece, Yibei departed with a thoughtful expression. As the three of them left, the girl looked back and said, So the outside world doesn't seem as terrifying as Sister described. At least there's no shortage of kind, helpful people. Hearing his disciples remark, he chuckled softly. And why exactly do you think he took the initiative to talk to you? Was it because he found you attractive and wanted to chat? Or perhaps he wanted to lead us to the mystic realm? Do you think giving you that medallion was an act of kindness? She looked at him confused. Wasn't that the case? Seeing her bewilderment, he pressed on. We don't have any money, after all. To them, our strength isn't even a threat. He paused, looking at her. Great. This girl's already been won over. She's even making excuses for them. Still naive, she asked softly, Master, what are you doing? He pointed at the medallion. Do you know what this is? With a few quick gestures, he showed her. Look here. Shauna gasped. This is... A tracking array map materialized before their eyes. A tracking array? His eyes lowered as he spoke coolly. Within the mystic realm, opportunities are scarce. Every additional person who enters is another competitor to deal with. Earlier, he asked if you were lost. His true goal was to figure out which faction we belong to. He narrowed his eyes. He turned to give Shauna a stern look. And look at you. You just blurted out that we're on our own. Realizing her mistake, she quickly lowered her head. I'm sorry. Master, I was wrong. I'll listen to everything you say from now on, Master. seeing his disciple admit her fault. He gently stroked her hair, his voice steady. Little girl, you must remember this. In this world, evil is far worse than you imagine, and 1,000 times filthier. Shauner bowed her head, taking his words to heart. Yes, I will never forget your words, Master. She paused as a thought occurred to her. But Master, if they already gauged our strength, why didn't they make a move earlier? Receiving the question, taking his role as a teacher, Yibei replied calmly. There were too many other powers watching. They have the reputation of a holy land to maintain. They didn't want to strike yet, likely waiting for another chance. Shauna spoke up. If that's the case, shouldn't we just throw this medallion away? What if they use it to hunt us down and cause trouble? He let out a faint, knowing smirk. This is a good thing. Shauna was puzzled. A good thing? My only worry was that they might not show up at all. After walking for a while, they finally reached the mystic realm. Nearby, the voices of two men caught his attention. After entering the mystic realm, you have 10 days inside. After 10 days, the mystic realm will automatically expel all survivors. Don't forget, 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. The reward you receive will depend on how many medallions you hold. The more medallions you collect, the more precious the reward. The young man replied, Yes, senior. Elsewhere, two hulking men were conversing. I heard that for hundreds of years, the three great holy lands have been desperate to collect all 100 medallions, but ever since the forest of falling leaves was discovered, no one has ever managed to get them all. That's right. I've heard that too. Because if anyone ever collects every single medallion, they won't just take total control over the forest of falling leaves. They'll also claim the ultimate prize that appears only once every 50 years. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he mused, no wonder those heavenly pawn bastards didn't try anything on the road. They're just waiting for the show to start, waiting to swoop in and reap the rewards. First, they hand us a medallion marked with a tracking seal. Then, they wait for us to enter the mystic realm, where they'll find the perfect chance to kill us and take the tokens. That way, they keep the Holy Land's reputation clean and avoid offending any hidden powers backing us. I have to say, it's certainly a foolproof plan. Holy Land, oh Holy Land, do you people have any shame at all? Hundreds of years have passed. Hundreds of years later, and your tactics are still this repulsive. Shauner's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Master, what's wrong? Did you find something? He snapped back to reality and spoke up. Let's wait a moment. The gate to the mystic realm was beginning to creak open. It grew wider by the second. The crowd began to stir. Is this it? Is it starting? Shauner said. Master, we should hurry and get inside too. His expression remained calm. No need to rush. In such a massive place, a few minutes one way or the other won't make a lick of difference. She looked at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. Master, what exactly is he planning? 10 minutes passed. The Holy Lands began to make their move. First, the Star Brilliance Holy Land, then the Holy Land, and finally our group arrived before the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. Elder Yan's voice boomed. Go now. Whether we claim the ultimate prize this time depends entirely on you. The disciples shouted in unison. Understood. Your disciples will not fail you. A row of disciples began unleashing their techniques. Beams of azure light streaked through the air. Elder Yen roared. Curse you. Stop right there. A disciple gasped. This. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes burning with fury. Damnable brat. Yi Bei and Shauner appeared. We'll be going ahead now. Hearing that, he was enraged. He unleashed a surge of blue energy. You little pest. Get back here this instant. A spectral claw lunged forward, reaching for Yi Bei and Shauner. Yi Bei glanced back, his eyes full of disdain. A mocking smirk played on his lips. He flicked his wrist, releasing a spark of crimson light. Fool! Then, he and the girl soared into the air. Before leaving, Yi Bei flashed a provocatively charming smile. See ya. Elder Yan's blood boiled at the humiliation. His gaze turned murderous. Damn it all. The energy palm he had unleashed was still surging forward. It was close to the gate of the Holy Land. The force rebounded instantly, sending the old man flying backward. The surrounding cultivators began to whisper. Those two, just now, they got some serious nerve. They actually dared to bait the Heavenly Pond Holy Land like that. And those two, one's only at the 6th stage of the profound realm, and the other's barely at the 1st. 10 days later, when they come out, they're as good as dead. The Holy Land members barked. Who are they? Who exactly are those two? It's been centuries since anyone dared to make a fool out of our heavenly pond, holy land. A green-haired disciple stepped forward, reporting to Elder. I encountered them a few days ago, Elder. He began to explain what happened. Meeting like this must be fate. Here, take this medallion. It's at least another half-day's journey to the mystic realm from here. During this time, if anyone tries to give you trouble, just show them this, and you'll be fine. In that case, I appreciate the heavenly pond, holy land's generosity. He finished the story. That's how it happened. I wouldn't dare hide a single detail, Elder. Elder Yin gripped the medallion, inspecting it. Then, he tossed the tracking information to the other holy lands. They all received it instantly. He was seething. He swore he would hunt Yi Bei and Shaner to the ends of the earth. This is the tracking jade. Use it to hunt those two down once you're inside. A woman's voice chimed in. Now, Elder Yin, don't let your blood pressure get too high. Since we owe you one, I'll make sure my disciples hand over their corpses to you personally. He was in no mood for chatter. Get lost. All of you. For now on. Don't talk to me. His eyes were full of rage. His brow furrowed in pure fury. He thought to himself, if you two bastards ever show your faces out here again, I will personally grind your bones to dust. Deep within a forest, Yi Bei and Shaner touched down within the secret realm. Shaner stared at her master in disbelief. Good grief. Just what kind of legendary figure am I following? Not only did he have the guts to rob the elite disciples of the Holy Land of their medallions, but he even dared to openly provoke a half-emperor from Heavenly Pond. Noticing her dazed expression, he glanced back. Scared? She smiled brightly. With you here, Master, I'm not afraid of anything. Yi Bei and the girl began to head deeper into the woods. When dealing with a holy land that has no honor, there's no point in trying to be reasonable. But we haven't even been here for a day, and we've already made an enemy of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. They're definitely not going to let this slide. What are we going to do when it's time to head back out? Hearing the words offend. He frowned. Offending them? They were the ones who were heartless first. So they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, they're just a few half-emperors. There's nothing to worry about. She was stunned to hear her master speak like that. Just a few half-emperors? And nothing more? These words from Master are truly mind-blowing. While they were walking, a colossal golden snake suddenly appeared. It terrified her. A bright light flashed. She clung to him. Master, there's a giant snake over there. In contrast to her, he remained perfectly calm. A heart-piercing spotted snake. It's poisonous. Its strength is at the third stage of the profound origin realm. It's fast, but its attack power is just mediocre. What is there to be afraid of from a beast like this? With your strength, you should be able to kill it easily. But the snake was so massive that it terrified her, making her grip him even tighter. She had a deathly phobia of snakes. Seeing this, he coughed a few times to regain his composure and gave Shaner her first mission. Then your first task for today is to kill this snake. If you don't, I'll leave you right here. She burst into tears. Why? Seeing her master's face remain stern, she switched to acting cute to beg him. Master, you're the best, right? Shaner is really scared of snakes. Facing those puppy dog eyes, he kept his cold, expressionless face. Acting cute is useless. Seeing it wouldn't work, she reluctantly accepted the task of taking down the snake, though her face showed she wasn't happy about it. Isn't it just a stinking snake? I'll just kill it, fine. Just as she was about to stand up and attack, the snake suddenly bared its fangs. Its tongue flickered out. Overcome with fear, she couldn't control herself and jumped up, wrapping her arms around his head, causing her chest to smash right into his face. Not expecting his disciple to be such a coward, he angrily pulled her off and scolded her. What are you hiding for? I'm telling you, this snake's attack power isn't high at all, but if you let it coil around you, there will be no saving you. Regaining her composure, she finally began to fight. Yes, master. She drew her sword, and a purple light surged forth. Fine then. This time I'll definitely show off my skills. I'll give a good performance for the ancestors. The snake flickered its tongue and bared its sharp fangs as if provoking her. She began to channel her technique, her fingers sliding lightly across the blade. Azure Lotus Sword Technique. First form. Solitary Sea Lotus. Huh. Girl and snake clashed. She leapt up and with one swift strike decapitated that white snake. After severing its head, she landed gracefully, The massive head of the snake slammed heavily into the ground not far behind her. Dust and debris clouded the entire area. Having completed her first mission, she cheered joyfully. I actually killed a giant demonic snake all by myself. I'm so incredible. She turned around to celebrate with him, when something zipped past her at extreme speed, cutting off a few strands of her hair. Knowing it was him, she puffed out her cheeks in anger. Master, you! Afraid that she might run into something else, he flew up and stood on a tree branch. You've lost. Your vigilance. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your senior sister. Frustrated by his attitude, she complained. But why? I clearly relied on my own strength to kill that giant snake. Why, master? While lost in thought, she turned to look at the snake's head and gasped. This is, the master slowly explained, ordinary beast-type snakes. Die once their vitals are hit. But for a demonic beast like this, its life force is much stronger than ordinary beasts. You must obliterate its head entirely to deliver a truly fatal blow. Realizing her mistake, she lowered her head. Oh, Shauner understands now. I will definitely remember this. Oh man, that was so embarrassing just now. He walked over to the snake's head and extracted a red orb. He handed the orb to her. Girl, take this. She took the red orb, which was covered in slime. Holding it felt disgusting, but the orb seemed to pulse with a mysterious power. Even though this slime is totally gross, there seems to be a mysterious power inside this thing. Seeing her dazed, he spoke up. Profound origin realm beasts shouldn't exist in the beast abyss. Therefore, this must be a unique product of this secret realm. If you probe it with your spiritual energy, you'll surely discover the secret within. She replied, Yes, master. She began to channel her technique, placing the red orb before her chest as a pale pink mist radiated around it. The mist gradually enveloped the red orb and flowed into her body. 7th stage of the profound origin realm. 6th stage of the profound origin realm. After reaching the 7th stage, she was overjoyed. I broke through. She had advanced from the 6th to the 7th stage of the profound origin realm without any obstacles. Everything happened exactly as he predicted. Just as I thought. This thing is the opportunity that exists within this fallen secret realm. It increases cultivation and also serves to break through bottlenecks. She happily thanked her master. Shauner thanks master for the reward. Feeling his kindness, she thought, it seems master still cares about me. He gave me the good stuff to use first. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the forest. Help! Someone, please save me. Hearing this, his eyes sharpened. Go. Let's go take a look. She was hesitant, knowing this could be a trap for both of them. Master, this couldn't be a trap waiting for us, could it? He only let out a cold smirk, his voice turning even colder. We've killed enough demonic beasts. It's time to switch to people. Hearing the cries, the two rushed over. An injured girl was pleading for help. Help me. Shauner saw her and spoke up. Do you need help? As if seeing through everything, he curled his lip into a smirk. With a gentle wave of his hand, a streak of blue light shot straight toward her. In a complete reversal from a few moments ago, the girl tumbled and dodged his attack as if she weren't injured at all. She landed gracefully, at a safe distance to face the two of them. She stood there and spoke mockingly to him. Hey, big brother, I didn't expect someone as handsome as you to have such a dark heart. No wonder you dare to steal all the command tokens from everyone at the Celestial Pool's sacred ground. Realizing the person before them was from one of the outer sacred grounds, she was quite surprised. She's an elite from the 2 outer sacred grounds. But Master clearly eliminated everyone at the Celestial Pool sacred ground already. How did this person find us? He recognized who the person in front of him was. He replied with disdain. A member of the Star Brilliance sacred ground. What's the point of all this hiding? Do you really need to use sneak attacks against 2 people with low cultivation like us? His words made her face flush with anger. Spiritual energy swirled around her. To deal with 2 brats like you, I can kill you with one hand. Shauner felt a bit ashamed for not realizing the person in front of her was an infiltrator from the outer sacred grounds. I'm supposed to be the famous genius of Luoguan City, so why have I become such a loser? I didn't even notice a whole group of them hiding here. Realizing what the little girl beside him was thinking, he spoke up. Girl, don't overthink it. Their cultivation levels are all higher than yours. It's normal that you didn't notice them hiding there. He added, furthermore, the stealth and thievery skills of the Star Brilliance Sacred Ground are considered number one among the sacred grounds. Those words only made her feel more embarrassed. Yes, Master. Shauner will remember that. Without waiting any longer, the woman launched her attack. Streaks of blue light flew rapidly toward the two of them. You're looking for death. Anyone who insults the Star Brilliance Sacred Ground must die. Facing her attack, he wasn't worried at all and calmly turned to ask Shauner, girl, the ninth form of the Azure Lotus Sword technique. Do you know it? Before she could finish her sentence, blade energy surged close to them. Master, the blades are coming. Seeing the blades, his expression didn't change. With a few casual waves of his hand, he defeated the attack. Witnessing this, the enemies were all shocked. They were curious about who he really was. Seeing that the previous attack did nothing, she clearly didn't fear death as she clasped her hands together to launch another move. Powerful bursts of golden light erupted. She aimed her strongest light attacks directly at him and the girl. Seeing this, he lifted Shauner up to dodge the strike. While lifting her, he reminded her, actually, your senior sister probably didn't tell you that the ninth form of the Azure Lotus Sword technique isn't meant to be performed alone. Below them, the Star Brilliance Sacred Ground disciples were chasing them. Truly overestimating herself, she launched another move at him. This time, while in midair. Let's see where else you can hide. The beams of light shot toward them. Today, I'll let you experience a bit of the Azure Spirit Sword technique, the true final form. Suddenly, a lotus flower appeared, blocking all the golden light. He drew a long sword, surrounded by arcs of purple lightning. Witnessing this with their own eyes, those present couldn't believe what they were seeing. What kind of monster is this? Wasn't that youth only at the first stage of the profound origin realm? Impossible. That was a full power strike from the peak of the divine court realm. How could he break it? Together, he and Shauner created a massive circle filled with purple lightning. They slammed it down directly onto the crowd below, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Once finished, the two of them landed. On the ground, only traces of the Star Brilliance Sacred Ground disciples remained. Seeing this, he asked softly, is that all? He turned to his disciple and asked kindly, are you scared? Hearing her master's question, she felt a secret joy in her heart. I didn't think Master cared about me so much. She replied with a cheerful smile. I'm not scared, Master. As long as you're here, I'll be... Before she could finish, he cut her off. It's good that you're not scared. He turned to give her a task. Go deal with the bodies. And while you're at it, search them for their tokens. She had just said she wasn't scared, but his request left her completely frozen. Her heart was screaming. Master, do I really have to? I'm actually terrified. He just asked her coldly. Is there a problem? Seeing that the sovereign wouldn't budge, she reluctantly accepted. Yes, Master. Her hands worked as her mouth grumbled. Master really doesn't know how to treat a lady with any care. He watched her in silence, a hint of worry in his eyes. If this girl doesn't get some real-world training soon, she'll end up as nothing more than a useless, pretty face. Sometime later, after gathering all the tokens and jade pendants, she called out, Master, I finished collecting all the realm tokens and tracking pendants. Seeing everything was there, he offered a compliment. Girl, you might be lacking in other areas, but you're quite good at cleaning up the aftermath. She was thrilled to receive his praise. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Sander will work even harder next time. He encouraged her. It's good that you're so motivated. As soon as the praise ended, his next words made her stiffen. From now on, the job of cleaning up the battlefield will be entirely up to you. Keep up the hard work. Realizing Master had misunderstood, she hurriedly explained. No, Master, please listen. That's not what I meant. She chased after him. Master, wait for me. He stopped and opened a token. A map appeared with several green dots. She asked the sovereign curiously, Master, why are there so many green dots this time? He answered her quickly. That half-emperor from the heaven's finger must have shared our tracking data with the other two holy lands. Then, they used a secret art to replicate all these tracking devices. She felt indignant. That's way too much. These holy lands are just as Master said, absolutely despicable. Contrary to her anger, he spoke calmly. It's fine. This will actually do us a huge favor. She was surprised by his response. He said slowly, now, It's time to switch the roles of hunter and prey. By a large tree, a group stood with 2 sentries on guard. One of them spoke up. We finally found their hiding spot. Be careful. That kid is very cunning. No matter how cunning he is, he can't wipe all of us out. Split up. Try not to damage the bodies. The leader of the group said. The elder said we need to bring their corpses back. The group replied in unison. Understood. As the man walked, he suddenly saw a token and jumped back in fright. Stuttering, he said, this is bad. It's a trap. He turned to the group. Fall back. Everyone fall back now. She appeared out of nowhere. It was like sorcery. How on earth did that kid know we were coming tonight? Realizing something, he spun around in shock. The 3 others behind him still had no idea what was happening. Sensing something was about to happen, they turned to look. One of them felt her dangerous aura. He turned his head. She lunged forward like the wind. Before he could do anything, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within the ancient tree. In an instant, she had taken out every single one of them by herself. She stood arrogantly, sword in hand, beneath their corpses. She felt her master was truly ingenious. Thanks to Master's formation, catching these people was as easy as pie. Seeing his disciple finish her task, he said gently, Girl, you don't need to dispose of the bodies this time. Just loot them and that'll be enough. She replied, Yes, Master. 2 minutes later, once she was done, he used a few movements to dissolve the corpses into puddles of water. Seeing the sovereign's incredible formation skills, she thought about asking him to teach her a bit. This is so convenient. Formation masters seem really powerful. I wonder if I can learn formations too, girl. Realizing what she was thinking, he immediately shut her down. Don't even dream about it. Being a formation master doesn't suit you. His words felt like a cold bucket of water over her head. Master is great in every way, except for his foul mouth. He's way too blunt. The battle had barely ended when he urged her forward. Move out. The next battle is coming. She groaned in exhaustion. Another one? As they walked, she asked him, Master, even the second holy land has arrived. Just how far do you plan to take this? Hearing her question, he slowly explained. Focus on using the spirit stones. Raise your cultivation level. Once your cultivation is high enough, you'll naturally understand what's going on. She gave a bright smile and replied, Yes, Master. No wonder he could become my sister's master. His foresight is borderline terrifying. Later, the people from the Holy Land returned, but no one was left. Where is everyone? Stepping into the cave, a massive golden circle appeared. The golden circle grew larger and larger. A massive formation was revealed. Realizing they had walked into the trap set by the 2 of them, they screamed, Oh no, it's a trap. Retreat. Everyone retreat. He and she stood in the distance, listening to the screams. A familiar scent. A familiar hunting method. Even the words they say are exactly the same. How boring. He turned to her. Go ahead, girl. 3 intricate formations appeared in a vertical line on the tree trunk behind them, standing on a branch. He waved, watching her rush off to take their heads. She quickly accepted the task. Yes, Master. You're all dead meat. After a period of combat, she happily gathered the tokens and said excitedly, Master, it's only been 3 days, and we've already collected 76 secret realm tokens. Let's hurry and find a remaining 24. With his usual expressionless face, he replied calmly, No rush. For the next few days, focus on using the crystal energy to quickly raise your cultivation. He tossed a secret realm token up and said to her, As for those last 24, once your power has increased, we'll go find them. Yes, I'll do whatever you say, Master. After collecting the tokens, she sat in a corner to cultivate, and he began his own meditation. For days later, his face darkened, his eyes radiating a terrifying intensity that struck fear into his opponents. Answer my question. Hand over the tokens, and I'll spare your lives. Seeing they were hesitant, she let out a cold snort, her eyes sharp as blades. The 2 of them were scared witless. Fine, we'll give them to you. As soon as they handed over the tokens, they bolted. Have mercy, great hero. Looking at them, she asked innocently, Am I really that scary? I scared them off in an instant. Not dwelling on it, she turned happily to him. This is great, Master, including today's. We've collected all 100 tokens. I wonder what kind of treasure we can exchange these for once the realm closes. Speaking of which, she remembered something. I heard that some treasures can react with one another when placed together. They can even form a single, ultimate item. Master, do you think these tokens can do that too? He fell into deep thought for a moment. We can certainly try. He waved his hand, and the tokens flew into the air. After a while, they merged into a massive purple mass, crackling with lightning. Seeing this, he realized something was wrong, his eyes filling with alarm. This is bad. Something's going to happen if this continues. Sensing the impending disaster, he generated a sphere of blue light. With a strike, he hurled the sphere at the giant purple mass. But it didn't seem to damage the purple sphere at all. Instead, it made it shine even brighter. He fell silent for a moment. Sensing something was wrong, she turned to him. Master, as her figure began to fade. He reached out, startled, trying to pull her back, but he was a step too late. Girl! She vanished from the secret realm. It seemed that activating the tokens had affected the system. This is bad. I must have triggered a specific mechanism just now. It forced the secret realm to end early, and now the power of the laws is ejecting the survivors. The main concern now was that Sanner had been sent out alone. Damn it! Outside the secret realm, the 3 great holy lands and several other factions were waiting. If she was out there all by herself, the consequences would be unthinkable. Unable to wait any longer, he closed his eyes and connected with the secret realm system. System, how can I leave this place immediately? Congratulations, host, on successfully collecting all 100 secret realm tokens. As a reward, you have gained ownership of the entire secret realm. The host only needs to focus on successfully refining the secret realm. Once complete, you will not only be able to leave, but you can also take the entire secret realm with you. Blue sparks flew from his hands. His face was etched with tension. How can I care about rewards at a time like this? If anything actually happens to that girl, I'll never be able to face the 4th elder again. He stood there, enveloped in a surge of blue energy. Besides, even if she weren't my 4th brother's younger sister, simply because she's spent these 7 days calling me master countless times, I would still give my all to save her. The entrance to the secret realm flashes with a brilliant light. The survivors are finally returning. Stunned expressions are plastered across most of their faces. Everyone is left wondering, why are you all coming out now? Isn't the secret realm supposed to last for 3 more days? The returnees all give the same reason. Master, someone stole my secret realm token. Elder, my token was stolen too. It was a boy at the 1st level of the profound heaven realm. My patriarch was also robbed by a boy at the 1st level of the profound heaven realm. Santa was also expelled. Seeing her, his face darkens with rage as he lunges forward. Santa jumps in shock when she sees him. He storms up to her, his gaze vicious enough to swallow her whole. Damn it, I finally caught you. Without hesitation, he grabs her by the throat and lifts her high. Speak, where's that boy? Is he still inside? His grip is so tight her face turns a deep crimson from the lack of air. I'm dead. How could I have been so stupid? Why did I give Master such a mindless, foolish idea? Her eyes fill with more tension than ever before. I really am a blockhead. I've ruined myself. I brought this disaster on my own head. Infuriated by her silence, he tightens his grip even further. Staying silent, are we? Then you can just die. With her breath nearly gone, she forces out a few words. My sister is a half-emperor. He freezes for a moment. A half-emperor's sister? But his grip doesn't loosen, and his eyes still burn with murderous intent. Fine, I'll kill you first. Then I'll go deal with that half-emperor sister of yours. A mere half-emperor at the same level as me? She's no threat. She clutches his arm, struggling desperately to escape. Fading fast, she gasps out her final card. My sister is the mistress of Tai Bai, the Tai Bai sword manor of Luoguang City. She's at the peak half-emperor realm, and my sister's master. Just as we arrived at the secret realm, he broke through to the great emperor realm. Hearing the name Tai Bai, sword manor, Elder Yin is stunned into silence for several seconds. What? The crowd is equally shell-shocked by what they're hearing. A peak half-emperor sister, and a great emperor for a master? Oh my god. With a background like that, she could walk tall in any sacred land. Even Elder Yin can't believe it, turning to a man nearby. Old Mu, do you think she's telling the truth? He stammers. Well, another man steps forward and speaks up. Lord Half-Emperor, I am from Luoguang City. I can testify that what this woman says is true. Another one joins in. It's true. Everyone in Luoguang City knows about this. His memory flashes back to that day. The scene was truly terrifying. Black clouds blotted out the entire sky. Lightning struck incessantly. 10 days ago, a divine phenomenon lasted for 3 straight days in Luoguang City. It all originated from the Tai Bai Sword Manor. Hearing this, the old man quickly lets go and drops her. He thinks to himself, I almost caused a massive catastrophe. If I had actually killed this girl today, that peak half-emperor and a great emperor would surely hunt me down for revenge. When that time came, the situation would be far more severe than losing 20 Secret Realm tokens. Trying to de-escalate, he asks her, what is your relationship with that boy? Gasping for air, she replies, He is my senior brother. The old man falls silent, deep in thought. Senior brother? She rushes to catch her breath. That's right. No matter what, she would never reveal Master's true identity. He had already warned her. He said once the Secret Realm ended and they were outside, he would deal with these half-emperors. I can't be reckless. Besides, this half-emperor doesn't seem to want to move against me anymore. It looks like I just need to wait for Master to come out, and everything will be fine. Meanwhile, inside the realm, he is pushing himself to the limit as fast as possible to get out and save her. System. Based on my current speed, how long until I've fully refined this? At the fastest, it will take a full day. Hearing a full day, he freezes. By the time I get out, she might be a corpse. What? A whole day? By the time I'm out of here, won't it be too late? The thought only heightens his anxiety for her safety. Even if the little girl is clever enough to stall them for a while, there's no guarantee they won't eventually lose patience. Pushed to the brink, he pulls out a red elixir. No other choice. Since it's come to this, it's all or nothing. Immediately after swallowing it, his eyes glow. Sparks erupt around him. Refine. The sparks slowly expand into massive swirling vortices. Little girl, wait for me. A light reappears at the center of the portal, just like before. Is someone else coming out already? The light intensifies, signaling the final person leaving the secret realm. And the end of the trial. The crowd stands in shock. It's over? That's impossible. It's only been 7 days. Wasn't it supposed to last 3 more days? Others look around for their disciples. Wait, where are people from the sacred land? How is it that not a single person from our sacred land has come out? Now, only purple light remains at the portal. The last survivor is nowhere to be seen. Damn it. What's going on? Where's the secret realm's core? Sensing something is wrong, his face twists. What on earth is happening? He turns his gaze towards Sanner. He's startled to find she has vanished. Where did that brat go? Seeing this, his disciple speaks up. She must have taken advantage of everyone's distraction to use a secret technique and escape. Elder Yan's face turns a furious shade of purple. Such audacity. How dare she slip away right under my nose? Seething with rage, he unleashes a technique. It seems I'll have to break your legs after all. A red dot manifests and slams down toward where she was. Streaks of red light chase her deep into the forest. Hearing the noise, she turns around just as the red light reaches her. As it draws near, the red orb explodes. Boom! The blast knocks her to her knees. Pain begins to radiate through her entire body. It seems I'm still far too weak. I gave it everything I had to escape, and yet I was caught so quickly. In a fit of fury, she screams. I swear, if I can just escape this place today, I will dedicate my life to cultivation. A pillar of light beams down directly onto her. Boom! She cautiously peeks with one eye. It turns out to be the sovereign. She cries out in joy. Master! He glances at her and says, little girl, remember what you just said. You must cultivate diligently. Seeing him again, her joy is boundless. Master, you've finally made it out of the secret realm. He suddenly glances down. His eyes land on the bruised finger marks around her neck. Seeing his disciple hurt, his heart aches. Little girl, I'll let you suffer. Now that he's back, it feels as if a massive weight has been lifted from her. As long as Master is here, Santa has nothing to worry about. Nestled in his arms, her fear vanishes. Besides, Master's embrace is so comfortable, so warm. He pulls her closer, holding her tight. Inside the flying vessel, she is surprised when he pulls out a ring and hands it to her. He speaks as he gives it to her. Give this to your sisters. Tell them to use the energy from the spirit stones inside to rapidly increase their strength. he explains as he places the golden ring on her finger. The moment he finishes, he leaves her behind and walks straight out, slamming the door shut. Seeing this, she rushes to the door and screams, "No, master. What about you?" As he speaks, he casts a spell to send the vessel away. "Go back first. With you here, I can't fight at my full strength." The vessel ascends and gradually vanishes into the distance. Elder Yin rushes over from afar. "You think you can run? Get back here." Seeing the old man approaching, he turns to face him. He begins to cast a spell. His eyes turn pure white, and purple lightning crackles as a sphere of energy forms around him. Multi-thunder punishment. The bolts of lightning grow darker, completely enveloping him. The battle officially begins as both sides unleash their opening moves. From the vessel, she watches her master fight alone. "Master, master, you have to wait for Sanner. Wait for me to get back to Tai-Bai, Sword Manor. I'll immediately tell the senior sisters to come and help you." After the clash, the surrounding trees are leveled. Elder Yin hovers in midair, speaking coldly. "Boy, you certainly seized quite a few opportunities in that secret realm, didn't you? Your cultivation rose from the first level of the profound heaven realm, all the way to the ninth. Strands of hair hang loosely, obscuring his face so no one can tell what he's thinking. The old man takes his silence for fear and grows even more arrogant. His eyes turn fierce, his teeth grinding together. "Should I offer you some congratulations?" He calmly glances up. "Were you the one who bullied my little girl just now?" Undaunted, the old man replies with a sinister smile. "And what if I was? If I had caught her earlier, I would have ground her into 1,000 pieces. Do you really think that just because you have a sister who's a half-emperor and a great emperor for a master, that you can afford to offend our 9 great holy lands?" His face darkened the moment he heard those words, and his hands began to channel a powerful technique. A sphere of crackling purple lightning manifested. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest. Like a spectral mage, he appeared before the old man, who froze in his tracks. What was that just now? A transmission talisman? Or some kind of secret treasure? A beam of light blasted directly into the old man's chest. He let out a horrified shriek. "What is this?" The elder slammed into the ground. He struggled to push himself up, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How is this possible? My spiritual energy, my great Tao power, in just a single moment. It's all vanished." Before he could even process the shock, a rope coiled tightly around his body. The cord constricted with crushing force. What? In the distance, the sovereign appeared. With a sudden burst of strength, he yanked the rope with everything he had. The old man was violently slammed against the earth. A flash of light erupted, and the ground shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. After bringing the elder down, he hovered in the air, looking down at the cracked and broken earth. Suddenly, a group of people emerged from the shadows. "You despicable coward. If you have any guts, face our elder in a fair, one-on-one fight." He merely spared them a glance and smirked. "Don't be in such a hurry. Once I'm done dealing with this old fossil, I'll get to the rest of you." Despite the devastating blow, the old man remained defiant. "Damn you. If you have the balls, let me go." He looked down at the elder with a look of pure contempt. "Sorry, I guess I don't have any balls then." Unable to take it anymore, the elder let out a desperate roar. "Elder Mu, Elder Chun, what are you two just standing there for?" Hearing Elder Yin call their names, the other two snapped out of their daze, looking shaken, their faces twisted with extreme tension. Seeing them hesitate, the elder screamed a final threat. "If I die here today, I'll haunt you both for the rest of eternity." Terrified, the two began to unleash their ultimate techniques. But before they could land a hit, they were thrown back. Everyone present watched in stunned silence. They couldn't even leave a scratch on that massive black coffin. Just how durable is this thing? Even 2 half-emperors going all out couldn't break through. What kind of divine ability is this? The two were baffled, unable to comprehend the magic before them. How can this be? The leader shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone charged together. "I don't believe it. There are so many of us. There's no way we can't break this turtle shell." Inside, he remained perfectly calm, watching the idiots outside waste their energy. Elder Yin was now breaking into a cold sweat. He clearly had countless chances to kill me, but he hasn't moved a finger. The elder let out a mocking sneer. "You brat, just you wait. Once I recover, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Outside the barrier, those who had exhausted their strength, trying to break the wall, were now slumped over in fatigue. It was useless. The group panted heavily, barely able to speak. Curse it all. Even with our combined power, we can't break through. One man, drenched in sweat, gasped for air. Forget it. As strong as this kid is, he can only destroy Elder Yan's physical body. A half-emperor's soul isn't something that can be easily destroyed. Besides, inside there, it seems there's some kind of sealing power at work. He spoke with a voice as cold as ice. Time is almost up. His expression turned grim. He slowly drew his sword. Seeing this, the elder asked in a trembling voice, What do you want?" With a single clean stroke, Elder Yan's head was severed from his shoulders. The strike was so fast, it was practically invisible. Only by looking at his hand, gripping the hilt, could one tell he had even swung his blade. Watching him execute Elder Yan without a second thought, the crowd's jaws dropped. Is this kid insane? He actually dared to kill him. Another person chimed in, horrified. Does he not realize that killing a half-emperor isn't just a crime? It's inviting a god-tier disaster upon himself? With the deed done, he calmly descended to the ground. A faint green glow began to emanate from Elder Yan's neck. The elder's soul drifted out, attempting to flee through the wall, but it was blocked. His spectral face was swollen and distorted from the previous impacts. He let out a disbelieving cry. What? I can't get out. The people outside stood frozen. That black coffin can even trap a soul? Holy hell. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? And he's only in the profound realm. Yet he found a way to annihilate a half-emperor's physical body. Who the hell is he? The elder's soul began to pace around him, rambling hysterically. You little bastard. How dare you destroy my body? But look at me now. I'm a soul. None of your attacks can touch me. Doesn't that just eat you up inside? The elder continued to taunt him. Unless you've reached the saint realm, you can't lay a single finger on me. Thinking he was clever, the old man mocked him further. This black coffin of yours, it's about to vanish, isn't it? The moment it's gone, I'll personally capture you with my bare hands. And then, fed up with the incessant rambling, he delivered a violent backhand across the soul's face. His voice was dripping with annoyance. Shut up. The elder froze in shock. No, that's impossible. How can you touch me? Outside, the crowd continued to bark orders. Kid, I advise you to let him go. He is a core disciple of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land, under the Ghost Emperor himself. If you actually kill him, even if your master steps in, they won't be able to protect you. That's right. Release our elder now, and we promise that once that coffin disappears, we won't lift a finger against you. What a bunch of idiots. Do they really take me for a fool? Or do they think I don't have a brain? The look in your eyes says you won't rest until I'm dead. The morons outside kept shouting their empty promises. We swear we'll let you go. Hearing that, his anger flared like oil on a fire. Let me go. I find that hard to believe. With a sharp whip of the cord, he sliced Elder Yan's soul clean in half. The onlookers outside went stiff, sweat pouring down their faces. He actually killed a half-emperor, and he even extinguished the soul. The crowd fell into a grim silence. Someone in the profound realm managed to slay a half-emperor. If we let someone like this grow, he will undoubtedly become a catastrophic threat to the 9 great holy lands. Elder Chin narrowed his eyes and thought, You're right. One look at this boy tells you he's the type to harbor a deep grudge. After all, we sent so many people into the secret realm to hunt them down. Suddenly remembering something, he paused. Wait a minute. He raised his voice to question the boy. Kid, the people our star Brilliant's holy land sent into the secret realm, did you kill them all? As the elder spoke, he began looting a ring from Elder Yan's corpse. You just realizing this now? For a half-emperor, your head seems to spin a bit slow. The elder clenched his fists, his fury reaching a boiling point. The other disciples were equally enraged by his blatant disrespect. You little mongrel, drop our holy land's property this instant. Seeing their rage only made him more provocative. He was a half-emperor, so I'm sure he had plenty of good stuff on him. In that case, he gripped the ring firmly. His gaze hardened with resolve. I'll be taking everything. Watching his brazen actions, their blood boiled. They ground their teeth in pure hatred. The system interface appeared. Host, the black coffin will dissipate in 90 seconds. Please mind the time. With a final shred of mercy, he addressed the crowd. Listen up, all of you. I'm giving you exactly 1 minute. If you don't want to die, then Get the hell out of here right now. If you don't, you'll regret it. When it's far too late. Like fools who refuse to see the grave until they're in it, they continued to mock him. Death is knocking at your door, and you're still acting tough? If you got the guts, come out and face us. Once this coffin vanishes, you're a dead man. I don't believe for a second that a mere profound realm brat can take on 2 half-emperors and over 10 Saint Kings. He began the countdown. 4, 5, 6. The leader of the Red Lotus Holy Land felt a chill and decided to back off. Everyone, my apologies. I just remember my Red Lotus sect has urgent business to attend to. Seeing them leave, others quickly followed suit. We have business as well. Only the brainless one stayed behind to fight. You're all cowards. The kid is obviously just trying to scare you. I bet the moment the coffin disappears, he'll try to tuck tail and run. He'll look like a pathetic mess. He waited calmly for the final seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Finally, as the seconds ticked by, his eyes grew sharp enough to kill. I was going to spare your miserable lives. But it seems you don't know what's good for you. You're just begging for death. The final seconds ebbed away. 5, 4, 3, 2. The black coffin vanished, signaling the end for the fools who remained. They lunged forward to strike. He watched them charge with a cold smirk. Well then, don't blame me for what happens next. The sovereign raised both hands, channeling his power. A massive purple array manifested. The crowd froze, their eyes bulging in terror. A spectral shadow lunged from behind, wrapping its arms around the leader. He broke into a cold sweat. What is this? This feeling, everything around me is. A surging green aura enveloped the entire area. A desperate scream rang out. Run! Get out of here! Those fools turned around instinctively, but it was already too late. His expression turned dark and ominous. His eyes flickered with arcs of purple light. Bolts of lightning crackled and surged around his body. He reached out his hand, and a massive lightning strike slammed directly into the earth. A thunderous, earth-shattering explosion erupted. Amidst the blast, peach blossoms appeared out of nowhere, swirling in the chaos. The sheer force of the shockwave threatened to blow everything away. The lightning grew even more violent, lashing out in every direction. The group of attackers was sent flying, crashing onto their backs. Their leader, face battered and bloodied, struggled to look up. What kind of divine ability is this? I doubt even a strike from a great emperor would be this terrifying. One of his disciples stammered, No wonder that kid dared to kill a half-emperor. No wonder he acted so calm and unbothered the whole time. He must have planned to use this powerful secret to take us all down with him from the very start. His face contorted in agony as sweat poured down his brow. This man, he's truly terrifying. Elsewhere, the red lightning began to slowly fade away. Cracks and fissures started appearing in the very fabric of the air. He looked like he had taken a heavy hit. Wincing in pain, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I can't even muster a single drop of spiritual energy right now. A system interface flickered into view. Although the host utilized medicinal pills to successfully manifest the core of the hidden realm within 2 hours. The sudden surge in cultivation from the first stage to the 9th stage of the profound connection realm was too much. This resulted in the total rupture of the host's internal meridians. Spiritual energy is currently inaccessible. He leaned heavily against a tree. Never mind spiritual energy, I can barely even move right now. With a grim expression, he tried to conjure a faint purple glow from his fingertips. But if I stay in this void with 0 spiritual chi, it'll take an eternity for my body to recover. He reached out, and a black rift opened before him. I had to figure something out. I need to get out of here and absorb the natural energy of the outside world to heal. He stared into the rift, startled. It was pitch black inside, leading to another dimension. Son of a, is there anywhere out here that actually has energy to absorb? He spoke with a hint of frustration. This proves I'm stuck in a chaotic spatial flow. He sat down and began counting the spirit stones he had gathered. I guess this counts as a success. For now, I'll have to rely on these stones to slowly pull myself back together. Beneath his hands lay a glowing pile of azure spirit stones. A day later, the ship arrived back at the Tai by Swordman. Everyone was stunned to see the vessel return so soon. Master is back. Wait, that's not right. The Hidden Realm expedition hasn't even been active for 8 full days yet. The girl standing nearby also felt something was off. You're right. Wasn't it supposed to last for 10 days? The ship touched down. Everyone was blindsided by the unexpected return. What's going on here? Tai-bai stepped forward to investigate. Standing at the ship's entrance, she called out, "Master? Are you in the middle of cultivating?" Hearing Tai-bai's voice, Santa rushed out, crying, "Big sister." Tai-bai froze in her tracks. Inside, Santa was sobbing uncontrollably. "Sister, sister." Tai-bai looked around but couldn't see the sovereign anywhere. Santa? Then, the realization hit her. Wait a second. Where's Master? Santa continued to wail inside. "Big sister." The ship's controls have been forcibly locked from the outside. One look was all it took for Yushan to realize what had happened. Looking at this technique, Master definitely did this. Tai-bai sensed something was terribly wrong. This is bad. Master must have run into some serious trouble. And it's clearly no small matter. That's why he sent Sanner back to the Tai-bai sword manor. While he stayed behind, unable to return himself, Tai-bai forced the door open. The moment it opened, Sanner lunged forward and hugged Tai-bai, weeping. "Sister, it's all my fault. I'm the reason Master fell into a trap and is in danger." Tai-bai tried to soothe her. "Sanner, stop crying. Tell us exactly what happened, then you can cry." After several minutes of explaining, Sanner's eyes were swollen and red from weeping. That's everything that happened. "Sister, it's all my fault. I'm the one who dragged Master into this." As she listened to the story, Tai-bai's heart burned with rage. Her gaze became sharp enough to kill. "The heavenly pawn's sacred ground. God damn them. I won't let this go. You three great sacred grounds better watch your backs. I'm going to personally hunt every single one of you down. How dare you lay a finger on my master? How dare you?" A cold, sinister smile spread across her face. "Heavenly Pond, sacred ground. Very well." With that, she and Sanner boarded the ship to head back to Yi Bei's last known location. She turned to Sanner. "Sanner, after Master sent you away, did he leave any last instructions?" Tai-bai paused for a moment, deep in thought. Knowing Master's personality, he always considers the bigger picture in everything he does. He would have definitely left himself a way out. Santa thought back for a moment, then it clicked. "Oh, right. Master did say something." She pulled out the ring Yi Bei had given her and handed it to Tai-bai. "Master told me to give this to you and the others." Santa relayed his message to everyone. "Master said that you should all use the resources inside to train as hard as possible and wait for his return." Everyone gasped in unison. "What?" Tai-bai and Yushan froze, breaking into a cold sweat. "Master actually said that?" Santa looked at them, confused by their reaction. Tai-bai leaned in and whispered to Yushan, "Sister, Master told us to go home and focus on our training. If we go there to find him now, won't we get?" Tai-bai's face went pale, her hands trembling slightly. "We're almost there anyway. If we get scolded, we get scolded." When they arrived, the area was in total ruin. A massive crater scarred the earth. Sanner stared at it, bewildered. It looked perfectly fine yesterday. How did it suddenly turn into this? Tai-bai knew immediately that this was Yi Bei's handiwork. Master must have used a forbidden technique. Sanner's jaw dropped. Good grief. Master caused all this destruction? This is absolutely terrifying. Yushan scanned the area for a moment before speaking. "Let's go. I've checked the surroundings. There isn't a single living soul left here." Sanner turned to Tai-bai. "Sister, does that mean we're not going to look for Master anymore? What if Master is?" Tai-bai cut her off. "Little sister, you're seriously underestimating our Master. Even though it looks like this, Master could do something like this with a flick of his wrist. Remember what the Sovereign told us. We should listen to him. Let's go back and focus on our training. Who knows? Maybe in a few days, Master will be back to test our progress." Yushan agreed. "You're right. Master just came back to life. Maybe he just wanted to get some exercise and blow off some steam." Tai-bai glanced over and nodded. "That makes sense." Not fully understanding, but going along with it, Santa replied, "All right then." Within the chaotic spatial flow, flickers of light swirled around him. He sat cross-legged, focused on his cultivation. His hand gripped a glowing stone tightly. After a long while, his body had only recovered a tiny fraction. "I've burned through all the spirit stones I took from those heavenly pawn bastards, and my meridians are still only 10% healed." His face, he looked utterly exhausted. "I need to find another way. I have to get out of this chaotic space, and fast. I didn't come back to life just to waste my time stuck in here. A man of my caliber shouldn't be rotting in a place like this." He turned his gaze toward a dark rift. That's the one. He began to channel his power as purple lightning crackled into existence. The bolts grew more numerous and violent. His eyes glowed with a terrifying purple intensity. Heavenly thunderstrike. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he shattered the dark barrier. He told himself he was just one step away. A blinding light flashed. After all that effort, he finally broke out of the hidden realm. I'm finally out of that hellhole. His joy was short-lived as he looked around. To his horror, he realized he was in freefall. Son of a... Shaking off the shock, he tried to stay calm. Don't panic. Given my current physical durability, even without spiritual energy to protect me, I'll probably just end up with some minor bruises. With a heavy thud, he made a successful, if messy, landing. The fall hurt like hell, but he tried to keep his composure. I'm already heavily injured anyway. A little more won't make much of a difference. Suppressing the agonizing pain, he tried to comfort himself. I just need to find a chance to train and heal properly. After that fall, it took him some time to recover. 2 days later, I've recovered about half of my spiritual energy. My meridians are also starting to heal at a faster pace, though I've only regained a small amount of strength. Sitting up is no longer a problem. However, walking is still going to be a bit of a challenge. As he was recovering, a voice echoed from the distance. Woman, did you really think you could escape our grasp? In the distance, a woman streaked across the sky. 3 men were hot on her heels, closing the gap. They shouted as they chased her. The entire Shunshu Heaven Realm has a bounty on everyone from your humanitarian haul. You might as well give up and surrender quietly. Stop wasting your breath. It wasn't easy finding a shop owner. They're right on our heels. If we can take her alive, then we can get our hands on that Saint-tier cultivation manual. Watching them close and relentlessly, she grit her teeth and pushed herself even faster to stay ahead. Hearing those words, he stiffened, stopping his recovery. Renren Hall? Could it be her again? The 3 bastards taunted her. Little beauty, don't run. Don't worry. We'll be gentle with you in a bit. Disgusted, she swore to herself. If I can't escape today, even if I have to die, I won't let Master get dragged into this. As if reading her mind, he spoke up. Come to me. I promise you won't die. Hearing his voice, she turned to look at him. Her eyes. He replied softly. Over here. Guided by instinct. She kicked off a tree trunk and changed her direction. She veered sharply and flew toward him. When she arrived, he asked, Renren Hall, medicine is the great path? Out of breath from the chase, she gasped yes. He continued, do you know Bai Yuling? She replied quickly, but his gaze was practically glued to her massive chest. He barely heard her as she spoke. Hall Master Bai is the founder of our Renren Hall. She is also the greatest physician. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought. I didn't expect to find a silver lining in this mess. To think I'd stumble upon a lead for my 99th disciple. But if she's in the Void region and even opened Renren Hall, why hasn't she tried to contact her sisters all these years? Seeing the pursuers behind her, she hurriedly hid. Behind him. They're here. The 3 men remained arrogant. Running away? Why'd you stop? Terrified, she clung to his arm and ducked behind him. One of them spoke up. Do you really think finding some kid at the 3rd or 4th stage of the profound opening realm is going to save you? The fat one smirked deviously. Just give up and crawl into your big brother's arms. That's right. As long as you're obedient. The 3 of us promised to go easy on you later. He found them repulsive, but tried to restrain himself, speaking calmly at first. I wonder, have you ever heard the saying? What man does? Heaven watches. Evil begets evil. Kindness begets kindness. It's not that there's no retribution. The time simply hasn't come yet. The men remained, confident as they shouted. A half-crippled brat, like he wants to play the hero, saving the damsel. The tallest one burst out laughing. What a joke. His gaze sharpened as he pointed a finger toward the sky. Just like right now. Can't you feel it? Someone up there is watching from the stars. The 3 looked up, following his finger, just as a bolt of lightning struck one of them dead center. The other 2 stood there, jaws dropping. What? The sky is perfectly clear. How did a bolt of lightning just strike out of nowhere? And the power behind that strike, it's insane. They turned to him and barked. You, are you the one behind this, kid? Suddenly, another bolt slammed into the man standing next to him. The last one panicked and bolted without looking back. Hey, it's a ghost. How could he let him get away? Oh, right. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. He wore that same sinister smile. When you start wondering if you've seen a ghost, don't doubt yourself, because your instincts are spot on. Before he could get far, the last man couldn't escape his grasp either. Witnessing it all, she was shaken and curious. Who was this man? This youth clearly had a weak aura, yet he stood his ground without moving an inch, and instantly killed 2 experts of the Divine Palace realm. Once it was over, he turned his gaze back to her. Seeing this, she quickly bowed in respect. This junior is the manager of Renren Hall's 5th branch. I thank Senior for saving my life. He asked her solemnly. Tell me everything about your hall master. From start to finish. Don't leave out a single detail. Her mood grew somber. Yes, Senior. Amidst the lush green forest, she sat down and recounted the whole story to him. 300 years ago, while hiding from those holy lands, Hall Master Bai's identity was accidentally exposed. She was then taken by the people of the Tianqi Holy Land, even though she refused to join them. As she spoke, her face clouded with sadness. For a full century, she was kept under house arrest within the Tianqi Holy Land. She never took a single step outside. Startled, he turned to look at her. She continued, lost in the memory. By the 150th year, after slowly earning a sliver of their trust, the Tianqi Holy Land finally allowed her to scout for medical talents within the Void region. However, a powerful female expert from the Saint King realm has been monitoring her ever since. After 250 years of enduring in silence, the Hall Master finally established Renren Hall. She expanded it in secret, building it into a powerful organization without making a sound. Furthermore, she has been sending people to search desperately for a way to bring the dead back to life. His face grew grim, his eyes narrowing. Searching desperately for a way to revive the dead? Noticing the strange look on his face, she stopped. Senior, he cut her off. Keep going. She resumed the story. After 50 years of stable growth, just a few dozen days ago, she finally broke through to the Saint realm. But out of nowhere, the second holy son of the Tianqi Holy Land petitioned the Tianqi Saint King. He wants the Hall Master to marry him. But how could she ever agree to that? So, she immediately ordered everyone in Renren Hall to revolt at once. We were to escape the Void region at full speed. At the same time, she sent several messengers to other domains, trying to spread the word to the outside world. In such a dire situation, the Hall Master had given her a mission. Take this prescription to Renren Hall. They will know what to do. Her voice dropped as she spoke the final words. There are only 15 days left. The wedding day is fast approaching. The Hall Master told those of us closest to her, even if she has to die, she will never marry into the Tianqi Holy Land. The moment she finished, a streak of light flashed by with a sharp whistle. The ground was sliced clean in two by the sheer force of the energy. She tumbled backward, her face pale with fright. Senior, are you all right? His face darkened with fury. Tianqi Holy Land. You people truly have no shame. You imprisoned my disciple for 300 years, and now you want to force her into a marriage with one of your own? Little girl, just endure it for 15 more days. Once those 15 days are up, your master will deliver a greeting gift so grand it will shake the Tianqi Holy Land to its very foundations. He regained his composure. I'm fine. I only arrived in the Void region 2 days ago. Your Hall Master and I are old acquaintances. Hearing what has happened, it's only natural to feel some rage. He paused for a moment, then turned to ask her, by the way, how skilled are you in the medical arts? She puffed out her chest confidently. Senior, I wouldn't dare boast about anything else. But when it comes to medicine, no matter how severe the injury or how chronic the illness, I could bring them back from the brink. Perfect timing, he said. Then help me out. Take a look at me. Yes, Senior. Sweat dripped down his face. She's a top-tier healer. She began checking his pulse. Oh my God. Senior's body, this is incredible. She was shocked by his physical condition. To think that despite all this, he's still alive. Noticing her strange expression, he asked, what is it? Is there a way to treat it? Startled, she said, there is, but given your current state, I can only try a method with a low success rate just to stabilize the wounds. He replied calmly, the treatment you're talking about, it must be acupuncture, right? Her eyes widened. Tell me, if you were to focus entirely on healing me, how many days would it take? She thought for a moment. At least 7 days. Without hesitation, he cut straight to the point. Then let's start with the lower half first. She began casting her technique. He thought to himself, if I cooperate with her treatment now, it should take at most 4 to 5 days to fully recover. I have to make the most of these next few days. I need to break through from the 9th stage of the profound opening realm to the divine palace realm. Once I do, I'll be able to unleash my 3rd trump card. He thought of his disciple living in such misery. If she was captured by the Tianqi Holy Land 300 years ago, then it's possible that in those dungeons, other disciples of mine are held there too. Even if they aren't, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He gazed into the distance. 15 days is a tight window, very tight. But with time running out, everything has to move fast. It's time to get a little crazy. That should be enough. Having finished her cultivation, she turned to him with a slight blush. Senior, you can take it off now. You can take off your clothes. Hearing those words, he didn't hesitate for a second. Senior, startled by his bluntness, her face turned beet red as she cried out. Senior, what are you? You don't need to take everything off. Before she could even finish her sentence, he had already stripped completely. Fortunately, things weren't exactly as she had imagined. It turned out he didn't have to go fully nude. She let out a flustered sigh. Senior, all right, let's get started. The sky was wide and clear. A gentle breeze brushed through the air. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the main hall of the Tianqi sacred land, he crouched behind a nearby boulder, his eyes scanning the perimeter as he scouted the area. After a moment of observation, he fell into deep thought. He recalled the information she had given him. The Tianqi sacred land. The hierarchy there is strictly divided. The outermost and second layers are for the outer and inner disciples. The most vital area is reserved for the Saint Lord and the Great Emperors. The other Great Emperors and the half-emperor elders reside in their own cultivation zones. She had even drawn a map in the dirt to illustrate President Bai's location clearly for him. President Bai is currently being held under house arrest in the innermost layer. Having grasped the situation, he gave her orders. Deliver this information to the Tai Bai, Sword Manor, immediately. After that, we'll split up and move according to plan. She nodded eagerly. Understood, Senior. He calmly stepped out and approached the 2 guards. Even though his meridians were fully restored, and his injuries were no longer a concern. Based on the intel Luo Xian provided, he knew how he had to handle this. This mission required wits. Brute force was an option. Noticing a stranger, one of the guards shouted, "Who goes there?" This is the Tianqi sacred land. No unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. He flashed a fake smile and held up a command token. It's all right, I'm one of you. The 2 guards squinted at the token and muttered, "Oh, is that so?" Seizing the opening, he lunged forward. He grabbed both guards by the throat simultaneously. Purple light erupted around them, crackling with arcs of lightning. The 2 men collapsed to the ground. He was nowhere to be seen. Illusions began to flicker into existence. The 2 guards found themselves trapped in another world. Panic set in instantly. Where the hell are we? He descended from above, landing before them. You're in my personal space now. He toyed with a familiar whip, snapping it a few times before speaking. I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to give me an answer. Infuriated by his arrogance, the guards snapped back. Who the hell do you think you are? Giving U.S. orders. Do you have any idea that we belong to the Tianqi sacred land? Without a word, he lashed the whip across one of their faces, using just a fraction of his strength. The guard shrieked in agony, falling to the ground and clutching his face as he rolled around. It hurts. Damn it, it hurts so much. He shifted his gaze to the other guard, who looked like he was staring at the god of death. Sweat poured down the man's face. The guard scrambled to his knees, begging for mercy. Great hero, please, just ask. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. He kept his demand simple. Tell me everything you know about the Emperor's transformation pond. Don't leave out a single detail. Not daring to stall, the guard began to talk. The Emperor's transformation pond is nearly the size of a lake. It's located deep within the core disciple area. It's the most heavily guarded treasure in the entire sacred land. There are Saint King level experts stationed there specifically to guard it. On top of that, they rotate shifts every single day to conduct inspections. The guard stopped and looked up at him with a nervous, awkward smile. So, if you're planning on stealing from the pond, it's basically impossible. He let out a cold, mocking scoff. Is that so? My bad then. Just because others lack the capability doesn't mean I do. Returning to the Tianqi Palace grounds, he used a transformation spell to take on the appearance of Elder Yin. The incident in the Forest Secret Realm only happened recently. The two sacred lands are separated by an entire celestial region, so logically speaking, the news of the Tianqi Half-Emperor's death shouldn't have reached here yet. His features shifted and settled into the face of another man. Since that's the case, I'll borrow your identity for a while. A sentry called out as he passed. Greetings, Elder Yin. He reached out and pushed the door open. Unless I run into a half-emperor or a great emperor, an ordinary person won't be able to see through this transformation. I just need to get through this gate without being spotted by anyone in the core area. His thoughts were cut short as a voice rang out from behind. Elder Yin, you're back sooner than expected. I assume your harvest was quite bountiful. He froze, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he glanced back. Crap. Of course. Whatever I fear most is exactly what I run into. Being confronted by someone from the sacred land while disguised as Elder Yin set his nerves on edge. The goal is right within my reach. I can't give up and start over now. As for this Saint King, I just need to play it cool. He didn't turn around, simply asking in a flat tone. It's late. What are you doing here? The man gave a bright smile. I've been grinding for 100 years to earn enough merit, and finally, I've been granted one day to cultivate in the Emperor's transformation pond. I've waited so long for this day. It really wasn't easy to get here. The mention of the pond caught his attention. The Emperor's transformation pond? This guy is heading there right now? He gave a nonchalant reply. Not bad. Sensing something was off, the man's suspicion began to grow. Elder Yin, today, you seem a bit different. He quickly moved to dismiss the man. Just go and focus on your cultivation. I have matters to attend to. I'll be going now. The man didn't press further and bowed out. Understood. Safe travels, Elder Yin. When he looked up, the elder was already gone. Whoa, a half-emperor expert. Really is terrifyingly fast. His voice was filled with envy. When will I ever reach that level of power? Little did he know, our protagonist had left a trace of his aura on him to track his movements. Late that night, as darkness fell, the stars finally began to shimmer in the sky. The man arrived at the gates of the Emperor's transformation pond. Two masked guards noticed his arrival and straightened up. One of them spoke. It's been 200 years. Finally, someone has come to cultivate. Without a word, the man handed over his invitation. The guard checked it. Valid. He then performed a magical sweep of the man's body. No issues. The system chime rang out. Yesterday. The gates opened automatically. He stepped inside to see a clear, rushing stream of energy. He was overjoyed. Every minute and second spent here is incredibly precious. Wasting even a moment would be a sin. He stripped off his clothes and tossed them aside. A small bead tumbled out from the folds of his robes. That crystal bead slowly dissolved into a faint mist. From within the smoke, Yi Bei appeared. I didn't expect to catch a free ride from this guy. Successfully smuggled into the Emperor's transformation pond. If I had tried this on my own, I doubt I could have bypassed those strict layers of security so easily. He paused to reflect on his way in. Judging by what those guards said, hardly anyone ever enters this place. His eyes widened as a thought occurred to him. However, now isn't the best time to make a move. He scanned his surroundings, assessing the terrain. This is one of the most protected zones in the Tianqi sacred land. The moment anything goes wrong, it'll likely draw the half-emperor straight here. Maybe even the great emperor himself. One day later, a guard stepped in and shouted, "Time's up. You need to leave now." The man inside replied, I'm coming. He began to pull his clothes back on and made his way out. Once he was gone, the guards began their routine inspection of the pond. Hiding beneath a small rock formation, he could see the guards' feet as they patrolled the area. He remained silent, analyzing his next move. Based on their patrol frequency, I have to be incredibly precise with my timing. Better safe than sorry. After thinking it over, he transformed back into a bead. The bead rolled silently into the water. A transparent veil of energy radiated from it. He manifested himself, surrounded by glowing ripples of light. He couldn't hide his excitement. Just cultivating in this spiritual liquid will make my progress several times faster than in the outside world. Moreover, within this liquid, there's a mysterious surge of power. It feels remarkably similar to the power of the laws. Suddenly, he sensed something. Wait a second. The concentration of spiritual energy in this pond is incredibly high. He turned back into a bead and dove even deeper. There might be an even more incredible treasure hidden at the bottom. I remember back then, besides teaching my disciples, I used to take them on adventures through secret realms, seeking out all kinds of heavenly opportunities. He thought back to his students. In the end, every single one of them advanced significantly. The innate Tao body, the 9 Yin Saint body, the profound Yin body, and so on, and many more. Recalling those memories, a single tear escaped his eye. It's funny how little of that luck actually applied to me. Even if I find something, it only helps me upgrade my state of mind, my soul, or my treasures. He thought of the luck others possessed, his voice tinged with a mix of regret and envy. As for a miracle that could fix my absolute trash, fate-defying constitution, I've yet to find it. I've never seen anything like it. Looking back, I still feel incredibly lucky. It's a good thing I was reborn this time. Joy and anticipation for the future shine clearly in his eyes. Finally, I've moved. He sinks deeper and deeper. He can clearly feel the terrifying force of the current. His expression tightens with extreme tension. This water pressure is insane. If I step out now, I'd probably be crushed into a bloody pulp instantly. Inside the celestial pond, Holy Land, a young girl stares out the window with eyes full of despair. Master, Linger will be joining you very soon. Are you very lonely down there? Her eyes brim with resentment and sorrow as tears begin to stream down her cheeks. Linger wanted to find a way to bring you back to life, but now, it looks like I won't live to see that day. Even now, her thoughts drift to her sisters. I'm still so worried about my fellow disciples. If any of them get hurt, there will be no one left to heal them. The more she thinks, the more she can't hold back her tears. As a tear falls, she whispers, Master, if only you were still here with Ling. That would be so wonderful. The orb passes through a narrow crevice. It sinks all the way to the bottom of the river. Suddenly, something catches his eye and he stops. He gasps in shock. He rushes toward a large rock. He's found the hidden treasure of the Emperor's Pool, a supreme artifact. This is the real treasure of the Emperor's Pool. He bursts into laughter. The Celestial Pond Holy Land has a supreme treasure of this grade. Yet they've only managed to produce 3 great emperors? What a pathetic waste. But then, another problem arises. I've found the treasure, but how am I supposed to pull into the void space? If I step outside, the mere thought sends a shiver down his spine. He realizes his current plan won't work. The moment I leave the void space, the sheer spiritual pressure around me will crush me in a meat paste. I might not even be able to keep my soul intact. But a problem like this is nothing for a mind like his. An idea flashes in his head. He raises his finger as purple lightning crackles. Thunder's retribution. The lightning strikes the rocks with immense force. The rocks only show faint cracks, just as I suspected. Because of this supreme treasure, the surrounding rocks have undergone a massive transformation in density. He begins to calculate as massive bolts of lightning gather in his hands. I can only summon 36 bolts of lightning a day. Based on this, I have to use every single strike like a precision blade. I can't afford to waste a single one. Massive lightning bolts envelop the rock. The lightning begins to tear the stone apart, but it only manages to chip away small fragments. Just a tiny bit broke off. He takes a moment to calculate, to fully excavate this supreme treasure. I'm afraid I'll need at least 70 more strikes, which means at the very least, I'll have to wait at the bottom for another 2 days. He sits on a nearby stone and begins to cultivate. A small green orb appears in his hand. He begins to focus his strength. Whatever. The spiritual energy in this pool is many times denser than outside. It's the perfect place to cultivate anyway. Since he's at the very bottom, the guards patrolling above haven't noticed anything unusual. His tightly shut eyes snap open. After some time, he finishes his session. Excellent. My cultivation has reached the God Court realm. The speed of this rocket-like cultivation is exactly as the legends described. He stands before the supreme treasure of the Celestial Pond. If I had this kind of luck and talent before I was reborn, how could those 9 holy lands have survived for 300 years without me wiping them out? With his power restored, he begins casting. An array appears, crackling with lightning. Now, it's time for my grand performance. A single strike shatters the outer rocks. A massive blue gemstone is revealed. It sits right before him. Seeing this, he smirks. It seems that once I take this treasure, that terrifying spiritual pressure at the bottom of the lake will vanish. Nothing else should change. He begins the spell to retrieve the stone. A vortex appears in front of him. The water begins to swirl into massive whirlpools. The next day, the guards coming in for inspection are completely shell-shocked. They scream in a panic. The Emperor's pool. It's gone. One of them rushes to sound the emergency alarm. The blare of the emergency sirens echoes through the entire celestial pond, Holy Land. Everyone is startled by the sound of the alarm. The highest level alert. What on earth happened? As far as I know, nothing like this has happened since the founding of the celestial pond, Holy Land. Someone realizes the gravity of the situation. For them to sound this specific alarm, it must be a catastrophe. Everyone nearby is trembling with fear. Stop talking. Everyone, stay focused. Prepare to engage on command. Inside, Linger hears the commotion and secretly rejoices. Let it be chaos. Let the whole place burn. It would be best if this mess is enough to cancel the wedding entirely. Inside the void space, Yi stands looking at the gemstone. Lucky me. I've broken through to the god court realm. If I were still at the illusionary realm, I probably wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Feeling his power, he smiles with satisfaction. My cultivation has leveled up. The treasure is mine. And next, it's time to head to that place. Mid-celebration, a loud noise startles him. He looks upward. The guards' voices ring out in salute. Greetings, Holy Lord. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Two tall men with scowling faces stand there. A guard stammers. Oh, Holy Lord. This Emperor's pool. Before the guard can finish, the Holy Lord strikes him with a powerful blow, killing him instantly. The two remaining guards are paralyzed with terror. He isn't finished yet. He grabs another guard tightly by the throat. He lifts the guard high into the air. Tell me, how did this happen? Speak. Holy. The grip is so tight the guard can barely choke out the words. Holy Lord, have mercy. We checked every single day. There wasn't anything unusual. The Holy Lord turns, his eyes fierce. Where are the management records for the past few months? The other guard rushes to present them. Reporting to the Holy Lord. Right here. He scans through the records. The last time it was used was 3 days ago. The man beside him speaks up. Holy Lord, I will immediately take men to search the entire city for clues. If not, sensing something is off, the Lord barks. Don't panic. His eyes sharpen. The thief is still right here. The two guards freeze in terror. What? Behind the guard, a jade orb flickers into view. He looks grim and immediately barks an order. Lock down the entire city. Now, scour the area near the Emperor's finger again. Move. Don't leave even a single speck of dust behind. The man hurried to obey. As you command, as your lord. Yubei was a bit surprised. It seems I underestimated them a little. Looks like my plan to deliver that big gift in a few days needs to be handled with even more caution. He transformed into a jade orb and flew out. Wait, what's this? Wasn't there supposed to be a squad of Saint Kings guarding the interior? He mused as he extended his divine sense inside. Did they leave on purpose because they knew I was coming? Meanwhile, he maneuvered through the space with ease. A 3D map of the building's layout materialized in his mind. He could clearly see exactly where every guard was stationed. A guard appeared. He covered his mouth, letting out a long, weary yawn. Perfect timing. Good. The strongest of these lackeys is only at the Saint realm. Then I won't hold back. With a quick maneuver, he flickered and reappeared outside. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear, the guard froze. Yubei flicked his hand toward the man's face. Hey you. Stop, you ing me. Now go to sleep. From a distance, another guard's voice rang out. Nyo-wan, are you done cleaning yet? We need to head to the back level and start cleaning there. He vanished into thin air. Nyo-wan. The guard peered inside, looking for him. To his surprise, Yubei had already transformed into a guard and was busy sweeping. Coming, I'm coming. You idiot. I've been calling you forever, and you only answer now? I thought something happened to you. He gave a bashful laugh. No way. That was close. Good thing I moved fast. Then they both set off. Let's go. The other guard began assigning tasks. This is the 3rd level of the underground dungeon. Usually for 10 days or even half a month. No one ever comes down here. You just need to look like you're cleaning when the big bosses show up. Got it? Understood. He scanned his surroundings. The cells on the 12th floor are for light offenses, but this level is for high-security prisoners. Still, regarding their next move against me, it doesn't seem like this place will be of much help. A faint noise echoed. He turned to look at a room tucked away in the corner. As he drew closer, the sound became clearer. Ibe looked toward the door with suspicion. "What is this?" The soldier turns back to remind him. "We aren't allowed in there." He gives a dismissive grunt in response. The soldier continues his warning. "Behind those doors are the most high-profile prisoners, those who committed truly heinous crimes." Faint whispers echo through the dark corridors. Their cultivation was stripped away for their sins. The only reason they're still alive is because they're still useful. Most of them have been suppressed by powerful seals. To break those seals, you need to be at the St. King realm or higher, and you'd need the exact unsealing technique. Only then could you actually set those criminals free. He listens intently, absorbing every detail. "I see." His shift over, the soldier heads out. "The place is all yours now. I'm going to get some rest." He gives a simple nod. "Got it." He shifts back into his true form. He begins weaving a spell with his hands. As for a restrictive formation of this level, if it's just a matter of passing through, it'll only take a second. He spreads his spiritual sense to map out the area. His brow furrows instinctively. Every single cell in here is actually an isolated pocket dimension, separated by only a few meters. He pauses to think for a moment. Since this is the 4th level of the underground heavenly prison, even a slight disturbance shouldn't attract any outside attention. A gravelly voice rings out. "Oomph. The higher-ups sent another little brat today, I see. Since the hard way didn't work, I guess they're trying the soft way now." Startled by the voice, he whips his head around. It's the second elder of the Tianqi Saint Land, Lien Yuanda. "How pathetic." He asks loudly, "Tell me, who are you? What's your strength? If I find you worthy, I might just take you out of here." From beneath his matted hair, the man opens one eye to look. In front of him, he sees the boy radiating a brilliant aura. The display of power catches him completely off guard. He shouts, "Who are you? How can a mere first-tier God Palace realm cultivator even exist here?" Without a word, he turns to leave. "You missed your chance." Seeing his opportunity slipping away, the man panics. "Wait." In a raspy voice, he pleads. "I am the former second elder of the Tianqi Saint Land, Lien Yuanda." His next words make the boy's fingers twitch. "My cultivation is at the mid to late stage of the half-emperor realm. I've been locked in here for 700 years. He glances back with a smirk. "Interesting. The former elder of the Tianqi Saint Land, locked up in his own backyard. This Saint Land certainly has a unique way of handling its own." He begins to cast a spell. In seconds, the cell door is reduced to dust. Lien Yuanda is stunned, wondering who this person could possibly be. This is beyond bizarre. This youth clearly only has the spiritual energy of a first-tier God Palace realm. Yet that strike just now was comparable to a full-force blow from a Saint realm expert. He speaks coldly. "Serve me for 10 years. After that, I will grant you your freedom. If you agree, offer up a fragment of your soul. If not, I won't waste another breath on you." He had already saved the old man, and Lien Yuanda was profoundly grateful. "If he can truly get me out of here." Thinking this, the old man places a hand over his heart. "Forget 10 years. Even 100 years is better than rotting in this darkness." He reaches in and pulls a glowing orb shrouded in purple mist from his chest. Seeing this, he smiles. "Very good. You're decisive." It seems this old man's hatred for the Saint Land runs deeper than I imagined. He begins casting a spell on the old man. Now all that's left is to actually break the seal on his body. Massive bolts of lightning fill the entire cell. The lightning strikes the old man, making him howl in agony. He unleashes a technique on Lien Yuanda. Sever, shift, reconstruct, soul binding. A strange insignia appears on the old man's forehead. As soon as the mark manifests, his condition begins to stabilize. Once it's finished, he bows deeply. "Your humble servant, Lien Yuanda," greets the master. He feels a bit awkward. "My name is Yibe. Just call me Lord. Don't worry. I keep my word. After 10 years, your life is yours again." The old man replies softly, "Understood." The chains snap. Thunder's judgment. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor transformation appears. "Take this." It should help you recover your strength quickly, right? Seeing the precious liquid before him, he is shocked. This is the Emperor transformation do. He is utterly stunned. It's possible. It's really possible. This is more than enough. But this Emperor transformation do. How on earth did you get your hands on this, my lord? He turns to walk away coldly. Just use it. If it's not enough, let me know. The old man quickly replies, it's enough. It's plenty. After a moment, Yuenda speaks up. My lord, you must be looking to recruit others. I know this place well. I know most of the people here. Let me be your guide. The prisoners in the other cells are shocked to see Yuenda walking free. This way, my lord. The crowd starts buzzing. Old man Lien, how did you get out? Don't tell me that first-tier God Palace kid walking next to you set you free. The guards outside are all Saint King Realm experts, and we're all under heavy seals. Our powers are completely suppressed. How could a God Palace brat possibly break them? He glances at the old man, his eyes giving a silent command. It's showtime. Understanding the look, he nods slightly. Yes, my lord. He begins to radiate surges of purple light. The surrounding prisoners are floored. Holy! The old man recovered his cultivation. Elder Lien, please, teach us too. If I can just get out of this dump, I'll follow you for 100 years. The old man turns and points toward the youth. Apologies, everyone. I don't have the power to help you. I am now merely a humble servant to my lord. Everything I have is thanks to him. He is the one who broke my seals and chains. Two prisoners in a nearby cell look at each other in disbelief. Is this really the same stubborn old man who is rotting here? The point is that God Palace kid really did break his seals. He's insanely powerful. He rubs his chin, feeling like something is off. That's not right. How could she not be here? Noticing his contemplation, the old man asks, My lord, are you looking for someone? An idea strikes him. Of course. I have a former elder of the Saint Land right here with me. He immediately questions the old man. Tell me, is there a fifth level to this heavenly prison? He quickly shakes his head. My lord, there are only 4 levels. Knowing the layout like the back of his hand, he adds, My lord, are you looking for someone even more powerful? On this 4th floor, there are 2 secret high-security cells for dangerous criminals. Do you want to see them? His face brightens instantly. That's exactly what I needed. So there are secret rooms on the 4th floor? Not bad. She must be there. A few minutes later, the old man leads him to a blank wall. My lord, this is the place. He casts a spell on the wall. Impressive. The Saint Land really hid this well. I didn't expect a cloaking formation to be hidden here. A formation appears on the wall and begins to expand. Within seconds, the wall cracks open. The old man recounts some history. My lord, the person locked in the cell ahead of you is said to be extremely dangerous. She caused massive trouble for the Saint Land back then. If 2 elders hadn't teamed up, they might never have caught her. His expression remains cold as his hands deftly weave another formation. Inside, a girl is slumped over, her hands bound. Sensing movement, she slightly lifts her eyelids. He strikes out with power. Yi Bei's brow furrows deeply as he thinks. It can't be. Am I wrong? His expression shifts, his eyes growing fierce. He commands Yuenda. Open it. The old man doesn't dare hesitate and obeys immediately. Yes. The barrier ripples, revealing a door. Seeing what's inside, his fierce look turns into pure, utter shock. In the center of the room is a girl in tatters, her head hanging, devoid of any life. He speaks to her, his voice trembling slightly. Tell me, how did you end up in here? The girl doesn't even look up as she responds. Sooner or later, I'm going to level this entire Tianchi Saint Land. But she pauses for a few seconds. Wait, that voice. She lifts her head and gasps. Mas, master. Seeing his disciple treated this way, his heart aches terribly. With tears in his eyes, he gently strokes Limonian's head. You silly girl. You've suffered so much. Seeing him again, her joy is overwhelming. Master. Her eyes well up as all her pent-up grief and frustration explode. Master, I finally found you. She lunges forward, throwing her arms around him and holding on tight. Yuenda stands nearby, completely bewildered. Master, the highest level, most dangerous prisoner here, is calling a master? Good heavens. Just what kind of person have I sworn my life to? The chains shatter. He asks her with a gentle smile. We don't have much time. Tell me, how did you get yourself caught? She answers timidly, full of fear. Master, if I told you that I wasn't careful and actually let them catch me, could you maybe go easy on me when you scold me later? The moment she finishes, he roars like a lion. Are you kidding me? I went into my own free will. Seeing his anger, she spoke up quickly. Master, please, let me explain first. Regaining his composure, he asked, Speak. What kind of stupidity did you get yourself into this time? She began to recount the story for him. 130 years ago, after I broke through to the Saint King realm, I happened to overhear something. I heard that some legendary powerhouses were imprisoned on the 4th floor of the Heavenly Pond Holy Lands dungeon. Once I heard that, I immediately started making a plan. Back then, she was incredibly confident. After all, if I could turn them into my undead servants, my own strength would definitely skyrocket. Then, by mastering and utilizing the Great Tao of Souls, I successfully got myself flagged as an extremely dangerous threat by the Holy Land. She recalled the memories of that fierce battle years ago. In the end, 2 half-emperors had to join forces just to take me down. She gave a silly smile, trying to play it off. And that's how I ended up locked away on the 4th floor. The more he heard, the more his blood boiled. His fists clenched. He was one step away from giving her a piece of his mind. Most people would run for their lives. But not you. You went and threw yourself right into the fire. You literally delivered yourself to the deepest part of their prison. Seeing his fury, she started to act cute. Master, I won't do it again. I promise. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay? It seems no one can resist a pretty face's charms. Fine, forget it. The system appeared. Reunited with Disciple 4 out of 108. Reward. Divine ability, Great Tao Resonance. Can synchronize with a disciple's Great Tao power for 24 hours. Cooldown, 10 days. Current Great Taos. Available for resonance. Great Tao of Souls. Great Tao of Formations. Great Tao of Architecture. Does the host wish to resonate? Yes. His eyes lit up at the notification, his heart racing with excitement. Where should I resonate? This is essentially copying someone else's Great Tao power. He grinned, so wide you could see every tooth. And 10 days from now is the Holy Land's grand celebration. I need to save this ability for that day, no matter what. While he was celebrating, she conjured a small bit of magic and said, Master, those bastards from the Holy Land might have sealed my cultivation, but my summoned spirits can still continue to cultivate within the summoning space. She summoned a half-emperor rank spirit. A smug smile played on her lips. Pretty strong, right? Plus, while I was in the 4th floor, I captured the spirits of 4 half-emperors and over a dozen late-stage Saint Kings. He flicked her forehead. He looked at her with pure disdain. You put yourself in danger for trash like this? He rapped her on the head so hard the sound echoed. If you wanted stronger spirits, you could have gone anywhere. The ancient battlefields, the outer territory battlefields, or even the primordial ruins. Any of those places would have better souls than this dump. What if the Holy Land hadn't planned on keeping you alive? You would have become a ghost yourself. Do you even realize that? She clutched her head and pouted. Yes, I won't do it again. Yina stood there, jaw dropped. Holy crap. She suddenly paused and asked, Wait, Master, why are you even here? After a brief explanation a few minutes later. And that's the gist of it. Hearing his story, her blood began to boil. How dare you, Heavenly Pond Holy Land? You dare to lock up my junior sister for 300 years? I swear, I will turn your entire Holy Land into my personal undead army. He tossed her a container of emperor-transforming pond water. He gave her an order. In 10 days, I don't care what method you use. You must break through to the half-emperor realm. Yes, Master. She began her cultivation. To save my junior sisters, I have to give it my all this time. He looked at her with a thoughtful gaze. This silly girl. If I'm not a little strict with her, she'll never learn. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to see Yinda looking on with longing eyes. He spoke up. Stop staring. You'll get your share in a bit. Overjoyed, the old man replied. Thank you, my lord. After a while, he stepped outside and said, Once we've leveled the 4th floor of this prison, all of you go and recover. His gaze turned cold and ruthless. Heavenly Pond Holy Land, next. You'll enjoy the grand gift I prepared for you. 7 days later, he, the disciple, and Yinda appeared before the gates of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land. A disciple guarding the gate asked politely, "May I ask which sect you belong to, young master? I need to announce your arrival." He released a bone-chilling aura. "Ye bye. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just here to join the festivities. I hope the Holy Land is welcoming." The guard bowed hurriedly. Of course. You are most welcome." He opened the gates to welcome him. "Please come in." She scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Master, should we launch a direct attack now? We can save Junior Sister, and then, before the great emperors can react, take them out before they know what hit them. If we wait for all their guests to arrive, we won't be able to get her out." He interrupted her. "Don't be in such a rush." A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. "We need to wait for everyone to get here, so I can settle this all at once." She was startled and reminded him, "But master, they have 3 great emperors on their side." He asked blankly, "Are great emperors supposed to be strong?" She and Yinda froze. "My lord, are you saying a great emperor isn't strong?" He said calmly, "Both of you have high potential. Becoming a great emperor is only a matter of time for you. So, why should we be afraid of them?" To Yi-Bei, this wasn't a big deal at all. He looked at them with a beaming smile and spoke as if it were as light as a feather. "Once they've all gathered, I'll take on 2 of them. You guys can have a last one for practice." Yinda broke out in a cold sweat hearing that. Is he really planning to take on 2 at once? A voice rang out, "They're here." The people of the Holy Land knelt in respect. The 3 great emperors of the Heavenly Pond Holy Land had arrived. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pond stood with a sharp, piercing gaze. Linger entered through the door, dressed in her wedding robes. Yinda observed the scene. He leaned in to inform him, "My lord, according to the traditional wedding customs of the Heavenly Pond. Next, the bride and groom will walk from opposite sides to meet in the center. They'll hold hands and bow to the Holy Land. They'll exchange their vows, and the marriage will be official." Outside, Linger and the groom walked from their respective sides toward the center. "My life ends at this very moment. It's almost time. It's all about to be over," she thought to herself, wishing she could kill him right then and there. Taking the Holy Son's life in front of everyone. That would be perfect. The wedding ceremony officially began. Let the ceremony commence. A golden rope flew out. It lashed out at the person behind Linger. The rope snatched the veil right off Linger's head, leaving her dazed and confused. He appeared from behind and said softly, "Sorry about that, but this bride belongs to me." Hearing his voice, she spun around in shock. "Master!" He looked at her with the same affectionate eyes he always had for his disciples. "Little girl, you've suffered enough." Linger threw her arms around him, sobbing uncontrollably. Between her tears, she managed to say, "It's really you. It's the master I've missed every single day. You actually came for me." The crowd began to murmur. Isn't that the mysterious youth who just walked in earlier? No way. Could he be an ex-lover here to steal the bride? Does that mean the second Holy Son is... Nearby, the groom's blood boiled with rage, and he released a surge of crimson energy. "Let go of my Ling." The red mist blasted straight toward the 2 of them. Holding her close, he waved his hand to counter the attack. The crimson energy vanished instantly. Thwarted, he grew even more furious, pouring all his power into a spell. Where did this brat come from, daring to ruin Yuaner's wedding? A massive crash echoed, and everyone instinctively turned to look. A purple light, crackling with lightning, shot directly toward him. A gaping hole appeared in the ceiling. The light was incredibly powerful, exploding as it slammed into the floor. A large crater formed in the ground, with a heavy sword embedded right in the center. Seeing that power, Linger gasped in surprise. "This aura, it's 4th senior sister." Tai-Bai Jifu and Yu Shan descended from above. "Release my junior sister right now." The sudden appearance of the 3 of them left everyone flabbergasted. "It's them." Linger called out joyfully, "Senior sisters." He flashed a confident smile, knowing the battle was already won. "Perfect. Everyone's here now. Heavenly Pond, Holy Land. Now prepare yourselves to enjoy the grand gift I've brought for you all." Everyone stood in formation, looking imposing and majestic. "Anyone who doesn't want to get caught in the crossfire, leave now. I'll give you 10 seconds. Otherwise..." Before he could even finish, the crowd scattered in a panic. "Stop watching the show. Run for your lives. If you stay, you're dead." Beside himself with rage over his bride being taken, he lunged at him. "Damn you. Get your filthy hands." Off my Ling. He held Linger calmly as Limanian, with a sharp and deadly gaze, stepped out to intercept him. Her eyes were blazing with fury. Before he could even realize what was happening, he had already taken 2 of her strikes. Seeing this, he swung his arms and roared, "Fish seal." Liemo countered his attack instantly. Enraged by the counter, his blood boiled as he pressed on. "Take this. Let's see how many more of these you can actually block." She appeared behind Yuaner, the second holy son of the heavenly pool, sacred ground, and growled, "Don't move. One slip of my hand, and he'll become just another soul in my collection." The crowd was stunned when they recognized Liemo. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. "It's that girl who uses necromancy." He sneered at the sight, and here I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just some escaped convicts looking for trouble. He said mockingly, "What? You really think taking the Holy Sun hostage is going to get you out of here alive?" Hearing that, he smirked. "Take the Holy Sun hostage? Sorry, I don't need to. Just one strike." A bolt of lightning struck Yuaner directly. The crowd turned pale with terror, the blood draining from their faces. He was livid, eyes burning with rage as he formed a hand seal. "Yuaner." Massive flaming hands materialized in the air. "How dare you kill my Yuaner?" Yuanda shouted a frantic warning. "Master, watch out. That's the Heavenly Pool Holy Lord's ultimate technique, the profound heaven palm." He remained unfazed by the ultimate move, his own hands already beginning to channel power. The profound heaven palm? Is that all? A massive explosion rocked the sky. He was knocked backward. This is the power of space laws. He began to calculate his next move. A 3D map of the area flashed through his mind. His gaze focused entirely on finding a way to kill Yibei instantly. Only a few dozen meters? Is that it? What a pity. Nothing is going to change your fate today. A soldier nearby spoke up instinctively. "Holy Lord, this isn't good. It doesn't look like they're trying to run." Instead, massive black clouds gathered over the heavenly pool sacred ground as thunder crashed through the sky. Liemo began to unleash her technique. Necrotic talents. Monstrous shapes with razor-sharp teeth lunged from the black clouds toward him. Caught off guard, the crowd could only leap away in a desperate attempt to dodge. 2 men moved to strike Liemo down. "Hurry up and kill this necrotic brat. Otherwise, the sacred ground will suffer devastating losses today." "Tai-bai." She appeared behind them. "In your dreams. You should reconsider whether you actually have what it takes." She swung her staff violently at them. Kafu and Yushan flew in from both sides. "Damn it, who the hell are these demonesses?" The girls unleashed their attacks, but their opponents were skilled enough to dodge every strike. Suddenly, one of them turned to look at him. "Look over there. It's that kid." He concentrated his energy, manifesting a formation at blinding speed. Water rippled as if overflowing from a massive vessel. Azure waves swirled around him, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spines. Attacks began firing off with the speed of light. Good God, is he even human? His rate of power growth is terrifying. It must be some kind of secret technique. A temporary boost, but to jump through so many realms at once. Doesn't he fear the backlash? He stood tall amidst the wave of whispers. Has he turned into a demon? My God, his aura has already reached the half-emperor level. What is he planning? Linger and Yuan to watch from the side. Become a demon? Could someone who's lost themselves to demonic influence have eyes that clear and focused? Besides, this is Master. Compared to Master, even demons fall short. He gave a simple reply. Becoming a demon? This surging demonic energy is one of the 5 trump cards I unlocked after breaking through to the divine court realm. Supreme Demon Bone. He realized something was wrong. This isn't good. I have to take that boy down immediately. A voice rang out. Master, the heavenly pool, Holy Lord is here. He turned and barked at Yuanda. Old man Lien, protect the girl. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, I'll have your head. He trembled as he obeyed. Yes, right away. This old servant will protect her with his life. Having given his orders, he turned back to see a massive, flaming hand closing in. Profound heaven palm. He saw right through his opponent's intentions. Spatial imprisonment. Trying to make sure I don't run away again. As he spoke, he began channeling his own technique. A massive ball of lightning appeared in his hand. Too bad for you. I'm seeing this through to the end, even if I have to reveal every single one of my trump cards. I will tear the heavenly pool, sacred ground to pieces. Holy Lord, D. In the sky, the two clashed violently. He countered. The Holy Lord struck back. Sensing his opponent's power, his thoughts became more cautious. Damn it, I might look like I have the upper hand. But in reality, my soul was just threatened by his palm strike. I barely escaped. I can't afford to underestimate this boy for a second. One mistake, and he'll have me cornered. He began diving down like a missile. What's the matter? Haven't you eaten? The great heavenly pool Holy Lord is surprisingly weak. Startled, he whirled around to face him. His hands moved swiftly to counter the strike. With a face twisted in rage, he threw a blast of fire at him. He handled it calmly. The two attacks collided, sending sparks flying everywhere. The laws within the clash radiated a terrifying light. Both sides began fighting with everything they had. Sweat poured down their faces as they gritted their teeth, struggling to maintain their strength. The light intensified, becoming so blinding that the spectators could barely keep their eyes open. He thought to himself again, both this boy and those demonesses down there are giving me a hard time. Their talent is frightening. Becoming great emperors is only a matter of time for them. Sweat dripped as he reached his limit. If they ever reach the great emperor realm, I'm afraid the heavenly pool's sacred ground will be the one left in ruins. Blast it! A massive explosion rang out. Using every ounce of his strength, he unleashed his final move at him. Yibei simply stood his ground. He watched the incoming attack without a hint of fear. As if he had predicted this, he gave a confident smile. It looks like he's putting everything into this one strike. A massive fireball erupted in the center of the heavenly pool's sacred ground. He looked on in shock. He's gone? He disappeared. He collapsed into the dark crater. Is he dead? He was startled by the sight. A sudden explosion sent flames scattering everywhere. The girls were stunned. Master! He didn't expect it to happen so quickly either. Finally, I've dealt with that freakish boy. After taking a hit like that, even a great emperor would lose the ability to fight back. A smoking crater smoldered in the center of the courtyard, let alone a kid who relied on a secret technique to reach the half-emperor realm. Putting it out of his mind, he turned to the girls. All right, now that I've handled that annoyance, it's your turn. A voice filled with cold fury echoed from beneath the flames. If you want to lay a finger on them, you'll have to go through me first. What? His face twisted in confusion. How is this possible? He's still alive? The smoke slowly cleared. There stood Yibei, completely unscathed. He emerged from the flames. The girls were also in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Master, if it weren't for the supreme demon bone protecting me, that last blow might have actually killed me. His face was a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? Is that even a human body? Fear began to set in, sweat dripping down his face. A boy who used a secret technique to boost himself to the half-emperor realm. How could his defense be this powerful? Realizing he'd been played, he decided to use his final move. I was going to go easy on you, but it seems there's no need for that anymore. System, activate divine ability. Great Tao resonance. The system quickly displayed the currently resonant Great Taos. Great Tao of undead summoning. Great Tao of the sword. Great Tao of formations. Great Tao of architecture. Host, please select resonance target. Great Tao of undead summoning. Azure light enveloped the area as a massive formation appeared above. He began absorbing the energy. Come. The formation surged as massive waves of energy poured in. He recognized it as the Emperor Transforming Pond. Isn't this the water from the Emperor Transforming Pond that vanished a few days ago? Damn it. So he was the thief. Overestimating himself, he barked orders to his soldiers. Kill him. Understood, Holy Lord. Seeing this, the girls charged forward. Your opponents are us. Tai-bai. She swung her sword, unleashing a technique. Azure Lotus Sword Dance. The strike slashed right through the crowd. Two of them turned pale. Damn it. How are these two demonesses so hard to handle? On this side, Liemo continued her assault. Necrotic talents. A swarm of massive monsters lunged at them. The masked man panicked slightly. He swung his arm to strike back. Curse you. Stay back, you filthy creatures. Just die already. The other one rushed straight for Yibei. You brat. Stop right there. Kafu and Yushan leaped forward to shield their master. Block him. The two of them struck at him together. Standing behind them, he raised his hand toward the sky. Otherworldly summoning. A surge of crimson energy approached from the distance. Everyone turns around, whispering in confusion. A swarm of massive crimson golems marches forward. What on earth are these things? They follow closely behind him, matching his every step. One of the wooden giants unhinges its jaw, spewing a torrent of flames. Another towering figure shifts slightly, and a scorching aura erupts around it. He furrows his brows, completely bewildered by what is unfolding. The giant creates a massive wave of fire. Suddenly, his silhouette flickers and vanishes. Like a moth to a flame, he lunges straight at the youth. If I can just kill this freakish brat, all these summoned creatures will disappear instantly. A streak of white essence pierces through the air. Then, a shroud of crimson mist envelopes him, and he's gone again. He gasps, realizing the boy has vanished from his sight. The wooden golems begin their relentless assault. He darts back and forth through the group of elders like a desperate moth. It's obvious now, that kid was just using a feint. I wasn't his target at all. He's going after the elders. Damn it, what a devious little brat. The golems fight with even more ferocity. He slams his fist into the ground, sending up plumes of white smoke. After a grueling struggle, his strength fails him, and he gasps for air. These bizarre beasts, they don't feel pain, and they don't fear death. And their combat prowess is off the charts. Just what are they? As he tries to catch his breath, Yi Bei and his disciples surround him. Let's end this. Yes, master. His eyes flash as he looks up. A circle of fire erupts, blasting Yi Bei and the girl's back. Sensing the danger, he shouts a warning. Careful. Behind a thick veil of white smoke, the man vanishes. They grit their teeth in frustration. Damn it. I can't believe he managed to escape into the void. Yi Bei growls. After him. Tai-Bai nods. Understood, master. Deep in the forest. The secret forest of the heavenly lake Holy Land. He and the girl streak through the trees like the wind. Tai-Bai scans their surroundings. Master, if we keep heading this way, we'll reach the most mysterious place within the heavenly lake Holy Land. Yi Bei pauses to think, then turns to Yuanda. Old man Lien, do you know if there's anyone stronger left in this Holy Land? He bows. My lord, the strongest person in the heavenly lake Holy Land is the Sect master himself. Yi Bei narrows his eyes, deep in thought. That's strange then. The Holy Land Sect master is clearly fast enough to get away. But instead of fleeing, it feels like he's intentionally luring us somewhere. Deep within the heart of the forest. Isn't this the Forbidden Grounds? Yuanda is equally puzzled. Why would the Sect master come here of all places? Before them stand a massive, ancient wooden gate. Limo's expression darkens as she senses something ominous. I can feel a presence. A massive surge of wind spirit energy is nearby. Yuanda steps forward. Only the reigning Sect master is permitted to enter this place. Besides him, no one else is allowed to set foot inside. However, back when I was an elder, quite a few disciples tried to sneak into the Forbidden Grounds in search of destiny. But in the end, not a single one of them ever came out alive. Yi Bei's voice is cold and commanding. Open it. Yuanda. His hands move in a complex seal. At once, my lord. He presses his palm against the gate. The heavy doors groan and begin to slide open. Yi Bei turns to the group, his voice stern. Once we're inside, everyone must stay on high alert. Do not be careless for even a second. They respond in unison. Understood. In the distance, a flicker of energy watches their every move. The deepest part of the Forbidden Grounds. A voice echoes from within as he speaks. They follow me in. He cries out in a desperate plea. Great ancestors, the heavenly lake is in dire peril. Please, lend me your strength and save us. A voice booms from the shadows. You pathetic, unfilial wretch. Is this how you've squandered the legacy the ancestors left for you? The source of the voice is hidden, but he freezes in absolute terror. Yi Bei finally spots him. There he is. Before he can speak, a spark of fire erupts. The flame streaks toward him with blinding speed. Seeing this, he lets out a sinister smirk. The voices of the entities ring out again. You don't get to act so boldly on my territory. He stands in the center of the gateway, surrounded by floating talismans. A massive explosion rocks the entire cavern. A wooden summon is sent flying backward. Reacting instantly, Yi Bei shields the group from the blast. Tai-Bai stares, wide-eyed and confused. What is that thing? Lingerer stands by Yi Bei's side, pointing toward the figure in fear. Sisters, look. Those faces, they look like monsters. A massive, terrifying phantom looms behind him. Yuanda gazes at it, trembling with sheer horror. Aren't those the likenesses of the past sect masters of our holy land? Confused, Yibei turns back to him. What are you talking about? Yuanda is drenched in cold sweat, his voice shaking. But the first-generation sect master has been dead for nearly 10,000 years. How can they possibly be here? He shouts out with renewed arrogance. Ancestors. These are the ones who laid waste to our holy land. Those giant monsters from before were also summoned by them. Even now, the main hall is littered with the bones of our disciples. As the words leave his mouth, a purple beam pierces straight through his chest. He breaks into a cold sweat, gasping for breath. The malicious spirits behind him stab him through, their voices cold. Just go. You can die in peace now. Consider this the final service you can provide for us. His jaw drops, his eyes roll back, and his body is instantly withered into a skeletal husk. Everyone watches the scene in stunned silence. Yibei remains still, his gaze sharpening as he observes. The spirits tower over them, their eyes flickering with a ghostly fire. Terrified, Linger clutches Yibei's arm. Master, one of the phantom sneers. Even though this little girl has the weakest cultivation, I think I'll take her. With a flick of his wrist, he lashes out with a chain to snatch her away. Linger trembles, paralyzed by fear. But it wouldn't be that easy. As the chain nears her face, Yibei's hand moves like lightning, catching it mid-air. He casts a chilling glance at the spirit, his voice dropping an octave. You actually think you're worthy of touching my disciple? The spirit remains arrogant. Oh, only at the 8th grade of the divine court realm? This generation's sect master was truly a disgrace. To think he couldn't even handle a brat at the 8th grade of the divine court. What a useless waste of space. He yanks hard on the chain. Fine then. Better than nothing, I suppose. Once I absorb your primordial essence, we might finally be able to leave this place. Despite his efforts, the chain in Yibei's hand doesn't budge an inch. The girls watch, their hearts racing. Master, the spirit continues to rant. Truly a fool who won't shed a tear until he sees his own coffin. Don't be in such a hurry. Your turn will come soon enough. Yibei grips the chain tight as a surge of brilliant green light erupts from him. The spirit freezes, staring at Yibei's power in shock. What? Yibei lets out a cold smirk and lightly yanks the chain back. Keep going. Why did you stop? Panic sets in as the spirit is dragged forward. Just who the hell are you? Yibei delivers the final blow. He gives the chain a violent tug. I'm the man who came here to level your precious holy land. Dragged forward with no way to resist, the spirit screams. Let me go. Big brother, quickly help me. This kid is pure evil. He's absorbing my primordial essence. Hearing the cry, the spirits behind him charge forward. 3 more chains fly toward Yibei. Liamo shouts a warning. Master, watch out. But what happens next takes even them by surprise. Yibei uses his free hand to catch all 3 chains at once. Gripping the chains firmly amidst a swirling aura, he speaks. This is the moment. He looks incredibly imposing, shrouded in a purple mist as he holds the chains fast. This measly demonic aura of yours is pathetic. The spirits freeze in their tracks. He drags them toward him like dolls. Impossible. How can anyone in this world resist this kind of power? The big brother spirit, who was talking big just moments ago, now screams for mercy. Forgive me. Have mercy, great lord. We were wrong. Please spare us. We are willing to serve you as our master. The girls stand by, watching in awe. How does master possess such a terrifying demonic aura? Yibei scoffs at their desperate pleas. Accept you as my servants? Sorry, you aren't worthy. With a few casual gestures, he turns the spirit into a pile of dry bones. Standing amidst the dissipating smoke, he looks down at the remains with total indifference. He questions the survivors. That thing is in the deepest part of this cave, isn't it? The remaining spirits cower like beaten dogs. Yes, great lord. You're absolutely correct. It's right inside. One stammers, begging for his life. Great lord, I've never committed an evil act. It was those others who instigated everything. I'm innocent. Without a second thought, Yibei channels his power. The spirit vanishes into thin air. No, please, great. Having finished, he turns to give Li Mo a lesson. Li Mo, remember this scent. Until you become a great emperor, never take demonic creatures like these as your wraiths. She nods. Understood, master. Yi Bei gestures to the group. Let's move. Let's go see what exactly turned them into these monstrosities. They reply in unison. Understood. Yi Bei reflects as they walk. Absorbing the primordial energy of these wicked things might not raise my cultivation level, but it has significantly increased the compatibility of my supreme demonic bone. Tai Bai follows behind, her curiosity piqued. Master, those wicked things just now. Anticipating her question, he cuts in. Those 4 entities were likely souls transformed by a demonic object with a long lifespan. However, they were eventually imprisoned here by that very same object. She nods slowly. So that's how it is. They reach the innermost chamber of the cavern, a vast room featuring a cabinet placed in the center of a ritual circle. Yi Bei narrows his eyes. I'm going over to take a look. Wait here until I return. The girls bow. Understood, master. He slowly walks toward the crimson platform. Looking around, he thinks to himself, I can feel it. The source making the supreme demon bone pulsate is right here. He approaches the cabinet, placing his hand on it to begin the incantation. Moments later, a massive stone monster emerges. He stares in surprise. This corpse, it's a member of the demon race. He stands there, lost in thought for a moment. Judging by its appearance, it must have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, his bloodline is exceptionally noble. His rank wasn't low either. Information about the demon race flashes through his mind. The demon race is a truly terrifying lineage. They possess overwhelming power, immense innate talent, near infinite longevity, and a violent urge for destruction. According to records, they were defeated tens of thousands of years ago by an alliance of humans and the beast tribes. This doesn't make sense. Why is he appearing here now? He remembers the captured soul. I should ask the one in my pocket dimension. He enters his internal space. Seeing him, the soul begs. Great Lord, please, I beg you, let me go. He stands before him, pointing directly at his face. Tell me everything. Now, I want every detail regarding that demon race corpse. Don't leave anything out. If you do, the soul grovels at his feet. Yes, great Lord. I'll tell you everything. I found that corpse on the outskirts of the central province's secret lands. Back then, the demon was gravely injured. He was on his last breath. Driven by greed, I didn't kill him immediately but brought him back to the heavenly pool Holy Land instead. I kept him hidden here. Through him, we discovered a method that nearly granted us immortality. But because of that, we fell into the demon race's trap. We were never able to leave this place. We even transformed into these monstrosities, neither human nor ghost. His voice trembles with agony as he continues. After that, I gathered several generations of the Holy Land Saint Lords. After 1,000 years, we finally saw a chance to break through, to regain our freedom. But I never expected. He cuts him off. You never expected to cross paths with me. The heavens see everything you've done. This is nothing more than your karmic retribution. He conjures bolts of lightning, striking the soul. He screams in excruciating pain. He rubs his chin, deep in thought. To think the demon race hasn't completely died out after tens of thousands of years. He returns to the outside world. For the mystic world, this is not good news. He reaches out, casting a spell on the cabinet. The cabinet begins to rise. He raises his hand, and the cabinet shoots up into the air. He gestures, and a massive incense burner manifests. He uses his power to send it spinning. Yi Bei shouts each word with authority. A ring of fire erupts around the incense burner. He snaps his hand shut. Everyone watches, stunned. Is that? Linger looks at Tai Bai dazed. Senior's sister. Master, is he really this powerful? Tai Bai gives her a gentle smile. Master has always been this strong. Even if a saint were to descend, Master could kill them in an instant. Even with his cultivation at the body refining realm. Li Mo pats her head. Master's cultivation has already reached the godly court realm now. Honestly, it wouldn't even surprise me if he killed a great emperor. In short, Master is just incredible. Gufu and Yushan chime in. 300 years ago, Master was the person I admired and worshipped most. 300 years later, nothing has changed. Exactly. Linger's eyes swell with pride. You're right. Whether Master protects us or we protect Master. As long as we're by his side, that's all that matters. An hour passes. Within minutes, The souls of this place dissipate like smoke. He returns to the group. It's done. Let's go. Our work here is finished. The others reply. Yes, master. Linger stands there pondering. I don't know why. His cultivation hasn't seemingly changed, but master feels like a completely different person. Sensing her gaze, he turns to Linger. What's wrong? Startled, she blushes and looks away. Nothing, master. He teases her. Ling, to be honest, you look quite beautiful in that wedding gown. He draws out his words, playfully mocking her. I was so busy fighting earlier that I didn't get a good look at this girl. Tai-Bai watches him, surprised. I didn't know master had this side to him. Liamo is also stunned. Yeah, you're right. Gufu and Yushan say enviously. Oh man, when we first met him, master didn't compliment us like that. No kidding. Yushan recalls. Not only were we whipped, but master gave us a total earful, too. Her face turns bright red at the memory. Hearing this, Tai-Bai and Liamo look over with smug expressions. Wow, you guys had it rough. Luckily, I didn't get hit. I just got a little lecture. The other two nearly cough up blood in frustration. They call that tough love. Linger, her face burning, turned her back to him. Thank you for the compliment, master. He pauses for a moment, then says softly, I arrived too late this time. I'll let you suffer here at the heavenly pool holy land. Hearing this, she turns back. Being able to see you again is the greatest happiness of my life, master. He pats her head. Silly girl. From now on, you're senior sisters and I won't let anyone bully you again. Her eyes widen as she looks at him. Linger hopes she can stay by master's side forever and never leave. Suddenly, something occurs to him. He asks the system. Hold on. System, where did you hide my reward for reuniting with this little girl? Half the day has passed already. Why hasn't there been any notification? He closes his eyes to check the system logs. He thinks for a moment. Is it because Linger was imprisoned for so long that the trigger conditions are different from the other disciples? Realizing something, his expression shifts as he turns to her. Linger, come here and give me a hug. The other disciples are absolutely floored. Even Linger freezes up. What does master mean? Is it because it's been so long that he... While she's lost in thought, he steps forward quickly. Linger stares at him, eyes wide and body stiff. Right then, he pulls her into a tight embrace. Her face turns a deep shade of crimson. Everyone around them suppresses a smile. Even Yuan can't believe his eyes. I never thought the great lord had such a side to him. Feeling her body go rigid, he wonders, this girl used to be so sharp and quick. Why is she being so hesitant and slow now? Meanwhile, her face is flushed with pure bliss. Still seeing no change, he asks, System, is that enough? I've done it. Why aren't you responding? Finally, the system responds. Reunion with disciple successful. Reward, cultivation speed increased by 20 times. Host version. Having achieved his goal, he beams with joy. My cultivation speed increased tenfold again. Now that's a solid reward. He turns and pats her head as a reminder. Ling, you need to work hard on your cultivation from now on. At the 3rd level Saint realm, you're probably the weakest among all your sisters. She replies shyly. Yes, master. Linger will definitely do her best to catch up to them. He gives her a bright smile. Good. As they walk back, he asks Yushan. Yushan, I recall that every 10 years, you all visit the Night Emperor's mausoleum to pay your respects to me. Yushan quickly answers. Yes, master. He continues. This year is a worship year, isn't it? Realizing the timing, she nods. Yes, master. Technically, next month is the day we're supposed to pay our respects. However, since you're alive now, I think we should just tear down or seal the mausoleum. It feels like bad luck otherwise. He responds to her suggestion. This year's ceremony will proceed as usual. Everyone is caught off guard by his words. They stand there, hesitant and confused. Master doesn't want to destroy it? He wants the ceremony to continue? What is he planning? Tai-Bai seems to realize something. I'm sure Master has his reasons for this. Gufu agrees. That makes sense. Outside, the heavenly pool Holy Land's main hall during the day. He looks around, judging the scene. It seems that while we were inside, the criminals I released from the dungeon and your spectral soldiers have wiped out the last remnants of the heavenly pool. Excellent. Master, how should we handle this territory? Yuan speaks up, hoping for a favor. This place could be considered a blessed land of feng shui. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is dense. and the resources are plentiful. For example, annoyed, he cuts him off. Just destroy it. What? Are you planning to save it for a holiday celebration? Liamo is just as furious. Master is right. This godforsaken place imprisoned our sister for 300 years. Keeping it would only bring bad luck. Linger watches them, startled. Master, senior sister. With her anger arising, Liamo says fiercely, Master, I'll go level the whole place right now. But Yibei seems to notice something. Wait. He rubs his chin, lost in thought. Wait a few more days. We have something far more important to take care of right now. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out as Shauner descended from the sky. Senior sister, Master. Hearing her disciple's voice, Taibai instinctively looked up. Shauner. Shauner charged forward and slammed face first. Right into her chest. Shauner, what are you doing here? Struggling to breathe, she replied. Master told me to come. Seeing that everyone had gathered, his gaze turned sharp and calculating. Excellent. Everyone is here now. It's time to get down to business. At that moment, the group appeared at the edge of a cliff. He began to weave hand seals, and a shimmering light radiated all around them. A sphere of fire manifested. Now, whoever among you has the most talent will reap the greatest rewards. In an instant, he vanished into a mirror-like void. The girls watched in awe. What is Master trying to do? I have no idea. It looks like he's entering a state of deep cultivation again. Taibai was confused by what she saw, but she quickly took charge. Sit down. Prepare to cultivate. Master is likely about to perform a divine ability. He's breaking through his cultivation realm and helping us out in the process. Understood, senior sister. Suddenly, everyone was pulled into a completely different dimension. He was in the middle of casting a spell. Yuanda looked around, his jaw dropping in shock. His voice was so loud it could have woken the dead. An underground spirit vein. Liamo was utterly stunned. Good heavens. To think a spirit vein was hidden right beneath the heavenly pool holy land. No wonder they flourished for 10,000 years. Someone gasped in disbelief. It doesn't just make our cultivation techniques circulate automatically. It's even making our secret martial arts skills improve. Taibai was beyond shocked. This is truly miraculous. Yibei sat in silence, cultivating within a mysterious golden core. He kept his eyes tightly shut, feeling the massive surge of energy crashing over him. One day later, Yibei hadn't moved an inch. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at the spirit energy swirling in his palm. Have I already reached the limit? The first true trial a cultivator must face is breaking through to the saint realm. This wall has blocked millions of geniuses. But Yibei raised his hand high, letting energy explode outward. He let out a thunderous roar. Break for me. He poured even more effort into refining and digesting the energy. Supreme Demon Bone, refine it all. Every last drop belongs to me. Instantly, a mysterious spirit mark appeared between Yibei's brows. It flashed brilliantly in midair as he screamed. Shatter these chains. In a heartbeat, a massive hole was torn through the barrier. Yibei floated effortlessly in the air, bathed in a golden glow. He clenched his fist. Feeling the aura coursing through him, he let out a satisfied breath. I've finally become a saint. I'm only at the first level of the saint realm right now. But the path only gets harder from here, especially since I'm practicing the most difficult technique, the chaotic samsara manual. The thought of the next breakthrough actually made him feel a chill. This time, I had to borrow the spirit energy of an entire holy land and half a lake just to break through to the saint realm. What on earth am I going to need next time? Suddenly, Yibei noticed a mass of dark clouds gathering in the sky. He started, realizing what was happening. Is this a tribulation? A few weeks ago, that girl had already reached the peak of the half-emperor realm. It seems my breakthrough triggered her own. It's finally happening. Is she about to become an emperor? If she wants to be an emperor, then an emperor she shall be. Taibai approached him, supported by a swirl of emerald spirit energy. She asked loudly, her voice laced with worry. Master, should I suppress my power and find somewhere else to break through? I have no idea how powerful an emperor tribulation can be. She spoke with fierce determination. But I won't risk bringing this tribulation down on you or my sisters. I can't let you get hurt. Yibei gave a stern command. There's no need to suppress it. Take to the sky. Focus everything you have on facing the tribulation. Leave the rest to me. She took off in a flash. As she flew, one thought filled her mind. If it weren't for Master, I would have spent my whole life as a failure. I would have been dead long ago. If it weren't for Master, I'd still be drowning my sorrows in wine at Tai Bai, Sword Manor. Her heart overflowed with gratitude. For Yibei, if not for Master, I wouldn't be the person I am today. In the silent expanse of the sky, lightning suddenly began to churn. A bolt of deep purple heavenly thunder crashed down like divine punishment. Tai Bai summoned her spirit energy and closed her eyes, chanting, "Master is my father. Master is my world." She thrust her palms forward, creating a shield just as the lightning strike hit. Tai Bai strained against the overwhelming force. She reminded herself, an Emperor Tribulation consists of 9 rounds of lightning. Each one is more powerful than the last. If I can survive all 9, I will become a great emperor. At that moment, Yibei's eyes grew incredibly sharp. He hesitated. Something is different this time. Despite her small stature, Tai Bai gave it her all to block the incoming attacks. With a grim expression, she drew her sword. Heavenly Abyss sword intent. A mysterious purple magic circle erupted from below. She used all her strength to fight back against the lightning surrounding her. Suddenly, a stray bolt of lightning struck exactly where she was standing. Caught off guard, Tai Bai's entire body was engulfed in the blast. She froze for several seconds. Pure panic washed over her face. The people below saw the strange phenomenon and began to scream. "Senior sister! Sister Tai Bai!" Yibei's eyes widened as he muttered. This is... Tai Bai gritted her teeth, enduring the backlash of the inner demon lightning. She hunched over, trying to shield herself in the heart of the storm. As Yibei rushed to help, a massive violet dragon blocked his path. The 2 junior disciples stood below in a panic, desperate to help. The energy packed into that lightning bolt is too much. It's more violent than 7, or even 8 bolts combined. What do we do? Could she even survive in that state? Shauner clasped her hands in prayer. Senior sister, please, you have to hang on. High above, Tai Bai was still curled up as the dragon circled her, flicking its long tongue. A voice echoed through the sky. Strike of 10,000 thunders. In an instant, a new bolt of lightning shot down. The purple dragon shrieked in pain as the lightning tore into it. Yibei hovered above, pointing 2 fingers downward. He was controlling the spirit energy to suppress the beast. Tai Bai turned her head, frantically apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Master. Just now I failed you." She trembled at the memory. I almost let the inner demons consume me. Thank goodness I remembered Master at the last second. I remembered Shauner and all my sisters. He moved to her side and spoke softly. "It's okay, as long as you snapped out of it." However, right now, Tai Bai watched as a spinning green circle appeared before them. It was relentlessly vacuuming up energy. She gasped. "What is this?" Yibei looked up and explained. Interfering in an Emperor Tribulation triggers the Tribulation Wrath. It's a force that brings forth 10,000 calamities. She hung her head and sighed. "Master, this is all my fault." Without a word, he suddenly dove straight into the center of the circle. Tai Bai's eyes nearly popped out as she screamed. "Master, what are you doing?" Yibei answered coldly as he flew deeper into the vortex. The more wrathful the tribulation, the better. I have a Buddhist treasure that can only be refined within the heart of a lightning storm. Perhaps this is my lucky break. Down below, Li Mo was pacing anxiously, her heart racing. Master just dove straight into the tribulation clouds. But that's where the lightning is at its most lethal. What if something happens? Shouldn't we go up and help him? Tai Bai landed in front of them and quickly blocked their path. "Don't go. One person interfering has already caused this much chaos. If anyone else joins in, it will only cause more trouble for Master." She made her final decision. If Master is truly in danger, I will cut this tribulation cloud down myself. Yibei now stood alone before the gaping maw of the massive purple dragon. He pressed his lips thin and raised his hand, forming a sphere of fire atop a brilliant red magic array. The 2 terrifying forces collided head-on. The impact sent red lightning arching across the entire sky. Slowly, the violent energies began to dissipate. Only a faint, ethereal blue light remained in the high heavens. Tai Bai started walking forward, giving instructions. "Stay here and continue your cultivation. I'm going to guard Master." The junior sisters immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." She took off, soaring toward the shimmering light. Sword in hand, Taibai gazed at Yibei, who was sitting in the center of the glowing orb. Yibei's eyes were shut tight. His brow was furrowed, as if he were struggling against an immense pressure. After a moment, she smiled brightly. "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the Saint Realm and successfully refining your treasure." He replied modestly, "I should be the one congratulating you on becoming a great emperor." System notification. 5 disciples have successfully reached the Great Emperor realm. The disciple reunion function is currently upgrading. Yibei asked, blinking in confusion. "I already have 5 disciples who've become great emperors?" His face lit up as he asked, "Taibai, among all your sisters, what number do you think you are to reach the Great Emperor realm?" Taibai calmly held up 5 fingers. "Probably the 5th. He asked in surprise, "How did you know?" She gave a wry smile and held up 1 finger as she shared her thoughts. "Master, just now, as I was breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, I had a sudden premonition. That's how I knew I was the 5th one to break through." Yibei placed his hands on Taibai's shoulders and cleared his throat, pressing for answers. "Then try and see if you can sense their exact location." She was startled and answered honestly, "Master, I already tried just a moment ago." She pointed in a certain direction, her voice wavering with uncertainty. "But I'm not sure if there's a problem with my perception or if the distance is just too great. I believe they're somewhere in the southwest region of the Central Province." He looked puzzled and skeptical. "The Central Province? Isn't that where the ethereal spirits discovered the demon race?" As Yibei was flying, he suddenly spoke up. "Taibai, I am entrusting you with a task." Taibai replied instantly, "Please say the word, Master. Your disciple will give her absolute all." He paused and gave his command. "Next month is the Day of Remembrance. Before then, you and the others must use the Brocade Shadow unit or any other means necessary. Call them all back. Every single fellow disciple you can contact must return." Surprised, she asked hesitantly, "Master, why are you?" She couldn't understand why he wanted to do this. Master has clearly returned to life. Why go through with a memorial service? Yibei brushed Taibai's thoughts aside. "It's time. Time to officially declare war on the 9 great holy lands." A green light flickered in his eyes. "It's actually the 8 great holy lands now." She honestly reported the situation. "Master, according to my investigation, the strength of the 9 great holy lands varies greatly. The Xianxi Holy Land was the weakest among them." He nodded, his mind filled with questions. "I know. What about the Xingyao Holy Land? How do they rank?" Taibai frowned and muttered, "Xingyao, I've finally become a great emperor today. I finally have the power to stand against the Xingyao Holy Land. But if we're talking about a declaration of war, Xingyao is ranked 3rd. On the surface, they only have 3 great emperors. But I've heard those 3 are all from the same sect. Their master is the previous holy lord of Xingyao." She lowered her head in thought. "But that person didn't die. He's been in secluded cultivation this whole time. 1,000 years have passed. I'm afraid he might have already broken through to an even higher realm." Yibei turned his head, thinking to himself, "The foundations of these holy lands truly aren't something ordinary people can fathom." He flashed a confident smile. "However, so what if the remaining 8 are powerful? Once the Day of Remembrance arrives, and I reunite with more of my disciples, my strength will surge. By then, declaring war on the 8 great holy lands will be nothing to fear." His thoughts settled, and he made his announcement. "Taibai, after the Day of Remembrance, the Xingyao Holy Land will be our very first target." She cupped her hands and bowed in obedience. "I understand, Master." She had absolute faith in him. If Master says it can be done, then it shall be. "Master, when I contact the others, should I tell them you've returned to life?" Yibei wore a mischievous smirk. "It'll be more fun to give them a surprise. I want to see how much those girls have grown after 300 years. He then moved on to their punishment. "Linger was imprisoned in the Xianxi Holy Land for so long, and not one of you knew. When the time comes, Master is going to skin you all alive. Every single one of you is getting a taste of it." Taibai immediately dropped to her knees, showing deep remorse. Seeing this, the other junior sisters followed suit. Only Sha-Er and Linger stood there looking around, confused by what was happening. The 2 shared a look and slowly started to kneel with their seniors. But before they could touch the ground, an invisible spiritual force stopped them leaving them both stunned. Yibei gestured for them to stop. What are you two little rascals doing? They're the senior sisters. This was their failure. His face darkened, showing clear anger. If I had come out 200 years later, wouldn't Linger have been trapped for another 2 centuries? Linger spoke up urgently to defend them. Master, you can't blame the senior sisters for this. It was my own fault. Please don't punish them. Khufu thought to himself as he knelt. How many years has it been since I last saw a scene like this? I never thought I'd see this again, 300 years later. He waved his hand dismissively. Fine. All of you stand up. I have other business to attend to now. He gave them final instructions. I've already explained to Tai-Bai what you all need to do. The junior sisters replied in unison. Understood, Master. Tai-Bai hesitated before asking softly. Master, are you heading to the central province? Yibei nodded. I'll be back before you know it. He thought to himself. I'm going there to find one of my great emperor disciples. But more importantly, there might be news regarding the demon race. Yushan suddenly pulled out a small ship and offered it. Master, this is a modified small-scale flying vessel. Its speed is on par with the Noah's maximum velocity. You should reach the central province in just 2 days. He stroked his chin in approval. Very good. I like it. He set a deadline for them to gather. Next month, we meet at the Yi Imperial Tomb. They stood at attention and obeyed. Understood, Master. In the central province, Vermilion Bird City, a furious voice rang out from the outskirts. How can you people act like this? This is the first time I've seen such blatant discrimination. Another person spoke up in indignation. Exactly. Why do the elites get into the city without queuing or being inspected? What kind of era is this that we're still playing the discrimination game? This is ridiculous. Someone pointed and added. The queue isn't for discrimination. It's because the monster race is offering a massive reward for alchemists in the central province. Yibei rubbed his chin in thought upon hearing that. The people nearby began to gossip. I heard the monster race's elder, Jiama, is nearing the end of his lifespan. The 4 great monster emperors issued an announcement across the entire central province. They're looking for a way to extend his life. Anyone who succeeds will be handsomely rewarded. But it's been years since the announcement. Plenty of people have tried their luck, but almost no one has succeeded. He raised his hand and offered a friendly, inquisitive smile. My friends, may I ask who these 4 great monster emperors you mentioned are? The 2 were taken aback by the question. One turned around, looking surprised. You don't even know the 4 great monster emperors? There's the Golden Rock Emperor, Diaozhuang, the Green Fish Emperor, Niufan, the Sloth Emperor, De Fei Fei, and the Qitian Emperor, Sun Wuxiao. Yi Bai felt a bit uneasy and asked hesitantly, what did you say that last emperor's name was? The pink-haired man held up a finger to elaborate. The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wuxiao. Though, it's normal if you haven't heard of her, because this emperor is a literal legend. He spoke with a voice full of admiration. Her talent within the monster race is a once-in-10,000 years phenomenon. 200 years ago, she was just a saint king. Even then, she already called herself the great sage equaling heaven. Yibei frowned, lost in thought. There's no mistake. The emperor he's talking about is the one who cultivates the great Tao of strength. My 5th disciple. It only took her 100 years to go from the Saint King realm to half-step emperor and then great emperor. He followed up with another question. My friend, why is the great sage trying to help Elder Jiama find longevity pills? The man cleared his throat to recount the tale. Well, that's quite the glorious history. Years ago, she single-handedly swept through half of the monster race's territory. Eventually, she caught the eye of Emperor Jiama. He kept her by his side to mentor her. Later, Emperor Jiama wanted to take her as his disciple, but she turned him down flat. Emperor Jiama didn't even get angry. He only asked that if the monster race ever faced a crisis, she wouldn't stand by and watch them perish. The great sage agreed. Later on, when she became a great emperor, she charged straight into the Tsaming Holy Land. She didn't just slaughter thousands of their experts. She even plundered their supreme treasures and divine weapons. The man speculated cheerfully. In the end, if Emperor Jiama hadn't stepped in to protect her, she probably would have been crushed to death by the Holy Land's emperor. Hearing this, all Yibei could do was force a smile. If I'd known, I never would have told her the story of Journey to the West. Does this little monkey really think she's the great sage equaling heaven? He put a hand to his mouth, wondering. But I remember, after I broke through, To the divine court realm. I unlocked the card for the 9 Heavens longevity pill. I wonder if that card can. The system displayed the information. It is a 7th grade pill recipe for life extension. 1st grade is the lowest. 9th grade is the highest. But it requires extremely rare heavenly treasures to refine. Once perfected, each pill can extend the user's life by 100 years. However, it can only be used once. Multiple doses have no effect. eBay grimaced as he realized the catch. So that's how it is. Half an hour later, a man asked while writing with his brush, "Are you an alchemist? Or do you already have the pills?" He replied quickly, "I'm an alchemist." The man questioned him, "What rank?" eBay coolly dropped 2 words. 7th rank. The man muttered as he wrote, "7th rank, huh?" Suddenly, he froze and turned around, shouting, "Wait a minute." He narrowed his eyes threateningly. "Do you have any idea how much the monster race despises liars? Do you even know what a 7th rank alchemist represents? In case you're clueless, let me explain. Currently, the most formidable alchemist on the continent is the 9th rank master, Yahello. Even he only managed to break through to the 7th rank. After reaching the Saint King realm, the news hits like a bolt from the blue. He is stunned. Yahello? The man picks up a brush to clarify. Who is Yahello? He is the most gifted alchemist to be born in the last 10,000 years. Your cultivation is barely at the 1st level of the Saint realm. Who do you think you are compared to him? Yibai looks on with utter disdain. He thinks to himself, "That girl is my 22nd disciple. I am her master. If you're comparing me to her, what does that make me?" After a moment of discussion, the man sighs and gestures for Yibai to enter. "Fine. Just go on in." He assumes the guy is just bragging. He's never seen someone talk such big game. As he walks inside, Yibai muses to himself, "Really? What's with the world these days? I tell the truth and nobody believes me. Well, since you praised my disciple to the high heavens, I'll let your attitude slide." On the streets, people are shouting and gossiping loudly. The Yuqian Alchemist Association is recruiting. Saint Realm cultivation or higher. 3rd rank alchemists and above, come sign up. Don't miss out. Come to the Misty Rain Association, accepting applicants from the late stages of the Divine Court realm. No rank requirements for alchemists. As long as you have talent, you can register. Yibai raises a finger to ask for directions. "Excuse me, do you know where the recruitment for the Shinshin Alchemist Association is?" A middle-aged man frowns in contempt. "Your cultivation is only at the 1st level of the Saint realm." Yibai is completely speechless. Sweat beads on his forehead. He grumbles internally. "So what if I'm in the Saint realm? Does being a saint mean I should be looked down upon? Is it impossible for a saint to be a 7th rank alchemist?" Suddenly, a kind-hearted girl from a nearby shop points the way. "Young master, that red building back there is the Shinshin Alchemist Association." She warns him about their requirements. However, a prestigious guild like Shinshin doesn't just recruit random people off the street. Their standards are incredibly high. Unless you have extraordinary talent or have reached the 4th rank, they won't even look at you. Yibai scratches his chin and mutters, "Is that so?" She gestures invitingly. "I can tell you have an extraordinary aura. How about I speak to my guild's people for you? You should come to our—" He cuts her off. "Thank you, miss." Seeing Yibai walk away, the woman calls out frantically, "Young master, don't go. Wait." Before long, Yibai arrives at the entrance of the Shinshin Alchemist Association. 2 guards whisper to each other, "You want to join the guild?" "Yeah, bring him in." One of them gestures for him to enter. "Young master, please follow me." He is a bit surprised. He feels slightly uneasy. Is it really that simple? No other questions? As Yibai steps inside, he sees a sea of people waiting. He rests his chin on his hand and smiles. It seems the Shinshin Association's reputation is well-deserved. So many people want to join. A man standing on a platform spreads his arms and announces, "Welcome, everyone, to the Shinshin Alchemist Association. Next, we will begin the first trial." Pang Shan, a peak Saint King, stands with his hands behind his back and speaks solemnly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pang Shan. I know you all came for guild leader Shinshin, but my master is currently in seclusion. Therefore, we will be conducting your examination." The crowd below buzzes with excitement. A 7th rank alchemist, the personal disciple of Yao Shinshin. With those 2 titles, his status in the alchemy world is already immense. I wonder what the test will be. Pang Shan acts mysterious. He speaks cryptically. Our first trial is... The crowd's eyes are glued to him. Yibei is also curious. Suddenly, one of Pang Shan's eyes glows brightly. A magical array is clearly visible within his pupil. A mysterious aura radiates from him, forcing everyone to look up. Everyone stares blankly at the small green spots appearing before them. What the hell is this? Wait. Yibei rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing the trick behind the strange occurrence. I see how it is. Pang Shan quickly explains. When refining pills, an alchemist must maintain absolute focus. You cannot be distracted, and if an accident occurs during the process, you must remain calm. Do not panic. Pang Shan explains his previous action. Some of the natural treasures used in alchemy are one of kind. If you mess up, you might never get a second chance in this lifetime. Therefore, those who flinched or stepped back are disqualified. Those who closed their eyes are disqualified. Those who panicked are disqualified. He looks down with cold eyes and commands. My spiritual sense has covered this entire hall. Those who are disqualified, please leave immediately. The crowd grumbles at the sudden rules. Everyone expresses their disapproval. What? No way. It's over just like that? That was way too sudden. Why don't we compare alchemy techniques? Exactly. It ended before it even started. The Xingqian Association is totally unfair. Only Yibei stands still, praising the method. Interesting. A woman standing behind him clears her throat. The pressure Senior, just released, was only at the mid to late stage of the Saint Realm. Even so, anyone with a premonition could have withstood it. Pang Shan announces from a stage. Those whose names were called, leave the hall at once. Those below can only sigh and complain. I knew it. Getting into the Xingqian Association isn't that easy. Everyone walks out dejectedly. They continue to gossip on their way out. True. I heard very few people actually pass the first two tests. Even so, they won't lower their standards. After all, those who make it into the Xingqian Association are all alchemy geniuses. He turns around and commands. Now, follow me to the next hall. The second trial will begin in 10 minutes. The remaining few respond in unison. Yes, Senior. Yibei smirks, silently impressed. It seems Xingqian is quite good at judging character. This guy has great potential. His personality is calm. His eyes are sharp. He was truly born for alchemy. Just as Pang Shan turns his head, he sees Yibei standing there dazed. He glances at him, evaluating the stranger. This youth is only at the first level of the Saint Realm. He has the lowest cultivation here, yet he easily passed the first test. This boy is a talent. At that moment, Yibei takes the chance to look Pang Shan directly in the eyes. Instantly, the man's head begins to spin. Pang Shan is suspicious. Wait. Compared to the gaze of Master, this youth's eyes are even. He quickly shakes his head. He covers his face in denial. It must be an illusion. He refuses to believe it. I must have misseen. How could a mere saint have eyes like that? A book appears on the table. The manual for the heart-cleansing pill is opened and placed neatly. He explains, regarding the first round. The first test was just about your state of mind. It doesn't prove much. The second test is where your true alchemical talent will be challenged. Pang Shan looks at everyone standing before their desks. He announces the rules. The second trial is actual pill refining. I will give you the formula and the ingredients. As long as you refine a single finished heart-cleansing pill, you pass. The crowd looks down at the book and is surprised. Is it really that simple? As a fourth-rank alchemist, even if I've never refined this second-rank heart-cleansing pill, I'm certain I can do it. A woman excitedly raises 2 fingers to summon her cauldron. Just you wait. Give me an hour and I'll refine a perfect pill. He raises his hand and adds a bizarre requirement. I forgot to mention one thing. Using a cauldron is forbidden in this test. This rule causes the crowd to snap. They shout, "What? No cauldron? Are you joking? How are we supposed to refine a pill without a cauldron? That's completely impossible." Only Yibei smirks as he reads the book. Xingqian, you're still as mischievous as ever. Pang Shan explains loudly to calm the crowd. You all think it's impossible. But let me tell you, back when my master was only a second-rank alchemist, she successfully refined a third-rank pill without using a cauldron. He recites a bit of philosophy. Master once said, nothing is impossible. It's only a matter of not thinking of it. Nothing is unreachable. No task is too difficult for a determined heart. Hearing this, Yibei breaks into a cold sweat and groans. That cauldron-less method only exists because that girl accidentally blew up all her cauldrons. She was in a rush to refine pills and had to improvise out of desperation. Thinking of her, he finds it hard to believe. How did that turn into such a high and mighty motivational speech? Everyone begins focusing on the pill refining. Everyone has their own hidden agenda. There's only one set of ingredients. If I fail, I'm disqualified. Attempting to refine pills without a cauldron usually requires countless trials to succeed. But now I have to get it right on the very first try. Honestly, it's practically impossible. eBay suddenly flickered his wrist, summoning several strange items into the air. One man turned his head, looking completely bewildered. What is this guy trying to do? The person next to him chimed in with an explanation. The Clear Heart pill requires over a dozen main ingredients alone, plus 7 or 8 supplementary materials. Does he really plan to throw them all in at once and just pray for luck? Everyone stared at him, whispering amongst themselves. The timing must be perfect. The sequence of fusion, the refinement method, none of it allows for a single mistake. One slip up and everything is ruined. Peng Shan felt a surge of panic. This technique, this alchemist, this is an aura only a true Grandmaster alchemist possesses. Looking at him now, he still suspected the guy was just putting on a show. He couldn't believe it was actually possible. A youth at the first level of the Saint realm possessing such an aura? It's bizarre. No matter how much of a genius he is, this shouldn't be doable. A moment later, the ingredients he summoned were instantly refined, condensing into... The crowd's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Everyone was struck with absolute shock. What kind of fire is that? He's refining way too fast. Is he cheating? Even with a top-tier cauldron, melting the profound ice flower and stripping the impurities. Should take at least 2 breaths of time. eBay swept his hand in a beautiful arc, manipulating the source of spiritual energy. Instantly, that energy was successfully refined. It began relentlessly absorbing the surrounding power. Peng Shan's face twisted in confusion and doubt. Could it be? Is it possible? Could this youth's alchemy talent really be 100 times greater than my master's? eBay casually snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. He placed one hand over his chest. Focusing his mind, he fused the spiritual energy into the shimmering circle in the air. Peng Shan's eyes widened in pure astonishment. This youth, he isn't just a God-gifted alchemist. He's also a master of formation arrays. To master both at the same time, what kind of monstrous genius is he? The onlookers were equally stunned by the sight. He's halfway to success. Now comes the most critical step, pill condensation. If he pulls this off, the Clear Heart pill will be complete. eBay pressed his palms close together. He recalled the glowing circle and positioned it above his head. It spun violently, forcing the spiritual energy to move at the speed of light. Suddenly, eBay let out a sharp grunt of discomfort. Peng Shan shook his head in regret. This is it. If he doesn't control the heat better, the pill might crumble before it even forms. eBay decisively swung his arm and shouted, "Form!" He forced the energy to submit to his will. Someone in the crowd cried out, "Look, everyone! Quick! The kid isn't finished yet. He's still refining." A pill enveloped in blue flames slowly descended. The woman standing nearby stammered. As expected, he failed. Another person cut in. It makes sense. He only spent a few minutes. If you want a finished product, with his cultivation level, it should take at least 3 hours. It would be weirder if he didn't fail. eBay remained silent, reaching out to catch the pill as it drifted toward him. The moment it landed in his palm, the outer shell suddenly cracked. In an instant, the black casing shattered into tiny pieces, revealing a translucent green jade pill inside. The crowd stood frozen. Suddenly, they realized what it was. Pill frost. Good heavens! Not only did he refine the pill, but it even developed pill frost. A supreme-grade Clear Heart pill. The efficacy of this pill is 5 times higher than a normal one. Is he even human? Holding the pill, I can't help but be impressed. Not bad. I didn't expect the 20-fold alchemy speed reward to boost the final quality as well. While it's not quite 20 times better, 10 times is certainly there. eBay stepped forward and looked at Peng Shan. I assume this pill meets your requirements? Peng Shan raised his hand, gesturing respectfully. Young master, could we speak in private? eBay closed his hand and nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Inside the small courtyard, a question was asked. May I ask your esteemed name, young master? And do you already have a master? With his hands behind his back, he answered calmly. Yibai. As for a master, I have none. Peng Shan furrowed his brows in deep thought. To reach this level of alchemy without a teacher, it seems I still underestimated his natural talent. He made an offer. Yibai, if I were to introduce you to my master, the president of the Xingqian Pill Association, Yao Xingqian himself, would you be willing to take him as your teacher? Yibei's expression soured at the question. It felt like a direct insult. Peng Shan tried to be more persuasive. I know your talent is immense, but the path of alchemy only gets harder as you progress. 130 years ago, my master broke through to become a 9th-rank alchemist. His cultivation is also at the peak half-emperor stage. He continued his desperate sales pitch. He is only a single step away from the legendary heavenly alchemist rank, though that step is one he has tried to take many times without success. Yibei narrowed his eyes, realizing the true motive behind this invitation. So, bringing me here wasn't about joining the association. It was about getting me to acknowledge a master. And to think you want me to apprentice under that brat, Xingqian, he shrugged with a light chuckle. I have no objections. However, I can promise you one thing. The moment your master sees me, there's no way he'll take me as a disciple. Peng Shan quickly countered. That's impossible. If master meets you, he will definitely be overjoyed. Yibei thought to himself, well, that's true. If that little girl Xingqian sees me, she'll probably cry tears of joy. He imagined her throwing her arms around him and acting like a spoiled child. Master, your disciple missed you so much. And he'd play the doting teacher. There. Don't cry now. At the thought, Yibei broke into a rather mischievous grin. Peng Shan rubbed his chin doing the math. Based on the date, Master's current seclusion should be ending soon. He mentioned that once he finishes, he plans to visit the central province. Yibei suddenly asked a question. Has your master been here recently? Peng Shan nodded immediately. Yes. Word got out that Yimo, the demon venerable, one of the 4 demon emperors, was reaching the end of his lifespan. The great sage son came to seek my master's help. Reflecting on it, his voice sounded a bit helpless. But at the time, even master had no way to extend the demon venerable's life. After that, the central province issued a call for other alchemists or longevity-extending pills. Yibei fell into thought. His lifespan is failing. Isn't Yimo's situation exactly like mine was back then? Yibei closed his eyes to contemplate. A standard 7th-rank longevity pill definitely wouldn't work on a demon emperor like Yimo. He smiled to himself. But what if it's not a standard pill? Decisively, he held up a finger and spoke with excitement. Fine then. I'll stay here and wait for your master to arrive. Peng Shan beamed. Excellent. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Yibei. If you need any ingredients for refining, feel free to take any of the common materials. For rare items, we can sell them to you at an internal price, much cheaper than anywhere else. Yibei broke into a cold sweat. Seriously? After all that talk, he's still trying to make a sale. If I didn't know he was Xingqian's disciple, I think I walked into a scammer's guild. Longevity fruit, triple origin azure flower, spirit ratio, incandescing grass, golden soul seed, blue star divine leaf. He rubbed his chin, talking to himself. I might as well refine the 9 heavens longevity pill today. Peng Shan was taken aback, feeling a bit uneasy. Those are all incredibly rare materials. Each one is worth a fortune. Is he really planning to use these to refine a pill right now? Driven by curiosity, he asked, Yibei, I have to know, what is your current alchemist rank? Yibei looked up and hesitated for a moment. Let's just say 7th rank, especially since my refining speed is currently 10 times faster. Coupled with the black flames of the supreme demon bone, even a 7th rank pill is the bare minimum of what I can produce. He thought for a moment before making a request. If there's nothing else, please help me prepare those ingredients as quickly as possible. Peng Shan agreed instantly. Of course. I'll get right on it. 15 minutes later, a voice called out from inside the room. Brother Yi, your ingredients are ready. He pointed toward the room in front of them. This room is equipped with a high-quality cauldron. It can handle the refinement of pills up to the 8th rank. Yibei turned his head and gave a brief nod. Got it. The man set the pile of ingredients on the table. If you don't need anything else, I'll give you some space. Yibei sat down by the materials and stopped him. No need. You can stay. Peng Shan asked in shock, really? He bowed happily. Then I shall gratefully accept your offer. Yi Bei raised his hand, summoning an ethereal cauldron into the air. Peng Shan watched, utterly confused. This. He's not seriously going to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill like this, is he? Yi Bei turned, drawing the precious ingredients toward him. He swiftly guided them into the cauldron for refinement. The cauldron hovered steadily in the air. Peng Shan was mesmerized by his precise movements. The effectiveness of this phantom cauldron isn't inferior to a physical one at all. Moreover, Brother Yi isn't just performing every step perfectly. His efficiency is several times faster than a normal person's. The following day, a mystical glow suddenly erupted from within the alchemy furnace. All of a sudden, someone outside began to scream. "Oh my God! Everyone look! Quickly!" While Yi Bei remained calm, focusing on the refinement, Peng Shan turned his head toward the source of the commotion and gasped. His brow furrowed in concern. During the refinement process, an alchemist must never be disturbed. The best-case scenario for an interruption is total failure. The worst is a furnace explosion. It could permanently damage one's path in alchemy. He threw open the doors, stepped outside, and cleared his throat before demanding, "What's going on here?" Peng Shan's voice trailed off as he froze in his tracks. His face was a mask of pure shock. He looked up at the sky, now choked with lightning and roiling black clouds, and felt a wave of panic wash over him. "This is a pill tribulation?" He shouted in disbelief. "Don't tell me this is a rank 7 pill. Even an ordinary rank 9 pill shouldn't be able to summon a pill tribulation, unless it's a peak tier rank 9, or some kind of heaven-defying medicine." He could hardly believe his own thoughts. Does this mean Brother Yi has actually summoned a pill tribulation? Suddenly, 2 streaks of white light shot across the horizon. Peng Shan frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he tracked their movement. Without a second thought, he took to the sky to follow them. A short while later, he landed and bowed respectfully before man. Peng Shan greeted him with deep reverence. "City Lord Guhang. It has been a long time." The City Lord of Zhuke City. Zhuke, a half-emperor, asked with a stern expression. "This pill tribulation, it wasn't summoned by you, Brother Peng Shan?" He pressed further. Could it be that Lord Jing Chun is personally refining pills within the pavilion? Peng Shan shook his head and stammered. No, my master won't arrive for another few days. The person currently refining is actually a friend of mine." She imagined the furnace and the tiny specks of light within, exclaiming, "The pill is forming." Right then, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the roof of the building where Yi Bei was working. Seeing this, the two of them immediately rushed back to observe from a closer vantage point. Inside the room, he raised 2 fingers, guiding a deep purple pill into the air. It shot upward, colliding with the lightning bolts in the high sky with a series of thunderous booms. The 2 observers watched the scene with wide, trembling eyes. They stammered out in unison. It's a success." Peng Shan's mind raced with theories. Given Brother Ye's refining techniques and the aura of a senior, he certainly isn't just a rank 7 alchemist. He is a genuine rank 9 alchemist. Suddenly, a strange light leaped out from the room. It immediately flew toward where Peng Shan and the half-emperor were standing. Yi Bei's voice rang out with authority. "Peng Shan, test the medicine." Peng Shan replied instantly. "Thank you, senior." She gasped in astonishment. "Test the medicine? Why would a masterpiece like this even need testing? Why wasn't a wonderful opportunity like this given to me?" Without a word, he took the pill and swallowed it immediately. 10 minutes later, Peng Shan raised his palms to circulate his spiritual energy. His eyes were squeezed shut. Sweat poured off him as if he were enduring an immense, crushing pressure. In an instant, Peng Shan's entire body erupted with a brilliant emerald energy that shot straight into the sky. Multiple rings of light, varying in size, manifested and surrounded his body. Finally, he let out a calm, steady breath. Zhuke, standing behind him and sensing the radiating spiritual power, spoke up. "Congratulations, Brother Peng Shan, on breaking through to the half-emperor realm." He realized with shock that there was something else unusual. "Your alchemy attainment seems to have." Peng Shan looked at his own palms before turning back to reply. "Thank you, City Lord. My path in alchemy has indeed made some progress. Right now, I believe I have just entered the ranks of the rank 8 alchemists. She repeated the words in shock. Rank 8? He frowned, lost in thought. From rank 7 to rank 8. While it's only a single level, these two ranks represent entirely different worlds of status. Yi-Bei's voice drifted out from the room. Well, how much did your lifespan increase? The crowd outside began to whisper in confusion. What? How much did his lifespan increase? Shouldn't he be asking how much his cultivation improved? Or how much his alchemy skills grew? Exactly. What does lifespan have to do with anything? Wait, just what kind of pill did the senior in that pavilion refine? Pang Shan replied respectfully. Reporting to Senior Yi. My lifespan has increased by a total of 300 years. Zhu Kei placed a hand on his shoulder and asked urgently. Brother Pang, I only want to ask you one thing. If we gave this pill to Lord Yemo, would it be effective? Pang Shan sighed and gave him a pointer. That is a question the city lord must ask the senior in person to get a true answer. She gave a short nod of acknowledgement. Inside the room, he summoned spiritual energy into his hand and muttered to himself. The effects are fine, but the success rate for forming the pills was a bit low. Only 4 reached transcendent quality. The other 5 are just ordinary top-tier pills. What did I go wrong? The two of them quickly appeared behind Yi-Bei. Zhu Kei froze as she looked at his back. A rank 1 saint? That can't be right. He noticed how respectfully Pang Shan was acting toward Yi-Bei. The way Brother Pang Shan looks at that youth, it's filled with absolute reverence. But Brother Pang Shan is already a rank 8. Alchemist and a half-emperor powerhouse. He should definitely be able to see through this youth's cultivation level. This realization solidified his conclusion. If that's the case, then this youth who appears to be a rank 1 saint must truly be a rank 9 alchemist. Yi-Bei was oblivious, still immersed in his own world. It seems the issue lies with how I handled the lightning tribulation during the pill's condensation. I still haven't reached perfection. Pang Shan spoke up slowly. Senior Yi, this is the city lord of Zhu Kei City. He has a request for you. He asked coldly. Speak. What is it? He was momentarily stunned by the cold reception, his face going blank. After a moment, Zhu Kei regained her composure to speak. I was wondering if Senior Yi is aware of Lord Yemo, the demon venerable. I wish to ask, would the medicine you just refined be effective for Lord Yemo? Yi-Bei held out his palm and answered bluntly. Yes, but the effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It would only add 100 years at most. Zhu Kei jumped in shock, her face full of disbelief. What? 100 years? Are you serious? He continued. His face turned pale as he bowed and pleaded. I beg you, Senior Yi, do you have the time to accompany me to the central demon territory? Yi-Bei casually poured himself some tea and gave his answer. I'm sorry. I refuse. His blunt refusal left the two of them completely stunned. Pang Shan hesitated. Zhu Kei tried to persuade him. Senior Yi, please listen. If you agree to come with me to the central demon territory and manage to heal Lord Yemo, we will grant you anything your heart desires. Yi-Bei simply blew on his tea, completely ignoring her words. She narrowed her eyes, fuming inwardly. How annoying. No one has ever dared to ignore me like this. Zhu Kei stared intently at the ring on his finger. If I'm not mistaken, he must have put those transcendent pills into that ring. Zhu Qiue's eyes shifted. If that's the case, should I just take the medicine by force? Even though Brother Pang Shan just reached the half-emperor realm, I am certain I could defeat him in an instant. She watched as he slowly sipped his tea. Zhu Kei thought to herself. As for Senior Yi, his cultivation is only at the rank 1 saint level. As if he could hear her inner thoughts, Yi-Bei spoke up. Well, do you feel like being polite isn't working? So you're planning to just rob me? Caught red-handed, she fell silent, not daring to say a word. Yi-Bei set his teacup down and spoke. Tell you what, I'll give you 2 choices. He spoke slowly. 1, you can try to take the pills from me by force. If you can pull it off, then you're the better one. He presented the second option. 2, you call the great sage over here. Tell him he must invite me in person. He pursed his lips and thought. In the past, I was always the one going out to find my disciples. Maybe this time, I can finally experience what it's like to have a disciple come to me. The two of them stared at him, their mouths hanging open in shock. Pang Shan broke into a cold sweat and cursed internally. Has Senior Yi lost his mind? Zhu Kei is a half-emperor. If she wants to steal something, it would be as easy as flipping her hand. Zhu Kei was also sweating, unable to fathom Yi-Bei's intentions. You want the great sage, the most hot-tempered of the 4 demon emperors, to come invite you personally? What on earth are you thinking? Hesitating no longer, she summoned her spiritual energy. She asked through gritted teeth, "Senior Yi, are you a man of your word?" He narrowed his eyes and replied arrogantly, "Naturally." Pang Shan, seeing the terrifying energy radiating from her, shouted to stop her. "Senior Yi, no." In a split second, someone was sent flying backward. The momentum forced them to crash into the ground with a violent impact. He sat on the ground, consumed by worry. Damn it. This is bad. Senior Yi has looked out for me so much. This time, I have to stop Zhuke. With that thought, he acted. Pang Shan quickly regained his footing and shot into the air. At that exact moment, several bolts of lightning struck the roof, followed by a series of agonizing screams. He held his breath, fearing for Yi Bei's safety. "Senior Yi," he roared in a rage. "Zhuke, I will never forgive you for this." Suddenly, Pang Shan froze, his mind racing. Wait, what's going on? That scream just now, it didn't belong to Senior Yi. It was Zhuke. Inside the room, he sat calmly, beckoning with his hand. Not a bad effort. Keep going. Zhuke collapsed to her knees, stammering incoherently. Pang Shan couldn't help but wonder. The cultivation realm of Senior Yi, isn't he just a rank 1 saint? She leaned forward. Placing one hand on the ground, she spoke in a low voice. "I was just careless that time." Her eyes filled with a look of absolute determination to succeed. "I'm definitely taking this pill today." Zhuke pours all her internal power into a magic array and thrusts it right at Yi Bei's face. He doesn't budge an inch. Instead of fear, a smirk plays on his lips. Azure spiritual energy slowly surges in front of Yi Bei. With his bare hands, he traps her within a lightning barrier. Zhuke looks around frantically, cursing her luck. In human form, I can't handle this much lightning. But if I revert to my true form just to deal with the Saint Realm cultivator, I'll never hear the end of it. She had no choice but to retract her energy and yield. "Senior Yi, I give up. I surrender. I submit." Yi Bei chuckles, mocking her. "I'm afraid I can't just take it back now. After all, once the lightning is cast, there's no turning back." Bolts of lightning rain down on Zhuke, leaving her with no choice but to take the hits as she screams in pain. Afterward, Zhuke's entire body is charred. Smoke rises from her in thick clouds. She can barely squeeze out a single word. He mocks her with a cold expression. "Well, do you want to get hit again?" She grimaces, harboring a deep resentment. "Those bolts looked powerful, but they didn't hit any of my vitals. This senior, you must have held back on purpose." How infuriating. I am a proud member of the demon clan, yet I was shown mercy by a mere human at the Saint Realm. How humiliating. Zhuke suddenly takes flight, catching Yi Bei off guard. She transforms into a massive vermilion bird, soaring high into the sky. She shouts down as she flies away. "Senior Yi, remember what you said? I'm going to go inform that person for you right now." Standing in the room, he nods as a mischievous idea takes root. Not bad. Her flight speed is easily on par with the small aircraft I modified. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. If I could use her as a mount, that would be pretty badass. Yi Bei turns to Pang Shan. "All right, she won't be back for a while. In that case, come take a stroll through Zhuke City with me." He can only comply. "Of course. Senior Yi." Pang Shan breaks into a cold sweat. "Senior Yi, you really are something else. The great saint will be here any moment. And yet, here we are, taking our sweet time. Is this really going to be okay?" It wasn't long before Zhuke reached the heart of the demon clan's territory. She lands in a clearing and shifts back into her human form. Standing atop the wall facing the palace gates, she calls out loudly. "Zhuke has urgent news for the great saint. Please announce my arrival." A figure flashes before her in an instant. She bows respectfully. Zhuke greets the great saint, the 5th-ranked great emperor, one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Su Wuxiao, dressed in alluring robes, looks on thoughtfully. She asks sternly, "Speak. Why have you sought me out?" Zhuke bows her head to report. "Great saint, I have found a pill that can extend Lord Jia Mo's lifespan." Suddenly, Wu Xiao reaches out and grabs her by the throat. She scolds her with a frown. "Do you have any idea? How many people have told me that? Ever since the announcement went out across the central region. I've heard it dozens of times. They give me hope time and time again, only to fail in the end." Zhuke gasps, trying to explain. Great saint. I saw it with my own eyes this time. Besides, that senior is currently at the Stardust Pill Association. Wu Zhao's face twists as she considers the news. The Stardust Pill Association? She releases her grip. Zhu Kei clarifies. That's right. That senior is a 9th grade alchemist. She recounts what she witnessed. With my own eyes, I saw Brother Pang Shan swallow a pill he had just refined. Not only did he break through to the half-emperor realm, but he also became an 8th grade alchemist, and his lifespan increased by 300 years. More importantly, he personally guaranteed that this pill could extend Lord Jia Mo's life by 100 years. Wu Xiao rubs her chin, impressed. A guarantee to extend that old man Jia Mo's life by a century? Interesting. Very interesting. She tilts Zhu Kei's chin up, her gaze threatening. If I go there and find out you've lied to me, the little bird life belongs to me. Terrified, Zhu Kei breaks into a cold sweat and stammers. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Everything I said is the absolute truth. Not an ounce of exaggeration. However, Wu Xiao glares, her eyes flashing. Out with it. She clasps her hands and repeats Yi Bei's words. That 9th grade alchemist said that if you want the pill, the great saint must come in person to invite him to meet Lord Jia Mo. Upon hearing this, she bursts into laughter. A suffocating spiritual pressure erupts from her body. You want me to personally go and invite him? A disdainful smirk curls her lips. I'll have to see if he actually has the guts to back it up. The scorching sun continues to beat down on the residential area. With fewer people on the streets, the atmosphere feels increasingly bleak. Pang Shan carries a massive bag, his face full of worry. Even though we're far from the heart of the demon clan's territory, with Zhu Kei's terrifying speed, she could be back in 2, or maybe 3 hours. And yet, Senior Yi is acting as if he hasn't a care in the world. He had been following him the entire time, eating, drinking, and shopping. He wasn't on guard at all. Yi Bei, holding a Tonghulu skewer, asks, Pang Shan, tell me about your master. I'm curious. He can only obey. Of course, Senior. Right then, Zhu Kei flies back, her voice booming. Pang Shan, Senior Yi, I brought the great saint. Come up here and meet her. Wu Xiao looks down from above, her brow furrowed as she repeats the name. Senior Yi? She feels a flicker of doubt. The surname Yi is incredibly rare. In my entire life, the only person I've ever known with that surname was my master. She turns to Zhu Kei. Is that 9th grade alchemist's surname really Yi? Do you know his full name? She answers quickly. This Senior Yi is a first-stage saint. He looks like a youth, and he's a master of lightning techniques. Wu Xiao falls into deep thought. It seems I'm overthinking things. If Master were still alive with his unrivaled talent, there's no telling if he would have reached the profound realm after 300 years. Zhu Kei spreads her wings and lands before him, hesitant. Senior Yi, I brought the great saint to you, as requested. Whatever you need to say, you can tell her yourself. Wu Zhao's eyes suddenly widen as she recognizes the familiar figure. She quickly leaps off Zhu Kei's head. She slams onto the ground in front of them with aggressive force, as if issuing a challenge. Pang Shan, clutching his bag, waves his hand frantically in defense. Great saint, please calm your anger. Senior Yi didn't mean any offense. Yi Bei suddenly places a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Pang Shan turns in surprise. Senior Yi? You. Without a single word, she immediately drops to her knees in a formal salute. Pang Shan and Zhu Kei stand frozen, completely dumbfounded by the sight. Pang Shan, standing behind them, can't help but wonder. The great saint is kneeling before Senior Yi? How is this even possible? Wu Xiao looks up, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice trembles with emotion. Your unfilial disciple greets Master. Yi Bei studies her with a serious gaze. Wu Xiao, how do you know it's really me? Still kneeling, she looks up with certainty. I might fail to recognize anyone else, but you, Master, I would know you anywhere for as long as I live. He looks at her face, a mix of joy and fear, and thinks to himself, the last time I heard that title was 200 years ago, when my eldest disciple said her farewells. He muses. She recognized me at a single glance. She must have quite the keen eye. Pang Shan is in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. What? Senior Yi is actually the great saint's master. She turns back and barks an order. Zhu Kei, take me and my master to see Lord Jia Mo. Zhu Ke nods in obedience. Yes. Yi Bei glances over to give instructions. Pang Shan, stay here and wait for Xingchen. When you see her, tell her to come find us at Lord Jia Mo's place immediately. He clasps his hands and bows. Yes, Grandmaster. With that, the two of them fly off on Zhu Ke's head, soaring through the sky. He suddenly turns and asks, Wu Xiao, when you attacked the bright tomorrow Holy Land, was it really just for this old wooden staff? Her voice is laced with hatred. Master, those holy lands deserve to be purged. They're all better off dead. If I were given another chance, I would level that holy land to the ground. The system screen appears. Disciples reunited. 6 out of 108. Reward. Great Emperor skill card. Yi Bei is momentarily stunned. It suddenly occurs to him. Right? I remember after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm on Mount Tai Bai, the system mentioned an upgrade reward mechanism. This must be that upgrade reward. He mutters. Use Great Emperor skill card. System notification. Loading Great Emperor skill card. A golden aura forms as he clenches his fist. The Kaioken. Is this that secret technique from that anime in my past life? Regardless, it's not a bad skill at all. It's just a shame that I'm only at the Saint Realm right now. I can only push the Sovereign's might to 5 times its power. He raised a finger. Wu Xiao, come here. Your master is going to pass a divine technique to you. Give a try. Wu Xiao agreed immediately. Yes, master. Yi Bei pointed his finger directly at the center of her forehead. Instantly, Wu Xiao was enveloped in a shroud of golden energy. She slowly drifted up into the air. Suddenly, a strange light surged in her body, causing a loud thud to echo off the vermilion bird's back. Hearing the sound coming from her own back, the bird cried out in grievance. Great sage. Ow, ow, ow. This is my back, not a slab of rock. Couldn't you be a little more gentle? A moment later, Wu Xiao bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the gift, master. This technique is perfect for me. If I had this back then, how could that emperor from the Tsaming Holy Land have ever chased me down? A smile played across her lips. Master is truly amazing. He gave me such a significant gift the moment we met. Yi Bei leaned down and raised a finger, whispering, tell me, if you used the full power of this sovereign's might, how many times could you amplify your strength? She did a quick calculation, reporting to Master. I could probably go up to 50 times. She flexed her arm, feeling her physical strength reach a whole new level. And I can still feel it. This technique has even more potential to unlock as my cultivation grows. He stared blankly at Wu Xiao's chest, at her massive potential, and sighed. Good grief. I can only manage 5 times. Yet this girl can hit 50? And she's not even finished yet. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he felt. Yi Bei wept inwardly. It seems the difference between people, well, the difference between a person and a monkey is just too huge. The vermilion bird flew swiftly toward the heart of the beast race's territory. She gradually began her descent. Yi Bei frowned, sensing the spiritual energy in the air. This presence, it's a great emperor. Suddenly, the vermilion bird swerved back up as the city gates slammed shut, sending Wu Xiao into a cursing fit. You stupid ox. Why is it you again? Do you really want me to bash your head in with my staff? Azure Ox Great Emperor, Yinfan. A mid-stage Great Emperor. He stood with hands on his hips, chin tilted up defiantly. You damned monkey. If you think you've got what it takes, come at me. This great ox master is going to settle our score once and for all today. She scowled at his insults. Her face darkened instantly. Suddenly, Wu Xiao paused and glanced toward Yi Bei. He was stroking his chin with a smirk, looking like he was plotting something. Gripping her staff, she stood before Yi Bei and shook her head frantically. Master, please believe me. I don't usually go looking for trouble. I've really changed. Honestly, the truth is that dumb ox is bitter because he thinks I stole his spot in the 4 emperors rankings. It pushed him to the very bottom. So, every single time I show up, he blocks my way and demands to fight over it. He stopped me over a dozen times now. He put on a cold, intimidating expression and gave his command. Wu Xiao, if this Azure Ox Great Emperor is such a nuisance, you can either ignore him or beat him until he learns some respect. Wu Xiao blinked, hesitating. Master, you mean? Yi Bei crossed his arms and replied, Go ahead, just try not to kill him. She brightened up immediately. Yes, master, I understand. With that, Wu Xiao swung her long staff toward Yinfan's head. A challenge. You stupid ox. Take a hit from your big sister. He slammed his fists together. His eyes flared with light. He bared his fangs and growled. You damned monkey. She lunged forward, engaging the ferocious ox in single combat. Wu Xiao laughed triumphantly. Stupid ox. I was trying to give you some face, but now you're going to have to endure the consequences. He glared at her and mocked. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days. Your bragging skills would reach a whole new level. Wu Xiao clenched her fist, igniting a brilliant golden energy. She threw a punch toward him, tilting her head back as she spoke. Sovereign's might tenfold. Yinfan looked up and roared at the incoming energy. Is that all? Child's play. Soon after, a massive explosion erupted where he stood. Wu Xiao nimbly dodged to the side. She landed on the ground, grumbling. Damn it, that dumb ox is actually playing for keeps. Yinfan regained his composure. He opened his mouth wide and spat out a mysterious surge of green energy. Die, you damn monkey! Facing him. Head on. She didn't back down. Sensing the danger, Wu Xiao furrowed her brows, thinking of a counter-strategy. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Sovereign's might, 25 times. Spiritual energy coalesced wildly around her. Wu Xiao clenched her fists tight, the power surging through them. She gritted her teeth. Feel it. I can't believe that just 25 times has already pushed my body to its absolute limit. Seizing the moment she let her guard down, Yinfan fired a glowing orb straight at her. Her expression darkened as she threw a punch. Standing on the vermilion bird's back, Yibei teased. What are you just standing there for? Fly a bit higher. She looked up and stammered. Yes, of course. Right away, senior. Two terrifying forces, one gold and one green, collided. A second later, Wu Xiao's golden energy pierced through his green aura, pinning him to the ground. The vermilion bird flew higher while looking down, observing closely. He narrowed his eyes. Damn, look at that. Seeing the thick dust clouds rising, she couldn't help but marvel. The great sage is way too fierce. She actually managed to thrash the Azure Ox Great Emperor, a mid-stage emperor. A deep crater had been carved into the earth below. Wu Xiao and Yinfan both lay sprawled out inside. Yibei, standing on the bird's back, ordered, all right, go down and pick her up. She dove down, shouting, understood, senior. Almost there. He landed and approached her, asking with concern, can you still move? Wu Xiao spoke with difficulty. Master, could you give me a hand? She forced a tired smile. Because right now, I can't move a muscle. Yibei gently took Wu Xiao into his arms. Let's go. Yibei knew exactly why she was immobilized. He analyzed the situation in his head. From what just happened, it's clear Wu Xiao used at least 20 times the sovereign's might for that second strike, which pushed her body to its breaking point. For a short while, she won't be able to move. Yibei carried her and placed her on the vermilion bird's back. Wu Xiao trembled. Master, it hurts so much. He quickly tried to soothe her. I'll be gentle. The vermilion bird's face went blank. What's with this vulnerable act? Is this even the same hot-tempered great sage who hits first and asks questions later? He sat down and turned around, suddenly asking, what was the final multiplier you used for the sovereign's might? She lay there with a faint giggle. Exactly 25 times, Master. She laughed with pure delight. Master, this divine technique of yours is truly invincible. The gap between each level of the Great Emperor realm is massive. But this technique allows one to leap across those ranks to challenge stronger foes. It's simply miraculous. Yibei warned her in a serious tone. Learn from this. For now, the most you should use is 10 times. Your body isn't strong enough to handle 25 yet. Wu Xiao replied happily, Got it, Master. I understand. 10 minutes later, the vermilion bird arrived at the desert. Looking at the familiar scenery before her, she said, Master, we've arrived. He urged, let's go. Wu Xiao followed behind. Yes, Master. The two of them slowly walked inside. She introduced the figure sitting before them. Master, this is the desert monster sovereign, Yemo. Yibei frowned, staring intently at the man. He could sense a strange aura radiating from him. Why is there a faint trace of demonic energy coming from this monster sovereign? Based on the reaction from my supreme demonic bone, this energy is many times stronger than all the spirits and evils in the heavenly pond Holy Land combined. Yemo slowly opened his eyes, revealing purple pupils. Yibei analyzed the situation seriously. But how can a powerful monster sovereign have demonic traits? Unless Yahello sat on his throne, observing them. Human boy, your reaction is just like the one that Kid Yao had. Wu Xiao placed a hand on Yibei and introduced him. Elder Yahello, last time, Yao Xingchen was my junior brother, but this time this man is my master. He greeted him loudly. I'm Yibei. Greetings to the desert monster sovereign, Yahello. He narrowed his eyes and questioned. Monkey girl, you're saying this man is your master? She put her hands on her hips and confirmed. That's right. My master has tricks you couldn't even dream of. There's nothing he can't do. Yahello leaned back in his chair and spoke. So, what brings you all here today? What's going on? If you want to leave the central continent, I won't stop you this time. Just don't forget the agreement between us. Wu Xiaoyu raised a finger and spoke enigmatically. Elder, I really am leaving this time. But before I go, I'm going to solve your lifespan problem. She spoke with absolute confidence in his abilities. Because while no one else can fix this in the eyes of my master, this isn't even a problem. Yibei saw her bragging and couldn't help but sigh. This unruly monkey. 300 years haven't changed her a bit. She's exactly like that Azure Ox Great Emperor. Since when did her bragging skills get so damn good? She didn't used to be like this. Not all. The elder bowed his head and declined. Just leave in peace. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This lifespan issue is not something a mere pill can fix. He didn't believe a word of it. Thinking she was just saying it to comfort him, he said, instead of wasting your time on me, you should focus more on your cultivation and break through to the next realm. She clenched her fists, unwilling to let it go. In this world, besides my master, Elder, you're the person I owe the most to. Seeing you like this, how can I possibly leave in peace? Yibei took out a pill to stop the conversation. Elder, you should give his pill a try. Watching him catch the pill, Yibei continued. Whether it works or not, you won't know until you try it for yourself. Yahello reached out and took it. He examined it closely and thought to himself, this pill is the highest grade longevity pill I've seen in 100 years. Regret flashed across his face. It's a pity, given the current state of my body. I'm afraid. Wu Xiao asked excitedly. Elder, well, how is it? Yahello answered honestly. This pill is extraordinary. It could extend a life by at least 30 years without any issue. She blurted out in shock. 30 years? Elder, are you sure you're not mistaken? My master said it would add at least 100 years. He laughed and gave his thanks. I only had 2 years left, and now I can gain so many more at once. No matter the outcome, I must thank you both today. He spoke generously. From this day forward, you are a guest of honor to our demon race. If you ever need assistance, just tell me directly. Yibei replied promptly. Thank you, Elder. Wu Xiaoyu raised her palm and urged him. Elder, hurry. I'll protect you while you work. Refine that pill right now. Yahello muttered as he popped it into his mouth. What's the rush? Why are you so impatient? It's not like my life is ending this very second. Yibei lowered his head and covered his mouth, whispering. Wu Xiao, perhaps. There's still a way to save Elder Yahello. He instructed. From now on, I don't care who it is. No one is allowed to disturb me. Understood? Wu Xiaoyu replied enthusiastically. Yes, sir. Master, go ahead and do your thing. Leave everything here to me. If anyone tries to cause trouble, I'll beat them until they turn tail and run. This is great. The elder can finally be saved. If Master says it's possible, then it must be. By now, the elder had clasped his hands and begun his cultivation. His entire body radiated a deep purple aura. The energy quickly surged out of Yahello's body and rose into the air. He closed his eyes tight. Sweat poured down his face as he struggled to control the power. A streak of green light rushed in, looking as if it wanted to swallow that demonic energy. This is devouring. The purple energy struggled desperately to escape the green spiritual power. Yahello grimaced and groaned. As I thought, it's those damn things again. Every time I take a longevity pill, they devour every last bit of it. Then they hide back inside my body and continue to suck the life out of me. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Elder, these are the results of your old internal injuries from years ago, aren't they? His eyes widened, and he let out a gasp. He looked at the phantom image before him in shock. You're that girl's master. The green spiritual power transformed into Yibei, who declared, I can help you purge the demonic corruption left behind by the demon race. Emo had no other choice but to trust him. Fine, give it a try. There aren't many in this world who can even recognize demonic corruption. If he can see it, maybe he really does have a way. Thinking this, he made a promise. If you succeed, I will owe you a massive favor. As long as I live, no matter what difficulties you face, even if I have to destroy a sacred land, I will come to your aid. Of course, it's fine even if you don't succeed. I've endured these things for tens of thousands of years. I can handle 30 more. Yibei summoned his cauldron and agreed. Then let's begin. The cauldron instantly shot into the sky. It smashed right through the roof and soared upward. The streams of purple, spiritual energy were quickly drawn into the cauldron. Yibei pressed his fingers together and shouted. The cauldron continuously absorbed the aura, creating a purple ring around it. The demonic energy roared, as if unwilling to be destroyed. Emo stood up amidst the energy and laughed. Burn them all to ashes for me. Yibei stood before him and explained the plan. Elder, the demonic corruption in your body is deeply rooted. It has penetrated your very marrow. If you want to wipe it out completely, you need to reveal your true form to endure the intense pain. Emo didn't care about the pain at all. Pain? Young man, bring it on. As long as you can purge that corruption, do whatever you must. Yibei nodded and reminded him. Then, Elder, show me your true form now. I'm starting. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above, followed by a roar that shook the world. Yibei gasped. Holy crap. If I'd known the Elder's true form was this huge, I wouldn't have made that request. She looked up at the giant tortoise and explained. Master, Elder's true form is the Haotian ancestral tortoise. They say his bloodline is eternal. His power can shake the very foundations of heaven and earth. Yibei pressed his fingers together. Standing within the green spiritual power, he commanded, Wu Shao, I'm starting now. Pay attention. She flew beside him and obeyed. Yes, master. Don't you worry. He reached out his hand. He unleashed his energy and shouted. Sky-shattering black flame. Supreme demon bone. Begin refinement. Instantly, the giant tortoise was enveloped by a purple soul essence. Below, green flames erupted with a roar. Emo was left in awe. I never expected that Monkey Girl's master could refine such flames. And with such overwhelming power, if it can force these wretched things out, then even if the pain is 10 times worse, I'll take it. In an instant, the eyes of the tortoise glowed bright. Tortoise breath. Half an hour later, Wu Shao was filled with admiration. Master really is incredible. Maybe after this, the old guy will finally be able to make a full recovery. Just then, Yinfan appeared behind her and snapped. You damned monkey! What kind of trick are you playing on Lord Emo? Wu Shao scowled and barked back. You stupid ox. Are you blind? My master is treating the old man. He clenched his fists. His anger flared as he countered. Liar. You think I can't feel Lord Emo's life force getting weaker by the second? She replied coldly. Believe whatever you want. But if you want the elder to get better, then shut up and wait. Yinfan raised his fist and raged. Only a fool would believe you. How many humans actually want Lord Emo to live? Tell that guy to get down here right now? Or don't blame me for getting violent. Wu Shao cursed under her breath. This brainless ox. If I'd known, I would have hit him harder earlier. I should have just knocked him out for a few months. On another roof, a beautiful woman was watching the scene unfold. One of the 4 great demon emperors. Ranked second, the Golden Rock Emperor, Diaozhua, looked down and asked softly, Great sage, what exactly is going on? She grimaced and explained once more. The person up there really is my master. He's saving the old man. Believe it or don't. If you don't, then let's fight. Jiao's face darkened as she growled. Then I choose not to believe you. Wu Shao wasn't intimidated at all. Then let's go. You think I'm afraid of you? Both of them flared with killing intent, charging at each other with intense momentum. Suddenly, she skids to a halt. She stands there, stunned for a moment. In the distance, a figure with several purple tails slowly approaches. Wu Shao glances over. The newcomer is none other than this woman with purple fur and seductive red robes is De Fei Fei. The bald Jiao Zhuang shouts again. Fei Fei, what do you think you're doing? This concerns Lord Jia Mo's very life. That human must be eliminated. One of the 4 great demon emperors. Ranked first, the 9-tailed heavenly fox emperor. Fei Fei speaks up. Quiet down, will you? Ikan sensei talia. That human bears no ill will toward Lord Jiaimo. It's very likely that, just as the great saint said, he is actually saving Lord Jiaimo. She looks up at Jiaimo's true form, now surrounded by two swirling currents of energy, and says, all we need to do is wait here quietly. If anything goes wrong, it won't be too late to act then. Yinfan, standing below, clears his throat to protest. Fei Fei. But that's a human we're talking about. The Shao clan is going through a sensitive time right now. Most humans come here with hidden agendas. Suddenly, a burst of red energy erupts. He freezes instantly. The words die in his throat. She warns him with a stern expression. My decisions are not for you to question. Fei Fei bows slightly and speaks to her apologetically. Great saint, I believe your words. But for now, I'm afraid you'll have to endure a bit of unfair treatment. Diao Zhuang, standing nearby, grumbles. Talk about double standards. He can't help but feel irritated. It was a blatant display of favoritism. Standing between Wu Xiao and her, Fei Fei senses the suffocating tension and remains on guard. Diao Zhuang sneers, mocking the young girl. Stop struggling. It's useless. This soul shackle is one of the Heavenly Fox clan's innate divine abilities. She says triumphantly. Don't think that just because you're an early-stage great emperor, even if Yinfan stepped in, he wouldn't be able to break free. Wu Xiao goads her. Diao Zhuang, why don't we make a bet? If I can break this seal, within 1 minute, from now on, whenever you see me, you'll call me master. How about it? She huffs in disdain. You? Break it. She summons her spiritual power and smirks provocatively. If I can't break it within a minute, then I'll call you master every time we meet. And I'll throw in a deep bow. Deal. The two women can only stare in shock at her blazing aura and bold challenge. Yinfan stands there frozen, looking worried. Wait a second. That damn monkey isn't actually... Diao Zhuang boldly accepts. As long as Fei Fei doesn't help you from behind the scenes, then you're on. Wu Xiao lets out a single, cold word. She drops into a combat stance. Her fists clench tight. Spiritual energy surges, making her entire body glow brilliantly. Wu Xiao roars. Realm King's might tenfold. She remains defiant, mocking her. So what if you can use a forbidden technique? To break through Fei Fei's soul shackle, you need the strength of at least a late-stage or peak great emperor. Her eyes flare with light. Energy erupts like a raging inferno. She counts up through the levels with a roar. Realm King's might, 15-fold. Realm King's might, 20-fold. 25-fold. Fei Fei reaches out, desperately trying to stop her. Great saint. Stop this right now. You can't push it any further. Wu Xiao grits her teeth and shouts over the noise. Realm King's might, 30-fold. This bet today isn't just about pride. It's because this is my path. At this moment, the spot where she stands turns into a blinding point of light. Fearless against all odds, challenging her own limits. If she can just push through, she can surpass her former self. Suddenly, a blue halo appears in the sky. A beam of brilliant energy crashes down onto the roof. Fortunately, the other three had already moved away. They narrowly avoided the terrifying shockwave. Breaking into a cold sweat, Yinfan exclaims. This double impact is absolutely insane. He looks up at Wu Xiao hovering in the sky, thinking in terror. Aside from a few broken bones and some ruptured meridians, her blood chi and her overwhelming presence haven't diminished. They've actually increased. Usually when someone uses a forbidden technique, their cultivation drops, or they lose their potential and life force. But her, the more she uses forbidden arts, the stronger she gets. She floats coldly in midair, backed by her terrifying primordial soul. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Are you all trying to tear down my demon god palace? Fei Fei is startled by the question. He is equally shocked, and Diao Zhuang blurts out in surprise. Lord Jiaimo. They all ask in unison, voices filled with concern. Lord Jiaimo, are you all right? He speaks with pure joy. I am. Jiaimo replies with a smile. It's been 20,000 years, and this is the first time I've felt this good. Fei Fei is swept up in happiness. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen Lord Jiaimo so happy. Diao Zhuang adds with a smile. It seems the great saint wasn't lying. That human really was helping the Lord. It turns out, we were just being paranoid. He raises his voice to remind them. All four of you, behave yourselves. Stay right where you are. They answer in unison, obeying his command. Understood. Lord Jiamo, thinks to himself as he flies off. The demonic corruption that tortured me for 20,000 years has already been 1/3 destroyed, regardless of whether it can be fully eradicated. This human has already done a great service for our demon race. At this moment, Yibei is sitting cross-legged, regulating his breathing. Jiamo watches the meditating Yibei and ponders. This demonic corruption and his supreme demon bone can be seen as two opposing yet symbiotic forces. He can actually absorb them into his own body and refine them completely. He asks curiously, young friend, don't tell me you intend to transfer the demonic corruption into your own body. He confirms with a serious nod. That is exactly the plan. Yibei raises his arm and shouts, rise. The purple energy is instantly pulled from the Lord's body. Under his control, it all flows toward where Yibei is standing. A second later, not a trace of purple spiritual energy remains within Jiamo. He then shrinks his form down while still in midair. Seeing Jiamo land, Wu Xiao rushes over to check on him. Old man Jia, how are you feeling? And where is my master? He bows his head, hesitating. I am fine now. But that young man, because he didn't want to affect us. He took all the demonic corruption and vanished into the void to refine it alone. Inside the void, Yibei is alone, surrounded by that massive source of demonic energy. He closes his eyes and brings his hands together to cultivate. This demonic corruption is truly violent. Luckily, I have the heavenly pawn treasure. I can just barely suppress it. He grips a strand of the demonic energy in his hand. But if I can use the supreme demon bone to fully refine it. Yibei places a hand on his chest, summoning his energy to tear through the corruption. He shouts, it'll help me ascend several levels at once. Wu Xiao and Jiamo look up as massive cracks appear across the sky. Moments later, they slowly pull apart. He emerges from behind that mystical veil. Yibei has now reached the human realm, first stage, second stage, third stage, peak. Seeing Yibei, she excitedly lunges forward and hugs him. Master, he embraces his disciple. Then he turns to check on Jiamo, Elder Jia. The demonic corruption has been refined. There's no need to worry. However, I'm curious. How is your body's recovery coming along? He bows and clasps his hands respectfully. This old man is profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, young friend. My lifespan has been extended by... His face lights up as he continues. 10,000 years. The other three stand there, frozen in place, partly out of joy and partly out of sheer disbelief. Jiamo is beyond grateful. If you ever have need of us in the future, the entire Shao clan will do everything in our power to repay you. Yibei lands on the ground and agrees. Then it's a deal. Fei Fei places a hand gently on her neck. Her tone is seductive. From this day forth, this little girl is willing to serve you in your bedchambers every night. To repay my debt of gratitude. Neophan shoves her aside and volunteers to follow him. Step aside, woman. Great benefactor. Old Neo truly admires you. Why don't we become sworn brothers? You could be the big brother. Wu Xiao scowls and smacks him hard on the head, shouting, get lost. Since you're my master's sworn brother, doesn't that make you my martial uncle? Diao Zhuang simply shook her head, crossed her arms, and snorted in response. Seeing this, the girl raised her voice to scold her. You rotten bird. You've already seen my master's power, and yet you're still so arrogant? She quickly bowed, pressing her hands together in a formal salute. Honored Godfather, please accept your daughter's humble bow. Yibei was so shocked he actually choked on his own spit. He stared at her, utterly speechless at how shameless she was being. She sure is decisive when it comes to claiming a father. Lufin grumbled under his breath. Damn it. I never thought you were that kind of person. No, wait. That kind of bird. Fei Fei covered her mouth and smirked. As expected, a perfect score in the art of being an opportunist. He quickly waved his hand to dismiss the whole thing. All right. Forget about the Godfather business. He turned his gaze toward the elder. Elder Mo, there's something we need to discuss. Elder Mo looked puzzled. Young friend, are you referring to that demonic energy? Yibei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Exactly. Back at the Heavenly Pond Holy Land, I encountered an evil entity with a very similar demonic aura. The elder jumped in surprise, stammering out a cry. What? No way. Elder, M.O. He gestured toward the interior as they walked. Cool me. Young friend, please, let's talk inside the palace. Ye bye. He crossed his arms and nodded. Matters concerning the demon race aren't things that can be explained in just a few words. Let's take our time and discuss this. The two sat across from each other at a conference table. The four disciples stood nearby. Elder M.O. began his story. In the deepest reaches of the heavenly pond, Holy Land, they were keeping a skeleton belonging to the demon race. Though I have never seen a living member of the demon race. Just looking at those remains, I could feel an incredibly ominous aura. His blood began to boil with rage as he spoke. Those bastards from the Holy Land deserve to die. How dare they have the audacity to nurture the demon race? Yibei cut him off with a serious expression. There's no need to worry. I've already wiped them out. The news hit the elder like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself. What? How is that even possible? Even for us, the demon tribe, if we wanted to deal with the heavenly pond, Holy Land, we would need at least 3 great demon emperors working together. But looking at Yibei's strength, he stopped overthinking and felt a surge of satisfaction. It's good that they're gone. If it were up to me, I would have destroyed them too. Yibei raised his palm, getting straight to the point. The Holy Land is no longer a concern. However, the demon race, I actually know very little about them. That's why I want to hear your account of how the humans and demons allied to fight them tens of thousands of years ago. Elder M.O. recalled the purple spiritual energy from that time and began his narration. Back then, the Kuan Continental was several times more prosperous than it is now. The demon tribe alone had 7 emperor-level experts, and the humans had more than double that. But even so, during the long, grueling war against the demon race, we still lost more battles than we won. He continued, they are natural-born killing machines, the ultimate nemesis of all mortal life. It wasn't until 20,000 years ago that we managed to defeat them, though it cost us dearly. His expression turned somber. After that, the demon race retreated into a hidden, secret realm. We haven't heard a word from them since. To his savior, he gave Yibei a bright smile. Young friend, if you intend to go to that secret place to investigate the demon race, my Shao clan is willing to go with you. Yibei rubbed his chin, assessing the situation. Elder M.O., from what you've told me, the demon race is unpredictable and bizarre. I believe we shouldn't alert them just yet. We need to prepare properly first. A calculating look appeared in his eyes. It seems these demons won't be easy to handle. For now, I need to get myself into peak condition. The elder let out a sound of realization and asked, what kind of preparations? Just say the word, young friend. The Shao clan will do everything in our power to fulfill your request. Yibei began writing a list as he gave instructions. Within 3 days, I need specific alchemy ingredients and heavenly treasures. The more, the better. After listing everything he needed, he handed the list to Fei Fei. Little Fei, you'll be in charge of this. You must put your whole heart into completing this task. Fei Fei knelt and bowed her head, respectfully accepting the order. Fei Fei accepts the command. I definitely won't let you down, senior. He turned to the other 3 and barked out an order. The 3 of you have nothing to do, right? Then come and train with me. Yibei tore off his shirt, revealing his powerful, chiseled physique. He spoke with confidence. I won't use any divine abilities, and you won't use any demon energy. Just pure, raw hand-to-hand combat. He looked at the demonic energy swirling in his chest and thought. The energy refined from that demonic source is incredibly powerful. Just absorbing a fraction of it to raise my cultivation pushed me straight into the peak of the saint realm. He had already decided what to do with this power, but it would be a waste to use it all just for cultivation levels. If I use the rest to temper myself, it will become the perfect foundation for my physical body. Yinfan pulled down one side of his garment, exposing his massive chest muscles as he replied. Since Senior has put it that way, I suppose a little sparring won't hurt. I just wonder how many of my punches a human body can actually take. Diao Zhuang's eyes sharpened with anticipation. Senior may have vast divine powers, but even the strongest human can hardly compete with us demons in raw strength. If you're that confident, I'll see for myself just how much weight you can carry. Wu Xiao cracked her knuckles, a bright smile on her face. I wouldn't dream of disobeying master's orders. Yaofan put his hands on his hips and gave a fair warning. I'm going to attack with everything I've got. Yibei extended his muscular arm and tilted his head back, welcoming the challenge. Let's begin. Wu Xiao swung her hand, summoning her familiar long staff. Gripping it tightly, she charged forward with a serious look. Wu Xiao swung her arm down for a heavy strike. But Yibei simply raised his hand and blocked it effortlessly. He looked at his toned arm and marveled. Excellent. This portion of demonic energy has been tempered into my very foundation. It's a perfect fusion. Taking advantage of Yi Bei's momentary distraction, Diao Zhuang launched a swift attack from behind. She threw a massive punch, the impact so great it caused the ground to crack and shatter. Yi Bei turned his head, finding the whole thing incredibly amusing. As expected, a person needs to take a few hits to truly reach their potential. Wu Xiao clenched her fist tight, preparing to unleash a barrage of punches. Before she could, he spun around and landed a direct punch to her cheek, sending her flying backward. The next one to suffer was none other than Yaofan. He took a clean punch right to the side of his face. Yibei took a step back. He rolled his shoulder and let out a satisfied breath. Now, this is more like it. If you're going to fight, you have to go all out. A disciple standing next to Elder Mo asked nervously. Lord Patriarch, is it really okay to let the 3 demon emperors and Senior Yi fight like this indefinitely? He shook his head and replied, It's fine. It's just a little sparring. They're just tempering their bodies. They'll know when to stop. The battle only grew more intense. Everyone was desperate to land a blow on Yibei. The disciple watched helplessly and wondered, why does it look like they have no intention of stopping? 3 days later, Yibei stood before everyone and spoke. I didn't realize we've been fighting for 3 days and nights. After such high-intensity training, the energy refined from the demonic source has been completely integrated into my foundation. He smiled triumphantly. This time, no matter how terrifying the demon race's power is, they won't be able to touch me. Yaofan lay sprawled on the floor. Face bruised and battered, he groaned. Hey Diao, if I ever want to pick a fight with someone again, you have to hold me back. Diao Zhuang, utterly exhausted, collapsed and complained. The beatings I took over these 3 days were more than everything I've endured in the last 100 years. Wu Xiao sat cross-legged behind them and chimed in. Getting hit by Master really hurts. But haven't you noticed? What we've gained in these 3 days is almost equal to 10 years of cultivation. Diao Zhuang turned her head and agreed. You're right. My bones and muscles definitely feel much stronger than before. Yaofan looked at his own palms and muttered. I think I actually want another round. Elder Mo walked up to him with a sheepish smile. Young friend, you've worked hard these past 3 days, consolidating your foundation, while also taking the time to train those 3. Yibei replied humbly. Not all. It was just convenient. Fei Fei slowly approached from a distance. She bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Lord Patriarch. Greetings, Senior Yi. These are the alchemy ingredients and treasures we found over the last 3 days. They're all here. He reached out and took the crimson storage pill. Yibei peered inside and thought to himself, this is quite a haul. If that kid Yao Jingxian saw this, he'd probably die of envy. After checking to ensure nothing was missing, he told Jia Mo to stay home and rest. Elder Jia, take your time to recover. Now that you've shed the shackles of 20,000 years, your cultivation will surely reach new heights. Moved to tears, Elder Jia replied. This is all thanks to your grace, young friend. Expressing his deep gratitude, he listened as Yi Bei continued. I won't disturb you further. I'm taking Sun Xiaowu to scout the demon clan's movements. Elder Jia turned and nudged Xiaowu, whispering, Go on, child. You should return to your master's side now. She replied happily, Yes, grandfather. As the two were about to leave, Fei Fei shouted, Wait a moment. She pressed her hands to her chest, her eyes shimmering with a pleading look. Lord Jiaimo, Senior Yi, Fei Fei wants to go too. Xiaowu scratched her head, looking confused. Master is taking me with him. Why are you trying to butt in? Fei Fei swished her purple tail, trying her best to be persuasive. The great sage is wrong to say that. My Celestial Fox clan's territory isn't far from the secret land. I'm very familiar with that area. She winked playfully. Don't humans have a saying? It's easier to get things done when you know the way. If I go with you, I might actually be of some use. Yi Bei rested his hands on his hips and nodded in agreement. A local guide who knows the roads. That's not a bad idea. Fei, you're coming with us. Xiaowu stomped her foot and raised her voice to stop her master. Wouldn't it be more comfortable with just the two of us? Why bring this chatterbox along? Diao Zhuang stood nearby, observing and muttering to herself. I want to stay by Senior Ye's side, even more so I can focus on my cultivation. She looked him straight in the eye and thought. De Fei was already lording over us as the top demon emperor. I absolutely cannot let her monopolize this fortuitous opportunity alone. Having made up her mind, Diao Zhuang spoke up. Lord Jiamo, Senior Yi, regarding this scouting mission into the demon clan, I wish to go as well. Neophan didn't want to be left behind and chimed in, me too. He rubbed his chin, tried to sound logical. The demon clan is cunning and bizarre. If Senior Yi has a capable member like me by his side to assist, it would be like giving a tiger wings. Lord Jiamo, don't you agree? He put on a serious face and added 3 more words, me too. Yubei looked at the two of them acting in perfect sync with such misplaced confidence and didn't know what to say. He narrowed his eyes, beads of sweat forming as he thought to himself. I'm not taking Sanzang on a pilgrimage to the west. Do I really need for demons tagging along? Elder Jia glanced back at Yubei, gauging his reaction. I have no objections. It all depends on our young friend's decision. Diao Zhuang held up a finger, offering an excuse. I can carry Senior Yi and everyone else there. In this world, whose flight speed is the fastest, other than me, the Golden Pung, who can cover 90,000 miles in a single flap. Neophan cut in again, me too. Xiaowu angrily grabbed his horn and started shouting. You're just a land-dwelling cow. What do you mean, me too? Yi Bei suddenly punched his palm as an idea struck him. That's right. I was planning on riding the vermilion bird. But compared to a golden pung, the vermilion bird's speed really is as slow as a crawling snail. And so, he decided to let her come. Fine. You can come along as well. She clasped her hands and bowed in obedience. Thank you, Senior Yi. Only Neophan was left standing there dazed. He stammered, unable to find his words. Then, Elder Jia quickly patted his head to comfort him. Since the 3 of them are going, we definitely need one demon emperor to stay and guard the central province, right? Neophan didn't like it and threw a silent tantrum, feeling wronged, but keeping his mouth shut. The group headed outside together. Yubei said his farewells. Well, Elder Jia, we'll take our leave now. Xiaowu shouted. Old man Jia, see ya. I'll miss your cooking. Diao Zhuang added. Lord Jia Mo, we're heading out. With that, she leaped into the air, manifesting a stunning aura of green energy. The 3 of them quickly stepped onto the Golden Pang's back. Yubei marveled inwardly. The golden-winged Pong, its reputation is truly well-deserved. Fei began to explain the plan. We need to head to the secret land. It's no smaller than Vermilion Bird City. It's the trading hub of the central province, dealing in all sorts of goods. You can find anything there. She paused for a moment before continuing. That place is a lawless zone beyond any jurisdiction. Countless factions, big and small, reside there. Might makes right, and the strongest fist rules. As Diao Zhuang flew, she announced, Senior Yi, the secret land is just below us. We should be careful and proceed on foot from here. He agreed immediately. All right, you can land in that forest nearby. A short while later, she touched down in a lush, green forest. The 4 of them walked casually out of the woods, standing before a city gate. Someone remarked, the secret land's reputation for being a major transport hub is well-earned. It even houses an Emperor-level secret realm. Yi Bei fired off a series of questions. An Emperor-level secret realm? Does that mean only those at the Emperor level can enter? Or does it mean it contains Emperor-level opportunities that anyone can try for? Fei held up 3 fingers to explain. It's the latter. While there's no cultivation requirement to enter, the dangers inside are so great that even Emperor-level experts don't dare take it lightly. Moreover, the entry method changes every year, and it's always exceptionally harsh. As if she spotted something, her voice grew excited. Look, Senior Yi, that must be this year's entry method. Inside the city, the air was filled with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares. Street vendors were calling out. Ancient chess manuals, 1 volume. Only 10 high-grade spirit stones. Dear guest, why not take a copy? Take a look at the entry-level formations. If you manage to gain some insight, you might be able to go straight into the secret realm. Do you want to use the heaven and earth chess formations to comprehend the great Tao? Do you want to break through your bottleneck? I'll personally teach you how to pass the first round. The price is cheap. After asking around for a bit, they came across two people playing chess. Someone whispered, "It's a chess formation." eBay stood and thought for a few minutes. "I'm somewhat proficient in the art of chess. This shouldn't be a problem. We could take turns playing against that old man." His gaze sharpened. "I have a feeling that this emperor-level secret realm has a strong connection to the demon clan." Hearing this, Xiaowu stammered, "Master." eBay understood instantly. "What? No way." The three of them replied in unison. "We don't know how to play chess." Exactly as I expected. Of course, the people nearby were gossiping. "I've played 10 matches already, and still haven't won the right to enter. That kid, he's terrible at chess, but still insists on playing. You should just go find Go and buy a secret entry manual, even though the manual he sells can only be used once. As long as you have it, anyone can safely enter the secret realm." eBay overheard this. Buy a secret entry manual? He gently approached the man and asked, "Excuse me, where can I find the person selling these manuals?" The man replied, "You mean go home, huh? Just follow this road, turn left, then right and right again. You'll see him there." He added a reminder. "There are only 2 copies left. It goes to the highest bidder. He doesn't want spirit stones. Other rare treasures will do." Elsewhere, people were offering exorbitant prices to buy the manual. My Flying Dragon Pavilion is willing to pay 1 bottle of Dragon Core pills. The Golden Light Sect will give 1 high-grade sacred artifact. My Moon-Gazing Demon Tiger Clan will give 10 rare heavenly treasures of the highest grade. eBay arrived at the scene. "Looks like this is the place." The man sat there with his arms crossed, lazily waiting for the highest bid. "If I can trade for some good treasures this time, the Lord will definitely reward me handsomely." He spotted eBay and teased, "Hey kid, you look all right to me. Speak up. What do you have to trade? If it catches my eye, I'll sell it to you." The crowd nearby mocked him. A kid like that? Some even considered killing eBay. If he actually manages to get the manual, we'll just kill him and take it. eBay gave a disdainful smile. "Sorry, but I don't buy goods from sketchy sources." Hearing that, the man's face turned red and he jumped to his feet. "You got a big mouth. Luckily for you, I value destiny and connections. Otherwise, I would have kicked you out long ago. Speak. What source are you looking for?" eBay pushed him further, provoking him. "Are you currently possessed by a demon? Or are you just acting as a dog for the demon clan?" Hearing this, his rage boiled over even more. With a roar, he lunged, swinging his razor-sharp claws at him. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Begone." Before he could even launch his attack, Wu Xiao appeared right behind him. She landed a heavy punch right in his face. eBay wasn't surprised at all. He spoke with cold composure. "I'm telling you, I sense the foul stench of the demon race on you. It's a stench I can't stand." Fi scoffed, her voice harsh. "You're nothing but a mere half-emperor. How dare you act so arrogant in our presence?" The onlookers were stunned by the girl's sudden appearance and began whispering among themselves. "Wait, aren't those the 3 great demon emperors of the beast race? What on earth are they doing here? Could that young man be the legendary demon Venerable Jimo?" eBay stepped forward to face him. "You're human, aren't you? What did the demon race offer you? What could possibly be worth throwing your life away for them?" His face was battered and twisted to one side, but he showed no fear, only spite. "I suggest you let me go. If I die here, the demon lord will rip your bellies open like you're nothing but common fish." Losing his patience, eBay began casting a spell on him. "You really are a loyal dog, aren't you? Since you refuse to speak, I'll just extract your memories and see for myself." Enveloped by eBay's technique, the man let out a blood-curdling scream. Foul black mist poured from his mouth as eBay witnessed his entire past. A common thief. eBay stood still, deep in thought. "So you were the one who used the soul-searing technique on Xianhong. It's just as I suspected. The demon race is definitely behind this." Foul-smelling black smoke billowed from his mouth. "My lord, save me. I gave everything." The smoke coalesced into a demonic spirit looming behind him. "You've helped me collect countless treasures over the years. I suppose you finally serve your purpose." The spirit's hand tightened, crushing the life out of the man. Without another word, the spirit took flight, attempting to escape. "As for the rest of you, I don't have time to deal with you right now." eBay was surprised by how quickly the entity fled. Seeing the demon flee, Wu Xiao lunged forward. Where do you think you're going? Get back here and face me. Fai Fai and Xing Chun rushed after her. Great sage. We're right behind you. The three of them dove into the massive rift. Inside was a void of darkness, filled with massive, heavy chains. A colossal, grotesque head emerged from the center and demanded an answer. I sent you to keep watch over Xianhong. How did you end up in such a pathetic state? The demon spirit answered. Please, great lord, restrain your anger. Though I failed in my task, I've successfully lured 3 great demon emperors here to you. You can feast on them to your heart's content. Hearing this, the creature grew excited. 3 demon emperors, you say? The girls tried to fly in, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. You filthy demon. Show yourself. For the 20,000 years of suffering Lord Jia Mo endured, you will pay the price. The skull-like head let out a booming laugh and swung its massive chains toward them. Come then. Come and help me trim my claws. The overwhelming force of the strike caught them off guard, sending them flying back. A massive explosion rocked the earth. The sheer power of the blow left them reeling, their visions swimming. What kind of monster is this demon? Even with the 3 of us together, we can barely hold our own. The demon began channeling a devastating technique. Like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Crushing blows rained down like the sky itself was falling. All 3 were beaten down, their strength completely spent. The demon roared in triumph as a colossal hand reached out to seize the 3 of them. He really is powerful. No wonder that old man. Enraged, he tightened his massive grip, intending to crush them to dust. How dare you, prying eyes, try to uncover the secrets of my race? Get in here, and I'll tell you everything, one piece at a time. Just as the giant hand was about to close, a bolt of lightning tore through the air. Thunder rumbled as lightning rained down from above. Seeing his disciples in danger, Yi Bei could no longer stand by. He began to chant, Heavenly God's wrath. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the demon was furious. Damn you! Who is that? Who has the power to suppress my demonic divine abilities? Yi Bei was slightly surprised to see the demon still standing after that hit. Is this the true power of a high-tier being from the god race? To be able to withstand both lightning and fire. I truly cannot take this opponent lightly. The spirit from before pointed a finger at him. My lord, that's the one. He's only at the peak of the saint realm. Yet he dares to use these strange tricks against you. You blind fool, don't you know who you're facing? The skull-like head sensed a grave threat and spoke with urgency. This man is hiding a profound power. He poses a significant threat to our ultimate plans. He must be eliminated. Do not let him live. The spirit beside him was puzzled. My lord, are you really going to use your true power against a mere human like him? The demon's eyes burned with rage as red lightning crackled around him. I will make sure that you die right here and now. A surge of crimson energy lunged violently toward him. Yi Bei remained perfectly calm, beginning to recite an incantation. Invoking divine ability. Grand Tao resonance. Grand Tao of souls. Grand Tao of formations. Grand Tao of swords. Grand Tao of structure. As he reached the final lines, his eyes ignited with a brilliant blue light. Grand Tao of structure. Vajra guardian pillars. A radiant golden aura erupted, enveloping his entire body. The 2 opposing forces collided, creating a massive shockwave. Yi Bei had deployed a defensive formation to shield himself from the impact. He was pushing himself to the limit, beads of sweat rolling down his face. The mortal realm rarely sees such overwhelming power. Seeing Yi Bei struggling, the girls rushed to his side. Master, let's lend you a hand. Yi Bei turned his head, shouting a warning. Get out of here now. I can handle this myself. The clash of their powers sent sparks flying like streaks of fire. She hesitated, unwilling to leave. But Xing Chan saw the danger and grabbed her. Monkey, the power of this eternal light is more than we can handle. Get back. The red lightning intensified, striking Yi Bei directly. The sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling backward. Unable to withstand it any longer, a massive explosion erupted right where he stood. Lightning scorched the earth. The ground split wide open as thick smoke filled the air. Believing he had won, the skull-headed demon let out a triumphant laugh. Such a pathetic little thing. Before my true might, your soul has been scattered to the winds. That attack drained too much of my energy. I must return to the depths of the secret realm immediately. The group discussed the situation in hushed tones. This is on a completely different level from us demon emperors. How on earth did Lord Jia manage to fight against monsters like these back then? They urged each other to move. Hurry, we have to get out of here. What kind of hellish power was that? Forget about the emperor-level secret realm. Our lives are far more important right now. Stay away from the entrance. There really are demons in there. Xing Chun lunged forward, grabbing Wu Xiao and taking flight. The people in the hidden land better run fast. Otherwise, they'll be wiped out just like the town was. Wu Xiao felt a hollow ache in her chest. Master, where are you? Xing Chun tried to reassure her. Knowing Senior Yi Bei's capabilities, I'm sure he'll be just fine. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was heavily injured, leaning against a large boulder for cover. Blood dripped from a deep wound on his arm. Thankfully, the supreme demon bone protected my body. These are just minor scratches. He sat there, reflecting on everything that had happened. At first, I thought going to the hidden secret realm was optional. But now, looking at the situation, it seems I have no choice but to enter. When the girls finally found him, they were overcome with joy. Master, you're alive. Thank goodness. Wu Xiao threw her arms around Yi Bei. I really thought you were. He gave a gentle smile and patted her head. Oh, little monkey, do you really have that little faith in your master? He let her go and turned to Xing Chun with an order. Xing Chun, return to Elder Jia at once. Inform him of everything that has transpired here. Xing Chun immediately bowed. Understood, Senior Yi Bei. She transformed into a blue bird and soared into the sky. Yi Bei then turned his attention to Wu Xiao and Fai Fai. I need to head into the secret realm to investigate. The two of you have sustained internal injuries. Stay out here and focus on your recovery. There's no need to rush. Please, Master, just wait for us to heal so we can go in with you. He looked at them firmly. Time is of the essence. If we wait too long, things might take a turn for the worse. With that, he shot up into the air. He stood before the entrance where the demon had escaped. He reached out his hand toward the portal, but he was instantly repelled by a barrier. He paused, contemplating the seal. The demon race can pass through this portal with ease to launch their attacks. That means there must be a specific trick to getting inside. A new idea struck him, and he began to channel his energy. His hands glowed with a dark light as he brought them to his face. His appearance shifted, half of his body transforming into a demonic form. Confident in his disguise, he smirked. This should do the trick. As dark clouds gathered overhead, he spoke in a cold, determined tone. Once Xing Chun brings Elder Jia here, have him seal off the entire hidden secret realm. I'm going ahead of time. Wu Xiao and Fai Fai watched him from below, silent and worried. He stepped forward and vanished into the dark void. Inside, he was met with nothing but an endless, pitch-black expanse. Deep within the hidden secret realm, he scanned his surroundings, assessing the situation. It's just as I suspected. By taking on a demonic form, I was able to pass through the barrier without any resistance. He slowed his pace, his mind racing. Even though the soul-searing search on Xianhong was cut short, but I still managed to uncover a few things. During the Great War 20,000 years ago, the Demon Clan, in an effort to ensure their survival, sent a vital group of their kin to this very place. They've been hiding here ever since. His eyes darkened. The supreme demon bone. A look of discomfort crossed his face. Nothing has ever exerted such a powerful pull on the supreme demon bone before. The surroundings were pitch black, save for a lone figure standing in the distance. Yibo knit his brows tightly. Ever since I entered this secret realm, I felt like that mountain was suspicious. I was right. Without hesitation, he flew toward the peak. I have to see this through to the end. Guided by his instincts, he soared through the sky toward a distant mountain. Upon arrival, he came to a halt. I can feel it now. The source of the attraction pulling at my supreme demon bone. It's right at the summit. He looked down at the swarming masses below and whispered, there are at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them here. If all of them were to escape this secret realm, the consequences would be unthinkable. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy slammed into him. This pressure, what the? Boom! He plummeted straight into the ground, creating a massive explosion. The impact was brutal, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The mountain's repressive force is radiating outward. It's like a specialized no-fly zone designed just for this area. The thugs nearby sneered the moment they saw him. Look at this one, trying to be a smart-ass and fly. You think the Green Mountain is that easy to scale? As long as the stone tablet remains at the summit. It doesn't matter how big of a demon lord you are. You'll be walking like everyone else. The leader barked out. Any new demons need to register with me. No registration. No pilgrimage to the sacred mountain. Yibo's expression shifted. I entered this secret realm 20,000 years ago for secluded cultivation. I'm afraid I don't understand what this pilgrimage is about. I'd appreciate an explanation, sir. Seeing his humble act, the guard began to put on airs. TCH, another country bumpkin. Fine, listen up. Once you step within 1,000 meters of that massive stone tablet, you can feel the dense, miraculous laws emanating from it. He continued, his voice swelling with pride. After ascending the sacred mountain, our 6 great demon emperors, and even the demon sovereign, gained a profound understanding of the demon Tao through that tablet. Realizing the treasure was right in front of him, Yibo felt a surge of excitement. This demon stone tablet sounded a lot like the Heavenly Pawn's supreme treasure, but it's clearly on a whole different level. If I can claim it for myself, this trip will be a massive windfall. Suddenly, a demon with hair like instant noodles shoved him. If you aren't registering, then get moving. Out of the way. He roared. A little sprout, like you actually thinks he can climb the sacred mountain? Give me a break. Yibo let out a mocking chuckle. Your confidence is misplaced. How about we have a little contest? Not knowing who he was dealing with, the demon baited him. Interesting. As they both began the ascent, the demon continued to look down on him. If you can't handle it, just crawl back down. Weaklings have no business on the sacred mountain. A moment later, it was the demon who collapsed first. Yibo didn't even spare him a glance. Is that all? If you can't handle it, get lost. The demon lay slumped on the stairs. I can't go any further, brother. Sweat poured down Yibo's face, but he pushed forward. I'm almost at the top. The supreme demon bone can already sense the tablet. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. Wait. Right next to the tablet. He turned to see the giant, brown-headed demon from before. The bastard who shot at me twice is here too. The demon sat there, recovering after the previous battle. Luckily, our race has a divine treasure like the Chaos Stone Steel. It won't even take half an hour to fully recover. Yibo stepped onto the final landing. Finally, hearing footsteps, the demon turned his head. Yibo forced a fake, pleasant smile. Greetings, senior. It's a pleasure. Talk about a small world. I'll play nice for now, then look for an opening to strike. The demon furrowed his brow. To be able to climb this high? Impressive. Which clan do you belong to? Yibo approached him with an innocent look. Senior, I'm just a rogue cultivator. I have no clan. The demon offered him an invitation. No clan? Then you lack a steady source of resources for your cultivation. How about joining my clan? Yibo grinned widely. That's very kind of you, senior. Oh, senior, you look like you're injured. I happen to have a few healing pills right here. He slowly drew closer. Still unsuspecting, the demon replied calmly. I appreciate the gesture. I'll accept them. But these injuries aren't something. A green jade bead flew straight at his face. He barely managed to dodge. Yibo made his move. Supreme Demon Bone, fully unleashed. Yibo's face turned cold. He had to win this. The repressive force of this tablet is incredibly strong. I can only barely withstand it by fully activating the Supreme Demon Bone. The demon's eyes flared with rage. It's you, a human. Recognizing the old trick, Yibo sneered. Trying that move again? He charged straight at the demon's face. Too bad. At this range, you're wide open. He struck directly at one of the demon's eyes. Forceful eye closure. Yibo's fist connected squarely with the eye. My black fire couldn't hurt your core before. He followed up with another blow. Now try this. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the demon. He opened his mouth wide, inhaling sharply. You want me dead? You don't have what it takes. His cheeks puffed out to an enormous size. Yibo watched his every move. To avoid being burned to death. Is he planning to self-destruct? But he had miscalculated. It wasn't a self-destruction. A wave of red mist filled with black specks erupted, blowing Yibo back. Heavenly Demon, Soul Devourer. The black specks swarmed toward him. The demon roared, his mouth gaping wide. You can't block this. I'm going to devour you. From the inside out. Reflexively, Yibo raised his hand to block the specks. But to his horror, they began to burrow into his flesh. They ate their way into his body. How does it feel, boy? Does having the demon clan inside you feel like 10,000 ants gnawing at your bones? Red patches blossomed across his body, but he spoke calmly. You're right. The pain is almost unbearable, but I should thank you. A new strength surged within him. Supreme bone, internal ignition. He rose into the air, shrouded in a red aura. What? He reached out and grabbed the demon. You never realized that my black fire isn't just gathered spiritual energy. It comes from my very own supreme demon bone. He gripped the demon's head tightly, failing to know your enemy. That is why you lost. Only a desperate scream remained. My soul, it's burning. In an instant, the demon vanished without a trace. His soul was completely obliterated. Yibo reached out and snatched a fragment of the soul essence. He stepped toward the massive stone tablet. Now, no one is left to stand in my way. With the chaos stone steel, combined with the heavenly pawn's treasure, I have a real shot at raising 108 emperor-level disciples. As he approached the tablet, the ground began to shake violently. The earth beneath him cracked under the sheer pressure. Yibo realized something was wrong. The closer I get, the stronger the suppression becomes. The shaking intensified, forcing him to his knees. He slammed his fist into the ground. This law of suppression, even with the supreme demon bone, it's taking everything I've got. I can only inch forward. A voice echoed from the distance. Is something happening at the stone tablet? I thought I heard the eye demon. I'm not sure. Let's go check it out. The pilgrimage is vital for our clan's ascension. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong. The newcomers were 2 demon emperors. The 2 monstrous figures began to size him up. A human? Well, this is unexpected. Where did the eye demon go? Seeing them, Yibo grew annoyed. Too late to try disguise now. The 2 emperors scanned the area, but the giant demon was nowhere to be found. One of them noticed the lingering red mist and deduced what happened. The blue-haired one sneered. Looks like that useless eye demon got himself killed by this brat. The arrogant fool drew his bow, preparing to challenge Yibo. Step away from the chaos stone steel. Do it, and I might let you live. Otherwise, before he even finished, he let fly a volley of arrows. The arrows, trailing red light, streaked through the air. They exploded mid-air like fireworks. Yibo froze for a split second. 2 shots, he thought, stunned. Wait, are those 2 nuclear warheads? Let me think this through. I can only handle 1 demon emperor at most. If they attack me all at once, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off. A spark of determination flashes in his eyes. In that case, this is how we'll settle it. No time for hesitation. The system detects his intent and sounds an alarm. Warning. The system has predicted host Yi Bei's intent to force the use of Great Tao Resonance during the cooldown period. Warning. Persisting with this action will result in severe backlash for 1 consecutive week. Ignoring the warning, he lets out a thunderous roar. Great Tao of Strength. Yi Bei begins to channel all his magical power. He pulls at the stone. The 2 observers look on in absolute shock. Lao Dao, look. Is he actually trying to uproot the chaos stone steel? Yi Bei smirks. That's exactly what I'm doing. Seeing this, he fires an arrow straight at him. Don't you dare. The arrow screams toward him. He ignores the other man's desperate shouting. Your puny arrows can't even scratch me. Behind him, 2 more arrows fly at godlike speed, closing in on him. They get within an inch. As if hitting an invisible wall, the arrows are blocked and fall to the ground. Seeing this, he grows even more furious. Damn it, I forgot. The closer you get to the chaos stone steel, the stronger the suppressive force becomes. The green-haired man stands up and speaks. Lao Gong, it seems this kid has a trick or 2 for dealing with long-range attacks from you and Lao Yan. I'll go hack him to pieces myself. Go call the other 3 demon emperors. We absolutely cannot let him take the chaos stone steel. He steps down. He begins to swing his blade, shouting, with this strike, I'll carve you in 2. Before him, Yi Bei is straining with all his might to lift the pillar. Yi Bei puts every ounce of his strength into heaving the stone steel upward. Up. The stone finally gives way, and both he and the massive slab are launched backward by the sheer force. It's out. The green-haired man is still desperately swinging his blade. Yi Bei flies upward, letting out a mocking laugh. See you around. He bellows in a fit of rage. You bastard. As he finishes speaking, he clutches the stone to his back and soars into the sky. Like a king, he thinks to himself as he flies. Using this momentum, I can make it all the way to the entrance of the secret realm in one go. Below, The surrounding crowd sees the streak of light and shouts. Quick move. Something is charging down the mountain. He stands with his arms crossed, reflecting. The overwhelming suppressive power released by the stone steel makes it impossible for these demons to even dream of catching me. A plume of white smoke rises. Outside, everyone is waiting anxiously, but he hasn't emerged. The realm's exit. I brought Lord Mo. Has Senior Yi still not come out? The Mo stands there, his wrinkled eyes narrowing as he gazes toward the secret realm. Yi Bei and the stone steel burst out from the secret realm, charging out. He lands on the ground with a heavy thud. Without a moment's rest, he casts a spell to store the stone. Retract. He turns and speaks urgently to the Mo. Elder Mo, you're here. Quick, give me a hand. We need to seal the entrance to this secret realm. Landing. He doesn't hesitate for a second. I know a thing or two about sealing arrays. The two of them join forces to cast the spell. A massive array formation manifests around them. The ancestral array of Elder Mo works in tandem with the suppressive power, extracted from the stone steel. Inside, the two enemies are a step too late. This is bad. Lao Dao. The entrance to the secret realm is being blocked. I know. Stop them now. He shouts. Close. The sound of the secret realm's entrance slamming shut. Inside, the two of them are trapped, unable to escape. Son of A. Their anger turns into sheer terror. Lao Gong. The demon sovereign is going to kill us for this. Shut up. Just start thinking of some excuses fast. Once the job is done, the Mo slowly turns to ask Yi Bei. This seal, even a sovereign-level figure would find it difficult to break out. Young friend, what exactly did you see in there? He replies, I saw that there's a demon sovereign leading several thousand demons inside. And there are 6 demon emperors as well. I've already taken care of one of them. After hearing Yi Bei's words, everyone's jaws drop in disbelief. What? He actually killed a demon emperor? Seeing this, the Mo expresses his profound gratitude. If not for young friend Yi risking his life, the demon race would have surely become a great catastrophe. I am truly, deeply grateful. He waves his hand with a light smile. You flatter me, truly. Without missing a beat, he continues. The demons won't be a threat for the time being. I have some personal business to attend to. I'll be taking Wu Xiao with me to leave Central Zhou. The Mo, Fei Fei, and Xing Chen all see him off. I and the 3 heads will take turns guarding this place. You and Wu Xiao can go with peace of mind. Wu Xiao turns to ask him, Master, where are we heading now? His lips curl into a slight smile. We're going to attend my own 300-year grand memorial. Hearing that, Xing Chen speaks up. Senior Yi, I am willing to serve as your transport. He and Wu Xiao instinctively turn back to look at her. He thinks to himself, though she's not quite a golden rock. The rock needs to stay here and guard the place. The speed of a vermilion bird isn't bad at all, actually. After a moment's thought, he speaks. Let's head to the Astral Alchemy Guild first. Xing Chen brings him and the girl to a grand manor. Hooray! Sunlight bathes the building of the Astral Guild. Standing before the gates, Wu Xiao shouts at the top of her lungs. Xing Chen, stop your meditation. Get out here, quick. Hearing the loud shout, a beautiful woman walks out, opening the doors. Xing Chen says softly, 5th senior brother? It's been months. Have you been well? Xing Chen quickly adds, Lord Mo's condition is very difficult to handle. It's primarily due to those old lingering injuries. With pills alone, we can only extend his life by a few years at most. Before she can finish, Wu Xiao cuts in. Silly girl. That old man Mo's illness was cured a long time ago. Your news is seriously out of date. Finishing her sentence, she turns around and excitedly introduces them. Look who's here. The moment she sees him, Xing Chen's eyes light up. He calls her name with a gentle, warm tone. Xing Chen. Seeing Yi Bei, she is moved to tears. Master, is it really you? He teases her lightly. If I'm a fake, feel free to exchange me. Seeing him, she kneels in respect. Your disciple, Yao Xingchen, pays her respects to Master. Tears stream down her face as she sobs. I missed you so much. He still speaks to her with doting tenderness. You're the president of the Alchemy Guild now. What's with all the crying? To stop her tears, he continues to tease. You're not that little girl who used to blow up her furnace every single day while refining pills. Just then, a system notification appears. Reunited with Disciple 7 of 108. Reward. Semi-Emperor skill card. Congratulations, you have drawn a host-exclusive skill. Spatial teleportation. He is overjoyed. With this, traveling everywhere will be so simple. Rubbing hands. Opening. He reads through the instructions for the new skill. The usage seems similar to those online games. But I've never heard of anything like this existing on the profound continent. He looks at the 3 locations marked on the map. I can pick out some good base locations myself. I'll go to various places and set up spatial coordinates. Xingchen enters from outside and speaks. Senior Yi, shall we continue our journey? Let's go. A while later, Yi Emperor's tomb. Standing before the grave, the girls are stunned. This tomb, it's absolutely massive. Xingchen marvels. Even for a great emperor's tomb, no one would dare build it on this scale. He draws his sword and speaks. Vermilion bird, find a place to rest as you please. The tip of his sword points toward the ground. It emits a brilliant light. Seeing his actions, Xingchen asks curiously, Master, what are you planning to do? The sword glows intensely as he observes the tomb. He gives an order. Wu Shao, stand behind the word first. Xingchen, you stand behind the word second. As soon as they hear his command, everyone springs into action. Xingchen jokes. Standing according to different words? Is Master handing out rewards? Wu Shao chimes in from the side. That goes without saying. When has Master ever treated us poorly? Voices echo from outside. It looks like there's already someone inside the main hall. Really? Who could have been faster than us? The other disciples are also present. It really is Master. And look, Wu Shao and Xingchen, our 2 junior sisters. I didn't expect them to return to Master's side as well. Seeing Tai Bai, Wu Shao is thrilled. Long time no see. Senior sister Tai Bai, I didn't expect you to have reached the great Emperor realm too. Seeing everyone gathered, Yi Bei speaks. I'm assigning teams. To all of you first. Once that's done, you can catch up later. He divides the tasks. Tai Bai, you stand behind that word. Wu Shao, Fu Er, Xiao Shanli, Mo. You all stand behind those words. Linger pulls on a sleeve. Master, did you forget about Linga? Pulls sleeve. He hands her a small vial and instructs her. Take this for now. When I give the word, distribute them to everyone. Only then should you hand them out. A voice rings out nearby. Senior sister Tai Bai. Looks like everyone else beat me here. Hearing someone call her name, Tai Bai turns around. Showdown? Ranked 40th. Path of Gluttony. Fan Showdown. She sets her things down. Seeing the mountain of bags she's carrying, Tai Bai asks, That's an awful lot of food you brought. Showdown gives a shy, awkward laugh. It's the 300th anniversary of Master's passing. I prepared a few offerings. Seeing the whole crowd gathered, she speaks up excitedly. 5th senior brother is here too, and junior sister Yuling. It's been so many years. Yi Bai. A few soft coughs drift from the shadows. He calls out to her softly. Showdown. He steps forward. The moment she sees him, the smile on her face freezes. She stands paralyzed. She lets out a piercing scream. Master. Master's ghost has appeared. She faints dead away. I can't believe it's been all these years. And Showdown is still such a coward. He turns to the others and speaks. You lot, help her inside so she can rest. The group stares down at Showdown, who is sprawled unconscious on the ground. Footsteps echo from outside. She listens closely and whispers to Yi Bei. Master, someone else is coming. It looks like Ouyang Lung, ranked 8th. Path of Azura. The group watches as Ouyang Lung stands face to face with Yi Bei. For the past 300 years, every single Memorial Day, senior sister Ouyang has never failed to show up to pay her respects, despite those on the Path of Azura usually being cold and ruthless. Except for Master and the first senior sister, she shows absolutely no respect to anyone. Ouyang Lung walks in, and the moment she sees him standing there, tears stream down her face. Master? Suddenly, her expression shifts, and she clenches her fists tight. Damn it. She turns, gritting her teeth as she bellows. Zhong Limo. Hearing her name, Zhong Limo freezes. What? Before she can even react, a giant hand lunges forward and seizes her by the throat. She has no idea what's happening. Senior sister, what do you think you're doing? Ouyang Lung's brow furrows as she demands an answer. Speak. Did you turn Master into a wraith? Zhong Limo struggles to breathe as she gasps out. How could I ever do something like that? Will you just listen to me first? Is there something wrong with her head? A rope flies out from a distance and binds her tightly. Irritated, She snaps her head around to see who dared interfere. Yibei's face is stern as he begins the lecture. Attacking your junior sister the second you arrive? Where did you pick up such a nasty habit? He stares her down, setting her straight. Old eighth, I always taught you to observe carefully, to think calmly, and never to act recklessly. The whip cracks through the air. Have you forgotten? She stands there, stunned. Master, is it possible? You've really come back to life? She can't believe her own eyes. She steps closer to get a better look. He definitely doesn't look like a mindless wraith. His blood essence is full and vibrant. His life force is overflowing. She takes a sniff. That strike just now hit my very soul. That feeling was definitely real. Realizing it's truly him, she drops to her knees in salute. Disciple Ouyang Lung pays respects to the great master. She prostrates herself completely, the highest sign of respect. From the Grey Wolf tribe. He gently helps her up. Stand up. It's been a hard few years for all of you. A hand reaches out from behind, clutching the hem of his robe. He turns to find Showdown there. Showdown sobs, her face a mess of tears. Master, fate dealt me a death blow. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Master, please hit me a couple of times with a whip too, just so I know I'm not dreaming. He asks her with concern. Showdown, when did you wake up? He smiles and pats her head gently. All right, that's enough. Showdown, Lung. The two of you follow the arrangement. Go stand behind your designated numbers. His voice turns stern as he begins their instruction. Since you've arrived before the others, I shall teach you a few principles first. At this, his face darkens with disappointment. Do you all still remember what I used to tell you? Unity is strength. But now, among you brothers and sisters, so many of you have lost all contact with one another. His voice rises with a hint of anger. Your youngest sister, Linger, was unreachable for 300 years. Why? Because she was imprisoned by the Heavenly Finger Holy Land that entire time. Yibei's fury only grows as he continues. What about the rest of you? Are there others who have been locked away by different holy lands? Or other powers for the last 3 centuries? Wu Xiao ponders silently. You're curious about what the numbers beneath your feet mean, aren't you? It's actually quite simple. He continues. The number 1 means 100 lashes. The number 2 means 200 lashes. The number 5 means 500 lashes. He finishes and looks down at the marking beneath Wu Xiao's feet. Yibei turns his attention toward him. Wu Xiao, stop thinking. That character, it stands for 2,000 lashes. His face turns pale. But master, Before he can finish, Yibei cuts him off with a razor-sharp glare. As the 5th senior brother, and the one who reached the great emperor realm the earliest. What have you actually done? Do you think 2,000 lashes is too many? Hearing this, he doesn't dare utter another word of protest. Even if it were 20,000 lashes, this disciple would willingly accept the punishment. Please, master, punish me. Seeing this, Tai-Bai steps forward to share the burden with Wu Xiao. This disciple is also willing to take 2,000 lashes, or even 20,000. Please, master, punish me as well. The junior sisters beside them join in unison. Master, we are willing as well. We will endure it alongside our senior siblings. He maintains his stern expression. Tai-Bai and Wu Xiao, stay where you are. The rest of you, get back to your spots. He speaks while readying the whip. Now, every single one of you needs to think long and hard about what you've been doing all these years. The heavy strikes begin to fall. Agonizing screams echo through the area. Outside, Jingxin's face turns bright red, completely bewildered. What on earth are they doing in there that sounds so intense? Tai-Bai is flushed from the pain of the beating. Master, once the punishment is over, he turns to Linger. Little Ling, the discipline is finished. Take these medicinal pills and give them to the others. Wu Xiao is currently sprawled flat on the ground. He speaks. These are pills I had Fei of the monster tribe. Gather rare materials and treasures to refine. I punished you, but I don't want you harboring internal injuries because of it. Linger takes the bottle to her senior sister and gently applies the medicine to her wounds. Once finished, he speaks softly. Next, it is time for all of you to break through. Sensing their hesitation, he reassures them. He consoles them with a gentle tone. Do your best. Focus. And sense the power of the laws. I am right here. Even if you are ascending to the Emperor realm, I can protect you through it. They sit in a circle and respond in unison. Yes, master. He smiles to himself. While they are busy cultivating, I'll set up the first spatial teleportation point here at the Night Emperor Mausoleum. He buries a blue stone into the earth. Suddenly, it feels as though something just rushed past. Elsewhere, a group of people is running frantically. One of them shouts, "Sisters, faster! The Night Emperor Mausoleum is just ahead. Today is the anniversary of Master's death. Our senior and junior sisters will all be there. They'll definitely be able to help us escape our pursuers." Startled by the noise, Jingchen spins around. The group skids to a halt in front of her. She blocks the entrance and demands, "Who are you?" Senior Yi is inside tending to business. No unauthorized personnel allowed. They plead, "The 5 of us are all disciples of the Master. Please let us in quickly." A voice echoes from within. Is that the 5 Element sisters? They jump at the sound. That voice. Could it be Master? The door creaks open. He walks out with a kind, fatherly expression. "Of all my disciples, only the 5 of you have remained as united as you were in the beginning. It truly warms my heart." One of them steps forward to speak to him. "Master, the Astral Brilliance Holy Land is seeking revenge. They ambushed us on the road to kill us." His face hardens. The Astral Brilliance Holy Land doesn't know its place. She continues, "Master, they knew they weren't a match for us alone, so they recruited an incredibly powerful helper. Meanwhile, the forces of the Astral Brilliance Holy Land are closing in. The grudge from that needle a month ago, it nearly shattered my soul. Today, I will make sure their very souls are annihilated. Even though we brought a helper, we still shouldn't be careless." The man in the black mask speaks up. "You 2 great emperors are worrying far too much, no matter how much talent he has. Don't worry, I'm here. There's no need to be concerned. They found you. I found them." The group from the Astral Brilliance Sacred Land spoke with utter insolence. "That little brat, and all 5 of his disciples are here." He gritted his teeth at the sight of them. "You actually have the guts to challenge me? You clearly don't know your own limits." One of them spoke up arrogantly. "I know I can't defeat you alone. That's exactly why I brought backup." The elder let out a cold sneer. "You summoned me just to deal with this puny brat? It seems the Astral Brilliance Sacred Land has truly fallen into decline." The elder of the XX Sacred Land, Marcellus. Hearing this, he slowed his pace. The XX Sacred Land. The man began to introduce his sect. They were an overseas power from a Western nation, an influential sect that had traveled from afar. They had seized land and declared themselves a power on the Mystic Province continent. They consisted of 20 core members and thousands of martial monks. In their mother tongue, the number 20 was written as XX. Because of this, over time, everyone began calling them the XX Sacred Land. The 2 X's were separated by a single dot in the middle. He continued to explain further. Their exotic secret arts are unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Marcellus raised his hand, his expression shadowed and unreadable. He let out a wide, toothy grin. "I only need one move. I'll make it impossible for him to even fight back." Marcellus gripped his weapon tightly and let out a savage roar. "Take this." Then, with a sharp whistle, dozens of streaks of spiritual energy came crashing down. Those beams of energy slammed into the ground, surrounding him and forming a cage. Yibei didn't panic in the slightest. He spoke with a tone of pure disdain. "Is this the best you can do?" He curled his left hand into a fist and struck it against his right palm to form a seal. Then, he calmly drew his sword. Yibei slashed at the pillars of spiritual energy. The strike was as ineffective as a cat scratch. The pillars remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, Yibei knit his brows. His expression turned serious as he deduced the situation. Could this be made from the wood of a 10,000-year spirit tree? It's indestructible. No matter how sharp the blade, it can't be cut. And it can even suppress all sorts of divine abilities. Marcellus overheard him and gave an arrogant nod of approval. "You've got some knowledge, I'll give you that." His suspicion was confirmed. He immediately sheathed his sword into the ground. He instantly switched to his summoner class, conjuring black flames. "If I can't cut it, then I'll just burn it to the ground." The Supreme Demon Bone shouldn't be restricted by this. However, the flames flickered out before they could even take shape. Yibei froze in his tracks. His face went blank, looking completely dazed. The Supreme Demon Bone, it won't work? The system provided a timely reminder, because the host previously refused to listen to advice. and insisted on using the Great Tao Resonance. The host is now banned from using the Supreme Demon Bone for 1 week. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he thought to himself, I completely forgot about that. The Crimson Blood Great Emperor saw this and laughed hysterically, quickly summoning a massive flood of blood. Yi-Bei, you little brat. You're like a trapped animal. Killing you now will be as easy as reaching into my pocket. The Crimson Blood, drowning the world, technique surged violently toward where he stood. Yet, standing before the ferocious wave, Yi-Bei remained calm. He calmly issued his orders. Jin Peng, 5 elements sisters, go and set up a formation. Don't let the Crimson Blood flow into the Night Emperor's tomb. The Crimson Blood Great Emperor also delegated tasks. Blazing Fire. Marcellus and I will handle Yi-Bei. I'll leave it to you to deal with the rest of them. The Blazing Fire Great Emperor replied, no problem. Having assigned the roles, the Crimson Blood Great Emperor spoke boastfully. My sea of blood has manifested. Anyone who touches it will lose their life in an instant. You can't step into the void, so you can only sit here and wait for death. The thick, viscous blood moved in a circle, surrounding Yi-Bei's cage. At the center of the vortex, Yi-Bei closed his eyes and focused his mind. He only knows one thing, that I truly cannot escape by tunneling into the earth. But what he doesn't know is the second thing. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open. Teleport. Xing was also outside, doing his absolute best to complete his task. The waves slammed repeatedly against the spiritual barrier, causing tremors that echoed throughout the canyon. The Blazing Fire Great Emperor flew in at that moment. He barked in an overbearing tone. A mere half-emperor dares to oppose my astral brilliance, sacred land? Before the two sides could clash, a swirling vortex suddenly rushed toward them. The Blazing Fire Great Emperor was struck right in the shoulder by that vortex. A look of shock washed over his face. He was shaken to his core. What? This is Yi-Bei's sword. Wasn't he trapped by the treasure of the XX sacred land? How is this possible? Before he could even process it, the sword flew back like a boomerang. Specifically, it returned to the hand of its master, Yi-Bei. Holding his ultimate weapon and standing free, Yi-Bei spoke with pure contempt. You really thought a trashy birdcage like that could hold me? Xing, while maintaining the protective barrier, asked Senior Yi, are you all right? On the surface, Yi-Bei looked calm, but inside, he was incredibly cautious. Even so, teleportation still requires a cooldown period. If I get trapped by that XX Sacred Land Elder again, it's going to be a real problem. I need to neutralize him first. Then I'll deal with Crimson Blood. After planning out his next course of action, he made his move immediately. Marcellus saw his opponent targeting him and let out a cold laugh. I don't know how you escaped, but I'll take your life with this next strike. Those powerful pillars of spiritual energy shot forward once again. Yi-Bei stood alone with his sword, his face grim as he muttered, I never fall for the same attack twice. The Crimson Blood Great Emperor suddenly summoned a wave of blood that crashed down. Blood flooded the world, forcing him to come to a sudden halt. He had to leap into the air to avoid it. He looked down at the pool of blood. His mind raced to find a solution. Dealing with Crimson Blood is simple enough. But that elder from the XX Sacred Land has that treasure. It can restrict my divine abilities. He's the one who's truly difficult to handle. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth quirked up. There we go. Yi-Bei nimbly touched down and pulled a sharp turn, instantly losing the trail of that blood soup. He looked toward the Crimson Blood Great Emperor and provoked him loudly. Crimson Blood, didn't you want your revenge? Come on then. My head is right here. Why don't you try and take it? The Emperor's rage flared instantly. He pointed at Yi-Bei and cursed. Damn it. Don't think you can use those. Cheap provocation tactics on me. You want to lure me in close? Not a chance. Watch as I use this sea of blood to annihilate your very soul. With that, he condensed the living blood into a single sphere. Seeing crimson blood fall right into his trap, Yi-Bei grinned and formed a hand seal. Who told you I was trying to lure you closer? Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck directly through the sphere of blood. The Crimson Blood Great Emperor froze as he watched the lightning descend. It struck him dead on. He was electrocuted instantly and sent straight to his grave. By the time Marcellus realized what was happening, it was too late. His face went pale as he gasped. This is bad. This kid realized the sea of blood ability didn't come from Crimson Blood himself, but was summoned from a land of dead silence. Once Crimson Blood loses his strength, he can no longer control it. While the other two were faced with a rain of blood, Yibei casually opened an umbrella. You guys, you love acting so high and mighty. Didn't you just shoot yourselves in the foot? Standing in the middle of the blood flood, Marcella shouted in a mix of rage and helplessness. My treasure can only suppress divine abilities. How is it supposed to block the cursed waters of the land of dead silence? And just like that, he was swept away by the deluge. He let out an unwilling roar as he vanished. Standing in the rain, Yibei watched the flood and commented, "This is what they call being hoisted by your own petard. The astral brilliance, sacred land." The Crimson Blood Great Emperor was struck down by Yibei's lightning, and Marcellus of the XX Sacred Land died at the hands of Crimson Blood's own technique. Once the rain stopped, he spoke to his disciples. The rest of you should head inside the tomb as well. Go and cultivate with your sisters. The 5 Elements sisters replied, Yes, master. Having settled his students, he tossed a jade flask to Xing-chun. Yibei smiled with narrowed eyes. This is an immortal grade pill. I refine myself. Take it. Without a hint of arrogance or flattery, Xing-chun spoke respectfully. For such a grand gift from Senior Yi, this junior is eternally grateful. Just as he finished dealing with the Sacred Lands group, the sky was blanketed by dark clouds. Yibei, the thought crossed his mind as he knit his brows in confusion. A tribulation is appearing in this world, and it's a double cloud tribulation. Which 2 of my disciples are breaking through to the great emperor rank? Outside the tomb, thunder and lightning filled the sky. Inside the Night Emperor's tomb, the sisters were each in their own spots, deep in meditation. Xing-chun focused his mind on his master, his brow furrowed with resolve. With the pill master gave me to protect my body, combined with the fact that my own great Tao tribulation isn't too overwhelming, I can do this. I can definitely get through this. A moment later, several bolts of lightning strike down with overbearing force. Ignoring the bombardment, his spirit remains unshaken as he successfully passes the tribulation. System notification. Great Emperor of the Soul. Grandmaster Alchemist. Tai-Bai breathes a sigh of relief at the sight. Junior sister Jing Chen's tribulation went very smoothly. That's a stroke of good luck. But Wu Xiao, standing nearby, furrows her brow and speaks up. But there's another tribulation that's incredibly violent. Who could it be? Instantly, the owner of the other tribulation snaps her eyes open. Ouyang Lan's power surges explosively. With eyes as bright as stars, she suddenly stands up. Her heavenly lightning strikes down immediately after. Unlike Jing-chun, her body suddenly emits a dark, mist-like aura. That black mist transforms into a whip-like lash. It strikes straight toward the sky, going head-to-head with the heavenly lightning. Tai-Bai is stunned and blabs out, "Wait a second." Junior sister, Ouyang Lan. It looks like she's suffering from chi deviation. Ouyang Lan's power erupts. Break! With eyes glowing like searchlights, she roars. The golden light is blindingly bright. Li Manian shuts his eyes tight in awe. Just how strong is she to dare catch a lightning tribulation with her bare hands? But she isn't finished. Ouyang Lan lets out a scream and summons 4 giant hands. Seeing that she's about to lose all reason, Wu Xiao summons her staff and says, Junior Sister Yin, only by joining forces can we subdue her now. Tai-Bai draws his sword. Since things have come to this, there's no other choice. We can't just let her fall in a chi deviation. She'll start a massacre. While the two were discussing their plan, Ouyang Lan had already closed the distance. Fortunately, Yibei returned just in time to stop the disaster. Hold on. Ouyang Lan doesn't recognize anyone and continues her assault. The giant hands palm strike toward him. Yibei raises his index finger to cast a spell. With a simple flick of 2 fingers across the air, a gentle wave of spiritual energy ripples out. A few seconds later, Ouyang Lan's pupils return to normal. Regaining consciousness, she immediately relaxes her spirit. She allows Yibei to help regulate her energy. In the solemn atmosphere, he guides her with a stern yet fatherly tone. Lan, the path you cultivate is the Azura Great Tao. It is also known as the Tao of Slaughter. It is extremely aggressive and fierce. If you use force against force, it's like adding fuel to a fire. You must overcome the hard with the soft. With that guidance, Ouyang Lan absorbs his teachings. She immediately sits down to digest it. The spiritual energy around Ouyang Lan becomes refined. She focuses all her heart on the Tao. Great Emperor Ouyang Lan. The Azura Great Tao. Reunited with Disciples 8 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 9 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 10 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 11 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 12 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 13 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 14 through 108. Rewards. 1 Great Emperor Skill Card. 6 Half Emperor Skill Cards. System check. Host does not possess the Azura Great Tao. Unlocking the exchange function for Great Tao Foundations. Rare Great Tao Foundation. Requires 10 Half Emperor Skill Cards. Super Rare Great Tao Foundation. Requires 20 Half Emperor Skill Cards. Epic Great Tao Foundation. Requires 50 Half Emperor Skill Cards. Mythical Great Tao Foundation. Requires 100 Half Emperor Skill Cards. Hearing this, he curses internally. Damn it, this godforsaken system. It waited until now to mention such an important feature. System, you mentioned Half Emperor cards. What about Great Emperor cards? The system replies, 1 Great Emperor Skill Card is equal to 10 Half Emperor Skill Cards. Upon hearing this, Yibei looks thoughtful and mumbles. If I calculate it that way, I already have 10 Half Emperor cards. No matter what, I need to save up 50 to get an epic grade. It's almost noon, the official time for the ceremony. Everyone who could come should be here by now. A moment later, the tomb entrance opens again. Linger asks immediately, Senior Sisters, did you arrive early? The newcomers are the 70th ranked disciple, Master of the Gale Dao, Ma Feng, and the 75th ranked disciple, Master of the Defensive Dao, Yinfan. The system speaks. Reunited with Disciple 15 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 16 through 108. Yibei appears and greets them. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yan. Both are startled and instinctively cry out, Master. And so, reunited with Disciple 17 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 18 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 19 through 108. Reunited with Disciple 20 through 108. 20 disciples chatter away in a courtyard, laughing and smiling. So it really is Master. Some time passes. After waiting for what feels like forever, no one else arrives. Yibei feels a bit deflated. In the end, only 20 people came. Yushan, standing to the side, also finds it strange and mutters. Even for the minor 10-year memorial, at least 40 to 50 sisters usually show up. Why is it like this today? Master, today is definitely unusual. Yibei immediately switches to serious mode. I know, while it's normal for some to be in seclusion for 8 or 10 years and miss it, only 20 people showing up for a grand memorial, that is not normal. When something is this abnormal, something is definitely wrong. Ouyang Lan finally speaks up. Master, I think I know where the other brothers and sisters are. After the memorial 10 years ago, eldest senior sister approached me to go with her to seek out new opportunities. But I was at a bottleneck in my cultivation back then, so I politely declined. Most of the sisters who attended the last memorial left the Central Plains region with eldest senior sister. So my guess is that right now, they're likely in the outer battlefield. Hearing that news, Yibei furrows his brows even deeper in thought. He asks sternly, before that girl left, did she leave any message? Ouyang Lan replies, nothing else. But she did mention that their search for opportunities this time was related to the time Great Tao. Yibei narrows his eyes and asks suspiciously, the time Great Tao? Yushan takes the initiative to ask, Master, should we set out for the outer battlefield now? Yibei answers immediately, not for now. Very soon, a big show is going to play out right here. It's perfect timing since you all just had breakthroughs. It's the right time to find someone to practice on. Li Manian remarks with cold arrogance. Looking for someone to practice on, huh? Xiao Tong blushes and says confidently, aside from us sisters, who else is there to spar with? Wu Xiao and Tai Bai remain silent and expressionless. Star Brilliant's holy land. Linger puffs her cheeks and asks innocently, is it that Emperor Lai Hua you let go? If he went back to call for reinforcements. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Yibei curls his lip and says with a wicked smile, rather than me attacking their front gate, I'd rather stay here and wait for the rabbit to fall into the trap. At that same moment, on the floating island of the star brilliance Holy Land, Emperor Lai Huan kneels before the throne and reports solemnly, "Sovereign, Qi Shui has been killed. Both body and soul were destroyed. Please, you must get justice for us." The person on the throne leans back leisurely and scolds him. "That is the result of your unauthorized actions. You brought this on yourself. How can you blame others? The star brilliance Holy Land has no need for such disgraceful failures." Emperor Lai Hua goes silent, his entire body trembling like a leaf. Immediately after, a needle suddenly flies out, piercing straight into Emperor Lai Hua's chest. He snaps his eyes open in utter disbelief and falls over dead in a state of shock. The sovereign of the star brilliance Holy Land finishes him off and says, "However, anyone who dares slap the face of the star brilliance Holy Land, I won't let them get away with it." Back with eBay, he is assigning roles to his disciples. Just then, Shoudown brings out a lot of food. Everyone might as well eat while waiting for them to attack. Shoudown says sweetly, "Senior sisters, I've got all kinds of flavors here." Yinfan narrows his eyes and questions, "Senior brother Jing Chun, years ago, didn't junior sister Lai go with you to the central province? Where is she? Why don't I see her?" Jing Chun replies with an awkward expression, "We parted ways after that." Overhearing this conversation, eBay perks up again. "I'm asking you right here, right now, about Tai Lai. Xing Chun, tell me, what is the situation with Tai Lai? Just give it to me straight." Seeing his disciple remain silent and tight-lipped, eBay began to have his doubts. "When I rank my disciples, it was never based on their raw strength. Even though Tai Lai was ranked 100th, her talent was exceptional. She was incredibly fast and natural for cultivation. But her path was far different from the others." The path agreed. Her heart was always consumed by insatiable greed and ambition. She didn't just challenge her senior sisters. She plotted to steal their positions and even delved into forbidden demonic arts. If I had stayed in this world, I would have had the confidence to set her straight. But then my lifespan ran out. I couldn't watch over her anymore. Now it seems, just as I feared, Tai Lai has finally gone astray. Xing Chen hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. "Master, regarding junior sister Tai Lai joined the Tian Luo Holy Land 50 years ago." The moment he heard those words, Yibei's face darkened with pure rage. The group was stunned. Li Mo instinctively gasped. "No way." Kufu blurted out in denial. How could junior sister Tai Lai possibly join a Holy Land? Even Yang Lung shared the same thought, trying to defend her. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Junior sister Tai Lai must have been forced into joining, right? Senior brother Xing Chun, was junior sister Tai Lai captured and coerced into joining them? However, one person didn't see it that way. Stomping her foot hard, Wu Xiao spat through gritted teeth. "Stop thinking so highly of her. She joined the Tian Luo Holy Land of her own free will." Yinshan argued back, agitated. "How is that possible? Senior brother Wu Xiao, could it be?" Wu Xiao raised a hand and shouted, "Enough! Stop it! I know what you're going to say." Seeing her insistence, Yibei commanded, "Wu Xiao, tell me everything you know." Wu Xiao clicked his tongue and began to explain. Among the Holy Lands, Tian Luo Holy Land is ranked second. But the one Tai Lai wanted to join most wasn't Tian Luo, but the top-ranked Wu Ji Holy Land. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, after being rejected by Wu Ji Holy Land, she ended up joining the Tian Luo Holy Land instead. When I first heard the news, I didn't believe it either. I thought she was trying to infiltrate them, to strike the enemy from within. But, not long after she joined Tian Luo, the secret realms and lucky encounters that Master worked so hard to find were all seized by the people of Tian Luo. And that's not all. Several of our junior brothers had their identities exposed at the same time. They were hunted down and told to surrender by Tian Luo's men. You tell me, is all of this just a coincidence? Can you really believe that? Hearing those words, Yangling finally seemed to believe it. Tai Bai closed her eyes in frustration. Even Yi Bei was reaching his breaking point. His spiritual energy spiraled out of control, erupting in every direction. Xing Chun couldn't help but shiver under that oppressive, overbearing pressure. Master is truly furious. This is the first time I've ever seen him like this. In that moment of extreme tension, A hairpin suddenly shot through the air. The sharp-eyed Tai-bai noticed it, and her expression instantly changed. She shouted a warning and raised her sword to block. "Master, look out!" The hairpin struck the blade with immense power, spinning and drilling into the steel. Feeling the radiating force, Tai-bai gritted her teeth in shock. It's just a peacock plume. How can it possess such overwhelming power? Wu Xiao and Yang Lung shouted together, "Senior Sister Qi, we're coming to help." The three sisters combined their strength to push back against the hairpin. And yet, they still couldn't stop it. It bypassed them and surged forward. Someone gasped in awe. Three great emperors working together couldn't even hold it back? What on earth is this thing? In that moment, Yibei let out a cold chuckle. The golden peacock plume. It seems the holy lord of Jing Miao can't sit still any longer. He reached out his hand, waiting for the hairpin to arrive. His legs stood firm, as solid as pillars. Yibei caught it with his bare hands and instantly crushed it. Then, with a face full of fury, he roared. "It just so happens I've got a stomach full of rage with nowhere to vent. And now, you've delivered yourselves right to my doorstep." Suddenly, the mausoleum gates swung wide to welcome the uninvited guests. The arrogant disciples of the Jing Miao Holy Land sneered. It doesn't matter how powerful the demon who killed Zihu is. After taking a hit from the Holy Lord, he's either dead or crippled. The rest of his disciples are just a pathetic mob. We have over 20 great emperors, and half-emperors backing us up. Wiping them out will be child's play. Yibei led his disciples out to meet them head-on. "Follow me out of the tomb. You've been sitting around for so long. It's time you all stretch your legs." In a mere instant, the Jing Miao Holy Land forces were nearly annihilated. Corpses were strewn everywhere. One lucky survivor, still gasping for breath, thought in sheer terror, "My God, how is every single one of them this powerful?" Yibei picked the man up and smiled brightly. "Go back and tell your holy lord this. If she wants to face Yibei, tell her to come here in person. Attacking me from afar with a tiny feather is the act of a pathetic coward. Now get lost." With that, he tossed him aside like a sack of trash. Wu Xiao asked, confused, "Master, why don't we take this chance to follow him? We could charge straight into the Jing Miao Holy Land and take out that holy lord bird ourselves." Seeing his student's frustration, he explained calmly. Although the Jing Miao Holy Land suffered a crushing defeat today, and they won't dare to act recklessly for a while, the Holy Lord is still in her home territory. She shouldn't be underestimated. Besides, I've heard they have an ancestral emperor who frequently undergoes secluded meditation. For now, don't do anything rash. I have my own plans for them. Right now, we're heading to the Outworld battlefield to find someone. In his heart, he silently added, "Luo Shiwachong. Finally, we're going to meet again." Yibei gave the order. "Xing Chun, I'll have to ask you to take us there." Xing Chun replied respectfully. "As you command, Senior Yibei." Then he turned to the other disciples. "Qi Tai-bai, Wu Xiao, Yang Lung, you three are coming with me to the Outworld battlefield." The three replied in unison, "Yes, master." Yibei looked at the remaining disciples and commanded, "It's not convenient to bring too many people this time. The rest of you are dismissed. Go and focus on your own cultivation." Once the tasks were assigned, the golden rock waited for him and the three disciples to set off. At the same time, the Jing Miao Holy Land disciple was being interrogated by the Holy Lord, Du Zun. His feet dangled off the ground. He struggled to breathe. His face turned pale as he pleaded, Holy Lord, have mercy." But those words only made the Holy Lord tighten her grip. In a split second, the disciple was discarded like rubbish. Du Zun cursed with a cold expression. "Useless trash. If I try to assemble another massive suppression force like that so soon, I'm afraid it will disturb the ancestor. I'll just have to let that Yibei go for now." As soon as she finished speaking, the corpse suddenly emitted a blue spiritual glow. The dead body unexpectedly spoke, its tone dripping with provocation. The Jing Miao Holy Lord shows off her divine power, losing her troops and proving she's a coward. Hearing this, her pupils slit like a reptile's as she roared, "How dare you? Who dares speak such insolence?" The voice simply repeated the same message over and over. The Jing Miao Holy Lord shows off her divine power, losing her troops and proving she's a coward. The Holy Lord of Jing Miao's face turned black with rage. Her eyes flashed with a murderous light as she hissed, "Yibei, you little brat, I swear I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The moment she finished, the space around her suddenly fluctuated. A deep, booming voice rang out. Why is it so noisy out here? At the sound of this voice, Duzun snapped out of it and bit her lip. An ancient figure appeared. He asked in a cold, haughty tone, Holy Lord Duzun, what exactly is going on? She didn't dare delay and immediately admitted her fault. Reporting to the ancestral emperor, it's just a bold lunatic using a transmission art to challenge us. I'm deeply sorry for disturbing your meditation. This disciple deserves death for her incompetence. As if listening to a joke, he let out a dry laugh. Deserve death? Then use this ordinary mirror to look at yourself. See if your appearance matches the minor issue you claim this is. Seeing the reflection in the mirror, Duzun covered both eyes and pleaded desperately. Ancestor, no. You know that looking at my own reflection is what I fear most. Why? Why would you punish me like this? The ancestor of Jing Miao Holy Land surrounded her with mirrors, his voice dripping with superiority. I know full well you have a phobia of mirrors. This isn't just a test of your resolve. Truly a fine holy master. The grand disciple played along, trembling like a frightened little rabbit. But the moment he left, she stopped her act and gave a cold smirk. She looked into the mirror, posing and admiring herself with satisfaction. Then, she began to hum a tune happily. The old ancestor treats me pretty well. I just wanted to see if my hair was messy anyway. Meanwhile, the Golden Rock had carried Yi Bei and his 3 disciples to the entrance of the extraterritorial battlefield. Seeing the imposing figure in the sky, the guards immediately shouted, Who goes there? Don't you know flight is forbidden at the entrance of the extraterritorial battlefield? Get down here right now. Otherwise, I'll kill that law-breaking beast of yours. Before the guard could even exert his authority, Wu Xiao struck him with his staff. The guard, who didn't know his place, was sent crashing into the canyon. Wu Xiao casually slammed the Rui Jingu Bang down and growled arrogantly, Rules? In our Xiao clan, the stronger fist is the rule. Seeing his colleague taken out in a single move, another guard hurriedly apologized. Greetings, great sage. My younger brother is ignorant. Please forgive us. Forgive us. Not wanting to waste time. Wu Xiao tilted his head and barked, Scram. Having been shown mercy, the man quickly carried his colleague away, forcing a smile. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're leaving right now. A moment later, another group stepped forward to pay their respects. Greetings, great sage. Greetings, great emperor. Greetings, great sage equal to heaven. No need for such formalities. Wu Xiao then said, I'm not as petty as that golden rock. Then he looked up and shouted, The area down here is cleared. Bring master and the others down. Hearing this, Jing Chun gracefully landed. The 3 of them jumped off the bird with an air of absolute cool. The crowd began to gossip as they witnessed their overwhelming aura. Is it the great sage's master? He's just a young man. I can't believe he stands in the place of honor between 2 human race emperors. A middle-aged man whispered. Great sage, great sage. Wu Xiao asked haughtily, What is it? The man reported immediately. Just now, some people in black calling themselves the Night Mara Sect asked me to pass on a message. They want to request a meeting with the great sage and his companions. Wu Xiao, intrigued, muttered, Night Mara Sect? Then he ordered, Bring them over. The rest of you disperse. A moment later, the Night Mara Sect members half-knelt in respect and shouted, Envoys of the Night Mara Sect, pay their respects to Lord Wu Xiao. The duo, Ouyang Lung and Qi Taibai, stepped forward. Ouyang Lung suddenly spoke up, Junior sister, do you know these people? The leader quickly turned his face and shouted, Envoys of the Night Mara Sect, pay their respects to Lord Qi Taibai and Lord Ouyang Lung. Taibai wondered, Who are they? Wu Xiao glanced at Ouyang Lung. 8th junior sister. Are they your friends? Ouyang Lung replied with total confidence. I don't have any friends. Yibei finally spoke. Night Mara Sect. That name sounds very familiar to me. If it's fate, then stand up and speak. Hearing that tone, a thought flashed through the young man's mind, and he hurriedly asked, my lord, may I ask what your name is? He recalled a memory from 10 years ago. The black-haired girl once said, The patriarch is not dead. One day, he will appear before us. When that time comes, all of you must obey the patriarch's orders. Remember his name well. The memory seemed to overlap with the present. He heard the man say softly, Yibei. The Night Mara sect members immediately fell to their knees and shouted with fervor, Greetings, Patriarch. Yibei was surprised. Patriarch? Then he asked, Wait, isn't your sect leader, Luo Xueshang? The leader looked up and replied calmly. Reporting to the Patriarch, that is correct. He thought to himself, Luo Xueshang. With a pensive expression, he ordered, Rise. Yibei then asked, You didn't come here just to pay your respects, did you? The leader recounted respectfully. You are right, Patriarch. 10 years ago, before entering the extraterritorial battlefield, the sect leader gave us several portraits. She instructed that if we met the person in the portraits, we were to hand these items over to them. Yibei reached out. A small formation appeared. A red mark instantly appeared on the surface of a jade slip. Yibei took the 2 pieces of jade, his face full of contemplation. Inside was a map. The map had a red marker on it. He figured it was the site of opportunity his eldest disciple had found. The young man asked again, Patriarch, what would you like us to do next? Yibei gave his instructions sternly. I will go search for your sect leader with my 3 disciples. I have a mission for you. Search everywhere for the secrets of the Astral Radiance Holy Land. I need to know my enemy to ensure victory in every battle. The masked men immediately sprang into action. The youth knelt and replied, Understood. Next to him, he turned to his disciples and warned them caringly, All right, it's time to enter the extraterritorial battlefield. It's fraught with danger. You must take good care of yourselves. Tai Bai looked at Ouyang Lung with a worried face and said, Wu Xiao and I will be fine. I'm just afraid 8th junior sister will go on a killing spree in there and turn the world upside down. Yibei didn't care anymore and looked ahead. That's enough. Let's head into the extraterritorial battlefield. The 3 disciples passed through the barrier and entered the extraterritorial battlefield together. Wu Xiao looked around and muttered in confusion, Where's Master? He heard a voice say, I'm over here. Looking back, he saw Yibei face-planted against the barrier, unable to enter. She almost burst out laughing. Yibei rubbed his face and thought, This is beyond embarrassing. This extraterritorial battlefield actually has a cultivation level restriction. He muttered in frustration, It just requires the Saint King realm, right? Then I'll just cultivate until I'm there. With that, Yibei summoned 2 crystals and began his cultivation. Before long, a light suddenly flashed between the 2 mountains. Then, in an instant, it exploded violently, creating a massive shockwave. System, breakthrough to the Saint King realm confirmed. System, host has entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Entrants will be randomly assigned to different locations by the power of rules to engage in battle with other camps. This place demands absolute belief in cruelty and ruthlessness. Battle merits are the primary currency of the extraterritorial battlefield. They are used to exchange for items and passes. A starting amount is issued upon entry. After that, they must be earned through combat. He looked at his hands, which were buzzing with power. He thought of the hardships in his past life. Back then, no matter what he did, he couldn't break through like this. Now it feels so effortless and refreshing. The system continued. The power of rules is beginning the distribution. Instantly, the spiritual energy of Wu Xiao and Ouyang Lung began to fluctuate. Tai Bai, of course, felt it at the same time. Even Yibei was enveloped in spiritual energy. He quickly realized, it seems that after being assigned to a camp, we'll be forced apart to different points in the outside world. Then he gave careful instructions. Remember, everyone, hold on to your jade maps. We will regroup at the site of opportunity marked by your eldest senior sister. All 3 shouted together, Yes, Master. And so, the 4 of them were sent off in different directions. Yibei flew in a straight line, zipping past several stone pillars. He landed randomly in front of a red tent. Upon landing, he was still in a state of swirling spiritual energy that carved out a circular crater. Seconds later, Yibei returned to his human form, sitting with one knee up. The place he arrived at was called the War Wolf Camp. 2 men heard the commotion and came out. The short one said, Boss, look, someone else has arrived. I wonder what kind of soft-skinned brat got stuck with us this time. Yibei looked at his bracelet, fairly satisfied, and muttered, This must be for tracking battle merits. 300,000, that's quite a lot. The men intentionally stomped their feet to get his attention. The leader reached out with a chuckle and suggested, Little brother, It's very dangerous for a Saint King to be here alone. Do you need your big brother to show you around and help you get settled? From his tone, it was clear he didn't have good intentions. He stared back coldly. Yibei immediately noticed the white cloth wrapped around the man's wrist. The leader also noticed his bracelet. He silently read the number. 300,000. He became even more hospitable and placed his hand on Yibei's shoulder, acting friendly. Brother, is this your first time at the extraterritorial battlefield? Are you here all by yourself? Seeing this, Yibei also began to deduce the situation. The extraterritorial battlefield has one specific rule. If people from the same camp kill each other, the battle merits are only lost, not transferred. But according to what the system said, there are loopholes to exploit. The primary method is to have an outsider kill someone from your own camp, and then kill that outsider yourself, stealing combat merit points. Yibei thought to himself. He smiled playfully and spoke. There are 4 of us in total, but I was the only one assigned here. The leader felt even more inclined to strike. There's an 80% chance this kid is a disciple from some sacred hall, raised on endless premium resources. He's naive and lacks real-world experience. A perfect target. On the surface, he acted incredibly considerate, leading Yibei to a stone pillar to explain things in detail. Take a look, brother. Sturdy black towers like this are scattered all over the outworld battlefield. There are 2 monuments in front of the tower. One is the God Slayer rankings. The other is the combat merit rankings. Getting on either one is a feat. Everyone on them is a renowned powerhouse in the outworld battlefield. Yibei glanced over the names and was suddenly taken aback, seeing his disciple ranking on both boards at once. He couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Luo Xiushang, leader of the demonist sect. Not only is she 12th on the combat merit rankings, her name is also on the God Slayer rankings. Just how reckless has that girl been? Well, it's not surprising. After all, she practices the Great Tao of Destruction. While he was checking the rankings, the others couldn't wait any longer. Boss, it's time to strike, right? This kid's cultivation level. Hand him over to the Beast Pavilion and we'll easily pocket 300,000 merit points. The leader grinned with overconfidence. Don't be in such a rush. This kid has been won over by my friendliness. His guard is completely down. Now move out. He dragged his greatsword, slowly closing in. But before he could do anything, Yibei spoke up. Oh right, I have a treasure here. Would you guys like to take a look? This thing, what do you think of it? As he spoke, he manifested a stone that radiated a 7-colored light. The group froze in their tracks. What the? Immediately after, that stone suddenly released a crushing pressure. It was incredibly powerful. The leader's face instantly contorted. He finished his sentence through gritted teeth in pure bewilderment. The entire group was flattened by the gravity. The subordinates panicked. Oh, boss, we can't move. The leader wasn't faring any better, gnashing his teeth as he tried to stand, but he couldn't budge. Yibei hummed a tune as he sat down and removed the leader's wristband. The Blackstone bracelet clearly displayed the number, 1,100,000. Yibei chuckled softly to himself. Over 1 million merit points. Not bad. As expected, robbing the robbers is the ultimate shortcut to getting rich. After finishing with the leader, he shifted his focus to the others. You too. One has 430,000 points. The other has 390,000 points. He sat in front of the one with the lowest points and spoke mockingly. Only 390,000 merit points? You're falling behind. You look tougher than him, yet your merit points aren't as high as that guy's. The leader was terrified and quickly tried to threaten him. Hurry up and retract this technique. We promise we won't harm you. In this outworld battlefield, the only way to survive the constant danger is by sticking with a team like ours. Yibei looked at him and interrogated him. Play tricks on others, and one day the tables will be turned on you. When you were stealing merit points from others, did you ever show them any mercy? 8 people combined. A total of 3.8 million merit points. Not bad at all. Having decided their fate, he snapped his fingers. The leader instantly lost consciousness. Yibei looked into the distance and muttered, "Who should I find to send these guys on their way?" He tied them all up and started dragging them into the forest. Yibei wandered aimlessly, waiting for someone to take the bait. Fortunately, as he passed through a canyon, someone appeared. A blue-skinned ogre, standing on a stone pillar, shouted an order. "Kid, leave those people behind, and you can get lost." It barked impatiently. "Didn't you hear what I said?" This was exactly what Yibei wanted. He immediately threw the bait over. If you want them, then they're yours. The ogre was thrilled and finished off the 3 targets with a single swing of its club. As soon as it struck, it checked the points on its wrist. The bracelet chimed, displaying exactly 3.8 million points. The ogre cheered in pure joy. 3.8 million. I'm rich. But a moment later, a voice rang out. It's not you who's rich. It's me. Without it even noticing, eBay had appeared right behind it. He reached out his hand and commanded, "Hand it over." A series of dull thuds echoed. eBay punched it into unconsciousness. The moment the ogre fell, the numbers on the bracelet began to change rapidly. eBay's own bracelet now displayed 4,260,000 points. He admired his results, satisfied beyond measure. For 0.26 million. Not bad. Not bad at all. I can exchange this for a lot of good stuff in the Black Tower. This trip wasn't a waste after all. Then, he pulled out a jade piece. It's time to head to the land of opportunity, marked by my eldest disciple. He checked the markings and did the math. Looks like my current position is quite far. Even at full speed, it'll still take 2 hours. Before eBay could move, a stone came flying at him. Reflexively, he reached out, caught it, and crushed it. His eyes turned sharp as he barked. Who is it? The person heard him and revealed themselves without hesitation. She tossed a few small stones in her hand and asked arrogantly, "So you're eBay? The ancestor of the night demon Sect?" eBay replied smoothly, "I didn't expect news to travel so fast, even in the outworld battlefield. Even a little girl like you knows about it." She looked annoyed and raised her voice. It's not that news travels fast. It's that my information network is vast. Let me ask you one thing. What is your relationship with Luo Shueshang?" Seeing her curiosity, eBay's urge to tease her flared up. He beckoned her provocatively. "Who are you? And what my relationship with Luo Shueshang isn't any of your business." She didn't even register the provocation. She introduced herself with total confidence. "I am Gu Xiener, the only daughter of the Shadow Moonholm Master. I've been pursuing Luo Shueshang for years. Sooner or later, we will become cultivation partners." Hearing her bold claim, eBay lost interest immediately and turned to leave. How pointless. I've never heard Luo Shueshang say she had those kinds of tastes. Seeing him ignore her, Gu Xiener snapped and shouted, "Come back here. Don't think that just because you're the ancestor of the night demon Sect, that I won't dare to strike you. Now tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Luo Shueshang?" eBay half closed his eyes and delivered a stinging remark. "Don't you like Luo Shueshang? Have you even confessed to her yet?" Gu Xiener instantly lost her momentum. She stammered shyly. Confess? Who? Who said that if you like someone, you have to confess?" eBay figured it out instantly. The corner of his mouth twitched. This is just one-sided love, isn't it? But he had no intention of comforting her. Instead, he rubbed salt in the wound. Why wouldn't you confess? If you don't confess, how will you know that you're nothing more than a side character destined for rejection? And here you were thinking you were some kind of goddess. Battered by his insults, Gu Xiener became so enraged she demanded a challenge. "Let's duel. If you can beat me, I'll leave immediately. But if you lose, you have to tell me Luo Shueshang's whereabouts." eBay flatly refused. "Forget it. I'm afraid that when you lose, you'll just go crying to your father." The man ranked 20th on the Godslayer rankings. "I don't need that kind of trouble." Provoked, Gu Xiener guaranteed loudly, "Don't worry. If you can defeat me today, I promise, my father won't cause you any trouble." That was exactly what he was waiting for. He immediately set the rules. "Then let's do it this way. As long as you can even touch the hem of my robe, I'll consider it your win. How about it?" He thought to himself, "I'm in a pretty good mood today, so I'll play with this girl for a bit." Gu Xiener didn't hesitate. She agreed and lunged forward. "You said it yourself." eBay called out, "Chaos Stone, deploy." He then summoned the mystical stone. He looked at her with a deadpan expression. Against just one person, this level of suppressive power is more than enough. As expected, Gu Xiener was pinned down by the gravity. She was forced to stop in her tracks. She recognized the stone and gasped in shock. "This oppressive power, what is this?" eBay walked up to her. He declared the outcome. "The winner is clear. You can't even move right now." Then he turned away and said, "I'm doing this out of respect for a lady's pride. I didn't turn up the pressure just to leave you flat on the floor. You really should know when to quit. Stop following me around." But he couldn't take a single step. Yibei realized right then that he'd been caught in a trap. I'm feeling a bit panicked. What's going on? I can't move. Sienna slowly stood up behind him. Her voice dripped with triumph. You're not the only one who can pin someone down and make them motionless. Sienna smirked, telekinetically swirling the surrounding stones. Don't even think about running. Yibei felt the power radiating from her and was stunned. Is this girl using law power? He quickly identified it. Gravity law. She hated being looked down upon more than anything. She ground her teeth, her voice low and sharp. Don't you dare think I'm some sheltered little lady who knows nothing. Yibei couldn't help but poke the bear. A young lady is still just a young lady. The moment you get the upper hand, you get all cocky. So full of yourself. Sienna was fuming as she barked back. What did you say? Yibei didn't even bother to answer. He softly chanted, Thunder Art. Seeing the lightning dancing across his body, she was momentarily stunned. Then, with a deafening boom, Sienna was struck by lightning, becoming the most radiant person on the battlefield. Once the celestial thunder faded, she was charred like a piece of roasted chicken. Yibei rubbed his wrists and gave her a casual lecture. Because you focused entirely on your attack. You completely abandoned your defense. Right now, your head is wide open. I controlled the power of the Thunder Art, just enough to knock you down. Your life isn't in any danger. Sienna indignantly pulled herself up, shouting in rage, Yibei, you snake! You didn't even wait for me to get ready. He shrugged helplessly and said, Snake? Look, lady, please use your head for a second. If you ran into an enemy from a foreign race, and you told them you needed to use the bathroom before the fight, do you think they'd actually wait for you? Sienna fumed, hurling curses at him. Who at the Emperor realm talks about going to the bathroom? You're so vulgar, Yibei. Absolutely disgusting. Yibei refused to argue with a child and turned away. All right. Just go wipe your face. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. She stomped her feet in a fury like a raging gorilla, screaming, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. After walking a short distance, he glanced back and felt confused. Yibei asked her point blank, Why are you still following me? Didn't we agree you'd leave if you lost? Sienna stubbornly replied, Humph. Can't I just be heading the same way? Besides, I didn't lose. Did I ever admit I was beaten? I still have plenty of trump cards up my sleeve. I'm just tired today. I'm not in the mood to keep fighting anyway. Yibei felt a wave of annoyance. He was completely speechless. This girl is a real piece of work. He just gave up and let her tag along. Fine. If we're heading the same way, we're heading the same way. After walking for a bit, the girl asked again, Yibei, where exactly are you going? Is Shueishan there too? Sienna walked alongside him, feeling a pang of jealousy. How could such an annoying guy know Shueishan? What kind of complicated relationship do they have? And so the two of them traveled together toward the territory of the insect race's bird-beast king. On the path into the cavern, they passed several scattered skulls. As they passed a stone pillar, a white snake slithered down to greet them. Sienna flinched slightly. Suspicious webbing hung all over the ceiling. Feeling even more uneasy, she suggested, Yibei, let's take a detour. He shot that down immediately. This decaying area stretches on forever. If we go around, it'll take days longer. Yibei didn't miss the opportunity to tease her. If you're that terrified, then we should part ways right here. Sienna's mouth was tougher than her courage, and she immediately snapped back. I am the daughter of a great emperor. I'm not scared at all. The two went deeper and deeper until Yibei muttered, There seems to be some commotion up ahead. That is down in the deep pit. Yanglong was alone, her sword flashing as she slashed through the insects relentlessly. Yibei arrived on the scene and spoke. That blade is so incredibly fast. As expected of Ailing. Yanglong slashed away, but the numbers didn't seem to dwindle, making her grow impatient. They just won't stay down. These damn bugs. No matter how many I kill, they just keep coming. As soon as one swarm is gone, another takes its place. Yanglong had no choice but to continue her frantic assault. By the time Yanglong was exhausted, the bugs had piled up into a literal mountain. Panting heavily, she muttered to herself, There must be a powerful brood, lord, controlling them from somewhere. If I don't take out the leader, I'll be worn down to total exhaustion. Taking advantage of her fatigue, the swarm of bugs simultaneously fired their silk. Yanglong swung her blade to cut it, but the silk wouldn't break. Soon, her blade was entangled by 5 strands of silk, making it nearly impossible to move. Only then did she realize she had fallen into a trap. Using softness to overcome strength, Yanglung's blade was now completely restrained. Two thick strands of silk seized the opportunity to lunge at her. Exhausted and cornered, she thought bitterly, "Damn it, I can't dodge this." Right at that moment, Yibei jumped in to block the attack. Yanglung cried out in joy, "Master!" He grabbed the silk strands and gave them a light tug, lecturing her at the same time. "Elam, your fighting style is famously powerful. It's great against stubborn, hard enemies. But against these types of things, it's clearly lacking." He let out a low chant. Supreme Demon Bone. Purple flames raced down the silk strands. They surged back to the source, burning with intense heat. The fire grew larger and more powerful by the second. Under that overwhelming heat, the swarm of bugs was roasted until they curled up like burnt croissants. Yanglung stared, her jaw dropping in shock. Yibei pulled back his hand and said, "With a formation as dense as this, it's just like chaining ships together. Fire is the best way to deal with it." Sienna waited for the flames to subside before flying over to join them. She tilted her chin up, acting like an expert as she sized them up. This annoying brat actually has some tricks up his sleeve. He incinerated all those insect drones in the blink of an eye. Yanglung noticed her and began to wonder silently. Who is this woman with Master? Don't tell me Master and eldest senior sister. Meanwhile, Yibei excitedly picked up a bug. He took a sniff and muttered with a look of satisfaction. Even though it looks disgusting, it actually smells pretty good when it's roasted. He popped the bug into his mouth and thought to himself, "In my past life, I used to eat roasted silkworms like this at night market stalls." With that thought, he slowed down his chewing to savor the flavor. After his taste test, he offered some. "Do you two want a bite?" Sienna immediately recoiled. "Gross. I am absolutely not eating that." Yangling also looked hesitant. Even if it's an order from Master. A mysterious voice suddenly rang out. "Up until now, it has always been our race that eats humans. No human eats the insect race. I will make you pay a heavy price." As the voice faded, the cave began to shake violently. Yibei heard the voice and let out a light chuckle. "As I thought, it's not going to be that simple." The ground began to crack even more severely. Something was about to emerge. Before long, a rain of bugs swarmed out from the cracks in the rocks. The swarm filled the entire cavern. Their massive presence completely covered the ceiling. An enormous mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Saliva dripped down, looking absolutely revolting. A wave of bugs charged at the three of them, completely fearless of death. Yibei quickly barked out an order. "Alan, take Sienna and break through the encirclement." "They're coming for me," she quickly replied. "As you command." Sienna grew annoyed at his words and unleashed a technique. "Don't underestimate me. I don't need anyone to lead the way." Gravity suppression. Under the influence of the gravity law, the insects were temporarily unable to get near them. Yibei pressed his hands to the ground, creating an array, and called out, "You like to win through sheer numbers? Then I'll do the exact opposite." Great Tao resonance. Summoning the undead Tao. Instantly, a blindfolded zombie appeared. Yanglung wondered curiously, "What is Master planning to do?" Sienna was also puzzled. "What? You summoned such a weak-looking corpse? What good will that do?" Yibei waved his hand and ordered go. "Go play with them." The zombie opened its mouth and charged into battle. The swarm of insects spotted their enemy. Then they came swarming in. The zombies, feeling neither pain nor itch, continued to press forward. However, the swarm was so massive that the zombies were soon covered in insects. Sienna watched in horror, her voice filled with anxiety. Faced with a swarm that blotted out the sky, a single zombie is useless. "Hey, you brute. Let's charge in and save Yibei." Yanglung gave a relaxed smile and said, "Don't be so reckless. Just watch." The masked zombie had long since collapsed, letting the insects tear at its flesh. But upon closer inspection, the moment an insect bit into the zombie's meat, its entire body underwent a complete transformation. In an instant, it turned into a zombie insect. Those mutated insects stopped eating and turned around, letting out a screeching roar. Sienna stood dazed. "What is this?" Yibei explained with a grim expression. "These insects consumed the zombie's flesh. They've been infected with the S virus. Now we just wait for it to spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 10,000. Now go forth, my zombie swarm." whether they are bitten or bite others themselves. The virus will continue to spread and consume everything. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Once the swarm retreated back into the rocky crevice, he called out, "Stop! There's no need to pursue them." Sienna grew even more confused and asked, "Why aren't we chasing them down?" Yi-Bei replied mysteriously, "Don't be so reckless. I've already planned everything out." Hearing that familiar tone, Sienna clicked her tongue and cursed inwardly. Like master, like disciple. They're both such devious people. The three of them stood on the cliffside. She asked again, "What should we do next?" Yi-Bei spoke with absolute certainty. A pair of glowing eyes flashed from the bottom of the crevice. Those eyes belonged to the pack leader. It looked up and hissed. To think a mere human couldn't be dealt with. "I'll have to handle this myself." As soon as the words left its mouth, a black beetle suddenly bit its leg. By the time it noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. What? His zombie S-virus even had an incubation period. It didn't take long. Its own cells were being invaded and replaced by zombie cells. The S-virus was spreading at a terrifying speed. Before long, it underwent a full zombification. The leader's mournful cries reached the ears of the three standing above the crevice. Only when the sound died down completely did Yi-Bei call out, "The time has come." A few seconds later, the pack leader crawled up the cliffside. Sienna's mind reeled at the sight. Her eyes widened as she cried out, "This is the true form of the Olu King." Yi-Bei raised his hand and muttered, "The Olu King's battle merits have been transferred to me. That means it's officially dead. Let's see how many points the 50th rank on the leaderboard is worth." On his wrist, the display clearly showed 325,870,000 points. Sienna felt a total sense of culture shock and shouted, "My God, over 300 million. Yang Lung said proudly, "With my master's strength, 300 million is nothing. Besides these merit points, there's an even bigger harvest." He reached toward the zombified Olu King and cast a spell to retrieve it. A powerhouse of the insect race like this will surely be useful later on. But for now, you'll help me guard the Chaos Stone Tablet and the Heavenly Pawn treasures. With the area cleared, the three of them departed. Now that the obstacles were gone, they weren't far from the Snowfrost Peak. Yanglung spoke up, "Master, let's keep moving." Sienna called out excitedly, "Don't you dare think about leaving me behind." Meanwhile, among the cultivators observing the Black Tower, there was a sudden commotion. "Hey, look, the battle merit rankings have changed. Who got kicked down?" Drawn by the excitement, Wu Xiao suggested senior sister Tai Bai. "It's getting lively over there. Let's go take a look." Tai Bai replied indifferently, "Don't go looking for trouble. We need to head to the land of opportunity marked by our eldest senior sister to regroup." The playful and carefree Wu Xiao dragged her along anyway. "Come on, taking a quick look won't hurt." When the two of them got closer, they were completely stunned. The reason was the name that had just appeared on the ranking board. Specifically, it was Yi-Bei, sitting comfortably at the 50th rank. Wu Xiao stared blankly. "I heard the rankings haven't changed in years." "Masters, efficiency is just unnatural." Tai Bai analyzed the situation seriously. Knowing Master's personality, I'm afraid he didn't just surpass the 50th rank. He likely killed him outright. Just then, a man suddenly appeared on the trading platform. New auction item. New auction item. The location of the 50th ranker on the battle merit board. The location of the human, Yi-Bei. He currently holds 325,876,277 merit points. The starting bid is 3 million points. Someone suggested with interest, 3 million. If we take a risk, it turns into 300 million. Let's team up. We can split the bounty afterward. His companion had a different opinion. Anyone who can make it onto that board is no ordinary person. I think we should mind our own business. Fearing no one would bite, the man on stage added more information. Target, Yi-Bei, St. King Realm. No sect or affiliation. Hearing this, the crowd erupted. A little brat only at the St. King Realm? There's no way he earned that many points himself. It must be pure luck. He stumbled into a fortune. If we pay a few million points and quickly kill that St. King kid, we get a reward of over 300 million. Is there any better deal than this? The crowd began bidding frantically. 3.2 million points. That intel is mine. 3.5 million. I hope no one tries to outbid me. For a million, that should be enough. 5 million. I don't believe anyone will go higher than that. Tai Bai frowned as she watched and whispered, even though Master is incredibly powerful. Becoming a target of the entire public like this, he's going to run into big trouble. Just when it seemed the stone would sell for 5 million, someone shouted, "I bid 10 million. Ji Woody bid 10 million. This man, dressed like the Monkey King, was from the Wuji Holy Land. Ji Woody. As soon as his identity was revealed, no one dared to compete. They all moved aside. The Holy Son of the Wuji Holy Land? What's he doing here? Even if someone could afford more than 10 million, they wouldn't dare call out. Offending someone from the Wuji Holy Land never ends well. The man followed the protocols and continued the transaction. If there are no more bids, then the Wuji Holy Lands, Ji Woody will take this auction item. When Ji Woody finally snatched up the stone, he spoke with an arrogant smirk. Excellent. I just need to follow the signal from this tracking stone, and I'll find that Yi Bei fellow. 300 million merit points. It's as good as mine. He funneled some spiritual energy into it. A red dot appeared, showing Yi Bei's location. At that same moment, Yi Bei was using a jade pendant to search for his eldest disciple. She should be just up ahead. Yang Lung pointed forward and shouted, "Master, look over there. That must be the place." The two of them were now standing on a cliff. In front of them were several towers piercing the sky. Under his master's contemplative gaze, Yang Lung explained earnestly, "While I was fighting on the outer battlefield, I heard rumors. That eldest senior sister and the others are training in one of the most dangerous zones." Yi Bei nodded. "Indeed, this place is on the main path, yet there's hardly a soul around. Those 3 white towers must be heavily trapped. Ordinary people wouldn't dare come close." Suddenly, his expression shifted. "Wait, someone's coming." No sooner had he spoken than a pillar of light slammed down right in front of them. The intruder was none other than Ji Woody. He cheered in delight. "I found it. My 300 million points." As the dust settled, Ji Woody's true form was revealed. He gave a cold sneer. His tone was condescending as he spoke. "Be a good boy and give up your head. I'll give you a quick and painless death." Yi Bei didn't even acknowledge Ji Woody and spoke indifferently. Just another scavenger catching the scent of blood. Sienna finally caught up, out of breath. "Hey, why are you guys running so fast? Wait for me." Seeing her, Ji Woody looked even more pleased. "The pampered daughter of the Shadow Moon Palace? This really is a buy one, get one free deal." Sienna replied coldly, "Ji Woody, the outer battlefield isn't a place where your Wuji Holy Land can just throw its weight around. If you want to fight, then bring it on." He laughed wildly and raised his fist, in a tone of pure contempt. "You really think you stand a chance?" Wu Di slams his fist into the ground. The sheer force obliterates a massive section of the road. The ground beneath Sienna cracks violently, making her gasp in shock. "TCH, this power." Wu Di lunges forward with overwhelming momentum, shouting triumphantly, "Yi Bei, you little brat, take this." Seeing the terrifying force of the attack, Yang Lung panics and shouts, "Master, this punch, it's no joke. Don't try to take it head on." Before she can finish, Yi Bei shoves her to the side. Yang Lung is caught completely off guard. Her face is pale with shock. "Master." Seeing this, Wu Di becomes even more arrogant. "Don't want your disciple to die with you? I'm so moved I could almost cry." Yi Bei remains cold and imposing, his voice calm. "Is that so? Then I look forward to seeing the look on your face when you're actually weeping." He reaches out and catches the blow. The devastating impact doesn't even make him flinch or take a single step back. Wu Di's fist begins to tremble, while Yi Bei's hand remains as steady as a mountain. He is frozen in utter disbelief. His mouth moves faster than his brain as he mumbles, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I put 60% of my power into that punch. Even a great emperor shouldn't be able to stop it like that." Yi Bei curls his lip, evaluating the strike before speaking. "I have to admit, you've got some skill. My hand actually stings a little. You said you cultivate the path of invincibility? If you ever want to beat me, you'll need to start over and learn a new path. One specifically designed to counter the path of Yi Bei." These words send him into a blind rage, and he swings his other fist. "How dare you be so arrogant?" But before he can land the hit, Yi Bei drives an uppercut straight into his throat. Under the force of the blow, Wu Di momentarily loses his balance. Yi Bei looks down at his own fist. A hint of confusion crosses his face. That punch didn't feel right. Seeing this, Wu Di's tone turns boastful again. "Strong power. but it's useless against me. My path of invincibility is exactly what the name implies. Invincible. Yibei scoffs at him. Weak offense, but a decent defense. You should just call yourself the Iron Tortoise instead. Infuriated once again, Wu Di charges forward, fists flying. The two clash in a flurry of blows. Dust clouds erupt, obscuring everything from view. Sienna gasps in awe. This is... Yibei looks so serious. To think he's actually evenly matched with Wu Di. Yanglong straightens her back, filled with pride. They aren't evenly matched. Master is just figuring out how to crack open a particularly stubborn shell. Sienna blinks, trying to process the metaphor. Crack a shell? As the dust slowly begins to settle. Only one figure remains, standing clearly. It's Yibei, he announces coldly. The battle is over. Despite his defeat, Wu Di starts laughing. He finds some inexplicable surge of confidence and spits out every word. Weak. Feeble. Wu Di leaps up, laughing maniacally. I can afford to make 1,000 mistakes. But you only need to slip up once, and you'll die by my hand. But before he can do anything, Yibei plants a boot squarely into his stomach. The air leaves Wu Di's lungs as he nearly gags on his own lunch. Yibei effortlessly pulls back his leg, letting Wu Di crash into the rocky mountainside. Annoyed by how persistent and bothersome the man is, he thinks to himself, this Iron Tortoise, wasting any more time on him isn't worth the effort. But to Wu Di, the more annoyed his opponent is, the better. His laughter turns even more grating. Is that all you've got? Then just wait. I'll slowly grind you into dust. Yibei lets out a soft chuckle at that. A new idea forms in his mind. Grind me down? That's actually a pretty good suggestion. As he speaks, he begins to cast a spell. A massive spatial portal tears open. The swarm of zombies he recently subjugated is summoned forth. With a smirk, he says, hey, Iron Tortoise, let me find you some friends to play with. The insects surge out in black waves. Wu Di dismisses them, his arrogance reaching new heights. You think these little bugs can stop me? Damn it, you really are looking down on me. As the tiny insects draw near, he braces himself, tensing every muscle. He channels his energy through his lower body. Yibei turns to leave. Don't worry. For every 10 you kill, the Swarm King will spawn 100 more. There are enough to keep you occupied for an entire year. I have actual business to attend to. I don't have time for you. Wu Di cloaks himself in spiritual energy, punching and kicking the swarm. While fighting them off, he screams in pure rage. You bastard! Get back here. But for every bug he crushes, a literal sea of them replaces it. Finally feeling the pressure, Wu Di grits his teeth and curses. Shit, why are there more every time I kill them? Yibei. Yibei walks away with Yanglong. He doesn't forget to glance back at Siener. Let him enjoy himself. Let's go. Yanglong. Don't fall behind, Goose Siener. 2 hours later, they finally arrive at their destination. Yibei checks the map, looking pleased. This should be the place. They look up to see 2 women in black robes guarding the entrance. Who goes there? This is a forbidden zone. No outsiders are allowed. The 2 guards recognize a familiar face and start whispering to each other. Isn't that Goose Siener from the Shadow Moon Hall? To think she followed our sect leader all the way here. Should we admire her dedication? Or we just call her a total leech? Sienna hears them and snaps. Who are you calling a leech? Mind your own business. Yibei cuts her off before it escalates. All right. Don't make a scene. The 2 guards see his face and gasp in shock. This young man, his appearance, his aura. Could it be? Yibei looks at them and asks, are you members of the Night Mara sect? Hearing this, both women immediately drop to their knees and salute. Zhu Ying of the Night Mara sect. Li Kuei of the Night Mara sect. We pay our respects to the Grandmaster. He speaks flatly. Stand up. We can catch up later. Take me to Luo Shuachong immediately. Recognizing Yibei's status, they answer honestly, Grandmaster, this is the sect leader's trial of providence. However, it requires a significant amount of battle merits to enter. Yibei turns to his disciple, Yanglong. Stay here with them and guard the entrance. I'm going in alone. She obeys without hesitation. Understood, Master. Siener sees him heading in and tries to follow. Hey, wait for me. But she can't keep up and is blocked by the portal. Sienna hisses in pain as she's pushed back. Yanglong can only watch from the side. The entrance chimes with a price notification. A payment of 10 million battle merits is required to enter. Sienna shouts in shock. Are you insane? 10 million. What kind of hellhole is this trial of providence? Yibei steps forward with a faint smile. Luo, Shiwechong, I'm finally coming to find you. Sienna, fuming, glares at the guards. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? When Sister Shiwechong brought all those people in before, there's no way they all had 10 million points each. The two guards explain in unison. The trial of providence has a unique rule. One person can pay the fee for everyone else. Last time, the points were all deducted from the Sect leader's account. I remember that time. She used everything. It was over 300 million points in total. Shortly after, Yi Bei is teleported to a place filled with a gloomy atmosphere. He approaches the only structure near the landing zone. He stands outside, observing. With a thoughtful look, he mumbles. So this white tower is the thing. That's worth 10 million battle merits. He casually pushes the door open. Whatever. Even 10 million is a small price to pay. Inside the tower, there's only a single sphinx-like statue glowing with a cold light. As he enters, it greets him with a wide grin. O traveler of the tower, which floor's great Tao do you wish to comprehend? You must first pass the trial of that floor. Yibei looks at it with a deadpan expression. Comprehend? Trials? Do I look like the kind of person who has time for that? The Sphinx ignores him and continues its programmed speech. If you do not pass the trial and seek the chance to grow stronger, then your 10 million entry fee will be a total waste. He looks bored. I don't need a reminder. Seeing that Yibei isn't following the rules, the stone Sphinx begins to panic. Wait, hold on. He blasts the statue aside and gives a cold command. I don't have time for your nonsense. Open the second floor. Now. Immediately, 3/4 of the ceiling shifts open. A staircase to the next level appears, ready for him to ascend. Yibei follows the path. He climbs the stairs to the next floor. When he reaches the second floor, he sees several disciples meditating around an incense burner. HM, there are only 5 of you here? Her master's voice snapped her back to her senses. She turned around to see Yibei looking dazed. That voice, it's Master. The other disciples were overjoyed, everyone talking at once. It really is Master. I hope this isn't just some trial on the second floor. Master must have sensed that eldest senior sister was in danger, so he appeared. It has to be. If it's really Master, then eldest senior sister will be safe and sound. I know it. Hearing that his eldest disciple was in trouble, he asked urgently, what happened to the eldest? Tell me everything, quickly. It took the length of an incense stick for him to hear the whole story. Yibei murmured as he processed the information. So this entire Tower of Time trials is shrouded in layers of the laws of time. The flow of time is different on every floor. On the first floor, 1 day in the outside world is equal to 2 days inside the tower. A 1-to-2 time ratio. On the second floor, 1 day outside is 5 days inside. A 1-to-5 ratio. On the third floor, the ratio is 1-to-10. On the fourth floor, the ratio is 1-to-50. On the fifth floor, the ratio is 1-to-100. On the sixth floor, the ratio is 1-to-200. On the seventh floor, the ratio is 1-to-500. On the eighth floor, the ratio is 1-to-1,000. On the ninth floor, the ratio is 1-to-2,000. One of the disciples stepped forward to explain. Eldest senior sister was determined to master the laws of time. So she set her heart on completing the trials for all 9 floors. It took her 2,000 years to clear the first 8 floors, which means she's already burned through 1,000 years of her life inside the tower. Hearing this, Yibei closed his eyes and did the math. For a normal human, reaching the half-emperor realm increases their lifespan by 3,000 years. But if they break through to the great emperor realm, their maximum lifespan is 10,000 years. Hearing that, the other disciples felt a bit more at ease. They began to chat and smile with relief. If that's the case, we don't need to worry about eldest senior sister's lifespan. She should still have nearly 9,000 years left. But Yibei wasn't ready to relax just yet. He pressed further. Wait, how long has Luo Shueshang been stuck on the 9th floor? 2 disciples took turns answering. It's been over 4 years since eldest senior sister went up to the 9th floor. That's 4 years according to the time in the outside world. Yibei's brow furrowed instinctively. Over 4 years. He quickly calculated the time in his head. Based on the time flow of the 9th floor, Luo Shueshang has already spent 8,000 years. Added to the 1,000 years she spent before. Doesn't that mean that silly girl has almost no life left? The female disciples began to murmur sadly. More than 30 senior and junior sisters tried to rush to the 9th floor to convince senior sister Luo to leave. But never mind the 9th floor, in the last 10 years, not a single person has been able to even set foot on the 8th floor. Seeing his students blaming themselves, he stood up to reassure them. It's all right. You all stay here and continue your cultivation. Since I am here, you don't need to worry anymore. That silly girl, wait for me. It didn't take Yi-Bei long to reach the 8th floor. On this floor, he had to defeat a suit of armor. With his sword in hand, he leapt into battle. The massive armor introduced itself according to its programming. I am the guardian of the Tower of Trials. Anyone who dares to attempt the 9th floor shall be shown no mercy. As it spoke, its eyes glowed, preparing to strike. Yi-Bei was in a hurry, so he swung his sword and lopped off the guardian's head in one stroke. Get out of my way. With half its head missing, the guardian crashed heavily onto the path leading to the 9th floor. Yi-Bei stepped onto the guardian's head and headed straight for the stairs. Time was becoming more and more critical. Yi-Bei pushed himself to go even faster. He flew straight up to the 9th floor, finding a beautiful world of lush green grass and flowers. Once he arrived, he slowed his pace and landed gently. Yi-Bei breathed in the air of the place and sighed. I finally made it to the 9th floor. He noticed a stone tablet by his feet and glanced at it. A single line was carved onto the stone. Defeat the heart demon within the allotted time. Seeing those words, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Sigh. If that girl could truly let go of the obsession in her heart, she probably would have crushed her heart demon long ago and cleared the 9th floor. Not long after Yi-Bei arrived, the ground began to shake violently. A colossal serpent suddenly erupted from the earth. Its presence was overwhelming. It was hundreds of meters long, looming directly in front of him. It would have been impossible not to notice it. Yi-Bei stared at its body, his eyes widening in shock. Is that? The moment the serpent appeared, it glared at him hungrily. His attention was drawn to a gem embedded in the center of the serpent's forehead. Someone was trapped inside it. That person was none other than Luo Xueshang, the disciple he had been searching for. The serpent flicked its tongue and roared. Insolent brat, how dare you trespass in the Tower of Time Trials? The lifespan of this great emperor girl is almost depleted. She is about to become my meal, and you showed up at just the right time. You'll make a fine side dish for my feast. Yi-Bei, who was already planning to slice it to pieces, scoffed with disdain. Just a snake borrowing the power of the laws of time, yet you talk so much. The serpent, unable to bear the insult, opened its maw and roared in fury. You dare insult me? Fine then. I'll start my meal with a Saint King Realm snack like you. Yi-Bei swung his sword. With an arrogant expression, he declared, looking down on the Saint King Realm, I think this old sword is more than enough to kill you. He brought his sword straight down toward the snake. A surge of searing flames erupted from the blade. The gem holding Luo Xueshang couldn't withstand the terrifying power and began to crack. Within seconds, it shattered completely, freeing the woman inside. Luo Xueshang fell directly into Yi-Bei's arms. He held his disciple close. In a gentle, scolding tone, he whispered, You silly girl, we've finally met again. Only 300 years of life left, based on this floor's 1 to 2,000 time ratio. Her remaining life in the real world is only 60 days. If I had been 2 months later, I'm afraid. As he murmured to himself, she slowly opened her eyes. Luo Xueshang was lost in a flood of old memories. On a certain street, a younger version of Yi-Bei reached out his hand and asked, I am Yi-Bei. What is your name? The image of him from back then was so beautiful it had haunted her dreams forever. She was reminiscing when she slowly woke to a sweet voice calling her name, Luo Xueshang. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found herself in the arms of the one she longed for. She instinctively called out, Master? But then, thinking of her experiences over the last few years, she stopped herself immediately. Luo Xueshang's expression turned weary. Her voice was cold and detached. The time in the tower. You see that my life is coming to an end, so you've changed the form of the trial? I don't need your deathbed comfort. Hearing her words, Yi-Bei felt a pang of sorrow and softened his voice. Silly girl, I'm sorry. Your master arrived too late. Luo Xueshang placed her hand on his chest. She barked with a cold, sharp attitude. Heart demon, are you trying to play the emotional card this time? But could you at least try to be realistic? my master couldn't even handle the body refining realm when he died. How could he possibly have reached such a high level of cultivation? Her eyes snapped open, her voice icy. You are asking for death. He never expected that the reunion he thought would be touching would turn out to be so heart-stopping. Without hesitation, Luo Xueshang struck him with a powerful palm. The force of the blow sent him flying. Even someone with a body as strong as Yi Bei's coughed up blood. He stumbled to his feet. Clutching his chest, he muttered, "This destructive power." A fresh palm print was clearly visible on his robes. Yi Bei winced, unable to help but curse under his breath. Damn it, you girl. You really want to turn me into a heart demon with one strike. Having no other choice, Yi Bei pulled out his signature whip. He thought to himself with a burst of confidence, this whip is a weapon only I possess. This should make her recognize me, right? But this time, his calculation was way off. She looked at it, her voice full of sarcasm. Using the divine whip? Impressive. So you finally conjured up something new? Seeing that his eldest disciple was even more stubborn than he'd imagined, Yi Bei started to grumble. Damn girl, just as stubborn as she used to be. Without giving him a chance to react, Luo Xueshang lunged at him with full force. To avoid being beaten to death by his own disciple, he had to fight back. The two forces collided. The sheer power of the clash devastated the surrounding area, especially the boulders around them. All of them were pulverized by the aftershocks of the battle. Yi Bei lost his patience. His voice turned noticeably colder. Xueshang, have you had enough? Luo Xueshang stopped her attack and suddenly grabbed his shoulders. She hung her head low. She looked bitter and unwilling to accept reality. Seeing his disciple so deeply despondent, Yi Bei felt a profound sense of guilt. Xueshang. His words only shook her heart further. She bit her lip in bitterness. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xueshang suddenly pulled him close and kissed him. Yi Bei never expected this. His eyes widened in shock. After what felt like forever, she pulled away. In a moment of vulnerability, Luo Xueshang buried her face against his chest and confessed. Heart demon, just let me keep seeing you as my master. I have a few things I need to say. Yi Bei didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just listened in silence. Lost in infinite self-reproach, Luo Xueshang whispered, Master, I'm so useless. It's been 9,000 years. I couldn't even clear the entire Tower of Time. I failed to obtain the laws of time to bring you back to life. But during these 9,000 years, I've missed you more and more every day. I keep remembering our happiest days together. Master, do you remember? When you personally taught me how to cook, I was so clumsy back then. You lectured me so many times. You even taught me how to make cotton candy, taught me how to make fireworks, and taught me how to ice skate. Yi Bei, Xueshang will probably follow you into the afterlife in just a few days. I truly hope that day comes sooner. Waiting until she had poured her heart out, he finally spoke up with an affectionate scold. Silly girl, is your master really worth all this? You refuse to ever grow up. How can I ever trust you to stand on your own feet? Here, master, we'll teach you one more thing. As he spoke, he lifted her chin and kissed her deeply. This time, it was Luo Xueshang who stood dazed like a deer in headlights. Her mind went completely blank. At first, she gripped his collar, trying to resist. But then, she let her thoughts go. Luo Xueshang completely gave in. Yi Bei whispered into her ear, silly girl. In a moment, don't resist. Don't struggle. Luo Xueshang replied dazed, yes, master. A short while later, from the outside, the wall of the tower's highest floor suddenly cracked. Yi Bei smashed through the wall, carrying his eldest disciple as they leapt from the spirit tower. Then, he landed safely, light as a drifting cloud. At this moment, Luo Xueshang was utterly confused. Wait, isn't this the outside of the Tower of Time? Why? It was only then she realized this was the real person. She broke free from Yi Bei's arms. The joy was too sudden. Luo Xueshang could hardly believe it. Master, are you real? Yi Bei gave a gentle, elegant smile and teased her. A moment ago it was you, and now you're back to being formal? He puffed out his chest and said proudly, if I weren't the real deal, I'm afraid those two strikes from your great Tao of destruction would have obliterated my soul long ago. Memories of the last few minutes flooded back. She was dying of embarrassment. What do I do? I just force-kissed Master, and I said so many embarrassing things. What should I do? What am I going to do? Seeing this, Yibei let out a relieved sigh and murmured, "This silly girl. She's still worrying about such trivial things. No wonder she was trapped in there for 9,000 years. A trial of the heart is truly difficult to overcome." Then, getting down to business, silly girl. It's time. Start your breakthrough. I will protect you. Luo Xueshang said self-consciously. Master, it's not that I don't want to, but I'm worried I won't survive the Emperor's heavenly tribulation. Hearing that, he changed his tone to encourage her. Silly girl, if you don't face the tribulation, then how can I hold your hand and grow old with you? She never expected to hear him say those words. Her brain short-circuited. Seeing her standing there in a daze, he called out, "What are you staring at? Do you really hate the idea of being with me that much?" Luo Xueshang quickly replied, "I want to. I do." Xueshang is willing. Master. Then, I'll begin now. With that, she hurriedly flew off. Yibei encouraged her patiently. I'll be waiting for your success." Luo Xueshang flew to the top of the tower and shouted, "Let the Emperor's heavenly tribulation come." Powerful purple spiritual energy surged, clashing at the top of the tower. Right then, a sphere began to emit sharp streaks of spiritual energy. Purple light beamed straight down toward Yibei's feet. His face remained calm as he tilted his head back to watch. The scene shifted quickly to a somewhat dark space. Two female gatekeepers stood by the pillars. A blue-haired girl paced back and forth, resting her chin in her hand anxiously. Why haven't they come out yet? Suddenly, the pillars began to shake, leaving Sienna standing there stunned. Her eyes widened in shock. Sienna stood with her back to the spatial gate, looking down the stairs and shouting, "Hey, look over there." The two women turned around in unison to look. They both suddenly realized something terrifying. That doesn't look like the sect leader. Sienna looked up at the gloomy sky where a familiar lotus-shaped purple sphere was appearing and marveled. The Emperor's heavenly tribulation. Her voice echoed over the image of the sphere. What's going on with Xueshang? How can she break through to the Emperor realm this fast? Beads of sweat rolled down her face as she exclaimed. When my father first prepared to face the Emperor's heavenly tribulation, he had to prepare for an entire millennium. Turning back to him, Yibei stood tall, letting the shock waves blast toward him. He gave an excited, faint smile and whispered, "The strength of a heavenly tribulation is determined by the power of the great Tao the cultivator follows. This level of intensity, it's exactly what I'd expect from the great Tao of destruction." Suddenly, massive bolts of yellow lightning shot toward a single point in the sky. Xueshang appeared with a serious expression, raising her hands to manifest her spiritual energy. A massive source of power, accompanied by bolts of lightning, struck directly at the purple light in the sky, creating a massive explosion. But the figure within the purple lotus field brushed it off. She criticized, "Too weak." As she spoke, multiple streams of golden spiritual energy struck a spot on the tower's peak. From that golden spiritual source, the souls of three gods gradually manifested. Xueshang stood tall and spoke. "You were all once the pride of the heavens, God's favorites, beings who once dominated their own regions. But who would have thought that after dying to the Emperor's heavenly tribulation, you would turn into mindless remnants of souls, forever sealed within the tribulation?" The three souls began to unleash a vortex of spiritual energy, aiming to pierce through her figure atop the tower. Xueshang's body rose slowly, a purple circle enveloping her. Her voice boomed. "The dead should act like the dead. There is no need for you to appear in the mortal world." Xueshang shouted with determination. With that, she blasted her powerful spiritual energy forward. The shocked voices of the two women below rang out. "Look, isn't that the eldest senior sister? Master is there too." The person beside her also cried out, "Oh my God, the Emperor's heavenly tribulation." At that moment, Xueshang stood firmly on the tower's peak and said, "Bring on whatever other moves you've got." The sky was now filled with strange, mouthless monsters swarming together. A massive purple lotus symbol appeared behind her head. She calmly closed her eyes. "I'll show this arrogant heavenly tribulation what real power is." Suddenly, Xueshang opened her eyes, which had turned demonic black, and laughed with excitement. Great Tao of destruction. Instantly, a colossal pillar of purple spiritual energy slammed into the ground. That energy stood like a mighty pillar connecting heaven and earth. Her body was now radiating intense purple energy. Purple particles and lightning rained down across the land. Yi-Bei watched the scene before him with joy in his heart. The tribulation was a success. System notification. Ghost Girl Sect Leader. Luo Xueshang. Emperor Realm. Early stage. The light of a clear blue sky returned. Yi-Bei flew up to her and said, "Come here. Give me a hug. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor Realm." Xueshang shyly turned her head away, stammering, "Master, all my junior sisters are watching. Isn't this a bit much?" From another perspective, two disciples looked up at the affectionate scene and called out, "It's fine, eldest sister. We'll cover our eyes. We aren't looking." Ignoring everyone else, he pulled her into a tight embrace to celebrate in the romantic atmosphere. "Luo girl, congratulations. You truly are the eldest senior sister." With his left arm around her, Yi-Bei raised his other hand to announce, "Disciples, your master has returned. All these years, you have all suffered so much." His voice resonated down toward the crowd below. "From this moment on, whoever bullies us, we will make them pay the price." His feet gently touched the ground as he looked at everyone and continued, "Whoever looks down on us, we will slap them right back in the face." Yi-Bei flicked his sleeve and turned around. "From now on, we shall fear no one, nor shall we be intimidated by any power in existence." Suddenly, the system interface appeared to announce the results. Reunited with Disciple 20/108. Reward. Emperor Realm Skill Card. Reunited with Disciple 23/108. Reward. Great Emperor Skill Card. Reunited with Disciple 24/108. Reward. Half Emperor Skill Card. System windows continued to pop up in front of him. Reunited with Disciple 59/108. Reward. Half Emperor Skill Card. Reunited with Disciple 60/108. Reward. Half Emperor Skill Card. Reunited with Disciple 61/108. Reward. Half Emperor Skill Card. Yi-Bei gave a calm, faint smile. "They're all popping up at once. Let me see how many I have." He rubbed his chin, seriously calculating. Emperor Realm Skill Card. Great Emperor Skill Card. Half Emperor Skill Card. 52 cards. Rare Great Daos require 10 Half Emperor cards. Super Rare Great Daos require 20. An Epic Grade Great Dao requires 50 skill cards. Mythic Grade requires 100 Half Emperor skill cards. And a single Great Emperor skill card is worth 10 Half Emperors. Yi-Bei looked down and asked, "System, is an Emperor Sovereign skill card worth 100 Half Emperor cards?" The system replied, "One Emperor Sovereign skill card is worth 50 Half Emperor skill cards." Yi-Bei's blood boiled as he grit his teeth. "I knew it. Since when was this piece of junk system ever generous? But regardless, I finally have enough to exchange for a Mythic Grade Great Dao." His voice rang out. "System, I want to exchange for the Mythic Grade Great Dao." Multiple system panels flickered with notifications. Initiating exchange. Initiating exchange. A large system panel appeared. "Congratulations, host, on mastering the Mythic Grade Great Dao. The Genesis Dao." Note, a Mythic Grade Great Dao can be integrated with one additional type of Great Dao. Yi-Bei looked up at the text floating above him, questioning it. The Genesis Dao? There's still a footnote? The text on the panel began to shift. Note, Legendary Grade, Great Dao. The Genesis Dao. Mandatory requirements. 1. The host must master the power of another Great Dao. 2. The host must possess their own pocket dimension or small world. 3. A divine artifact is required to stabilize said world. Verification complete. The host is currently unable to accept the Legendary Grade Great Dao. He shouted in a fit of frustrated rage. "I busted my ass to collect 100 Half Emperor skill cards, and this is all I get." His face immediately turned serious again as he peered at the blue screen, muttering to himself. Requirement. A small world of my own. That desolate space of mine shouldn't be a problem. As for mastering another Dao's power, that's simple enough. The only issue is that final requirement, a divine artifact. Yi-Bei raised his hand, manifesting a glowing blue stone. The system displayed its description. The Chaos Tablet. High-grade Emperor artifact. Yibei held the crystal-like stone close to his eyes. Just as I thought. It's only a high-grade Emperor artifact. Where the hell am I supposed to find a divine artifact right now? Suddenly, he glanced at something and a thought struck him. That's it. Yibei looked up at the tower and asked, System, what grade is this white tower? The system panel appeared to explain. The Tower of Time. Grade, Peak Emperor tier. Is only one step away from becoming a divine artifact. Yibei stroked his chin with a mischievous grin. I have a bold idea. He immediately activated his spirit projection. Total perception. The tower shifted colors in his vision. His voice continued to echo. Every place has its own core. As long as I can find the core of this tower, the rest will be easy. At the 10th floor, the system suddenly flickered to life. To enter the hidden 10th floor, one must pass the inner demon trial on the 9th floor. Surprise flared in his eyes as he looked around. Just then, a slender hand reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Shueshang's soft voice made him look down in surprise. Master, let me face the inner demon trial with you. The scene shifted to a quiet, empty clearing known as the 9th floor. Yibei closed his eyes and commanded, Bring it on. Inner demon. As he spoke, wisps of green mist began to rise. He was transported to a strange room. It was Yibei's former self, before transmigration, sitting in a chair. This place is the apartment I lived in before I crossed over. A strange voice echoed. Transmigration? Crossing over? Disciples? What are you talking about? The outworld battlefield. It was all just a dream. Yibei looked into the mirror and asked himself, Is this me? The real me? The voice denied him. It was just a long dream that's hard to wake up from. He turned his back to the mirror, looking out at the distant buildings. An inner demon, huh? Trying to trick me. You calculated everything, but you still made a mistake. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he stared back into the mirror. Yibei's body still stood before the glass. His voice rang out. Before I transmuted, the city I lived in was covered in smog all year round. It was never this bright and clear. A faint smile appeared on the surface of the glass. Suddenly, the ceiling began to warp. Strange purple liquids started to leak through. Yibei's silhouette emerged from behind the thick liquid with a smirk. So, returning to that beautiful yet miserable world is my inner demon. If the day ever comes where I truly must return, then I hope I won't have to go back alone. Yibei's eyes snapped shut. When he opened them, they had turned an eerie white, and the inner demon illusion dissolved. His eyes returned to normal as he looked down in surprise. Shueshang was fast asleep, her head resting on his lap. Is she asleep already? I wonder how long it's been since this girl had a decent night's rest. He placed a hand gently on her head. Sleeping like this can't be comfortable at all. Yibei smiled to himself. To hell with the core. To hell with the 10th floor. I'll wait for her to wake up before we move. After all, this is the 9th floor of the Tower of Time. The one thing we aren't short on is time. 2 days later, Shueshang slowly blinked her eyes open. He asked gently, Are you awake? Under the cherry blossom tree. She lunged toward him, crying out in disbelief. Master, you're still here. Thank goodness. It wasn't a dream after all. She looked up at him. Master, when did you pass the inner demon trial? I was so careless. Please punish me. Yibei replied. Punish you for what? I only finished a few minutes ago myself. He raised his hand, recalling the past 2 days. But you, on the other hand, slept for 2 days straight. The only thing missing was the drool. Shueshang blushed in embarrassment. Master, Yibei rubbed her head despite her pouting. All right. Once you're fully awake, go check on your sisters. A moment later, he stood up abruptly. I've broken through the 9th floor. Now, I'm going to test the hidden 10th floor. In an instant, Yibei vanished, leaving Shueshang standing there. Scene change. Single droplets of water fell onto a strange black surface. Bathed in a blue light, he peered into the pitch-black void. It certainly lives up to the name Hidden Floor. It's ink black. I can't even see my own hand in front of my face. A miniature tower encased in a sphere floated before him. This must be the core of the Tower of Time. Yibei reached out to touch the sphere. As his hand entered the orb, it began to wither. Seeing half of his body rapidly aging, he marveled. As expected of an artifact with time laws. I need to end this quickly. He channeled spiritual energy into the hand holding the stone. Spiritual power surged around him. Yibei thrust the blue stone into the orb and chanted, Supreme Demon Bone. Fused the Tower of Time with the Chaos Tablet. His face was visibly aging due to the orb's power, but he remained focused on the alternative. If the fusion succeeds, the quality will undoubtedly skyrocket. If it fails, the lower quality Chaos Tablet will likely be crushed by the tower. His resolve hardened into a reckless gamble. If a carp doesn't leap the Dragon Gate, it'll never transform. Time to risk it all. Immediately, the crystal-like blue stone began to show signs of cracking. Then it shattered right next to the miniature tower. He cursed in fury. Damn it, Chaos Tablet. You're supposed to be a high-grade Emperor artifact. How could you break already? Yibei's mind raced. Wait a minute. These fragments. I have a way. The orb glowed with a blue aura, revealing the image of a tower within. Yibei watched intently, his hands moving with professional precision. Since I can't force a fusion, I'll use the Chaos Tablet as enhancement material to upgrade the Tower of Time. Immediately, the fragments of the stone began to gather at the base of the tower. He felt a surge of hope. It's absorbing them. Now we just wait to see if it works. The process inside the circle was nearing completion. Yibei kept his hand steady, muttering under his breath. This kind of crude enhancement is too mechanical. I need something to suppress the tower's rejection reaction. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with determination. The aged portion of his face became more prominent. This is the only way. His eyes turned pure white as he grit his teeth, unleashing the power of the demon bone. His voice boomed. Let it enter my soul realm. I'll refine and enhance it simultaneously. Yibei's hands gripped the orb tightly. He pulled it close to his chest, his teeth clenched. You're just an emperor's weapon. Even if you are top tier. So what? I refuse to believe I can't tame you. With that, the orb was absorbed into his body. A vision appeared before him. The true form of the Chaos Demon Bone was gripping the tower tightly. He looked tiny standing before it. His aged face broke into a smile. Excellent. The Tower of Time is slowly absorbing the fragments. It can already be considered a pseudo-divine artifact. If this were anyone else, this initial refining process alone would have taken 80 to 100 years. Not to mention, I haven't even brought up the possibility of a complete refinement. Looking closely at the small tower, he continued, but I've already prepared the Chaos Demon Bone, which possesses the power of total devouring. If I go all out to refine it, it should take about 8 months to fully refine and strengthen the Time Tower. After saying that, Yibei was enveloped in spiritual energy as he looked down at his hand. Once I've dealt with this divine artifact, then it'll only be a matter of time. A moment later, his voice rang out behind Shui Shang, startling her. Shui Shang, I'm back. She turned around, shocked to see him. Master, your face. Yibei now looked like an old man leaning on a cane. As she watched in disbelief, he explained, Shui Shang, the Time Tower backfired on me. It drained all my life force. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Shui Shang lunged forward and hugged him tightly. If you're going to die, Master, then I'm going with you. Tears began to stream down her face. I can't bear the thought of being separated from you by death ever again. Hearing this, Yibei gently raised his hand to chide her. You silly girl. Stop talking about dying together all the time. Shui Shang looked up at him. Master, but you? In the middle of the emotional moment, the old man smirked and uncapped a medicine bottle. He quickly tossed 2 pills into his mouth and swallowed. His aged eyes snapped shut. Suddenly, Yibei's face returned to normal. He pointed at the bottle and smiled at her. See, my body was just a bit drained. 1 rejuvenation pill refined by Xing Chun, and I'm good as new. Seeing this, Shui Shang turned away in a huff. If you ever pray me like that again, I'm never talking to you. He panicked slightly. All right. It was my fault. I won't pull that kind of joke again. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the craggy landscape. Tai Bai and Wu Xiao should be arriving soon. Shui Shang, let's head out. Right? I've already moved the other disciples out of the tower and into the land of opportunity. There's no reason to stay here anymore. Just then, a bright green tail whipped past. A translucent, watery body with a massive maw appeared. Instantly, a lightning-fast slash struck the fish monster. As the fish monster collapsed, the silhouette of a woman appeared on its body. Only this many battle points? And after all that size, too. Xian Air looked down in disappointment. Oof. It's barely 10 million battle points. Just wait until I see Sister Shueshang. I'll go all out. Two figures suddenly appeared and called out to her. Has this girl always been this energetic? The person beside him chimed in. She is the incarnation of the great cult leader himself. Nearby, Wu Xiao stood with a dark-skinned girl who was sleeping while standing with her arms crossed. Xian Er's voice rang out. I'm off to find more battle points elsewhere. Sister Shueshang, if you come out, remember to send me a message. The other girl gave her an okay sign. I'll definitely let you know. But inwardly, she thought the exact opposite. No way, I'm telling you. Just then, two portals began to form in the air. Yibei and Shueshang stepped out from the gates. Seeing them, the two others bowed in greeting. Greetings, Grandmaster. Greetings, cult leader. Your subordinates are here to report. The entire night, Demon Sect welcomes the cult leader's return. The person next to her added, the Grandmaster's restoration ceremony needs to be a grand affair. He flashed a disinterested smile and spoke to the two women. No need for such waste. Your sincerity is enough. The two girls bowed. Yes, sir. On the other side, Wu Xiao lunged at her with a tearful hug. Big sister. Let me give you a hug. Tai Bai also approached. Big sister. All the sisters have missed you dearly. It's been so many years. Tai Bai, Wu Xiao. Even Alung has become a great emperor. Shueshang gave a warm smile, but her tone turned serious. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. You mustn't take your future training lightly. Wu Xiao, still clinging to her, nodded obediently. Yes, big sister. A voice boomed from outside the manor. Master, big sister, on a great day like today, how can we not have a drink? A moment later, a jar of wine was slammed onto the table. Shueshang stared at the jar in surprise, while he asked with a grin, Alung, where did you get this? She explained with a bright smile. Addressing the group, the trip here was so boring, so I brought my own supply. Yibei said to her, this fine wine from your tribe? I've heard of its reputation for a long time, but I've never had a taste. With that, the wine bowls were filled to the brim. Alung raised her bowl to the other four. To our reunion, a toast to Master, and a toast to Big Sister. The five of them downed their drinks in unison. Yibei finished his in one gulp and praised it. Excellent wine. Wiping his mouth, Yibei turned to advise her. Listen, girl, your alcohol tolerance has always been weak. Just drink as much as you're comfortable with. But to his shock, Shueshang was already chugging wine like water, making him break into a cold sweat. Shueshang slammed her empty bowl onto the table. Her face was flushed, and she spoke tipsily. Master and the others all finished theirs. As the big sister, how can I just do whatever I want? On the other side, a wasted Wu Xiao pushed a bowl toward the other girl. Come on, you're big sister's disciple. You have to drink this. The black-haired girl cried out for help. Lady Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao's drunken face loomed closer. Finish this cup, and there's another one waiting. Alung, equally flushed, chimed in. Sister Tai Bai, after you finish this one, there are 3 more. This caused Tai Bai to break out in a sweat and wave her off. No, 1 bowl is enough. I've quit drinking. Ignoring her, Alung continued the drunken conversation. Old 8th, come on. Does 5th sister want to go one-on-one? If you get wasted, I'm not carrying you to bed. I'm drunk? You're kidding. Meanwhile, Yibei watched the kids and spoke to the person next to him. Look at Wu Xiao and Alung bickering again. It's just like 300 years ago. Shueshang leaned heavily against him. Master, he looked at her gently. This girl, she's really had too much to drink. Let me take you somewhere for some fresh air. He led Shueshang outside, leaving Tai Bai to watch them in surprise. Where are Master and Big Sister going? A while later, Yibei had taken her near a large, ancient tree. He spoke to her softly. The air is fresh here. If you stay here for a bit, you'll sober up soon. Shueshang immediately protested. I'm not drunk. What I need to sober up for. Yibei looked at her and said softly, You're drunk, girl. Refusing to listen, Shueshang poked his chest, leaving him bewildered. I'm not drunk. She boldly hugged him, her face flushed as she looked up. Drunk or sober? What does it matter right now? She leaned in close to his face. Master, back at the manor. Tai Bai watched as passionate heart icons floated up. She wondered, could it be? The relationship between Master and Big Sister is already, in my capacity as the head of the Yishang shippers. Tai Bai excitedly covered her nose. Sunlight streamed down from the deep blue sky. A young girl's silhouette ran toward Yi, and the blushing Shueshang calling out anxiously, "Sister Shueshang." The two of them recognized the voice instantly. Their cold expressions immediately returned. "Oh no, I forgot Xian'er was here." She continued calling out. Unexpectedly, something zipped past, cutting a few strands of her hair. "Sister Shueshang?" Shueshang raised her hand, sounding annoyed. "I thought I made myself clear last time. Stop pestering me." Xian'er saw her cold demeanor and the cut on her own cheek and began to tear up. But Shueshang didn't care. Her face was filled with killing intent. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Yi cautioned her. "Shueshang, don't go killing anyone." She replied, "Don't worry, master. I'm just being firm so she knows when to back off." Xian'er panicked, trying to explain herself. "Sister Shueshang." Shueshang grew furious. She summoned her power. Magical orbs materialized around her. "I've told you so many times. Stop calling me that." The others realized something was about to happen and rushed over. When Alung saw it with her own eyes, she cheered. "Emperor, that's the Emperor realm." Tai Bai agreed. "Although, this is worlds apart from how Big Sister used to be." Shueshang gave a shout. Instantly, the magical orbs launched a simultaneous attack at Xian'er. Someone stepped in just in time to shield her. He drew his sword. He swung his blade at the magical orbs. The slash deflected the orbs in another direction. At the same time, the surrounding trees were leveled. Xian'er recognized her savior. The man was the master of the Shadow Hall, Emperor Gu Hangshan. He didn't lower his guard. He assessed the situation. "I didn't expect him to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly. Not only that, but his strength is on par with mine, and she has many allies by her side. Finding a peaceful way to resolve this dispute is the best course of action." Shueshang pointed directly at him. "Gu Hangshan, how much longer are you going to keep coddling this daughter of yours?" He could only bow his head in submission. "So, it really is Sect leader Luo. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the Emperor realm. My daughter has always been headstrong. I suspect she just had the audacity to disturb you. Please, find it in your heart to be lenient." Xian'er stood there, frozen. "Father, why are you acting like this?" Gu Hangshan barked at her, silencing her instantly. "Shut your mouth." Xian'er lowered her head, feeling wronged. Meanwhile, he thought with a growing headache. "My stubborn, unreasonable daughter has been obsessed with Luo Shueshang since the moment they met. I knew her infatuation would cause a disaster like this sooner or later." Shueshang replied coldly. "You want me to be lenient, Gu Hangshan? Considering the long-standing relationship between our factions. 100 million battle points, and she is to be grounded for a century. Does that sound fair to you?" He glanced at his daughter and considered the offer. 100 million battle points is a steep price, but it's a wound we can recover from. It won't cripple our foundation. Besides, grounding Xian'er might finally force her to get her emotions under control. Gu Hangshan sheathed his sword and forced a smile. "Sect leader Luo, you truly are exceptionally magnanimous. This way, the Moon Shadow Palace can maintain its friendly ties with the Night Sovereign Sect. Truly a joyous outcome." Her fists clenched, trembling with emotion. "Sister Shueshang, this is too much. Why do you have to be so heartless? I only liked you. I just wanted to be by your side. Why are you treating me like this?" She bit her lip in fury. "It has to be because of that man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yi Bai. He's the one driving a wedge between me and Sister Shueshang. Damn him." Xian'er glared at Yi Bai with pure hatred. This is all his fault. If he just disappeared, then Sister Shueshang might finally accept me. He quickly realized something was wrong. Behind Gu Hangshan, Xian'er began to gather her power. A glow of light enveloped her body. Gu Hangshan looked on, shocked. He seemed to have guessed his daughter's intent. That look in her eyes. "Don't tell me she wants to. This is bad," Shueshang asked, her voice laced with anger. "That murderous intent in your eyes. Just what do you think you're doing?" Her fury erupted instantly. She unleashed a wave of power that made both father and daughter cower. "You dare target my master? Then don't blame me for showing no mercy." He threw his arms out to shield his daughter, desperately pleading. "Sect leader Luo, please stay your hand. I'm willing to pay any price. I beg of you, spare my daughter." But Shueshang wanted to end it then and there. She raised her hands, channeling her energy. "If you want to blame someone, blame your own daughter." At the critical moment, Yi Bai walked over and patted her shoulder. Easy now, he said gently. She's just a child who doesn't know any better. Besides, didn't her father mention a much larger compensation? He looked at them, calculating. Tell me, how do you plan to make amends? Gu Hangshan scrambled to negotiate. 200 million battle points. And furthermore, my daughter will never show her face in front of you again. Sir, would that be acceptable? Xu Eshong saw Yi Bei smile, and her eyes widened. Is master about to use his signature move? He stroked his chin and smiled. Make it double. 400 million. I'll even let you pay in installments. As long as it's paid in full within 100 years. Both Gu Hangshan and his daughter were stunned. For 100 million? That's absolutely brutal. But looking at the situation, everyone here was radiating murderous intent. The pressure was overwhelming. Gu Hangshan had no other choice. It wasn't a request he could refuse. Only then did Siener begin to feel regret. Father, He turned around, livid. He delivered a stinging slap across her face. You wretched girl, you still have the nerve to speak. He then bowed low. Thank you, sir, for sparing my daughter's life. Regarding the 200 million battle points, once you return to the frontline camp, you can come to my Moon Shadow Palace to collect it at any time. As for the remaining 200 million, the Moon Shadow Palace will provide it as quickly as possible. Yi Bei was satisfied with the answer. Gu Hangshan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Then we shall trouble you no further. With that, both father and daughter hurried away. Yi Bei chuckled. That palace master isn't half bad. He then turned and gave an order. Tai Bai, rest here for a while and regroup. She obeyed instantly. As you command. Yi Bei turned to Xu Eshong. Little girl, let's go. Let's head outside. I happen to have something to tell you. She quickly followed. Yes, master. The scene shifts to the area outside the land of opportunity. Xu Eshong and Yi Bei were alone. She asked, Master, is there something you want to discuss? He replied calmly. Don't get worked up after I tell you this. Just stay calm. Xu Eshong blushed. What does master mean by that? Is it something awkward? How am I supposed to react? She wavered, lost in thought. Should I grab his arm? Yi Bei took a breath. Then he began to speak. Cho Tianlai has joined the heavenly net holy land. Xu Eshong was utterly shocked. Cho Tianlai? She actually betrayed us? Yi Bei patted her shoulder. It's only 3 months until the heavenly ranking rewards are updated. Once the rewards are issued, we'll head out again. After all, what's done is done. A day or two sooner or later won't make a difference. This girl, she's great at everything, but there are some things she just can't see through. He sighed and closed his eyes. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Yi Bei, sensing someone approaching, they both turned to look. Who is it? The person spoke defiantly. Yi Bei, don't think for a second that controlling those Ulu King insect slaves would exhaust me. I'm not stopping here. Yi Bei saw it was Ji Wudi and gave a scornful laugh. Oh, you fought those insect slaves for so long and still have the energy to come looking for me? I'm impressed. But a moment later, he collapsed face first on the ground. Yi Bei was speechless. All right then. I gave you too much credit. Xu Eshong asked about the situation. Master, you actually managed to control that Ulu creature? I remember when I first fought him. He was incredibly difficult to deal with. He replied, it was just luck. Otherwise, anyone else on the combat list likely wouldn't have been his match. While they were talking, something began to emerge from Ji Wudi's body. Ji Wudi of the infinite holy land. That brainless fool. They both watched the scene unfold. They saw a dark shadow appear. Ji Wudi's own shadow was consuming him. The figure finally revealed its true form, a member of the shadow race. He chuckled deviously. I'm not the shadow of this piece of trash. I was simply using him as bait to catch the big fish. Xu Eshong analyzed and evaluated him. The shadow race. Neither human nor spirit. Experts in assassination and stealth. Usually found on the battlefield. And extremely wealthy. I once killed 2 great Emperor-level shadow race members. One was worth 80 million points, and the other was worth 120 million. Yi Bei smiled. In that case, this one is a very big fish indeed. He began to channel his power. After all, an Emperor of the shadow race likely has no less than 300 million points on him. He then launched an attack at the figure. The figure tilted his head to the side, dodging it easily. He immediately counterattacked. To think you could see through my shadow miasma, and even sense my cultivation level. Kid, you're not as simple as you look. Yi Bei watched warily. Something was stirring beneath his feet. The figure seemed intrigued and continued. You have a very familiar scent. Though it's faint, I can definitely smell it. He pondered. Then he nodded. I remember now. This scent belongs to the man who was called the Monster Emperor Mo 10,000 years ago. He was the nightmare of the outer battlefield. No matter how many times the dual heavenly rankings were refreshed, that Monster Emperor Mo could rely on his sheer, overwhelming strength to quickly break into the top 5 of both rankings. Unfortunately, just as I gathered the full might of the shadow race to prepare for his assassination, he suddenly left the outer battlefield for some unknown reason. He hasn't appeared since. Yibei smiled thoughtfully. I didn't realize the young Mo was such a powerhouse back then. Xu Eshang repeated his words. You gather the entire shadow race just to kill him? She continued to voice her thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, you're ranked 37th on the Godslayer list and 40th on the combat merit list. Shadow 9. He smirks. So I've been made. Yibei reaches out to stop Shueshang. Girl, you just broke through to the Emperor realm. You need to stabilize your foundation. Leave this one to your master. He glares at Yibei with pure disdain. Just a peak Saint King, and yet you're turning away help? You actually think you can face an emperor like me alone? Yibei replies calmly. Fine. Another one who looks down on the Saint King realm. In that case, I guess I'll just break through real quick. He instantly ascends to the half-emperor realm. His body radiates a brilliant light. He lunges toward Yibei. His voice is still dripping with contempt. A casual jump to half-emperor. What a waste. Such talent. And yet you're going to die right here. He roars. Ninefold killing array. His clones surround Yibei from all sides and launch their assault. Yibei steps back to evade, his brow furrowed. Is buzzing around like a swarm of flies all you've got? How annoying. Yibei flips through the air, executing techniques to dodge every strike. Seeing this, he snarls in fury. A normal half-emperor wouldn't last against even a ninth of my power. You're definitely different. You're actually worth getting serious for. Hearing this, Yibei shouts. Spatial law. Yibei draws his sword and slashes. Being on both lists actually means something, it seems. You even possess something as high level as spatial law. But what a waste to use it for mere clones and illusions. Such a pity. His body is sliced in half, but he immediately triggers a different power to recover. Shadow's secret art. Body reconstruction. Shadow 9 grits his teeth in rage. He snarls. I've practiced spatial law for less than 100 years. I'm still getting the hang of it. But the secret arts of my Shadow clan, I mastered those ages ago. Your sword can't keep up with my regeneration. Once you're exhausted, I'll swallow you whole into this spatial void and grind you into dust. Yibei gives a disdainful smirk. Fine. If you think so little of my sword, I won't argue with you. He activates a different power. Great Path Resonance, Azura Path. Instantly, numerous armored arms manifest around Yibei. He smirks. Come and test my blades. Let's see if your regeneration can keep up with this. Provoked, Shadow 9 immediately swallows Yibei into his dark mass. Then he sneers. Your strength doesn't quite match your big mouth. But a moment later, a flash of light erupts. Yibei uses the armored arms to tear apart the entity that tried to consume him. He sighs. I'm getting tired of these little games. The assassin breaks into a cold sweat, clutching his body. Yibei turns back and commands Shadow 9. Show me another trick. But the assassin is now trembling with fear. This is impossible. I clearly devoured him and locked him in my spatial domain. My clan's regeneration can't even come close to keeping up with the speed of those 6 swords. Shadow 9 turns, desperate to escape. I have to get out of here, live to fight another day. Before he can move, a sword pierces his chest. Yibei smiles and asks, confused as to why your spatial law didn't kill me? With your clumsy mastery, you couldn't even scratch my supreme demon bone, let alone hurt my true self. I told you a long time ago, giving spatial law to someone like you is a total waste. You're nothing but a butcher. He screams for mercy. But the blades are ruthless. His body is torn apart. No, stop. Yibei watches the remains fade away and smiles. For someone who prefers the shadows, you certainly were eager to face me head on. This is the price of your own arrogance and complacency. He absorbs the lingering energy. And now, the spatial law belongs to me. Shueshang approaches Yibei. Congratulations on obtaining the spatial law, master. How many merit points did he give you? He calculates. 1.5 billion. Plus what I already had. That's 1.8 billion total. Yibei turns to her. Girl, how many points do you have? She reports immediately. 6,578,000,000. Yibei ponders. Over 6.5 billion. That's ranked 12th. I wonder where I stand now. Shueshang smiles brightly. You'll find out once you return to the front lines, Master. Opening rewards is more fun when it's a surprise. Besides, only the top 20 rewards are really worth it. The rest aren't worth your time anyway. The leaderboard updates. Yibei's rank rises to 34th. He raises his hand. The main threats are gone. Finally, I have time to process everything I've gained. Yibei examines the powers within him. The Supreme Demon Bones Chaos Reincarnation definitely needs work. The core of the Time Tower is still refining. And I need time to attune to the spatial law. Shueshang looks at the sky. Don't worry, Master. Go into seclusion. I'll use the Night Demon's Wind technique to hide your presence. Then I'll notify Tai Bai and the others to stand by for your orders. A few days later, the door slowly opens. Yibei sighs, complaining, too slow. Suddenly, Yibei freezes, finding himself staring directly at Shueshang's chest. She leans over and asks, Master, would you like to break through to the Great Emperor realm right now? It might have some unexpected benefits. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking, she has a point. But breaking through to Great Emperor isn't like the previous levels. I need to focus every ounce of my strength. Afterward, Yibei clasps his hands together. Two massive spectral hands appear behind him. Shueshang sees the hands, shielding his meditation. She gives the order. Tai Bai, Yumi, 5th junior sister, and 8th junior sister will form a defensive formation to protect Master. Tai Bai bows. Understood. Outside, storm clouds and lightning gather. Wu Xiao notices something strange. She says, Master's tribulation clouds are here. But this is weird. She stares at the phenomenon. White lightning. I've never seen that before. And the clouds, they just keep spreading. The scene shifts to a mysterious land. People watch from the rooftops, discussing the event. Lord Yemo, Miao Fun. Everyone look at the sky. What is happening? At the starry sanctuary, a man watches from a high balcony, stunned. These clouds. Is an emperor about to ascend to the heavens? Something huge is coming. Lightning begins to strike with terrifying force. Thunderbolts slam into the earth, shattering the ground. A barrage of bolts falls like a meteoric shower, threatening to obliterate everything near the mysterious region. Feifei panics at the sight of the storm. This is Yi Bei's tribulation. In the palace of the Starry Alliance leader, he watches in disbelief. This is an ascension to the immortal realm. Yi Bei's disciples are in awe. Master, Wu Xiao says excitedly, Master, do you have any idea how many god slayers this ascension will attract? A pillar of light from the immortal realm beams down directly onto Yi Bei. He looks up, flustered. Whoa, I didn't want it to be this flashy. This is just an emperor breakthrough, for crying out loud. The two standing near Shueshang are speechless. Sect leader, even a breakthrough to emperor shouldn't cause a spectacle this massive. She replies proudly, what are you talking about? That's my master. The person beside her breaks into a cold sweat. Right. 4 of our ignorance. Shueshang senses something. She tells the others. I feel them. More of them. The presence of several emperors. Right here. She shouts. Get ready. Protect Master through his tribulation. The disciples respond in unison. Yes. By the first senior sister's command. Standing within the light, Yi Bei begins to float upward. Nice. This is plenty high. Suddenly, strange entities appear in the sky, aiming to block his path. Shueshang, Wu Xiao, and Yang immediately go on high alert. They're here. Tai Bai gasps. 7 emperor-level powerhouses have already arrived. Yang smirks. Impressive. Is the senior sister scared? Yi Bei doesn't seem to care. He just smiles. This tribulation was already enough to make headlines. But if I happen to kill 7 emperors while I'm at it, he watches them approach. Now that is a front-page story surrounding the ascension beam. A huge crowd has gathered. Some are strangers, while others are familiar faces. Gu Hangshan speaks up. He never expected that this reunion would be seeing you upon the immortal stairway. A giant holding a massive kite announces his name. Udali wala kiko la binkadadap. Another person wearing a mask says, I watch you in silence, never once blinking. Then, a pair of beauties approaches. We are the sovereigns of Jingsong City, Fairy Qinghe and Fairy Zai. Luo Shueshang speaks without a shred of respect. These two, their combined merit points aren't even half of mine. What kind of show are they trying to put on here? Suddenly, another person speaks up as a warning. Luo Shueshang, do you have any idea what kind of disaster Yi Bei's celestial phenomenon will bring upon your Tianxian continent this time? Luo Shueshang recognizes who it is and frowns. The 36 Holy Lands. He speaks in a condescending tone. Do you even understand the history of the Tianxian continent? Do you know anything about the Qionglu Immortal Pavilion and the ascension to the immortal realm? Luo Shueshang couldn't care less. She begins to manifest her power, ready for a confrontation. As long as you stand in the way of my master's providence, then you must all die. A voice rings out from behind the two figures in black. It's Gu Hangshan. Those words are quite wrong. What's all this talk about history this and history that? He approaches, with one hand behind his back. You people, if it were just one of you acting shameless, I'd let it go. But for 7 of you to be this shameless all at once, and then to lecture us on the past? Are you looking down on the people of Tianxian, thinking no one knows the ancient records of the Qionglu Immortal Pavilion? Gu Hangshan finds them utterly ridiculous. He has to set the record straight with some authority. The long-haired man turns back to look at him and asks, 7? Doesn't it make 7 if we count you two? Gu Hangshan is startled. He realizes there was a slight flaw in his math. Yibei sits high above, in a cross-legged position, rubbing his chin while tilting his head in thought. He glances down, whether it was careless or intentional. He asks from within the immortal stairway, right? Gu Hangshan, you aren't the one leading this mob to disturb my tribulation, are you? Gu Hangshan hurriedly denies it. He points at the two from the Holy Lands, desperately trying to clear his name. Lord Yibei, don't listen to a word they say. How could I ever dare to disturb your tribulation? He points again at the crowd present, with an honest expression to prove his point. Before I came here with this lot, I truly did not know this phenomenon was caused by your ascension. Yibei knits his brows. His eyes shift upward. He doesn't bother responding. Gu Hangshan gestures wildly, taking the chance to show off his knowledge. Legend has it that in the Tianxian dimension, the journey ends once one's cultivation reaches the sovereign rank, because this world was originally restricted by a curse. His eyes turn sharp, with a steely gaze. To break this restriction, there is only one way, relying on the glowing radiance of the immortal stairway. Half like the sun, half like thunderclouds. The immortal stairway, which Lord Yi is currently attempting to climb. Once he succeeds, he will immediately reach the false immortal realm, and the entire Tianxian dimension will benefit immensely. Yibei waves his hand dismissively, bored. Are you done talking? If you're done, then scram. Yes, sir. Gu Hangshan coughs a few times. He glances around nervously, cleverly bringing up that matter. About that, Lord Yibei, the other day my daughter caused some trouble, and she still owes you money. Yibei chuckles. I see. So that's why you suddenly stepped up to help me. It's no problem. Just a small matter. You may leave. Gu Hangshan finally lets go of his gnawing anxiety. He bows with cupped hands in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Without a second's delay, he takes flight and vanishes instantly. A reddish-purple aura blazes through the air around the two in black. The short-haired man holds a purple orb in his hand. It emits sparks of white and gold electricity. He laughs loudly. I suppose we should thank Gu Hangshan. His rambling just helped us confirm that we must destroy you before you successfully break through. Yibei smirks, baring his teeth, in a completely defiant manner. Destroy me? Then what are you waiting for? Make your move. Otherwise, climbing this immortal stairway is going to be far too boring. His gaze suddenly shifts to the long-haired man. He asks politely, Hey, fortune teller, looking for a promotion? The man finds the comment grating. He grinds his teeth. Fortune teller. I hate nothing more than people calling me a fortune teller. The purple energy mixed with reddish-orange hues grows larger by the second. Purple orbs flashing with lightning hover within the thin smoke. God of the Central Tribe, we signed a blood pact to roam the heavens and earth for 10,000 years. Today, the great army marches again. Tai-Bai is momentarily overwhelmed. Facing the sight, he mutters in a daze. What's he trying to do? It doesn't matter. Focus on protecting the master. Luo Xiushang stands among her junior sisters, answering Tai Bai's unconscious question. She clenches her hands into fists. Her attitude is firm. Along with young Tai Bai, her tone is boiling with intensity. They really intend to sabotage Master's climb up the immortal stairway. Wu Zhao's face turns pale. She stares wide-eyed. Look, what is that? A mass of black energy, formed by countless evil insects, scatters into a ring to attack the golden radiance of the immortal stairway. Purple flames swirl around the short-haired man's body. He reaches out to gather the fire. How pitiful, Supreme Demon Emperor. So young, yet you don't know how to enjoy your youth. And yet you want to climb the immortal stairway? Huh. He flings the magical rings toward the safely seated Yi-Bei. I'll show you the consequences. Yi-Bei simply sits there, not bothering to dodge. Another burst of magic cuts through the man's attack. It resounds as it vanishes into the void. He sees the impact of the recent clash. He's slightly surprised. A moment later, he regains his composure. He squints. My mistake. I completely forgot about all of you. Yi-Bei's female disciples, surrounding the immortal stairway in a defensive formation. A few stray sparks of electricity flicker on Luo Xiushang. Despite that, her leader-like aura burns bright, ready to fight to the death against the intruders. She urgently commands, Junior sisters, even if we die today, we must hold out until Master succeeds. Tens of thousands of pitch-black evil insects buzz and swarm around the light of the immortal stairway. Like a storm, they try to blot out the sun. Yi-Bei sees through the mediocre technique. He feels his abilities are being somewhat underestimated. His voice is full of contempt. You want to use those insects to gnaw away at the immortal stairway? Amusing, but do you really think you can stop me with nothing but a few bugs? Luo Xiushang channels her divine power into one hand, igniting a purple flame spiraling with white light at its core. Readying her spell, once the fire is large enough, she finally unleashes a beam of light that pierces through the siege, incinerating every single insect bothering her master. The charred remains of the bugs fall scattered. Luo Xiushang stands amidst the scorching flames. The short-haired man applauds. What impressive destructive power, clearing out the insect swarm in a single move. The distraction was a success. He smirks, but unfortunately, it's too late. The long-haired man had already snuck in. He laughs out loud. With his hands behind his back, he taunts. Yi-Bai, how about I climb this immortal stairway in your place? Wu Xiao gasps. Damn it. When did he sneak in? Master. Yanglun calls out as well. Yi-Bei glances briefly at his two disciples behind him. He is unervingly calm. He signals for the two of them to get back to their duties. Leave this one to me. You two take care of the others. He lunges toward his opponent. Hazy blue smoke twists like tangible celestial energy. The long-haired man snorts coldly. The corners of his mouth curl up triumphantly. Cyan light and purple energy clash. The two forces collide. Neither side gives an inch. The two powers manifest, creating a sphere 100 times larger than the small purple orbs of the Holy Land. Swelling with spiritual energy, it suddenly explodes, pushing Yi-Bei and the man back 3 paces. He quickly crouches to brace himself. His fighting spirit surges. Not bad. Even stronger than I anticipated. Luo Xiushang, not far away, calls out in worry. Master, my eldest disciple. You are now a sect leader commanding thousands of subordinates. Go do what you're meant to do. Don't worry about me, Yi-Bei says calmly. He rubs his wrist, which took the brunt of the impact. Luo Xiushang bows her head slightly. Understood. In an instant, his disciple's figure swiftly vanishes. He thinks to himself, a plan already formed in his mind. This is a good opportunity for them to grow. Yi-Bei shifted his focus back to the battlefield. His eyes turned cold and piercing. The sacred land. Was it? Fine. I'll play with you. High above, 2 figures in black stood tall and imposing. They looked down with an air of absolute authority. Below them, Yi-Bei looked up, ready to declare war. Meanwhile, Xueshang had just returned to her sisters. She rejoined them in an instant. Wu Xiao cried out in delight. Senior sister. Xueshang gave the order with a stern expression. Junior sisters. Each of you pick an opponent. Slaughter them in the master's name. The 2 sides faced off. Wu Xiao locked eyes with the giant. She had already made her choice. even though his grotesque appearance made her turn a bit pale. But she was the great sage for a reason. Her fighting spirit was already boiling. Behind her, the giant's expression grew even more twisted. He hoisted a massive iron kite onto his shoulder. Its broken wings were several times larger than his own head. Tai-Bai furrowed her brows. Her energy surged violently. She fixed her gaze on the masked man. He was completely shrouded in a hood, showing no emotion at all. All she knew was that he was staring right back at her. Xueshang originally intended to team up with Yanglong, to wipe out those two female immortals together. But Yanglong suddenly reached out to stop her. Senior sister, leave these two to me. I want to see exactly how much my power has increased, now that I've broken through to a new level. Xueshang nodded and stepped back, leaving the responsibility to Yanglong as she stepped forward. I believe in you. Immortal Qing, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. I thought it was supposed to be 2 against 2. Immortal Zihe, standing beside her, wore the same mocking expression. Xueshang turned away. She didn't miss the chance to throw a final insult. To deal with weaklings like you, my junior sister is more than enough. Zihe rubbed her chin playfully, sizing up Yanglong as if she were a mere child. A little dark-skinned brat. Playing with knives, are we? Are you even old enough to be out here? Yanglong gripped her dual blades. The sharp edges crackled with bolts of electricity. Her lightning technique felt incredibly oppressive. Enough talk. Bring it on. Xueshang walked back toward Yibei and called out. Master. Why did you come back? Yibei saw her return. It wasn't part of the plan, so he was a bit surprised. Xueshang answered honestly. My 8th sister wants to test herself. She's decided to take on 2 emperors alone. Is that okay? So it's still 2 against 2 in the end. The short-haired man asked. Honestly, the sacred land doesn't care if it's 1 or 2 of you. Yibei reached behind Xueshang, running his hand through her long hair. He pulled her close by the waist and lightly lifted her up. He spoke with nonchalant arrogance. Actually, I should thank you for delivering yourselves to my disciples as training fodder. Xueshang couldn't hide the blush creeping on her face at such proximity. The long-haired man gathered a glowing red magical energy in his hand. Aura leaked out around him as he sneered. Arrogant fool. Fine, I'll kill you today. And consider it removing a dangerous variable from the outworld battlefield. The magic grew darker by the second. A red light pulsed at the center of the spell, sharing a silent understanding. The 2 of them didn't even need to look at each other. They had already locked onto their targets. My big girl, the short-haired one, is yours. Xueshang was thinking the exact same thing. The short-haired man already saw the master and disciple as a thorn in his side. His irritation reached a breaking point. He glared at Xueshang, the great Sect leader of the demon cult, ranked 12th on the God Slayer list. And yet here you are, acting like a pampered child in a man's arms. This sight is truly nauseating. She heard every word and her eyes snapped toward him. Her rage reached its peak. Her entire body seemed to ignite, as if something had just been unleashed from its seal. You can insult me all you want, but to dare insult my master and to mock my feelings for him. She concentrated a massive surge of power into the palm of her hand. Tiny fragments of energy swirled and merged into it, radiating beams of purple light. Prepare yourself for judgment. Xueshang lunged forward, launching her spell. The power exploded with a deafening roar. Dark purple energy took the shape of a colossal claw, ripping through the air toward her opponent. Ready to crush him, he stood there, seemingly calm. The short-haired man leaped up to dodge. The terrifying power grazed past him with a sharp whistle. If he had been a second slower, he would have been torn to shreds. He looked back impressed. That destructive power is truly insane. Suddenly, a flash of alarm crossed his eyes. To the left, Xueshang streaked toward him along with her energy. Striking in the blink of an eye, he managed to react just in time, waving his hand to manifest a counterspell. But her follow-up attack was so fast it caught him off guard. The energy surged forward again. The claw from before led the charge. Shatter. A direct, overwhelming strike came crashing down. The short-haired man quickly crossed his arms in an X to form a shield. Both of them collided in a streak of purple, before a black speck caused them both to vanish from sight. Yibei shielded his eyes with his hand. He followed the trajectory of the light after the fierce exchange. He allowed a soft chuckle. A fond smile played on his lips. That silly girl is still as impulsive as ever. But before he could lose himself in nostalgia, an icy, arrogant voice rang out from in front of him. You still have time to worry about others? Your opponent is right here. Ibe lowered his hand and shifted his gaze, finally focusing entirely on his own enemy. The space around them felt like it was being pierced through. Swirling crimson vortexes filled the sky, connected by blood-red lightning that wove together like a power grid, activating a massive formation. At the center, the long-haired man held his hand high, manipulating the entire array. Ibe narrowed his eyes, his stance lowered. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He paused to examine it, then crossed his arms. His expression was that of someone who saw right through the trick. He calmly exposed the technique. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, these little insects of yours are the heavenly star integration, right? What's next? Do you want me to see your hellfire? The long-haired man heard the contempt in Yibei's voice. Immediately, he unleashed the hellfire. An explosion of flame. Dark red fire erupted like a geyser from the depths of the abyss. He decisively pointed his finger at Yibei, ordering the spell to lock onto its target. Yibei didn't flinch. He gathered currents of blue-white electricity into his palms. He tilted his head slightly and uttered four cold, steel-like words. I was hoping so. Near Shueshang's sisters, the battle was just as fierce. Successive bursts of power slammed down from the sky. The ground shattered into fragments where the strikes landed, sending dust and rock flying. The speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow. Only glowing white afterimages remained, tearing through the air. The giant loomed over his target. His massive body radiated an invisible pressure. He swung his axe downward. The weapon was charged with red lightning. Rings of light tightened around the blade as he let out a roar. Ula, Wu Zhao's staff, was now flickering with blue flames. She was completely unfazed by his crushing bloodlust. Wu Zhao flashed a battle-hungry grin and offered compliment. This guy isn't half bad. Pretty strong. Blue fire crackled around her fists, hissing with every movement. She was shrouded in a layer of vibrant green light. Wu Zhao said curtly, 30-fold King's Fist. The moment she spoke, the giant roared madly again. Ula, her flaming fist suddenly collided with the descending red axe. The two burning forces clashed in a world-shaking explosion. Her figure seemed to merge with the stream of blue fire. As she charged into the fray, in another corner, Tai Bai was moving like the wind. Her sword strokes sliced through space in a star-shaped pattern. A massive sword array appeared behind her, a glowing circle, half blue and half red, shining with the colors of the galaxy. The masked man's bare torso was covered in lightning. He stared fixedly at Tai Bai. Eerie energy gathered into spreading spots of purple-blue fire. In contrast to her, he radiated the dark aura of a black hole. Snarling ferociously, Tai Bai dove down. The masked man lunged forward. The sword strike collided with his magic, turning the area white for a moment. The ground was swept away by the overwhelming force. The aftershock triggered an explosion that tore the earth apart, illuminating the entire area. Over here, the two immortal emperors witnessed it all. Immortal Qing, he covered her mouth and giggled. You sisters are truly impressive. To think you haven't lost any ground, even in a one-on-one fight. Z, he cuts in. She mocks him openly. But with only one pair of hands, where do you get the confidence to take us both on? Yang Lung's expression turns cold. He realizes they're treating him like some bottom-tier small fry. The corners of his mouth curl into a smirk. Who said I only had one pair of hands? A golden light spreads from his back to his shoulders. It slowly begins to take form. A dark shadow manifests clearly. Two more arms sprout from his back. Each hand grips a sword. Magic circles form into a massive, multi-layered array, shining as bright as the sun. In Yang Lung's hands, a pair of twin swords radiates a brilliant white light. Z doesn't look surprised at all. She has already gathered enough power into a massive orb. The closer one looks at the heartless orb, the more it resembles a giant pupil. Z speaks indifferently. Impressive, but we have no intention of fighting you on those terms. She uses her magic to lift it. The orb grows larger by the second. It becomes massive enough to swallow dozens of people whole. Yang Lung's momentum falters before the overwhelming power of the two empresses. He feels a powerful suction coming from the orb. Suddenly, he is pulled forward. He grits his teeth, digging in his heels to hold his ground. He lets out a strained grunt. This power is incredible. Nearby, Wu Xiao suddenly slides backward. An invisible force is clearly dragging her away. Even the surrounding rocks and debris are being sucked in. She can't resist in time. Panicked, she looks over. Tai Bai. Tai Bai is also caught in the suction. He is pulled within a few feet of Wu Xiao. Massive boulders whistle past their faces. The situation is chaotic. Wu Xiao calls out in confusion. Sister Zihe, what's happening? Tai Bai looks grim. An incredibly powerful force is drawing us in. The orb above seems to possess ultimate authority. It pulls rocks, earth, and water into the air, manipulating the entire battlefield. Wu Xiao loses her cool. She clenches her fists tight. Her mind races as she shouts, "Damn it, we have to find a way. We need to destroy that thing." Yang Lung's voice echoes from behind. Fifth sister, don't panic. If we combine our strength, we can take that thing down. Wu Xiao turns her head. Old Eighth. The young man's swords begin to dance. Tai Bai's signature purple lightning erupts fiercely. Tenfold sovereign might. A brilliant blue aura highlights Wu Xiao's wild nature. Underworld cry slash. A powerful, searing heat surges through Yang Lung's veins. Tai Bai leaps forward, his sword carving elegant arcs through the air. Blue and purple magic intertwine beautifully, like a painting of the cosmos. Wu Xiao gathers magic in her fist. Lightning crackles with immense power. She seizes the moment and charges. Yang Lung streaks forward alongside her, cloaked in blazing heat. His sword intent is unshakable. Three powers merge in perfect harmony. Three attacks strike the orb simultaneously from different directions. It detonates in midair, a world-shaking explosion. Thunder rumbles below like a chain reaction. The blast sweeps across the sky. Standing next to the celestial ladder, the orb finally looks small. The orb leaves behind a shimmering afterimage, reflecting a crystalline radiance. Yibei has been watching everything from the start. He feels a sense of satisfaction. My disciples know how to work together. Very good. Back to Xue Shang. There is no sign of the battle ending yet. She focuses her magic and chases after the short-haired man, tracing a brilliant purple trail through the air. He stands firm within a barrier, his left hand extended to maintain a shield, poised and ready to counter. Xue Shang's eyes burn with intensity. She puts everything into a powerful kick infused with heavenly thunder. The impact of Xue Shang's strike shakes the entire region. The shockwave spreads terrifyingly wide. His barrier holds firm, but the surrounding earth is blasted backward, crushed by the sheer force of Xue Shang's strike. Yibei feels his efforts in teaching them have truly paid off. A surge of pride rises in his heart as he watches his disciples fight. He doesn't hold back his praise. You've all improved so much. I can finally rest easy. The long-haired man raises his voice. He swirls a current of red magic in his hand, preparing his next move. Still worried about your disciples? You should worry about yourself first. Taste the flames of hell. The swarm lunges forward. Thousands of bizarre, twisted insects buzz through the air. They gnash their teeth, bearing sharp fangs. The deafening sound of wings fills the air. Yibei maintains a dominant aura. He looks down at the aggressive swarm, closing in on him. Meanwhile, at Xue Shang's position, the collision is strong enough to white out the entire area. But it's far from over. Xue Shang stubbornly hammers her fist against the shield, trying to break through. The short-haired man shifts his stance to defend. He sneers at her. You foolish girl. Do you even understand the history of the heavenly void plane? His right hand swings a hatchet brimming with red flames. He shouts ferociously. Let this 2,000-year-old elder teach you a lesson. Xue Shang's eyes widen slightly at the blade, lunging toward her. A beam of white light streaks across the ground. Xue Shang narrowly dodges by jumping back. It pursues her relentlessly. The short-haired man's gaze pierces through the chaos. He locks onto his prey. Don't even think about running. He throws it with full force, sending it spinning like a flying disc, aiming straight for the kill. Xue Shang's reflexes are lightning fast. She immediately leans back to evade. The blade grazes past her skin. Yibei gathers a ring of blue light in his hand. Get over here. The weapon's trajectory shifts instantly. It zips past Xue Shang and flies straight to Yibei. The short-haired man missed his target and lost his weapon. He screams in a blind rage. My axe. Shueshang looks over and shouts. Master. Yibei catches the prize just in time. He smiles with satisfaction. The Serpent Mountain Hatchet. Good for squashing bugs. He hurls the hatchet, cleaving through the swarms of hellfire insects. It's devastating, completely annihilating the long-haired man's technique. Shueshang pouts slightly. Master, leave some for me. The short-haired man is driven to madness by the master and disciple. With a darkened face and bloodshot eyes, he swings his axe wildly. Don't you dare look down on us, elders. We've lived for 2 millennia. He charges with unstoppable momentum. She doesn't flinch, dropping into a combat stance. Shueshang's pupils turn cold, coated in ice. The killing intent in her eyes is unwavering. She speaks calmly. Great Tao of destruction. Instantly, a surge of magic as powerful as lightning circles around her. Then it bolts toward him. She isn't just looking to counter a mere axe. The long-haired man nearby panics. He shouts to his comrade. Careless. Yibei takes the chance to move. The man is wide-eyed with shock. He snaps out of it when he sees Yibei running. He chases after him, screaming. Yibei, don't you dare think you're ascending to the celestial ladder. Yibei scoffs. He is completely confident. The timing is perfect. Suddenly, a bright red vortex opens in the sky. It completely envelopes the celestial ladder, radiating a blinding aura. Yibei finds it strange. He stops abruptly. He looks up in astonishment. A question pops into his head. What is this? The face of an old man with a red beard and a long nose peers down. Is this the calamity, the sacred ground mentioned regarding the ladder? Hong Chun waves his hand, creating a brilliant streak of light. He speaks in a stern voice. Those who are unworthy shall not set foot upon the celestial ladder. Yibei is startled by the declaration. A powerful light surrounds Hong Chen's body. Yibei squints as a beam of light flashes past. The 2 men are terrified by the sight, unable to dodge in time. He is swallowed whole. The man seems to evaporate. Seeing this, Yibei whispers, Serve you right. Hong Chun looks down like a god from above. He asks, You there, boy? Is your name Yibei? He answers calmly, That's right. I'm Yibei. The old man continues. The heavenly void plane? Finally, someone has arrived. I'm a straightforward man, so I'll be blunt. I am an ancient of the heavenly void plane who has entered the void star realm. Today, I am here to test you. Hearing this, Yibei's face lights up with interest. He says confidently, Bring it on. Hong Chen bows his head slightly. He chuckles softly and speaks. If you want to enter the void star realm, then sing with me. Under the dim, flickering lights, Hong Chun sings at the top of his lungs. Hong Chun is the best. Hong Chun is the strongest. Everyone, sing along with me. Hong Chun is the best. Hong Chun is the strongest. Look at that burning passion. Yibei stands there, momentarily speechless. He thinks to himself, feeling completely helpless. Is this really the man who was once the #1 powerhouse of the heaven mystic plane? His 3 disciples offer awkward, forced smiles. They wonder secretly, is this what the world of the ultimate experts is really like? Yibei finally snaps and shouts, Where the hell do you think you're going, and what are you doing? Instead of dancing and singing, why don't you hurry up and help me clear out this trash? You actually came all the way here just to ask me to join your little performance? Hong Chen looks down, completely unfazed, and speaks calmly. You still have 9 steps left on the ladder. Now, keep moving up. Yibei begins to ascend slowly, 1 step at a time. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashes down right beside him, catching him off guard. He glares up in anger. What was that for? Are you trying to play tricks on me? Seeing this, Hong Chun simply crosses his arms, looking entirely relaxed. His voice drips with smug satisfaction. It's not a trick. For the final 10 steps of the stairway to heaven, every single step triggers an irresistible trial. There's even a risk that the impact could destroy the very world around you. Showing no signs of fear, Yibei continues to press forward. His voice rings out in defiance. Only 1 step left. Let's see what else you've got. Hong Chun lets out a chuckle and asks, Are you absolutely sure you won't sing along? Yibei answers with total confidence. I came here for the stairway to heaven, not a talent show. The moment he finishes speaking, his body suddenly freezes in place. Yibei curses internally. Damn it, what's happening? I can't move a muscle. Hong Chen smirks, looking quite pleased with himself. My boy, I've always admired your stubborn refusal to bow your head. But if you won't listen to me, there's nothing I can do. The trials of the stairway to heaven cannot be defied. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning rain down toward him. Despite the danger, Yibei can only watch, unable to react. Against the deep blue sky, his body vanishes into the void. Taibai watches in horror and screams. Master, he's gone. Yibei finds himself transported to a strange, alien dimension. He scans his surroundings and mutters. This doesn't look like the entrance to the void immortal realm. Yibei bellows at the top of his lungs. Hong-chun, get your ass out here. From behind him, the old man's face appears. He speaks with a sinister tone. Little brother, this place is a distortion of time and space. It's outside of my jurisdiction. Yibei reaches out, grabs a fistful of Hong-chun's beard, and yanks it hard. You old dog, I successfully climbed the stairway to heaven. So why haven't I entered the void immortal realm? Explain yourself. The old man cries out in pain. Stop pulling. Let go, will you? I really was just trying to mess with you a little. Hong-chun glazes at him sideways and continues. When exactly did you finish the climb? Are you playing dumb? I was the #1 expert of the heaven mystic plane. Do you really think I don't know what you're up to? Yibei lets out a sarcastic hum. Oh, and what exactly am I pretending to do? Hong-chun grits his teeth in frustration. You brat. Back then, you and I were both sharp enough to realize it. We knew there was someone who didn't want us to ascend. They blocked the passage to the void immortal realm the very moment the lightning struck. You used all your strength just to warp time and space to survive. Yibei smirks triumphantly. Old man Hong-chun, you're only half right. I only used half of my strength. Hearing this, Hong-chun is momentarily stunned. He coughs awkwardly and mumbles, to be honest, I only used half my strength too. Yibei raises his hands, gathering a shimmering, ethereal, magical energy. I saved that other half specifically for this moment. Seeing the scene unfolding before him, Hong-chun asks in shock, what are you planning to do? Bathed in a blinding light, Yibei continues. My eldest disciple, your great Tao of destruction. In my hands, it can be recreated. Watching this, Hong-chun can't help but praise him. Not bad, kid. You're using the great Tao of destruction to gather an overload of energy, to warp time and space once again. You're taking the energy meant to block your path and turning it into a reincarnation seal of hell. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning tears through the sky. Li Kuei looks up in awe. He points toward the sky and shouts, look, is that the phantom vision of the immortal realm? Hang Shan chimes in. I actually thought Lord Yibei was a goner. I should have known something like this couldn't stop him. Yibei holds a brilliant golden orb in one hand. He lets out a loud laugh. The immortal pavilion. Your so-called void immortal realm. You really love playing this game of hide and seek, don't you? Yibei's voice booms across the space. The stairway to heaven is meant for ascension. Yet you try to drive me to my death. If I weren't strong enough, I would have died countless times by now. Since that's how you want to play it, you don't deserve to exist anymore. He drops his raised arm, signaling the attack. The golden orb instantly streaks forward. It crashes down, causing a massive collision. Yibei clenches his fist and shouts, detonate. A colossal explosion erupts. Debris and fragments fly in every direction. He steps into the newly formed rift and mutters. Now, this is the real entrance to the immortal pavilion. Light pours from the crack, illuminating the entire sky. A soft, gentle glow descends, enveloping Yang Lung and Wu Xiao. She looks up in confusion. What is this? She stares blankly. This light, it feels amazing. My cultivation realm, it feels like it's being nourished by pure power. Yibei is also surrounded by the light. He silently evaluates his condition. I can feel the divine energy here is incredibly dense. But why did I only break through to the great emperor realm? This stairway to heaven seems to require a massive accumulation for such a small breakthrough. Is it playing games with us? Suddenly, a voice rings out. If you want to fight my master, you'll have to go through me first. Yibei looks down, feeling curious. Shueshang stands defiantly before 10 late-stage great emperors. One of them sneers. Yibei, you just broke through to the great emperor realm, yet you've caused such a massive disturbance? A mere newcomer. Shouldn't be so arrogant. Yibei lands gracefully beside her. He responds with total calm. 10 late-stage great emperors showing up all at once? I take it you're the ones who aren't happy about me letting the heaven mystic plane gain power from the stairway? Shueshang calls out softly, Master. She glares at them and continues. Master, these 10 late-stage great emperors must be incredibly bored to come here looking for trouble. He just chuckles and speaks in a level voice. Just a bunch of fools with too much time on their hands. One of the 10 shouts back. The stairway opened the immortal pavilion, releasing such vast energy, yet you only managed a breakthrough to the great emperor realm? How pathetic. You might as well just hand that energy over to us. Yibei offers a blunt provocation. If you got the strength, come and take it. As soon as he speaks, they charge toward him, yelling, kill him and seize the immortal energy. Yibei looks at them with pure disdain. You really don't know your place. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Magic circles appear within his pupils. From high above, waves of frantic magical energy rain down. A hesitant voice stammers, Are they dead? Shueshang stares at the chaotic scene in total shock. Her eyes are wide as she takes it all in. Her voice is filled with pure admiration. A single punch, and he obliterated 10 late-stage great emperors? Shueshang continues. Master, you helped the entire heaven mystic plane with their cultivation. Yet these people are still ungrateful. They even tried to steal the energy. They're completely shameless. Yibei replies softly, my girl. There are still plenty of people who aren't satisfied. Do you believe me? She turns to answer. If you say it, Master, then of course I believe it. But still feels so irrational. This was supposed to benefit everyone. He gave a soft laugh, his voice full of certainty. It seems the number of those who still aren't convinced is quite large. Hundreds of cultivators begin to swarm in, blotting out the sky like a dark cloud. Very quickly, all of Yi Bei's disciples gather around him. He speaks with an amused tone. Actually, I prefer it when there are more of them, because besides me, my disciples could use some practice too. At his words, his 3 disciples immediately step forward. His voice echoes in their ears. My disciples, charge. Wipe out every last one of those late-stage great emperors. I want you to sweep both ranking boards clean. At the same time, the mob charges forward like madmen. They scream repeatedly, kill them. We need that power. Yibei is a piece of trash who doesn't know how to share. In stark contrast to the chaotic scene unfolding, Yibei and Shueshang remained eerily calm. He spoke in a low voice. Aside from those who refuse to submit, there are also the envious ones. They're delusional. These people are truly terrifying. The battle between the two sides was incredibly fierce. The cultivators still refused to give up. They charged forward relentlessly. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. The space was completely consumed by a mysterious dark purple glow. Yibei's female disciples moved like lightning, their strikes creating perfect arcs. He spoke up in praise. My disciples have all improved. Shueshang stood beside him with a beaming smile. She clapped her hands in delight. Let's give a round of applause for everyone's progress. Suddenly, several figures lunged toward the two of them. Yibei didn't seem bothered at all. He said coldly, I'll leave these fools who are looking for death to my eldest disciple. Take this. Shueshang let out a soft cry. The god-smiting cannon. The man opposite them sneered. He said with utter disdain, Hey, you blonde brat, what kind of weapon is a cannon supposed to be? There's no way you can kill anyone with that. Her entire body radiated a murderous aura. Shueshang's voice rose in a threatening tone. You ignorant fools. Come here and try it for yourselves. The whip lashed out like an endless line, striking hard at the front. One man wasn't paying attention and was grazed by the whip. Arg! In an instant, the whip coiled tightly around his body. His limbs were completely immobilized. He was startled by the sudden turn of events. He struggled in a state of sheer panic. Before Shueshang, they kept charging at her one after another, fast as lightning. Gu Hangshan saw this and froze in his tracks. He thought to himself, this guy is incredible. Killing sovereign rank experts is like swatting mosquitoes to him. It's a good thing I didn't pick the wrong side earlier. Several people hastily turned to flee. They shouted in terror. We miscalculated. These guys aren't ordinary sovereigns. Retreat now. Yibei reached out his hand to direct his team. He gave a loud command. Disciples, after them. Don't let that EXP run away. Hearing this, Wu Xiao gave a soft chuckle. She replied excitedly. Understood. In contrast to Wu Xiao, Chi Tai Bai's face showed clear determination. Ouyangling didn't back down either. She looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Shueshang remained expressionless. She simply stared them down. A few days later, a black stone tablet appeared. At a glance, golden inscriptions could be seen glowing upon it. System notifications manifested in the air. Godslayer rankings, rank 49. Heaven Profound Plane, Wu Xiao. Godslayer rankings, rank 48. Heaven Profound Plane, Chi Tai Bai. Godslayer rankings, rank 47. Heaven Profound Plane, Ouyangling. Godslayer rankings, rank 45. Heaven Profound Plane, Yi Bei. Godslayer rankings, rank 35. Heaven Profound Plane, Guhang Shan. In the middle of the vast sky, a small vortex appeared out of nowhere, emitting a radiant glow. The vortex gradually expanded. The light coming from it grew even more brilliant. From the vortex, Zheng Shu and Fu Zheng stepped out. Zheng Shu spoke up. The spiritual energy density here is literal garbage. It's honestly nauseating. Beside him, Fu Zheng added, "You're right about that. If it weren't for Yi Bei being in this mortal realm, even if you gave these people 10,000 years, they wouldn't be able to cultivate anything." He suddenly frowned. His face turned serious as he continued. "We should hurry up and complete the mission given by the Immortal Lord." The two of them continued to hover in midair. Zheng Shu said, "Whatever the case, if it weren't for Yi Bei's ascension, we wouldn't have had the chance to descend to the lower realm." Fu Zheng nodded in response. "You're right. Actually, only when someone blocks the path can the plane passage be opened, giving us a chance to come down here." Zheng Shu spoke again. "According to the Immortal Lord's wishes, I'm headed to the Tian Luo sacred land to help them revitalize." Fu Zheng agreed. "The Immortal Lord is right. Then I'll head to the Tianji sacred land, his hometown, to investigate a little." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them split off in different directions. Only his voice echoed back. "I'll see you once the mission is complete." Fair, slender feet were leisurely soaked in the water. Shueshang turned to Yi Bei and said, "Master, I'm returning the God-smiting cannon to you. I was lucky to have its help this time." He chuckled softly. He felt the comfort of the water and said, "You keep it. Consider it a gift from your master." Suddenly, the God-smiting cannon moved slightly. Shueshang cried out as the cord wrapped tightly around her body. Seeing this, Yi Bei burst out laughing. "Okay, no more joking around." Shueshang finally calmed down. She said happily, "Master, I have a gift for you too. Look down there." Whether he meant to or not, his eyes wandered where they shouldn't have, to the point that he got a nosebleed. Seeing this, she shyly covered herself and screamed. "Where are you looking?" "I meant look under the water." As soon as she said that, Yi Bei dove into the water. Bubbles rose to the surface. A moment later, he emerged with a stone in his hand. "Found it." Shueshang smiled brightly and said, "Those are the personnel files for the double heaven rankings. If we take this, we can definitely break into the top 5. Yi Bei looked at the stone and praised her softly. "Well done. But the registration on this list is only enough for one person." Shueshang replied with a big smile. "This is the data I specifically gathered for you, Master. Of course it's for you to use." In the fresh, open air, Yi Bei's voice rang out. "That won't do. This is a major matter for our sect. Tomorrow, we go to Black Tower Square. There's bound to be the information we need there." Shueshang held a handful of papers and threw them high into the air. She announced loudly, "I, Shueshang, need all the data on the top 20 people in the double heaven rankings. I'll take everything you have. Name your price." Yi Bei and Shueshang stood before the crowd. She continued, "In 2 days, collect all the information and bring it to Black Tower Square. Anyone who brings useful info will be heavily rewarded." The crowd below started cheering. "We're going to be rich." Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere. "You won't need 2 days." Yi Bei asked blankly, "Who's that?" Nearby, the long phone legends stood back to back. They introduced themselves with a stylish flair. "We are the first musical duo of the outer city battlefield." The long phone legends, Shueshang and Yi Bei both wondered at the same time. Traveling singers? Ignoring their bewildered expressions, the duo continued. "Please call us artists. We're here to deliver some EXP." The two of them suddenly became more serious than ever. Yi Bei asked grimly, "Deliver EXP?" The duo was panicked by his overwhelming aura. They quickly explained, wait. We don't mean turning ourselves into EXP to give to you." Hearing that, Yi Bei let out a soft "oh," They breathed a sigh of relief. With an awkward laugh, they said, "We are traveling singers. We've traveled all over the outer city battlefields. We've met more people than the songs we've sung. So, we're here to help you find EXP." The one beside him added, "When it comes to the data for the double heaven rankings, no one knows it better than us." The two of them continued, "We've admired you two as a couple for a long time. We've always wanted to collaborate with you." The young man smiled brightly. He spoke in a negotiating tone. "We have all the information you want. However, we also have a condition." Yibei replied with a bit of interest. "You want to negotiate terms with me?" Shueshang wasn't paying attention to anything else. She just lowered her head, blushing. "Couple." The boy took out a blue card. "Look, I need you two to cooperate. To show your faces on this for a bit." Looking at the object in his hand, Yibei asked blankly, "What is this?" Immediately, the object transformed into a tablet. The blue-haired boy smiled and said, "You two, do me a favor. When you grind for high ranks, your heroic figures can appear on this screen." Yibei was taken aback. He asked in a daze, "A live stream?" He turned to Shueshang. "Hey girl, why don't you give it a try?" She pressed the switch with her index finger and said, "This is great." Suddenly, their images appeared on the large screen. "Look at this." Shueshang burst out laughing with excitement. She spoke joyfully. "I can actually look like this." The boy tapped the screen and said, "It's a pity. Think about it, you two. Your heroic poses on here would be just like a music concert on stage. It'd be so cool." He pointed down at the crowd below and shouted, "Look, this is the charisma you two possess. We're going to make things very lively for everyone. The entire battlefield outside the city will be our stage." Yibei stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I see. This performance is going to make you several times more than the actual prize money." They bowed their heads slightly, speaking with deep respect. As expected, nothing escapes the eyes of Lord Yibei. The voice continued to echo. "What are you waiting for? The jade pendants and this list of elites belong to you two now." Yibei folded his arms and smirked. "Sound good to me." Shueshang nodded beside him in agreement. Several days later, screens across the area constantly displayed images of Yibei and Shueshang as their rank skyrocketed. Slaughter rank, 20th, battle metal rank, 26th, slaughter rank, 15th, battle metal rank, 18th. He was becoming a household name. The notifications kept flashing. Slaughter rank, 10th, battle metal rank, 14th. She fought without rest. Slaughter rank, 9th, battle metal rank, 11th. Slaughter rank, 7th, battle metal rank, 10th. Yibei gripped his sword tightly. An aura that pierced the heavens radiated from him. Slaughter rank, 6th, battle metal rank, 8th. Their rankings continued to climb steadily. Slaughter rank, 4th, battle metal rank, 6th. Finally, after a few days, both of them had achieved monumental leaps in status. Luo, Shueshang. Slaughter rank, 3rd, battle metal rank, 4th, Yibei. Slaughter rank, 2nd, battle metal rank, 3rd, standing before the square. The crowd spoke in voices filled with awe, just as everyone predicted. In just 10 short days, they've broken into the top 3 of both leaderboards. It's such an honor to be this close to my idols. Yibei was about to walk away when he turned back and spoke softly. "I should also thank you too for the information you provided." The young man clutched his belongings tightly and whispered, "Oh, right. Lord Yibei, during the mobile performance yesterday, a fan from the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land mentioned something. He said the team you left there has been wiped out." As soon as the words left his mouth, both of them demanded at once, "Who did it?" The boy scratched his face, hesitating. "That happened outside the main city battlefield. I'm not entirely sure. It might be better if you went there in person." He turned around, his voice turning cold. "Fine. I appreciate everything you've done for us these past few days." Yibei's expression became more serious than ever. He whispered, "My eldest disciple, we're done grinding the rankings. As soon as the rewards are distributed tomorrow, we're heading to the Heavenly Pool to see what's going on." 3 days ago, at the Heavenly Pool Sacred Land, a furious voice thundered through the air. "Who is it? Who the hell did this?" A subordinate stepped forward toward Fu Zheng and shouted, "Who do you think you are, making all this noise here? Don't you know this place belongs to Lord Yibei?" Just then, a powerful hand lunged forward and seized him by the throat, even as he was hoisted into the air. The subordinate showed no fear. He yelled, "Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on me?" Lord Yi Bei will definitely make you pay for this. Fu Zheng didn't loosen his grip as he questioned the man. Who does this Yi Bei think he is? The Heavenly Pool's sacred land is the home of our immortal lord, and yet he has the gall to claim it as his own? The subordinate clawed at the hand, trying to break free. He spat through gritted teeth. Lord Yi Bei conquered this sacred land all by himself. He left us here to guard it. Suddenly, an agonizing pain surged through him, making his eyes bulge. Fu Zheng didn't hesitate for a second. He ruthlessly crushed the life out of the man. His face twisted in rage. Fu Zheng spoke in a low, vengeful tone. To think you dared to kill my Heavenly Pool disciples. I will wipe out your entire lot on behalf of the immortal lord. Yi Bei. The debt between us is now beyond blood. A massive crowd gathered outside the gates. Amidst the throng, a young man scanned the area and spoke up. The reward for the Twin Heavens rankings are about to be announced. I wonder what the prizes will be this time. Someone else chimed in mockingly. Those two monstrous talents, Yi Bei and Xueshang. I wonder what kind of power they're about to awaken now. Everyone looked up, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The two of them quickly appeared in the center of the crowd. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped them, lifting them high into the air. They were soon encased within glowing spheres. Xueshang, unable to take it anymore, cried out, Master, my body, it's burning up. Yi Bei heard her and encouraged her firmly. Hang in there, my disciple. The intensity just proves that the reward is worth it. The people on the ground looked up at them in shock. That energy is overwhelming. Is this the true power of the Twin Heavens rewards? Fragments suddenly began to manifest around Yi Bei, catching him off guard. Yi Bei rubbed his chin and queried the system. What exactly is world power? The system replied instantly. A world tree is currently taking root within the host body. A small, radiant speck suddenly glowed in the center of Yi Bei's chest. Seeing this, he pulled aside his robes to inspect it. The system notification popped up again. Current world power level, 0. Special ability acquired. Space-time translocation and conscious understanding. If the host agrees, a new environment can be created within the desolate world. The host will also gain access to the consciousness of all living beings in that world. Level up requirement, 1,000 lives. Yi Bei began to piece it together. 1,000 people? It looks like it wants me to go on a killing spree. He mused. World power. It means that within my small world, I am the creator of all things. Not just space, but even time can be manipulated at will. Yi Bei rested his chin on his hand, looking pensive. I wonder if I can conjure up another little Luo. The system below flashed repeatedly. Warning, warning. The current world cannot generate human beings. The warning signs left him feeling helpless, forcing him to give up on the idea. Fine, I get it. Yi Bei stood before the energy circle and spoke. Time to go out and see how my disciple is doing. Excited whispers rippled through the crowd. Last time, I killed 2,000 people in a slaughter rank, and I was only rewarded with a single high-grade gemstone. That's not bad. All I got was an ancient manual. I can't even imagine what Lord Yi Bei received. The talking stopped as the orb began to vibrate violently, emitting a piercing sound. One of them gasped in admiration. Such overbearing power. Yi Bei slowly stepped out from the portal. It looks like the girl managed to reap quite a harvest herself. He placed a hand on his head, thinking, let's see how far her progress has come. Yi Bei's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. Lightning bolts from above were striking down on a glowing circle. Inside that circle was Xueshang. His face instantly turned beet red, and his inner voice screamed, where the hell are her clothes? He immediately unleashed a powerful technique, casting it downward as he roared. Every single one of you, get the hell out of here. The blast of energy hit instantly, sending everyone flying back before they could even process what was happening. Now, only Yi Bei and Xueshang remained. I'm going to lose my mind. If I'd known she'd be like this after training, I would have stayed in my own world longer. Yi Bei closed his eyes for a moment. He then spoke to himself. Until she wakes up, it looks like I'll have to stay right here to protect her. A large group of people stood in formation below, listening intently to an announcement. The Immortal Lord has sent me down here for 2 reasons. First, to revitalize the Tianla sacred land. And second, to select young geniuses to join the sects of the upper realm. As soon as he finished, 2 young men started whispering excitedly. The upper realm has infinite spiritual energy and resources. Anyone who makes it there is set for life. You're right. Just look at this immortal. So young, yet already a mid-stage emperor. Uncle Zheng continued his speech. 2 days from now, a breakthrough ceremony will be held right here. The immortal Lord's grace will bless our entire clan with a bright future. The crowd then shouted in unison. We thank the immortal Lord. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind Uncle Zheng, slowly reaching out while he was still talking. I wonder how the Vice World Master is doing. That hand was placed firmly on his shoulder, making Uncle Zheng freeze. He growled as he turned around. Who? Who dares to ambush me? The person was Cho Tianlai. She spoke in a voice that was sweet and honeyed. To think the great world master, sent by the immortal Lord, had to wait until I actually placed a hand on his shoulder before he even reacted. It seems I truly am a rare genius. Uncle Zheng's face turned bright red as he tried to avoid Cho Tianlai's gaze. I honestly didn't sense your presence at all. Who are you? This only emboldened her as she leaned in and whispered in his ear. My name is Cho Tianlai, and I'm exactly the person you need here in the Tianla sacred land. Well, do you want me? The people below were fuming when they saw how intimate Tianlai was being with Uncle Zheng. It's that enchantress again. You witch, what do you think you're doing? Let go of the immortal this instant. If you want to fight, take me on instead. Uncle Zheng soon regained his composure, coughing lightly to clear his throat. Young lady, let's take a step back before we continue this conversation. But she acted coy, refusing to listen to him. No way. I want her answer right now. Tianlai whispered softly into his ear. World Master, tell me, in this Tianxin plane, how many people could possibly catch you off guard and hold you this tightly? Seemingly manipulated by her words, Uncle Zheng had to agree. Indeed, there aren't many. It seemed Tianlai had achieved her objective as she continued. Exactly. So what are you still hesitating for? Accept me. Choose me right now. Let me become yours. The soldiers below couldn't contain their rage and barked out orders. You witch, release him. Cho Tianlai, just how much trouble do you plan on causing here in the Tianluo Holy Land? Cho Tianlai glared back at them with a look of pure defiance. This bunch of useless juniors has been jealous of me for a long time. Let me tell you something. I was actually one of Yibei's disciples, but I've never once respected him. If you let me follow you, it'll be much easier to get information on that man who just underwent the tribulation. With a smirk, Zheng Shu placed a hand on her shoulder and led her inside. What you're saying actually makes a lot of sense. Cool, me. Let's head inside. We can discuss what to do about Yibei. The scene shifts to Luo Shui, who is deep in focus cultivation. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open. Seeing this, Yibei gave a soft smile and spoke up. You're awake? How are you feeling? Hearing his voice, she immediately turned to look at him. Master. With a face full of confidence, Luo Shui revealed her progress. I've done it. I've reached the peak of the Emperor Venerable Realm. My path of destruction has also advanced by 2 levels. This news made Yibei beam with pride. That's wonderful. This time, I used the immortal tier power and the rewards from the twin star rankings to evolve a brand new great path. World power. Luo Shui was completely stunned by his words. World power? The legendary ability to create and destroy the very heavens and earth? She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly freezing as she glanced down at her clothes. A moment later, she shrieked at the top of her lungs. Where are my clothes? Yibei replied with a perfectly calm expression. You were cultivating in the sky. You were about to flash the entire world. His words sent her into a panicked fluster as she shouted back. Stop talking. Just shut up already. Watching her reaction, Yibei slowly confessed. I'm just messing with you. How could I ever let anyone else catch a glimpse of you? Luo Shui clutched his robes tightly and whispered. I see. The scene changes to 2 pieces of discarded clothing lying on the floor. Cho Tianlai, showing off her provocative figure, spoke up slowly. Why shouldn't I be the one to take the origin fusion pill first? Lying on the bed, Zheng Shu responded. Right now, you're only ranked 2nd in the Tianluo Holy Land. Even the Holy Lord hasn't taken it yet. Cho Tianlai looked at him skeptically and countered, well, if I swallow it now, won't I just become the Holy Lord myself? He continued to explain the situation. The Immortal Lord and the Holy Lord of Tianluo are old friends. If you take it first, you'd be making an enemy out of the Immortal Lord. She cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Shu. Realm Lord, let me tell you a little secret. The last person I slept with was the Holy Lord of Tianluo. Zhengshu bolted upright and shouted, "What? You mean?" Before he could finish, Cho Tianlai quickly confirmed his suspicions. "Exactly what you're thinking. You could say, I'm the one pulling the strings from behind the curtain." Zhengshu's face darkened as he growled, "You little brat, are you playing games with us?" Cho Tianlai softly made a request. "If you had known about my relationship with the Holy Lord, would you have agreed to help me just now?" Zhengshu reached for the Bagua mirror, sitting on the nightstand. "We got carried away for so long that I almost forgot about the Deputy Realm Lord." A voice echoed from within the Bagua mirror. "Realm Lord, I'm at the Tianqi Holy Land. I've discovered that Yi Bei has completely plundered this place. I've already wiped out the people he left behind. I'm waiting for him to show up so I can deal with him. When that happens, I'll notify you. Get ready so we can head over together." She froze as the name registered. "Yi Bei." Cho Tianlai furrowed her brows. With a displeased look, she thought to herself, "Yi Bei, he's actually planning to come to the Tianqi Holy Land?" Zhengshu finally found his voice. "That bastard. The Tianqi Holy Land is our immortal lord's birthplace. Yi Bei, the man certainly has some nerve." Cho Tianlai tilted her head slightly, speculating. "From the sound of it, you want him dead?" He didn't hold back his intentions. "He's finished. To desecrate the immortal lord's home at the Tianqi Holy Land. I'll make sure he's punished accordingly." Hearing this, she leaned in close to Zhengshu. "Then wouldn't you say we have the exact same goal?" He lowered the mirror and looked at the girl, surprised by her words. "What do you mean? You have a grudge against Yi Bei too?" She didn't hesitate to explain. "Realm Lord, listen. Out of the 108 disciples under Yi Bei, I was only ranked 100th. But aside from his eldest disciple, Luo Shui, no one is stronger than me. Yet, Yi Bei has never once acknowledged my worth. I've spent years traveling across this entire world just for the chance to defeat Luo Shui. And after that, I'll take down Yi Bei himself." Cho Tianlai continued, "If I swallow the origin fusion pill, I can break through to the next realm in just 2 days. Me defeating Yi Bei is also a way of helping you, isn't it?" He looked away and spoke. "I do want you to help us deal with him. But as for the Tianluo Holy Lord," Cho Tianlai placed a hand over his mouth, her tone full of suggestive reassurance. "Don't worry. I'll handle the Holy Lord. He'll agree. He'll let me use the origin fusion pill first." The scene shifts. A loud voice boomed. "What did you say? The origin fusion pill needs to be tested for poison? And you want my Tianlai to be the one to test it?" Zhengshu held a box in his hand. He spoke slowly. "Instead of saying someone is swallowing the pill, it's more accurate to say the pill swallows the person." Cho Tianlai stepped forward, pleading, "Holy Lord, let me try it for you first. I am willing to sacrifice myself for our Tianluo Holy Land." The Holy Lord of Tianluo lowered his voice and spoke calmly. "How could I let the brightest star of my holy land use her own body to test for poison?" At that moment, realization dawned on him. We already had an agreement. The Immortal Lord was supposed to grant the pill to me first. Now they're pulling this stunt to cause a scene. Could it be that the Realm Lord and Cho Tianlai have made some secret deal behind my back? Then, Zhengshu spoke up as well. "The Holy Lord is right. She is the brightest star. Therefore, the risk of her being consumed by the pill is very low." The Holy Lord clenched his teeth, looking down at his own hand. "Then wouldn't the risk be even lower for me? Why not just let me test it directly?" Tianlai started bringing up the past. "Holy Lord, have you already forgotten the vow we made to each other back then?" Her hand skillfully brushed across his chest. "Back then, I said I would share everything with you, and you kept promising you'd do the same. After saying that," Cho Tianlai tested the waters. "This time, you'll agree to my request too, right?" His eyes turned a deep purple. He seemed to be under her spell, unconsciously murmuring his consent. Suddenly, the Holy Lord's pupils flared with light. Immediately after, a powerful burst of light erupted between the two of them. The next scene showed him holding a glowing jade in his hand, looking at them with utter contempt. "To think you'd actually try to enchant me. I didn't expose you before because your body still had some use. But I never expected a woman like you to be so shameless. I can't believe you plot to steal the origin fusion pill. What's even more shocking is that even the Realm Lord has been bewitched by this vixen. She had been severely injured. Now, only Zhengshu remained. He spoke up quite calmly. "Since you've seen through us, I have nothing left to say. Cho Tianlai frowned slightly and spoke out. Holy Lord, in these past 3 months, I've proven that I am the true leader of the Tianluo Holy Land. He replied bluntly. So you're not even bothering to hide it anymore? Cho Tianlai, everyone knows your ambition, but I hope you'd at least have some restraint. He gave a stern command. Step forward. Imperial Guards. Instantly, a group of figures in black appeared, surrounding the two of them. Holding a pill in her hand, she spoke slowly. Holy Lord, I came here today to negotiate with you. I didn't want things to escalate to this point. After all, when we first started living together, I did have feelings for you. Back when Yi Bei was undergoing his tribulation, I told you that my goal was to reach his level. I wanted you to help me, but you never once offered to pass down the secret arts of the Holy Land to me. If that's how it's going to be, he didn't show a hint of fear and shouted a challenge. Do your worst. She immediately swallowed the pill. Cho Tianlia's eyes went wide, turning completely white. Her face instantly darkened. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body. Zheng Shu spoke with arrogance. It's working, and she isn't being consumed by it. A massive wave of power burst forth. The Holy Lord was trapped inside a sphere of energy, unable to do anything but shout orders to his subordinates. Where are the guards? Tianlai is trying to seize power. Tianlai reached out her hand. She swung her fist in front of her. A circular seal appeared as she did so. The seal moved forward and bound him tightly, leaving him in a state of terror. Outside, Zheng Shu's disciples were in a stir. It's been 2 days. Isn't today the day for the breakthrough ceremony? Why are the main hall doors still closed? A single footstep approached. Inside, the Holy Lord tried his best to persuade her. Cho Tianlai, if you become the Holy Lord, no one will follow you. But she didn't care in the slightest. If I reveal all the scandalous things you and I have done, they won't follow you either. If we kill you right now, I'll find a way to make them submit. Standing beside her, Zheng Shu spoke up brazenly. Holy Lord, the lady's point is quite clear. It would be better if you cooperated a little. Just perform a simple handover ceremony. I have other good things that I can give to you. We have no intention of killing you. Only now did he truly feel terrified of her power. I never should have brought you into the sect. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Fine. Today, I will yield to you. The doors slowly creak open. The Holy Lord of Tianluo points toward her and speaks slowly, making a grand announcement. The next Holy Lord of the Tianluo Holy Land shall be Cho. As for me, I am washing my hands of these affairs and retiring today. Thank you all for your support over the years. The new Holy Lord will rebuild the Tianluo Holy Land. She will lead everyone back to the pinnacle of glory. This sudden declaration leaves everyone in a state of shock and confusion. No one can understand why this is happening so abruptly. Why so sudden? Did something happen? The Holy Lord is finally out. Cho Tianlai really does have a strength for it. Her expression darkens with intensity. I'm not the same person I was yesterday. Yi Bai, just you wait. A streak of spiritual energy flashes across the sky. Luo Shui calls out as she flies through the air. Master, I often find myself thinking back to when Cho Tianlai first joined her sect. She was always so cheerful, constantly bouncing around with energy. Yi Bei casually remarks, not every disciple is as reliable as you, Luo Shui. She falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. Back then, you used to say, that little girl had a spirit that simply refused to lose. Hearing this, he offers a sharp critique. It's a pity. I feel like that spirit of hers has become twisted now. The two of them quickly descend upon the Tianluo Holy Land. A thick, heavy mist blankets the ground beneath their feet. Shueshang looks around, her voice tinged with confusion. How did this holy land end up like this? Yi Bei observes the surroundings. The temperature here is twice as high as it is outside. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. Realizing the situation has turned dangerous, she shouts out a worried warning. Master, be careful. They both quickly leap into the air. However, they find themselves trapped as a massive circle encloses the area. A barrier. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Bei strikes out with a vertical slash. The barrier instantly shatters into pieces. He speaks calmly. This wasn't an ordinary barrier. If we had rushed in blindly, this power might have crushed us to death. The area where they stand is now shrouded in a dark, ominous veil. Shueshang speaks softly. Master, This ambush is incredibly well prepared. Yibei immediately voices his realization. If I destroyed half of the Tian Luo Holy Land before, then it's safe to say it's been completely annihilated now. Amidst the clear sky, a dark figure suddenly lunges forward. He instantly reaches out and catches the person. The body is limp and weightless, showing no reaction at all. Shueshang makes a grim deduction. They're dead? Yibei doesn't deny it. Instead, he explains slowly. My eldest disciple. This is the person I left in charge here back then. The others have likely been wiped out as well. He extends his hand and asks a pointed question. Was this Zhou Tianlia's doing? Shueshang is taken aback by the suggestion. No way. Could she really have the power to create a barrier like this? Yibei cuts in quickly. Luo Shui, listen. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tianlai or not, at the very least, only someone at the Emperor Realm could set up an ambush of this caliber. Which is to say, I can use this to farm more points and upgrade my world power. He thinks to himself. It seems a strong opponent has delivered some experience right to my door. Fu Zheng looks down from above and demands in a heavy voice, Yibei, do you have any idea what happens when you mess with my heavenly pond holy land? Do you understand the consequences? Yibei looks slightly amused. Consequences? Does one need to consider the consequences before stepping on an ant by the road? Luo Shui retorts without missing a beat. Of course not. He pulls out a talisman, his face full of arrogance. This lower realm has so few talented people. That's why a piece of trash like you gets to play boss. It's time someone opened your eyes. Do you even know what it means to offend someone you shouldn't? Yibei strokes his chin with total indifference. Is that all? You want to teach me a lesson in humility? Luo Shui, you take this one. Since your last breakthrough and the rewards from the Twin Heavens ranking, you haven't found a worthy opponent. This is the perfect chance for you to get some training in. She turns to him and bows immediately. As you command, master. He raises the talisman high and roars, activate. The clear sky instantly changes color. Thousands of zombies begin to rise from the earth. Yibei gives her a careful instruction. Luo Shui, can you tell where these things come from? She watches them closely and reveals her findings. They actually share quite a few similarities with Zhong Li Mo's Grandao of the Undead. Yibei nods. Correct. Instead of saying they're similar, it's more accurate to say they share the same root. You never had the chance to spar with Li Mo before. Consider this a direct challenge. Don't let me down. Go. Luo Shui follows his lead instantly. Yes. He holds a golden talisman high. His face is dark with burning resentment. Your arrogance will only hasten your demise. Undead soul charm. Resurrect. The corpses bare their blood-stained teeth. He thrusts the talisman toward them with a command. Surround them. The horde of undead immediately lunges at the pair. Without a hint of fear, Shueshang unleashes her ultimate technique. But another wave is already upon her. The moment she turns around, the undead are clawing at her. They swarm her in an endless tide. Seeing the scene before him, Fu Zheng bursts into a delighted, mocking laugh. Your precious disciple is probably having her skull crushed right about now. Yibei, do you regret what you said earlier? Kneel and kowtow to me now, and I might just leave your corpse in one piece. In contrast, Yibei responds with perfect calm. You know, you said one thing that was actually right. Arrogance really does lead to a quick death. Why don't you take a closer look for yourself? The undead try their best to pin her down. Unexpectedly, Shueshang erupts with a massive surge of power, blasting them all away. Even so, Fu Zheng remains unfazed. I suppose I underestimated you too. However, I was only using a tenth of my power just now. The real show is about to begin. The eyes of the lead zombie glow as it speaks in a raspy, guttural voice. The beauty of the undead soul charm is its persistence. As long as the corpses remain, I can always resurrect them. Fu Zheng adds with a smirk. The stronger the opponent, the more people die. And that only makes me stronger. Arrogance is written all over his face. Yibei, it's time to say goodbye to your little lover. Just as the words leave his mouth, something pierces through his back. Shueshang points her weapon directly at him. Master always said, to stop a bandit, you must first take down the leader. Fu Zheng stammers in shock. How? She cuts him off before he can finish. Did you really think I'd just stand there and watch you merge those corpses? As she channels her technique, a giant skull begins to rise. It looms behind Shueshang's back. She senses its presence, but her expression remains calm. Master, I thought people from the celestial realm would be a bit stronger. Turns out he went down after just one hit from me. The raspy, haunting voice echoes again. To be able to damage my primordial essence this badly. I truly did underestimate you. Shueshang's pupils contract. The skull exhales a blast of blue, toxic energy. Shueshang can do nothing but curse under her breath. Damn it. But she reacts just in time, activating her grand Tao of destruction. At the same time, the skull prepares its own counterattack. A massive explosion instantly rocks the area. The skull lets out a violent, agonized scream. Yibei reaches out his hand. He speaks slowly, offering guidance. Luo Shui. Besides taking out the leader first, there's another lesson I have for you. It's called giving them a taste of their own medicine. Grand Tao Disciple Resonance. Grand Tao of the Undead. The giant skull involuntarily smashes its own hand against its face. Then, another massive skull lunges forward and grabs its ally's face. It slams the head down with crushing force. Luo Shui turns back and calls out loudly. Master. He tells her calmly, no need to rush. There's one more move. A slight smirk plays on Yi Bei's lips as he speaks. It's called, finish them while they're down. Grand Tao Resonance. Grand Tao of Destruction. The two skeletons tear into each other. Massive waves of killing intent erupt between them. Two figures watch the battle from high above. The girl speaks up. I'm sorry, Master. I've let you down. Yi Bei replies. To be able to hold your own against someone from the celestial realm to this extent, Master is very proud. He turns to her with gentle instruction. The truth is, your strength isn't inferior to his. But in the end, you let your guard down. That was your greatest failure. The image of a gem glowing with pure, celestial energy appears. Shueshang is surprised. This is... They both look up toward the gem. Celestial Qi. She says, Master, there's another surprise. He continues. His soul must have shattered, causing the celestial Qi to coalesce. This could essentially be considered a celestial core. She reaches out and leaps toward the gem. Master, I'll go get it for you. Just as her hand is about to touch the gem, it suddenly zips away, flying erratically. Finally, it lands in someone else's hand. Shueshang glares at the man, full of vigilance. Who are you? He holds his head high with arrogance. The treasure of the celestial realm. Isn't something you lowly people from the lower realm can even dream of. She stares at him with a sharp, piercing gaze. Cho Tianlai speaks with a mocking tone. Senior sister. Long time no see. Yibei looks perfectly calm. So, it's you, she continues. Tai Lai raises her hand, gathering a surge of powerful spiritual energy. What's the matter? Master, don't tell me you've forgotten who I am already. When you see this, doesn't it ring a bell for any of you? A wave of dark purple energy surges toward the two of them. Yibei watches her performance with a cold, indifferent gaze. He raises a hand to block the attack. Then, he strikes back with a countermove. Yibei's eyes burn with killing intent as he clenches his fist. A traitor who turned her back on her own sect. How could I ever forget? Though you no longer deserve to call me master. She snaps back in a fit of rage. Was I the one who betrayed the sect first? Or was it the rest of you who mistreated me first? Luo Shueshang asks anxiously. Tai Lai, how did you end up like this? Hearing that, Tai Lai grows even more resentful. Like what? Isn't the person I am today exactly what you all forced me to become? She begins to recount the past. Years ago, Master brought out a golden core. He pulled me aside and whispered that he would give it only to me, because I was the most obedient, the most talented, and the most hardworking. Back then, I actually believed those lies. Her voice drips with pure hatred. But later, I found out that you gave everyone else that same special treatment. The thing I begged for was nothing more than a piece of candy to the rest of them. Tai Lai raises her hand, manifesting a sphere of malevolent energy. I'm no longer the person I used to be. And everything you owe me, I will make you pay back piece by piece. A massive aura of dark immortal energy erupts. Luo Shueshang shouts out, Tai Lai, that's not how it was. Your own greed consumed you. You were never fit for it. Seeing the situation, Yibei turns to give his disciple an order. Enough. Step back and stay by my side. She has been completely blinded by hatred. She was my disciple. Leave this to me. She replies, Master. He looks at her with a gaze full of responsibility. A teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. If you were willing to repent, I would treat you as I did before. Hearing this, she loses all control, her mind snapping. She unleashes a blast of energy toward Yibei. Repent? Oh, master, I'm afraid you no longer have the right to lecture me. The destructive power hurtles toward Yibei. He raises his hand, conjuring a brilliant blue energy. I told you before. The great Tao despises nothing more than bottomless greed. The more you rush, the more mistakes you make. Suddenly, black serpents manifest, coiling tightly around him. The dark aura frantically swallows Yibei whole. The serpents drain his energy, leaving him looking pale and withered. The snakes of greed. These are plants I cultivated long ago. Once they bind you, they drain your power until there's nothing left but a husk. Then you die. She speaks with cold, heartless detachment. Perhaps you could have escaped before. But now, I have the power of the origin fusion pill. Even at the Emperor realm, you won't escape. Master, this is the last time I call you that. The dark energy flares, devouring everything in its path. From above, the light has consumed nearly the entire area. Zheng Shu speaks with utter disdain. So this Yibei guy killed Zheng Fu? I thought he'd be someone formidable. Who knew a lowly little Tai Lai could handle him? I didn't even have to lift a finger. As expected, people from the lower realms are truly pathetic. He barks an order. Finish off the rest. Tai Lai replies, yes, sir. She descends toward Luo Shueshang. Tai Lai's face is twisted with provocation. Senior sister, I'm afraid it's a bit too late to run now. Luo Shueshang's expression is dark and defiant. You really think someone like you could actually kill Master? She forms a sphere of immortal energy and hurls it at her. The sphere explodes, sending out massive shockwaves. Everything in its path is leveled to the ground. Suddenly, Tai Lai appears behind her. Senior sister, you're strong. But the current me? I'm even stronger. Luo Shueshang braces herself, on high alert. A blinding flash of light erupts. Through the glare, the shimmering outline of a serpent's tail appears. Suddenly, something constricts her body tightly. Tai Lai lifts her high into the air. Watching her prey struggle, she gloats with triumph. Luo Shueshang, is this really all you've got? You were so arrogant about your Tao of destruction back then. It doesn't seem like much now. She is ecstatic. She gathers malevolent energy. Your Tao of destruction is useless against me now. I wonder if Master will still take you in as a disciple in the afterlife. The light is so blinding that Luo Shueshang winces in pain. Suddenly, an explosion rips through the air. The two of them stare in shock. What happened? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? A pillar of light shoots toward the sky. She suddenly screams, Yibai! A streak of blue light flies toward Luo Shueshang to save her. A hand catches her. Yibei holds Luo Shueshang in his arms, looking pleased. Luo Shueshang is stunned. Master! Tai Lai is fuming with rage. No way. How are you still alive? Trapped by my snakes of greed. You should have been drained dry and dead long ago. He looks at her with total indifference and explains calmly. I gave you plenty of chances. I hope you would turn back. But time and again, you crossed the line. You betrayed your master and your friends. You even harmed your own fellow disciples. She is consumed by fury. Her power erupts as she loses control. Save the lecture. If you want to kill me, just do it. But this time, you won't be lucky enough to survive. The malevolent energy surges violently toward him. He watches it approach, completely unfazed. Yibei calmly raises a finger, bringing it under his control. She is stunned. Why won't the black serpents move? This has never happened before. Is it possible that Yibei's cultivation completely suppresses her own? Tai Lai wipes the blood from her face. She screams at the top of her lungs. Go! Attack! Yibei looks at the black serpents as they begin to go feral. He is truly angry now at what she has done. You think you're strong? In reality, you're nothing. He releases his own power. Two massive waves of energy collide violently. His voice is ice cold with rage. The thing you take the most pride in is your ability to drain the greed from others through your Tao. But it's this very Tao that led you astray. And now, I'm taking it back. She snaps back defiantly. Just try it. Yibei chants softly. Resonance of the Tao. Tao of greed. A complex array glows within his eyes. A shockwave ripples through the ground. Two forces, one dark, one righteous, clash head-on. She realizes things are going south. She's losing. No, my Tao of greed. It's being devoured. Tai Lai watches as her magical serpents are pushed back. Two small snakes suddenly turn and bite each other. Tai Lai is horrified. No way. She watches her power crumble in defeat. It can't be. How could I lose? The monster's razor-sharp teeth prepare to swallow everything. A notification appears. Tao of Greed reclaimed. Reward. Great Emperor Skill Book. Yibei looks down like a vengeful god. She collapses to her knees. She has completely lost her will to fight. From above, he looks down with pure contempt. Useless trash. Even after taking my origin fusion pill, you're still good for nothing. You couldn't even handle Yibei. What a waste. I'm done playing with you all for today. Suddenly, Luo Shueshang charges toward him. You used Tai Lai as a meat shield, and now you think you could just run? It's not that easy. He raises his hand, intending to attack her. I might not have finished Yibei, but I can certainly handle you. Suddenly, Yibei appears behind him. He shoves Zheng Shu into a black hole. Get in there. The black hole closes. He's trapped inside. Luo Shueshang turns to Yibei, confused. Master, do we really have to kill him? They look at Tai Lai, who is lying unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, a voice echoes from a rift in the sky. Where is the disciple of this immortal lord? Hearing the voice, they both look up at the sky in shock. The master of Zheng Shu and Tai Lai appears. They watch with caution. An immortal lord? Disciple. This arrogant tone sounds familiar. It seems he's the master of Fu Zheng and Zheng Shu. He asks, what is your disciple's name? People beneath my notice aren't worth remembering. She erupts in anger, releasing a powerful surge of energy. A tiny little insect dares to challenge me? You clearly have a death wish. He replies nonchalantly. What a coincidence. I've already died quite a few times. Why don't you help me remember what it feels like? Yibei calmly swings his hand to block the strike. Two powerful auras clash violently. Seeing this, Luo Shueshang comes up with a plan. Master, she won't be easy to handle on your own. Let me fight by your side. He explains calmly. It's fine. This immortal lord's strength isn't all that. You think she can actually give her master a hard time? The woman pauses to think. This isn't good. If this causes too much of a stir, it'll trigger a heavenly punishment. I don't have much time left to stay here. This brat's talent is actually quite impressive. He's even stronger than that Cho Tianlai. He would make the perfect vessel. If I can get him to submit to me, I might be able to kill two birds with one stone. She speaks up. Young man, I see a certain greatness in your aura. You are a fine specimen. If you're willing to call me master, I can let bygones be bygones, and all these treasures will be yours. A glowing book appears. The erotic arts of maiden control. This makes Yibei look incredibly excited. Luo Shueshang turns red with embarrassment. Suddenly, the woman says, oh, my bad. Grab the wrong one. This is the right volume. The two of them are left completely speechless. Yibei folds his arms, looking amused as he replies. What a pity. The thing I enjoy most in life is being someone else's master. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. She raises her voice in anger. Don't push your luck. She suddenly falls silent. She realizes something. Damn it. If I don't leave now, I'll lose 300 years of my cultivation base. Suddenly, she emits a blinding flash of light. I'll spare your life today. But you killed two of my disciples. The next time we meet will be the day you die. Luo Shueshang looks on, full of questions. She's just leaving like that? Luo Shueshang suddenly notices something and turns around. Wait, something's wrong. She shouts, Cho Tianlai. She turns to ask her master. Master, did she cause such a huge scene just because she wanted to take Cho Tianlai away? He replies softly. It's not that she wanted to take him. It's that he's the only one she could take. If she hadn't left right then, she would have died too. Luo Shueshang asks her master curiously. But what use is taking Cho Tianlai to her anyway? He answers gently. Bo Zheng should know the answer to that. Let's go. We're going to find him now. Yibei and Luo Shueshang stand within a void. The desolate small world. In this pocket dimension, there isn't a single secret I don't know. Now, everything Bo Zheng has experienced from birth to death, how he managed to conspire with Cho Tianlai, and what his goal was in the lower realm. I can find it all out with just a flick of my wrist. Yibei manifests a strand of immortal energy. Images of Cho Tianlai and Bo Zheng appear. Yibei will never be able to guess the truth. His precious little disciples are all in the palm of my hand. Her eyes widen in shock. What? Cho Tianlia's face is full of malice. No matter what happens, I will never truly lose. Even if I die, Yi Bei's darling disciples are under my control. They will avenge me in my place. I'll make him feel a betrayal and deception more painful than death itself. The two of them overhear her entire sinister plan. Yi Bei narrows his eyes and remarks, if my disciples were that easily bought, they wouldn't be called the great demonesses. Luo Xueshang asks her master, Master, are my junior sisters in danger? Yi Bei answers, whether Cho Tianlia's words are true or false remains to be seen. If we want the truth, the only way is to go find her. She continues gloomily. The passage to the upper realm is currently closed. We have to wait until the next person ascends. Once someone ascends, it's likely no one else will be able to for another 100 years. By then, the situation for my junior sisters will be even more dangerous. I'm afraid. On the contrary, he answers with total ease and a smile. I just thought of someone. But first, little girl, I need you to do something for me. Brilliant sunlight shines across the world. The wind blows, making the leaves rustle. Yao Zun is focusing his mind, meditating amidst the vibrant nature. His mind is calm, free of any stray thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes snap open and he shouts, Who's there? Show yourself. Anyone who can reach the 9th floor of the Time Tower is certainly no ordinary person. Why don't you come out and talk? Luo Xueshang's figure appears before Yao Zun. He stands up abruptly, fuming. If you're going to disrespect this old man, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A whistling sound tears through the air as an attack lunges toward him. Suddenly, the boulder behind him shatters into pieces. This person's technique. Why does it look so familiar? Yao Zun gathers his strength. He pushes off his feet and leaps back. He stands atop a massive rock and raises his voice. Who are you? How do you know this cultivation method? Yao Zun's gaze is cold and sharp. Silent, are we? He roars. Then don't blame me for what happens next. With that, he strikes, summoning the bronze snakes. Face to face with the bronze snakes. Luo Xueshang isn't fazed at all as she slowly walks forward. She watches the surge of power with complete composure. In this world, there aren't even two people who can dodge my divine turtle rotation. Suddenly, she spreads her arms, creating a surge of blue immortal energy. That's the great path of destruction. Two flows of immortal energy clash against each other. Suddenly, another force appears and knocks his power aside. Please, have mercy, Elder Jia. With a wave of his hand, Yi Bei dissipates the immortal energy. Seeing this, Yao Zun is caught off guard. He offers a cheerful greeting. It's been a while, Elder Jia. The old man jumps down happily. He walks over to him. Little friend Yi. So is you. Yao Zun asks, full of curiosity. Little friend Yi. Who is this person with you? He happily introduces her. This is my eldest disciple, Luo Xueshang. Yi Bei turns to him with a mischievous look. I actually sent this girl here to kill you just now. The old man questions him, outraged. You said what? Yi Bei says darkly. I said, she was the one I sent to kill you. He is hit by a flash of golden, immortal energy. Yao Zun throws a punch at him in a rage. From a moment you helped me clear that poison. Was all a setup? He replies, exactly. The old man's voice is filled with fury and disappointment. And to think I actually trusted you. I saw you as the savior of my monster race. What a massive mistake that was. He is so angry he can barely speak. Yao Zun pulls back his hand, not wanting to deal with him anymore. Forget it. Just go. Out of respect for the fact that you saved my life, I won't fight you today. He quickly explains with a laugh. Elder Jia, don't be mad. I was just messing with you. The reason I came to find you this time is because I want to help you ascend. He looks at him with total disbelief and contempt. Help me ascend? Are you sure you aren't just trying to send me to the afterlife? He rubs the back of his head and replies, Look, didn't I just want to see what level your current cultivation is at? He quickly clarifies. Besides, killing you doesn't benefit me in the slightest. He realizes he might have pushed the joke too far. I overdid it a bit. Yao Zun turns away in a huff. I am already at the peak of the sovereign realm. I'm only one step away from ascension. I just need another 100 years, and I'm there. I don't need your help. He rushes to explain before the old man misunderstands. Here's the thing. Right now, I have a very specific reason to get to the immortal realm. But someone has to ascend. I need someone to climb the celestial staircase so I can open the passage to the immortal realm. I thought about it long and hard. And in the entire heaven-profound plane, you're the only one, closest to ascending. That's why. He replies testily. You should have just said that from the start. Why go through all that nonsense? He answers without hesitation. It's just, even though I'm only one step away from ascension, breaking through could still take another few hundred years. By then, I'm afraid I won't be of any help to you. He continues calmly. You don't need to worry about that. If you're willing, I can help you ascend right this second. Yao Zun is startled. What? He ponders for a moment. He's talking about ascending. How could it possibly be that simple? In a different space. The Heavenly Pond Holy Land. He asks him, Are you ready? No one in my monster race has ascended for 100,000 years. Whether I succeed or not today, I'm going to give it my all. He replies. Yi Bei puts his hands together, channeling spiritual energy. I summon the Ascension Tribulation Source. Yao Zun prepares to receive that immortal power. Bring it on. Elder Jia. He clenches his fists and chants. It's coming. This Ascension Tribulation is truly on another level. 100,000 years. I've finally waited long enough for you. A bolt of lightning strikes down from the high heavens. Luo Xueshang sadly tugs on Yi Bei's sleeve. Master, are we about to say goodbye? He turns back and gently pats her head. Silly girl. Your master is just going up there to scout the path first. Once I've scouted the place, I'll come back for you. Wait for me to find a way to break these restrictive rules, and then I'll bring you all up. Xueshang whispered a soft reply. She looked down, her eyes filled with a sad, contemplative silence. If only I were stronger, I could have ascended to the upper realm alongside Master. Sooner or later, a day will come when I stand on equal footing with him, becoming a support he can truly rely on, instead of being a burden like I am now. He gently stroked her hair, offering a comforting touch. I'm not sure if what the tribulation said is true or not. While you're in the lower realm, try to gather news about your fellow disciples. I'll head to the upper realm to find her. You manage things here on the outside, and I'll handle the inside. We'll work together. She looked up, slightly startled. This disciple understands. Thunder continued to crash down from above. Little friend Yi. Quick, come help me. I'm about to reach my limit. He suddenly noticed something. Even heavenly tribulations have their strengths and weaknesses. With a wave of his hand, he released a burst of celestial energy. A massive explosion erupted in the high heavens. Watching the scene unfold, Xueshang was left in a state of dazed wonder. He looked on with a heart full of disdain. Is that all there is to it? Elder Jia's true form called out to him. Little friend Yi, I'd heard rumors of you shattering the stairway to heaven, but seeing it with my own eyes, it's truly breathtaking. The younger generation really is formidable. He offered a sincere thanks. My thanks, Elder. Suddenly, a gate manifested within the black hole. It's the Celestial Pavilion. Xueshang's eyes widened in shock. Why is this Celestial Pavilion black? Inside the pavilion, a brilliant point of light appeared. The light surged outward, violently illuminating everything in its path. Elder Jia looked up at the halo before him. I never imagined the pressure from this Celestial Pavilion would be so overwhelming. Yi Bei stood beside him, deep in thought. This Celestial Pavilion looks no different from the ones I've seen before, except for the color. Unless it's because Elder Jia is a spirit beast. That's why during the ascension, the passage underwent a transformation. Then, Yi Bei summoned a Bagua seal in his palm. Elder Jia, I'll help you. Since these are all just open passages to the upper realm, the weakest point should be the same. Once you've seen one, you've seen them all. Combining the Purgatory Reincarnation seal with the Great Tao of Strength, he aimed precisely. The target was the weakest point of the Celestial Pavilion. Get in quickly. He then unleashed a torrent of Purgatory Reincarnation energy toward the gate. Elder Jia watched the display, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He's actually using brute force to break it open. If I'm going to the upper realm with little friend Yi, I might as well just fly up myself. Images of precious jewels he flashed through his mind. His eyes gleamed with greed. The jade nectar of the celestial court. Countless rare treasures. Eternal life. My beast clan can finally rise again. Elder Jia's aura surged with renewed vigor. He clasped his hands together and shouted, Little friend Yi, I'll help you. Yi Bei's brows suddenly knit together. The light began to flare uncontrollably in every direction. Cracks began to spiderweb out from deep within. Feeling uneasy, Yibei stepped back to stand next to Shui Shang. He squinted one eye and cursed under his breath. Damn it. That last hit was too much. The passage is collapsing. A voice cried out from somewhere within the chaos. Little friend Yi, save me. It was Elder Jia. He had been caught in the suction of the rift and couldn't break free. Yibei threw himself forward, diving into the void. As he fell, he didn't forget to shout a final instruction to Shui Shang. Little girl, I'm leaving the matter of your sisters in your hands. And just like that, his figure vanished into the rift he had created. The crack slowly sealed itself shut. A streak of light slammed into the rooftop of a building, making a thunderous noise. Yibei walked down the street, taking in his surroundings. So, this is the upper realm? I don't see any sign of Elder Jia. Could he have been thrown somewhere else by the shockwave? The street was filled with guards dragging prisoners in chains. Move it. Pick up the pace. Unless you want your legs broken. What are you staring at? You losers are nothing but slaves for the southern arena. Of our heaven now, don't even dream of escaping for the rest of your miserable lives. Suddenly, one of them spotted Yibei. Hey, look, there's a newcomer over there. Someone go grab him. A rat-faced youth nearby stepped forward. Let me handle it. Seriously, the quality of these newcomers lately has been trash. Hardly any of them even meet the basic standards. He walked up and sized Yibei up from head to toe. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder which impoverished plane you ascended from? You haven't even shed your race's form. Which plane? Speak up. Yibei ignored him, looking on with cold indifference. Seeing the person in front of him acting so nonchalant, the rat-faced youth raised an elbow, intending to give Yibei a thrashing. I'm talking to you. Without a word, Yibei simply extended his leg and hooked. The man's ankle. Caught off guard, the youth tumbled backward onto the ground. Yibei planted a foot firmly on the man's face. He looked down with utter contempt. A mere rat demon. You think you're worthy of questioning me? You really have a death wish. Having been humbled so thoroughly, the youth lost all his bravado and begged piteously from the dirt. Lord, have mercy. Please lift your noble foot and spare my worthless life. This lowly one can lead you to the arena and the reception hall. Hearing this, Yibei paused. The arena? He lifted his foot from the man's face. He rubbed his chin as if considering the offer. Fine then. The rat-faced youth knelt beside him and spoke. There's something you might not know, my lord. All spirit beasts who ascend here are required to go to the arena to compete if they want to receive any resources. The victors live. The weak are discarded. Those who lose or try to flee the fight, well, they won't even leave a whole corpse behind. After listening to the explanation, Yibei fell into deep thought. It seems this so-called heavenly way and ascension isn't exactly a path to paradise. It's more about maintaining a balance of power across the planes. I fear many who make it here find they have even less status than they did in the lower realm. The gap is staggering. I wonder how Elder Jia is faring. A moment later, the two of them stood before the gates of the arena. The rat-faced youth had long since discarded his previous arrogance. Now, he bowed obsequiously to Yibei. My lord, this is it. Once you go in and register, you'll receive a token for the matches. On the surface, he seemed perfectly submissive, but in his heart he was sneering. The arena is no playground. Just wait. You're going to get exactly what's coming to you. They both headed inside. The youth announced their arrival loudly. We got a newcomer. Come and receive him. Yibei walked ahead, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. Actually, I'd love to see what kind of pathetic tricks you're trying to pull. A hand clasped in greeting. Don't you worry. We'll make sure this rookie is very well taken care of. The rat-faced youth was suddenly standing next to a man in a blue cloak, whispering and laughing. This monster has decent strength. He's already reached the peak of the sovereign realm. Once he's broken in, he'll definitely fetch a high price. The blue-cloaked man didn't say a word, simply tossing a pouch of coins to the youth. For your trouble. The youth accepted it happily. Much obliged, boss. I'll leave the rest to you then. Witnessing this scene, Yibei closed his eyes and let out a soft chuckle. So, the upper realm is really this corrupt, huh? Two henchmen behind him stared him down aggressively. You should be grateful. Being sold to a noble of the immortal lands is the greatest blessing you could ask for. Don't be ungrateful, Yibei replied calmly. A blessing? Betraying your own kind. Becoming a monster who traffics others for profit. I doubt any demon would want a blessing like that. The blue-cloaked man lost his patience and barked an order. Enough talk. Get him. Sensing the enemy's intent to fight, Yibei instantly surged with a fierce aura. His eyes locked onto his targets with unwavering focus. Fine. I might as well settle this all at once. He circulated his internal energy. Great Tao of Greed, absorb. The henchmen were suddenly ensnared by his power, crying out in shock. What's happening? I'm stuck. I can't move. He's draining our strength. Yibei looked at them with pure disdain. You try to be traffickers with such pathetic strength? You're a disgrace to the upper realm. The blue-cloaked man didn't panic. Instead, he grinned maliciously. A disgrace? Don't get cocky just because you're young. Let's see what kind of beast you really are. He pointed his magic staff forward. Yibei followed the movement of the staff. Instantly, an array formed beneath his feet. Heavy chains erupted one after another. The blue-cloaked man looked slightly surprised. The soul-binding formation. It hasn't been used in a long time. I'm afraid it's grown a bit bloodthirsty. You'd better be careful. Yibei acted as if it were nothing. Was all this really necessary? He calmly summoned a flicker of purple flame. I just wanted to register and be on my way. But you insisted on keeping me here just to watch me dismantle your entire operation. His gaze turned sharp and lethal. Supreme Demon Bone. The flames instantly exploded outward. Only now did the blue-cloaked man realize the person before him was anything but the ordinary prey he had imagined. He collapsed to the ground in terror. Impossible. You're clearly only at the sovereign realm. Yibei looked down at him. I don't care if you're human or demon. Anyone who deals in the lives of others deserves nothing. Then they shall all face total annihilation. Boom. The entire area erupts. The battle is over. Yibei stands amidst a desolate, gaping crater. Plumes of purple smoke slowly drift through the air. As if remembering something, Yibei rubs his chin. If this place really was a demon trading post, there must be plenty of captives here. They'll be perfect for upgrading my desolate small world. A moment later, he stands before a tightly sealed door. He kicks it open and storms inside. So, this is where they're keeping everyone. Yibei looks down with a mischievous smirk. The demons trapped in the cages look up at him in shock. Meanwhile, outside, a voice rings out. Help! Someone help! Hearing the cries, the people nearby rush toward the source of the noise. What was that? Hurry, let's go check it out. At the entrance to the arena district, Yibei walks out of the gate with an imposing air. Two members of the South Heaven Battlefield law enforcement team spot him. That's him. He's the one who just slaughtered all those demons. One of the officers watches him with a complicated expression. This guy took down the entire slave ring, a group that's been a massive headache for the pavilion master, using only a fraction of his power. He's definitely not someone to mess with. Perhaps he's the only one who can stand up to the new Mad King of the battlefields. He steps forward and decisively blocks Yibei's path. Wait. Yibei looks visibly annoyed. Move, unless you want to die. The officer immediately bows and clasps his hands in a respectful greeting. Please, don't misunderstand. I am the captain of the law enforcement team of the South Heaven Battlefield. We mean you no harm. Yibei scoffs. You mean me no harm? I just killed hundreds of your demons. The captain dismisses it casually. They were nothing but trash. Our South Heaven Battlefield has no shortage of fodder. Why would we ever harm a genius of your caliber? In fact, we've been dying to recruit someone like you. Yibei narrows his eyes. So what are you getting at? The captain looks up. His gaze is firm as he stares at Yibei. I want you to become the boss of the South Heaven Battlefield. This was completely unexpected. Yibei blinks in surprise. What? Fearing Yibei might refuse. The captain quickly explains. You wiped out the demon slave hall all by yourself. Even their manager, who was nearing the false immortal realm, was killed by you in a single blow. If a talent like you becomes our boss, the forces of the Senluo battlefield will be paralyzed with fear. Without a second thought, Yibei turns to continue his journey. He says, not interested. Now get out of my way. One of the subordinates is infuriated by his attitude. The nerve of this guy. He's way too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson he won't forget. The other guard quickly holds him back. Even the captain is treading carefully. And you want to jump in? Are you stupid? The captain continues to try and persuade him. Countless people dream of joining our South Heaven Battlefield. Rare treasures, secret techniques, classified intel. Anything you want, we have it. But Yibei's answer remains the same. I don't need it. He casts a cold glance over his shoulder. I'm looking for someone. If you keep pestering me, Don't blame me for getting violent. Seeing that persuasion isn't working, the captain shifts to a threatening tone. You destroyed the demon's slave hall, and in doing so, you've offended the Tianluo immortal land. Even if you leave today, you won't be able to. Before he can finish, Yibei suddenly grabs him by the throat and lifts him off the ground. Hearing a familiar name, Yibei demands an answer. Did you say Tianluo immortal land? The other two guards panic, seeing their leader in danger. Captain, let him go now. That's our captain. Gasping for air, the captain struggles to speak. The reason we never touched the demon slave hall was because they were backed by the Tianluo immortal land. Now that you've destroyed them, only the protection of the South Heaven battlefield can keep you safe. Hearing this, Yibei decides not to push further. He releases his grip and drops the man. Tianluo immortal land, huh? Talk about a lucky break. The captain hasn't given up yet. So, does this mean you'll join us? Yibei falls into deep thought. Instead of charging into the Tianluo immortal land alone, I can use South Heaven as leverage. I'll dismantle them step by step. He says aloud, fine. I accept. I agree. Having achieved his goal, the captain stands up and says, I'll take you to see the old pavilion master first. Yibei gestures. Lead the way. Inside the Tsangyun pavilion, a guard standing watch outside whispers to his comrade. Captain, that guy is definitely strong. But is he really enough? The captain snaps back. If he's not enough, do you think you are? He begins to rant about the current situation. In the Four Directions tournament, 3 of our main teams have already been crushed. We're down to our last team, and they're barely hanging on. If they lose too, and the newcomer from Sunluo battlefield steals the glory, then South Heaven will fall to the very bottom of the 4 battlefields. We won't be able to show our faces in public ever again. The guard sighs. I get it. The captain continues. That man's power is unfathomable. I have a gut feeling he's the one who will turn the tide of this tournament. Sitting inside, Yibei happens to overhear their entire conversation. He realizes the truth. No wonder they came looking for me. Turns out South Heaven doesn't have anyone left who can actually win this thing. A figure approaches him. You're Yibei, correct? He replies, I am. Pavilion Master Tsang opens his mouth and exhales a powerful gust of breath. That single breath carries such immense spiritual pressure that it makes Yibei's robes flutter violently. The 2 guards outside are hit by the sheer force radiating from the room, clutching their heads as they struggle to stay upright. But no matter how intense the pressure becomes, Yibei remains completely unfazed. He stands calmly in place, thinking to himself, a false immortal is even stronger than I imagined. If we fought, I'd only have a 40% chance of winning. Pavilion Master Tsang is stunned to see the young man standing his ground. Is he really only at the emperor rank? He took the full brunt of my pressure without a scratch. He lets out a shout of praise. Excellent. Which demon tribe do you hail from? And how many times have you broken your physical limits? The conflict between humans and demons has always been severe. If he finds out I'm not actually a demon, things could get messy. I better make something up. With that thought, Yibei answers, I come from a tribe of apes from a very distant plane. And what the hell are physical limits? Pavilion Master Tsang places a hand on his shoulder. Are you saying you haven't broken through a single body limit yet? Yibei pauses for a moment. Then he chants internally, Genesis Great Tao, Transformation Art. A massive, towering ape phantom is summoned behind him. Seeing this, the old man marvels. So you really haven't broken your body limits. Yibei forces a stiff smile. That was a close one. He almost saw right through me. Good thing the Genesis Great Tao can mask my true spiritual essence. The old man continues to praise him. You're a lucky brat. You know that? Yibei replies with polite curiosity. Forgive my ignorance. I come from a backwater region. I've never heard of these body limits. Could you explain them to me? Pavilion Master Tsang begins to explain. The body is a treasure trove of infinite potential. Humans focus on the soul, but we demons rely more on our physical forms. Once a demon reaches the emperor rank, they have the opportunity to break their body's limits. He summons a sphere of energy in his hand and continues. For the first breakthrough, one must find 5 types of elemental treasures: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. By using the power of the 5 elements and a specialized secret technique, you can shatter those limits. If you successfully break through for the first time, your physical strength will instantly double. Yibei asks, curious, if I can break through 5 times, wouldn't I be able to tear the heavenly tribulation apart? He scoffs. 5 times? To break through even 4 times is already considered defying the heavens. Yibei's tone suddenly turns serious. Then I guess I'll just have to break it 4 times first. The old man thinks he misheard. He lets out a disbelieving laugh. Huh. Pavilion Master Song tries to bring him back to reality. Little brother, your talent is indeed impressive, but a single breakthrough takes a massive amount of time. 6 months at the very least. Sometimes it takes several years. Some people can't even achieve 4 breakthroughs in a lifetime. Therefore, Yibei frowns. You think I can't do it? The old man clarifies. It's not that I don't believe in you. It's just that in 8 intervals, our final team has to take the field. We simply don't have the time. Yibei turns around without hesitation. 8 intervals is more than enough. If you don't believe me, I'll leave right now. Pavilion Master Tsong quickly stops him. Wait, hold on. He opens his palm. Take these. Don't be modest. Even a few of these will be enough for you to use. It's hard to find good materials on such short notice. A large bag of supplies appears from his palm. Don't be discouraged. After the tournament, I will personally guide your cultivation. Yibei quickly turns back and snatches the bag. He gives a small smile. Thanks. Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master Shang. Well then, I'll go prepare for the match. Pavilion Master Shang was left utterly speechless by his casual attitude. That kid really doesn't stand on ceremony. The 9th floor of the Tower of Time. Yibei knelt before an incense burner with a bagua symbol at its center. Time here flows 2,000 times faster. 8 hours in the outside world is nearly 2,000 years here. I'll use this time to refine my body and break through the first limit. I should make it in time for the match. Let's begin. He flipped through several parchment pages. He was surprised to find that some pages had been torn out. Even the Frontier, they have bootleg books? Why are their pages missing? Oh well, it shouldn't affect the refining of these treasures much. 9,981 days later. The bagua symbol suddenly flared with light. Yibei snapped his eyes open. It's done. Suddenly, Yinfan pounced on him, staring straight into his eyes and crying out, Master! Yibei was so startled by the sight that he froze for a few seconds. He asked in confusion, Yinfan, why are you here? Yinfan replied flirtatiously, I'm not the only one. All your disciples have been waiting here for you for a very long time. Then she and her fellow disciples vied for his attention, each coquettishly calling out, Master, to Yibei. The scene before him was so scandalous it caused his nose to erupt in a massive spray of blood. Yinfan leaned in close and began to whisper intimately, Master, Cho Tianlai captured us and brought us here. We've been waiting for you for so long. Don't you miss us? Yibei remained silent and closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind and assess the situation. Something is very wrong with these people. Despite the girls surrounding him and trying to seduce him while calling him master, he realized the crux of the problem. Yibei couldn't help but smile. I see now. Those missing pages from the book contain the essence needed to break the limit. Breaking the limit doesn't just refine the body, but your mental strength as well. No wonder. Yinfan floated behind Yibei with a gloomy expression and called to him, Master. Yibei's eyes flared with golden flames. The bagua-shaped incense burner in front of him suddenly erupted in flames. He gradually regained his composure. This time, I think I've succeeded. At the highest point of the city, the captain of the enforcement squad stood beside Pavilion Master Shang. Pavilion Master, the match starts in less than half an hour, and we haven't found that kid anywhere in the Southern Sky battlefield. Could he have taken the treasure and made a run for it? He replied, No need to rush. The two of them quietly observed the matches in the arena below. A shout echoed from the stands. Countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2. The Rookie King of the Sinluo battlefield wins. The Rookie King, the top dog of the Sinluo battlefield. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the Rookie King just smiled confidently and stood there with his arms crossed. The captain realized the situation was dire. He turned to the man beside him. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? Pavilion Master Shang was just as anxious. I believe he isn't a greedy man. Let's just wait. The host stood in the center of the arena and shouted. The 4th group of the quad-directional battlefield match is about to begin. First, let's welcome the contestant from our Southern Sky battlefield. Hearing this, the two watching from above were startled. The captain spoke with regret. It's all my fault. I brought back a thief. Who would have thought he'd escape right under our noses? The host's voice rang out repeatedly. Will the contestant from the Southern Sky battlefield please enter the arena? Please enter the arena immediately. The sand in the hourglass was about to run out. It was over. The last glimmer of hope is gone. After waiting for so long with no sign of him, the host had no choice but to call the match. I hereby declare that the contestant from the Southern Sky. A voice suddenly cut in. Wait. Yi Bai slowly walked into the arena. Lin Feng, who was currently in the guise of the Rookie King, stared at him intently. Is that Yi Bai? Sensing his opponent's gaze on him, he looked back. Lin Feng thought to herself. He feels so familiar. The two stood in silence, neither saying a word. Lin Feng watched as Yi Bai walked past her. Her eyes glinted. She crossed her arms and glared at Yi Bai. As he walked further away, Lin Feng wondered in confusion. Who exactly is this person? Even with my soul-searching technique, I can't see his true face. The arena fell into chaos. The moment Yi Bai appeared. Who is this guy? He dares to provoke the Rookie King? He seems to be a newcomer from the Southern Sky battlefield. He's just a substitute. I knew it. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's some spoiled rich kid. The Southern Sky battlefield actually had a bit of hope before. But now that this trust fund baby is up, they're doomed for sure. Seeing that the contestant had finally arrived, the host shouted and signaled with his hand. Let the match begin. A green-haired girl in the spectator area leaned against her man and said, I hate people like him the most. He's nothing like my majestic king, who worked for everything he has. The blonde man spoke up. Listen up, boys. Let's show this young master how cruel the real world is, so he doesn't go out and embarrass himself anymore. A beast let out a roar. Go. The beasts charged at Yi Bai one after another. Looking at the swarm of beasts, he could only offer a faint smile. Then he summoned the supreme demonic flame. Two glowing purple orbs instantly appeared in his hands. Double overload. As soon as he spoke, those two purple lights erupted like a cyclone, unleashing a fierce power that threatened to sweep everything away. The green-haired girl who had just been insulting him was now frozen in shock, her mouth agape. The blonde man beside her looked just as stunned. The sounds of impacts and tearing rang out sharply. The match ended the moment the last beast was obliterated. As the purple smoke cleared, it left Yi Bai standing alone in the center of the arena. The crowd erupted in an instant after witnessing that performance. Holy crap, what just happened? Where did the monsters go? That was an absolute slaughter. I haven't seen anything this exhilarating in hundreds of years. The voices continued to buzz excitedly. Those beasts were all at the Emperor realm, and he took them down just like that. I need to go get his autograph. So cool. The host raised his hand and shouted. The match is over. Then continued. I declare the winner of this match. Over here. Yi Bai slowly approached the arrogant blonde man, who couldn't help but panic. Don't kill me. Everyone in the top 3 can advance. You've already won. He calmly looked the man up and down. Then why should I let you live to fight me in the next round? He quickly tried to use his family background as a shield. I'm just a pampered heir. I only came here to see the world. How was I supposed to know everyone here was so ruthless? And you're even killing monsters? He kept backing away in fear, pleading with Yi Bai. Please don't kill me. I'll definitely let you in the next match. Also, my family is very rich. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Seeing the blonde man like this, Yi Bai spoke calmly. It's not impossible for me to spare your life. Depends on how you behave. The blonde man took the hint and immediately stood up, announcing to the stands. Listen up, everyone. From now on, this man is the boss of my Shaolu. He's also a great benefactor of the Qingqiu clan. Anyone who dares offend him offends the entire Qingqiu clan. The spectators were furious to see him using such a cowardly tactic. That damn spoiled brat. There's no way to deal with him now. But the blonde didn't care. He gestured for Yi Bai to follow him. Boss, this way, please. His tone was completely sycophantic. I've already arranged a private VIP room for you. You can get some rest there to prepare for tomorrow's semifinals. Yi Bai didn't hold back his praise. Well done. Lin Feng stood not far away, watching him walk off, wondering to herself. Who on earth are you? Inside the lounge. The captain now stood before them both. Lord Yi, the pavilion master, said he didn't misjudge you. This is what he asked me to give you. In his hand was a shining ring. The blonde man whispered in Yibei's ear. This Wuyuan ring. There aren't even 5 of these in the entire immortal realm. There must be something even better inside. Pavilion Master Shang is really going all out. Yibei spoke politely to the captain. Then please thank Pavilion Master Shang for me. His last treasure was a huge help. He cupped his hands respectfully. Then I shall take my leave. The door closed. The blonde man immediately spoke up to warn him. Bossy, you absolutely cannot let that captain and Pavilion Master Shang trick you again. Yibei was a bit confused. Trick me? The blonde man explained. While this ring and the contents inside are precious, the first place prize for this tournament is the real deal. Hearing that, he told the man, then why don't you tell me what the first place prize actually is? He spoke immediately. Pavilion Master Shang is doing this because the prize is a new immortal world. Yibei just gave a cold snort after hearing that. I don't need a simple ring like this anyway. That morning, a shout echoed within the city walls. It's already my turn for the first match. A crowd gathered around the referee in the drawing box. Xiao Lu stood beside him, peeking at the slip of paper in his hand. Boss, what number did you get? He looked at it and was taken aback. The slip of paper in his hand was actually number 7, the waiting area. It's in his hands. Boss, he doesn't even have to fight this round. Talk about a lucky break. It's making everyone around him whisper in pure envy. How annoying. I can't believe he actually drew the bye. He's got some serious luck. Someone nearby scoffed. Luck? Even if he skates into the finals on a lucky draw. It won't mean a thing if he doesn't take the championship. Just wait until the rookie king slaughters him. Once the drawing was over, the referee spoke up to congratulate them. Although our promotion match has 12 slots in total, only 7 of you standing here relied on your own strength to reach our finals. Congratulations to you all. Shaoli covered his mouth, terrified his voice might carry. He leaned in and whispered. What he said made the other man pause and reflect. The competition this year is brutal. These people are monsters. In the 4 squad matches, not a single one had more than 2 survivors advance. It's terrifying. Especially that rookie king. Appeared out of nowhere a year ago, cutting down anyone in her path. She's never lost. She's fighting this tournament like her life depends on it. It's like she's obsessed with winning the championship. Both of them turned their gaze toward the person standing by the officials' table. Shaoli continued gossiping. The champion's prize is decent, but nothing special. Certainly not worth going this far for. Hearing this, he replied, to be that desperate, she's either a battle maniac, or there's something specific in that prize pool she needs to get her hands on. The referee raised a hand to announce, we will now begin the semifinals. Aside from the contestant who drew the number 7 bye, the remaining 6 will face off in pairs. Only 4 will remain after this round. The words had barely left his mouth when she stepped forward. Wait, I have an objection. She looked at the crowd and spoke with a commanding voice. 6-3. Then the bye. 4-2. 2-1. It's too tedious. Just have all of them come at me at once. The crowd looked on with expressions of pure disdain. Mocking voices rose up. 1 against 6? Has she lost her mind? Does she think we're just low-level fodder? A young man in revealing attire spoke up. She's the strongest one here. If the 6 of us team up and take her out, we actually have a shot at the top 3. If we go 1 by 1, I doubt any of you would even make it to the finals. Don't be stupid. The one who had been complaining paused to think. He's got a point. If we can take down the rookie king, the championship is anyone's game. The other 2 were still joking around. If the rookie king is out, who knows? We might actually win this thing. Voices clashed as they tried to reach consensus. Someone shouted, I agree. The man in the light clothing spoke again. We don't agree either. Then another curious voice chimed in with agreement. The referee looked conflicted. Well, if no one has any objections, then it's settled. Next up, then he spoke. Wait, I have an objection too. He waved his lucky draw ticket in front of them. I drew the bye. Why should I have to fight all of you? I'm not doing it. Someone cursed him out. You idiot. Another added. Only the weak look for shortcuts. Seeing this, she offered her own opinion. Since this brother was lucky enough to draw the bye, he doesn't need to participate in this round. He goes straight to the finals. He can fight whoever wins this round. The referee asked the others. Does anyone else have an objection? He was already turning to leave. I'm fine with that. Have fun, you guys. The referee raised his hand to declare. In that case, the format for this match will be changed to a free-for-all. The last two standing will take the slots for the final match. I hereby declare, the match officially begins. The moment he finished, the man in the light clothing sent a flurry of ice shards forward. Ice wrapped around her legs. Yet she didn't even flinch. She stared calmly at the frozen binds. Three men lunged forward simultaneously, slashing their weapons at the Rookie King. Their techniques collided. A massive explosion erupted. Dust and debris filled the air. Standing on the sidelines, he watched the show with his chin in his hand, lost in thought. The dust settled. The three men stood tall, but she was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a wave of energy swept toward them. The force of a strike was so sharp it nearly split them in two. The referee's jaw dropped in shock. Xiao Li was trembling with fear. He turned to the man in the light clothing. Can I forfeit now? The man grabbed him by the collar. That's not up to you. He threw him straight at the Rookie King, forcing her to whip around and look. She simply stepped aside, letting him fly past. A bolt of lightning streaked toward her, but she caught it with her bare hands. It turned out to be the other man's weapon. The attack had been neutralized. She said coldly, "You've lost." The man looked up. A smirk played on his lips. Don't be so sure. Suddenly, the lightning bolt sprouted jagged thorns that stabbed into her hand. The Rookie King's face contorted as she realized she'd fallen for a trap. The man laughed maniacally. A sickle-like weapon appeared in his other hand. I've got you. She winced in pain, but her eyes were filled with burning ambition. Her voice was just as arrogant. No one is going to stop me from winning this championship. Her face darkened with rage. She thrust her hand forward. Energy began to converge. She braced herself to deliver a devastating blow. She unleashed a palm strike that he desperately tried to block. He watched from the sidelines, wide-eyed. Someone standing on the wall let out a scream. That's the Great Void Seal. The man was sent flying into the distance by the force of her palm. The very ground of the arena was torn apart by the shock wave. The technique ended. A charred, black trail stretched out before her. She stood tall and announced, "The match is over." The referee hurried over. Wait, there's still one more demon on the stage. He pointed directly at Xiao Li. He was sprawled on the ground, jumping in fright when he saw her murderous gaze fixed on him. The referee scrambled away, shouting, "The match continues." She began to slowly advance toward him. Xiao Li let out a panicked wail, scrambling backward to get away from her. Thank you, and your whole family. Just stay away from me." Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out in her mind, warning her. "Spare him, unless you want everyone to find out you aren't actually a demon." She froze, the words hitting her like a thunderbolt. Then, the Rookie King walked right past Xiao Li. His face was a mix of relief and terror as he hung onto her every word. Consider yourself lucky. Someone just saved your life. The referee had never seen anything like it. He was breaking out in a cold sweat. Finally, he made the announcement. I hereby declare, for this semifinal match, the winners are Xiao Li and the Rookie King, Yinfan. He lay there and let out a joyous shout. I can't believe it. Grandpa, I actually made the finals just by lying down. The sky was clear with a few white clouds drifting by. She walked beneath a tree and said, "Come out." He stepped out in front of the Rookie King without a moment's hesitation. She didn't waste any time. Who are you? How dare you insult me? By saying I'm not a demon? He answered immediately. If it were an insult, you wouldn't have come here to see me. She reached out toward him. Tell me what you want, straight up. I can give you anything. He smirked, setting his conditions. How about this? I want you to forfeit the match. Let me take the championship. Her eyes widened. Fine. She snapped her fingers together, manifesting a dark vortex aimed right at him. She muttered to herself, let's see if you're strong enough to take it. He didn't look scared at all. A confident smile played on his lips as the attack lunged forward. An explosion rocked the area. But he didn't budge an inch. On the contrary, she was the one forced back several steps. She had to admit it to herself. This man is far too strong. Damn it. In my current state, I'd be lucky to have a 30% chance of winning. She knitted her brows tight, thinking it through. A wise person knows when they're outmatched. I'll wait until I've recovered before dealing with him. She straightened up and looked at him. I can give you the championship, but I want the slot for the longevity realm. He put on his best villainous face and addressed her. Giving in so soon? What if I say no? I want it all. What if I take everything? The newcomer king's face darkened. With hollow, lifeless eyes, she spoke. If you insist on competing with me for this, then you'll have to step over my dead body first. Otherwise, I will never let it fall into anyone else's hands. The scene shifts back to a conversation between him and Shaoli. He was explaining, while he sat and listened. Boss, the top prize winner gets a slot to enter the longevity secret realm. This realm is a ruin from an ancient battlefield. It contains infinite opportunities, all sorts of miraculous magical treasures, and countless inherited artifacts. There are even high-grade divine artifacts and the power of laws. Some people have even jumped from the Great Emperor realm straight to the false immortal realm. He glanced at Shaoli and remarked, no wonder so many people are willing to shed blood for this. They're willing to risk their lives just to join the tournament. Shaoli replied, Boss, there's something you don't know. The most legendary prize in there is the Tao of life and death. It can bring the dead back to life. As long as they were below the Great Emperor realm, they can be resurrected. Back to the present. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Bring the dead back to life. Resurrecting me. He smiled at her again, finally realizing the truth. It really is you, my third disciple, Yinfan. Looking at the newcomer king now, he saw only the silhouette of Yinfan. The referee stood with the 3 finalists and shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of our 4 Directions arena. After countless brutal rounds, we finally have our 3 finalists standing on the stage. The camera panned to her. She stood with her arms crossed, looking stern. The referee introduced her enthusiastically. First, our newcomer king with an undefeated record. He walked past him, looking like a guaranteed winner, also standing with arms crossed. The referee's voice boomed clearly. And here is the dark horse, Yi, who appeared out of nowhere with no background. Only Shaoli was smiling brightly and waving at the people on the city walls. The referee began to stutter. And then there is the Tibetan fox. The referee pumped his fist and announced, Out of these 3, who will claim the champion's throne today? Please, join us in cheering for your favorite candidate. Shaoli, standing to the side, suddenly cut in. Wait a second. The young man on the city walls shouted and mocked him. What's going on? Is he trying to pull a 1 versus 2, like the newcomer king? Shaoli shrugged. He blurted out something that shocked both the newcomer king and the referee. Before we start, I just want to say, sorry everyone, but I forfeit. He waved his hand dismissively and kept rambling. I'm serious. Shaoli, only made it to the finals because of my connections. I'm just here for the fun. There's no way I could actually win. I have a lot of money, but I'm not stupid. So, I'm withdrawing from the match. Then Shaoli winked at him and gave him a thumbs up. He thought to himself, Boss, everything depends on you now. The referee picked up the mic, gestured toward a certain direction, and spoke into the microphone. Since contestant Xiao Li has wisely chosen to withdraw, we will proceed directly to the championship match between the newcomer king and Yi. In the end, who will be our champion? Who will take home the grand prize? Let's find out. The scene showed the 2 of them facing off, their killing intent exploding. She frowned, thinking deeply. I was severely injured yesterday after the fight with the King of Corpses. Even though I've recovered a bit, I'm only at 70% power. I'll have to go all out if I want to kill this guy and shut his mouth for good. Her hands formed an incantation seal. Streams of power gathered around her palms. The newcomer king was still focused on her plan. I need to end this quickly. He chuckled with amusement, held up 3 fingers and declared, Newcomer king, 3 moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, the championship and the secret are both yours. Inside, he couldn't help but tease, silly disciple. You don't even realize you're trying to kill your master. Let's play a little. She knit her brows tightly, her eyes flashing. She asked him, what did you say? He replied nonchalantly, why? Don't you agree? The power behind her condensed into a dragon. The newcomer king was surrounded by that surging energy. She said, if you're so eager to die, I'll be happy to oblige. The dragon lunged straight at where he stood. The explosion of power seemed to swallow him whole. Smoke and flames billowed up, but there was no sign of him. Her eyes widened as she gasped. Where did he go? As the hazy white smoke cleared, he was still standing there tall, without a single scratch. He spoke quietly. One move. She gritted her teeth, her face twisting in frustration. She raised her hand, preparing her next dance. It seems I underestimated you. Then how about this move? A giant palm print hurtled down toward his head, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. But they were only for show. Yubei looked up. He raised his hand and scolded her inwardly. How many times did I teach you this back then? There's a small flaw every single time. All these years, and you still haven't changed. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from his palm. With a flick of his finger, her technique was blown away in an instant. The cheering of the crowd made him even more smug. She stood there stunned. She couldn't believe it and screamed, "That's the ultimate technique my master taught me. How is this possible?" He grinned but didn't answer. In his mind, he teased her. "Shocked, aren't you? Silly disciple." Their eyes locked. She looked aggravated, thinking things through carefully. This guy is too bizarre. How can he see through every one of my skills so easily? And the feeling he gives off is just so familiar. He replied casually, "That's 2 moves. After your last move, it'll be my turn strike." She angrily gathered her strength, creating sparks of blue fire. "I have no choice but to use that move," Master once said. She clenched her fists. Currents of electricity began to surge through her. In just a moment, she was surrounded by brilliant bolts of lightning. Along with that, his words echoed in her mind. "Never use this unless you are at death's door. I don't care anymore. Whatever." Her eyes were filled with determination. She called out the technique name, Great Tao Martialist. Behind her, a circle filled with runic symbols appeared. In the center, there was a single blue dot. She seemed to have calmed down. She told him, "The stronger you get, the stronger I become. Let's see who's left standing." He looked at the technique. With the same calm expression. Undeterred, he thought, the Great Tao Martialist. It can copy any of the opponent's moves. The form is identical, and so is the power. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the copy becomes. He calmly replied, "Is that so?" He raised his hand and slashed out 2 crescent-shaped blasts of energy. He told her softly, "Then try this on for size." This single strike carried immense power as it flew toward her. She was shocked when she saw the technique. Her eyes widened as she thought, this is... A giant hand emerged from the runic circle, a hand that seemed to contain 10,000 stars within it. Lin Feng unleashed a palm strike. He threw out an identical palm strike from his side. The 2 palms collided, creating a massive shockwave. Dust and smoke filled the air. As they stood within the haze, he asked, "Little Feng, still haven't recognized your master?" She stood there dazed, then cried out, "Master?" With tears welling in her eyes. She spoke again. "It's been 300 years. You've really come back to life." He stepped closer, holding out his arms to her. "Why don't you come here and let me get a good look at you?" He smiled warmly. "You little brat." Her eyes were still brimming with tears. "Master." Then she suddenly punched him right in the gut. The pain made his eyes roll back as she yelled, "Take this." The referee stood by, witnessing the whole thing. She crouched down to look at him as he trembled and clutched his stomach. It really is Master. So I'm not dreaming after all. He could only tremble, asking himself if this was all just a dream. You can find out for yourself if you just give it a try. Is it really necessary to treat your master like this? The 2 of them leaned in close, whispering to each other. He winced. "That actually hurts. I used a bit of secret art, and yet you didn't even notice," she replied. I just couldn't believe it." He spoke again, telling her not to be sad anymore. The match is still going on, after all. She immediately decided to forfeit her shot at the championship. "If you've truly returned to life, then winning this title doesn't mean anything to me anymore." She actually raised her hand and shouted, "I forfeit." The entire stands erupted in chaos at her decision. What? This has to be a scam, right? Where's the referee? Is this match rigged? The referee rushed forward, trying to talk some sense into her. "Rookie King, are you serious right now? You're the most promising contestant we've had all year." She simply replied with a cold indifference. "I'm absolutely certain. As the Rookie King, my word is final." The referee desperately tried to stop her. "But if you lose like this, the people who bet on your matches are going to lose everything." She just waved him off dismissively. "That has nothing to do with me. I've already surrendered. You handle the rest yourself." And with that, he and she walked away together, leaving the referee standing there all alone. They talked as they walked. She mentioned that the championship prizes would be handed out this afternoon. "Master, let's go get some rest." He nodded in agreement. "I want to know as well, how you've been living all these years." The crowd above was screaming in a fit of rage. "Give us our money back. This was definitely a fixed fight. The Rookie King and that Yibei guy must have teamed up to screw us over." The stands were a mess of people shouting. Refund. Give us our money back. Hall Master Hang was also seething with rage. He crushed the teacup in his hand into 1,000 pieces. He slammed the table and growled. Our Sinluo arena was right on the verge of claiming the championship, and then I'm forced to watch this pathetic display? Did you two really think you could just hand over the title that easily? It's not going to be that simple. He barked an order. You, with a face dark with malice, he said, since they dared to defy my wishes, go and show them exactly what happens when they cross me. The scene shifted to the Rookie King and Yi-Bei. She was happily closing the door to their room. Then she turned to him and said, no one will dare to disturb us now. He smiled warmly at her. Aren't you going to show your master your true face? She immediately began forming hand seals. Transformation. She whispered yes. She reverted to the true form of Lin Feng. He sat down in a chair and looked at Lin Feng. Explain yourself. How did you end up here? And why do you look like this now? She trotted over to answer him. Well, just as Lin Feng stepped forward, she accidentally tripped over the hem of her skirt. She went flying forward, losing her balance completely. Yi-Bei caught a sudden, direct view of her chest swaying right in front of him, and his nose began to bleed. His face turned bright red as he looked away. He covered his embarrassed face with his hand and muttered, we haven't met in 300 years. You've certainly grown up. Lin Feng was also blushing furiously, trying to fix her dress while she explained. I guess I'm just not used to this outfit yet. She looked up at him and said, it's so good to have you back. After you died back then, all my sisters were completely heartbroken. Everyone tried every possible way to find a way to bring Master back to life. But eventually, one by one, they couldn't take it anymore and gave up. I was almost at the point of giving up myself, until I met a certain person. According to her story, a figure in a red robe, riding a dragon, had appeared before her. At that time, I was lost in some wasteland, fighting a Jiaolong. That person advised me to spare the dragon's life. He said he could grant me one wish. So I told him my story. Afterward, he fused the Jiaolong with me, which is how I managed to ascend to the demon immortal realm. When I first arrived, I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't very strong either. I suffered a lot back then. Then, an image appeared of Lin Feng reflected under the starlight. The two of them sat side by side, looking very happy as they chatted away. He even reached out and patted her head. Lin Feng smiled brightly and said, but thankfully, once I learned about the existence of the longevity realm, all that hardship felt like nothing. He replied, while I was gone, things must have been very hard for all of you. She told him that, as long as you could return, everything was worth it. Suddenly, the wall to his left was blown to pieces. The two of them looked on in shock. Both Lin Feng and Yi-Bei jumped to their feet on high alert. She knew exactly who it was and said, it's the people from the Sinluo arena. She immediately transformed back into the Rookie King and turned to him. Master, you stay here and rest. I'll take care of these pests. He and the Rookie King stood side by side, ready for battle. He spoke. They've already brought the fight to our doorstep. It would be our fault if we didn't go out there and teach them a lesson. She replied, understood. A man stood at the edge of the hole in the wall and spoke. You surrendered right in the middle of the arena. You made our Sinluo arena lose all credibility. According to the agreement, since you lost, you must hand over all the materials in your possession. Now, return with us to face your punishment, and prepare to compete on behalf of Sinluo again. She didn't show the slightest bit of fear. I knew it was you people. I'm terminating my contract with you. The man sneered with contempt. The Hall Master already predicted you'd try something like this. He swung his arm. Thousands of red streaks shot toward the two of them. He declared, once you've entered the gates of the Sinluo arena, you no longer have a right to choose. She tried to catch the attacks with her bare hands. But to her surprise, she couldn't grab a single one. Instead, she was bound tight and cried out, what? He extended one hand to cast a spell, while keeping the other behind his back. He said, I forgot to mention one thing. Anyone who signs the tournament agreement is bound by the power of the covenant rules. No matter how strong you are, you can't escape these bindings. If you admit your mistake now, and hand over the Jiao long soul within you, I might just spare your life. Her eyes burned with a competitive fire. She began gathering her strength and spat back, in your dreams. Furious, he lashed out with the red threads in a relentless flurry. He roared, you're asking for death. At that moment, his hand reached out. Purple lightning flickered intensely around his palm. He swept his hand across. and the red threads instantly vanished into nothingness. The man realized using one hand wasn't enough and began channeling with both. He kept chanting, "You're just a little insect who barely reached the Emperor to Venerable realm. You win one championship, and suddenly you don't know your place anymore. These red threads might not cause physical damage, but I've met very few people who could ever break them." And she looked up at the dense web of red threads closing in. "He didn't flinch. He said, before I broke the limits of this physical body, fighting someone in the immortal realm might have been a gamble, but now you're no match for me." His eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant purple light. His technique, the great Tao of destruction. Purple lightning rained down around him like a torrential storm. It began to spread rapidly over a wide area. Everything in its path was obliterated. The man desperately tried to try again. He screamed, "Bind, grow stronger." But nothing happened. He looked on with a bored expression and raised his hand. He said to the man, "Is that all? I haven't even started trying yet." The man's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" The sound of a finger snap echoed along with his voice. A purple sphere of energy swept through everything. It headed straight for the man. The man was swallowed by the sphere, screaming in agony. It was over. The two of them walked up to him. She said, "Master, you've become even stronger than before." The man struggled to speak through the pain. This is impossible. How could anyone overpower the strength of the covenant?" His face was covered in wounds, but he still managed to grit his teeth and ask, "Just who the hell are you?" He spoke as a cosmic black hole formed in his palm. "If you want to know who I am, why don't you step inside and see for yourself?" A blood-curdling scream rang out, but they simply walked away through the massive hole in the wall. She asked, "This is?" He replied, "Let's go. It's time we collected that championship prize." Outside, a rowdy crowd was causing a scene. "Where's the rookie king? Tell him to get his ass out here and apologize. Is this some plot by the arena to steal our money? Tell us the truth about that eBay guy right now. Otherwise, we're not accepting these results. Get out here now. I don't know anything. Who could have known eBay was that powerful?" He even made the rookie king cry. "This is definitely a conspiracy." The referee was surrounded. Amidst the shouting, the referee desperately tried to clear his name. "I'm not lying to you. I bet on the rookie king too. I lost everything." A man grabbed the referee by the collar and roared, "I don't believe you." While everyone was screaming, he and she were walking calmly behind them. Just as they were passing by, the referee pointed straight at him and screamed, "There, eBay and the rookie king are right there. Go get them." The entire crowd turned their heads in unison to look at him. Then they charged. "There they are. Get him. Then there will be no champion. Kill him. The champion's prize belongs to us." He glared. "Force them back off." They began to hesitate, pushing each other forward. "His aura is terrifying. Why don't you go first? We should all charge together. I can't take him on my own." The desperate gamblers. The bettors stood united. One of them shouted, "I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Everyone charge." eBay didn't care. With a cold expression, he reached out his hand to open the supreme demon palace. The swarm of screaming gamblers in front of them was instantly sucked inside. After that, he withdrew his hand. The gate shrunk until it rested comfortably in the palm of his hand. The system interface suddenly flickered into view. Level up complete. Desolate small world. Current level, 1. Check your rewards. Current world level, level 1. Checking current world level rewards. Level 1. Awakened ability, mastery of life and death. The host can now kill or revive any living creature within the desolate small world. eBay let out a faint smile. He looked down at his palm. "Not only can I extract the memories of those who enter the small world, but I can also control their very lives as I please. Doesn't that make me invincible once they enter my world?" The system immediately answered his question. Theoretically, that is correct. However, the host's cultivation must be higher than the opponent's to pull them into the small world. Then, the two of them strode toward the gates. Yubei spoke to Yinfan, who was still in her newbie king persona. "Let's go claim the reward." "Understood," she replied. Yubei spoke again, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "The strong prey on the weak. Some things truly never change." The crowd was suddenly packed tight. Someone was rushing toward the front. "Step aside, please. Make way." The doors slowly creaked open. Yubei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The man who had just rushed out shouted at the top of his lungs. The champion of this Four Directions arena is Yibei, the pride of our Southern Heaven arena. In his right hand, he held a jade token crafted from shimmering green nephrite. He held it high for all to see. He turned to Yibei. Champion Yi, this belongs to you. Up in the stands, the spectators leaned over the stone railings. They whispered fervently among themselves. 100 spirit crystals. Just one is enough to live on for half a year. That's nothing compared to the prize. The Longevity Realm Jade token is the real treasure. Yibei looked down indifferently. He reached out to accept the jade token from the man. Suddenly, from atop the wall, from the towering heights, a man leapt down. He let out a thunderous roar. If you want that reward, you'll have to see if our Senla arena agrees. You conspired with our external contestants and killed my most capable aide, and you still think you're walking away with the champion's prize? Yibei's face remained stone cold. His sharp gaze pierced the man who had just interrupted. The man lunged toward Yibei and the jade token. Today, I shall execute justice on behalf of heaven. I'll take this reward back for the heavens. He gritted his teeth. He reached out to snatch the jade token, but was violently intercepted. He was sent flying back by the impact. The person who had repelled him now stood defiantly in front of Yibei. It took a moment for the man to regain his senses. He looked at the person who had blocked him. His brows furrowed deeply. Pavilion Master Shang? Pavilion Master Shang stood as a shield before Yibei. He looked at the man with a calm expression. Hall Master Hang, you've lost your composure. As the head of the Senla arena, you can't even handle a single loss? Resorting to robbing a junior? Hall Master Hang remained thick-skinned. He spoke without a hint of shame. In this world, only strength matters. Old Shang couldn't help but disagree after hearing that. He issued a direct challenge. And why don't you try me? Immediately, the two seniors stood on the arena floor. Two massive surges of pressure erupted, one green and one red, spiraling into the air with intense heat. Yibei stood off to the side, watching the two of them. He gripped the jade token tightly. The newbie king slowly stepped up behind him. Her voice was filled with a touch of awe. Pavilion Master Shang's divine might is incredible. Is this the true power of the false immortal realm? Hall Master Hang stared at old Shang with a void of emotion. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and asked, You're willing to make an enemy of us for his sake? You want to go against the Senla arena? Old Shang was a man of noble character. He wasn't about to back down just from a question like that. He replied to Hall Master Hang's threat. If you choose to be our enemy, so be it. Our Southern Heaven arena may not be what it once was, but if challenged like this, we don't fear a life-and-death struggle. Hall Master Hang gave a cold snort. He turned on his heel and walked away. Once Hall Master Hang had departed, Old Shang turned around. He spoke softly to Yibei. Young friend Yi, it's over now. Yibei offered a polite smile. My thanks to you, Pavilion Master Shang. Yibei turned around again. He spoke to Lin Feng, who was still disguised as the newbie king. On the way here, you were bullied by others and forced to sign that overlord contract to fight for Senla. This is for you. Lin Feng immediately tried to refuse. Master, you know why I wanted that jade token. I don't need it anymore. He tossed the jade token into Lin Feng's hands before she could say no. Inside is more than just an opportunity for the great Tao of life and death. The other benefits will be vital for your growth. Take it. Lin Feng stopped refusing and accepted his kindness. Thank you, Master. Old Shang, standing nearby, was puzzled when he heard the newbie king address him. Master? Yibei said nonchalantly, I have nothing to hide. She's a disciple I took in back in the lower realm. When Old Shang heard this, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His face wore an expression that was hard to describe. Your home realm truly is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A single sect produced such power. The enforcer captain told me before to make you the leader, but I always thought it was unrealistic. Now I officially declare that you are the second elder of our Southern Heaven arena. Yibei smiled. You flatter me. But to himself he thought, promoting me to such a high position so suddenly. Pavilion Master Shang certainly knows how to calculate his gains. Old Shang smiled, clasping his hands behind his back. It's been a long time since the Southern Heaven arena has seen such talent. You've cleared the Traders Arena and won the championship for us. As our second elder, all the resources of the Southern Heaven arena are at your disposal. Yibei remained composed. He answered calmly. Then I suppose I can't refuse. Suddenly, old Shang remembered something. He looked at the jade token in the newbie king's hand. Oh right, while this token is precious, it's not the only one. There's no need to feel guilty. There are a total of 100 entry tokens for the longevity realm. There aren't many left by the time they reach the false immortal realms, but if you work hard, you can still find one. Yibei's expression didn't change. Please explain further. He clarified. Tianjiao City is located at the intersection of the demon territory and the borders of various other races. It doesn't fall under the jurisdiction of any single power. Finding another jade token there isn't impossible. His eyes held a hint of nostalgia. Furthermore, there's a place inside called the Tianjiao Pavilion. If you are recognized by it as a heavenly genius, you can obtain a portion of providence before the longevity realm opens. Going there would be beneficial. In the forest, a voice rang out. The auctions in Tianjiao City often feature many rare and precious treasures. There might even be a longevity realm jade token inside. Tianjiao City. Daytime. Outside, a loud announcement boomed through the air. All residents and visitors of Tianjiao City. Private brawling is strictly prohibited. Flying is forbidden, and destruction of public property is outlawed. Violators will be severely punished. Yibei and Lin Feng strolled together through the bustling streets. They took in the sights of the road. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to Yibei. With so many races in Tianjiao City, I expected there to be constant conflict. I didn't expect the regulations to be this strict. It seemed quite peaceful here. The moment she finished her sentence, a robbery broke out right in the middle of the street. A young man shouted, "Stop right there. Give me back my ring." The thief being chased heard the shout and yelled back. Only an idiot would stop. The victim stopped running. He stood his ground. His hands gathered a mass of ice. If that's how it's going to be, then don't blame me. A blinding bolt of lightning struck down from the sky onto the street. The thief was struck directly by the lightning, charred completely black. His hair bristles as he speaks with pure indignation. This is totally unacceptable. He clearly robbed me. Yibei approaches from behind. He speaks calmly. How careless. Recognizing the familiar voice, Shaoli whips his head around. Boss. He's back. He clings tightly to Yibei. Boss, I've missed you so much. Lin Feng acts like a total disciplinarian. She plants a foot firmly in Shaoli's face. Back off and talk from over there. Yibei gives a gentle smile. He asks warmly, "What are you doing here?" Shaoli reaches back to scratch his head. After the tournament ended, news came from home. I came to Tianjiao City to sell something at the auction. But I hadn't been here long before that guy stole my ring. Now I don't have a single cent left. Yibei chuckles. In his eyes, there's a hint of mockery. He thinks to himself, he really is a fool with too much money. Nevertheless, he makes an offer. We're heading to the auction too. Come with us. Like a child, Shaoli makes a touched puppy dog face. Boss, I definitely followed the right man. Yibei ignores him. He turns and continues walking. Lin Feng steps behind Shaoli. She delivers a kick that sends him flying. She snaps at Shaoli. Stay away from my master. A short while later, Shaoli walks behind Yibei. He addresses the master and disciple. This is the Tianjiao City auction house. Don't let the exterior fool you. The inside is far more extravagant. The floors are treated with special high-grade spirit stones. Even the mounts are crafted from rare, top-tier spiritual materials. Hearing this, Lin Feng turns to Shaoli. So, what are the requirements to get in? He gives a strained, awkward smile. Habitually scratching his head, he explains. Before entering, we need a spirit crystal card. It's going to cost a fair amount of crystals. The problem is, my card and all my crystals were stolen. After hearing Shaoli, she turns to Yibei. Master, I've saved up quite a few crystals over the years. If you need them, they're all yours. Yibei speaks bluntly. Your master has enough for this. Let's go. At the entrance, the ticket seller looks bored. He eyes the three of them with utter contempt. He doesn't say it, but it's written all over his face. Where did these paupers come from? I'll finish with them quickly, so they'll leave. He gives a half-hearted explanation to the three of them. The red spirit card is the lowest tier. That's 100 low-grade spirit crystals. If you can't afford it, move along. Don't waste my time. Shaoli is furious with the man's attitude. He steps forward and slams both hands on the table. He shouts, "Are you looking down on us?" The seller leans back arrogantly and points at Shaoli's clothes. It's not about looking down on you. You can't even afford a decent set of clothes. Let's not waste each other's time. Lin Feng loses her temper too. She punches a pillar, snapping it in half. Is this enough to get us in? The seller looks at her coldly. In his eyes, there isn't a trace of fear. He continues to speak to them with disdain. I don't care how strong you are. If you don't have money, you don't get in. Lin Feng seethes at his attitude. She's about to charge, but Yi Bei catches her sleeve and holds her back. Your highest tier spirit card. How much is it? The seller answers without missing a beat. Red is 100. Blue is 10,000. Purple is 100,000. Xiao Li slams the table again. What about the black card? The seller doesn't want to waste his breath, but feels compelled to answer. Fine, fine. The black card is 500,000. Buy it if you can. If not, stop blocking the way. Yi Bei gives a faint smile. He places a small box gently on the table and speaks to the seller. Is this enough? The man doesn't care. He maintains his contemptuous attitude toward them. What the hell is this? Some kind of weed? Suddenly, a black-haired woman approaches from a distance. She speaks up. What's going on here? Seeing the woman, the seller stands up to greet her. Manager. She crosses her arms coldly. She glances at the three people standing at the booth. What happened? Manager. The seller reports respectfully. This person brought a common spirit herb and wants to exchange it for a card to get inside. She looks into the box. Inside the wooden box is a blue cloth cushion. Resting in the center is a ginseng root that looks quite rare. The manager becomes visibly excited. Her eyes widen as she stares at the ginseng in the box. She exclaims loudly in shock. A precious harmony blood ginseng. The more she looks at it, the more excited she gets. Legend says this comes from the longevity realm. It looks like a piece of dry grass, but it contains the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. If consumed, a great emperor can directly break through their realm. She cradles the ginseng carefully with both hands. She speaks to the seller. Forget a purple card. This is more than enough for a black card. The seller lets out a cry of pure shock. The manager immediately gives the three of them a fawning smile. Honored guests, you must have heard about today's grand finale and come for it, right? Please, this way. Yi Bei wasn't sure of the ginseng's value. He thinks to himself, from the way she talks, it sounds even more valuable than a longevity realm J token. Inside the hall, Yi Bei sits majestically in his chair. The managers stand by his side, constantly trying to please him. This is the heaven-tier VIP lounge of our auction house. I prepared the best view and position for you, along with 4 Emperor Realm attendants to ensure your safety. Without a second thought, he refuses. I don't need any attendants. The manager remains respectful. She adds enthusiastically. Later, if you see any item you desire, you can simply press this button on my subordinate. The cost of the item will be deducted from your black card. Thank you. Yi Bei's previous words successfully scored points in the manager's eyes. He really is a catch, talented, wealthy, and polite. She smiles at him. Then, I shall take my leave. If you need anything at all, you can send me a voice transmission. The door to the room closes. Xiao Li, standing beside Yi Bei, speaks up. Boss, I've seen many rare treasures in my time. That precious harmony blood ginseng is worth way more than 500,000. That manager just made a huge profit. Yi Bei speaks to him calmly. You get the service you pay for. That manager is a knowledgeable person. She wouldn't be ignorant of how this works. Lin Feng speaks up as well. I wonder if there will be a jade token at this auction. Xiao Li, acting like an experienced veteran, answers her. Don't worry about the jade token. When it's time to find it, we'll find it. I heard my father say this auction is a very grand event. It'll definitely be here. Rest assured. The chime sounds, signaling the start. The manager stands on the auction stage and speaks loudly. I hereby declare the 9th auction assembly officially open. Below, one of the attendees speaks up. What are they even auctioning this time? Another person standing nearby joins in. I heard some big shots are coming. I'm not buying anything. I'm just here to see the excitement. The first speaker continues to his neighbor. Well, I certainly don't want to miss out. The manager smiles radiantly, standing on the auction stage. Her hand rests on a red cloth. Good things speak for themselves. Great items shouldn't be kept waiting. I won't beat around the bush today. This auction item is arguably the rarest treasure we've seen in dozens of auctions this year. The red cloth is whipped away, revealing a set of armor on display. The crowd below is curious. What is that? The aura coming off it is terrifying. Someone in the crowd recognizes it. This is the Azura armor. The manager gives a brief overview of the item. The item on display. This is called the Azura armor. It was entrusted to us hundreds of years ago by someone who found it in a desolate, forbidden zone. Our professional appraisers have verified it. This Azura armor is a divine artifact. Shaoli peers down from the window upstairs, speaking excitedly. That's incredible. Normal Emperor tier gear can boost combat power, but a divine artifact like this allows you to fight far above your own level. Yubei is lost in thought. Wear this, and you'll be invincible within the same rank. What an overwhelming presence. It truly lives up to its reputation as the ultimate armor for close-quarters combat. Then, the three of them speak in unison. My junior sister would definitely look great in this. The manager's voice can still be heard from above. Azura armor. The starting price is 100,000 spirit crystals. Let the bidding begin. Below. Some people hear the starting price and immediately lose interest. Can anyone even buy that? The man standing next to him smiled, his eyes squinting into thin lines. 100,000 spirit crystals is enough for a low-level demon to live several lifetimes. Let's see how this plays out. It's likely being prepared for the guests. The VIPs on the second floor. Let's not worry about this anymore. Suddenly, from a room on the second floor, a voice rang out. 150,000. The people below looked up in excitement. Room number 3 in the heaven tier belongs to the Tianlao Immortal Land. Damn, they're really splashing some cash. Xiao Luo looked down and asked Yubei, should we raise the price? Yubei smiled and said, 200,000. The manager standing on the auction stage announced enthusiastically, 200,000. Room number 4, heaven tier, bids 200,000. Are there any higher bids? 200,000 going once. The price rose again from room number 3. 250,000. Yubei's face remained as cold as stone. He decisively raised the bid. 500,000. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from room number 3. Thud. Room number 4 next door is clearly provoking them. They just smashed a glass. They must be furious because they can't afford to bid any higher. The manager announced again. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. The crowd below began to whisper. Who is in room number 4? To go head-to-head with the Tianlao Immortal Land. 500,000 for a single set of armor? That is incredibly lavish. Below, several people couldn't help but marvel. If the very first item is like this, then it's going to be even more spectacular if they start going at each other's throats later. Coming here today was definitely the right choice. After the first item was sold, the second item was brought out. Next up, please welcome our second item. The auction went on for a long time. Nearly half the day had passed, but the energy inside remained electric. Inside room number 4. Shaoli marveled. Boss, you're seriously amazing. You've made sure that room number 3 can't get a single thing they want. Hearing the fury in their voices is hilarious. Lin Feng, however, was starting to get anxious. So many items have been auctioned off already, but there's still no sign of the Longevity Realm Jade token. Could be they don't have it. Yubei sat in his chair and spoke to her. I doubt that's the case. The manager stood on the stage. She spoke with undiminished energy. The owner of this next item went through a lot of soul-searching before deciding to put up for auction. If you want to seize a unique opportunity, talisman scrolls, various heavenly treasures, and countless paths to endless cultivation, then you absolutely cannot miss this. This is, she shouted at the top of her lungs, the entry Jade token for the Longevity Realm. Starting bid, 100,000. Lin Feng immediately raised the price. 200,000. Room number 3 had been waiting for this. 500,000. The crowd below had something new to buzz about. 500,000. The Tianlao Immortal Land must be coughing up blood from rage by now. Yubei gave a devious smirk. Since I've run into people from the Tianlao Immortal Land today, I won't let you have a single thing. He raised the bid again. 800,000. A voice rang out from room number 3. 800,000. Does he really think anyone who gets that token can actually make it out of the Longevity Realm alive? Inside the room were 2 women. The orange-haired young lady was Tai Lai. She stood with her hands on her hips. She turned to the girl beside her. Who the hell is that daring to go against our Tianlao Immortal Land? The person beside her spoke in an emotionless tone. To protect the privacy of our guests, the VIP rooms are reinforced with layers of magical protection. You won't be able to hear their real voices. Tylai grit her teeth. We only planned for 2 million spirit crystals for this trip. If we keep fighting him like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to get the final item. Down on the auction floor, the manager announced, Longevity Realm Jade Token, 800,000, going once. 800,000, going twice. She was calculating her next move. If I can't get it now, I'll just wait until the Longevity Realm opens and snatch the token directly from someone else. Finally, the manager shouted, 800,000, going thrice. Sold. The sound of the bronze gong echoed throughout the hall. Congratulations to our guest. The guest in room number 4 has secured the item. Inside room number 4, Lin Feng felt like a weight had been lifted. Thank goodness. Xiaoli stood nearby and smiled at her. See? I told you we'd get it. He then leaned down and asked Yi-Bei, Boss, do you still have any money left? Counting the items you got today, you've already spent several million spirit crystals. Yi-Bei smiled and told him, buying out this entire auction shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, Lin Feng hurriedly pointed down below. Master, look at that final item. Below, the manager stood beside a red lacquered wooden box. Our final item. Its identity and origins are quite unique. Therefore, we've decided to set a random starting price of 10,000 spirit crystals. The crowd below began to whisper. A random price? They're auctioning something off without even saying what it is. Whoever bids on that is a total fool. Another person spoke up. Not necessarily. Often, the things no one dares to bid on turn out to be the real treasures. The people below began to enthusiastically bid on the final item anyway. Fine, I'll bid 20,000. I'll join the fun too. It's only 10,000 spirit crystals. If I don't buy it now, those rich folks will just drive the price up later. 50,000, 100,000. Up in room number 4, Lin Feng was asking for Yi-Bei's opinion. Master, can you feel it? The aura coming from that item? Yi-Bei didn't let her down. He answered immediately. It's the aura of my second disciple. Lin Feng touched her chin thoughtfully. Second senior sister, and this item must definitely be connected somehow. Besides, I can vaguely feel a massive opportunity hidden within it. Yi-Bei said to her, do you remember the chaotic reincarnation art I taught you? Try circulating it for a bit. Lin Feng immediately replied, yes. Lin Feng focused and closed her eyes. Her hands formed seals as she activated the chaotic reincarnation art. Down on the auction stage, the red box on display began to shake violently. The manager standing next to the box was startled by the sudden, intense vibration. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Below, the crowd erupted into murmurs. What's happening? The auction item is vibrating. After finishing the technique, Lin Feng turned to report to Yi-Bei. The auction item and my chaotic reincarnation art share the same source. They are resonating with each other. Yi-Bei stared intently below. You're right. They're definitely resonating. Lin Feng continued. The fortune hidden inside is incredibly vast. If we can get it, our entire sect will receive an enormous benefit. The two of them were so engrossed in conversation that they forgot about the other person in the room. It was Xiaoli. He stood beside Yi-Bei. He listened to them in utter confusion, unable to process a single thing. Even though I understand every word, why does it feel like I don't understand a single sentence they're saying? In room number 3, Tylai looked through the window with an intrigued smile. Here it comes. A loud voice boomed from the second floor. 1.5 million. Hearing this, everyone on the first floor was stunned. The room went silent. The manager said with a beam, the guest in VIP room 2 has just placed the highest bid we've ever seen. Today will surely be an unprecedented day in our auction's history. She flashed a mysterious smile. Does anyone have a bid higher than 1.5 million? Another voice rang out from the second floor. 3 million. Below, the crowd on the first floor exploded. He's already bought so many things today. Does he really have 3 million? Don't tell me he's just talking nonsense. Manager, aren't you going to check how many crystals he actually has? Normally, an entire territory only earns 7 or 8 million spirit crystals a year. I don't believe someone could be so lavish as to spend millions in a single auction. The people on the first floor couldn't believe it and started trying to rationalize their doubt. Spending money like that. The man standing next to him chimed in. If he really has that much money in his card after buying all those treasures, then I have nothing to say. But if he doesn't, The manager should be careful and check. Even a manager was equally bewildered, so much so that she was at a loss for words. This, she thought to herself, even though that young man did bring out a heavenly treasure, it's worth $1 million at most. Heavenly treasures are hard enough to come by. There's no way he could produce 20 or 30 more of them. Maybe I really should check. Seeing the manager's expression, the crowd below began to chant in unison. Check him, check him, check him. The manager headed up to the second floor. Room number 4. She entered the room with a polite smile. She framed her face and made a request to eBay. I'm truly sorry. Valued guest, would it be possible for us to verify your 3 million spirit crystals beforehand? Of course, I believe you. It's just that everyone is watching right now, and neither of us can easily back down. So, I must trouble you for a moment. eBay glanced at her. His lips curled into a meaningful smile. My apologies. At the moment, I don't actually have 3 million spirit crystals on me. The manager was stunned upon hearing this. She stared at eBay, who was sitting nonchalantly in his chair. What? Not just the manageress. Even Shaoli was stunned by eBay's words. He let out a shout. What? We don't have 3 million spirit stones? Lin Feng barked back at him. Keep your voice down. Everyone outside can hear you. The crowd below began to whisper and gossip. What? They don't have 3 million stones? The manageress walked in with 2 hulking men behind her. She shot a cold, irritated look at eBay, then at Lin Feng and Shaoli. You aren't trying to make a fool out of me, are you? eBay stood up. He walked straight toward the manageress. His voice was calm and steady. The harmonious blood ginseng I gave you. It's worth 3 million, isn't it? The manageress was fuming, but she suppressed her temper to answer him. Of course it is. However, your total today has already exceeded 3 million. If you can produce another one, then today's debt is settled. Xiao Li's face twisted with indignation. He shouted at her. Another one? Do you think they grow like common weeds? Who could possibly produce so many at once? But eBay didn't let him down. He pulled out 2 more harmonious blood ginsengs, along with several other rare herbs. The manageress, who was about to snap at them, froze in her tracks when she saw the hoard of treasures. eBay looked her in the eye. He wasted no words. Is that enough? She reached up, clutching the front of her robe tightly, caught completely off guard. She couldn't find the words and could only manage a forced smile. It is more than enough. Then, she shot a sharp glance at her subordinates behind her. What are you waiting for? Bring the items here. Lin Feng stood right behind eBay. He spoke up with a tone of annoyance. You insulted our master, and you still expect to walk away with our treasures? As soon as Lin Feng finished, the manageress flinched as if he had read her like an open book. She bowed deeply. Honored guest, please accept my sincerest apologies. I've been in this business for years. Yet I was blinded today. I feel utterly ashamed. To make amends, we will cancel the auction for today's final item. We will give it to you directly at market price. Would that be acceptable? Sensing the suffocating silence in the room, she thought to herself, I've already offered such a huge concession. The least you could do is say something. Contrary to her expectations, Lin Feng asked nonchalantly, Is that all? The manageress looked up. Then please, tell me what you require. As long as it's within reason, we will certainly satisfy you. eBay had been waiting for that exact offer. He spoke immediately. Actually, there is something I'd like to see if you can help me with. Shaoli stood by, mimicking Lin Feng's stern expression as he looked down at her. Humph. I didn't think getting her to agree would be this easy. The manageress looked surprised. Please go ahead. eBay stated his request. Is there a way to ascend to the immortal realm quickly? The manageress straightened her back. She answered eBay. Normal ascension naturally depends on one's own cultivation. If you need a shortcut, you need specialized pills or a stroke of incredible fate. But as for fast way, as if a thought had just struck her, her eyes lit up. There's indeed one thing that can achieve that. The manageress reached out and cupped her hands. Several small blue objects manifested in her palms. She explained, these are upper realm sigils. When someone from the immortal realm dies for some reason, an upper realm sigil like this appears. It is a crucial mark of the heavenly Tao used to distinguish those from other worlds. With this, one can evade the eyes of the heavenly Tao. eBay reached out and took them. He was curious. Is the heavenly Tao really that easy to fool? The manageress explained further. You're not wrong. This is only a temporary measure. It lasts at most 3 months and at least 3 days. After that, you'll be cast back down to the lower realm. eBay accepted the upper realm sigils and looked at the manageress. Thank you. The manageress bowed out, closing the door to the private room. Then I shall bring the final auction item to you shortly. The crowd below had been waiting for a long time. They began to murmur among themselves. What? No more auctioning? I heard the guest in the 4th heaven rank room bought everything. I get the feeling they're targeting the Tian Luo Immortal Land. We didn't get to bid on a single thing today. Why do you care so much? The Tian Luo Immortal Land has been tyrannical for long enough. It's about time someone put them in their place. The 2 men who had followed the manageress earlier were now struggling to carry a red wooden box up to private room number 3. Tai Lai let out a furious roar. Who the hell is out there? How dare they snatch everything away from our Tian Luo Immortal Land? The girl standing behind her spoke cautiously. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say. He is a stranger, someone who has only recently ascended. She furrowed her brows. A newcomer with that kind of financial power? Are you trying to play me? The girl remained respectful as she continued. How could we ever dare to offend the Tian Luo Immortal Land? We are telling the truth. Tai Lai bit her nail nervously. Her mind raced. Going against me? With such immense wealth. And that familiar feeling. A certain person came to mind. She thought in disbelief. Yibei? No, it's impossible. How could he have broken through so quickly? She questioned the cold, but respectful girl again. Who exactly is in the room across from us? The girl didn't answer, only offering a few vague hums. She stormed out of the room. Fine. If you won't tell me, I'll see for myself. Yi bai. If it's really you, I'll know soon enough. Outside the private rooms, the guard cried out, Guest, you can't do this. Tai Lai ignored him and shoved the wooden doors open. Behind her, the purple-haired manager poked her head in to peek. Tai Lai stared into the empty room and gasped. They're gone already? The person beside her let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness they've left. If we had offended that VIP or the Tian Luo Immortal Land. Either way, it would have been a disaster to deal with. She looked inside and spoke to Tai Lai. You see, it wasn't that I wouldn't tell you. It's just that this VIP comes and goes like the wind. How could people like us possibly interfere with him? On the surface, the manageress closed her eyes and smiled suggestively. That VIP is incredibly wealthy. He likely visits often. If I get any news of him, I'll be sure to let you know, all right? But in her head, she thought the exact opposite. You people from the Tian Luo Immortal Land think you're so high and mighty just because you have the 9 great immortals behind you. You've offended everyone in the immortal realm. Like how I'd tell you anything. Hearing that the person was wealthy, Tai Lai began to convince herself it wasn't who she was looking for. Someone that rich. Definitely isn't Yibei. Perhaps the reason I lost him last time was just a fluke. Given the meager spiritual energy of the Tian Xian plane, he wouldn't be able to ascend even in several hundred years. The sky would fall first. Tai Lai glanced down. She pulled her hand back as a light flickered. It's a transmission from the Immortal Lord. An emergency at the Immortal Land. Forget the treasures. We need to go back. She gave a cunning smile and looked at the manageress. Manageress, the Tian Luo Immortal Land didn't win a single thing at this auction. Out of respect, it wouldn't be right for you not to give us a little something, would it? Before she even finished, Tai Lai moved like lightning, using her spiritual power to snatch a green jade from the manageress's person. The manageress cursed her out in her head. We haven't even settled the bill for the yuan pellets you took last time, and you're taking more? You bitch. Her face was frozen in a stiff smile, but she catered to the VIP. As long as you're happy. Tian Luo Immortal Land. You just wait. The starry night sky blanketed everything. It was eerily quiet. Suddenly, 3 voices from the street broke the silence of the night. Boss, thanks to you. I didn't fail my father. I actually got the auction item. Now that we have it, let's get out of here. Boss, once I deliver this, I'll come find you right away. Yibei looked calm, while Lin Feng, standing beside Ren Wang, crossed his arms and glared at Shaoli with a warning. Don't you dare come back. A single auction item cost Master tens of thousands of spirit stones. Shaoli shot back at her. When the time comes, I'll definitely bring back plenty of things to repay the boss. A moment later, Ren Wang, walking beside him, asked Master, those people from the Tian Luo Immortal Land were right across from us. Why didn't we make a move? Yibei explained, they're just a few remnants of a broken army. They aren't worth us revealing our hand here. For now, we should head to the Tianjiao Pavilion. Suddenly, a foot appeared on a rooftop. A scout had overheard their entire conversation. Sensing someone behind them, Ren Wang spoke in a low, serious voice. Master, we're being followed. Hearing that, Yibo replied nonchalantly, I know. There are 3 groups. They've been tailing us since the auction. Private fighting is forbidden in Tianjiao City. What's the point of following us? Do they really think they can just snatch our goods? He looked at Ren Wang and continued. Just because fighting is forbidden in Tianjiao City doesn't mean they can't resort to kidnapping or underhanded tricks. As long as they don't make a scene with spiritual power and avoid triggering the city's laws, they can pretty much do whatever they want. She asked tentatively, then what should we do? Just let them keep following us. Yibo reassured her with his answer. Let them follow for now. They won't be able to make a move against us anytime soon. Suddenly, a short, white-haired old man appeared before them. The old man's voice rang out, causing Yibo to look down in surprise at the dwarfish figure. Noble travelers, you look like you're heading toward Tianjiao Pavilion, am I right? The old man, dressed like a beggar, held out his hand. With a sly, immature grin, he asked for money. I'm a local here. Why not give me a little tip? And I'll show you the way. Yibo said flatly to Ren Wang without any expression, let's go. As he strode away, he spoke to her behind him. Tianjiao Pavilion has existed since the dawn of time. Everyone who comes to Tianjiao City pays it a visit. If the pavilion recognizes you as a genius, you'll find endless opportunities. But if it doesn't, you'll be incinerated into nothingness the moment you step inside. That's why ordinary people don't dare try. After a while, they arrived at a grand manor. A strange spatial rift appeared in the center of the gate. The 2 of them looked up. Ren Wang wondered to herself, so this is Tianjiao Pavilion. Suddenly, that same dwarfish old man rushed up behind them. With a sinister smile, he reached out for Yibo's robes. Since you're already here, I'll just help myself to that reward. Seeing this, Yibo narrowed his eyes and glanced back. The old man swiftly unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking right where the 2 were standing. Yibo landed gracefully on the ground. At this moment, a light mist now covered the floor. Lightning flickered incessantly. The 2 turned to face the old man. Putting his hands behind his back, Yibo said, I knew you were up to no good. A gang of beggars began to emerge from the mist. The short old man stood at the front, glaring at Yibo. So, you managed to dodge that too. He pointed a finger at him. Like a cunning old fox, he barked at the group behind him. Get them, everyone. He's been drugged and can't use his spiritual power anymore. Seeing them about to charge, Yibo and Ren Wang turned and smirked. You'd even try to rob a heavenly tribulation? That final auction item really is like a delicious piece of bait. Even the thunder and the street rats are swarming for it. With that, Yibo flew straight toward the entrance of Tianjiao Pavilion. Let's head into the pavilion. Ren Wang followed immediately. Understood. The 2 vanished behind the gate as if swallowed whole. Seeing them disappear, the group outside didn't dare enter and turned to question the old man. Why did you push them so hard, old man? Now look what happened. Anyone normal who enters that pavilion is turned to ash by the power of the heavens. Now both the people and the ring are definitely gone. Damn it. On the other side of the gate, 2 streaks of spiritual power shot down like lightning, landing on the ground. The smoke cleared, revealing the 2 familiar figures. Yibo turned to the girl behind him. Lin Feng, you've returned to your female form. Lin Feng rubbed her head and struggled to stand. This place is a bit strange. My transformation technique was forcibly dispelled. He stood up and looked around the desolate wasteland. Not only is this place in the middle of nowhere, there isn't a single shred of spiritual energy here. How bizarre. He looked around, pondering. The immortal realm is always overflowing with qi. How can there be none here? Does this place really deserve to be called Tianjiao Pavilion? He scratched his chin in thought, suddenly realizing something. Yibo looked at Lin Feng and commanded, Lin Feng, try using your full spiritual power. She widened her eyes and brought her hands together. Yes, master. Lin Feng began to focus and closed her eyes. A blue aura appeared, forming a circle above her. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked down in shock at her meager power. Realizing the environment suppressed spiritual power, she turned to him. Master, spiritual power is being restricted here. She began to complain. What kind of prodigy pavilion is this? It's more like an empty, celestial prison. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. She looked down in shock at the shadow looming over her. A giant golden bell flew out from another gate. They both looked up. Yibo exclaimed, "The heavenly treasure, profound bell." Lin Feng's voice echoed through the space. Julie once mentioned that whenever the profound bell rings, it means a genius is born. Strange phenomena occur everywhere to welcome them. The fact that it's here must mean. He looked up and explained, it means that by stepping into this pavilion, you've already been certified as a genius. And whoever can make this bell ring will be the ultimate prodigy. She replied with an excited expression. When I heard Julie talk about it, I thought the bell was a milestone of success. I didn't realize it was actually the trial itself. Then Lin Feng looked down and asked, but if we can't use spiritual power, reaching it is like a fool's dream. Master, what do we do? Yibo answered, if this is a test for geniuses, then it surely requires extraordinary ability. Only through wisdom or destiny can it be unlocked. Lin Feng scratched her face, looking confused. Master, I still don't quite understand. Seeing this, Yibo seriously considered the method to explain it to her. A bell doesn't necessarily need to be struck to ring. If you vibrate the air around it, causing it to shake, it will make a sound. But shaking a massive bell like that isn't easy. You'd have to drain all the air here, or flood the area with spiritual energy. Create enough of a disturbance, and it will ring. She realized the truth, her brain working at full capacity. The final treasure from the auction. Suddenly, a wooden chest appeared on the ground. Yibo stood beside it and instructed Lin Feng. Circulate the chaos reincarnation art within your body. Lin Feng obeyed. She placed her hands on the chest and channeled her power. Suddenly, the chest began to vibrate violently. She opened her eyes in excitement. It's working. Ignoring the shaking chest, Yibo explained. Speed up the purgatory reincarnation art. We just need one final spark. Instantly, the chest emitted a brilliant light that shot toward the sky. Tremors radiated from the chest. Lin Feng exclaimed, we did it. Beside her, Yibo smiled smugly. It worked as expected. The massive bell above them began to spin like a lightning bolt, emitting golden light and a 7-colored rainbow. Outside in the city, rays of light burst from the roof, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The roar echoed into every corner, even the smallest alleys. People below clutched their heads as if they were about to explode. What is that sound? It's deafening. My head feels like it's going to burst. 2 old men on a rooftop looked up in awe. That's the heavenly treasure, profound bell. Whenever it rings, a true genius is born. I haven't heard that sound in hundreds of years. Deep in the forest, the sound reached even there, startling flocks of birds into the silent night sky. Below the dense canopy, Luo Xueshang came to a sudden halt. She glanced at the sky suspiciously. What was that sound? Back inside the space, the giant bell glowed, revealing an image like a miniature universe. The 2 small figures stood beneath the 7-colored radiance. Lin Feng's voice rang out. Is this the true form of the heavenly treasure, profound bell? She looked at the sight before her. Master, something there seems to be calling out to me. Lin Feng turned back, sweating slightly. Master, Yibo smiled gently. Go if you want to. You've sacrificed so much for me already. Now that I've returned to life, you should do whatever your heart desires. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Lin Feng replied gratefully. Thank you, Master. She looked at him and promised. Master, you're the best. Once I break through to the next realm, I'll come find you. Yibo rubbed her face. Silly girl. Go. Hearing that, Lin Feng shot toward the bell. Yes, Master. Yibo watched her, sighing to himself. It seems my disciples have grown quite a bit in the hundreds of years I've been gone. A system window suddenly appeared with a reward notification. Reunited with disciple. 62 of 108. Reward, 1 sovereign tier skill card. He glanced at the screen and grumbled. Took you long enough to give me the reward. Resting his chin on his hand, he studied the system. I remember I have 2 sovereign skill cards now. Is there any new event exchange going on lately? The system notified him. New event. Binding the plane with the desolate small world. He visualized 2 massive blue orbs. Binding the plane? Could it be directly linking the plane to the entrance of the small world? After a moment, the system displayed several results. Bind plane, Tianxian region. Cost, 100 half-emperor skill cards. Bind plane, racial plane. Cost, 100 half-emperor skill cards. Bind upper realm. Handling 1,000 half-emperor skill cards. Yibei suddenly thinks of someone. He rubs his chin, smiling calmly. It's been a long time since I last saw little Luo. Time to bring her up here. The opportunities within this prodigy pavilion might just help her ascend. He calls out to the system. System, I want to bind with the Tianxian plane. The system interface appears. Connection initiated. A spatial portal appears. He turns and walks through without a hint of fear. A moment later, under a beautiful night sky filled with shooting stars, a familiar voice calls out, "You silly girl." The young woman looks around, searching for the source. Shueshang turns, her head filled with questions. Have I missed Master so much that I'm starting to hear things? The portal opens, and Yibei appears behind her. Silly girl, I told you I'd come back for you. Shueshang turns around in shock. Master. Yibei leans in close to her. What were you just whispering about? Her cheeks flush bright red. The air between them heats up. Embarrassed, Shueshang gently pushes him away. Master, what are you doing here? Yibei flushes slightly too, staring at her blankly. I missed you. Hearing this, Shueshang calms down and asks, Master, aren't you supposed to be in the immortal realm? How did you get back here? He looks at her and begins to explain. I used the desolate miniature world to link the miniature world to this entire Tianxian plane. I'm here to take you to the immortal realm, though we'll need to use a little trick to get you in. He pulls out a spark of blue lightning. Before Shueshang can finish her question, Yibei presses it directly into her forehead. Her eyes widen in surprise. What is this? He smiles. There we go. Now you can temporarily bypass the heavenly Tao and enter the immortal realm. Shueshang rubs her forehead, filled with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Master. He takes her hand, leading her toward the portal. Let's go. I'm going to show you something good. A moment later, the spatial portal slowly closes. They emerge beneath that familiar, massive bronze bell. Two figures step out from the light. Shueshang gasps in awe. The spiritual energy here is incredible. With the energy in this place, ascension is definitely possible. Yibei follows behind her, hands tucked behind his back. He crosses his arms and looks at Shueshang. Cultivate here and prepare for your ascension. She obeys. Understood. Shueshang sits down and enters a meditative state. Hand seals begin to form around her. Lightning crackles across the sky, matching the pace of her cultivation. Shueshang opens her eyes. Her gaze is steady and full of resolve. For Master, for US. I must succeed. As soon as she speaks, massive bolts of golden lightning rain down. Outside, atop the great tower, a second familiar light shines, just like when Lin Feng ascended. A sound like a crashing tsunami echoes through every corner of the streets. The two elders from before, still on the roof, marvel once again. How much time has even passed? Another prodigy has appeared. Meanwhile, beneath the light of the bronze bell, Yibei glances at her as she focuses on her cultivation. He praises her. As expected of my eldest disciple, ascending so quickly and even being recognized as a prodigy. Shueshang's entire body is enveloped in a powerful surge of spiritual power. She is on the verge of a breakthrough. He says calmly, and now, it's my turn. Yibei raises a hand, manifesting the chaos reincarnation art. His face is cold and arrogant as he looks down. Go. The violet sphere he just created slams into the side of the massive bronze bell. The shockwave from the collision in the sky blows Shueshang back. She shields herself from the shockwaves, her heart full of admiration. Even with the profound bell suppressing the pressure, if it weren't for Master, anyone else would have been blown to pieces by now. The camera pans to the man responsible for the explosion. Suddenly, a spine-like structure, resembling a titan's, wraps around Yibei's back. These vertebrae begin to radiate blue spiritual energy. Seeing this, Shueshang gasps. She stares in shock. Master, your supreme demon bone. Yibei feels the presence behind him. He frowns, thinking to himself, I can't even suppress the supreme demon bone. It seems. He quickly brings his hands together to execute a technique. His gaze is determined as he shouts, lawless and powerless. Refine. The supreme demon bone. A strange blue orb appears behind him, while a vast source of spiritual energy spreads beneath his feet. With overwhelming momentum, his eyes glow with a violet light as he chants the technique. Burning heaven unity, the violet spine behind him completely vanishes. In its place, a blend of blue and violet spiritual energy envelopes his body. Success. Shueshang rushes toward him. Master. Instantly, his blue flames surge toward her. She closes her eyes and raises her arms to protect herself. Yibei turns and warns her. You silly girl. This isn't like the supreme demon bone. The burning heaven unity incinerates both the mental energy and the spiritual power of an opponent. It's extremely powerful. Don't get too close. Shueshang rubs her hands together and nods. Yes, master. He gathers spiritual energy into a small, shimmering blue-violet orb. With the preparations complete, Yibei reaches out to Shueshang. Little Luo, I take it you've reached the pseudo-immortal realm by now? She takes his hand and replies. Yes, master. Shueshang looks up at him, her blue eyes shimmering as she thinks. The pseudo-immortal realm. I'm one step closer to closing the gap between us. Yibei holds her hand as they fly toward the portal. I'll take you outside. Let's see what this upper realm is all about. Shueshang thanks him. Thank you, master. The scene shifts to a crowded street. People nearby cover their mouths, whispering about the two of them. Are they really the prodigies everyone's talking about? Damn, what's their background? Could they be from the Tianlao Immortal Land? No way. If they were from Tianlao, they would have arrived with a lot more fanfare. Seeing a scene so similar to the lower realm, Shueshang murmurs. Even though the cultivators in the immortal realm are stronger than those below, why do they all seem so ordinary? Yibei glances at her and corrects her. It's not that they're ordinary. It's just that you don't realize your own strength yet, little Luo. He gestures as he explains. Even here in the upper realm, you're a top-tier prodigy. Naturally, they're going to look at you differently. Suddenly, a strange voice calls out. Guests, please wait. The two of them turn a look. Yibei recognizes the person approaching. Shopkeeper? The woman he called shopkeeper walks over. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. To think you'd be recognized as a prodigy in just 2 days. Yibei looks away and scoffs. It was nothing, but he fails to notice the two women, staring at each other in mutual surprise. Standing beside him, Shueshang asks, Who is this? On the other side, the shopkeeper breaks into a cold sweat as she looks at the woman beside him. Did he find someone new already? Yibei's voice snaps her out of her thoughts. Enough. Did you need something? The shopkeeper replies. I'd like to give you something. Cut to a different location. A cup is slammed onto the ground, shattering into pieces. A stern old man sits on a chair, shouting in rage. Look at this mess. Is this how you complete a mission? Below him, Xian Lai bows low. Immortal Lord, after I left the Southern Heaven Arena, that man suddenly appeared. Our anti-demon hall. Truly couldn't have anticipated this. She explains with a grimace. As for the auction, his wealth was simply too immense. The Immortal Lord stands, hands behind his back, looking down at the kneeling figure. Useless. Do we of the Tianlao Immortal Land really need to pay for things we want? He grits his teeth. Forget it. I have another task for you. Go to the Southern Heaven Arena and capture the person who destroyed the anti-demon hall. Bring him to me. I have a use for him. Xian Lai breaks into a cold sweat, her heart sinking. Does the Immortal Lord intend to discard me? No. I cannot let that man return alive. She speaks her command. Understood. The camera pans to the ceiling. Below, there's an empty wooden cabinet next to a secret passage that has been opened. Footsteps echo up the stairs. The shopkeeper's voice rings out in the large room, where only a single chest remains. This is the gift I promised you. Yibei speaks. I'm not fond of beating around the bush. If you have something to say it plainly. She begins to introduce the person inside the chest. This is the sect master of the Blood Soul sect, a true immortal realm cultivator. Hundreds of years ago, because of that sculpture of yours, he was hunted down and killed by enemies. The shopkeeper smiles at him as she explains. You can use the item in your hand to revive him. That way, you'll have a true immortal subordinate at your command. Yibei is intrigued. He rubs his chin and asks, A true immortal on my beck and call. What exactly is your auction house planning? Speaking plainly as a shopkeeper, she tells him directly. I won't hide the truth from you. It's because no one in our auction house can currently subdue him. That's why we want to hand him over to someone who can. Hearing this, Yibei asked suspiciously, "Why does it have to be handed over to?" The manager makes a solemn request. "I want you to help me take revenge on Heavenly Net Paradise." Hearing a name that sounded all too familiar, Shui Shang, who had been standing behind him, spoke up in support. Heavenly Net Paradise again? She frowned as she recounted the history. Heavenly Net Paradise has committed countless atrocities over the years. Using the influence of the 9 Great Paradises Alliance, they've oppressed so many places. Even our prized pavilion has suffered greatly at their hands. She then turned to look at him. "That's why I was hoping she could find someone to help us get our revenge. As it happens, I heard." Before she could finish, Yibei chuckled and finished her sentence for her. "It just so happens I received news that I'm looking for Heavenly Net Paradise as well." The manager didn't beat around the bush and confirmed with a smile. "Exactly. So, will you agree to my request? The person in that coffin is a subordinate that many would die to have. As long as you have that statue, she is yours." The moment she finished her sentence, Yibei said something that left her speechless. "The problem is, I already broke that statue." The manager asked again, her voice trembling with shock. "What did you just say?" He immediately pulled out a small red fragment to show her. "This is a piece of that statue." She stood there dazed, only able to choke out a single word. The manager took the fragment from his hand, inspecting it closely before grit her teeth and cursed. "Damn it, are we really just going to let them get away with this?" Yibei heard her, but he simply placed his hand on the coffin and spoke calmly. "I said the statue was broken. I never said she couldn't be resurrected." The manager asked nervously, "What do you mean?" He began to repeat his offer. "When I say I can revive her, I mean it. I accept your proposal." Beside him, Shueshang stared intently at his smiling face. At that very moment, Yibei placed his hand on the coffin and began to manifest the space within. Watching his actions, the manager's face lit up with excitement. "That's wonderful. With your help." In a flash, he made the coffin and Shueshang vanish from the room, leaving the manager looking left and right with a massive question mark over her head. Where did they go? In the desolate void, Yibei emerged from a portal with her and the coffin. Shueshang looked around at the surroundings. "This is," Yibei explained, "the power of a level 2 desolate small world. Here, I control life and death. I can resurrect anyone I choose." He looked down at the coffin and snapped his fingers. The coffin was slowly hoisted into the air by an unseen force. A pair of eyes, bright as headlights, snapped open in the darkness. She flew out of the coffin into the sky, trailing golden spiritual energy and dust. The two below looked up in silence. A white-haired woman appeared above them. She was surrounded by a brilliant, shimmering aura. She looked down at her own hands and spoke. "Am I alive again?" Yishao glanced down and asked bluntly, "Are you from Heavenly Net Paradise?" Before Yibei could answer, she lunged at him, claws bared, screaming at the top of her lungs. "D." Yibei looked up, making no move to dodge, and gave a cold command. "Kneel." Suddenly, an immense pressure slammed down on her, forcing her eyes wide with shock. Yishao was pinned violently to the ground in front of him. Her body trembled as she gritted her teeth, her mind racing. "What is this? Why can't I move?" Yibei looked down at her and smiled. "I am the one who brought you back to life. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. So, are you going to listen to me or not?" She refused to submit and barked back. "You want to be the master of the Blood Soul Sect leader? Dream on." Seeing this, Yibei raised his foot and aimed carefully. He stepped heavily onto He Zhao's head, pinning it to the dirt. He looked down at her with a devilish grin and asked, "How do you feel now?" Yibei kept his foot pressed firmly on He Zhao's head. She bowed her head low to the ground and spoke with absolute reverence. "Master, please give He Zhao your orders. I only respect strength. As long as you are more powerful than me, I will obey your every word." Though she spoke those words in a corner where no one could see, He Zhao's brow furrowed, her eyes burning with resentment. She thought to herself, "If there ever comes a day when you are weaker than me, then don't blame me for what happens." Yibei looked down from above and asked coldly, "Do you even know how you died back then?" He Zhao, still pinned under his foot, answered, "The Lord of Heavenly Net. In order to steal that statue, he conspired with the 9 Great Paradises to ambush me. I was outnumbered, but in the end, he still couldn't get his hands on that statue." Yibei rubbed his chin, calculating. "Is that so? Interesting. I need you to do something for me." She answered instantly. Understood. The scene shifts to Heavenly Net Paradise. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. Hishao stood atop a high tower. She looked down from the heights with a cold, distant expression, her thoughts a mystery. Hishao recalled the words he had spoken to her earlier. There is a strategy. It's called feinting to the east while attacking the west. The alliance of the 9 great paradises is difficult to defeat head-on. But if we send Hishao to stir things up and strike fear into them, it will be easy to sow discord and drive a wedge between them. The 3 of them sat at a table as Bei gave her instructions. Go to the 8 subordinate paradises of Heavenly Net and give them a little surprise. You don't need to fight to the death. Hit them and run. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Shueshang understood the plan. She followed up on his thought. While they're terrified and focused on the east, we will head to their western flank, the headquarters of the 9 Great Alliance. We'll strike straight at the heart of Heavenly Net Paradise. Bei looked at her and replied, Exactly. He turned to Hishao and raised a finger. So, Hishao, it's best if you head to the other 8 paradises now and spread a few rumors while you're at it. She gave her assent. Back in the present, Hishao began to channel her magic. An orb of immense, swirling power gathered in her hand. She spoke under her breath. Jinshi Paradise. I'll start with you. She smirked and flicked her wrist, sending the magical sphere hurtling downward. It plummeted, triggering a massive explosion that lit up the entire sky. The people of Heavenly Net Paradise panicked, shouting in alarm. What's happening? Enemy attack. We're under siege. Stay alert. There's a traitor. The one who caused the explosion is over there. Quick, capture them. Elsewhere. Bei was calmly sipping tea. Shueshang spoke up to ask, Master, what is our next move? A waiter at the shop asked curiously. Guests. I assume you and your cultivation partner are here for the 9 Paradises Alliance Recruitment Assembly, right? He asked, puzzled. A recruitment assembly? The waiter sighed. Hasn't the longevity realm opened up? The Alliance's previous attempts were far too inefficient. They lost too many talented people, so they opened this recruitment drive. If someone can pass the trials, they'll receive a free Jade Pass to the longevity realm, along with a massive amount of rare treasures to help them level up and cultivate. She looked at the waiter, intrigued. There's really such a good deal? The waiter nodded in response. The only catch is that anything you find in the secret realm must be split 50-50. But even so, plenty of people are going. The 2 of you should definitely give it a shot. Bei spoke up. Little Luo, you've just ascended and aren't sure of your own strength yet. This is the perfect opportunity. I'll take you there to have a little fun. Shueshang replied. Thank you, Master. At the recruitment assembly, an official shouted at the top of his lungs. Late stage Great Emperor. Power Index, 34. Spiritual Energy Index, 40. Failed. Mid-stage Emperor Sovereign. Power Index, 45. Spiritual Energy Index, 40. Failed. Next. The crowd around them began to whisper and buzz. Even a late-stage Emperor Sovereign didn't pass. Is this for real? This is for the longevity realm. Of course the requirements are strict. Did you think it was as simple as basic ascension? Not a single person passed today. It's not just today. In this year's recruitment, aside from Cho Tianlai, no one else has managed to pass the test. The 2 of them stood in the crowd. Shueshang gritted her teeth in anger. Cho Tianlai. So it really is Heavenly Net Paradise. Bei gently took her hand. Shueshang was caught off guard by the gesture. He smiled at her reassuringly. Relax. He's nothing more than a traitor we'll deal with eventually. He isn't worth getting worked up over. Heavenly Net Paradise itself is our main target. Let's go. Let's go see what you're capable of. The testing official saw the 2 of them and spoke up. I can see you 2 are like a dragon and phoenix among men. Your aura is extraordinary. Why not give it a try? Testing is free, after all. Bei spoke humbly. We've only just ascended. We just wanted to see the excitement. We don't really understand how this works. The man reassured them. It's just a simple test. All you have to do is throw a punch at the machine. No need to be nervous. Hardly anyone passes anyway. He stepped up to the long, purple rectangular testing machine. Is that so? Bei took a serious stance, clenching his fist. He threw a powerful punch into the purple block. The machine's display immediately flashed a score, 93. Bei turned to the official and asked, Was that okay? The official stared at the number, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he gasped. This. The crowd below was equally stunned. A power index of 93. That's the highest power index in history. Is he really just a rookie? Hurry, inform the Immortal Lord. We have a genius on our hands. He stares at the testing machine, looking puzzled. Could this thing be broken? I haven't even used my full strength yet. The examiner gives a forced, awkward smile. I highly doubt that. Yibei turns to her with a playful smile. Little Luo, it's your turn. Give a shot. Let's see if this machine is actually broken. Shueisha nods. Hum. She throws a heavy punch at the testing machine. The display instantly shoots up to 89 points. The examiner's jaw drops for a second time, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in sheer shock. Shueisha turns to him, looking genuinely confused. Was that okay? Yibei thinks to himself, I guess it really isn't broken. The examiner starts clapping, making both of them jump and turn around. He beams with excitement. Please, you two geniuses, just wait one moment. Our Immortal Lord is already on her way. With your talent, you're bound to become her favorites. Yibei's gaze turns cold as he ponders. Immortal Lord Tian Luo. Shueisha's expression turns serious. Looks like another fight is about to break out. He pulls her close, wrapping an arm around her shoulder casually. Look, my wife and I are just here for the show. We have no interest in getting involved in anything else, and we have no desire to meet any Immortal Lord. The examiner immediately shouts, You can't leave. He starts desperate persuasion. As long as your spirit index exceeds 60, you'll qualify for the longevity realm. And with your talent, once you enter the longevity realm, you'll definitely obtain more rare treasures than you can count. When you emerge, you'll be an honored guest of our 9 great immortal lands. Yibei looks at Shueisha with a tender gaze and replies, Not interested. She blushes shyly, her fingers fidgeting together. The examiner keeps pushing. Just tell me what you want. As long as you agree to stay, we will give you anything your heart desires. A smirk plays on his lips as he asks deviously. Anything at all? The man breaks into a nervous sweat. Just tell me first. Yibei keeps his arm firmly around Shueisha. My wife has always been in poor health. She's fragile and can hardly take care of herself. That's why I've spent years searching for rare treasures to nurse her back to health. So, hearing his words, her face turns bright red from embarrassment. She giggles silently to herself. The onlookers in the crowd look on, completely speechless. She just scored an 89 in power, and he's calling her fragile? The examiner beats his chest confidently. No problem. I understand perfectly. I'll get everything sorted for you right away. Yibei lays out his terms. In that case, I'll need 10 spirit ginsengs, 10 immortal spirit fruits, 10 portions of earth core flame, 100 bottles of immortal nectar, and 200,000 top-grade spirit crystals. The examiner's face goes blank, his head filled with question marks. He can't believe his ears and asks again. I must have misheard you. The soldiers below grow furious. Boss, you didn't mishear anything. This guy is clearly messing with us. Let's stop wasting our breath. Just seize him and hand him over to the Immortal Lord. The examiner's expression turns cold as he barks an order. Arrest them. 2 soldiers immediately charge forward. Shueisha's demeanor shifts instantly, her eyes turning icy as she glares at them. With a swift flick of her whip, she sends both soldiers flying. She grips her whip, her voice dripping with disdain. Master was right. These people from the immortal realm are nothing but a disorganized rabble with a bit of extra spiritual energy. She looks at the whip in her hand and speaks to Yibei in surprise. Master, after passing through the heavenly trial, the power of the golden whip is 10 times stronger than before. He says calmly, try using the great Tao destruction, below the late void immortal realm. No one can stand against you. The examiner's legs give out. He drops to his knees and begins kowtowing frantically. Wait, great heroes. This is all a misunderstanding. Everything that just happened was a mistake. The treasures you mentioned, we have them. We have them all. I'll have them delivered to you personally. Just please, have mercy on us. Yibei looks down at him with a contemptuous smirk. A misunderstanding? The man sweats profusely under his gaze. Of course, a total misunderstanding. I only told them to test your spiritual power. I had no idea these bastards would misinterpret my orders. He puts on a repentant act, but inwardly he's fuming. Just you wait. Once the Immortal Lord's squad gets here, I'll make you pay. The examiner forces a smile to try and de-escalate the situation. Why don't you try testing your spirit index one more time? Yibei looks at the testing machine. So, 60 is a pass? The man quickly replies, that's right. With your strength, it'll be a walk in the park. His hand touches the purple testing machine. A soft glow quickly emanates from it. Yibei smiles and pulls his hand back. The machine immediately displays a score of exactly 60. The examiner's mouth hangs open as he thinks in terror. He's controlling his score on purpose. Just how powerful do you have to be to manipulate the value that precisely? This guy is a monster. Shueshang steps up and touches the machine next. The machine rings out, announcing a score of exactly 60. The surrounding crowd erupts into a flurry of whispers. The examiner stammers, completely bewildered. This is... She glances at the score and says nonchalantly, oh, my bad. I guess that was the best I could do. Suddenly, a desperate cry rings out. Help! All three of them turn in surprise toward the source of the voice. The person shouts at the top of his lungs. It's a sneak attack. The 8 great immortal lands. Move out now. A guard gasps for air as he delivers the news. It's the sect leader of the Blood Soul sect. He's come back for revenge. The area descends into chaos as everyone starts panicking. Wait, is that the guy who slaughtered the Blood Soul sect leader's territory? Damn, I thought he was dead. Quick, inform the immortal lord. Hurry. Someone asks in confusion. How is the Blood Soul sect leader even alive? Another one snaps back. Who cares how he's alive? He's definitely here for blood. After what the immortal lord did to him back then, what else would he be here for? Let's get out of here. The examiner screams over the noise. Everyone, stay calm. He grabs a guard by the shoulders, his face pale. Tell me, what the hell is going on? The guard reports frantically. The 8 great immortal lands have suffered heavy losses. The Blood Soul sect leader hits and runs. We can't track his movements. Even the sound transmission array is malfunctioning. That's why the immortal lords sent me here to deliver the message. Headquarters needs to prepare immediately. The examiner falls into deep thought. The immortal lord gave strict orders. No one is allowed to leave this place. Confirm the array I status, and then send word to the immortal lord. He turns to his soldiers and instructs them. You guys get over there and guard the array I. Don't let a single soul leave. I'm going to relay the message to the immortal lord myself. The soldier bows. Understood. Yibei finally speaks up. Excuse me, Mr. Examiner. Aren't we going to see immortal Lord Tian Luo anymore? The examiner looks at him and says politely, I'm truly sorry. An emergency has just come up. I need to get this message to the immortal lord first. We'll arrange your meeting right after. Yibei walks forward slowly. There's no need for that. The man blinks. What? There's no need to send any messages to the immortal lord. Because the enemy is already inside. The examiner looks around frantically. Where? Where are they? Yibei lets out a cold laugh as swirls of spiritual energy manifest around him. He reaches out toward the man, a glowing magic circle forming in his palm. Yibei replies, right here. He instantly unleashes a point-blank magical blast straight at the man's head. The examiner collapses instantly from the impact. Yibei's lips curl into a smirk. I'm the enemy you were looking for. Seeing their leader taken down, the soldiers roar in anger and charge at him. Yibei scoffs. Like moths to a flame, he channels his power. A black hole-like vortex appears, surrounded by surging purple energy. Yibei commands, Little Luo, trap everyone else inside the desolate small world. Shueshang replies on it. System notification. Population 5142/5000. Objective completed. Emperor Venerable Realm 20/50ths. Void Immortal Realm 1/20th. The scene shifts to a different location. A hand is clamped tightly around someone's throat. Tai Lai lifts the person high into the air, asking coldly, Speak, where is the person who destroyed the anti-demon hall? The victim, terrified, spills everything. Tianjiao City. I saw them with my own eyes. They were heading toward Tianjiao City. She thinks to herself, Tianjiao City? What a coincidence. Tai Lai continues the interrogation. What's his name? With a bruised and battered face, the man replies. I think his name was Yibei. She freezes, biting her lip in realization. Tai Lai's eyes widen as she puts the pieces together. Yibei, Tianjiao City. The auction. Could the mysterious person bidding against me be Yibei? At the tea house just now? The waiter said. That honored guest already left for the Heaven's Pride Pavilion. She stands before the shop as a purple vortex appears. Xiao Tianlai is furious. How annoying. I'm still one step behind him. Where am I supposed to find him now? A talisman emerges from the purple vortex. She catches the talisman. A voice transmission talisman. A voice rings out from the talisman. The immortal realm is under attack. The voice transmission array has been destroyed. Any disciples who see this, return immediately. Xiao Tianlai is taken aback. Yi bai. Luo Shuishang asks after defeating everyone there. Master, the people here have been mostly dealt with. Should we go look for Xiao Tianlai and that heavenly net immortal lord now? Yi Bei turns his head, sensing something. No need to look for them. Xiao Tianlai flies down from above, shouting in a rage. Yi bai. Luo Shuishang. I've finally found you. She clenches her trembling hands. Whether from rage or fear, it's hard to tell. He looks at her mockingly. What's the matter? Are you scared now that you've finally seen me? Your hands are shaking like crazy. She wraps her arms around her trembling body. With a dark expression and a haunting smile, she says, Scared? I'm just excited. This isn't your lower realm anymore. Today, I'm going to make you pay for everything you did to me. Yi Bei replies coldly. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. He points his finger directly at her head, catching her completely off guard before she can react. Yi Bei unleashes a burst of magic. Xiao Tianlai nimbly dodges the attack. She grabs his hand. Yi Bai, that day you stripped me of my greed Dao. You took away all my divine powers. The pain was excruciating. She grips his hand tight and turns to face him. As much as I hate you, I also have you to thank. Because of you, I discarded those pathetic techniques to follow the immortal lord and practice the Tao of dual cultivation. She swings her leg up high, preparing to strike. Xiao Tianlai launches a powerful kick. Yi Bei quickly blocks the attack with his arm. His gaze is cold and questioning. The Tao of dual cultivation? Yi Bei thinks to himself, System, can this be resonated? Just thinking about it. Yi Bei imagines a steamy scene between himself and Shuishang. He blushes, looking a bit thirsty at the thought. If I could use this Tao with my eldest disciple, wouldn't that mean? The system alerts him. The Tao resonance function has not been unlocked yet. However, given Xiao Tianlia's special status, once the host fully reclaims it, Yi Bei smiles confidently while holding her leg. That won't be a problem at all. Xiao Tianlai puffs her cheeks and clasps her hands, preparing a secret technique. She blows a stream of purple mist directly at him. Yi Bei is engulfed by the purple mist. He looks startled and dazed. His eyes begin to glaze over, losing focus. Shuishang covers her nose, looking at the surrounding mist. Master, be careful. There's something wrong with this pink fog. Her face turns red immediately after speaking. She reaches out toward Yi Bei. Master, I'm so hot. Shuishang collapses instantly. Xiao Tianlai bursts out laughing. Right now, he's probably drowning in the warmth of a beautiful woman from back home. He doesn't care about you. Yi Bai, I've created a beautiful dream for you. It's a shame that such tenderness will be the death of you. She smirks, her hand glowing with spiritual energy. Go finish your dream in hell. Yi Bei is struck right in the chest. He falls to the ground immediately. Xiao Tianlai looks down at him, satisfied. Goodbye, Yi Bei. He lies on the ground. His eyes are still wide open. She looks up at the sky and laughs triumphantly. Finally, Yi Bei is dead. I've finally had my revenge. A voice rings out from behind her. Are you having fun? She spins around in shock. Who's there? Yi Bei stands there perfectly fine. He reaches out with his power, looking at her with disdain. Was that dream just now any good? She is stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How? How is this possible? Xiao Tianlai is suddenly engulfed in purple flames. She clutches her head and threatens him. Yi Bai, you can't kill me. Your disciple's life is in my hands. He reaches out, his voice cold as ice. The same lie. You really think you could trick me twice? Drop dead. Yi Bei clenches his fist, and the purple flames explode instantly. An unexpected voice rings out. It's you again, killing my vessel. He glares over in surprise. A barrage of light beams attacks Yi Bei. He nimbly leaps into the air to dodge the strike. Someone steps forward to face Yi Bei. It's none other than the immortal lord. He He raises his hand, recalling the dark purple mist. The mist condenses into a small pill. The immortal lord looks at the pill in his hand, gritting his teeth in anger. I spent so long nurturing this vessel, only to lose it like this. At least her immortal bone wasn't wasted. It's all been absorbed by the world bead. Yubei looks at him, his voice mocking. Xiao Tianlai certainly knew how to pick a good master. I'm afraid she didn't stand a chance of surviving either way. The immortal lord frowns at him. Time and time again, you ruin my plans. And now, you've killed my disciple. Today, I'll show you the price of your insolence. Since you killed Xiao Tianlai, he releases an incredibly powerful aura and roars. Then you'll take her place as my new vessel. The surge of power begins to spread, aiming to ensnare Yubei. Something red appears beneath Yubei's feet. He looks down, startled. The red mist begins to surround him, catching him off guard. He channels his magic to strike the red mist beneath him. Yubei shouts, "Break!" The immortal lord smirks with contempt. Yubei sees the smile and pauses to think. His eyes widen as he realizes something. Wait, his target isn't me. Yubei turns his head to see Xueshang engulfed in the red mist. He screams, "Xueshang!" The immortal lord laughs. Didn't see that coming, did you? You were never my real target. Yubei glares at him, his eyes sharp. He is consumed by pure rage. There was a path to heaven, yet you chose to ignore it. There was no door to hell, yet you forced your way in. The immortal lord scoffs. A brat who just recently ascended dares to speak such arrogant nonsense? You truly don't know your place. He leaps into the air, the spot where he stood still glowing with purple light. Yubei prepares a punch in a fury. His entire body radiates spiritual energy. He moves so fast the immortal lord is stunned, unable to react. System notification. Tao resonance. World King's Might, level 60. He blocks the attack, thinking in shock. This power, it's definitely not just the late stage of the Emperor realm. He was hiding his strength. The punch is so powerful it makes him grimace and stumble back. Unable to withstand the force, the immortal lord is sent flying into a wall. He clutches his arm and thinks. Something's wrong. His power isn't just from divine techniques. It's more like raw, physical strength. Could his body be? I have to test him. If I'm right, this is perfect. The immortal lord's expression turns serious. Let's put this to the test. He raises his hand, and sparks of spiritual energy appear. He creates a massive, long arrow. He leans back. He hurls the arrow straight at him. The arrow streaks forward like a bolt of lightning. The impact makes the ground tremble. The sky lights up brilliantly. As the smoke clears, Yubei stands there, completely unharmed and majestic. He stands tall, mocking him coldly. For an immortal lord, is this really all you've got? The immortal lord's eyes widen in shock. He thinks to himself, it's true. He really possesses the innate true dragon immortal body. My power is the essence of heaven and earth contained within the world bead. The only thing that could remain unscathed is the true dragon immortal body. Fantastic. It seems I found it without even trying. Who knew it'd be this easy? Yubei. Spiritual energy swirls around his body. He speaks with pure arrogance. This is a fragment of the unified heaven law I obtained from the Heaven's Pride Pavilion. It was designed specifically to incinerate spiritual energy and burn your very soul. Let's see just how powerful it is today. The immortal lord replies. I'll admit, I underestimated you. He frowns, his voice calm. But killing me won't be that easy. Yubei smirks. He points a finger upward. Get him. The immortal lord turns around warily. Standing before him is Yubei, wearing a triumphant grin. A gust of energy strikes from the front. The immortal lord turns back just in time to realize. I've been tricked. Yubei moved swiftly, driving a powerful punch straight in his gut. Spirit power condensed into a swirling purple vortex on his abdomen, and then he summoned it. The supreme heaven-burning flame. He unleashed a devastating blow forward. The celestial master's left hand shot out, clamping down on Yubei's wrist. Damn it. Before long, he regained his composure. This is the perfect chance to seize the true dragon celestial body. I can't let this slip away. I have to risk it. The celestial master shoved a medicinal pill into his mouth. Then, a surge of dark energy began to rush toward him. Yubei was taken aback. This isn't good. That pearl is helping him devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not enough. It's still not enough, the man muttered. Yi-Bei calculated his next move. If this keeps up, the Tianluo, Celestial Master, will suffer chi deviation sooner or later. It looks like I won't even need to lift a finger. The Tianluo, Celestial Land, will destroy itself. Right? The most important thing now is finding where Shueshang is. The Celestial Master funneled all his power into a fist, bringing it down toward Yi-Bei. Once you're dead, your body will be mine. Yi-Bei braced his arm, pouring strength into it to block the strike. Where could he have hidden Shueshang? The two forces collided. An ear-splitting explosion followed, causing the very ground to shake violently. Yi-Bei shifted from an offensive stance to a defensive one. This Tianluo, Celestial Land, relies on the spiritual energy of the world to maintain its balance. Now that the Celestial Master has devoured it all, I'm afraid the whole place will collapse soon. I must find little Luo right away. As the Master raised his leg to kick him, "You're a dead man." Yi-Bei cried out in surprise. "Shao, you actually made it." The Celestial Master's entire body erupted in flames. "Trying to trick me again? I won't fall for your traps anymore." Streaks of lightning converged in the sky, striking down toward where the two stood. He suddenly realized something was wrong and started to turn, but a cluster of lightning bolts had already slammed into the ground right where he was. The woman in red, facing him, cupped her hands in respect. "Shao greets the Master." Yi-Bei smiled back. "Well done. First, let's capture the Tianluo, Celestial Master." The Celestial Master suddenly let out a deafening roar. His hair flared wildly as his aura exploded. He and Shao both held their ground together. The Celestial Master's face darkened. His gaze turned sharp as he tilted his head, a cold chill running down his spine. "Yi-Bei, you really have quite a few surprises for me. First the true dragon, celestial body, and now these pieces of trash. I wanted to find their secrets for a long time, but I never had the chance." He glared intensely. "I'll tear the truth out of you." A blood-red orb formed above the Celestial Master's head. Thick, malevolent energy swirled around him. Yi-Bei gave his orders. "Shao, listen. There's something wrong with the Tianluo, Celestial Master. Hold it back for now. I have to go find the girl." She nodded. "Understood." Yi-Bei rubbed his chin. The Celestial Master couldn't have taken her very far in such a short time. To keep me under his thumb, he'd have to keep her right here. Wait, a realization hit him. Could it be that he also possesses the great Tao of space? I'll tear through the space right here. He interlaced his fingers, slowly channeling his spiritual energy. Let's see if this works. Great Tao of space. Tear. The sky cracked, forming a jagged rift. Yi-Bei pressed his hands together, casting the spell. Great Tao of space. Shatter. The rift began to spread rapidly into the surroundings. Large fragments of reality began to fall away. And finally, there was Shueshang. Yi-Bei caught her just in time, pulling her unconscious body into his arms. The entire space suddenly shattered into a million pieces. He frowned with worry and looked up. "This is bad. I've walked right into the Celestial Master's array. The Tianluo domain is collapsing fast. If I make one wrong move, we'll be sucked into the chaotic space currents. We'll be lost forever." Yi-Bei stared up in shock. The Celestial Master's voice echoed from a distance. "Yi-Bei, you shall remain in that void for all eternity, immortal, undying, and trapped in endless loneliness." Yi-Bei held Shueshang tightly, staying alert. He carefully dodged the surrounding fragments. "This is serious." The Celestial Master linked this array to the celestial plane itself. "If I can't find a spatial fragment to enter, I'm afraid we'll be cast into the darkness forever, never to return." Inside one of the fragments, he peered closely. Two beautiful women in modern clothes were standing there, laughing and talking. Yi-Bei gasped. "Chu Xing? Chu Xian? What are they doing?" He paused to think. "That's the Earth plane." Yi-Bei assessed the situation. The Celestial Master destroyed the passage to the celestial plane. It'll be impossible for us to go back for the time being. He made his decision. In that case, I might as well head to the Earth plane first and see what's going on. If I can find Chu Xing and Chu Xian and claim the system rewards, I might be able to pinpoint the coordinates and return to the celestial plane. It won't be too late to settle the score with the Celestial Master then. With that, he dove straight into the fragment leading to Earth. "Earth plane, I'm coming back." Powerful bolts of purple lightning struck down. Metallic objects reflected a blinding light. Yi Bai and Shueshang stood in the middle of a bustling city street. He spoke. The Oriental Pearl. Motto, we're back on Earth. Beside him, she asked, is this the hometown you always talked about, Master? Shueshang's eyes widened in admiration. Master's home really is filled with spiritual energy and talented people. The strength of these people, they're all above the half-emperor realm. He was speechless, filled with doubt. How can Earth have spiritual energy? This isn't right. What on earth happened here? In a corner, a group of people were gathered, gossiping excitedly. Can we really receive a divine inheritance just by pushing through the crowd? Someone else chimed in. That's right. But what's the point? I've been waiting forever and haven't seen anyone get an inheritance yet. Another person shouted. Step up. It wasn't easy for our Yan Huang to obtain these 3 inheritance items. There's going to be a huge crowd later. So brothers, get ready to charge in. An old woman was shoved to the ground in the middle of the crowd. She sighed heavily. The young man in front of her turned around and snapped. What's an old hag like you doing here, making trouble? You got what you deserved. Another young man knelt down to help her up. He spoke up in protest. How can people of this age be so heartless? Seriously, is being in the Emperor Venerable realm really that big of a deal? Apologize to the lady. The jerk shot back a look. In this world, if you don't cultivate, what's the point of living so long? Don't you deserve to be bullied? Yi Bei released a surge of spiritual power. It formed a bubble around the young man, hoisting him into the air. He couldn't move his limbs, dangling helplessly. He spun around, gritting his teeth as he screamed. Who the hell are you? How dare you grab me? Do you have any idea who my father is? Yi Bei raised his hand higher, his voice stern. In this world, I'm guessing your cultivation didn't come with your father's protection at the door. Don't you deserve to be bullied by others then? He then unleashed his power. Soul search. The young man's body jerked back. He clutched his head, howling in pain. How dare you do this to me? My father will definitely. Yi Bei clenched his hand into a fist. Then let your father come and join the fun. The person trapped in his spiritual energy exploded into nothingness. Shueshang walked over, feeling uneasy. Master, what did you find from the soul search? His expression was grim. It turns out that after I left, so much has happened to Earth. Yi Bei began to recount what he had seen. After I departed all those years ago, Earth's spiritual energy recovered. Natural disasters struck. Countless demon rifts began to appear. Factories in the cities collapsed. People tried to shoot the monsters, but guns were useless. He continued. Conventional weapons lost their effectiveness. Humanity was being crushed and destroyed. A female mage swung her blade at a giant demon. Luckily, the heavens were fair. Humans began to awaken their abilities. They started to receive inheritances. A strange mark was visible on the female mage's back. Next, Yi Bei mentioned 3 skyscrapers that appeared, housing 3 treasures. The geniuses who received those inheritances brought light back to humanity. People built shrines for these inheritances. The Lightning Shrine, the Serpent King Shrine, and the Sea Shrine. These 3 great shrines finally allowed us to fight back against the demon beasts. Peace was temporarily maintained in human society, but almost all the shrines were in the west. As for the building housing the snake-headed dart artifact, in the east, only the island nation had a Serpent King Shrine. Having said that, his face grew heavy with resentment. Our Yan Huang is looked down upon because we have no inheritance of our own. Shueshang comforted him. Master, now that you're back, why should we worry about Yan Huang being bullied? Yi Bei replied calmly. You're right. Not only must we find Chu Xing and Chu Xin, but we will also bring justice to Yan Huang. The two of them gripped their hands tight. Spiritual energy swirled around them for protection. She wondered, but the earth plane is so vast. I have no idea where Chu Xing and Chu Xin could be. He answered, I have my ways. Shueshang noticed something strange. Master, your hand. It seems to be shaking. Yi Bei lifted his hand to examine it. After staring at the back of his hand for a moment, he spoke. There is something inside me resonating with my body. Her face lit up, as if she had just remembered something important. What those people were just saying looks like it's some kind of inheritance artifact. Yi Bei's lips curled into a faint smile. An inheritor of a miracle can awaken a unique ability. They can also absorb the power of faith from the people to strengthen their soul. It seems we've been given quite a big gift upon arrival. The bright sun shines down on the roof of a skyscraper. Shueshang is wearing a red dress, looking bashful. She clenches the hem of her dress with both hands. Master, is this really okay? Seeing her flustered state, he stands opposite her, stroking his chin as he looks her over with a satisfied expression. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Besides, didn't you want to wear this for your master anyway? Shueshang quickly changes the subject. Master, we should focus on the main task first. Have you figured out the origins of this inheritance artifact? Yibo answers calmly, I just used my spiritual power to probe it. The spiritual energy within this artifact is quite similar to the heavenly treasure bell in the Pavilion of Geniuses. They likely both originate from the chaotic force of the heavens and earth. She looks at him excitedly. If you can obtain this miracle's inheritance, you'll surely be able to break through several cultivation realms. A man's loud laughter startles the two of them, and they look over. He's holding a phone, filming them from a distance. He speaks with a sneer. Check it out, brothers. Look at this joke. Yin Huang found another old rock to trick people. And there are two idiots right here who actually believe it's real. He continues excitedly. An old stone used to scam the Yin Huang government. And they're calling it an inheritance artifact. The people of Yin Huang are truly morons. The man bursts into even louder laughter. Netizens are flooding the comments section. As far as we know, Yin Huang is the only country in the world without an inheritor or divine temple. Another comment says, the Western temples are the best. More mocking comments appear. I can't believe people in Yin Huang still believe in them. They have no inheritance at all. The comments section is still buzzing. Brother, go over there and help teach those two idiots a lesson. Yibo and Shueshang stand before a diamond-shaped stone. A final comment catches everyone's eye. Wait, something's wrong. Look, what are those two doing? He casts a spell, channeling spiritual power into the stone. Are you still not going to show yourself? Will of the inheritance. The stone emits a blinding light. An azure figure emerges. A voice full of arrogance speaks. Mortal, defeat me, and you shall claim the inheritance. Otherwise, you will only. The two of them look on in shock. He concentrates power into his eyes. Suddenly, he senses something. Yibo changes his hand signs, summoning earth and rock for defense. Great Tao resonance. Shield of the Great Tao. Defend. The strike crashes heavily against the protective rock layer. The figure raises its hand again, preparing the next move. Mortal, to be able to summon me and block one of my strikes. You aren't half bad. Unfortunately, you're still a bit short. The spiritual energy around the rocks is about to dissipate. His left eye shifts. He surges spiritual power into his feet. With one hand, he grabs the figure's neck from behind. His other hand pins its head, catching the azure figure completely off guard. What's the rush? The show is just getting started. The figure is stunned. How could he get behind me without making a sound? Yibo continues his calculation. If you and the heavenly treasure bell were both born from the power of heaven and earth, then through the power of chaos, the heaven-burning unity I've tempered can refine you as well. After speaking, he activates heaven-burning unity. A surge of purple aura and lightning surrounds them. Lightning strikes the ground, causing a massive explosion. The azure figure vanishes. Yibo floats in midair. A voice echoes out. You have finally arrived. My inheritor. He looks down at his hands, feeling the power. Shueshang looks up with a joyful smile. Master, you did it. The phone lying on the pile of rocks is still recording. 3 streaks of light fly toward the high-rise urban area. The Thunder God, the Serpent God, and the Sea God begin to discuss how to handle this. Yin Huang hasn't had an inheritance for tens of thousands of years. And now they've found an inheritor? We can't let him resonate with the power of faith. There can only be one God in the East, me. They reach a unanimous decision. A voice screams out, destroy the Yin Huang deity. The expressions of all three are grave. Their faces are twisted in anger. The gods realize Yibo is standing in midair. They charge forward simultaneously. There he is. The inheritance isn't complete yet. Kill him. Seeing this, a smirk plays on his lips. He raises his hand, preparing to strike. Mere clones. Trying to sever my inheritance? A streak of blue light moves incredibly fast, causing space to tremble violently. The Thunder God, Serpent God, and sea god have to turn away and shield their eyes from the glare. The serpent god proposes a strategy. The fusion is basically complete now. Our clones are likely no match for him. Thunder god, attack his soul. The soul is at its weakest during an inheritance. This might be their only weakness. She smiles and replies, I'm on it. The thunder god's gaze turns sharp as she stares straight at Yibo Kid. It's a pity you're from Yinhuang. Otherwise, you could have been our loyal dog and lived a little longer. He replies smugly, clenching his hand into a fist. Has no one ever told you that others only serve as dogs for me? She unleashes her technique. Soul impact. He closes his eyes. So sorry. My soul is currently in the true immortal realm. When he opens them, Yibo's eyes radiate a brilliant golden light. I am invincible. The thunder god freezes. A golden aura surrounds him, nullifying her spiritual power. The serpent god and sea god rush to support the collapsing thunder god. Thunder god! Thunder god! Her eyes struggle to stay open as she explains hoarsely. He devoured our attack. He raises his hand, gathering power for a strike. Now it's my turn. Sacred golden judgment. Begone, he shouts. A glowing red orb surrounded by golden light flies straight toward the three gods. Golden lightning streaks from the circle like rays of the sun. Everything vanishes in an instant. A voice echoes in the air. Don't celebrate too soon. We will definitely make you pay for this. Yibo fires back. Yinhuang has no need for Western gods. Shui Shang is utterly stunned, thinking to herself, Master has become even stronger. I need to work even harder to keep up with him. He lands on the ground and checks on her. What's wrong, girl? Shui Shang shakes her head with a faint smile. It's nothing. I was just wondering why Chu Xing and Chu Xian came here. Yibo turns to leave. That's a question for 7 days from now. She becomes even more curious. 7 days. Master, do you have news about them? Inside, the Serpent Temple of the Serpent Island Nation. The Sea God sits across from the Serpent God and Thunder God, questioning them. What's the background of this youth? How have I never heard of him before? The Thunder God speaks up. His soul and his divine mastery are at a terrifying level. I've never seen anything like it before. The Sea God analyzes the situation. For such a god to suddenly appear, he must intend to seize the people's power of faith. So what should we do? At that moment, the Serpent God finally speaks. If we want to settle this, it's impossible to do it with just some brat. However, the Sea God probes. However what? She calculates her options. If the three of us fight him, it would be hard to determine a winner. Both sides would end up injured. It would be a disaster if someone else took advantage of our weakness then. The God of the Sea agrees. That's true. The Thunder God leans her head on her hand against the chair. Recalling the past, do you two remember our other enemy? The other two are startled. The leader of the demon beasts. The Thunder God recounts the events. 20,000 years ago, Earth's spiritual energy recovered. We used the inheritances to easily control the appearing demon beasts. But who would have thought? A scene of a city engulfed in flames. Thick smoke fills the sky. 300 years ago, a leader emerged. Time and time again, they broke through our defensive lines. High-rise buildings explode. The massive shocks leave everything in ruins. We clashed several times. But every time, we were defeated, and they always refused to negotiate. And now, another youth with similar strength has appeared. The demon race leader is our enemy. And this youth is also a thorn in our side. An image of Yibo. She remains vigilant, her face incredibly serious. Tell me, the Thunder God offers her input. Lure this brat out so the leader of the demon clan fights him. Once both sides are wounded, we could just step in and reap the rewards. She stroked her chin, lost in thought. The problem is, how do we get him out here? Shi Shun smirked. I've already sent a messenger with an invitation, telling him I want to negotiate. Lei Shun looked skeptical. You think he'll actually fall for it? She replied with total confidence. Of course he will. He's just a kid. He hasn't seen enough of the world yet. We'll dangle some bait, wait for him to bite, and then we'll crush him. A letter with a red wax seal was delivered to Yibei. He chatted casually with Shui Shang. They really think this pathetic bribe is enough to lure me into a trap? How incredibly stupid. She asked cautiously, if we know it's a trap, are we still going? Yibei didn't hesitate for a second. Naturally. If we don't go, how are we going to enjoy the show? A provocative smirk played on his lips. I'm just afraid that once they invite this god in, sending him away won't be quite so easy. Two streaks of blue light descended from the sky, landing simultaneously at the temple gates. Shishin stepped forward to greet Yi Bei and Shueshang. It's an honor that you both chose to overlook our past disagreements and come here. My temple is graced by your presence. Seeing that everyone had arrived, she cut straight to the chase. Her smile was strained. She gestured toward the interior. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'll take you to see the treasures now. Gold, silver, and jewels sparkled so brightly they were blinding. Shueshang couldn't help but admire the sight. So this is the treasury? Not bad at all. Shishin eagerly continued her tour. You certainly have a keen eye. Every item here was handpicked by me over thousands of years. Under the protection of these wards, the spiritual energy within these artifacts only grows stronger with time. If an ordinary person were to cultivate here, their progress will be 10 times faster than usual. He spoke up without a hint of politeness. Your little stunt last night caused me quite a bit of mental distress. So, are you planning to use all this to make amends? She forced a smile, trying to negotiate with him. These are all rare, heavenly treasures. You're still young. You've probably never even used things like this before. Feel free to take whatever you like. Just wait. I'll make you pay for this soon enough. He played along. Since you're being so generous, then I won't hold back. He had already done the math in his head. Let's see if I can't move every single one of your trinkets into my void space. Shueshang remained standing where she was. Shishin smirked to herself. These items are already bound to their masters. If you can't take them, don't blame me. A treasure-collecting bag flew out, vacuuming up every single artifact in the room. She started stammering. This. How? Her face went pale with shock. Yi Bei raised his hand, using his spiritual energy to sweep up the remaining items while lazily glancing at her. Me? Shishin struggled to find her voice. Please, take as much as you want. In reality, she was absolutely livid. Damn brat. Just you wait. The floor was now completely bare. Nothing remained but the sound of the whistling wind. He tilted his head, sounding perfectly satisfied. Thanks for the hospitality. From today on, we're all one big family. Shishin was forced to accept it. That's right. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. Since we're family now, I have a small request. I hope you can satisfy it. The veins on her forehead bulged as her mouth twitched. Go ahead. Say it. She was fuming. Damn it. I have to endure this. He shoved his hands into his pockets. He made his proposal with total ease. When I walked in, I noticed your Shun temple is quite impressive. I really admire the style. Now that I've received the inheritance, I was thinking of building my own temple right across from yours. He added one more thing. It doesn't need to be too extravagant. Just a bit larger than yours will do. Shisha gnashed her teeth. Her rage was clear. You two are really pushing your luck. He caught her scepter, and she suddenly snapped back to reality. Shishin sensed something was very wrong. Her hand began to tremble involuntarily. He's even stronger than he was yesterday. He's completely surpassed me. Yi Bei chuckled playfully. Aren't we being nice enough? Shishin had no choice but to yield. You're being very nice. It was my mistake. I'll start building your temple immediately. Her face turned a deeper shade of purple. She was desperately trying to keep from exploding. I have to hold it in. Let it be arrogant for now. I'll make sure his life is a living hell later. They stepped out of the temple. Yi Bei offered a mock compliment. You're certainly a hard worker. Shishin replied. Of course. Besides that, I prepared a special grand gift for you. He sounded curious. A gift? She explained. You might not have heard of it. The reason our divine lineages have maintained their status and power all this time is thanks to a certain secret realm. She elaborated on the special location. That place is filled with heavenly treasures and profound opportunities. Everything in the treasury you just saw was taken from there. Yi Bei smiled. He looked genuinely interested. A place that incredible, and you just going to hand it over? Shishin did her best to sound persuasive. With your strength, having you accompany us into the realm is an honor for us. Why wouldn't I be willing? He stopped questioning her and gave the order. If that's the case, then lead the way. The scene shifted to a certain secret realm. Shishin explained as they walked. Here is the territory of the demon beasts. Their leader is unbelievably ferocious. Brother Yi, we're counting on you this time. Yi Bei stood still, observing, but Shueshang felt something was off. You said this was a demon den, but there isn't a single sound. Are you trying to trick us? Shishin quickly laughed it off. How could I? She sounded calm, but internally, she was panicking. Normally, a fight should have broken out by now. Why is it so quiet today? Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the entire forest. Birds scattered in every direction. The three of them realized something was happening. They looked up to investigate. Shishin gasped. It's here. She turned to him, pleading, Brother Yi, it's all up to you. Everything was going exactly as planned. Shishin didn't even try to hide her smug expression. Once you've provoked the demon leader, and both sides are crippled, I'll step in and finish you off. Suddenly, the sound of a branch snapping echoed. Someone was approaching. Shishin noticed it immediately. She looked worried. She turned toward the source of the noise. No way. Is it really happening this fast? But after seeing it was Lei Shun and Hai Shun, she finally relaxed. Oh, it's just you two. They jumped down from the trees to join her. Hai Shun spoke. Of course. Didn't we agree to keep an eye on that guy together? We're going to catch them all. Lei Shun agreed. Exactly. Shishin let her guard down and turn her back. You guys were so quiet. I thought you were demon beasts. She continued talking to her supposed allies. Follow me. We still have a lot to prepare. Little did she know, right behind her, a massive mouth was gaping open, ready to bite down. A thunderous boom erupted. Magic light flooded the entire area. Shishin barely managed to manifest a magical shield with her scepter to protect herself. She demanded, Who the hell are you? Why are you posing as Hai Shun and Zhan Shun? The two figures reverted to their true forms, Chu Xin and Chu Xing. They teased. Weren't you working so hard to find the demon leader? What's wrong? Now that he's right in front of you, you don't even recognize him? Right at that moment, Yi Bei and Xue Shang returned. They tossed two figures onto the ground. Looking for these two, Hai Shun and Zhan Shun appear to be unconscious. They lay there motionless, with their hands tied behind their backs. Shishin couldn't believe her eyes. She gasped, Hai Shun, Zhan Shun, you too. She was even more shocked when Chu Xin and Chu Xing knelt before Yi Bei. Chu Xin, greetings, master. Chu Xing, we pay our respects, master. She realized too late that she had walked right into a trap. The serpent goddess finally understood the grim reality. So you and these magical beasts have been in league this entire time. No wonder I've never heard of anyone like you in Yinhuan before. Yi Bei ignored her outburst, a cold smirk playing on his lips. I actually have you to thank. Because of your interference, I was able to reunite with my disciples much sooner than expected. The serpent goddess hissed in a fit of rage. So from the very beginning, I was nothing more than a pawn in your little game. Damn you. Yi Bei held up two fingers, his tone deceptively generous. Since you were kind enough to help us reunite, I'll give you two choices. First, you can take your own life. Second, we can take it for you. But the serpent goddess wasn't about to go down without a fight. She immediately unleashed her spiritual energy, manifesting a massive formation that pulsed with a violent emerald light. Don't think for a second that just because you have an inheritance, you can defeat me. I am one of the 3 chosen inheritors of this continent. But before she could even make her move, a blinding pillar of light crashed down upon her. The serpent goddess's entire body was engulfed by the radiant beam, trapping her instantly with no hope of escape. Chu Xin raised her hand, her fingers dancing as she controlled the energy. The beast stood behind her, waiting for the word. She gave the goddess a look of pure disdain. My master has no interest in wasting his breath on the likes of you. The serpent goddess refused to yield. She managed to manifest a magical barrier just in the nick of time. Slamming her scepter into the ground, she issued a divine decree. My loyal subjects of the Insect Island, offer your faith and power to your god. Your deity shall purge this calamity and strike down your enemies. Chu Xin met the threat with icy calm. Path of the beast. Go, my children. The magical beasts lunged forward, charging straight for the serpent goddess. The goddess raised her hand, channeling every ounce of her power into the scepter until it glowed with a sickly brilliance. Serpent spirit petrification. The lead beast closed the distance, jaws snapping. It reached out with massive claws, intent on tearing her limb from limb. However, in the blink of an eye, the emerald light from the scepter shot forward, striking the beast dead center. It let out a blood-curdling howl, before its entire body instantly turned into solid stone. Under the serpent goddess's stunned gaze, Chu Xing and Chu Xin charged through the fray, aiming to seize the scepter from her grasp. The goddess held the glowing staff high. A few beasts were willing to die for you, and now you think you're invincible? You truly don't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Now that your pets are gone, do you really think you can defeat me? Chu Xing and Chu Xin didn't seem to realize the danger they were in. They continued to press their attack, closing in on her. The scepter flashed with blinding intensity once more. Serpent spirit petrification. The light was agonizingly bright and oppressive. Luo Xuechong was forced to shield her eyes to avoid the glare. Yibei waited for the blinding light to dissipate, and immediately rushed forward to check on them. Xinger, Xiner. His heart sank when he saw the result. Both Chu Xing and Chu Xin had been completely turned to stone. The serpent goddess launched a sneak attack from the shadows, catching Yibei off guard. Now it's your turn, you little brat. A flash of light illuminated the entire area. In an instant, Yibei was encased in stone. The serpent goddess stepped closer to inspect her handiwork. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. So it really is the true dragon immortal body. No wonder you were such a handful. She reached out, her fingers trailing almost regretfully over his petrified face. You're not bad looking at all. If you were just a little bit weaker, I might have actually considered keeping you as a pet. But unfortunately, a man like you would never submit to anyone. You'd only end up becoming a threat to me sooner or later. So it's goodbye, pretty boy. But at that moment, the impossible happened. Cracks began to spiderweb across the stone, covering Yibei's face. The serpent goddess recoiled in shock. I'm just getting started. The stone casing shattered, falling away in heavy chunks. Yibei could already speak and move his limbs freely. To think you could actually use your petty magic to restrain me for a full 3 minutes. I suppose I underestimated you. In a flash, he reached out and seized the serpent goddess, his hand clamping around her throat as he hoisted her into the air. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with desperate disbelief. How? How could you break free so easily? My petrification seal is absolute. Watching him shatter her ultimate technique with such ease shook her to her very core. This shouldn't be possible. Just then, Luo Xuechong also began to break free from the restraint. The stone on her face cracked and fell away completely. I forgot to mention, I also possessed the chaos immortal body. The serpent goddess stared, unable to believe her eyes. 2 major immortal bodies, plus a divine inheritance? How is any of this fair? Yibei's voice was cold and final. Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it's impossible. She began to panic, her composure crumbling. If I beg for mercy now, is it too late? Yibei let out a contemptuous laugh. You dare to harm my disciples. He sighed softly. I cherish them more than anything. As their master, I have always looked out for them. I won't let them suffer the slightest bit of damage on my watch. Yibei raised his hand, opening his upgraded Baron Small World. At level 2, he now held the power over life and death itself. As the small world expanded, he continued his explanation. Anyone whose cultivation is lower than mine, or anything bound by the contract of this world, their very existence lies in the palm of my hand. Yibei commanded, return to life. My disciples. Immediately, 2 beams of light descended upon Chu Xing and Chu Xin. The stone covering their bodies shattered instantly. The 2 returned to normal, but there was a slight complication. For some reason, their clothing had also crumbled along with the stone. Chu Xin and Chu Xing didn't seem to care about their lack of attire. They ran forward joyfully and threw their arms around Yibei. Master, I thought I'd never see you again. Master, I missed you so much. Blushing slightly, Yibei cleared his throat. All right, that's enough. This isn't exactly appropriate. Luo Xuechong teased them with a smile. What? No hug for your eldest senior sister. Chu Xin giggled and ran over, burying her face in Luo Xuechong's chest. Senior sister, we missed you terribly too. Luo Xuechong patted her head affectionately. There. I know. Yibei produced 2 sets of robes and handed them to the pair. Tell me, what are you 2 even doing here? You were nearly killed by the serpent goddess. It was all a misunderstanding. I keep these spare clothes for you, so put them on first. The 2 took the robes happily. Thank you, master. Chu Xin answered with a bright smile. Years ago, after our parents passed away, the 2 of us had a very hard life. We only had the birds and the beasts for company. It was you and senior sister who took us in. Chu Xing chimed in. You taught us how to survive. You even bestowed the path of the beast upon us. They continued in unison. We trained as hard as we could, and finally managed to break through to the Saint Realm. Master, Chu Xin finally revealed their true motivation. Our hearts were aching for you. We wanted to do something to help. That's why we came here, to the homeland you swore to protect. Tian Huang. Yi Bei repeated her words softly. To protect my homeland? The two excitedly recounted their journey. When we first arrived, the three great deities had divided the land and ruled as kings. They bullied everyone who didn't have a divine inheritance, so we decided to teach them a lesson. However, we couldn't take all three of them on at once. So, we decided to build our influence in the shadows. Chu Xing reported proudly. Now, our influence stretches across every nation on Earth. Master, now that you've returned, as long as we work together, never mind Yin Huang, the entire Earth belongs to you. Yi Bei was genuinely pleased. He gave them a thumbs up and praised them. Well done. You both deserve a reward for this. Despite the praise, he quickly regained his stern composure. But remember, you were incredibly reckless back there. If I hadn't been here, you would have been killed by the serpent goddess. The consequences would have been unthinkable. Chu Xin pouted slightly. But master, you ended up absorbing her cultivation anyway. So it wasn't all bad, right? Yi Bei playfully flicked both of their foreheads. Talking back to your master already? Chu Xing and Chu Xin didn't dare say another word. They clutched their foreheads, bowing their heads quickly. We're sorry. We were wrong, master. As if suddenly remembering something, Chu Xing asked excitedly, Master, now that you've absorbed the serpent goddess's power, has your body changed at all? Yi Bei looked down at his hands. Considering her question, my cultivation has gone up by a level. I'm now only one step away from the immortal realm. Other than that, everything else seems normal. Suddenly, the environment around him began to shift, catching him off guard. He was pulled into a strange, void-like space. A world consisting only of black and white. Yi Bei looked around, confused. Where am I? Is this another prank by Chu Xing and Chu Xin? Just then, a figure with snow-white hair and flowing white robes appeared before him. Are you immortal? The figure asked cheerfully. Are you willing to become my slave? Would you like to accept my inheritance? Yi Bei frowned as he observed her. His mind raced back to the battle he just fought. He began to piece it together. This person must be the inheritance of the snake god. She reached out with both hands. Her tone was friendly, almost inviting. Come here. Take my hand. Once you do, the inheritance will be yours. You will be eternal and possess boundless power. But Yi Bei wasn't buying any of it. Infuriated, he hurled the scepter straight at her. The last inheritance nearly killed me, and now this one is supposed to be easy? I don't think so. The figure scrambled to dodge the projectile. She couldn't help but let out a curse. Holy crap. She screamed at him in a fit of rage. I offered you the hand of a beautiful girl, and yet you try to kill me. Is your head made of wood or something? He calmly covered his ears to block out her screeching. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't trust you. Let's take it by force. Yi Bei issued a confident challenge. Enough talk. Show me what you've got. However, she didn't seem interested in fighting. She waved her hands frantically. Wait. She began to plead desperately. Fine, I'm begging you. Please. I'm literally begging you to take my inheritance. Please, Yi Bei. Still wary, he questioned her. Who exactly are you? And why are you forcing your inheritance on someone? She perked up and introduced herself. I am an ancient celestial. My name is Yangbia. Because of a crime I committed, fate locked me inside this scepter for thousands of years. I've finally been released, and all I want is to find a reliable host. Yi Bei wasn't swayed by her grand title or sweet words. He remained suspicious. A host? You're probably looking to possess me. You want to hijack my body and make my soul vanish forever, don't you? Yangbia's face turned red. She struck a seductive pose. Would it really be so bad to have a beautiful girl like me inside your body? Or we could just live together in peace. I can manifest a physical form every now and then. I could even warm your bed for you. Yi Bei shook his head in a flat refusal. His look of pure disdain left her flustered and speechless. I'm not interested. My sect doesn't keep freeloaders. Yangbia stepped closer to him. She placed her hands on his shoulders. The atmosphere suddenly turned strangely romantic. I have other uses, you know. Come closer, and I'll show you. Yangbia closed her eyes. She pressed herself against Yubei. A bright aura began to radiate between them. He was genuinely surprised. "What is this?" she asked with a playful grin. "The chaos energy from my body has flowed entirely into yours. That small, desolate world of yours has probably reached its max level by now, hasn't it?" He raised his hand to check his internal state. She was right. It was completely maxed out. Yangbia pointed at herself confidently. "Well, are you willing to accept me now? If you willingly give me some of your true dragon immortal chi, I can maintain a physical form and stay by your side." Yibei finally relented. "I suppose that's fine." But before he could even process what was happening, she suddenly pulled him into a kiss. Yangbia took the opportunity to drain a portion of his immortal chi. Yibei blushed, completely caught off guard. What is it with girls these days? Don't you know taking things without asking is stealing? Yangbia gave a mischievous laugh. "So what if I stole it?" "Thanks a million." She happily snapped her fingers. And that's that. Time to go back. In an instant, they both vanished from the strange dimension and returned to the real world. Yibei let out a breath. "We're back." Yangbia chirped a reply. Just then, Chu Xin, Chu Xing, and Xue Shang approached them. Chu Xin shouted demandingly. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Yangbia quickly ducked behind Yibei. "You explain it. Tell them who I am." After 10 minutes of explaining the situation, everyone finally understood the whole story. "So that's how it is. In that case, Master, why don't you just take her in as a disciple? She could fill the void left by Cho Tilia's death." Yibei considered the idea. It's not a bad suggestion, but Yangbia immediately shot it down. "No way. Absolutely not." She put her hands on her hips. She stood her ground firmly. "A celestial lady like me will never be someone's disciple. Even if you kill me, it's never going to happen." Everyone looked at her with skeptical eyes. Yibei thought for a moment. Then, he offered a compromise. "I can help you find a body to possess. But on one condition, you must stay here forever to protect and assist Chu Xin and Chu Xing." When they heard this, Chu Xin and Chu Xing were struck with shock. "Master, are you saying these things because you're planning to leave?" Yibei didn't try to hide the truth. "I came to Earth because I miss my home, and because I wanted to check on all of you, seeing that you're all doing well, and that your influence has spread everywhere. I can finally put my mind at ease." He explained his plans to reassure them. "I need to travel to other places to find your other senior and junior sisters, so that we can all be reunited." Chu Xing and Chu Xin didn't want to part with him, but they knew once their master made a decision, it was final. With heavy hearts, they spoke. "Master, we're going to miss you so much. Once you find our sisters, you have to let us know." Shueshang seemed to have realized Master's plan long ago. Yangbia watched Yibei comfort his disciples with a hint of envy. Maybe having a master isn't so bad after all. Someone who can protect you from the storms forever. Even after thousands of years, he's like family, a permanent pillar of support. Yangbia was suddenly overcome with regret, practically crying. "I regret everything." He didn't pay much attention to her outburst. He smiled. "Too late. Now let's get you that body." When Yangbia heard those words, she was deeply moved. The scene shifted to a small street. Inside a convertible, Shueshang finally asked, "Master, about you putting Yangbia's soul into the snake god's body. Are you sure that's a good idea?" Yibei replied, while keeping his eyes on the road. "One wants to restore her cultivation. The other one a physical body. Isn't it a perfect match?" She thought about it for a second. If those two ever start fighting inside there, it'll definitely be quite a show. But he quickly brushed the thought aside. Forget about them. It wasn't easy getting back to Earth. We haven't even had any fun yet. We're going to enjoy ourselves to the fullest today. The car pulled up in front of a massive hotel. The two of them stepped out and headed inside. Passers-by looked on in awe. "Look at that girl. And that car. I'm so jealous. How much is a night at this hotel?" 9,000 spirit stones. Yibei looked up at the building. He spoke with confidence. "The small desolate world can now provide for us directly. We can go wherever we want." Shueshang was still wide-eyed, taking in the luxury. As they entered the lobby, he said generously, "Before we head to the next dimension, let's have some real fun." She nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to the far north during the day. Deep inside a dark cavern, a pair of eyes snapped open, glowing brightly. "The person I've been waiting for has finally arrived." The owner of the eyes issued a command. "Guard the entrance. Prepare to receive our guest." The space rippled. Only a few faint footprints could be seen in the snow. Yibei and Shueshang, now wearing warm coats, walked forward together. She began to recount. Xing'er and Exener said a few of our junior sisters came here, but we've been walking in circles for over an hour. It's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. There isn't a single living soul here. Are you sure the entrance is really here? Yibei spoke calmly to settle her nerves. Don't be impatient. Do you remember what I taught Fu'er about the 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation? Shueshang recalled the basics of the 5 elements. Wood is in the east. Fire is in the south. Metal is in the west. Water is in the north. And earth is in the center. She scanned the surroundings. But looking at this place, never mind wood, fire, earth. There isn't even a single drop of liquid water. Everything is frozen solid. What does this have to do with the 5 elements? He asked her back. We've been walking for quite a while. Didn't you notice the subtle energy beneath the ice? Shueshang tried to remember. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that. He leaned down to examine the ground. He continued to explain the situation to her. Above the ice, there's only a chilling, desolate aura. But beneath it, life is thriving. Just because a formation can't be established on the surface doesn't mean it can't exist below. As long as we find the eye of the formation, only then can we truly enter the extreme North Realm. She analyzed the situation based on their conversation. The eye. Among the 5 elements here, none are stronger than water. That means the weakest must be fire. If we can strike its fire core, we can definitely break this formation. Yibei placed his hand against the icy ground. You're a quick learner. He activated the formation. A brilliant light surged around them. The eye is right beneath our feet. Right now, the 2 of them plummeted into a bottomless abyss. Startled by the sudden drop, Shueshang let out a sharp cry. Eventually, they both reached the very bottom of the chasm. Dazed, he sat up. She looked around, her eyes widening in awe. This truly is another world entirely. It's miraculous. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed through the air. Welcome to the extreme North Realm. Yibei and Shueshang turned in unison, only to find a familiar figure bound high above. Jialan. But she wasn't moving. Her lips were fluttering, but no sound could be heard. Losing her composure, Shueshang cried out. Jialan, who did this to you? Shueshang began to slip into a trance-like state. Realizing what was happening, Yibei quickly moved to steady her. Shueshang, calm down. You've walked right into its trap. Just then, she seemed to snap out of it. Rubbing her head, she muttered to herself. What's wrong with me? He explained. The formation above the ice was just an appetizer. This right here is the true 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation, one that uses people as its eye. It feeds on resentment and desire. Anyone who enters and fails to calm their mind will either become the next eye for the formation. He paused for a moment before continuing, or become food for the creatures lurking here. Shueshang let out a long sigh. Master, I'm sorry. I should have been more level-headed. But those blood-red sound waves, they seem to lure out the deepest desires and bloodlust within me. I almost lost control. Yibei shared her concern without hesitation. I'm worried about our sisters too. It's only natural that you'd be susceptible to its tricks. But from here on out, we must be extremely careful. Because they're already here. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The 2 of them looked around warily, searching for whatever was approaching. A massive monster appeared, its maw hanging open as it prepared to tear them apart. Shueshang immediately launched an attack. She sent the monster reeling back. Afterward, the 2 of them found a flat patch of ground to land on. She spoke. So there really are monsters here. An idea flashed through Shueshang's mind. She turned to Yibei. That's right, master. Earlier, Jialan tried to tell me something. Find that man, break the formation. Yibei and Shueshang stood within a protective sphere. A man stood off to the side, observing them from within. The people here are quite interesting. Meanwhile, on Yibei's side, the 2 were working together to fight off phantom images of sharks. Shueshang glanced at him while fighting. The attacks from these spirit beasts seemed deliberate. They're trying to separate me from you. The man Jialan mentioned is likely the one controlling these beasts from the shadows. The phantoms surrounded the 2 of them. Yibei replied, with this many beasts, there's definitely someone pulling the strings. Let them come. The more, the better. In fact, why don't you just bring out your trump card already? Let me see just how powerful you really are. He quickly leaped into the air. With a serious expression, he interlaced his fingers and began to chant an incantation. Great Tao Resonance. Tao to the Beasts. A massive, multicolored halo suddenly manifested behind his back. The shark phantoms were struck with sheer terror. The moment he touched the ground, they all scrambled to flee. Ibe narrowed his eyes, speaking with disdain. It seems this place is indeed dangerous. Then, Shueshang's puzzled voice called out. He turned to look at her in surprise. Master, do you hear that? Someone is crying. An illusion resembling a small whirlpool appeared before them. Shueshang and Yi Bei walked toward a figure sitting on the ground. She spoke up. Who are you? Why are you sitting here crying? Before them sat a woman with long, flowing red hair. She wailed in sorrow. My master is dead. The two of them stared at her, eyes wide with shock. The same thought crossed both their minds. Master? Yi Bei frowned as he looked at her. Who was your master? The woman didn't turn around, answering with her back to them. I was just a child back then. A spirit beast was terrorizing our village. They said if they handed over a young girl, they could appease the beast. She curled into a ball, her face lowered. She hugged her knees, remembering the faces, the fake smiles of the villagers. She continued her story. My own mother and father accepted 10 spirit stones from the village chief and the people. They didn't care whether I lived or died. Then they cast me out of the village. She closed her eyes as she went on. I was weak, barely able to defend myself. How could I have escaped? So they left me to be taken by the beast. At that moment, thick, blood-red slime began to pool behind her, seemingly oblivious to it. Her voice continued to drift through the air. It was my master who descended from the heavens and slew the beast. He saved me from that nightmare. She then opened her eyes and looked ahead. She recalled the image of herself and a young man standing together under a blooming cherry blossom tree. He taught me how to cultivate. He taught me how to seek vengeance. And he taught me what it meant to be family. Her voice kept droning on. She remembered herself sitting and clutching a large red wooden box. The character for fate was inscribed on the wall. But 300 years ago, I could only watch helplessly as my master died right before my eyes. There was nothing I could do. The woman closed her eyes again, finishing her tale. I have cried for 300 years. I have been blind for 300 years. But I still couldn't change a thing. The two stood behind her, listening in silence. Then, Shueshang spoke. Jialan, is that you? The woman turned her head. Her obscured eyes looked back. Senior sister. Then, she pleaded. Senior sister, save me. Shueshang's eyes went wide as she shouted. Jialan, how did you end up like this? Come, I'll take you away from here. Yibei quickly stepped toward her, his brow furrowed. Wait. Shueshang turned to him, confused. Master? Yibei's expression was grim. Have you forgotten? Jialan is still back in the 5 elements. The formation at the entrance is where she's waiting for us to save her. A sudden gust of air swept beneath their feet. It swirled around the woman in front of them. Shueshang's eyes widened in shock, looking as though she'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. She turned to Yi Bei, panic in her voice. Master, is Jialan an illusion, or is she real? Her expression gradually darkened with realization. Or have I been trapped in an illusion since the moment I stepped into the extreme north realm? Yi Bei reached out toward Shueshang, his voice soft and low. Shueshang, what are you talking about? Come over here, quickly. Watching the Yi Bei standing before her, Shueshang took a step back. She pressed a hand to her head, frowning deeply. You're all just manifestations of my inner desires. If I fall for your traps, I'm afraid I'll suffer a cultivation deviation, and I'll never be able to leave this place. She spoke with heavy sorrow. Master, I will definitely break free from this mirage. Forgive me. At that moment, the real Yi Bei began calling out. Shueshang, Shueshang. He looked up, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Ever since we left that 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation, Shueshang has completely vanished. It seems someone is intentionally separating us to launch a sneak attack. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. What a pity. You've picked the wrong person to mess with. He looked at the 2 doors before him, one red and one white. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his voice dripping with arrogance. If you've got more tricks, then bring them on. Stop being so slow. Unless, are you afraid? He observed the characters written above the doors. The door on the left was white. The character was life. The door on the right was red. The character was death. He tilted his head, reading them aloud. The gate of life. The gate of death. A smirk played on his lips. You seem quite confident. Do you think you're a god here? Someone who can hold life and death in the palm of their hand? Anyone else would surely choose the path you've laid out for them. But if you're so sure you can kill me, then I'll choose the gate of death just to show you. Yibei turned and headed toward the red door. With his hands in his pockets, he walked in at a leisurely pace. In the end, only I decide my own fate. The gate of death swung open. A voice echoed. I truly didn't misjudge you. The path leads deep into a hidden cavern. The sound of heavy, sobbing echoes from within. Yibei steps inside. He looks on in shock at the woman before him, who is weeping as she speaks. My master is dead. He approaches and reaches out, calling her name tentatively. Jialan? The girl continues to shield her face with her hands. Then, she glances toward Yibei and whispers, Master, you've finally returned. Yibei's brow furrows in surprise at her words. Suddenly, he is violently blown backward. A thick cloud of dust erupts in front of him. He crosses his arms over his chest to shield himself. He scowls at the chaos ahead and curses. Damn it! An ancient beast, adorned with golden patterns, emerges. Its eyes glow with a blinding light as it charges at him with dizzying speed. Yibei's expression hardens. His gaze turns cold as he realizes. Another ancient beast? The northern reaches certainly have a few surprises left for me. Man and beast collide head-on in a raw display of power. The impact generates a massive shockwave of energy. He grits his teeth and delivers a sharp strike to the beast's head. With a swift motion, he swings his arm, catching it on the side of its skull. Yibei leaps high into the air, observing the area from above. The beast lunges upward, but he maneuvers out of the way just in time. They swap positions in the blink of an eye. The ancient beast stands guard at the cave's entrance. From deep inside, Yibei stares it down. He looks down at his hands, assessing his own strength in disbelief. Something is strange about this place. I've only clashed with this Qilin a few times, but my physical toughness, my agility and destructive power have increased significantly. He casts a cold, suspicious glance at the ancient beast. Is this place actually some kind of high-level cultivation ground? A dead end for the weak, but a gateway for the strong. The ancient beast quickly turns its gaze back to Yibei. Yibei flexes his arm, gathering his strength. A surge of energy wraps around his limb as he charges forward. He engages the beast in direct, hand-to-hand combat. The two release an overwhelming pressure. Moments later, he watches as the ancient beast slowly fades away before his eyes. He speaks calmly to himself. I hadn't found a way to break my fifth limit since the last time I surpassed my physical boundaries, yet I managed to do it here. Talk about an unexpected gain. He looks toward the depths of the cave, where a strange light is pulsing. He mutters in astonishment. It's weeping? Is it trying to tell me not to kill? The light gradually begins to dim. Faint sounds start to echo. Suddenly, a crimson light flashes from the distance. Yibei's eyes sharpen as he senses something behind him and shouts. Who's there? A figure emerges from the shadows, calling out. Little friend Yi, you've finally arrived. He quickly turns around to see who it is. Jialao walks out from the darkness. His eyes are welling up with tears as he stands there, frozen, staring at Yibei. His hands are clenched into tight fists. Yibei's eyes widen in absolute shock. Jialao, how on earth did you end up here? Before he can say another word, Jialao lunges forward and grabs Yibei's leg, crying out through his tears. Little friend Yi, my life has been nothing but misery. I want to go back to the Tianxian continent. I want to return to the demon clan. Yibei stands there, bewildered and flustered as the old man clings to him. What? Wait. A moment later, once Jialao regains his composure and stands before him, Yibei asks with a serious expression, what exactly happened to you? The old man quickly explains. Ever since I tried to ascend with you, I've been trapped in this place. He recalls the massive, glowing gate. He begins his story. Back then, after you helped me smash that tablet, I thought I was finally ascending to the immortal realm. But out of nowhere, the ascension path just shattered. Jialao continues his tale. I was left stranded. I should have reached the immortal realm, but a strange spatial turbulence pulled me back, and I ended up falling into this place. He had been sucked into a golden portal by an irresistible force. At that moment, Jialao had screamed. No! Yibei's eyes shift as a thought crosses his mind. I might have used a little too much power back then and accidentally smashed the ascension path. I had no idea it would cause Jia Lao to fall into this hole. Jia Lao looks at him with a glimmer of hope. Little friend Yi, I've been trapped here for nearly 5 years. Now that you're finally here, can we actually get out of this place? Yubei puts his hands in his pockets and asks, Jia Lao, with your current level, you should be in the pseudo-immortal realm by now, right? How could you be trapped here for 5 years without finding a way out? Jia Lao sighs. Little friend Yi, there's something you don't understand. The beasts aren't the scary part. It's the bizarre formations of this place. There's no sky, no ground. There's no end. I've searched for 5 years and haven't found a single exit. He points upward, analyzing the situation. The strangest thing is the way the spiritual energy flows here. The laws of energy are completely twisted. Yubei looks up confused. The laws of flow? Suddenly, a transparent sphere appears in the old man's hand. Jiao Lao says, little friend Yi, come see for yourself. You'll understand immediately. He lets go of the sphere. It shoots straight up into the air. The two of them watch it go. Yibei tracks the golden light as it fades into the distance. He looks dazed as a realization hits him. It disappeared. Suddenly, it reappears right behind him. Yibei glances back, completely stunned. The sphere zips past him and flies right back into Jiao Lao's hand. He stares at the sphere, processing what he just saw. The technique vanished and came back from a completely different direction. Jiao Lao grips the sphere and explains. Exactly. Techniques here can't even travel in a straight line. Even the spiritual energy in your body doesn't behave like it does in the outside world. Sometimes it's just a trickle. Other times, it's like a raging flood. It crashes through your meridians. If you're lucky, you might break through your limits. If you're unlucky, the surge of energy will kill you instantly. He rests a hand on his hip and continues. Every law of nature we know is overturned here. Everything we've learned about cultivation is completely useless. If you stay too long, even your memories start to become distorted. For instance, I even have this hallucination that you were the one who smashed the ascension path, causing me to fall here. Yibei feigns composure and clears his throat. It seems this place really is quite bizarre. See? Your memories. They're already a mess. How could I ever do something like that? He looks at Jiao Lao. So, why is it that even though I just got here, my techniques and energy flow are already acting differently than they do outside? The old man's expression darkens. The longer you stay, the worse it gets. Since you just arrived, the impact is still minor. Yibei narrows his eyes and asks, Jiao Lao, in all your time here, haven't you discovered even a single pattern? Jiao Lao answers, it's not that there are no rules at all. At close range, attacks still work like they do on the outside. Yibei rubs his chin deep in thought. So, the closer the distance, the more stable the laws. The logic of this place is truly unpredictable. This reminds me of a theory I heard back on Earth. He recalls an image of a goldfish swimming in a glass bowl and continues. If you put a goldfish in a round bowl, to us, the world looks normal. But to the goldfish, because of the curved glass, the world it sees is completely distorted. He pictures the fish's head up close. Its wide, bright eyes taking everything in. Everything humans perceive as correct laws are entirely wrong from the fish's perspective. Yibei's frown deepens. Is it possible we're currently in a fishbowl and we just don't know who's watching? Watching us jump around like pets. Jiao Lao looks at him baffled. Fishbowl? Goldfish? What are you talking about? Yibei brushes him off with a wave of his hand. It's nothing. He points upward and explains. What I'm saying is, to get out of here, we either have to smash the fishbowl, which is the barrier surrounding this place, or we have to master the distorted laws of this world. Jiao Lao looks dismal. That's impossible. I haven't been able to find the barrier at all. Yibei bows his head. His expression turns grave as he mutters. Don't worry. I have a way. Standing across from the old man, Yibei speaks firmly. Jiao Lao, give me all of your cultivation, your destiny, and your luck. Hand it all over to me. I'm going to blow this place sky high. Jiao Lao's eyes widen in shock. What? He stares at Yibei, bewildered. All of my cultivation, my destiny, and my luck. You want me to give it all to you? Are you telling me you want me to die? Yibei closes his eyes and smiles thinly. Precisely. It's the only way we're getting out of here. Jiao Lao grits his teeth, his brow furrowing. Then would you be willing to give all of your cultivation to me, so that I can be the one to destroy this place? Yi-Bei's eyes are hidden behind his hair, masking his expression. He smirks. Not a chance. He suddenly drops into a combat stance. He thrusts his hand toward Yahello. A multicolored sphere of energy forms in his palm, aimed directly at the old man. Yi-Bei's eyes narrow. His voice is cold as ice. Yahello, there's another person's aura hidden deep inside your body. How do you expect me to trust you? Yahello lowers his head, his voice dropping an octave. So, you found me out after all? Yi-Bei glares at him, calculating his move. Long-range attacks won't work here. Then let's close in and attack. A massive surge of energy explodes. Debris and rocks go flying in every direction. The elder is sent reeling backward by the force of the impact. Yi-Bei stands to the side, completely unfazed. One hand is tucked casually in his pocket. With the other, he waves away the dust to get a better look. His voice is cold. So, you finally came out. We finally meet at last. A voice rings out, making Yi-Bei stop in his tracks. His eyes narrow in surprise. The scene slowly comes into focus. A long flight of stairs appears before him. At the very top, a figure stands waiting. So, you're the man the elder kept talking about? The mastermind behind all this? The old man stands at the summit. A glowing golden halo radiates behind him as he introduces himself. That is correct. I am the king of the northern lands, Ming Xuanjun. Yi-Bei remains calm. He doesn't seem to care and continues. Since you don't seem to have any intention of hurting me, I have no desire to fight you either. Just release my disciples, and we can put an end to this. Ming Xuanjun begins to descend the stairs. As he walks down, the old man speaks. Before you even arrived, I had already divined that a genius would come to this place. But I never imagined you would bring such a massive surprise. The old man has a kind, dignified face. The distinguished elder explains further. Superlative talent and unparalleled comprehension. You even possess the true dragon immortal body. Most importantly, you're the first person to ever see through the mysteries of my array. Would you be willing to become my disciple? You would take over the northern lands. Yi-Bei ignores the offer and refuses bluntly. Not interested. Just hurry up and release my disciples. A sphere surrounded by a white energy ring appears in Ming Xuanjun's hand. Your disciples and that Jia-Mo fellow are all safe and sound. There is no need to worry about their safety. Are you truly unwilling? He keeps his hands in his pockets, showing no sign of reverence as he declines again, instead of reaching for the stars. You want me to stay in this dilapidated place? I don't have the time. The old man stands opposite him and laughs heartily. I certainly didn't misjudge you. Ming Xuanjun happily raises the sphere, ignoring the rejection. Regardless of whether you agree or not today, I am determined to pass this ancient cultivation technique down to you. You are the only one fit to inherit it. Yi-Bei begins to lose his patience. He frowns, questioning the man's motives. You spent all this time testing me. Was it really just because you wanted to hand over some ancient technique? The old man's form begins to turn translucent, revealing the scene behind him. His eyes fill with joy. It isn't that I chose you, nor was I simply trying to test you. Every step that led you here can be summed up in 2 words: karmic destiny. However, I must give you a word of warning. The greater the destiny, the greater the tribulation that follows. If your resolve is firm, you'll surely succeed. Yi-Bei asks, sounding uncertain. A tribulation? You're not pulling my leg, are you? The old man places the sphere into Yi-Bei's hand as he speaks. This method must be understood slowly. At its peak, one can destroy the heavens and create worlds. You will become the master of all creation. Yi-Bei holds the round pearl in his hand. He examines it closely. The energy inside this pearl doesn't seem too overwhelming, and it seems easy enough to grasp. But if I rush it, I'll probably just explode and die. I'd better take it slow. Following Ming Xuanjun's guidance, Yi-Bei realizes the old man has vanished. In his place, a door high above stands slightly ajar. Yi-Bei walks toward it. As he passes through the door, his eyes widen in speechless shock. Master, how did you get out so fast? A loud voice rings out. He realizes what's happening and sighs. Then, crossing his arms, he says, "All right, spill it. What's the deal?" Standing before the door, Yi-Bei is stunned as Jia Lan rushes forward, sobbing, and throws her arms around him. "I'm so sorry, Master." With tears still in her eyes, she looks up and cries out, "Master, I can't be your disciple anymore." He looks down in confusion and lets out a startled yelp. In the room, Xiaolon stands there, covering her face. She sobs, wiping away tears as she speaks. Master, your disciple has failed you. Ming Xuanjin forced me to accept his technique. I'm no longer worthy of being your student. Yibei places a hand on his chest and closes his eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. And here I thought a second Cho Tianlai had appeared. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He looks helplessly at Xiaolon. I already know about that. Ming Xuanjin's pressure is immense. Even if I fought him, it would be a toss-up. You were coerced. I can understand why it happened. And don't feel too bad. He just forced a technique on me, too. Hearing this, Xiaolon stops mid-sob and stares at him with wide, bewildered eyes. A moment later, she goes back to crying, this time out of pure joy. Master, knowing I can still be your disciple is the best news ever. Yibei places a hand on her head to comfort her. That's enough. If you keep crying, I really will kick you out. Xiaolon stops her tears. She looks at him with a lingering sadness. I'll stop, I promise. He gives her a thumbs up. With one hand in his pocket, he asks curiously, when I came in here, I saw you and 7 other disciples. So, what exactly is going on? Xiaolon is caught off guard, unable to react immediately. She starts sweating nervously. She avoids his gaze, looking away. Oh, that? Tell them to come out. They can help you explain everything to me. A moment later, a series of yelps and shouts erupt as limbs start popping out. My butt. My head. Ouch, watch it. In the room, the young women kneel behind Xiaolon and shout in unison. Disciples pay their respects to Master. The pink-haired girl at the front looks up at him and explains, Master, back then, our skills were lacking. It took us forever just to break through to the Saint Realm. We could only watch helplessly as you died, unable to do a single thing. She closes her eyes, her expression filled with deep sorrow. After you were gone, we decided to roam the 3,000 worlds, searching for a celestial method to bring you back. But unexpectedly, as soon as we entered the northern lands, we were trapped here. There was no way out. Then, they recall the old man in the black half-cloak, Ming Xuanjin. He was the one who told us. He said if we waited here for 300 years, we would meet you again. He didn't lie to us. We really did find you. Yibei rubs his chin, his brow furrowed in serious thought. That man could actually predict things 300 years into the future, not to mention these northern lands. Those strange arrays are proof of extraordinary skill. He truly is a terrifying individual. Xiaolon adds happily, Master. Even though he's powerful, he's not a bad person. Yibei looks at her, slightly surprised. She grins from ear to ear and raises her hand. He only tied us up earlier to punish us for stealing his spirit fruits. And to distract you for a bit, but I knew you wouldn't be fooled. Yibei irritably reaches out and pinches Xiaolon's chubby cheeks. You've certainly become a smooth talker, haven't you? With her cheeks being pinched, Xiaolon cries out, her voice trembling. It's the truth. Ever since I was a child, and Master saved me from those beasts and villagers, I knew you were the strongest person in the entire world. I knew you wouldn't go down that easily. Yibei's face flushes slightly as he tries to maintain a serious front. Fine, I'll accept your flattery for now. Since I'm here, you don't need to be trapped anymore. You're free to leave whenever you want. She rubs her red, swollen cheeks and asks in surprise, Are we going with you, Master? Yibei looks at the disciples gathered before him. His eyes gleam with interest. You all have your own paths to follow. There's no need to follow me. The choice is yours. Xiaolon glosses sideways, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Then why is big senior sister always following you around, Master? Yibei notices her attitude. He gives her a sharp flick on the forehead and frowns. Who gave you permission to roll your eyes? She isn't just your big senior sister anymore. For all you know, she might end up being your mistress. Xiaolon winces as a bump forms on her head. She clutches her forehead, not daring to talk back. Then a chorus of voices erupts. Master, we've been here for 300 years. Life here is actually quite good. More importantly, we haven't found a place more mysterious than this. We want to stay and uncover all the secrets hidden here. That's right, Master. Yibei looks down at them and says calmly, If that is what you want, then I shall grant your wish. The girls surround him and shout in unison. Thank you, Master. He quickly replies, All right, all right. At that moment, the system interface appears. Notification messages begin to scroll across the screen. Reunited with disciples. 73 out of 108. Rewards. Sovereign Skill Card X24. Great Emperor Skill Card X200. eBay stares in shock. His eyes widen with surprise. The system is being incredibly generous this time. This many sovereign skill cards. I could almost return to the immortal realm right now. He looks back at them to say his goodbyes. It's time. We must part ways for now. I have to leave this place. Have any of you seen your eldest senior sister? The pink-haired girl quickly replied. Eldest senior sister has incredible focus, and her will is unbreakable. Just like yours, master. She'll be out soon. It's just an exit, after all. You'll probably see her as soon as you step outside, master. Yubei looked down at her and spoke. Before we part ways, I want to ask if any of you have seen your other sisters. She shook her head. No, I haven't. The others behind her quickly chimed in. No, not us. Neither have I. Then, a blonde girl in the crowd spoke up. Wait, I think I might have run into someone. She racked her brain as she recounted the memory. Back when I was out for my training, I happened to pass by the demon cave. I saw someone who looked like second senior sister. But just like Hanyu, I can't be entirely sure. Yibei's expression turned solemn. The demon cave, huh? I've heard rumors that the terrain there is treacherous. It's a death trap. Anyone who enters has 1 foot in the grave. If one of my disciples is trapped in there, it wouldn't be a surprise. His voice echoed as he walked toward the exit. Then we're heading to the demon cave first. Who knows? We might even find some fortuitous opportunities there. Once I activate Ming Xuanzhen's pearl and return to the immortal realm, no one will be able to stand against me. Location: Sand City. The shimmering rays of the sun beat down on the parched earth. Suddenly, a soft voice called out, Master, according to the map Yahello sent us, we aren't far from the demon cave. Yubei looked straight ahead. In that case, let's take a short rest here. Shueshang replied. There seems to be a tea house over there. Master, would you like to have some tea to quench your thirst? He immediately urged her on. Let's go, let's go. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Help! A demon brandishing a massive scythe was lunging forward to attack the townspeople. The demon opened its maw wide, revealing a long tongue and rows of razor-sharp teeth. The people shrieked in absolute terror. Seeing this, Yibei flicked his wrist. The demon's body was instantly sliced into 2 clean halves. A young boy sobbed hysterically. Big sis, I'm so scared. I'm dead, aren't I? I didn't even get to say goodbye to my sister. I never got to see the Great Plains. I never even got to drink a full bowl of water. Yibei approached them. Little friend, you aren't dead yet. The 2 of them heard him and burst into tears of pure joy. We're alive. I'm alive again. But A Qing and the Shui family, they're all dead. Seeing that they wouldn't stop crying, he decided to give them a piece of his mind. Tears are the most useless things in existence. Not only will they fail to save your family and friends, but they'll turn you into a coward who can do nothing but wallow in misery. Wiping their eyes, they replied, My sister and the general always said, water is our most precious resource in this place. And tears are no different. But every time I watch someone else leave us, I just can't hold them back. Yibei softened his tone and comforted them gently. Then cry. Let your cries be your final farewell to them. Just let all out. Only then can the souls who haven't wandered too far hear your voices and look back one last time. A short while later, the 2 children poured water for the master and disciple, then spoke softly. This was the water saved for my sister and the general. You must drink it all. Don't waste even a single drop. Yibei was curious. You keep mentioning this sister and a general. Who are they? The boy asked. Looking at you, you must be immortals from another land here for a trial, right? He replied. You could put it that way. The boy began to explain. Truth is, many immortals come here for their trials, because to pass through our land is the only way to reach the demon cave. They say the cave is filled with treasures and rare herbs that help with cultivation. But all I know is that if you go that way, you'll only find man-eating demons. Those demons treat us like livestock. They come to hunt us periodically. They use our blood, our flesh, and our spiritual energy to increase their own power. Yibei asked, Then why don't you all just leave this place? The boy lowered his head. It's not that we don't want to leave. It's that we can't. Those demons love setting up formations around here. Unless we kill them and break the arrays, we're trapped here forever. From the day I was born until now. I've never stepped foot outside. I've never seen the plains or the little streams my sister talks about. The boy bowed his head sadly and continued. Our loved ones are constantly slaughtered. And then, as soon as the children grow up, they are murdered too. None of the immortals who pass through can defeat those demons. Group after group comes and goes. Only the general stay behind. He pointed into the distance. Who is this general? The boy replied. The general is the most valiant woman under the heavens. Using only her bow, she fights with everything she has. She helped us secure this territory so we could escape the fate of being eaten. Shueshang was stunned. It's Hongyu. The boy continued. The general is the symbol of faith for everyone in Sand City. She's the one who taught us how to protect ourselves and what it means to be strong. I came here today to wait for her and my sister. I didn't expect a demonic beast to grow strong enough to sneak into the general's formation. That's why you saw me like that earlier. Anyway, since you saved me, I've told you everything I know. You should leave this place quickly. These demonic beasts are incredibly dangerous. Yibei glanced at him. And what if I say no? The boy's eyes widened in shock. I'm serious. You need to go now? I'm not lying to you. He replied. Your story is quite interesting. I think I'd like to meet this general. And those man-eating beasts too. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from within the city. The boy turned back, startled. That's the signal bell. This is bad. A sound that urgent means a massive horde of demonic beasts has broken in. The general and the others are in grave danger. Yibei remained perfectly calm. Hey kid, lead the way. We'd like to join in on the fun. Who knows? We might even be able to lend your general a hand. Qing shouted furiously. You damn monster. The demonic beast was incredibly powerful. With a single swing of its arm, it sent Qing flying. She was slammed back, coughing up a large amount of blood. Hongyu raised her bow. Great Dao Bao. She loosed an arrow that streaked directly toward the beast. It triggered a massive explosion. The two girls struggled to their feet. Hongyu and Qing stood side by side. Seeing that the demon had been obliterated, Hongyu spoke softly. Something is different about the beast today. Not only has their number increased, but their strength is 3 times higher than usual. It's as if they've been bolstered by some kind of spirit pill. Qing asked anxiously. What do we do now? We've already lost so many people today. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold them off. The city will fall in no time. She tried to reassure her. Stay calm. If the front line panics, we'll only lose faster. Qing shouted. Understood. Hongyu walked toward the sunlight. My combat power is the highest. I'll go and act as a decoy. I'll draw most of their fire. You and the others focus on support. Hold them off for as long as you possibly can. Qing followed close behind. But we've been fighting for 3 days and nights. If you charge back to the front, I'm afraid. Hongyu raised her bow once more. Hesitation leads to defeat. If we don't give it our all, how can we protect the people we need to protect? Yibei's group finally arrived. The boy pointed down below. That's where we're fighting the demonic beasts. He grinned. Hongyu, you really are a star? Shueshang asked him. Master, should we head over? Yibei gave his instructions. You head back first. Take care of the wounded inside the city. As for this battle of yours, I'll definitely be lending a hand. The boy looked at him and whispered. Thank you. Shueshang gestured. Master, look over there. Hongyu encouraged her. Qing, hang in there. We will definitely defeat them. Qing gripped Hongyu's arm. I believe in you, General. Dozens of demonic beasts were glaring at the two of them. They tensed their bodies, watching the monsters warily. Yibei's voice suddenly rang out. You want to harm my disciple? You'd better ask me if I'll allow it first. Hongyu was stunned, not understanding what was happening. In an instant, the monsters were obliterated by the great Dao lightning. They howled in agonizing pain. Shueshang turned and asked, Master, are these demonic beasts real or some kind of illusion? Yibei answered, Demons and humans are similar. Both rely on spiritual energy for their cultivation. But true demons, are born from resentment and desire. The path of cultivation for humans and spirit beasts is entirely different. Even the aura they exude is distinct. The energy coming off these creatures is clearly spiritual qi. Therefore, they're undoubtedly spirit beasts. They aren't demons. Shueshang asked, puzzled. Isn't that place supposed to be a demon cave? Why would there be spirit beasts there? Suddenly, a faint voice called out from behind. Master, eldest senior sister. Startled, the two of them turned around. Hongyu stood there, cradling a Qing in her arms as she bowed. This disciple greets the master. Yibei gently reached out his hand. Little Hongyu, Come here. Let me see you. Are you satisfied with this reunion? She replied, Thank you, Master. Help me drive these monsters away. But, Master, the fact that you've returned to life is the greatest gift I could ever receive. He looked down at the girl in her arms, curious. My dear disciple, who is this? Hongyu answered. Her name is Eching. She's a companion who has faced life and death by my side. She was just severely injured while helping me. Master, please, I beg you to save her. He placed a hand on Hongyu's head. She helped my disciple. Of course I will help her. But you've clearly pushed yourself too hard as well. She lowered her eyes. I don't care about my own hardships. I only ask that you save her. Yubei spoke. This young lady's injuries are incredibly grave. It will take an immortal-grade spirit pill to save her. Hongyu pulled out a pill. We have one. The one you gave me all those years ago. With that, she placed the spirit pill into Eching's mouth. Soon after, color began to return to Eching's face. He said, All right, lay her down and let her rest for a while. Now tell me, why would you treat this person so well? You couldn't even bring yourself to use that pill for your own sake. Yet you gave it to her without a second thought. Hongyu dropped to one knee. Master, please punish me for my actions. Shuaishang stepped forward to help her up. Hongyu, get up quickly. Do you still not understand our master? If he wanted to punish you, he would have done it already. Would he really wait until now? Hongyu averted her gaze and began her story. Years ago, after Master passed away, I wanted to wander the world. Everywhere. I couldn't bear to return to the heavenly mystery sect, a place that held so much heartbreak. Eventually, I found myself coming here from time to time. Hongyu looked down, lost in her memories, seeing the innocent and lovely children in this place. I remembered how Master used to treat us. I simply couldn't find it in my heart to watch them be swallowed whole by those monsters. So, I decided to stay. She looked toward Eching. Hongyu continued. I raised Eching myself since she was a child. Her parents were slaughtered by monsters. She and her younger brother only had each other to rely on. Her personality. She's incredibly strong, and more importantly, she's deeply loyal and righteous. I have always considered her my own little sister. Eching remained unconscious, but her complexion was visibly healthier, as if to justify her choices. Hongyu looked tentatively at him and went on. Master, you saved all of us disciples. So, I wanted to be like you, to save them when they needed help the most. Yibei listened and let out a long sigh. You silly girl. Yibei didn't truly harbor any resentment toward Hongyu. He closed his eyes and said helplessly, Forget it. Let's not speak of this anymore. I didn't come here to interrogate you. I only want to remind you of one thing. The monsters you've encountered aren't demons. They're spirit beasts. Hongyu replied. I knew there was something strange about them, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Hearing this, he said, Tell me more. Hongyu explained. Even though these monsters are very powerful, their reactions are occasionally a beat too slow. It's as if someone else is controlling them. Furthermore, they don't actually eat people. They prefer to kill them and then carry the bodies away. That's why I suspected there was a mastermind behind them. He rubbed his chin and thought. Impressive. Moreover, spirit beasts, being controlled by someone. This feels strangely familiar. After a moment's thought, he spoke. It seems this demon cave isn't a real demon cave at all. Hongyu agreed. Exactly. I've secretly scouted the place before. The layout is far too crude, and there's only one type of monster there. It's nothing like the demon caves described in the legends. Yubei closed his eyes. Now, this is getting interesting. Who exactly is spreading rumors about a demon cave being here? Once we find the one pulling the strings of this fake cave, we'll know who's really behind this scheme. Hongyu, go and get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, the three of us will go and tear down this fake demon's nest together. She replied happily. Yes. The next morning, after shattering the barrier, Yibei spoke. Their ward has been destroyed by my hand. The rest is up to you. Show me what you're capable of. Understood. Hongyu said. Eldest senior sister, let's do it like the old days. Whoever finds the leader of the cave first wins. Shuaishang replied softly. With that, they both charged inside. Hongyu drew her bow. 2, 3. She took down 3 targets with a single shot. Shuaishang wasn't about to be outdone. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She gave a provocative glance and said, 11. Hongyu glanced back. Look at that. How about it, eldest senior sister? Don't look down on me anymore. Shuaishang said, Little Hongyu, you've always been the little god of war of our sect. I would never dream of underestimating you. Just as she finished, a massive explosion erupted. The two of them landed gracefully on the ground. Hanyu pointed. The leader of the cave. Right there. The two women stared down the leader, causing it to tremble in fear. Hanyu raised her bow. You treated us like a slaughterhouse, massacring, hunting, and toyed with us. You even did that to a Qing? Hanyu's eyes flared with rage. All of you are beyond forgiveness. As soon as she spoke, she released the string, sending an arrow flying straight at the leader. It cowered in terror. Tears welled in its eyes as it thought, "It's over, I'm dead." Before the arrow could land the finishing blow, it was knocked aside. It slammed into the ground. Hanyu turned and questioned her. Eldest senior sister. What are you doing? Shueshang quickly explained. It wasn't me. It was Master. Yubei spoke up. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment. He reminded Hanyu. The secret behind this cave has yet to be revealed. If you kill him now, what purpose would that serve? Hanyu replied. Forgive me, Master. I acted too impulsively. Seeing an opening, the creature began to bargain. You want to know the secret? The truth behind this cave? Only if you spare my life. Otherwise, I'll never tell you He stepped forward. Do you really think I need your cooperation? Seeing how stubborn it was, Yibei grew angry. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Yibei's sheer pressure made the leader break into a cold sweat. It thought, this man is terrifying. In that moment, I felt an aura more horrifying than death itself. It fell trembling to its knees. I was a fool to try and threaten you. Please, I beg of you, spare me. I'll tell you everything. Yubei said coldly. Speak. Terrified, it began its tale. The heavenly law, immortal lord sent us here. I was in charge of helping him tame spirit beasts, to build a demonic army. Yibei frowned. The heavenly law, immortal lord again? Hanyu asked suspiciously. Sand City is such a desolate place. Why would he choose this spot for taming? Are you trying to deceive us? It answered. It hasn't rained in Sand City for years, and the spiritual energy here is very unique. It contains a very pure yang force. By using the secret technique provided by the heavenly law immortal lord, spirit beasts can be refined into monsters. I'm just a puppet he chose. None of this has anything to do with me. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, and then declared, the Spirit Beast Hall of the Southern Heaven Arena, the auction house in Heavenly Genius City, the 9 Great Alliances, the recruitment of talents from the Immortal Lands, and now Sand City. It seems all of these are connected by an invisible thread. And that thread is the heavenly law immortal lord. To go through all this trouble, it's all to seize spirit beast resources, inner dawn, immortal grade items, and a demonic army. He smiled coldly and continued his thoughts. He wants to be the absolute overlord of this 1,000 world. Initially, Shueshang and I almost ruined his plans. By destroying the 9 great alliances of the Immortal Lands, I ended up falling into another dimension. And yet, I ran into his monster army again. It seems that behind the scenes, everything has already been predestined. His thoughts finished, Yubei spoke out. Kill him. Kong Yu's expression turned sinister. Understood. The leader slammed his fist against the ground in a fit of rage. You can't kill me. I've already told you everything. With those words, he summoned a spatial rift. Just as Yibei realized what was happening, the leader quickly dove inside. Surprised and enraged, Kong Yu cursed. Damn it. He got away. How frustrating. It's my fault for letting my guard slip. I gave that Demon Abyss leader the chance to escape. Yibei offered a word of comfort. Don't blame yourself. Looking at this barrier, he must have prepared an escape route long ago. He was playing us the whole time. Hanyu suddenly felt a pang of unease. Her face turned pale. If he manages to escape and reports back to the heavenly net immortal lord, what they send an army. If that happens, I fear for Sand City. Seeing her worry, Yibei reassured her. He's badly wounded. He didn't just lose Sand City. He also leaked too many of the immortal lord's secrets. He wouldn't dare face the immortal lord right now, Shueshang added. So what should we do? Yubei spoke firmly. We chase him. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. They both replied in unison. Understood. Shueshang gave a confident smile. We're right behind you. With that, Hanyu and Shueshang followed him into the rift. Suddenly, they both froze in their tracks. Hanyu cried out. This is bad. It's a trap. A portal opened beneath Yibei's feet at that very moment. He was pulled into an entirely different world. His aura was still here just a second ago. How did it vanish so completely? He looked around, questioning his surroundings. What kind of game is being played here? Yibei took a step forward. Pollen began to drift through the air, making him achoo. Yibei rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, what kind of pollen is this? To think it could actually bypass my physical defenses. Noticing the entire world beginning to tremble, he shouted in surprise. What's happening? The very foundations of this place seemed to be shaking. Glass-like shards began to drift, floating back and forth across the sky. Yibei stared blankly at the scene. What kind of trashy realm is this? It's literally falling apart just because I sneezed. A fairy flew out, screaming at the top of her lungs. Warning! A human has invaded the sea of bright flowers. Where are the guards? Someone's here. Save his spirits. Before he could even get his bearings, a swarm of fairies came flying in from every direction. The fairy in yellow, leading the pack, spoke up. Human, do not take another step. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the consequences. Yibei pondered silently. What are these little spirits? How is their spiritual energy so weak? They don't seem particularly bright, either. He replied with cool confidence. With such pathetic spiritual power, you think I can't handle you? The fairy pointed a finger at him. That's right. You arrogant human. Don't think that just because your cultivation level is high, you're truly powerful. Your realm may be unfathomably deep, and we may be nothing to you. But if you kill even one of our kind, the sea of bright flowers will spin completely out of control. When that happens, you'll be destroyed along with our entire dimension. Yibei cracked a smile and began to think. If I consider it, this really is the simplest way for low-level spirits to survive. And it's quite effective. These little things are so fragile, I'd break their bones just by flicking my finger. What should I do? I can't hurt them, but I still need to find that guy. The fairy interrupted his thoughts. Well, the human is scared now, isn't he? Hand over 3,000 drops of spiritual liquid as a toll. Do that, and we'll let you leave safely. Yibei repeated. Spiritual liquid? Suddenly, an idea struck him. I've got it. With the plan set, Yibei tossed a glob of spiritual liquid into the sky. It exploded, scattering everywhere. The spirits were both shocked and delighted. Spiritual liquid. So much spiritual liquid. Watching their excitement, Yibei figured these little spirits were quite sheltered. Their idea of a scam was only asking for 3,000 drops. If I released even a fraction of the liquid I gathered earlier, I'd probably drown them. Besides, I added a little something extra in there, he whispered to himself. Take your time and enjoy it, little ones. Petals fluttered through the air. Yibei continued walking through a garden of vibrant red flowers. He eventually came across a coffin resting in the middle of the blood-red blossoms. Inside the coffin lay a white-haired girl. This scene reminds me of a fairy tale every kid has read. He mused. A floral coffin. I wonder who's inside. The girl lying there was none other than Yunju, Yibei's 27th disciple. She had the appearance of a little lowly, vibrant and adorable. A girl with a massive heart. Sometimes ditzy, sometimes cute, she studied the great way of enchantment. However, she had always been stuck at a bottleneck. She never quite mastered it. She could cultivate in a single breath, but she had been missing for 300 years. Seeing her there, Yibei was a bit surprised and called out, Yunju. Standing before the coffin, he tried again. Yunju, it's time to wake up. But no matter how he called, she didn't budge. Yibei grew worried. No reaction at all. Don't tell me it's the same as 300 years ago. Let's test it. And so, Yibei gave Yunju a kiss. Following that brief spark, Yunju instantly snapped awake. Her eyes went wide, looking shocked that her first kiss had been stolen. It worked. My great way of enchantment is finally a success. At this moment, Yunju still didn't realize it was Yibei. Let me see. Who is it that has attained such mastery over my great way of enchantment? Facing the beautiful girl before him, Yibei spoke. You're finally awake. Just as I thought. I knew it would still be like this. Yunju jumped in shock. Master. Yibei stood up and said with a smile. Weren't you looking for someone to help you master your enchantment, Dao? It was me. Yunju was speechless. Why is it master again? As soon as the question left her lips, she immediately pulled an about face and flopped back down. This is bad. My enchantment, Dao, isn't complete yet. I have to lie back down quickly. I need to wait for someone to come and kiss me of their own accord. Yibei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he maintained his composure. Yunju, My dear disciple, we haven't met in 300 years. Aren't you going to greet your master? Hearing this, Yinju peeked when I opened. Hee hee. Then she pretended to be busy. Shoo, master, don't bother me. Yinju lay stubbornly in the coffin and grumbled. Back then, it was all because of you, master. Everyone started calling me a little lowly. As a result, everyone treated me like a little sister. My enchantment Dao never worked, while all the other sisters' Daos reached completion. I was the only one stuck at a bottleneck. It wasn't easy for me to place this restriction on myself. If I could just break through, I'd succeed, but master had to come and ruin everything again. Before she could finish, Yibei pinched her cheek like he was squeezing a soft bun. This so-called restriction is just pretending to be a sleeping beauty, waiting for someone to come and kiss you. If someone is lured into kissing you voluntarily, you will master the great way of enchantment. Do you think this is all just a game? Get up right now. Yinju replied. I was almost there. It's all master's fault for messing up my plan. Yibei was completely baffled. My fault. Yinju shouted back. Of course it is. Yibei turned away. Fine. I'll just act like I never took you as a disciple. But then he suddenly turned back. What now? Want to acknowledge your master again? He saw Yinju clutching his sleeve apologetically. Master, I'm sorry. I was just a bit impatient. Yinju continued. 300 years ago, I left the sect, specifically to complete this plan. But the moment I opened my eyes, the first person I saw was still you, master. How could I not be frustrated? Yibei asked. So, based on what you're saying, me waking you up in the sea of bright flowers actually harmed you? Yinju quickly clarified. No, I should thank you for waking me up, master. You once told me, true enchantment Dao is realized within the heart. When one becomes the embodiment of enchantment, the Dao is complete. It's not something a single kiss can decide. See, master, your disciple kept your words in her heart. Yibei felt a bit smug. She's a quick learner after all. Yinju started to complain again. But master, look at me. Hundreds of years have passed, and I'm still the same. Nothing has changed at all. Suddenly, Yinju's chest and hips began to visibly fill out, catching her completely off guard. Huh? Yinju looked down at herself, now looking incredibly curvaceous. My chest, my legs. It worked. I knew that restriction cultivation method would work. Thank you, master. Yibei was at a loss for words. Clearly, she still didn't take my advice to heart. Yinju showed off her new bombshell figure. Aren't we looking sexy? Yibei asked. Tell me, what exactly are you doing here? Yinju answered. I was actually studying the mysteries of charm with these girls, but I accidentally inhaled some pollen while I was sleeping and ended up drifting off. Since they were looking after me, I managed to sleep for years without a single scratch. Yibei said, I feel relieved now. Now that I'm awake, I feel much better. Yinju asked, by the way, what are you doing here, master? Are you here for me? Faced with her confident question, Yibei gave a blunt answer before asking a question of his own. Did you see a man pass through here? I followed him inside. Yinju replied. Are you kidding, master? I couldn't see a single soul while I was fast asleep. She then pulled something out and continued. But if you give me a piece of his memory, I can use this pearl to help you track him down. Seeing this, Yibei was absolutely stunned. He hurriedly asked, where did you get that pearl? This is Ling Wei's memory pearl. Without it, she'll lose everything. He then placed his hand on Yinchu's shoulder and demanded, where did you get this? Confronted by his intensity, Yinchu stammered, I got it from man. I tricked him into giving it to me. Upon hearing that, Yinchu quickly handed the pearl to him. She bowed her head in apology. I'm sorry, master. I didn't know it was senior sister's memory pearl. I didn't mean to take it. Yibei continued. Ling Wei's family was slaughtered when she was only 3. All of her family's spiritual treasures were stolen. To make her suffering even worse, or to prevent her from seeking revenge, her enemies purged her spiritual roots and her memories. Ever since then, she has suffered from amnesia. Back on the Tianxian continent, I risked everything to take this pearl from a giant beast on the spiritual island. It was the only thing helping her keep her memories stable. Now that you have it, I can't even imagine what Ling Wei is going through right now. You said this pearl can track someone's location using memories. That proves the skills Ling Wei developed were a success. If we use this skill, it might lead us to the cave leader and Ling Wei. Yinchu asked, since senior sister is so strong, I'm sure she's fine, master. Can you use your own memories to sense where they are? Yibei nodded. All right, He began to focus his senses. Sand City and the ancient battlefield. Yi signaled. I've got it. Let's go. Yinshu replied, yes. The two of them returned through the barrier. Back at the cave, they looked ahead. It turned out the two disciples had already caught the little imp and were currently trampling it. If you try to run one more time, I'll break your legs. Seeing this, Yi spoke up. Hongyu. Hongyu turned around and answered, Master. We caught the leader of the ghost cave. Yinshu stood behind Yi, cheerfully waving. Long time no see, senior sisters. Shueshang returned the greeting. Yinshu. Then she asked, Master, what happened down there? Why is Yinshu with you? Yi replied, it's a long story. First, tell me how you found this guy. Shueshang answered. Hongyu went out for some air because she was in a bad mood, and she ran into the leader at a different exit. Shueshang added quickly. He was already injured. So Hongyu caught him in no time. The little imp started whining. How could you possibly recognize me? No way. Yi said nothing. With a face as cold as ice, he reached out his hand. Soul search. The little imp began to struggle in terror. Terrified of dying, the imp screamed, Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you. Everything. Yi replied. Too late. He clenched his fist, and the demon vanished into thin air. Shueshang asked, What did you find, Master? Yi replied, In this world, that was the true intention of immortal Lord Tian Luo. Yi continued, We'll deal with Tian Luo later. Right now, we have more important things to do. We need to find Ling Wei's whereabouts. What happened to Ling Wei? Shueshang was curious. And how did Yinshu become so provocative? Hearing that, Yinshu happily hugged Shueshang. I'm so glad you noticed. It's great, isn't it? Hongyu stood behind her and gave her a sharp smack on the behind. She's asking for an explanation. Stop messing around and making people worry. Yi stood to the side and faked a cough. Ahem. Let's talk while we move. The three of them responded politely. Yes, Master. Back at Sand City, Yinshu explained. And that's how it happened. Walking beside her, Shueshang replied in shock. So we don't even know if Ling Wei is dead or alive right now. It's possible. Yi said. It's been years since Ling Wei lost her memory pearl. Worrying about it won't help. Once we settle things here in Sand City, we'll head to the ancient battlefield to find her. As they walked, a young boy ran out to meet them. General, you made it back alive. Yi looked at him and asked, Xiaoyang, what are you doing here? The boy stood before Yi, holding out a jar. General, this is water from the trees I've been saving for a long time. Please drink. Hongyu replied, Thank you, Xiaoyang. But I won't drink it. Xiaoyang asked, Why? General, are you trying to save resources for us? Don't worry. I can find plenty more in the sand. Yi asked, Hey kid, do you remember what you said you wanted to do when we first met? Xiaoyang replied, I said I want to see the grasslands, to drink water from a large bowl and see how green the trees can be. But why? Would I ever be able to do that? Yi said, Actually, you can. I can make your wish come true right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi snapped his fingers and commanded, Minor Barren World. Bind Sand City. Transform. The system suddenly flickered to life, linking to the Minor Barren World. Suddenly, the sky turned pitch black. Thunder and lightning roared as if the heavens were being torn apart. Dark clouds began to gather. Xiaoyang watched in absolute awe. The scene before him looked like a miracle unfolding. As the dark clouds rolled in, a heavy rain began to fall. This is rain. Looking at the scene before him, the boy cheered in joy. Grasslands. It's a grassland. And water. A spring. Yi asked, Do you still need tree water when you have all of this? Deeply moved by Yi actions, Xiaoyang replied, Not at all. Thank you. I knew you were the one who brought the general to us. You defeated the monsters and saved my little sister. Thank you. Yi smiled gently and said, It was nothing. Hongyu was full of gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you for doing this for all the people of Sand City. Yi waved his hand dismissively. I'm exhausted. Hearing those words, he looked to Hongyu. Stop pestering me. Hongyu replied softly, Yes, Master. Yi continued, Hongyu, I have broken the seal imposed by immortal Lord Tian Luo. You should lead these people out of here, or perhaps stay with them and continue to protect this place. But I must leave. Hongyu asked, Master. But Yi interrupted her and continued. I don't know if Ling Wei is still alive. As your senior sister's master, I have to go to the ancient battlefield to find her. You stay here and rest easy. Yin Chu suddenly appeared by his side and asked, "What about me?" Yi Bei answered, "You stay here with your senior sister Hanyu. If Tian Luo returns, you must fight alongside her and send word to me immediately. Do you understand?" Yin Chu jumped into Yi Bei's arms with joy. "Yes, master. I'll do exactly as you say. I'll miss everyone." Shueshang replied, "You'd better not get distracted by some man and forget all about us." Yin Chu replied, "I can't hear you, senior sister. We're good to go." At the ancient battlefield, Shueshang asked, "Master, can you feel it?" Her eyes were filled with unease and discomfort. "There's a deathly aura right behind us." Suddenly, something lunged straight at Yi Bei. Yi Bei sensed it and glanced to the side. A small spirit lion cub suddenly leaped into his arms. Yi Bei reflexively caught it. A spirit lion? Just then, a group of bandits ran up, shouting, "Hey, brat, freeze right there." The master and disciple looked back without a hint of fear. The leader, standing in the middle, pointed at him and barked, "You blind fool, hand over that spirit lion right now, or I'll slice you in two." Yi Bei glared at them with a demonic intensity and asked, "Say that again." The men looked into his eyes and turned pale with terror. A subordinate asked, "Boss, he's terrifying. Should we still attack?" The boss immediately smacked his subordinate's head. "They're just trying to scare you idiots. Wait until Ling Wei gets here. We'll show them who really rules this land." The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes. Yes, sir." Shueshang said, "Master, they mentioned our 13th sister, Ling Wei. How do they know her?" Yi Bei replied, "Something isn't right. Let's wait and see." The spirit lion in Yi Bei's arms sensed something and let out a cry. Right at that moment, up on a cliff, a girl with flowing green hair appears, sword in hand. At that moment, the master and disciple both realize who she is. It really is Ling Wei. Ling Wei, Junior's sister. Seeing her, the bandits shout out, "Ling Wei, you finally showed up." Ling Wei asks, "Have you captured that spirit lion yet?" It seems this green-haired Ling Wei is their leader. The bandit chief points at Yi Bei and his disciple to complain. "That guy over there dared to challenge me. He's trying to steal our spirit lion, too. Kill him quickly." Ling Wei turns toward them and asks coldly, "Who dares to steal what belongs to me?" Seeing her, the master and disciple decide to play along and tease her. Infuriated by the arrogant attitude of these uninvited guests, Ling Wei is absolutely fuming. "Damn it! Are you mocking me?" A second later, she charges forward like a vengeful goddess and bellows, "Drop the spirit lion, or today will be the day you die." She thrusts her sword at Yi Bei, but something unexpected happens. He just stands there completely still, and nothing happens to him. Stunned, Ling Wei gasps, "What the hell?" He didn't even flinch. Yi Bei flicks her forehead and scolds her. "Ling Wei, you dare draw your sword against your own master." After receiving that flick from her master, Ling Wei is overcome with an intense, sharp pain. Meanwhile, the bandits keep cheering her on. "Ling Wei, go. Finish him off." Clutching her head, Ling Wei asks, "What did you do to me?" Yi Bei replies, "Nothing at all. I'm just helping you reclaim something." The flick to her head triggers an agonizing, unusual headache. "My head, it hurts so much." Suddenly, she is pulled into a dark, void-like space. "My name is Ling Wei. I don't know when I started losing my memory." Her eyes grow dull and vacant. "Every time I wake up, the world feels entirely new to me, in the gaps of my lost memories. The only thing I knew was to kill everyone who stood in my way, with no memories to guide me. Killing was the only way I knew how to protect myself." Her eyes turn a glowing crimson, radiating a murderous aura. Blood, corpses, and death became my entire life. But by the next day, I would forget everything again, until one day, the bandit leader told me, "Your name is Ling Wei, and you are one of us. You cannot kill me." Her eyes look as though she is drowning in an eternal dream. Ling Wei. After that, they gave me a pill to maintain my short-term memory. They told me that to cure this amnesia, I had to keep killing to find a miracle medicine. The man pulls out a blue pill and says, "This soul-strengthening pill will help temporarily stabilize your memory." Ling Wei takes the pill and thanks him. "Thank you." Within her memories, Ling Wei raises her sword. "Many times my life was on the line, but they always said it was for my sake. Countless times I fought against monsters. Ling Wei often wondered why she was helping them. There were times I tried to refuse them, but I don't know why. I would suddenly faint and feel a sharp pain at the back of my head. When I woke up, I'd be in a monster's den, with no choice but to fight my way out. The sinister smile of that man flashes in her mind. It's not that I never suspected them. It's just that every time they call me senior sister, a sense of familiarity would rise from the depths of my heart, washing away my doubts. Senior sister. And so, Ling Wei was manipulated, only to be discarded like a useless puppet. But as the spirit beasts on the ancient battlefield grew scarce, the way they looked at me began to change. It was like they were looking at prey, waiting to devour me whole. They said, after so many battles, her soul and body have reached their absolute limit. She's outlived her usefulness. When we strike, make it quick. Make sure she's dead, then bring her gear back to me. Understood. Understood. In a moment of crisis, the little spirit lion stepped in to protect Ling Wei. Back then, Ling Wei looked absolutely wretched. That creature saved me that day. Then, she suddenly snaps out of it. Gripping her sword tight, she says, so it turns out all those times, it was the little spirit lion who saved me. But I couldn't remember a thing. And you just waited for my memory to reset so you could trick me into killing it. Even though the spirit lion saw her as its master and repeatedly saved her from danger, those bandits kept feeding her lies. Senior sister, that beast is the reason you lost your memory. Kill it. The little spirit lion looked so hurt and wronged. Returning to the present, Ling Wei says, I remember now. Standing before everyone, Ling Wei repeats, I remember everything. Time and time again, you tried to kill me. You even set a trap to make me kill the spirit lion that saved my life. The bandits just smile smugly. So, you actually remembered? Too bad it's way too late for that. Senior sister Ling Wei. Suddenly, a forbidden spell formation appears above Ling Wei, trapping the master and his two disciples inside. However, being next to eBay feels incredibly safe. He says calmly, tossing out a high-grade immortal artifact like the Soul Sparrow Cage so casually, this ancient battlefield is quite interesting. Standing outside the barrier, the bandit shouts, Ling Wei, if you were still useful, we might have kept you around a little longer. If you want someone to blame your own uselessness. Hearing this, Ling Wei's face contorts with rage. Junior brother, my ass. You wanted to use me as a killing puppet from the very beginning. The bandit leader laughs triumphantly. That's right. I thought you, of all people, would understand that. The strong prey on the weak. You were stupid enough to trust us, so you get what you deserve. Ling Wei raises her sword and replies, if that's how it is, then I don't need to show you any mercy. With that, she unleashes a flurry of strikes against the red barrier. Each slash is packed with immense power. Blue energy trails from her blade, filling the air. But it seems those attacks aren't doing anything at all. Ling Wei gasps in shock. No reaction? How is this possible? Did I strike the wrong spot? Suddenly, a massive hole opens up beneath her feet. A cold shiver runs down her spine. Without warning, vengeful spirits surge out and cling to her. The bandit leader laughs mockingly. Ling Wei, did you really not see this coming? This is the Soul Sparrow Cage, forged from 3,000 vengeful spirits. It will tear through your spiritual energy layer by layer until it shreds your very soul. You're the one who stole this from me, remember? Now it's specifically designed to deal with a weak soul like yours. Ling Wei is furious after being mocked. But unfortunately, there is nothing she can do. She can only growl in helpless frustration. The man stands there with his arms crossed. Don't be sad. Once your soul is torn apart, I'll absorb all of your spiritual power. That way, you won't have to worry about being used or spending your days killing. But on the other side, Yi Bai remains standing there, completely unharmed. The bandit leader is stunned. What? Why aren't you hurt? Yi Bai simply says coldly, chirp, chirp, chirp. I've listened to your yapping long enough. If you had shown even a shred of kindness to Ling Wei, I might have considered sparing your life. What a pity. With those words, he shatters the barrier with a single, effortless surge of power. The three bandits recoil in terror. The leader gasps, ow, how is something this impossible happening? Yi Bai slowly walks toward them, radiating a majestic and overwhelmingly powerful aura. His eyes are cold as he commands, kneel. The three enemies lose control of their bodies. Unable to resist, they collapse to the ground, dripping with cold sweat. The disciple with the top knot whispers tremblingly, "His cultivation level is way beyond us, true immortals. How can we fight this? Boss, what do we do?" The leader is in denial, stammering, "Impossible. I have so many artifacts, so many medicinal pills. How can I be suppressed this easily? What do you want with us?" Yi Bai, surrounded by swirling dark purple energy, clenches his fist and speaks with righteous fury. "You trapped Lingwei here for 100 years, using her amnesia to manipulate her. Today, I will settle the score for my disciple. I will make you suffer the same pain she endured. I will cripple your cultivation and lock you within this battlefield to be tortured for eternity, never to find peace." Hearing this, the leader panics and desperately begs for mercy. "I'm sorry. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. But I never truly hurt your disciple." And then a desperate, agonizing scream echoes throughout the ancient battlefield. Once the trash has been dealt with, Luoya introduces everyone with a smile. "Lingwei, my junior sister. This is Master. Master just got revenge for you. And I'm your senior sister. Come here, we're going to help you regain your memories." Even though Lingwei had just been saved, deep down, she didn't trust Yi Bei and Luoya at all. She said skeptically, "I put all my faith in those people only to be used by them. As for you all, are you just more skillful liars than they were? I'll never trust anyone ever again." Ignoring Yi Bei and Luoya calling out her name from below, Lingwei, seeing that no matter how loud she called, Lingwei wouldn't look back, Luoya turned to Yi Bei. "Master, Lingwei is running away. Do you want me to bring her back? Once we transfer the memory pearl into her consciousness, her memories will return." After hearing Luoya's question, he replied, "Lingwei is distraught right now. If we use force on her, I'm afraid it'll only make things worse. I only nudged her willpower a little." Luoya followed up, "If Lingwei loses her memories and disappears again, what will happen?" Yi Bei replied nonchalantly, "There's no rush. Get some rest. She'll come back on her own." Luoya was stunned. She blurted out instinctively, "What?" Yi Bei shot back, "Think about it. Silly girl. If you were Lingwei, what would you do?" Luoya rested her chin on her hand, thinking seriously. "If I were Lingwei, with no one around I could trust, and the constant threat of losing my memory at any moment, first I would look for a divine elixir to stabilize my memories." He replied calmly, "Exactly. Those 3 guys had the pills, and I've already taken them. She'll definitely come back here." "Master, you're truly brilliant." Yi Bei, with a face full of pride, said, "No need for praise. If I weren't this perceptive, how could I be the master of 108 disciples?" Night eventually fell. Lingwei returned to the clearing where they had all stood earlier that afternoon. After scanning the area and finding no one, she thought to herself, "Those 2 must have left already. Those 3 frauds are likely still unconscious. The soul-stabilizing pills must still be with them. I'll take them carefully and leave immediately. Nothing bad will happen." Suddenly, Yi Bei appeared on a high branch. He called out loudly, making Lingwei jump in surprise. "You're looking for this, aren't you?" Lingwei looked up from below and asked, confused, "Not only did you not leave, but you also stole the soul-stabilizing pill? What exactly are you trying to do?" Yi Bei replied slowly, "You'll understand in a moment. Do it, Luo girl." On command, Luoya jumped down from above, appearing right behind Lingwei. She then drove a needle into a pressure point on Lingwei's neck. Struck by the blow, Lingwei clutched her neck, her voice fading away. "You bastard." Then, she gently drifted off to sleep. Having successfully knocked Lingwei out, Luoya couldn't help but praise. Junior Sister Xingqian's divine medicine is truly incredible. It can knock out even a seasoned, Emperor-level expert instantly. Across from her, Yi Bei caught Lingwei in his arms and instructed carefully, "Luoya, this is a dangerous ancient battlefield. Stand guard here to ensure our safety. I'm going to restore Lingwei's memories." Luoya immediately obeyed. "Yes, master." Yi Bei laid Lingwei down on a large stone. He sat down and began channeling magic to restore her memories. Yi Bei spoke softly, "Little Lingwei, the memory pearl stores all your past memories. Once you absorb them, you won't have to worry about amnesia ever again." He reached toward the center of his disciple's forehead and whispered, "Transfer." Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared around Lingwei, blocking Yi Bei's memory pearl. A conflict occurred, making her mutter in discomfort. My head. It feels like it's splitting open. Seeing this, Yi-Bei was stunned. Impossible. Luoya ran over to check on them. Master, why is this happening? Yi-Bei pondered for a moment before responding. Her spirit has been damaged. She can't handle the memory pearl's immense spiritual power. Her body is instinctively rejecting it. Seeing Lingwei like that, Luoya begged Yi-Bei to help her. Lingwei looks like she's in so much pain. Master, please help her. He placed his hand gently on the barrier and replied, very well. Golden feather purification. Lingwei slowly opened her eyes and whispered, Master, senior sister. Yi-Bei tenderly helped Lingwei sit up. Seeing this, Luoya quickly asked Lingwei, did you get your memories back? Lingwei was still dazed as she woke up. Rubbing her head, she said, fragments of memories just flashed before my eyes. I saw you both in them. You are my master and my senior sister. Hearing this, Luoya turned to Yi-Bei with joy. Master, Lingwei's memories are back. Yi-Bei quickly clarified this is only because the memory fragments forced their way into her. She'll still lose her memory again. Luoya froze. But, seeing her reaction, Lingwei hugged her senior sister tight. Sister, don't be sad. I've never seen you cry. In my memories, you are so strong. Soon, when dawn comes, I'll forget everyone again. I hope you'll forgive me for forgetting you again. I don't do it on purpose. Yi-Bei stepped closer and gently patted her head. Silly girl, we will restore your soul and your memories. Lingwei felt at ease and thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Master. The sun is rising. After the sun rose, the three of them stood in silence. She was back to how she was before, remembering nothing. Looking at Yi-Bei and Luoya standing before her, she asked coldly, Who are you? At that, Yi-Bei remained as cheerful as ever. He introduced them casually. We're your master and senior sister. If you don't believe us, you can spar with your senior sister. Once you've fought her, you'll know we're telling the truth. Master, Luoya grumbled helplessly. You're egging us on to fight again. However, today's Lingwei was very different. She said softly, I believe you. Stunned, Luoya immediately asked, You believe us that easily? You weren't like this yesterday. Lingwei replied with a serious and respectful tone. You both are stronger than me. Killing me would be easy. You have no reason to lie to me. Besides, your faces look very familiar. It gives me a sense of trust. Luoya breathed a sigh of relief and said, If I knew it would be this easy, I would have just waited for your memory to reset. Then, the three of them set off together into the glowing dawn. In that case, come with us. We'll find the treasure needed to restore your soul. Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior sister. Somewhere on the eternal battlefield, Lingwei couldn't help but look around. Seeing how desolate the place was, she asked, Master, you said this was the ancient battlefield. How can it be so empty that there isn't a single divine beast in sight? Yi-Bei explained patiently. I examined your soul before you lost your memory. You were being used by a few people. Those people plundered most of the treasure sites on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield. Beside him, Luoya took the chance to tease Lingwei. She smirked and joked. You really were a useful pawn for them. There's nothing left here. This made Lingwei feel embarrassed as she apologized. Oh, was it because of me? I'm so sorry. Walking ahead, Yi-Bei chimed in. He speculated. Those cowards only dared to scavenge the outskirts. The real treasures are in the core of the battlefield. There must be something they want there. Yes, the core battlefield. Luoya observed her surroundings, sensing the energy of the area, and exclaimed, A place where ancient gods fought. It really lives up to its name. The air is thick with spiritual and chaotic energy. Divine herbs and legendary weapons are everywhere. Lingwei felt the same wondrous atmosphere as Luoya. She stated that this was the perfect place for rapid cultivation. Seeing their excitement, Yi-Bei cautioned his two disciples. Luoya, Lingwei, it may seem quiet, but danger lurks everywhere. He turned back to assign them a task. I won't be helping today. You must defeat a divine beast from the celestial realm. Only then will they willingly surrender their souls, and you can truly absorb their power. Understood. Suddenly, a massive divine beast appeared in the sky. It was a bird with sleek, jet-black feathers, its entire body wreathed in flickers of purple light. The beast soared through the air of the ancient battlefield. At the sight, Yi-Bei commanded, Go, Luoya. This is your chance. Yes, master. Standing nearby, Lingwei was also eager to try. Sensing another divine beast close by, she spoke up. This is my chance to. Approaching from a distance was a massive white beast. As soon as it appeared, it let out a deafening howl. Hearing it, Lingwei grew a bit anxious. She instinctively stepped back, muttering, "Oh, is it calling for reinforcements?" Meanwhile, on Luoya's side, the divine beast was launching a frenzied assault, focusing all its fury on her. The rising winds whipped through her clothes, making them flutter violently. Purple light radiated from her like flickering flames. The energy swirled around Luoya, but she stood her ground, unmoving. She raised her hands, casting a restrictive spell to neutralize the beast's attack. She spoke with cold indifference. "I possess the chaos immortal body. I obtained a divine opportunity at the Heaven Crossing Pavilion, so your fire is useless against me. It's over, little phoenix." A massive sphere of pink-purple lightning and immense energy suddenly engulfed the divine beast. Luoya reached out, catching a single stray feather drifting through the air. She quickly turned back. "It's done. Now I just need to wait for Lingwei." Back at Lingwei's location, she was still locked in combat with the pack of wolves. They lunged at her one after another in a relentless wave. But none of it mattered. Every attack was swiftly parried or countered by Lingwei. Refusing to back down, the wolves continued their mad charge. They bared their fangs and lunged at Lingwei, but their speed was nothing to her. She mocked them. Too slow. Suddenly, Lingwei's soul felt a violent tremor. Her entire body went rigid. Luoya saw this and panicked. Just as Lingwei faltered, a beast struck. Yibei moved like a flash, intercepting the attack and shielding Lingwei. The two of them quickly moved Lingwei to safety. Luoya asked anxiously, "Master, what do we do? Lingwei can't keep fighting those giant wolves like this." Lingwei slumped to the ground, clutching her head as her face contorted in agony. "My head, my soul, it hurts so much." Yibei gently supported Lingwei as he assessed the situation. "This looks like the backlash from a forced fusion. That battle over the memory pearl has left her mind and soul severely damaged. We have to leave this place immediately, right?" He then tore open a spatial rift. The desolate mini-world. He laid Lingwei down on a stone ledge. Yibei turned to Luoya. "Lingwei's injuries are too severe, and her soul has been shattered. She won't be able to stay conscious or speak to us anymore. The most I can do right now is ease her pain." Luoya became frantic. She pleaded with him, "Master, please, is there really no other way?" Yibei sat beside Lingwei. He examined her. After a thorough check, he continued, "Her soul has completely fragmented. To heal, she needs to merge with another spirit. Therefore, she must subdue a spirit beast to mend her own soul. But in her current state, she simply can't do it. Inside this desolate mini-world, I've stored countless treasures from across the heavens and earth. I'll use them all for Lingwei. Things should improve once she takes the spirit-severing ginseng, the high-grade spirit elixir, and the blood dust branch." However, nothing appeared. He stood there stunned. Yibei muttered in confusion. "How can this be? Why isn't anything appearing?" Luoya stood by, her worry growing. She asked her master urgently, "Master, is something wrong?" Yibei stared at his empty palm, his expression grim. "Every medicinal herb and immortal elixir in this desolate mini-world has vanished." Luoya was shocked. How could they just disappear? Was everything stolen? "No, that's impossible. This is a world you created yourself. Who would dare steal from you here?" Yibei closed his eyes. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Could it be that thing? Suddenly, a massive beast emerged from behind the cliff. Sensing the danger, the two of them looked up. Despite her fading consciousness, Lingwei's combat instincts kicked in. She instinctively channeled her technique, Heavenly Path Manifestation. She fired a direct strike at the beast. But the agonizing headache returned instantly, forcing her to clutch her head in pain. When they saw the beast's true form, they were both speechless. "This is a little lion? This brat swallowed all my treasures. Master, I'm going to kill it and feed its meat to Lingwei." Yibei immediately held her back. "Wait, it has something to say." Yibei stood still, listening intently to its growls for a moment before nodding. "I see." Luoya, who couldn't understand a word, was dying of curiosity. She had to ask, "Master, what is it saying? Is it begging for its life?" Yibei gently relayed the message to Luoya. It says it's willing to sacrifice its own divine soul to help Ling Wei recover her spirit and memories. Luoya gasped in disbelief. What? Even though the little lion had offered, Yibei wanted to be certain, so he questioned it again. If it weren't for the coincidence that brought you to this barren mini-world to feast on immortal-grade treasures with your natural talent, it would have taken you tens of thousands of years to reach your current level. Are you truly willing to give up your divine soul for Ling Wei? The little lion growled softly in response. Very well, as you wish. He then activated the ritual, Divine Soul Sacrifice. As the technique took effect, the little lion began to shrink. It grew smaller and smaller until it finally curled up against Ling Wei, who was unconscious on the rock. The soul sacrifice was complete. Yibei spoke firmly. Done. Luoya asked, puzzled. Master, sacrificing a divine soul and throwing away 1,000,000 years of cultivation is a heavy price, even for a human. What exactly is the connection between it and Ling Wei? Yibei watched the little lion sleeping peacefully on Ling Wei. He explained softly. It was born from an ancient divine beast, the great lion beast, but it was abandoned by its parents and siblings because its talent was poor and it had no interest in cultivation. Its family achieved immortality after years of training and left this realm, and it was the only one left behind in its original form. The beast now lay docilely on Ling Wei's stomach, eyes closed. An abandoned spirit beast is the lowest form of existence, usually destined to be eaten by other divine creatures. But it managed to survive one disaster after another on its own. Over 100 years ago, after Ling Wei arrived at the ancient battlefield, every time it was in danger, she just happened to be there to save it. And every time she lost her memory, Ling Wei would forget it existed. But no matter how many times she forgot, she would save the little lion again and befriend it until her next bout of amnesia. Later, the three brothers came to help Ling Wei temporarily stabilize her memories. That's why it followed her. Now it finally knows why she keeps losing her memory and that her life is in danger. That is why it is willing to offer its divine soul to save her. The story moved Luoya to tears. She turned to Yibei with a solemn vow. Master, if you ever find yourself in a situation like this, I would gladly sacrifice my own soul for you. Yibei replied instantly. I'm extremely powerful. Do you really think I'd ever need you to sacrifice yourself? Luoya's face suddenly flushed bright red. She stammered shyly. Well, of course, I know you're strong. I was just saying if... Before she could finish, Yibei cut her off. I get it. Just then, Ling Wei began to wake up. She sat up, holding her head. Master, Luoya. Luoya quickly leaned over to check on her. Ling Wei, you're finally awake. Ling Wei looked up at them from the ground and spoke her thanks. Thank you so much. I was able to recover my memories smoothly. It was all my fault. Back then, I sensed a plot. A betrayal by someone, and then my memory pearl was stolen. My memories were stripped away. If you hadn't come for me, and if the little lion hadn't sacrificed its divine soul for me, I might have been gone forever. She looked at Yibei, her voice trembling. Master. Yibei saw her expression and knew she had something difficult to say, so he spoke gently to reassure her. I am your master. If you have something on your mind, just say it. Ling Wei hesitated. Master, I think I have to stay here for a while, because I want to take the little lion and train with it. I need to mend its soul and help it grow. Yibei reached into his robe to pull something out as he spoke. You are a person of integrity and loyalty, a fine disciple, a role model for your fellow students. Of course I agree. However, you've only just recovered, and this ancient battlefield is full of dangers. So, keep this pill. It can save your life in a moment of crisis. Ling Wei's eyes widened in surprise, looking at her master with gratitude. Thank you, master. Luoya spoke up, sounding skeptical. Master, I thought the little lion ate every single one of your pills. How do you still have more? Yibei stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite smug. A crafty rabbit always has 3 burrows. As your master, do you really think my treasures are that easy to steal? Now, we're leaving to find your other fellow disciples. Ling Wei hurriedly rummaged through her clothes. Master, this is a cultivation method I found while hunting deep in the battlefield. I tried to study it while I had amnesia, but I could never quite grasp it. And then, I lost my memory and forgot all about it. I wanted to have it now. Yibei took the book, his eyes lighting up with surprise. This is the detailed ancient martial arts methods that Ming Xuanjin told me about. An ancient cultivation technique. eBay flipped through the pages and nodded in satisfaction. After studying just these 2 pages, my body has already begun to reconsolidate its primordial light and increase the spiritual energy for fragmented souls. But when he turned to the next pages, they were gone. Was this part torn out? Lingwei immediately explained. Master, this manual is incredibly mysterious. Thousands of people across 3,000 dimensions have owned it. I only managed to recover what was left. As for the missing pages, rumor has it they're located on Dongyi Island. Luoya noticed something and asked with concern. Why is your face as red as a tomato? Are you still not feeling well? No, it's something else. Then what is it? Lingwei's face turned even redder. She stammered, well, you see, the people on Dongrong Island have no sense of shame. Cherry blossom petals fluttered in the breeze. Yi Bei and Luoya then traveled to Dongyu Island. The people here were incredibly relaxed. They openly displayed their affection everywhere, completely indifferent to those around them. Luoya stood frozen as she watched couples kissing passionately in the streets. Flustered, she quickly looked away. Lingwei said, That's right, master. Hurry, let's go find the missing pages of the manual. We need to find those ancient martial arts techniques. Every time she looked away, she just saw more of the same. Luoya's face turned beet red from embarrassment. She squeezed her eyes shut. She decided to try a different way. This way then. But as soon as she turned, she opened her eyes to see a man acting indecently in broad daylight. It was one shock after another. She recoiled and cried out in frustration. What is wrong with everyone here? Seeing this, Yi Bei couldn't help but tease her. You're quite cute when you're flustered, little Luoya. A woodcutter rushed up from behind Luoya. He accidentally bumped into her. Out of the way. Make way. Knocked off balance. Luoya fell straight into her master's arms. Careful now. She was so embarrassed she could barely speak. Master, I didn't mean for this to happen. Yi Bei gently reassured her. Desire is a natural part of human nature in the mortal world. There's no need to be afraid. The woodcutter quickly apologized for his clumsiness. I am so sorry, both of you. I'm carrying a heavy load and wasn't watching where I was going. Luoya replied softly, It's all right. Thank goodness he tripped and bumped into me. It's been so long since I've been held by master like this. This feels amazing. The woodcutter pulled out a large gem and handed it to Luoya with a smile. I truly apologize to the both of you. Please, young lady, take this spirit jade as compensation for my mistake. He then shouldered his load and skipped away happily. Luoya looked at the jade in her hand, feeling suspicious. Master, I have a feeling the people here are a bit strange. Even a lowly street peddler can just hand out an immortal-grade spirit jade. This isn't normal at all. Yi Bei turned around and said, Observe closely. Look at the faces of everyone around us. Luoya scanned the crowd. Every single person had the exact same expression. They were all smiling. She was stunned. It's unbelievable. Everyone is smiling. The elders, the children. Everyone else is just smiling too. How is this even possible? Yi Bei gently placed his hand on Luoya's forehead. He cast a spell on her eyes. Her vision began to shift. Now, see for yourself if they are truly smiling or weeping. The state of the islanders was bizarre. Though they were smiling, their eyes were filled with tears. Horrified, Luoya cried out in confusion. Are they all just malevolent illusions? Looking around, Luoya felt overwhelmed. She asked in wonder, Is everything here just an illusion? Yi Bei explained. The crying and the laughing are both real. But the weeping comes from their hearts, while the smiles are just a mask. It's strange that they can be kept in such a state. Let me see what's really going on here. Soul search. Yi Bei tried to cast a spell on one of the people. He flinched. It didn't seem to work. Yi Bei withdrew his power and spoke to Luoya. I can't look into their pasts. Seeing that, she wanted to try as well. Let me give it a shot. Luoya cast her spell on the same person, but the result was the same as Yi Bei's. It was no use. She said skeptically, I can't find anything. Absolutely nothing about their past lives. Only memories of this island. Someone must have stolen their memories. What is he planning? These petals. Suddenly, Yi Bei noticed something. He said, I see. Someone is using these cherry blossoms to constantly suppress and erase their sorrow. They want these people to forget their pasts and just keep smiling. If we can find the source of these petals, we can uncover the secret behind this Tashimi island. And it won't be hard to find those ancient ruins. They both looked toward a nearby building. Luoya asked, "Master, is it that place?" He nodded silently. "Let's go check it out." As they got closer, they realized what kind of place it was. Luoya was shocked. "A brothel?" Yibei said. "Let's go inside and take a look." Beautiful attendants greeted them. They showered them with compliments on their looks. "He's so handsome. I'd love to spend a night with him. The girl with him is gorgeous too." The attendants bustled around Yibei and Luoya. "Young man, do you need a membership card? We have all kinds of men and women here. Just pay 2,000 and you'll get 50% off your first visit." That's right. Handsome men get an extra discount. If there are two of you, each can get free service. The more people, the bigger the discount. Suddenly, two attendants grabbed Luoya and started pulling her away. She screamed, "Master, save me." One of them said sweetly, "No need to rush. We have services for women too. You and this hot guy will get a much better price." Then, out of nowhere, Yibei took out a glowing green crystal. He tossed it high into the air. For some reason, the cherry blossoms began to fall even faster. Then Yibei announced, "This is a crystal of the heaven grade. It belongs to whoever catches it." The attendants all lunged for it once. "A crystal. Heaven grade. This is enough to live on for the rest of my life. It's mine. I want it. With this, I'll never have to work again." Having dealt with them easily, Yibei smiled and said to Luoya, "Let's head to the back." "Yes, master." A girl appeared in front of them. It was someone they knew. Luoya called out, "Yimeng, what are you doing here?" She didn't seem to recognize them. "Who are you?" Yimeng asked. Luoya ran over to Yimeng and explained, "He's your master, and I'm your senior sister. Don't you recognize us?" She flatly denied it. "You must have the wrong person. I don't know either of you. I have things to do. I must be going." Luoya shouted, "Yimeng." Then she frantically asked Yibei, "Master, has Yimeng lost her memory?" He replied, "I search her soul. She hasn't lost her memory. She's intentionally avoiding us." Luoya gasped, "What?" Shueshang turned her head, puzzled. "In the past, even though Yimeng wasn't as close to you as the other sisters, she always looked up to you with the utmost respect. If you asked, she would have trained tirelessly to reach the king's spirit realm. How could she possibly pretend not to know us?" Yibei looked stern as he deduced, "She left the sect and treated me like a stranger, only to meet her again here in the inner courtyard. It seems she and this place share a deep connection." Without hesitation, he made his decision. "Let's head inside and investigate." She followed beside him. "Yes, master." Suddenly, a strange sound startled Shueshang. A thin thread wrapped around her chest in a flash. Shueshang cried out, alert. "What was that sound?" Just then, a warning voice echoed from inside the room. "Since you've trespassed into the inner courtyard, there is no way back." Boom! The area was instantly engulfed in a sea of smoke and fire. Standing in the thick smoke, she raised her hand to shield herself. "Are we having fun yet? This is an enchantment trap array." Yibei covered his mouth, thinking to himself, "We managed to react just in time. Let's see what secrets you're hiding within this sect." Together, they coordinated and pretended to pass out. They lay motionless on the ground. Two women approached from a distance. "This one is certainly no ordinary mortal. He might make a perfect servant for Mother. Take him to her." Her subordinate replied softly, "Yes." Just like that, the servant dragged him to a lush, shaded area under a tree. He kept his eyes shut, filled with curiosity. "They've separated me from little Luoya. What are they planning to do?" They stopped at a certain spot. The subordinate quickly knelt down in respect. "Great Mother Goddess, this gentleman is a newcomer to the island. He possesses incredible physical strength. He might be the very servant you have been searching for day and night. That is why your servant has brought him here. Would you like to test this newcomer, my lady?" The ancient tree replied, "I see. You may leave now, as you wish. Thank you." Hearing this, Yibei felt something was off. They want to sacrifice me to be a servant for a common tree? Has everyone on Dongrong Island lost their minds? No wonder they act so strangely. Green vines began to snake toward him. The protagonist sensed danger looming closer behind him. Yibei snapped his eyes open and roared, "I can't hold back any longer." He lunged upward, his hands and feet a blur as he slashed through the vines. The lead is officially losing it. He points directly at the tree. How can a common tree undergo such a miraculous transformation? Does this even make any sense? I'll personally teach you how a tree is supposed to behave. He channels his spiritual energy into his fingertips. Heaven's flare technique. A second later, a blinding golden light erupts from the trunk. The ancient tree transforms into a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her green robes perfectly accentuate her flawless figure. Yibo narrows his eyes, carefully observing the woman before him. She bites her lip, meeting his gaze. The lead is taken aback. She doesn't have a single scratch on her. This is no ordinary lady. If I were to actually fight her, I'm not sure I'd come out on top. I've run into a serious opponent this time. He rubs his chin, his ego getting the better of him. But if she's interested in a physique like mine, I might be able to charm my way out of this. Yibo looks up at her with a smirk as she floats in midair. Do you really want me to become your servant? Instead of attacking, the woman places a hand over her heart. She bows deeply and respectfully. It is a joyful welcome. The eternal sovereign. Please forgive my insolence for offending such a great being. I had no idea who you truly were until just now. I beg for your mercy. The lead's face goes completely blank. The eternal sovereign? Is that another title of mine I didn't know about? Xiao Jun speaks softly. I never imagined I would live to see the day I'd meet the reincarnation of the eternal sovereign. I suppose this must be destiny. Yibo ponders her words. Could the reincarnation she's talking about be related to my immortal physique? He decides to press for answers. Why exactly do you address me as the eternal sovereign? And what is the true purpose of this island? She rushes to explain. Great sovereign, please do not be in such haste. This humble servant would never dream of hiding anything from you. But before I answer your questions, would you consider a small request of mine? Intrigued, Yibo asks. What is it? Xiao Jun replies immediately. I wish to engage in a session of dual cultivation with you. Afterward, I promise to tell you everything I know. He thinks it over. Dual cultivation involves the harmony of yin and yang. It means two individuals merging their efforts to advance their power. She's a cultivator with immense potential. A session with her would likely give my own level a significant boost. Thank goodness she's in human form and not a tree anymore. If she turned back into a tree midway, that would be one awkward cultivation session. His eyes drift toward her curves, though he tries to deny his wandering thoughts. I'm doing this with a pure heart, not because of any dark impulses. I simply want to upgrade my vitality and uncover the secrets of this place. Yes, I'm doing this entirely for the sake of my disciple, Yimeng. Looking at the stunning woman before him, Yibo agrees instantly. Fine, I accept. Eager to begin, Xiao Jun makes a suggestion. I shall initiate the process now. Startled, Yibo pulls his hand away. He asks indignantly, is this really how trees handle cultivation? She offers a gentle smile. It is. These branches are the most vital parts of our divine bodies. When they intertwine, it creates a bond so deep that the two individuals feel inseparable. This is how we conduct our cultivation rites. The two of them continue their unfinished business. As they proceed, he reflects on the feeling. In an instant, the divine spiritual power of Tashimi Island flows rapidly from her body into mine. In this brief moment, my consciousness has touched the threshold of the eternal void. Her power is truly miraculous. An hour passes. Xiao Jun speaks up. It is finished. Yibo gets straight to the point. Now, you can answer my questions. Why did you call me the eternal sovereign? Furthermore, I want to know every detail about this island. She answers cheerfully. The reason I called you the eternal sovereign is a highly classified secret. I would suffer a heavenly backlash if I explained it now. For the time being, I'm afraid I must keep it hidden. But I believe you will learn the truth for yourself. When the time is right, Yibo's face stiffens at her words. You can't just go back on your word after using me like that. Xiao Jun adds. However, I can still reveal the truth. Regarding this island to you, your majesty. Irritated, Yibo gives her a warning. You'd better be telling the truth this time. She begins her story. Everything began with a thought I had 1,000 years ago. A millennium ago, I reached maturity and began traveling through the mortal realm, gathering invaluable experiences. I realized that even when mortals work their fingers to the bone, regardless of the hardships, most of them still end up as failures, either due to a lack of talent or simply bad luck. There are countless reasons why. They sink into silence and sorrow, losing their loved ones and their dreams. Because of that, their lives only grow more miserable and painful. Those cries of despair moved me to create a sanctuary for them. a place where they can forget the past and live fully in the present. Everyone here can do whatever their heart desires. Even if they fail, their spirits are never broken. There's always a new door opening, allowing them to start over. Everything, even if they have no great ambitions and simply want to spend time with their families, living peacefully with the beauty of this world. That's perfectly fine. They can enjoy a life of leisure here. This is the paradise I created specifically for them. Yibo smiles as he listens. I see. No wonder everyone here is smiling like a blooming flower. You've erased their memories and transferred your spirit through these petals to people who want peace but lack the power to achieve it. Xiaojun nods. Precisely. He continues to question her. Is this really what you wanted? To cast their pasts into nothingness and let them be intoxicated by carefree illusions? You have a higher purpose for this than just that, don't you? Seeing she's been found out, she simply replies, yes. This is merely a beautiful dream built for those who have suffered enough bitterness in their original lives. In this place, they can do anything they desire and find success in every endeavor. Eventually, if they find the courage to leave these alluring illusions, I believe they will also have the strength to face the hardships and pain they once had to endure in the past. At that point, they will no longer be weighed down by the wonderful life they had here, a place that was actually transformed from their forgotten past. Yibo speaks up immediately. Yimeng didn't want to enjoy this beautiful life. She left because she was too discouraged to face her past, right? But can she truly live with genuine joy here? She responds. She begged me not to erase her memories, but after a long time, she still lacks the courage to leave this place. But now that you are here, I am certain she will return to her true destiny with your help. He says honestly, I truly hope she can successfully recover her strength. For that to happen, I'll need your cooperation. Confused, she asks, What do you mean, Your Majesty? The two of them are now standing under the shade of blooming cherry blossoms. Xiaojun bows cautiously. Eternal Sovereign, there is no need to thank me. Your resolve will not only benefit you, but all of Tashimi Island as well. I will assist you with all my might. Yibo praises her. Excellent. Shueishan watches them, looking surprised. Master, they captured us and did nothing. And now they've just let us go. What's more, they're treating you with such respect. What on earth happened? Yibo doesn't answer directly, only asking quietly. Girl, where's the highest point? On this Eastern Fragrance Island? Shueishan looks off, toward the distance, the top floor of the joyous pavilion. You can see the whole island from there. Under the bright sun, with cherry blossoms dancing in the wind, the lead's voice rings out. Come with me. Let's go take a look. You'll find out what happened soon enough. Just a moment ago, the world was a beautiful pink. A second later, everything turns yellow, shocking the two of them. What? The petals are turning yellow. What's going on? A yellow petal lands in a bowl of water. A pink-haired girl with a veil suddenly notices it. Everyone is growing anxious at the sight. These are the petals of the peach blossom goddess that protect us. They shouldn't wither, no matter the season. Unless, could it be that the goddess is injured and her spiritual energy is failing? What is happening? A short while later, an announcement reaches the people. The mother goddess is injured. Everyone run. Invaders have breached the island. It's the people from Huan Sect. A terrible battle is breaking out over there. Purple spiritual energy gradually drifts through the air. The woman looks up, wondering, the Huan Sect? 100 years ago, they tried to invade, but the mother goddess wiped out their entire sect. Why are they suddenly attacking again? Suddenly, someone calls out, Yi Meng. Villains flying high above look down. We meet again. She can't believe it. You. Was the lesson you learned 100 years ago not enough? Did you come back today just to get beaten again? The enemy flicks her wrist, her tone dripping with hatred. Back then, you stole my dual cultivation partner and crippled my cultivation. Fortunately, after years of harvesting yang to supplement my yin, I've regained my power. After years of scouting, I've finally found my chance. Today, every woman on this island dies, and every man will be forced to join my Huan Sect. With that, she barks an order. Go, kill her. Seize Dongyu Island. Charge, kill her. Yi Meng raised her hand, summoning sharp ice shards into the air. You've got a death wish. The Great Tao of Ice. A massive block of ice formed below, merging together. The two stood face to face in midair. Your strength hasn't faded a bit since then. Now it's your turn. She let out a sneering smirk. You've fallen for it. In the blink of an eye, Yimeng was tightly bound by a purple ring. What? The enemy tilted her chin up while she remained bound by purple cords. Back then, you used this very move to defeat me. Did you really think I'd fall for it again? How naive. Today is the day of my revenge. You people aren't so virtuous after all, are you? Don't you want to protect this place? Now, I will destroy it right before your eyes. I'll make you feel a fraction of the agony I felt back then. Cries for help echoed through the air. Is anyone there? Help! Is Donyu Island being destroyed? Everyone panicked. The peach blossom tree. The fire has reached the peach blossom tree. Quickly, everyone put out the fire. What? Hurry, extinguish the flames. She glanced over toward that direction. Without that tree, everyone here will regain their memories, and they'll die in agony. Shueshang roared in fury. If you dare destroy that tree, I'll personally drag you down to hell. She provoked them even further. Since you put it that way, then I simply have to destroy it. The ancient peach blossom tree was about to be engulfed in a sea of flames. A massive, terrifying fire erupted in the distance. The servants wept and begged. Save the tree. Someone please. Save our god. Yimeng's face darkened with despair. The great Tao of ice. She struggled desperately to break free from her restraints. She burst out laughing. These are the immortal locking chains. They seal away everything. All of your spiritual power. Right now, you're nothing but a defenseless weakling. Now, watch with your own eyes as Donyu Island is razed to the ground. Yimeng felt utterly powerless. She could only lower her head and mutter, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given up. I shouldn't have thought that hiding here and pretending everything will be okay. Master, I was wrong. She made her final move. She looked up to the heavens and screamed. Please, Master, save your disciple. Save Donyu Island. The heavens were watching. Thousands of beams of light descended, accompanied by a voice. Those who harm my disciple shall die. She grimaced at the sight before her. Yibei and Luoya stood blocking the princess's path. She questioned them. Who are you? How dare you stand in my way? Before she could finish her sentence, a strike landed squarely on her face, sending the princess flying into the ground. She clutched her face in rage. Who dared to hit me in the face? I'll make sure you all. Yibei approached her. He stomped on the Sect master, pinning her to the ground. She cursed, damn it. This. She stared intently at Yibei. A powerful build. Overwhelming spiritual pressure. Such a handsome face. But most importantly, that arrogant, aloof demeanor of his. He's the perfect specimen to harvest yang from Yin. Young warrior, your power is extraordinary. You would be a magnificent partner for dual cultivation. If you're willing to join my Hahuan sect to cultivate, you could save yourself 500 years of tedious effort. Furthermore, I can even ask the princess to overlook your earlier impudence. He listened, feeling confused. Why does everyone want to cultivate with me? And now even a man? Luoya spoke up. Master, he dares to insult you. Let me kill him. He cautioned her, Luoya, girl, don't kill him just yet. I think he might still be of some use. She obeyed and immediately took action. Yes, master. A massive wave of power was released. It struck the Sect master, but she was protected by her chains. Unfazed, the Sect master said, I am the second in command of the Hahuan sect. Not only did you dare to refuse me, but you even tried to strike me? You have a death wish. The chains lunged toward her. Luoya's eyes narrowed. She released her spiritual power, but she could easily handle the Sect master's move. The princess was shocked. What? Luoya has awakened her power. It shook the very foundations of heaven and earth. She launched an attack at the Sect master. The Sect master thought in terror. This strength is terrifying. How is this possible? It looks like I brought trouble upon myself today. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Luoya's eyes glowed as she saw through the trick. Trying to run? Not a chance. Her silhouette flickered. Her hand was already in the Sect master's face. She grabbed her by the face. Using her spiritual power, she slammed her down with immense force. Holding the Sect master by the head, she announced, Master, I caught him. How should we deal with him? The Sect master threatened. You can't kill me. If you kill me, our sect leader will definitely come to Donyu Island for revenge. Hearing this, Yibei instructed Luoya. So there's a sect leader, too? In that case, you're useless to me. Luoya, finish him off. She prepared to strike. Yes. The Sect master was scared out of his wits. Wait, wait. She pointed into the distance and said, "Look over there." Luoyi said, "Master, the cultivation levels of those people are all above the Emperor realm. It seems they're all heading toward Dongyu Island. Let me go and take care of them." Yibei agreed and reminded her, "Go ahead." Shueshang turned to leave. "Master, I'll go round them up and clear them all out. Okay?" The flower god stared in disbelief. "What?" Yibei heard this and glanced over toward her. She was still confused. What was she even saying? The protagonist spoke firmly. "Peach Blossom God, there's no need to worry. My disciples will handle these small fry for you." The flower god's jaw dropped. Small fry? These people have cultivated their way up to the Emperor realm. They've caused countless casualties. You're letting a young girl who hasn't even finished her training face them? Are you really her new master? He replied coldly. "I am indeed her master." She covered half her face with her hand and sighed to herself. Even if she's the disciple of a reincarnated immortal lord, her strength shouldn't be underestimated. Forget it. I'll trust them for now. If anything goes wrong, I can still step in. The flower god raised her hand and suggested, "So, what about the plan we discussed earlier? I pretend to be weak and show a vulnerability, then lure out everyone who wants Dongyu Island and trap them all at once, to pull them out by the roots." Yibei brushed it off. "That was your plan, not mine." His words acted like a spark to her fuse. "Then what about my formation? The traps I set at the Joyous Pavilion, and all the actors I arranged? Is it all for nothing?" The protagonist interrupted her. "Don't jump to conclusions. Look over there." On the other side, Shueshang threw a punch packed with devastating power. She sent the next enemy flying with a single swing of her arm. Others watched in terror as Shueshang approached. "Stay away from us." A murderous aura was clear on her face. One of her eyes flashed brilliantly. The great Tao of world destruction. Shortly after, a colossal explosion erupted. Shueshang returned to her master's side, completely unharmed. The flower god's eyes went wide. "Wait, this power. It's almost on par with the god of war. The immortal lord's disciple is truly terrifying." She said humbly, "Master, I might have been a bit too harsh on them." Yibei shook his head. "They aren't worth any sympathy. Now that the situation on Dongyu Island is handled, our most urgent task is your junior sister, Yimeng." Shueshang spoke respectfully. Junior sister Yimeng was directly pierced by the soul-locking spike. Her foundation must be severely damaged. "Master, please allow me to transfer my spiritual energy to heal her." The flower god interrupted. "Wait a moment." She raised her palm, offering to go. "The immortal lord's disciples are indeed reliable. You've cleared these pests out for me in an instant. So, I should naturally take responsibility for Yimeng's recovery." Shueshang looked at him inquiringly. Yibei nodded. "You can trust her." The flower god went over what needed to be done. "I will do everything in my power to help your junior sister, Yimeng, to ensure she is safe and sound. But first, I still need the immortal lord to do me one more favor," she thought to herself. "So, everyone has arrived. Since I'm helping, I might as well see it through to the end. Your disciple is in my hands now. I doubt you'll just stand by and do nothing." The disciple leans in and whispers, "Is she really the goddess of East and Gung Island? She doesn't seem reliable at all." The protagonist presses two fingers together, manifesting a glow of golden essence. He reaches out and traces a circle over the woman's body. The flower goddess watches closely. "What is that?" Right then, she begins to stir. She clutches her head in pain. It feels as if a bolt of lightning just struck her ears. The flower goddess is stunned. She's actually fine. Yibei narrows his eyes. "You're all right now." The woman slowly approaches him. "Master, thank you. And I'm so sorry, Master. Just now, I sensed the presence of our 41st sister, Lingling, coming from a second sect master of the Joyous Sect." The protagonist is taken aback. "What?" Yimeng feels a wave of unease. "I suspect junior sister Lingling has been captured by the Joyous Sect." Shueshang is bewildered. Lingling? She's the weakest cultivator among us. This is bad. Yimeng grows frantic. "I have to go rescue her right now." As she prepares to leave, a surge of crimson energy rises up, acting like a cage to restrain her. Trapped inside, Yimeng is terrified. What is this?" The flower goddess speaks, controlling the energy with a threatening tone. "This is the barrier of East and Gung Island. It is also your heart's devil. Those who cannot break through their inner demons can never leave this place. Yimeng. What are you still so afraid of? Yimeng clenches her fists tightly. I thought I was ready. Why is this happening? That's right. I'm completely unworthy of being Master's disciple. I lost my master once. I lost everything. I was beaten until I was covered in wounds. I couldn't even protect East Ngung Island. It's pathetic. How could I ever think I could just walk out of here? The protagonist calls out softly. Yimeng, girl. With tears in her eyes, Yimeng looks up at him. We will be waiting for you outside. We'll wait for you back at the Sect. Having no other choice, she obeys. Yes, master. The master and disciple duo travel to a region dominated by massive, jagged rocks. The joyous Sect lies just ahead. In front of them is a small, nondescript entrance. White butterflies flutter all around the area. The protagonist takes a step forward. Let's go. Let's see what's inside. They are unaware that someone has been watching them from a distance. A subordinate looks down and reports. Third Sect Master. That man is the one who killed the second Sect Master. Are we really just going to let him walk in that easily? Shouldn't we report this to the great Sect Master? This guy is... She cuts him off. Idiot. Someone is helping us clear out a thorn in our side. Of course we should welcome him with open arms. The subordinate remains hesitant. His cultivation level is incredibly high. I fear. The third Sect Master cups her own face. Her voice is dripping with seduction. The stronger they are, the more useful they become. No man in this world can escape my charms. Once I have him under my thumb, forget the second Sect Master's death. Even the great Sect Master will have to show me some respect. Inside the walls, the stone is covered in thick moss. Shueshang scans the surroundings as they climb the stairs. Could we have walked into an illusion formation? Yibei senses something. Don't be impatient. Someone is coming. It turns out to be two people putting on a performance of lustful pursuit. A cry for help echoes through the corridor. The third Sect Master feigns terror. Is anyone there? Help me. Instantly, two bolts of bright energy fire toward them. A blast of golden spiritual power hits the subordinate, sending him flying backward. Yibei walks over with a calm, steady pace. You're safe now. She begins to sob and wail. Thank goodness you two saved me. You both are so powerful. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know what would have happened to me. Shueshang asks in a low voice. Who are you? And why are you here? She lowers her head, acting innocent. I live at the foot of the mountain. I came up here looking for my brother. But I never expected to run into what just happened. After finishing her act, she thinks to herself, this woman is too alert. She won't be easy to deal with. I should focus my efforts on the man instead. She stands up and lightly brushes against the protagonist's sleeve. Oh, big brother. I'm so lucky I met you. Otherwise, my fate would have been truly miserable. I can see you're both good people. Could you please finish what you started and help me find my brother? He agrees immediately. Sure. However, we aren't familiar with these paths. I'm not sure how we're supposed to find him for you. She replies quickly. That's okay. I know the way. I'll lead you there. You just need to protect me. The protagonist nods. Not a problem. She walks ahead of them. This way. Yibei sees through her instantly. He whispers to his disciple. This woman is working with that man from before. They're targeting us. Let's split up. Follow the man's trail and investigate. I'll stay with this woman. I want to see exactly what kind of game she's playing. Unaware she's been caught, she sneaks a glance back and smirks. Now that you've entered my territory, an inescapable trap is waiting for you. You're about to become my prey. I can't wait to see how this ends. The third Sect Master turns around and is momentarily startled. She looks at Yibei and wonders. Where did the person who was with him go? Did she realize something was wrong and run away? Whatever. We're on my home turf now anyway. I have no use for that woman. As long as I capture this man, it's a win for me. Once I conquer him, I won't have to worry about any schemes he might have. The better he is, the better for me. Oh, my back is so itchy. Could you check if a bug bit me? Yibei. He had already predicted this. He looks at her, thinking to himself, is this the only trick the joyous Sect has up its sleeve? He plays along and replies, fine. Thinking her prey has fallen for it, she sneers. As I thought, men are always so easy to handle. Once you're hit by my secret technique, no matter how strong you are, you'll be a good little boy and do exactly as I say. Yibei reaches out to touch her. But suddenly, a protective magical ward flares around him. The third Sect Master is shocked. What? She finally drops her facade and shows her true self. So, you actually figured it out. but this is my domain. Let's see where you can possibly hide. Yibei looks at her with pure disdain. Is that all? I expected much more from the joyous sect. He moves with lightning speed. In less than a second, he is right in front of her, clutching the third sect master by the throat. She couldn't even track his movement. So fast. Yibei threatens her coldly. I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me why I should find you useful. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether you'll live or die. Her face turns pale as a ghost. Her mind races in a panic. It feels like a mountain is crushing down on her. With every breath she takes, it feels like her body is about to explode. Even her soul is screaming in agony. 1 more second, and I'll definitely burst and die. She gasps out. I can take you to see her, the sect leader of the joyous sect. Yibei seems to accept the condition and releases his grip. She rubs her neck, trembling as she pleads. I'm the third sect master of the joyous sect. I can get you an audience with the sect leader. Just, please don't kill me. Yibei commands. Take me there. But she hastily replies. I can't, not right now. He glares at her, his eyes cold. Terrified, she quickly explains. No, I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. Please don't kill me. Our sect leader possesses incredible power. Everyone in the East Ingung realm trembles at the mention of her name. But every year, she goes into seclusion behind the mountain to cultivate. There are high-level formations there, and powerful barriers. It's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to see her. That's why I said I can't do it right now. Yibei remains unsatisfied with her answer and issues another order. You have 3 more seconds to explain clearly. 2. The third sect master screams in a rush. All right, stop. I'll tell you everything. The sect leader doesn't come out often, but every 3 months, she holds a grand assembly to handle. Internal sect affairs. The next assembly is scheduled for tomorrow. That's why I can only take you to see her tomorrow. Whatever grudge you have with her, just please leave me out of it. Hearing this, he finally relents. Your pathetic life is spared for now. Yibei barks an order. Lead the way. I want to rest. Very well. Stay behind me. You're the one making the plans. You Dongwang people certainly have a deep grudge against the sect master. Wait until tomorrow, when you and the sect master have both worn each other out. I'll teach you a lesson then. The second day, inside the Hahuan sect. The third sect master has already led Yibei inside. She didn't forget to remind him. The people arriving today are all figures of great prestige and status. Don't go provoking them later. If you do, even I won't be able to save you. He didn't care and even mocked her. With that attitude, how did you even become the third sect master of the Hahuan sect? Are these small fry really supposed to threaten me? The third sect master was furious but powerless to act. First, Yibei looked down on her, and now the sixth hall master wanted to take a jab at her too. Third sect master, I heard your attack on the eastern island was a total failure. How do you even have the face to show up back here? The hall master beside him chimed in. And you even brought back a decent-looking man. Do you plan on using this man to atone for your failure? The third sect master issued a furious threat. The last bastard who spoke to me like that died back on the eastern island. Well, do you want to be next? The hall master wasn't about to back down and lunged at her. You stubborn brat. How dare you be so arrogant? The sect master hasn't arrived yet. I'll teach you a lesson on her behalf. The third sect master dodged the strike. But the third hall master leaned aside to evade. Because of that, the strike ended up flying straight toward Yibei. Seeing this, he growled in a low voice. You want to die? Yibei frowned, his voice cold. You're courting death. He swung his hand, unleashing a deadly attack. Instantly, that blue spiritual energy pierced straight through the subordinate. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at the man beside him. The sixth hall master's eyes widened in terror. This gaze, he wants to kill me. But then, Yibei turned his head back toward the third sect master. The man felt utterly belittled. He didn't even acknowledge me. He didn't even think I was worth killing. This is too much. Damn him. He must be the helper the third sect master brought along. With his strength, if he joins the Hahuan sect, won't he hog all of our resources for himself? I can't let that happen. I absolutely cannot allow this to go on. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a glowing treasure behind him. That is, ever since the sect master took office, this broken statue has been her most prized possession. It's considered the sect's ultimate treasure. If I can trick this newcomer into breaking that statue, I won't even have to lift a finger. The sect master will deal with him immediately. A wicked idea formed in his mind. He stole a glance at the two of them. There's a path to heaven you refuse to take, and no gate to hell, yet you barge right in. Newcomer, just wait until you're dead. He grabbed the treasure and hurled it toward the protagonist. Hey, newcomer, try catching this. The third sect master quickly realized what was happening. That's the sect master's most precious statue. Yibei remained cold. Cheap tricks. In the blink of an eye, the treasure was sliced clean in half. The rest of the crowd watched with gaping mouths as the pieces fell to the ground. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. What? They clutched their heads and started screaming in a panic. The statue is broken. The most precious statue. The sect master statue is ruined. Run for your lives. The sect master is going to lose it. If we get our mounts and flee now, we might still make it. Damn, this life went by way too fast. See you all in the next life. Just then, a woman entered the hall. Her eyes were blood red with rage. Who had the audacity to break my statue? They all called out in a daze. The sect master is here. The sixth hall master immediately pointed the finger. It wasn't us. It was him, she growled. Was it you who broke my statue? Yibei admitted it without a hint of fear. It was me. What of it? The third sect master forced a nervous smile. She was terrified inside. It's over. He's offended the sect master. This is really it. I shouldn't have brought him here. Forget the position of second sect master. I'll be lucky if I'm not flayed alive. The others were gloating intensely. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Don't look. The sect master's kills are always a bloody mess. This newcomer is a dead man walking. However, the sect master suddenly bowed her head low. Master. Everyone nearly jumped out of their skins. What? The sect master knelt and looked up. Master, what wind blew you all the way here, sir? He sighed wearily. Don't start with the grand formalities the moment I arrive. Stand up and speak. She turned back to the crowd and roared. What are you all still standing there for? Show your respects to the patriarch this instant. Everyone scrambled. They knelt down reverently. Greetings, patriarch. Only the sixth hall master remained standing in a daze. This is impossible. Seeing this, the sect master commanded him. Come over here and wipe down a chair for the patriarch. The patriarch wishes to sit. The man clenched his fists tight. He frowned, his teeth grinding audibly. You people, this is bullying. Enraged, the sixth hall master threw a punch toward Ling Ling. You people are pushing me too far. I'll kill you all. The punch lunged forward unexpectedly, but Ling Ling had already noticed. Her eyes, a flash of killing intent spark in her eyes as the sixth hall master let out a furious scream. D. And then, Ling Ling countered. She delivered a swift kick toward him. A powerful kick landed squarely on his face, right on the sixth hall master. She sent him flying to the side. The sixth hall master shouted in rage. You, Ling Ling, you aren't fit to be the sect master of the Hahuan sect. Ling Ling looked at the man on the ground and spoke loudly. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I stand here because I have the strength to do so. If you are convinced, sixth hall master, you can try to take it from me. I, Ling Ling, will be right here waiting. The sixth hall master rubbed his bruised face. Full of resentment, he said, You are indeed strong, but you're arrogant. You don't care at all about the survival of our sect. For how many years have we crossed mountains and rivers? There was only one hall master. He then pointed at Yi Bei and shouted, And now some newcomer shows up, and you claim he's the patriarch? We're supposed to just kneel to him immediately? On what grounds? Fine then. We have already found a new sect master for the Hahuan sect. He is the supreme of the profound realm. Tian Luo, the sixth hall master. We've already sent word to invite him. Once he arrives, none of you will escape. But as soon as he finished speaking, Yibei burst out laughing. He said, You were chased away like a dog, and yet you're still putting on airs. You say you want to be the sect master? I might have to reconsider that. Finding a new sect master for the Hahuan sect? Are you sure about that? He didn't care and continued seriously. Keep laughing. Wait until Lord Tian Luo arrives. It won't be too late to kneel and beg for mercy then. Suddenly, the door swung open. The sixth hall master looked out and exclaimed, Lord Tian Luo has arrived. Ling Ling looked over as well. She frowned in confusion. Who are you? But the person who entered was Luo Ya. She said solemnly, Master, your disciple has arrived late. When Ling Ling saw it was Luo Ya, she ran over excitedly. Senior sister. Seeing that the person who entered wasn't his man, the sixth hall master was stunned. Did you intercept the person I sent for? Ling Ling's cold demeanor completely vanished. She happily approached Luoya, eldest senior sister. You're here. This is wonderful. Luoya looked at her with an eye of doting affection and said, You always have the strangest ideas. What are you up to this time? Ling Ling shared excitedly. All those years of preparation weren't for nothing. Finally, the day has come. Luoya was genuinely surprised. What? Ling Ling spoke with a voice full of gratitude. Master, eldest senior sister. Back then, I was the most mischievous one in the sect, but everyone always indulged me. Every time I got into trouble, you were the ones who fixed it. But then, I ran away on my own. I didn't come back for so many years. Not only did you not blame me, you even came to find me. I'm so grateful. That's why, after all these years of preparation, I'm going to give you all a surprise. Come out now. This is the surprise I prepared. Well, do you like it? Yibei saw this and gave a kind smile. Little Ling Ling, you really are thoughtful. However, Luoya angrily grabbed Ling Ling by the neck and scolded her. Bringing all these beauties from Master, you'd better explain to me exactly where the surprise is in this. Ling Ling hurried to explain. These are the top-tier dual cultivators of my Hahuan sect. Cultivating with them will let you progress 1,000 miles in a single day. I couldn't bear to give them to anyone else. I only wanted to keep them from Master and Senior Sister. Luoya suddenly had an epiphany. Seeing that Luoya had finally lowered her hand, Ling Ling quickly continued. That's not all. I've prepared an even bigger surprise for everyone. When Master finds out, he'll definitely shower me with praise. But to her surprise, Luoya's temper flared up instead. She knitted her brows tight, her voice cold and sharp. An even bigger surprise? Are you really trying to repay our kindness with such spite? Su Lingling looked absolutely delighted. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with my arrangements? Luoya, on the other hand, was beyond furious. Su Lingling, if I end up spending the rest of my life alone, it'll be all your fault. Still not understanding why Luoya was so upset, she blinked in confusion. What? Senior sister, what on earth are you talking about? From behind them, Yibei watched the two of them and burst into a loud laugh. Luoya turned her frustration toward him. Master, how can you laugh? Aren't you going to explain anything? Lingling stood there, completely lost as she looked back and forth between them. What? Explain what? Why is it that from the very beginning, I haven't understood a single word senior sister has said? Yibei prepared to speak. Regarding your senior sister and me, he leaned in and whispered something in a Lingling's ear. As she listened to the secret revelation, she was struck by a massive shock. This is amazing. Senior sister, you finally succeeded. Yibei added with a smirk. Lingling, my girl, I appreciate your good intentions. But with your senior sister here, I wouldn't dare try anything. Luoya shot Lingling a sharp glare. I see your kindness was just a way to mess with me. Fine. She immediately turned to the maids and gave an order. Everyone dismiss. With that settled, it was time to get down to business. Lingling led the group to a specific location. Luoya asked curiously, Lingling, what is this big surprise you were talking about? She wasn't ready to spoil it just yet. Master, senior sister, follow me and you'll see for yourselves. Deep behind the mountains of the Hahuan sect lay the Tianling Lake. It was a vast, shimmering body of water. This is the grand surprise I prepared for you both. The spirit fluid. Lingling began her introduction. This isn't just some ordinary pool of spirit liquid. This is the supreme treasure that protects our Hahuan sect. Yibei spoke up. So that statue in the main hall was just for show. A distraction to keep people's eyes off the real prize. He truly was as perceptive as ever. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. As expected, Master understands me best. That statue was just for fun, mostly to intimidate those outsiders. This lake is the true foundation of the Hahuan sect. Tianling Lake has existed since the beginning of time. The energy contained within is the pure chaos of heaven and earth. Don't let its calm appearance fool you. Cultivating inside will bring 1,000 times more pleasure to both the body and soul. The first sect master of Hahuan relied on this lake to establish a foothold in the eastern region. The previous sect master, when she held my position, told me something. She said a profound secret is hidden at the bottom of the lake. If one can reach it, for an individual, it is like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. And for the sect, it is a chance to overturn the very heavens. Luoya was surprised to hear that. A secret? Then, how far have you managed to descend? Lingling flinched at the question. Yi answered for her. My disciple was quite lazy with her cultivation early on. She can put on a good act for outsiders, but only she knows how much she truly weighs. Ling pointed ahead, quickly trying to explain. Actually, forget reaching the secret at the bottom. I haven't even caught a glimpse of it. I've just been waiting for the day I could bring you two here to uncover it. Luoya fell into deep thought. Even though Lingling's power isn't at the Ascendant Realm yet, her status is still among the very best. If even she can't see what's hidden beneath Tianling Lake, what could possibly be down there? Yi didn't waste words and moved immediately. We'll know once we go down and check. Lingling called out to them as they prepared to dive. Master, senior sister, make sure you focus on your cultivation. Don't let such a divine gift go to waste. I'll wait for you both back on the shore. It would be best if you could bring back a little one with you. The lake feels very unstable. Luoya remarked. That little devil Lingling. She called this a good place for cultivation? This is clearly just one giant aphrodisiac pool. Yi tried to calm her down. Dual cultivation is still cultivation, Luoya. Let's not let Lingling's good intentions go to waste. A crab appeared in the distance, watching them. The wise crab scurried away. 3 days later, Luoya spoke up. Master, under your guidance, I've successfully broken through to the Ascendant Realm, but I've searched the bottom twice now, and I still haven't found any hidden secret. One cannot see the true face of Mount Lu, because one is standing in the middle of it. The secret has been right beside us all along. Or rather, it's within ourselves. She looked startled. What? Luoya and Yi moved together through the water. They suddenly stopped, sensing something rushing toward them. A massive hand emerged from below, threatening to swallow them whole. Luoya immediately felt something was wrong. The giant hand was dragging her down. Luoya reached out in a panic, shouting, Master! Yi quickly gave chase. Luoya was being pulled into a violent underwater vortex. She screamed, Master, save me. This thing is draining my spiritual power. I think it's controlling me. I have no strength left to fight back. Yi remained calm, moving rapidly downward. He unleashed a powerful blast toward the vortex. Yi was baffled when the vortex remained completely unaffected. I just used at least 60% of my power. And yet, this vortex didn't even budge. Is there really a secret hidden at the bottom, or is this just a trap? This vortex seems to be in a completely invincible state. Furthermore, it's frantically draining Luoya's spiritual energy. At this rate, it's only going to get stronger. A direct confrontation doesn't offer a high chance of success. Wait, is that? A gateway appeared. He suddenly realized the truth. So this is the secret said to change one's destiny beneath Tianling Lake. It's the path connecting to the celestial stairway and the pavilions of the immortal realm. But the celestial path just now seemed a bit off. It looks like it's been destroyed. Could this vortex be the celestial stairway's automatic repair system? It's draining Luoya's energy specifically to repair the celestial stairway and pavilions. If this continues, Luoya's spiritual energy will be completely sucked dry. I can't let that happen. I have to save her. Once again, Yi repeatedly struck the newly appeared gateway with his spiritual power. However, the gate remained untouched. Yi fell into deep thought, searching for a solution. This light is likely a divine miracle. Even if a normal attack could affect it, it wouldn't be able to interrupt the draining process. Unless I take Luoya's place, I'll become the target for its energy consumption. Luoya seemed to realize what Yi was about to do. She spoke hurriedly. Master, where are you planning to? Yi placed his hand directly onto the vortex. Luoya cried out in worry. Master, he spoke in a soft, reassuring voice. Don't worry, Luoya. This vortex is nothing to me. Trust me. To your master. This is child's play. Though still worried, she chose to believe in him. Master, I trust you. He called out to his system in a low, commanding voice. System, get out here. The system appeared and spoke respectfully. Dear host, I am here. System, we've wandered through many dimensions and found quite a few disciples. His face darkened as he spoke through gritted teeth. I should have plenty of skill cards and rewards stored up, right? Use every single one of them. Repair the celestial stairway at the center of this vortex. The system responded instantly. Understood. Skill cards deployed. Please check the results. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Golden talismans began to flow rapidly along the current of the vortex. Just a little more power. Suddenly, Yi Bei's eyes flashed with a blinding radiance. He roared, "Give me more power." As soon as he spoke, the talismans transformed into halos of light. They completely encased the gateway hidden deep within the vortex. Luoya watched the scene in awe. The vortex vanished under the force of Yi Bei's technique. The two of them gently touched down. Yi Bei spoke seriously. "Luoya, let's go. It's time for us to return to the immortal realm." Luoya replied happily. "Yes, master." They surged up from beneath the water, hurtling toward the gateway, floating in the sky. They turned into streaks of blue light and entered the gate leading to the immortal realm. The master and disciple landed amidst desolate ruins. Luoya spoke excitedly to Yi Bei. "Master, we're back. But isn't this supposed to be the reception hall? Why is it in such ruins? It looks like a massive war took place here." Suddenly, Yi Bei let out a sharp cough. Luoya screamed in panic. "Master!" Yi Bei spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, trying to comfort the girl beside him. "When I clashed with that divine vortex earlier, it was inevitable that my spiritual essence would take a bit of a hit. Don't worry." Seeing him like this, she grew even more frantic. "Master, let me help you." Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the ruins. Someone is approaching. The two of them quickly turn a look. Luoya asks suspiciously, "Who's there?" Xingchun is the one who appears. She gives a radiant smile and says, "Master, eldest senior sister, I finally found you both." Luoya says in surprise, "Xingchun, what are you doing here?" Xingchun rushes forward and pulls Luoya into a tight hug. "Master, eldest senior sister, I finally found you." Yi Bei asks, "Xingchun, how did you end up in the immortal realm?" Xingchun begins to explain. "Didn't you tell me to focus on my cultivation back in the heavenly profound space? Later, I heard the news that you had ascended to the immortal realm. So, I pushed myself to the limit to ascend here as well. And I'm not the only one. Many of our senior and junior sisters have made it up here too. We've even established our own power base in the immortal realm. However, after we arrived, we couldn't find any trace of you or eldest senior sister. We had no idea where you two had gone." Yi Bei hesitates for a moment before speaking. It's a long story. Noticing Yi Bei's wounds, Xingchun says in shock, "Master, your injuries." He dodges the subject immediately. "Xingchun, you mentioned you've built up your own force here in the immortal realm." Xingchun answers without overthinking it. "Yes, master." Yi Bei says, "Let's head to your place first. We could talk more on the way." Xingchun agrees. "Understood." Once they arrive, Xingchun pulls out a medicinal pill and explains softly, "Master, even though you're seriously injured, your physique is extraordinary. Moreover, there's a massive power within you that's already self-healing. So don't worry. Once you take this pill, you should recover in no time." Yi Bei politely declines. "I appreciate the effort, but I prefer to restore my spiritual energy on my own. You should go rest now." Xingchun bows respectfully and withdraws. "As you wish." She gently closes the door behind her. Suddenly, a voice rings out in the room. "Yi Bei, I've finally tracked you down." He turns around. "It's you." Pavilion Master Tsang Yun. Elder Tsang suddenly drops to his knees. He looks at Yi Bei and pleads, "Brother Yi Bei, I beg of you, save our demon immortal realm from this catastrophe." Yi Bei frowns slightly. "Elder Tsang, it's not that I don't respect you, but I've only just returned to the immortal realm. How did you manage to bypass all the eyes and ears of the medicinal immortal hall to find me here?" The man is astonished. Hearing Yi Bei speak, it's only been a few months since they last met in the immortal realm, but Yi Bei's strength has already surpassed his own. "I truly didn't pick the wrong person. Young brother, please calm your anger. I was truly at my wit's end. That's why I had to use a little trick to meet you. Back at the Southern Heaven Arena, I could tell you were extraordinary. So, while I was passing down the cultivation techniques to you, I secretly left a tracking seal on your person, just so I could find you in an emergency. Rest assured, this mark won't harm you. If it could, you would have noticed it long ago." He remains calm. "Go on. What exactly do you want?" Elder Tsang reveals his true objective. "I hope you can return to the Southern Heaven Arena and take my place. I want you to take over the demon immortal realm." Yi Bei ponders. "Take over?" Pavilion Master Tsang says urgently. Ever since you vanished after your battle with the Tian Luo Immortal Lord. I don't know what he did, but his spiritual power has skyrocketed. He's been relentlessly swallowing up numerous forces within the immortal realm. Right now, he's preparing to close in on the demon immortal realm. We demons were already being discriminated against here. I fear that under his ruthless methods, our fate will be even more miserable. That's why I'm begging you, Brother Yi, please save our lives. Yi Bei crosses his arms, feigning humility. I recall your strength always being superior to mine, Pavilion Master. Why come to a junior like me for help? He explains, I won't hide it from you. I already had a confrontation with the Tian Luo Immortal Lord. It was a crushing defeat. My spiritual source is severely damaged. I'm fundamentally incapable of saving the demon immortal realm now. Yi Bei presses further. And how exactly do you want me to save it? Lead a bunch of demon soldiers into a brawl? Pavilion Master Tsang replies. 15 days from now, the immortal realm will host the Great Immortal Alliance Assembly. Forces from all over will participate. There will be a grand tournament. The ultimate prizes are a supreme spiritual artifact and the position of Alliance leader. Brother Yi, you are already the rookie king of our Southern Heaven arena. Standing in for me now is the most logical choice. If you represent our demon immortal realm, I believe that for you. This will be a win-win situation with zero downsides. What do you think? He weighs the offer and tests the waters. Will the Tian Luo Immortal Lord be there? Elder Tsang answers no, for some unknown reason. While his subordinates are expanding his territory step by step, he himself has been in closed-door seclusion for the past 6 months. He likely won't show his face anytime soon. Yi Bei thinks about the pros and cons. If I can use the Demon Immortal Realm's reputation to seize the position of Alliance leader, wiping out the Tian Luo Immortal Lord afterward will be twice as easy. Very well. I accept your invitation. Elder Tsang is satisfied. Wonderful. I'll head back now and organize a troop of soldiers to protect you during the assembly. Yi Bei immediately refuses. That won't be necessary. I'll make my own arrangements. Elder Tsang is slightly worried and hesitates. But fine then. This is the seal of the Demon Immortal Realm. Whoever holds this is the master of the Demon Immortal Realm. You can command our forces at any time. Please, Brother Yi, accept it. Yi Bei smirks, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Why you trust me so much? The man explains. It's the same feeling I had when I first met you. And when I saw you at the Southern Heaven Arena. I trust my gut. I haven't misjudged you. He takes the seal and accepts the responsibility. Yi Bei will ensure the Demon Immortal Realm is fully protected from now on. Elder Tsang replies politely, my thanks. Yi Bei looks at Luo Ye standing behind him and commands, Luo Ye, get ready. We're heading out again. Yes, master. 14 days later, Yi Bei, Luo Ye, and Xing Chun are sitting together talking. Xing Chun says, the Alliance Assembly starts in 2 days. But right now, the top-tier Ling Shao Palace has booked every single room in the local inns. Hearing this, Luo Yi gets worked up. Aren't they being completely disrespectful to the other sex? They're just showing off. Xing Chun adds, it's worse than that. By leaving only one inn for all the other remaining forces, they're intentionally inciting everyone to fight each other before the assembly even begins, while the other groups are busy tearing each other apart and taking losses on both sides. They could just sit back and reap the benefits once the tournament starts. Luo Yi scoffs. And they call themselves a top-tier power? This tactic is so old-fashioned and cheap. Yi Bei interrupts. The most effective way is always the best way. Luo Yi is frustrated. Master, are you seriously taking their side? Suddenly, a customer enters the shop. He shouts, Shopkeeper, I need 20 rooms. The shopkeeper replies, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Never mind, 20 rooms. Even the last 2 rooms were just booked a moment ago. By that group over there. Perhaps you could try negotiating with them? You might still find a place to stay. The man aggressively approaches and slams his sword down on their table. He says, keep it together now. I'm only here to negotiate with you people. You lot look like unfamiliar faces. I bet you're just from some tiny, insignificant sect, aren't you? It's only natural if you haven't heard of our Wan Jian Zone. We are the second-ranked power in the entire immortal realm. Only the heavenly net Holy Land stands above us. Below us, we have countless disciples. Our mastery of the sword is beyond compare. Outsiders usually show us the utmost respect when they see us. Hand over those 2 rooms of yours. In exchange, I might just let you live until the assembly starts. Yibei bursts out laughing after hearing that. An idiot who doesn't even know how to book a room in advance. Actually has the nerve to brag. And you call yourself a young master? I won't bother getting my hands dirty for this one. Luoya, handle him. She replies, yes, master. The man is furious. You're asking for death. Without another word, Luoya lunges into the attack. In an instant, his sword is snapped in 2. His face is twisted with rage. You dare break my sword? I'll have your life for this. Luoya angrily swings her blade downward. A sharp sword light strikes directly at the arrogant young master. His face turns dark with resentment. You people. Yibei stands before him, mocking him. Well, do you still want to keep going, young master? Hearing that, he turns around to flee. But he doesn't forget to hurl one last warning. Just you wait. The people backing us are from the heavenly net immortal land. As soon as I get back, I'm finding someone to put you in your place. Luoya watched him scramble away before turning to Yibei. Master, are we really just going to let him go like that? Yibei remained perfectly composed as he replied. Didn't he say he could help us find the people from the heavenly net immortal land? I'm actually counting on him to bring their leader straight to me. Yibei looked in the direction the young master had fled, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Heavenly net, immortal lord, our war begins now. Elsewhere, the immortal lord's face darkened as he issued a cold command. You, go investigate someone for me. Standing before the arena, Xing Chun updated Yibei on the situation over the past few days. Master, that soaring heavens palace is certainly impressive. Just by using that in tactic, they managed to provoke several factions into attacking early over the last few days. It successfully crushed the enemy's morale. But at the same time, it unintentionally revealed their own true strength. Yibei listened, his expression indifferent. They have a bit of a brain, but it's nothing more than a few clever tricks. We'll only know if they're gods or ghosts once we test them. Standing beside him, Xing Chun spoke with conviction. Master, I promise I won't hold you back. Inside the arena, the announcements rang out steadily. The Lioli Sect has entered the arena. The 10,000 Swords Sect has entered the arena. The Yao Immortal Realm, please enter the arena. The Yao Immortal Realm, please enter the arena. Hearing those 3 words, a member of an immortal sect sneered. The Yao Immortal Realm? At that level, a pathetic little faction like that doesn't even need to participate at all. The person next to him quickly chimed in. Hey, don't say that. They're a rank 2 power, after all, even if they're probably just faking it. Others joined in on the mockery. A Yao from a human realm is still just a beast. To think you dare show your face in the immortal realm? Ridiculous. The members of the immortal sects continued to jeer at the Yao immortal realm. Are they coming or not? If they don't show, we're taking all their spots. They're probably too scared to show up. Right then, a new announcement boomed. The Yao immortal realm has entered the arena. Yibei and his 2 disciples stepped into view. Seeing them, one of the sect members stood in Yibei's path and mocked him. So you finally showed up? That certainly took some guts. But before he could finish his sentence, a fist collided squarely with his face. He clutched his face and screamed. You're dead. His companions behind him called out. Forget about him. The soaring heavens palace is here. Hurry up. Let's go see something worth watching. Luoya tilted her head in curiosity. The soaring heavens palace? Taking in the scene, Xing Chen's eyes lit up. So that's the soaring heavens palace. Those birds of theirs look like they'd be perfect for refining pills. A massive, majestic bird, glowing a brilliant red, was flying toward them, carrying a grand palanquin. Seeing this, Yibei remarked, they certainly love putting on a show. They're trying to pressure everyone the moment they arrive. Luoya offered her own assessment. It seems this Immortal Land Alliance conference won't be as boring as I thought. Things are getting interesting. Only Xing Chun was still fixated on the giant bird flying through the air. I really want that bird. I really want that bird. Inside the palanquin, a man appeared. The same immortal sect members who were so arrogant moments ago now knelt reverently before him. Lord Ning Shensi, your seat is prepared right this way. Ning Shensi's gaze drifted toward Yibei's group. Yibei looked back at him, feeling a bit underwhelmed. Is that all? On the other side, Ning Shensi couldn't help but wonder about Yibei. As the man stood there perfectly calm, showing no fear. Who is this guy? He isn't affected by my pressure at all. Probably just another fool. The conference announcement rang out again, urging the contestants forward. Will all contestants please proceed to the barrier ahead, according to the seals in your hands, to begin the matches? The host shouted at the top of his lungs. The Immortal Land Alliance Conference has officially begun. This year's conference will be divided into 3 rounds. Round 1, the Disciple Battle. Each sect may send 10 disciples to compete for advancement. In the final showdown, the victor will claim the top rank for their sect. First match, the Immortal Realm versus the 10,000 Swords Sect. Begin. The arrogant young master from before was there too. He and his fellow disciples let out a loud laugh. Has the Immortal Realm heard of our 10,000 Swords Sect's reputation? Are they too afraid to come out now? Suddenly, a blinding streak of light tore through the air, whistling like a thunderbolt falling from the heavens. It slammed down right at their feet. Debris and shattered stone flew everywhere. Luoyu appeared amidst the dust. Master said, "What's the rush? You really want to get beaten that badly?" The young master realized the person standing there was the same girl he'd met earlier. In a panic, he stammered, "It's you." Luoya's aura flared with intensity. Looking down at him from above, she said, "Weren't you going to find the people from the heavenly net immortal land to punish us? Why haven't I seen a single hair of them these past few days?" Hearing that, the young master roared in anger. "Don't you get cocky with me. I've already reported this to the heavenly net immortal land. They'll be here to deal with you soon enough. And what's this? You came to the match alone? Could the immortal realm not find anyone else?" Luoya immediately lunged forward to attack. "I'm enough to take down every single one of you sitting here. That's enough." Seeing her charge, the young master yelled, "There are 10 of us. She's all by herself. This is a guaranteed win. Kill her." But before they could even move, they were torn apart by the sharp strikes of Luoya's whip. In the blink of an eye, she had single-handedly defeated all 10 of them. They lay scattered across the arena floor, groaning in agony. Luoya's face darkened as she growled, "It's over." But the young master wouldn't give up. He suddenly burst into laughter and shouted, "It's over for you. What a shame. The moment I saw you, I secretly set up a formation. Die, you little brat." Blinding gold light surged toward Luoya, engulfing her. Seeing her in such a dangerous spot, Xing Chun cried out in a panic, "Eldest senior sister." But Yi Bei, standing beside her, remained calm. "Xing Chun, you're underestimating your eldest senior sister." Just as he said, once the formation's energy faded, Luoyu was completely unharmed. Stepping out from the smoke, she stood before the young master and spoke with pure disdain. "This is your grand formation?" The young master was horrified. "This is the fire array of my 10,000 Swords Sect. How is this possible?" In an instant, Luoyu counterattacked. A formation manifested in the palm of her hand. It surged powerfully toward the young master. He let out a frantic cry for help. "Young master, save me." With a massive boom, an explosion erupted, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. One of the sect members saw the carnage and immediately tried to flee. He muttered to himself in disbelief. "No way. There's absolutely no way. She must be using some kind of demonic sorcery. I have to report this to the heavenly net immortal lord." But he didn't get very far. A beam of light pierced right through him. Luoya looked at him and frowned. "Useless trash. I let you go so you'd find that immortal lord, and you couldn't even manage that." The survivors trembled and wailed. She wiped out 10 of the 10,000 Swords Sect's top disciples all by herself. What kind of monster is she? This is terrifying. What did she say earlier? That she'd kill everyone participating here? Is it too late for me to run away? Ning Shensi, who had been watching the match, gave an order to his subordinate after Luoya finished. "From now on, in every match this woman fights, add a little spice for her." The subordinate bowed respectfully. "Understood." And so, the conference continued. The second day, Luoya sent other sects flying. Her winning streak continued into the 3rd day, and stretched all the way to the 7th day. Finally, the host stood before the remaining sects to announce the results. The first round has concluded. In first place, the Yao Immortal Realm. Second place, the Soaring Heavens Palace. Third place, the Soaring Heavens Palace. Luoya walked over to Yi Bei. "Master, I'm back." He gave her a nod of approval. Well done, Xing Chun said excitedly. Eldest senior sister. You took on the entire arena by yourself. That was incredible. There were so many times I thought you were in real trouble. But in the end, you came out unscathed and won it all. You're amazing. Luo, you didn't hesitate to return the compliment to Xing Chun. Our junior sister, Xing Chun. If she wasn't so focused on refining pills and actually dedicated herself to martial arts, she'd be just as formidable. Xing Chun looked at Luoya, senior sister. When you say things like that, it makes me really embarrassed. Suddenly, Luoya's tone turned serious as she spoke to Ibe about her discovery. By the way, master, I noticed something very strange during the matches over the last few days. Luoya explained further. Ever since the first match, it felt like every subsequent fight had a trap set for me beforehand. They were clearly trying to drive me into a corner. Xing Chen asked, puzzled. Senior sister, you're so powerful. Isn't it normal for people to set traps for you? The traps themselves are normal, but the sheer scale and complexity of them was unusual. The sects I faced didn't have the strength to pull off formations like those. It had to be the work of a major sect or several sects conspiring together. Ibe finally spoke. Someone couldn't help but make their move. The sooner they show their hand, the better. The more flaws they show, the better. Keep waiting. They'll show themselves soon enough. Luoya nodded in response. Understood. Junior sister Xing Chun. The first disciple match has concluded. Next up is the second round, the Sect Power Exhibition. This round focuses on a sect's financial resources, the quantity of their immortal treasures, and their rarity. The rarer and more precious, the better. Are you sure you've got this, junior sister? This is my specialty. Insulting my treasures is the same as insulting me. Xing Chun brags about her prowess, claiming that as an alchemist of the ethereal immortal realm, no one in the entire immortal world is more skilled than she is. Even a random pill I pull out is worth more than those small sects' entire fortunes. Ibe sees right through her. He teases her playfully. She's certainly talking big. Though, I actually like that confidence of hers. Inside the room, a suspicious thief steals Xing Chen's medicine bag. The cunning traitor thinks to himself, let's see how you participate in the competition without your medicine. Then, he makes his escape. But this was all part of the plan, set by Yi Bei's group beforehand. Xing Chen asks, Master, those were real ingredients inside. Are we really just going to let them take them like that? He replies, a well-set trap is only fun when someone actually steps in it. Luoya adds, by tomorrow, we'll know exactly who's been hiding in the shadows. Then we can fight them out in the open. Xing Chun happily shows off, glad she still has a secret weapon. The next day, Lioli, the host, announces the rules of the competition. This contest is divided into 3 rounds. The first round tests the disciples' individual strength. All sects can participate. The second round tests the sect's overall power. Only those in the top 20 of the immortal talent rankings are eligible to enter. The third round is a battle for the divine artifact. Every sect can join. The one with the most wins across all 3 rounds will be the victor, and their sect master will become the alliance leader of our immortal union. Now, the second round officially begins. Will the representatives please place their immortal treasures onto the jade tables? This preliminary round will judge the rarity of the treasures alongside the sect's ranking to determine who moves into the finals. Look at all these treasures. Red Star, Ganoderma, Golden Flame Stone, Ice Flower Scroll, Realm Shifting Incense, and a gold crystal insect. The crowd watches in awe, mesmerized by the treasures. They chatter excitedly. Red Star, Ganoderma, Golden Flame Stone, Ice Flower Scroll, Realm Shifting Incense. These are all top-tier treasures. I doubt some of these can even be found on the ancient battlefield. This year's competition is intense. Every single one of these is a first or second-class treasure. Some of these probably haven't been seen since the ancient battlefield. They're really putting everything on the line this year. They discuss the item's powers. But which one will actually win? The gold crystal insect can control a person's consciousness. But that golden flame stone from the Sun Realm is also incredible. It's hard to choose. Is there even a need to hesitate? Obviously, the winner will be Lingxiao Palace's Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. That pill is exactly how Lingxiao Palace conquered their first territories back in the day. The debate over the winner grows more heated. Exactly. The other treasures are valuable, Sure, with enough effort, a Sect might find them. But this heavenly soul blood fusion pill isn't just made from top-grade spirit herbs. It requires an incredibly skilled alchemist. It's both precious and rare. Lingxiao Palace gets my vote. Exactly. I'm choosing Lingxiao Palace too. Count me in for Lingxiao Palace. Liuli overhears the discussion and thinks triumphantly. It looks like Lingxiao Palace will take first place in the power exhibition again this year. Suddenly, Xing Chun appears out of nowhere. She says, "Hold on a second. I wonder if I can participate in this round?" Liuli replies, "My dear contestant, I'm truly sorry. This round is strictly limited to the top 20 on the Immortal Talent Rankings. You aren't eligible to join." Xing Chun pulls out her treasures and asks, "If I bring these out, can I join then?" His eyes widen in shock at the sight. Liuli lists off her treasures: Red Star Ganoderma, Golden Flame Stone, Ice Flower Scroll, Realm Shifting Incense, and a gold crystal insect. Someone in the crowd shouts. She has every single one of those rare treasures on the table. No way. They have to be fakes, right? Xing Chun ignores them. Feel free to test them yourselves. Liuli picks one up to inspect it. Wait, these are all authentic. Little girl, you've passed the preliminary round. However, those around them protest fiercely. They shout in anger. What? You're just going to let this little brat crawl her way in? He glares at them and says coldly, "If any of you can produce items like these, you can go straight to the finals too. How about that?" Well, Xing Chun adds smugly, "Oh, right. I also whipped up a heavenly soul blood fusion pill last night. Might as well count this one too. Just what is this girl's background?" This is terrifying. Liuli finally announces the finalists: Lingxiao Palace, the Yao Immortal Realm, and the Liuli Sect. These three sects move on to the finals. She says excitedly, "This is way too easy." In the distance, the Blood Rain Sect Master and Lanyang Sect Master witness everything. The final round. Liuli announces. The contestants will now enter the final round. The winner will be chosen based on the rarity and value of the immortal treasures provided. Contestants may present new immortal treasures for this stage. Xing Chun steps forward eagerly. "Me first. I'll go first. Please." She pulls out a spirit beast. A commoner sneers. "It's just a spirit beast. What's so rare about that?" With a sharp gaze, she says, "I'm the one who forged this." The sect members are shocked to hear Xing Chun's claim. "What? Forging a living being? I've never heard of such a thing. How is that possible?" She doesn't flinch and tells them, "If you don't believe me, use your spiritual energy to examine its body. Its body is made of immortal watergrass stone. Unlike normal flesh and blood, you'll know once you probe it." They reach out to sense it. Then they say in unison, "It's a forged tool." One of them thinks in a panic, "Forging life." This method is unbelievable. It feels like she's outclassing every single sect here. It's terrifying. If this continues, I'll only end up embarrassing myself. It's better to give up now than. Suddenly, someone withdraws. The Liuli Sect forfeits this round. The representative from Lingxiao Palace looks around nervously, thinking the Divine Sun is watching. If I lose this competition, he'll have my head for sure. I cannot lose. This is the ultimate treasure of our Lingxiao Palace. It is the source of spiritual power for everyone in our sect. I don't believe anything can compare to the immortal treasures of Lingxiao Palace. If you have anything else, bring it out." As soon as he finishes, the crowd erupts. Today's best. This is definitely today's champion. So Lingxiao Palace became the strongest power because of this? Is Lingxiao Palace backed into a corner? They even exposed their own secret technique. This is explosive. But at that moment, Xing Chun flashes a sinister smile. Not a wasted effort after all. I finally found out what Lingxiao Palace's big secret is. My little spirit beast is rare, but it's worthless compared to this. So congratulations, you win. It's just one match. We don't mind losing. His face immediately turns pale. Damn it, I've been played. Xing Chun happily runs back to eBay. "Master, my mission is complete." He smiles and says, "Well done." Over here, Shensi is fuming. He grits his teeth. "You three from the Yao Immortal Realm. I clearly underestimated you. How dare you steal the spotlight from my palace? I'll make sure none of you live to see tomorrow." That night, the Immortal Union Inn, late at night, while everyone is sound asleep, outside the door to Yi Bei's room, A pair of prying eyes watches closely. Above the inn, Shinsi's subordinate reports, Palace Master. We've checked, and those three fools haven't noticed our array. They're currently asleep inside the inn. With a face full of malice, he says, kill them. On his command, a barrage of fireballs rains down on the inn. There's a massive explosion, then goes up in flames, and people start screaming. Fire! Everyone run! Get out! How do we put this out? It won't stop. Help! Watching the scene, Shinsi says coldly, tonight in this inn, not a single soul is allowed to leave alive. His subordinate bows respectfully. Yes, Palace Master. And so, time passes. The next morning, everyone is buzzing about the events of the previous night. That fire last night. It was exactly like what happened at the last Immortal Union conference. Lanyang looks toward Shinsi and whispers, it was Lingxiao Palace again. Is there really no sect that can keep them in check? What about those people from the Yao Immortal Realm this year? Those people are not as simple as they look. Perhaps they can chip away at Lingxiao Palace's arrogance bit by bit. The Divine Emperor Cauldron Master spoke with a heavy gravity. I heard they were staying in that same inn. The fire last night was massive. There's a good chance no one survived. Sect Leader Ju Wu. Sect Leader Lanyang, don't lose heart just yet. Don't forget who is standing behind us. Scanning the crowd, Yi Bei's group was nowhere to be found. Ning Chenzi thought smugly to himself. It looks like this year, our Lingxiao Palace will still be the top dog. Just then, Liu Li appeared and announced, due to some special circumstances, only a few sects will be participating in the final round of the Immortal Land Alliance Conference. This is the final round of the year, and it carries the highest point value of all three stages. The trial will take place within a secret realm. Whichever sect can seize the artifact from the Guardian Beast's clutches will be crowned the winner of this round. A word of caution to you all. Inside the secret realm, anything goes. Life or death is out of our hands. If you want to elevate your sect's standing, you must show your true talent. Seize this opportunity. Oh, that's right. One sect has already entered the secret realm to begin the trial. The crowd gasped in shock. What? But Liu Li continued slowly. It's the Demon Immortal Realm. Yi Bei had obliterated the Guardian Beast in a heartbeat. He scoffed. This is all it takes to defeat a so-called Divine Beast? Too weak. It's over. They've finally arrived. Hand over the Divine Emperor Cauldron right now. A smirk played on his lips as he thought. Finally, they show their faces. He offered them a final piece of advice. Today is a grudge match between my Demon Immortal Realm and Lingxiao Palace. There is still time for the rest of you to leave. The three of them looked at each other, hesitating. This, from a distance, the leader of Lingxiao Palace barked orders at them, targeting Yi Bei. Once I become the alliance leader of the Immortal Land, every one of your sects will be promoted to second-rank status. All you have to do is rely on my Lingxiao Palace. Ignoring him, all three stepped forward to side with Yi Bei. Sect Leader Yi, we stand with you. The Lingxiao Palace leader was livid. You're all asking for death. You refused the path to heaven when it was open to you. Don't blame me if I show no mercy. Lingxiao Palace launched an attack on the three of them. He commanded his guardian beast, Firebird, kill them all for me. But suddenly, a mysterious power struck his guardian beast. Startled, the Lingxiao leader spun around. Firebird, what's happening? His beast was completely drained of strength and plummeted from the sky. The Lingxiao leader roared in fury. What the hell is going on? Luo Yi taunted him from a distance. I warned you not to overdose on those pills, but you just wouldn't listen. He was caught completely off guard when he realized who they were. You're still alive? Xing Qin spoke up. First, you tried to trap my eldest senior sister during the competition. Then you sent thieves to steal my immortal medicine. If we just sat around waiting to die, wouldn't we be the ultimate fools? Luo Yi cut to the chase and signaled to Xing Chun. Xing Chun, don't waste your breath on him. That bird ate the tainted medicine he stole from you. While it's still weakened, let's finish him. She nodded in agreement. Right? Eldest senior sister. The Lingxiao leader flew into a murderous rage. You dare poison my divine dragon? The leader of Lingxiao Palace engaged Luo Yi and Xing Chun in a direct clash. The two girls joined forces. But even together, it seemed they were no match for him. Xing Chun was sent flying, landing right near Yi Bei. He offered her an incentive to push her further. Xing Chun, if you can kill Ning Chenzi, this divine emperor cauldron and that blazing firebird on the ground will both be yours. Knowing it was exactly what she wanted, Xing Qin's eyes lit up with excitement. This divine emperor cauldron isn't just the ultimate tool for alchemy. It can multiply my pill-making efficiency and can even be used directly as a weapon for both offense and defense. It's perfect for me. Ning Qinzi, today is your last day on Earth. Still locked in combat with Luo Ye, Ning Qinzi felt a chill of dread when he saw Xing Qin. This is bad. She's already activated the divine emperor cauldron. Once again, the leader of Lingxiao Palace had to face both of them at once. He unleashed a massive burst of power. A violent explosion shook the heavens and the earth. But this time, Xing Qin and Luo Ye emerged victorious, landing gracefully on the ground. Having completed the task, Xing Qin happily claimed her prize from eBay. The divine emperor cauldron and the firebird are mine now. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Blood Rain Sect, Sect leader Lan Yang, and the divine emperor cauldron master had watched everything. They huddled to plot. The divine emperor cauldron has fallen into the hands of a mere brat. It's time to act. Suddenly, they appeared before eBay. He gave a cold, knowing chuckle. Oh, so the three of you are still here? Lan Yang put on a fake, hospitable smile. Ah, if it isn't Sect leader Yi, we truly appreciate you stepping in just now. If not for you, Ning Qinzi surely would have killed us. The divine emperor, cauldron master, played along. That's right. It's all thanks to Sect leader Yi. Hearing this, eBay spoke bluntly. Since that's the case, I assume you three aren't the type to return a favor with betrayal. You wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it, would you? Lan Yang replied with a firm, convincing tone. Of course not. Absolutely not, Sect leader Yi. There must have been a misunderstanding earlier. Your group are the champions of this conference, and you've already claimed the artifact of the trial. We are here to see you inaugurated as the alliance leader of the immortal land. eBay's face darkened as he whispered. Is that so? On the surface, Lan Yang was all smiles and chatter. Naturally. But inside, he was plotting his next move. When he was fighting Ning Qinzi earlier, we pretended to be on his side to lower his guard. I didn't expect him to remain so wary of us. Their strength is overwhelming. They even managed to kill Ning Qinzi. I'm afraid, even if the three of us teamed up, we wouldn't be their match. It seems our only choice today is to play along. We have to save our own skins. Wait, I've got it. The immortal lord ordered us to seize the divine emperor cauldron. Since it's in their hands now, why not lure them to the Tianlao immortal domain? We'll let the immortal lord deal with them. That saves our strength, and we still get the credit. Sect leader Yi, you have just ascended to the position of alliance leader. You are the one our people's hearts look toward. We hope you will officially take your post as alliance leader immediately. He replied softly. In his heart, he was waiting to see what kind of game they were playing. I want to see what you're really up to. Later, outside, the announcer's voice rang out. I hereby declare, the champion of this Immortal Land Alliance Conference is the Demon Immortal Realm. The position of alliance leader will be held by the representative of the Demon Immortal Realm. Yi Bai. The surrounding crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. I can't believe he actually killed Ning Qinzi, becoming the alliance leader after that. He certainly earned it. But they're from the Demon Immortal Realm. Since this conference began, a demon has never been the leader. That's true. The rest of the Demon Immortal Realm didn't even show up. Can those three really carry that weight? Isn't the alliance leader responsible for protecting all the other sects? Can he actually convince the other sects to follow him? At that moment, someone knelt down in a formal salute. The sect leader of Baiwu. The Baiwu sect pays its respects to the alliance leader. Lanyang followed suit with a bow. The Lanyang sect pays its respects to the alliance leader. The divine emperor cauldron master added. The Ju Wu sect pays its respects to the alliance leader. The crowd froze in shock. This, Lanyang suddenly spoke up. The demon immortal realm is a major power in the immortal realm. Everyone has seen the alliance leader's strength for themselves. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can step forward and answer to my Baiwu sect first. Furthermore, the forces of the Tianlao immortal domain have been running rampant lately. I fear that only alliance leader Yi has the power to stop that woman. We ask alliance leader Yi to lead us to the Tianlao immortal domain, to capture the Tianlao immortal lord, and restore justice to the immortal realm. Yibei watched the scene in silence. He thought to himself, so, you're all lackeys of the Tianlao immortal lord. I'd like to see what kind of little show you can put on. The people around them began to join in. The Tianlao immortal domain has been bullying us for far too long. If anyone can topple them, I'll call that person boss. Exactly. The Alliance leader should defeat the Tianlao immortal lord for us. Defeat the Tianlao immortal lord. Yibei stepped forward to address the crowd. From this day forward, I, Yibei, am the Alliance leader of the Immortal Land Alliance. The Demon Immortal Realm is the strongest force in the Immortal Realm. Lingxiao Palace now belongs to me, Yibei. As soon as he finished, the onlookers' eyes widened in shock. What did he say? Yibei didn't care. He shouted, "You have all suffered under the heel of the Tianlao immortal domain for too long. I will see that justice is served. But if anyone challenges my authority now, I won't hesitate to make an example of them." Does anyone else have something to say? The area suddenly fell deathly silent. Everyone avoided his gaze. Seeing this, Yibei let out a low, cold laugh. Very well. It seems you all support me wholeheartedly. Then go back and prepare yourselves. In half a month, you will follow me on a crusade against the Tianlao immortal domain. And so, the crowd began to chant in unison. Crush the Tianlao immortal domain. 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 Standing behind Yibei, Lanyang wore a sinister grin. He fell for it. I must inform the immortal lord immediately. The fish has taken the bait. Behind the mountains of the immortal medicine hall, Yibei was currently consuming an immortal pill. Deep within the bamboo forest, he focused intently on his cultivation. While he was focusing on increasing his strength, Yibei suddenly opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning struck down directly where he sat. The surroundings were reduced to ruins, but Yibei himself remained completely unscathed. Feeling the surge of power within his body, he felt a rush of excitement. The pills Jingchen refined are truly formidable. Combined with the power of the God Emperor Court, my cultivation has soared to the middle stage of the void immortal realm in just 10 short days. With my current strength, dealing with a heavenly net immortal lord should be more than enough. Just then, a rustling sound echoed from the bamboo forest. Yibei turned around, his guard up. But the bamboo forest remained deathly silent. Suddenly, he sensed it. Killing intent. A surprise punch lunged toward him. An explosion erupted right where Yibei was standing. He dodged it swiftly and remarked, "Too bad. You're a step too slow." Suddenly, another sneak attack came from behind him, but he countered it effortlessly. With just a casual wave of his hand, he blocked the strike. Yibei said indifferently, "That's the second move. You've lost again. Now it's my turn. If you can't handle this, don't blame me." As he spoke, a massive spectral hand appeared. Great Tao of the Aegis Shield. The hand slammed down with devastating force toward the hidden attackers. It turned out the attackers were actually Yibei's disciples. They were sent sprawling by his strike and groaned in complaint. "Master, you used way too much force. Yeah, that really hurt. You didn't show us any mercy at all." He stood before them with a stern expression. "It's rare to see you all being so filial. The moment we meet, every single one of you tries to kill your own master. How am I supposed to show you any affection?" Hearing this, Wu Xiao said sheepishly, "Master, we were just playing around with you. Don't take it so seriously." Tai Bai nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We just wanted to see how strong you become, Master." "My great Tao of the Aegis Shield." Wu Xiao suddenly rushed forward. "Master, we missed you to death." Lin Feng asked with concern. "Have you lost weight? And did you manage to find us a mistress yet?" Luoyo appeared then to put a stop to the commotion. "All right, that's enough. Everyone, settle down. Don't delay the important business at hand," Lin Feng whispered, as expected of our eldest senior sister. Still as cold as ever, Wu Xiao added, "Senior sister is only gentle when it comes to master." The dim-witted Lin Feng scolded her. "How could master be the same as us?" Yibei suddenly asked in a serious tone. "After ascending, you all established your own factions within the immortal realm one by one. During this time, did you discover any weaknesses regarding the heavenly net immortal lord?" Lin Feng reported honestly. "Ever since you left the immortal realm, master, the heavenly net immortal lord has been unstoppable. He has swallowed up countless factions. In the immortal realm, the heavenly net immortal territory has become the top sect. Even when senior sister's forces clashed with them, they suffered quite a few losses. Just when we thought they were going to continue their momentum and conquer the entire immortal realm. The heavenly net immortal lord suddenly stopped his expansion. He retreated to a secret cultivation realm. Given his greedy and flamboyant personality, there's no way he would just stop now. Everything about this feels incredibly bizarre. Zhuge Fu and I investigated in secret, and we discovered a shocking secret. Yi Bei frowned. What secret? Lin Feng's expression turned grim as he explained. It seems the heavenly net immortal lord wants to turn the entire immortal realm into a formation. He plans to sacrifice the immortal realm, to destroy it completely. Wu Xiao and Tai Bai cried out in shock. What? Tai Bai questioned Lin Feng. Destroying the immortal realm means destroying his own power and legacy. Has the heavenly net immortal lord gone insane? Luoya pondered for a moment. Unless. Hearing this, Wu Xiao asked urgently. Unless what? Yi Bei explained. Unless by destroying the immortal realm, he stands to gain an even greater benefit. The heavenly net immortal lord is greedy for power and utterly selfish. Unless there's something bigger in it for him, he would never abandon his life's work. Lin Feng agreed with him immediately. Master is right. At first, my junior sister and I doubted our own findings. After all, if the immortal realm is destroyed, it wouldn't do him any good. But our investigation revealed that the forces he conquered are being linked to create a massive primal sky gang formation. Once that formation is activated, everything, people and objects alike, will vanish, returning everything to primordial chaos. That is why we suspect he wants to wipe out the entire immortal realm. Wu Xiao chimed in. That's terrifying. We have to stop him. Yi Bei advised everyone, don't panic. Since he hasn't acted for this long, it proves there's a problem with the formation. Besides, the immortal realm has existed since the dawn of time. It's not something he can destroy just because he wants to. Lin Feng, when the time comes, lead your sisters to dismantle the formation's layout. She complied. Understood. Yi Bei continued. Tai Bai, Jing Chun, Wu Xiao, and you too, Luoya. Follow me. We're going to meet the heavenly net immortal lord. Yes, master. 5 days later, Luoya struck first. Great Tao of the celestial waters. Then came Lin Feng, sword control, and finally, Jing Chun, 60-fold realm king's fist. The three of them attacked a certain location simultaneously. Elsewhere, Sect leader Bai Yu is speaking with Yi Bei. Alliance leader Yi. Behind me is the forbidden grounds of the heavenly net immortal territory. The immortal lord is currently cultivating inside. Alliance leader Yi, you are our leader. Why don't you lead the way and take us inside? Yi Bei agreed readily. Very well. The path ahead is dangerous. It's only right that I enter the formation first. He stepped into the base, one pace at a time. Suddenly, a preset formation flared to life. Yi Bei saw this and let out a cold smirk. The people around him gasped in panic. Everyone, be careful. It's a formation. What's going on? They grew even more frantic as they realized their power was gone. Elder, my spiritual energy has vanished. I can't use my powers either. Who set a trap here? Bai Yu thought slyly to himself. The immortal lord has made his move. A moment later, the immortal lord he trusted was nowhere to be seen. Where is the immortal lord? Yi Bei finally spoke up. Stop looking. I'm the one who set this formation. What? Yi Bei glared at him. Sect leader Bai Yu, I really must thank you. Not only did you help me take the seat of the immortal alliance leader, but you also rooted out these lackeys who were deceiving us, helping us enter the heavenly net territory smoothly. Bai Yu snapped in anger. You. So you knew all along that we were the immortal lord's people. You were using us. Without another word, Yi Bei attacked. Once I kill the heavenly net immortal lord, you will be the one who contributed the most. I'll reward you with a very nice tombstone. Bai Yu threatened him. Yi Bei, if you kill me, the immortal lord will never forgive you. Yi Bei continued his relentless assault. Bai Yu was now terrified. Damn it. Inside his formation, I've lost my spiritual energy. I'm no match for him at all. A strike lunged toward him. He panicked. I'm dead. Lan Yang cried out in desperation. Immortal Lord, save me. With a resounding boom, amidst a thick cloud of smoke, the Immortal Lord appeared. Lan Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Immortal Lord, you finally came to save me. The Immortal Lord stood tall before Yi Bei and said, Yi Bei, we finally meet face to face. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Bei replied calmly, as have I. Beside him, Wu Xiao was brimming with fighting spirit. Master, are we going to fight now? I can't wait any longer. Tai Bai also raised his sword. I'm ready as well. But unexpectedly, the immortal lord didn't move to fight. He said, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I didn't come here today to send you to your deaths. I came to offer a partnership. Yi Bei found this confusing. Luoya also asked in doubt, a partnership? The immortal lord made his proposal. Yi Bei, despite our past conflicts, I have always admired you. You're the most gifted person I have ever met, and the one with the most potential. You mastered so many great Daos at such a young age, and even passed them down. Yi Bei agreed with his assessment. That much I'll admit. He's not wrong about that. Wu Xiao felt the same. She said, true enough. The immortal lord continued his explanation. If I were to seek an opponent in the immortal realm, the only one worthy is you, and only you are worthy of being my partner. Yi Bei asked sternly, what kind of partnership are we talking about? His voice suddenly turned deep as he asked, do you know what lies above the upper realm? Wu Xiao, annoyed, shouted, stop speaking in riddles. Just spit it out. He didn't waste any more words on grandstanding. Above the immortal realm lies the domain of the gods. Ordinary people spend their lives in poverty. All they chase are a few petty artifacts. Toss them a few scraps, and they'll fight each other to the death. But gods aren't like that. A god transcends both worlds. A god is the master of all creation. A god is absolute power. To a god, life and death are as trivial as a snap of the fingers. For geniuses like you and me, that is our ultimate destination. Yi Bei, join me. I have already found the path to godhood. Only the final step remains. If you help me, we will surely succeed. Yi Bei let out a cold sneer. The path you're talking about involves sacrificing the entire immortal realm, just to open the gate to the upper realm? Hearing this, Tai Bai frowned. Sacrifice the immortal realm? Wu Xiao ground her teeth in a fit of rage. Sacrifice the immortal realm? Doesn't that mean he intends to kill every single person in the realm? Ignoring them, he continued to speak of his delusions. To be able to use the immortal realm and the lives of these people to pave the way to the upper realm is their greatest blessing. But hearing his true intentions, Lan Yang shouted in fury. Immortal Lord Tian Luo, I trusted you. You promised to protect my white feather sect. Was it all just a lie? So many sects have submitted to you. And yet, in the end, we're all just pawns to you. You're no better than the Ling Shao Palace. The immortal lord calmly replied, how noisy. Be silent. A massive hand materialized and struck Lan Yang. It crushed him in its grip, making him cough up blood. He screamed in agony. With a sickening crack, Lan Yang was reduced to mincemeat. The lord waved his hand. Lan Yang's body exploded into nothingness. Witnessing the scene, those around him fell into a terrified silence, unable to utter a word. Yi Bei wore a cold, mocking smile. Immortal Lord Tian Luo, you certainly have some skill. However, you haven't made a shred of progress in several hundred years, have you? The immortal lord fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, Yi Bei continued. You wield the greatest power in the immortal realm, and yet you haven't improved, even slightly in all these centuries. What makes you think you could become a god? What makes you think you can even compare to me? He narrowed his eyes and growled. Kid, it seems you have no intention of cooperating with me. Then I'll just have to kill you. Luoya stepped forward and said, Master, let us take the first strike. The immortal lord's voice dropped into a low, angry growl. Then I'll start by carving up your disciples first. After all, they wouldn't be the first disciples of yours to be buried by my hand. Yi Bei's face turned icy, refusing to believe what he just heard. What? The immortal lord taunted him. It was the last time when I knocked you all into the void turbulence. Out of nowhere, someone appeared claiming to be your disciple. I think she said her name was Zihan. She was much weaker than the rest of you. With just a wave of my hand, I sent her on her way to the afterlife. Wu Xiao roared in fury and lunged at him. I'll kill you. But he effortlessly dodged her strike. Then he dodged another. He looked at her with pure disdain. This power is somewhat intense, but still far from enough. Wu Xiao continued her assault. The immortal lord lunged forward in a flash. She gasped in shock. He's too fast. Now it was the immortal lord's turn to strike. He landed a direct punch on Wu Xiao. A vicious blow. She was severely wounded. Luoya cried out in panic. Wu Xiao, having dealt with one, the immortal lord turned his gaze toward them. Now for the two of you. Without a word, he launched his attack. Luoya called out to Tai Bai. Tai Bai, don't be reckless. Watch for an opening. Yes, senior sister, Tai Bai replied. Luoya quickly analyzed the situation. Immortal Lord Tian Luo has reached the true immortal realm. While we're only at the early void immortal realm, it'll be nearly impossible to beat him unless we use special means. Xing Chun, the pills. Hearing her, he immediately threw the pills to Luoya. Catching the spiritual medicine, Luoya swallowed it instantly. Her power began to awaken. Luoya and Tai Bai joined forces to fight the immortal lord. They charged at him simultaneously. He was momentarily startled. Two mere early-stage void immortals actually managed to injure a peak true immortal like myself? Yi Bei's disciples are truly hidden dragons. It's just a pity that you've forgotten. You're on my home turf. Luoya saw the danger and shouted. Tai Bai, watch out. These thin threads are designed to drain spiritual energy. They were both instantly bound. Luoya screamed, Senior sister. The immortal lord turned back, glaring at Yi Bei with a threatening look. Witness the end of your disciples. Yi Bei, do you regret not cooperating with me now? What the? In an instant, Yi Bei was standing right above him. The immortal lord panicked. Is he trying to use a heavenly tribulation to break the formation and save his two disciples? Yi Bei prepared to attack. The immortal lord roared in fury. You madman! He's triggering a tribulation to force a breakthrough. The gap between the void immortal and true immortal realms is hundreds, even thousands of years of cultivation. It took even me 100 years. Forcing a breakthrough like this is nothing short of suicide. Blue lightning suddenly tore through the sky. It surged downward, striking directly at Yi Bei. He frowned slightly. A true immortal tribulation is truly terrifying. It isn't just the incredible speed. Every strike feels like a walk through the gates of hell. If I didn't possess the true dragon immortal body and hadn't pushed my physical limits so many times, my body would have exploded long ago. The heavenly tribulation struck Yi Bei all at once. He let out a scream of agony. The immortal lord watched from below. He spoke with a voice full of fake pity. What a waste for a genius of this generation to fall like this. Wait, what is he doing? Yi Bei wasn't just enduring the tribulation. He was trying to swallow it. Since I can't hide from you, I'll just have to devour you whole. Give me more. Gluttonous great Tao. A massive vortex suddenly appeared, enveloping Yi Bei. The pain from the lightning strikes vanished. He now held the lightning in his grasp. He smiled. There we go. Witnessing this, the immortal lord was stunned. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can anyone devour a heavenly tribulation? Not only did he devour it, he turned the heavenly lightning into his own weapon. Is he even human? Before he could recover from his shock, Yi Bei struck. Heaven and earth lightning law. Bolts of lightning surged from his hands, repaying the agony the immortal lord had put him through. He ground his teeth, struggling to withstand the blow. The immortal lord roared, exerting every ounce of his strength. With a violent swing, he managed to deflect the lightning. But the effort left him exhausted. He thought to himself, Yi Bei's talent and strength are truly staggering. However, he's only at the early stage of the true immortal realm. He may be a threat, but he's not enough to defeat me. On the contrary, if I can defeat him and absorb his power, I might be able to fuel the formations. I activate the primordial heaven formation and open the path to the upper realm. Suddenly, Yi Bei appeared right in front of him. The immortal lord's eyes widened in shock. Yi Bei seized the moment and attacked. He didn't back down, blocking the strike. As the two were locked in a stalemate, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His face turned deathly pale. He quickly retreated backward. He glared at Yi Bei with extreme caution. He thought to himself, that lightning is too overpowering. I didn't expect it to bypass my defenses through my chest and attack my meridians directly. If my realm wasn't higher than his, I'd be dead by now. He glared at Yi Bei and asked, what are you laughing at? Yi Bei looked at the Lord with a cold sneer. I'm laughing because you're about to lose. I only used half my strength just now, and you're already reaching your limit. Hearing this, he frowned deeply. The outcome is far from decided, kid. Don't get too arrogant. Then, Yi Bei unleashed his second technique. Blinding bolts of lightning converged in his hand. Let's see if you can handle the next one. Seeing the display, he gasped in shock. The heavenly tribulation? You can actually summon the tribulation? The immortal lord roared in refusal. How is this possible? How could you possibly break through to the true immortal realm in just half a day? On what grounds do you think you can just seize the heavenly tribulation whenever you want? This is lightning from the heavens, and yet you claim it as your own? God, you really are unfair. Watching him spiral into madness like that. You may remain calm. If your talent, lineage, and luck allow you to easily surpass others, then it's only natural that someone would eventually surpass you. It just so happens that person is me. You've enjoyed the glory and the thrill of standing above everyone else, treating them like dust beneath your feet, treating them like mere sacrifices. The only difference is that you're no longer the one on top. I'm going to let you taste what it feels like to be crushed. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck. Tribulation lightning. Powerful bolts of lightning rained down. The immortal lord let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Seeing this, Yi said, "It's over." A moment later, the immortal lord had been reduced to a charred corpse. He stepped closer and said, "Don't be so greedy in your next life. Trying to have everything ends with you having nothing at all." He walked toward the spheres, imprisoning his disciples. He reached out and touched them. Immediately, Luoya and Tai Bai were released from their bonds. Luoya knelt down to pay her respects. This disciple thanks Master for his help. He replied softly, "Stand up." Tai Bai asked curiously, "Master, what about the people from the sect earlier?" He answered calmly, "They ran off a long time ago." Luoya followed up, "And the heavenly net immortal lord?" He replied slowly, "Dead by my hand." Shocked cries erupted from behind them. "What?" The Dao Vac Emperor asked in sheer terror. "Who did they say was killed?" Lan Yang stammered. "The heavenly net immortal lord." The Dao Vac Emperor quickly pressed him. "What happened to him?" Lan Yang said in disbelief, "He's been killed." Hearing this, the Dao Vac Emperor staggered and fell to his knees. He whispered to himself, "Does this mean the number one power in the immortal realm? The true immortals will all be sacrificed along with the heavenly net immortal lord?" Lan Yang replied in a low voice, "It seems so." Terror filled the Dao Vac Emperor's heart. To kill the heavenly net immortal lord single-handedly. That is absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, in front of Yi, the members of the various sects dropped to their knees. This stunned both Lan Yang and the Dao Vac Emperor. But they quickly caught on and followed suit, shouting in unison, "We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. Alliance leader Yi is unrivaled under heaven. Alliance leader Yi is unrivaled under heaven." A massive structure came into view. The Great Hall of the Immortal Land Alliance. Inside the room, Yi gently tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "What brings Elder Shang here to see me today?" Elder Shang let out a hearty laugh. "Alliance leader Yi, ever since the battle at the Heavenly Net Immortal Land, where you took down the Immortal Lord and secured the safety of the Immortal Realm, all the major sects have come to view you as the strongest in the world. The Night Demon sect you founded has become the most powerful sect in the realm. Everyone is dying to join." Yi remained calm, taking a sip of tea. "So, are you here today because you want to join the Night Demon sect too, Elder Shang?" Elder Shang laughed and quickly waved it off. No, nothing like that. It's thanks to you that our beast realm is so indebted. From now on, we can finally walk tall in the immortal realm. That's why I had to come on behalf of the beast realm to express our gratitude." Yi interjected, his voice steady. "I borrowed your influence that day, and you placed the fate of the beast realm on me. It was a fair trade, Elder Shang. You don't need to worry about it." Elder Shang spoke up quickly. "It's not just me. Our entire beast realm is profoundly grateful to you. I originally wanted to bring a treasure as a gift to show our thanks. But then I heard the Night Demon sect was searching for someone named Zihan. I thought bringing news of her would be far more precious than any treasure." The moment Yi heard those words, he stood up abruptly. "You've seen her? Where is she?" Elder Shang continued the longevity realm. "After the chaos of the 9 great immortal palaces last time, your whereabouts were unknown. So, I went to investigate in secret." His voice echoed through the room. "To my surprise, I found a girl there on the brink of death. I wanted to save her, but she was incredibly guarded. She refused my help. After taking 2 pills, she headed toward the longevity realm all by herself. Then, when I saw the Night Demon sect's missing person posters recently, I realized that girl was your disciple. I had to get here as fast as I could to let you know." Filled with gratitude, he clasped his hands. Elder Shang, if the beast realm ever needs anything in the future, I will do everything in my power to help. Elder Shang smiled broadly and replied happily. That's wonderful to hear. Well, if that's all, I'll take my leave. Watching Elder Shang walk away, Yi Bei muttered, Zihan, the longevity realm is extremely treacherous. I wonder, how are you doing? Wait for me. The longevity realm opens in 3 months. I'm coming to save you. And so, he set off with his 3 disciples. To the entrance of the longevity realm, Tai Bai looked at the massive gate ahead and asked, Isn't this place famous for being a sacred land of opportunity? Why is it so quiet? There's not another soul in sight. Luoya calmly explained. The longevity realm is indeed a land of opportunity, but it's also incredibly dangerous. So many people have gone in and never come back, so of course it's deserted. Besides, anyone who wants to enter must carry a longevity realm jade tablet. Otherwise, the realm will obliterate them on the spot. Once Tai Bai understood why it was so eerily still, she nodded. Oh, I see. Yi Bei then spoke up. Let's move. Zihan is still in there waiting for us. Tai Bai replied respectfully, Yes, master. The 4 of them stepped inside, and a deep, dark abyss unfolded before them. Inside the longevity realm, falling rocks created deafening explosions, one to the left, then another to the right. After dodging an explosion, Luoya frowned. This is intense. Is this really the longevity realm? It's trying to kill us the moment we step inside. Tai Bai was in the same boat. She had just barely avoided a blast. Seeing the chaos, she couldn't help but worry about Zihan. If it's this exhausting for even us to handle, what about Zihan? She was injured. Could she even survive in a place like this? Suddenly, meteors appeared out of nowhere above the 4 of them. A massive explosion followed. Boulders went flying in every direction. Yi Bei frantically scanned the area for any sign of her. Zihan, where are you? Wu Xiao looked at Yi Bei and shouted, Master, what do we do now? Forget finding Zihan. We're about to lose our own lives. Suddenly, glowing red meteors began streaking down toward Yi Bei's head. Each one was wreathed in thick smoke and fire. Staying calm, he formed a hand seal. A protective barrier appeared, blocking the meteor's assault. Looking around at the meteor-blasted wasteland, Wu Xiao grumbled, This place is a nightmare. It tries to kill you the second you arrive. It doesn't give you a moment to catch your breath. Tai Bai chimed in, looking off into the distance. It's nothing but barren wasteland and falling rocks. Not even a blade of grass can grow here. How can they call this longevity? Suddenly, a jade pendant caught Luo Ya's eye. She walked over to it, inspected it, and shouted, Look, a purple jade pendant. Luo Ya picked it up and brought it to Yi Bei. Master, look at this. He took it and examined it closely. This is the pendant I gave Zihan years ago. I can't believe it's lying here. Zihan must have passed through this area. Wu Xiao added, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have made it out. That's great news. This isn't a dead end after all. Luo Ya shared her theory with the group. However, this meteor shower is brutal and constant. Even Master is having a hard time with it. How could Zihan have possibly made it through? Unless the shower stops eventually? Time passed. 2 hours later, the meteors were still falling. The Master and his 3 disciples remained silent, still searching for an answer to Luo Ya's question. Finally, Wu Xiao spoke up to break the heavy atmosphere. I've got it. Zihan must have smashed some of these meteors to clear a path out of here. Maybe Master should try that. Luo Ya snapped at him. Look at how many there are. Do you want Master to work himself to death? Tai Bai chimed in as well. Maybe we should let Big Sister try instead? Wu Xiao gave a sheepish grin. Just kidding, Master. But what are we waiting for? What's the plan? Yi Bei said nothing, his eyes fixed on the falling meteors. Then, he poses a question to his disciples. Look closely at these meteorites. Is there anything strange about them? Tai Bai noted how many there were and how densely they fell. Wu Xiao chimed in. And they're fast. Insanely fast. Luo Ya seemed to realize something. Wait, that's not right. With this many meteorites falling, we should have been buried or crushed by now. But we're perfectly fine. Yi Bei nodded, agreeing with her observation. Luo Ya is right. Every meteorite that hits the ground just vanishes, which means there's something very strange about the ground itself. Tai Bai was confused, but we already scanned this place with our spiritual energy. It seemed like a perfectly normal area. There were no hidden mechanisms at all. Yi Bei remained calm as he replied. That is the mechanism. We just haven't been using the right key. Luoya caught on immediately. Spiritual energy isn't the key to opening this place. The meteorites are. Yi-Bei continued her thought. Exactly. We need to fall with the meteorites. To find life, we must embrace death. Wu Xiao realized the trick and muttered in frustration. Damn it. This is a total scam. People with weak cultivation and low spiritual energy, who have no way to resist the meteorites, would actually pass through here faster. Meanwhile, the stronger someone is, the more they overthink it. That's why we've been stuck here so long. Tai Bai urged Yi-Bei to deal with the meteorites quickly. If that's the case, we need to drop the barrier now. We have to let these meteorites crush us. Zihen is still waiting for us. As soon as Tai Bai finished speaking, Yi-Bei snapped his fingers. The protective barrier vanished instantly. A massive meteorite hurtled directly toward the four of them. Despite the looming threat, he said nonchalantly, life or death. Let's see how the odds play out. The massive rock slammed down. A deafening explosion rocked the area. But instead of being crushed, the four of them were suddenly teleported elsewhere. Stones tumbled around them. A mystical landscape began to reveal itself. An eerie blue light filled the air. Gigantic, unnatural mushrooms towered over the land. One of them groaned upon landing. Ow, that fall really hurt. But another was buzzing with excitement. This place is a literal paradise. As Xing Chun scanned the surroundings, she suddenly screamed. Is that celestial thorn vine? The miracle herb that cures 100 poisons. And, judging by the size, this vine must have at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If I can use this for alchemy, bringing the dead back to life will be child's play. Even though the celestial thorn vine is notoriously aggressive, I have the God Emperor Calder Master gave me. No matter what, I'm going to claim it. But without warning, the plant struck back. Xing Chun cried out in shock. What? The thorny tendrils of the vine wrapped tightly around her. And then they began to squeeze. Wu Xiao saw this and lunged forward. Junior sister, I'll save you. She lashed out at the thorny vines in a rage, striking to the right, then to the left. But they were too fast, slithering away from every one of Wu Xiao's blows. Then the vine counterattacked. The thorns lashed out at Wu Xiao with incredible force, sending her flying backward. Luckily, Yi-Bei was there to catch her. Wu Xiao said to him breathlessly, Master, this vine gets stronger the more you fight it. Its power is even more chaotic than before. If we keep this up, I'm afraid we won't be able to save Xing Chun. Luoya, standing nearby, offered her take. This is the longevity secret realm. The creatures here are anything but ordinary. If we want to save her, normal attacks likely won't do a thing. This gave Wu Xiao an idea. She blurted out, It's a plant, right? And plants are terrified of fire. We just need to burn the damn thing. But Yi-Bei disagreed. It's not that simple. Luoya added to his point. Master once taught us that materials evolving toward immortality require a pure flame to be affected. Xing Chun tried using the fire from the God Emperor Cauldron and couldn't even scratch it. Our fire stands no chance at all. Wu Xiao asked frantically. Then, Master, are we just going to stand here and watch Junior Sister die? Suddenly, an explosion erupted from Xing Chen's direction. Wu Xiao gasped in panic. Wait, did I remember wrong? Junior Sister hasn't even made her move yet. From within the thick cloud of smoke, a woman emerged. She was carrying Xing Chun, walking slowly toward the three of them. As the smoke cleared, her face became visible. It was Ning Bulei. Bulei approached and handed the unconscious Xing Chun over to Wu Xiao. She spoke with a cold warning. The longevity secret realm is no place for people like you. Leave now while you still can. Yi-Bei looked at Bulei, finding her face familiar. He thought to himself, this woman looks remarkably familiar. Luoya bowed toward Bulei in gratitude. Thank you for saving my junior sister. But Bulei simply turned away, indifferent. Don't bother. Stop here. Do not go any further. Luoya called out after her. Might I ask for your name? She answered coldly without looking back. Ning Bulei. That name sent a shock through Luoya and Wu Xiao. Yi-Bei frowned as the pieces clicked. Ning Bulei? The sister of Ning Shinsi from Lingxiao Palace, the man I killed not long ago. Luoya moved closer to Yi-Bei and whispered, Ning Bulei? She's the sister of Ning Shinsi. He replied in a low voice. That explains it. No wonder she was able to defeat those vines so easily. Lingxiao Palace's 9-sun raging flames are the perfect counter for things like that. Wu Xiao looked puzzled. We killed her brother, and yet she saved our junior sister? Master, what should we do? Yibei spoke up. Ning Shenxi was an arrogant tyrant. He bullied the weak and abused his power. His death was well-deserved. As for his sister, we repay kindness with kindness. If she chooses to hold a grudge later, then she will be our enemy. His 3 disciples replied in unison. Understood. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the area. Ning Bulei, where do you think you're running? Wu Xiao flinched in surprise. She turned to Yibei. Master, that's coming from the direction she went. He replied, let's go. We're checking it out. In another part of the realm, figures emerged showing a group of people surrounding a lone woman. Bulei stood in the center of the crowd and shouted, I've already left the divine city. I am no longer a threat to her position. I can't believe she still refuses to let me go. The leader of the soldiers stepped forward to deliver a message. The queen has spoken. One must pull the weeds out by the roots to remain invincible. Ning Bulei, you're at barely half power right now. You're no match for us. Surrender quietly, and we might just give you a painless death. Her face remained cold as she spat back in mockery. My only failure was being less skilled than my enemy, allowing years of power to fall into someone else's hands. I, Ning Bulei, can accept that, but if you think I'll ever surrender, you're delusional. My power may not be what it once was, but I have more than enough left to handle the likes of you. The soldiers charged. One lunged with a spear, but she parried it effortlessly. Blow after blow, she blocked them all. Even though she was surrounded, she showed no fear, striking back with precision. Bulei swung her hand, and her sword erupted in a brilliant golden light. 9-sun raging flames. Go! A massive explosion shook the ground. Yet, the soldiers were still standing. The leader saw his opening and thrust his spear at Bulei. You're at your limit. D. She moved quickly to block the strike. But the leader just gave a wicked grin. This talisman was given to me by the queen herself. It was made specifically to neutralize your 9-sun raging flames. The spear shattered her defense, sending her crashing backward. As she sat there, weakened and vulnerable, he jeered at her. Ning Bulei, so what if you were once a legend? Today you fall by my hand. D. The sharp tip of the spear zoomed toward her. She grit her teeth, bracing for the end, when suddenly, the spear was sliced clean in half by an invisible force. A flash of blue light followed, killing the leader instantly. When the pain didn't come, Bulei opened her eyes. She gasped at the scene before her. What? Yibei appeared behind her, as if out of thin air. He said calmly, now we're even. She stood up slowly and thanked him. All my life, I've been the one helping others. This is the first time anyone has ever stepped in for me. Thank you, he replied casually, just returning the favor. Don't mention it. Bulei took a long look at Yibei. She began to analyze him in her head. His aura seems faint, almost non-existent. And yet, he killed a soldier at the peak of the Emperor realm in a single blow. His power is a complete mystery. Lending him a hand back then was just a whim. I never expected it would end up saving my own life. If I team up with him and have him take me into the city of gods, I might just be able to reclaim everything that was once mine. With that thought, she immediately bowed, cupped her hands, and said, Since our paths have crossed like this, why don't you all travel with me? I've lived in this eternal life realm for many years. If you're looking for any kind of opportunity or fortune, I will do my absolute best to assist you. Standing behind them, Luo saw right through Ning Bulei's calculating eyes. She frowned and thought, the way this woman looks at Master is a bit strange. This isn't good. I can't let her have her way. Hearing Ning Bulei's offer, Yibei spoke up and accepted. But at the same time, Luo, standing beside him, refused. No way. A brief, awkward silence followed. The two of them stared at each other in surprise. Yibei cleared his throat to break the tension. We are looking for someone named Zihan. Do you happen to know where they are? Ning Bulei quickly replied. Only 3 kinds of people come to the eternal life realm. The first are the dead. The second are those with enough luck to return to the immortal realm. And the third are those who enter the city of gods. Which category does this Zihan of yours fall into? As soon as she finished speaking, Yibei and his 2 disciples answered in unison. The city of gods. Ning Bulei began to explain. The greatest fortune within the eternal life realm is the path to immortality. And that path is located within the city of gods. Anyone who has the chance to enter the city of gods is someone blessed by the heavens. Entering the city means having the chance to transcend the 3,000 worlds and reach higher, unexplored realms. It means having a shot at the path to immortality itself. Hearing this, Wu Xiao asked excitedly, "Has anyone ever actually reached the path to immortality?" Ning Bulei shook her head. "No, that is the city of gods for you. It is the greatest mystery of the eternal life realm. Countless people have tried, one after another, falling in their pursuit. None could solve it, but recently I've had a faint, lingering feeling that this secret is about to be unraveled. I have been in this realm for many years, and once held a great deal of power. But not long ago, someone took advantage of a moment of weakness and seized it. They stole everything I ruled. That's why I've been forced into hiding. Now I want revenge. You want to cultivate and find your person. Why don't we join forces?" Luoya grew silent, contemplating Ning Bulei's explanation. Even though this Ning Bulei looks at Master with those weird eyes, she is powerful and knows the eternal life realm like the back of her hand. Teaming up would probably bring more benefits than risks. Suddenly, Yi Bei rejected the proposal. "I don't think so." Meanwhile, Luoya, who had been prejudiced against her, unexpectedly agreed. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly again. Left with no choice, Yi Bei whispered to Luoya, "Teaming up with someone whose powers are sealed, and who is being hunted by everyone will only mess up our plans." Hearing their conversation, Ning Bulei said indignantly, "I just risked my life to save you guys, and this is how you treat me." Yi Bei didn't back down. He shot back. "Aside from my disciples, I only care about results. Nothing else. Besides, we've already repaid your so-called favor." Ning Bulei's face turned bright red. She stammered, You people." Then, she suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Yi Bei's leg, and began to wail. "Fine. I'm begging you, okay? Please, just let me team up with you." Wu Xiao watched this scene in disbelief. She angrily questioned Ning Bulei. "Wait, isn't your character supposed to be the unyielding, proud type? Why did you just drop to your knees?" She could only force a smile and reply, "Hey, a girl's got to do what she's got to do to survive. Cooperating with me won't be for nothing. Once we enter the city of gods, I can use what's left of my influence to help you gain a solid foothold. I can even give you treasures you've never seen in the immortal realm. Well, what do you say?" Yi Bei reconsidered. "Ning Bulei has been here for years. If we can use her influence, we might find Zihan sooner. Plus, entering the city of gods would be a great opportunity for the other disciples." He finally agreed to the partnership. "Fine, we'll work with you." Wu Xiao cheered. "Awesome. The city of gods sounds like fun. Let's move out." But Ning Bulei stopped them. "Wait a second. My cultivation is still sealed. Remember? Going back now would be a suicide mission. I need to restore my power first, before I can lead you there." Luoya asked skeptically, "And how long is that going to take?" Ning Bulei reassured her. "Don't worry. Have you ever heard of Ning Shenxi from the Lingxiao Palace? He's my older brother. Once I get in touch with him, he can use our family's secret technique to help me break the seal. It won't take long at all." Yi Bei and his group looked concerned at her suggestion. Ning Bulei excitedly pulled out a family transmission talisman to contact her brother. "I'll send a message to him right now." Suddenly, Xing Chun snatched the talisman away. "Hold on." Clutching the talisman, she said to Ning Bulei with a hint of awkwardness, "There's no need to contact your brother. I can help you restore your cultivation. Even though I lost to that purple thorn vine earlier, I am actually an alchemist. Healing and cultivation support are my specialties. If you're willing to trust me, I can help you." Internally, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She hasn't realized her brother is already dead. If she finds out, things will get really messy. Ning Bulei accepted without a second thought. "All right then. Thank you." Xing Chun forced a smile. "No, thank you for earlier." Ning Bulei couldn't help but think of her brother. "I haven't heard from him in a long time. I should find some time to go back and check on him." Meanwhile, the celestial thorn vine was being refined inside the divine phoenix cauldron. A vibrant green pill emerged. Xing Chun took the pill out. She handed it to Ning Bulei and instructed her, "This is a pill refined from that celestial thorn vine. Since I had to rush the process, it might not be a miracle cure that can bring back the dead, but for healing your injuries, it's more than enough. Ning Bulei took it. She gave her thanks. I appreciate it. After a brief hesitation, she swallowed the pill. Ning Bulei was shocked as she felt her body transform. A massive surge of power erupted from within her. Wisps of purple smoke billowed out in every direction. Feeling her body not only recovered, but stronger than before, she shouted excitedly, "My power! It's completely restored. This is incredible. I really underestimated you all at first. Not only did you kill an Emperor Realm warrior in one hit, but you can also refine a pill with this much potency. Your talent rivals the greatest geniuses." Seeing that Ning Bulei was back at full strength, Yi Bei urged them forward. "If you're recovered, then let's move out." Wu Xiao frowned slightly and chimed in. Yeah. Who knows how long Zihan has been waiting for us?" Immediately, Ning Bulei took to the sky. "Follow me," she called out. A short while later, they arrived at a towering fortress, the entrance to the City of Gods. The group hid nearby, observing the area. Ning Bulei whispered, "To enter the City of Gods, you must pass an inspection at the gates to obtain a seal. But I already have a seal. If I just walk in, they'll definitely recognize me. So, I'll need you all to cause a distraction. Hold them off for me." Xing Chen agreed. "No problem." Luo, you started thinking of ways to stir up trouble. "You want a distraction? Maybe I should go first. Beat some people up and wreck the formation at the gate. Or maybe Wu Xiao should go. She's the best at drawing attention." Suddenly, a hand shoved Ning Bulei out into the open. She tumbled to the ground, staring blankly at the guards. The guards spotted her and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Ning Bulei is back. Get ready. Kill her. Quick, report this to the great king." As she fled for her life, Ning Bulei screamed back in a rage, "Yi Bei, you absolute bastard!" Ignoring Ning Bulei's hysterical cursing, Yi Bei calmly started walking. "Let's go." Watching this, Wu Xiao could only offer a forced smile and a compliment. "Master, you're wicked. Thanks to the chaos." They safely entered the city. City of Gods, the inn. Bright sunlight bathed the deep red doors of the room. Inside, Yi Bei sat calmly at the table. Just then, Ning Bulei, having finally escaped the guards, kicked the door open and stormed in. "Yi Bei, why the hell did you set me up like that?" But he just took a casual sip of his tea and asked, "Did you get in?" Yi Bei looked at her and continued, "Do we get in?" Ning Bulei instinctively answered, "Well, yes, we're in." He replied nonchalantly, "If you made it in, and we made it in, then what is there to complain about?" But Ning Bulei was still fuming. She slammed her hand onto the table. "Who the hell does things the way you do?" He didn't seem to care about her fury at all, responding with a calm voice, "Stop wasting my time. If you still want to work together, sit down." Bully glared at him, her words escaping through gritted teeth. He looked at her and asked seriously, "Did you manage to find any information after entering the city?" Setting her anger aside for a moment, Bully focused on the business at hand. "You don't need to worry about that. I've already made contact with my former subordinates. By tomorrow, I can get you word on the person you're looking for." Hearing this, Wu Xiao chirped excitedly. "That's great." But Bully wasn't about to let them off that easily. She had a condition. "However, there's one thing. You must agree to one condition." With that, she held out a glowing green pill and spoke. "Swallow this medicinal pill. Only then will I believe you're truly willing to cooperate with me. And only then will I tell you where that person is." Luo Yi gasped in surprise. "What?" Wu Xiao stood beside her, eyes narrowed in rage. She snapped at Bully. "What exactly are you playing at? You think you can use poison to threaten us?" But Xing Chun noticed something unusual about the pill. "Wait, something's not right. That isn't poison. It's a contract seal." As soon as Xing Chun finished his sentence, Bully nodded. "Exactly. This seal is for forging a pact, an oath. I have no intention of harming any of you. I simply want to make a deal." Wu Xiao asked, sounding puzzled. "A deal?" Bully began to explain the situation. "I was originally a peerless talent from the immortal realm. I was a pioneer sent into the City of God's Will. My mission was to gather resources here. It was during that time that I established the Lingxiao Palace. Back then, I saved a man who had been gravely injured while attempting to transcend the heavenly tribulation. His name was Shun Tiankue." Hearing the name, Xing Chun spoke up. "Is that the great king those soldiers were talking about? The one who's issued a manhunt for you all over the place?" Bully let out a bitter sigh of admission. "That's right. back when I first saved his life. He swore his absolute loyalty to me, but behind my back, he slowly usurped everything. He stole my entire power base, and in the end, he attacked me so viciously I was left half dead. He stripped me of everything I built. Wu Xiao raised her voice, questioning Bu Li. And what does any of this have to do with your deal? Bu Li explained. My cultivation has mostly recovered now, but my personal influence has been completely wiped out. Taking on the current Shin Tiankue on my own is far too difficult. That's why I'm looking for a reliable partner to work with. Wu Xiao sounded skeptical as she replied. It's not like we're exactly good people. Bu Li countered immediately. But you possess extraordinary strength. And more importantly, you're the type who never abandons a companion. Wu Xiao turned to eBay. Master, she's actually got a point there. Seeing that they seemed to be considering her offer, Bu Li continued. Therefore, I am willing to share my cultivation with you. In exchange for helping you find Zihan's whereabouts, we will sign this pact. We will become true partners. Swallow this pill. By initiating this contract, the bond will be finalized. If you ever betray me, you will suffer the full wrath of the heavenly punishment and your body will literally explode. eBay spoke to Bu Li with a serious expression. The cultivation of a true immortal, coupled with the supreme power of the nine yang flames. Whether for an ordinary person or even a seasoned cultivator, this is a golden opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. To use something like this as a bargaining chip, you certainly are a bold one. She responded with complete composure. I suppose I am. When it comes to something I've set my sights on, I always go all in. So what do you think? Will you accept my deal? Yubei picked up the pill, inspecting it closely. While your level of cultivation holds no personal appeal for me, it is a massive stroke of luck for my disciples. If any of them are willing to take this golden core, then I will agree to your terms. The moment he finished speaking, Wu Xiao jumped in. Me? I'll do it. This nine-yang flame thing. It sounds like it was made for me. Without hesitation, she popped the pill into her mouth. Suddenly, a violent, surging power began to boil within Wu Xiao's body. She gasped in excitement. This feeling, it's incredible. Suddenly, a messenger butterfly fluttered into the room. Catching the butterfly in her hand, Bu Li spoke. I have news on Zihan. Yibei immediately turned to her. What's the situation? Bu Li's expression turned grim. Zihan didn't just enter the city. She's been captured. She is currently being held in the heavenly prison. Elsewhere, deep within the dark dungeons, a guard held a glowing purple orb in his hand. The Great King has given strict orders. We must absorb every last drop of her spiritual consciousness into this orb. The guard beside him looked on with a hint of concern. Sucking away someone's spiritual consciousness is the same as destroying their very foundation. For a cultivator, that's a bit too cruel, isn't it? Zihan lay there unconscious, completely unaware of the fate awaiting her. The lead guard snapped at his partner, kicking her. You idiot! Countless people have fallen this year trying to reach the path of immortality. For her to sacrifice her spirit to open that path for us is a damn honor. The younger guard lowered his head. Yes, sir. The lead guard gave his instructions. This woman is incredibly strong. It took 3 of our Emperor Realm Masters just to capture her outside. Even her spiritual consciousness is stubborn as hell. First, use these 5 soul-locking nails to shatter her meridians. Wait until her internal energy is completely broken and her spirit falls into chaos. Then I'll come back to drain her dry. The junior guard nodded obediently. Understood. He held a set of long, jagged nails in his hand. Standing before Zihan, he whispered, Forgive me. The moment he finished, he slammed a nail straight into Zihan's arm. The searing pain jolted her awake instantly. Zihan's agonizing scream echoed through the depths of the dungeon. One after another, the nails were driven into her body. Her screams of desperation filled the air. Meanwhile, near the area where she was being held, a guard slumped to the ground, defeated. It was the sign that Yi Bei and his group had arrived. While Wu Xiao dealt with the guards, the other 3 moved forward with calm determination. Xing Chun scanned the surroundings. Master, this prison is covered in restrictive seals. They're designed specifically to suppress spiritual energy. Considering junior sister Zihan was already badly injured, I'm afraid she might. Luo Ya's brow furrowed in anger. If they've dared to touch her, then Shun Tiankue and this entire place will be buried alongside her. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the distance. Everyone immediately bolted toward the sound. Luoya pointed. Over there. A massive force slammed into the stone wall, causing it to crumble and collapse. Luoya cried out. Junior sister, Zihan. Wu Xiao rushed forward as well. Zihan, we're here to save you. Contrary to what they expected, they found Zihan personally dealing with the two guards who had been torturing her. She had them both by the throat, her voice low and dangerous. If you had shown me even a shred of pity, you wouldn't be facing this end right now. Luoya and the others stood frozen, eyes wide at the sight. Sensing the intrusion, Zihan turned her head. She saw them and spoke with a casual smile. Master, senior sister, little sister, you guys actually came? Yubei stepped forward into the room. He looked at Zihan and asked, Talk to me. What exactly happened here? Zihan beamed with joy. Master, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you guys for so long. When I first got injured and entered the longevity realm, I was just trying to heal my wounds. I have no idea why a mob of people suddenly started hunting me down. There were just too many of them. In the end, I got captured and thrown in here. Yubei stepped closer, checking on her. And now, how are you feeling? What did they do to you? Zihan gave a cheeky smile. Hey, I'm your disciple, remember? What could a bunch of losers like them possibly do to me? At first, I planned to fake an injury to see what they were really after. But the second I got here, they tried to finish me off. I had no choice but to deal with them. Xingchen asked, still worried. Senior sister, are you really okay? Zihan patted her chest confidently. Of course I am. But the moment the words left her mouth, she coughed up a spray of blood. Yibei's heart dropped. Zihan! Xingchen screamed. Senior sister. Luoya gasped in shock. Junior sister. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie laugh echoed through the halls. A voice boomed out. Yibai, I finally lured you out. Yibei's face turned cold. Hiding in the shadows like a coward. Come out and face me. With a single flick of his wrist, he sent a strike that accurately hit the hidden speaker. Shun Tiankue finally stepped into view. He smiled, looking satisfied. Not bad. You're exactly the kind of man I was looking for. The moment she saw him, Bully screamed in a rage. Shun Tiankue, what the hell did you do to her? He remained perfectly calm as he replied. No need to worry. Just to suck out her spiritual essence. Yibei glares at Tiankue and shouts in anger. You've deliberately lured us to this place. That intel from Ning Buli's former subordinates. You were the one who leaked it. Looking down from above, Tiankue replies. That's right, Yibei. Ever since you killed the heavenly net immortal lord, I've had my eye on you. Infuriated, Ning Buli screams at him. Tiankue, what the hell are you really after? He calmly responds. Ning Buli, you've been in this longevity realm for so long. Surely you understand. The greatest secret of the longevity realm is the path of immortality. For years, countless people have fallen, one after another, trying to reach it. Yet not a single one has been able to unlock its secrets. At first, I thought it was you. Then I thought it was me. But we both failed. Until I saw you, Yibei, a newcomer who only recently ascended to the immortal realm. Not only did you survive the spatial turbulence, but you also managed to execute the heavenly net immortal lord. More importantly, the most crucial point is that since your arrival, the long-dormant city of God's fingers has finally begun to stir again. So, Yibei, work with me. Together, we will definitely unlock the secret to the path of immortality. We will finally transcend this world. Yibei remained silent for a moment before speaking in a low, cold voice. The path of immortality. I'll find my own way there. I have no need to cooperate with someone like you. Besides, I've already said, anyone who harms my disciple dies. Without hesitation, Yibei instantly charges toward Tiankue. Tiankue watches him, sounding somewhat impressed. This objective of yours certainly isn't simple. However, a protective barrier manifests, blocking Yibei's strike. Tiankue counterattacks with a smug grin. Yibei, let's see just how much power you really have. Yibei doesn't hold back. He weaves hand signs, summoning powerful bolts of lightning. A thunderous explosion rocks the area, collapsing the entire celestial prison. Seeing this, Tiankue gives him a nod of approval. The formation I personally set up, here in the celestial prison, yet you destroyed the whole thing. I knew I picked the right man. Yibei, I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to cooperate, you can share all this power with me. But if you refuse, I'll have no choice but to rip out your soul and kill you. Unfazed, Yi Bei calmly replies. Cut the crap. Seeing his attitude, Tian Kuei grits his teeth. If that's how it's going to be, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Instantly, terrifying skulls lunge toward him. Yi Bei calmly waves his hand, shattering them to pieces. He glares at Tian Kuei and says coldly, Stop wasting my time with these cheap tricks. Do you really think these toys can hurt me? Suddenly, Luo Ye's voice rings out. Master, a skull takes the opportunity to strike at her. Ominous shadows surround the group below. Yi Bei observes the situation and assesses it internally. That girl's spiritual essence was stolen. Her foundation is unstable right now. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out. I have to end this battle quickly. These formations were laid out by Tian Kuei in advance. Escaping won't be easy in the short term. I need to deal with his spirit avatar directly. One strike to end all. He immediately calls upon the system. System, use the single-use space lockdown item. The system's voice resonates instantly. Space lockdown initiated. A cubic cage appears, instantly trapping Tian Kuei inside. Being confined leaves him flustered. What? What is this? Taking advantage of Tian Kuei's loss of focus, Yi Bei lunges forward. Today, I'll destroy this spirit avatar of yours. Next time, I'm coming for your true self. Back in Tian Kuei's actual body, he feels the impact of Yi Bei's strike. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. His panicked subordinates cry out, My lord, my lord. Tian Kuei waves them off. It's nothing. Just a bit of backlash from my spirit avatar. But his face darkens as he thinks to himself, Yi Bei, I don't know how you managed to freeze my spirit sense like that, but the next time we meet, I will personally kill you with my own hands. Elsewhere, the healing process begins. Xing Chun is treating Zihan's injuries. She exhales wearily and speaks. I've temporarily sealed senior sister Zihan's spiritual energy. Her condition is stable for now, but this is far from enough. We must find her spiritual essence and return it to her as soon as possible. Only then can she fully recover. Ning Bewley immediately speaks her mind. Her essence must be with Tian Kuei, but Tian Kuei's power has jumped several levels. He's likely on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the true immortal realm. Besides, you just fought him. If you go back now, he'll be fully prepared. He won't be so easy to deal with a second time. Yi Bei ignores the warning, focused only on Zihan. Xing Chun. How much longer can Zihan's body hold out? Xing Chun looks at the unconscious Zihan and replies, With my current abilities, if we get her soul back within 2 weeks, I can restore her completely. But if it takes longer than a month, then, standing nearby, Luo Ye speaks up. Master, Wu Xiao has already infiltrated Tian Kuei's camp. We should head there right now. With an inside man, we can coordinate our attack. We can definitely take back senior sister's soul. Ning Bewley adds, if you're going, I'm coming with you. However, Yi Bei calmly declines. We aren't going. Luo Ye is stunned. What? Yi Bei explains. Zihan's spiritual essence is in Tian Kuei's hands. He holds all the cards right now. It's his territory, and he has the numbers. We'd be at a disadvantage. Going there now would be foolish. Luo Ye asks, Master, do you have another plan? He confirms. Correct. I'm giving you all 1 month. Within that month, every single one of you must break through to the true immortal realm. Then, you will follow me to take back Zihan's soul. As soon as the words leave his mouth, everyone screams in shock. What? Ning Bewley immediately protests. Breaking through in 1 month. To the true immortal realm? Yi Bei, have you lost your mind? Out of everyone here, not a single person is at the true immortal realm yet. Even you're only at the middle stage of the void immortal realm. Trying to break through in a month is pure delirium. Xing Chen also adds timidly, Master, I'm an alchemist. Compared to my sisters, my cultivation speed is significantly slower. 1 month, for me, that's just impossible. But Luo Ye accepts the challenge. She says with determination, Master, I can do it. Yi Bei gives her a nod of approval. Then, he begins to channel his spiritual energy. A sphere slowly begins to take shape. It radiates a mystical green light. Suddenly, Yi Bei launches the sphere toward Ning Bewley. The green light completely envelopes her. From within the shimmering mist, Ning Bewley frowns and asks, Yi Bei, what are you doing? Suddenly, Her eyes widen in shock. A strange sensation surges through her entire body. It's impossible to ignore. Ning Bewley quickly examines herself. Her heart is full of doubt. Wait, He's channeling his own spiritual energy into me. Yi-Bei remains composed. His voice rings out, steady and firm. Ning Bewley, focus and accept this spiritual pillar. A massive surge of power suddenly floods into her body. At the same time, outside the inn, a pillar of light shoots straight up, piercing through the heavens. Dark clouds begin to swirl and gather, blanketing the entire sky. Purple lightning streaks across the firmament as if trying to tear it apart. Ning Bewley's eyes turn pitch black. Her heart pounds in shock. He's summoned a heavenly tribulation. He wants to use it to help me break through. She can't help but gasp. Terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying. He's clearly just at the middle stage of the void immortal realm. Yet he possesses this heaven-defying spiritual power. But the most frightening thing is, he can actually summon a heavenly tribulation with his bare hands. Thank God I chose to cooperate with him. If I can really use this power to break through, then I'll be able to take back everything I've lost. A bolt of lightning crashes down with immense force, violent enough to crush everything in its path. Ning Bewley doesn't flinch. She summons her sword. Spiritual light erupts around the blade. Ning Bewley lets out a thunderous cry. Her voice echoes between heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation. Bring it on. A massive burst of power explodes from the tip of her sword, striking down the lightning bolt that carried the will of heaven's punishment. Right after, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, like a massive blade tearing through the dark, heavy clouds. That light was brilliant and sharp, splitting the sky into two distinct halves. Then, everything quickly settled down. The dark clouds began to disperse. The purple lightning vanished as well. Heaven and earth returned to a peaceful state, as if nothing had ever happened. Inside the inn, Bully said excitedly, I did it. After all this time, I've finally reached the peak of the void immortal realm. I'm just a step away from breaking through to the true immortal realm. Hearing this, Yi-Bei said, a whole month, and you still feel like it wasn't enough? Bully spoke with certainty. It's enough. Just then, Yi-Bei created a portal. He said, the time tower within the desolate miniature world. The spiritual energy and cultivation speed are hundreds of times faster than the outside world. Enter with me. Within 1 month, everyone must break through to the true immortal realm. The three of them replied in unison. Yes, master. Time passed. 1 month later, Luo Ye practiced diligently. Luo Shiwachong, true immortal realm. Bully was the same. Bully, true immortal realm. Observing the two of them, Yi-Bei said, it looks like both of you have made the breakthrough. Beside them, Xing Chun couldn't stop praising them. Eldest senior sister is truly incredible. Yi-Bei then turned to her and said, Xing Chun, it's your turn. Taken aback, Xing Chun said, Master, I can't do it. My senior sisters work their way up step by step, steadfastly reaching the true immortal realm. I only reached the mid-stage of the void immortal realm, entirely because of those pills. I really can't do it. Suddenly, Xing Chun let out a sharp scream. Master, what are you doing? Yi-Bei threatened her. Xing Chun, don't disappoint me. Xing Chun cried out. I'm never trusting you again, Master. A tower and pagoda. Its curved eaves followed ancient architecture. The heavenly chief temple. Suddenly, a violent explosion shook the entire area. A brilliant red light flared up, dyeing the entire sky. Wu Xiao landed on the ground, his voice full of joy. Master, I've been waiting for a whole month. You're finally here. Master, these past few days, I've been working day and night. I've already disabled every formation in the Heavenly Chief Temple. It's time for you to give me a little reward. Yi-Bei smiled and replied, of course. Wu Zhao's face turned serious. But Master, I don't know what kind of dark art Shen Tiankue has been practicing lately. His cultivation has spiked suddenly. I'm afraid he's reached the peak of the true immortal realm now. You must be careful. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Yi-Bei, you've finally shown up. At the top of the tower, sunlight glinted off a tall figure. A purple circle appeared in Shun Tiankue's palm. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bully gasped. The spiritual flame on Shun Tiankue is the hellfire of the longevity sect? Don't tell me you opened that door. You didn't hesitate to destroy The foundations those cultivators built over hundreds of years. You absorbed their souls, just to trade for providence? He nodded and gave a brief reply. Exactly. Bully gritted her teeth, her voice low and growling. You used sweet words to make them work for you. And today, you slaughter them without mercy? You strip them of their souls. Shun Tiankue. You truly stop at nothing. Shun Tiankue replied nonchalantly. They betrayed you first. Me killing them should make you happy. She took a step forward. I, Ningbu Li, will never take pleasure in such treachery. Shun Tiankue, you are the one who broke your word. You stole my power and killed so many innocent people. Today I will kill you to bring peace back to the city of God's will. He let out a mocking laugh. You really are a fool, Bu Li. Her eyes widened. She blurted out, What do you mean? Shun Tiankue pointed his finger directly at Bu Li. It's been so long, yet you're still so easily deceived by those around you. You can't even see who your real enemy is. You're so eager to kill me. Why don't you avenge your brother's killer first? It felt like a bolt of lightning had struck her. What did you say? A brilliant red light flashed from Shun Tiankue's fingertip. That light pierced straight into Bu Li's mind. In the back, Yi Bei gave an order. Xing Chun, kill this Ning Shensi. The divine emperor cauldron will be yours. She bowed her head. Yes, master. Zishan raised his hand to block Xing Chen's attack. His eyes were blood red. A painful scream echoed, as if tearing through the soul. Tears welled in the corners of Bu Li's eyes. She called out, Big brother. Zishan looked at her and spoke gently. Woody, your brother told you that no matter what happens, we of the Ning family never shed tears. Bully closed her eyes tight and nodded. Brother, I understand. Yi Bei, you're the ones who killed my brother. Yi Bei remained calm, as if it were of no importance. Indeed, I was the one who killed the divine prince. Her voice was steady and cold. You killed my brother. You lied to me. You pretended to cooperate with me, just to use me to enter the city of God's will. And I even stepped in to save you at the start. Why? Why did you help me recover my power? Why did you help us break through to the true immortal realm? Yi Bei, you're even more terrifying than Shun Tiankue. Despite the sword pointed at him, he didn't flinch. I've never regretted killing Ning Shensi, nor do I feel any guilt toward you. If you want to make a move, then come at me. Bully stepped closer and shouted, Yi Bei, you people. A violent surge of power erupted from Bully. She screamed, I'm going to kill you. Shun Tiankue. Immediately, she lunged toward her opponent. He spoke with cold contempt. You fool, Ning Bully. Even after all that, you still choose to come for me? Bully replied, I'll kill you first. It won't be too late to kill him afterward. He stood his ground. Killing me will only lead to your death. Even sooner. As soon as he finished, she spread her wings, delivering a violent slash toward Shun Tiankue. A crack appeared in the armor on his arm. Shun Tiankue's pupils constricted. To think, it's only been a month, and you've already broken through to the true immortal realm. She gripped her sword hilt tightly. That's right. This ends today. I'm taking back everything that belongs to me. Shun Tiankue burst into laughter. What a pity. But Bully, despite all your calculations, you didn't expect that when I was still under your command, I secretly peeked at the secrets of your 9-yang blazing flame divine technique. Your ascending skies palace can absorb solar power to transform into the 9-yang blazing bird. But I, Shun Tiankue, can use the purgatory black flames to defeat you. I searched everywhere for an opportunity, and I finally found a way to deal with you in the earthly hell. All for this very day, around Shun Tiankue, a circle of power enveloped him like a barrier. Bu Li's eyes widened in shock. As she looked at this power, a massive serpent manifested and lunged straight at her. Without hesitation, it opened its maw to swallow her divine bird form whole. Bu Li's body shook violently. Her eyes flashed. She could clearly feel her body being pulled by an invisible force. Shun Tiankue, not killing you back then, was the stupidest thing I've ever done. As she was about to be devoured by the serpent, Shun Tiankue spoke. Too bad you won't get another chance. At that very moment, a beam of light shot over from distance. It pierced straight through the serpent's back, making it writhe in agony. Bully looked over, thinking to herself, did Yi Bei just save me? Shun Tiankue spoke up. Yi Bei, you finally decided to step in. He stood in midair, I gave you enough time for 2 incense sticks to burn, yet you kept jumping around. You're getting more and more full of yourself. If I didn't act now, I'm afraid you'd forget your place." He shifted his body and barked, "Enough talk. Then come and try me." In an instant, Tiankue appeared right behind him. A palm strike descended with crushing force. Yibei didn't have time to block. He was sent flying downward. Yibei crashed violently against the roof of the tower. He dropped to one knee, bracing himself with his hands to stay steady. From above, Tiankue activated a complex array. Shield after shield manifested. "Yibei, you've walked right into my trap." The shields formed an invisible cage, locking Yibei inside. Strands of crimson light began to coil and wind, forming patterns of ancient sigils. Yibei's eyes flashed with a sharp, piercing light. "You've miscalculated. My goal today wasn't to kill anyone. It was to have you help me open the true door to immortality. It turns out to be a fairly high-level traditional array. But Shin Tiankue, didn't you know? Aside from standard cultivation techniques, the thing I excel at most is arrays." Yibei's fingers brushed together as he invoked his power. The great Tao of destruction. The circle of power surrounding him slowly expanded. Within a mere split second, the formation Tiankue had built shattered into 1,000 pieces. Witnessing this, Tiankue cried out in utter shock. How is this possible? Yibei's body soared high into the air, heading straight for where Tiankue stood. He thrust his fist forward. At the same time, Tiankue raised his own fist to meet the blow. But suddenly, a blade pierced straight through Tiankue's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Ning Bulei, it's you." Bulei, standing behind him, spoke up. "I told you once, I would be the one to kill you." With a decisive motion, she yanked the sword out. Bulei turned her head slightly, looking toward Yibei. He met her gaze. "What is it? Is it our turn now?" She questioned him. "Why did you want to kill my brother?" From behind, Xingqian answered, "Because he tried to kill us first." For years, Ning the Divine Son has been out of control. Never mind his oppression of other factions. But every time a new power emerges at the Immortal Land Alliance Assembly, he does everything in his power to eliminate them. Not long ago, he took advantage of a dark, windy night to burn our inn to the ground. In a situation like that, if we didn't kill him, we would have been the ones to die. Hearing this, her eyes gradually grew misty. Memories flooded back. "Bulei, if we're going to do this, we have to be the strongest in the immortal realm." Bulei nodded in response. "Brother, I will definitely make it happen." He smiled tenderly. "Bulei, you will always be my pride and joy." Bulei couldn't hold back her tears as they began to fall. "No matter when you return, I will always be right here." "Why did you save me? Why help me restore my cultivation? Why agree to cooperate with me? If you hadn't done those things, I could have killed you without a second thought." Yibei motioned with his hand. "Just come at me. Don't hold back because of what we did. You saved Xingqian once. Consider that debt settled." She replied resolutely. "Fine then. If you die, I'll have avenged my brother. If I die, then I'll go to the afterlife and apologize to him." He agreed. Bulei's eyes shimmered with a deep, haunting purple light. Xingqian asked curiously, "Master?" "She's charging in with a death wish. The energy of this single strike has drained centuries of her cultivation. Even if it doesn't kill you, I'm afraid it will cause considerable damage. Furthermore, if this strike is blocked, I fear her cultivation will be completely destroyed and she'll die." Yibei replied calmly. "I expected a day like this would come, but I didn't think she would be such a sentimental person. Nor did I expect her to make this kind of choice in the end. Oh well, let me bring this to an end." She called out, "Yibei, I don't regret knowing you all, especially you. It's time to end this." He extended his hand forward. His lips moved. Soul erasure. As her attack lunged toward him, Yibei's hand began to glow. Small circles began to appear, and images of Bulei's life flickered one after another. He whispered, "Forget everything. You can still hate with a pure heart, and love with a pure heart. This is the final gift I can give you." Right then, a rift appeared. Space distorted, opening a hole. Her body collapsed, unconscious, and was caught by Yibei. Shueshang spoke without emotion. "I suppose it's dust to dust, and ashes to ashes." Xingqian stood nearby, with arms crossed. "The world truly is unpredictable." Wu Xiao rushed over. "Master, when did you learn that move?" That was so cool. I want to learn it too. Yibei's voice was light as a breeze. Once we recover Zihan's soul, I will teach you. She raised both hands in excitement. That's great. Thank you, Master. Master, look, what is that? But immediately after, that silhouette darted away, leaving behind a faint trail of light. Shueshang, hovering in midair, spoke. That's not a soul. Even I've never seen anything like it. Wu Xiao shook her head. I don't know either. Yibei's eyes turned cold and sharp. We'll know once we take a look. They all took flight together, following the beam of light that shot past the massive stone mountains and vanished into a dark, deep ravine in the middle of the forest. Right before them was a massive, closed stone door. Yibei, Xingchen, Wu Xiao, and Shueshang landed on the ground one after another. She frowned at the door. Why did that thing from Shun Tiankuei's body fly here? Could it be a trap? I confirmed it just now. There's absolutely no way Shun Tiankuei could come back to life. Besides, that thing just now didn't seem to belong to him. So this likely isn't his trap. Wu Xiao rolled up her sleeves and stepped closer, brimming with momentum. Whether it's a trap or an opportunity, we'll find out once we go in. She channeled her energy, placing both hands on the door and pushing hard. The two doors slowly creaked open. A blinding red light spilled out. It's open. Xing Chen's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, Is that the black purgatory that Shun Tiankuei mentioned? Wu Xiao spoke up. Shun Tiankuei must have found his destiny here, which is why his level increased so rapidly. She asked, Master, should we go in and take a look? Yibei's voice rang out. Wu Xiao, Xing Chen, what do you see inside? She held up her index finger and replied, The Black Purgatory. The place where Shun Tiankuei gained the power to defeat Ning Bulei. His gaze was profound. But what I see is a massive tree reaching toward the heavens. Wu Zhao's face showed a hint of surprise. Could there be an illusion array set up here? Shueshang spoke up. I also see a towering tree. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Wait, that's not right. The desolate, killing intent coming from inside feels too real. It doesn't feel like an illusion at all. Could it be? Shueshang rubbed her chin and thought. There are actually two doors in front of us. I once read in a fragmented ancient scroll that an ancient ruin once had two doors like this. Only those with true destiny could find the real entrance. To find that hidden paradise, while the door ordinary people enter only leads to the physical world. This place must be the same. Master, what lies inside might be the path to immortality that Shun Tiankuei and Ning Bulei sought for years. Shun Tiankuei exhausted himself for nothing, never realizing the path to liberation was right beneath his feet. Come on, let's go in. Xing Chen spoke softly. Master, we'll wait here for the two of you to return. Yibei's hand slowly passed through the layer of light. Inside, an ancient, massive tree appeared. Hundreds of glowing circles floated in the air. Shueshang picked up one of the circles, her voice doubtful. This is Shun Tiankuei's soul. An image of Tiankuei appeared within it. She asked in confusion. It's covered in souls. But why are they here? He explained as he walked. Before, these souls were imprisoned by Shun Tiankuei, unable to escape. Now that Shun Tiankuei is dead, they've all been summoned here by the Tree of Longevity. Yibei continued. This place leads to eternal life, but it also leads to death. Zihan's soul must be here, too. Shueshang looked at a concentrated source of light and exclaimed, There! He raised his hand. Streaks of light swirled around his fingertips. Yibei. He reached out and gently touched the wisp of energy within. Then he handed it to her. Little Luo, Zihen can't wait any longer. Take him back. I'm going to investigate what this place really is. She took it, her voice firm. Understood, Master. His hand brushed against the tree trunk as he thought. So this is the tree of eternal life. The laws of time contained within are so profound. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What do you think you're doing, messing around here? Yibei turned around instantly. His deep voice echoed. Who's there? Vines reached out all at once, moving like living tentacles. The vines attacked Yibei from every direction. He grabbed a vine as it coiled toward his face. Show yourself. Changsheng rested her chin on her hand and spoke. I am the avatar of the tree of eternal life. You are the chosen heir to the laws. His voice grew heavy as he repeated. Heir? The chosen heir to the laws? Does this mean the person who sees the true entrance to the gate of eternal life is the one chosen by the path of immortality? She raised her hand gracefully to explain. You're a bit rude, but since the laws chose you anyway, follow me. Once the tree of eternal life recognizes you, you will become its guardian, and the path of immortality will be yours. Stay right there. Don't move. Just let me handle the rest. Thoughts raced through Yi Bei's mind. The spiritual energy here is more abundant than anything I've ever felt. Even the flow of time and the air itself seem to hold the laws of time. There are opportunities everywhere. If I accept the gift this woman is offering, wouldn't I ascend right then and there? You've accepted it then? At that exact moment, Yi Bei's face suddenly froze. He looked around, wondering, what's going on? Chang Sheng's expression shifted instantly. How is this possible? Are you not the chosen heir after all? Then how did you even get in here? An ordinary person couldn't even find the true entrance. And even if they did, they'd die from the sheer weight of this celestial power. Who are you, really? Yi Bei looked at his hand and muttered, I'm not the one who can inherit the path. Then could it be little Luo? The image of Xu Eshong flashed through her mind. So it's her. Divine summoning. Meanwhile, Xu Eshong's entire body stiffened for a moment. She frowned in confusion. Why all of a sudden? She felt her very soul tremble. It's like someone is calling for me. Xu Eshong looked at the gate before her. Her eyes widened. That voice, it's coming from inside. A pair of hands appeared out of nowhere. They grabbed Xu Eshong's shoulders and shook her hard. Wake up. She startled and asked, Master, why am I here? Yi Bei spoke. Never mind that. How is Zihen's spirit? She raised a hand to her forehead. I just finished returning his spirit. Suddenly, a voice in my head started calling me to go somewhere. Then I lost consciousness and ended up here. Just then, Chang Sheng approached them. It was I who summoned you. You are the chosen heir to the laws. If you inherit them, the path of immortality will be yours. Well, do you accept? The path of immortality is the dream of countless people. Just agree to bond with me, and it's yours. You will master the laws of time and space, and become a true god. Yi Bei watched silently before asking, if she becomes the heir and fully inherits the path of immortality, what happens next? Chang Sheng explained. Naturally, she would guard the tree and the path for all eternity, maintaining the balance of time itself. Xu Eshong was silent for a moment before answering. I refuse. Chang Sheng froze. What? She clung to Yi Bei, her voice turning soft and pleading. If it means leaving my master behind, then I won't do it. A green light suddenly erupted from Chang Sheng's hand. Human emotions are nothing but fleeting whims. Becoming a god is a divine task that spans millennia. You would give up godhood for some insignificant master? How foolish. A wave of light swept over them. It blasted Yi Bei into the air, tearing him away. Xu Eshong panicked. She turned and screamed, Master! Suddenly, little Luo's entire body went rigid. She couldn't move a muscle. The young girl, Chang Sheng, was casting a spell on her. She spoke with an air of warning. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, only a handful of people can ever achieve godhood. I will not allow you to trample on such a rare opportunity so easily. Little Luo could clearly feel all the energy in her body being drained away. My power of destruction, it's disappearing. And in its place is a power from the heavens themselves. My consciousness, my memories, they feel like they're drifting further and further away. From a distance, Yi Bei, who had just been blown away, suddenly lunged at Chang Sheng to protect little Luo. Let her go. Chang Sheng quickly dodged, causing the attack to miss. She stood to the side, looking at Yi Bei with cold indifference, and mocked him. All because of your own selfish, personal desires. You want to keep her trapped here? How utterly egoistic. Yi Bei replied with calm resolve. I know how to lead her to godhood myself. Besides, she has her own will. Stop meddling in other people's business. Chang Sheng could only huff out 2 words. Ignorant mortal. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bei raised his hand to unleash a technique. Supreme Heaven Burn. Countless sharp bursts of energy materialized behind Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng glared at Yi Bei. Her eyes were sharp and piercing. She spoke with pure contempt. You mortals, you are certainly more than you seem. But compared to a god, you're still far too weak. She immediately launched an attack at him. In an instant, a blinding green light exploded. The beam of light tore through the air, ripping through the deep blue sky. Chang Sheng issued a warning, her tone brimming with confidence. Leave now, and I might spare your life. Yi Bei's voice boomed back with defiance. In your dreams. Chang Sheng let out a cold smirk, her gaze turning icy. Then don't blame me for not holding back. Immediately, she waved her hand, signaling her next strike. Facing her assault, Yi Bei's face was filled with utter shock. The blast of brilliant blue energy slammed directly toward him. He had to act fast to protect himself. He conjured a defensive shield of purple spiritual energy. However, the power of Chang Sheng's attack was simply too immense. Overwhelmed by the force, the shield began to crack and then shattered into pieces. Yi Bei was thrown backward by the impact. Stunned, he thought to himself, is this the realm of a god? Pure, overwhelming power that ignores all boundaries. No tricks needed. She's just using an endless supply of spiritual energy to crush mine. The gap between a true immortal and a god is actually this massive. But little Luo is mine. I won't allow anyone to take her away. A furious roar echoed through the space. She took a step back, realizing the truth. You have the true dragon immortal body. This is bad. In the next moment, a glowing orb of energy formed between the golden dragon's sharp fangs. The attack was so powerful that it created a whirlwind. Her defenses were easily torn apart. Chang Sheng was knocked down, collapsing onto the ground. She muttered to herself in disbelief. So you really are the true dragon immortal? A god's reincarnation. No wonder you could enter the gate of eternal life. I must have been blind to not see who you were. He stood majestically amidst the golden light, his face devoid of mercy as he spoke coldly. Release my disciple. Now. Chang Sheng answered weakly. I can't. She has already completed the seal. Her spirit has already begun its ascension. There's no coming back. Upon hearing those words, Yi Bei's expression turned deathly cold. His voice rang out, full of threat and absolute determination. If little Luo doesn't return to me whole, I will destroy this entire place. And make sure you are buried with her. Chang Sheng forced herself to sit up. She questioned him once more. But if she returns now, she'll be giving up her only chance to become a god. You're her master. Do you not care about her future at all? Yi Bei looked down at her with a chilling gaze. He growled every single word. Whether she wants to be a god, or how she achieves it, is not for some high and mighty deity like you to decide. If godhood requires violating her will, then she's better off without it. Chang Sheng was forced to face the harsh reality. She thought to herself, he's clearly just a true immortal. And yet, his presence makes me feel terrified. If he truly destroys this place, the consequences would be irreversible. Besides, with his power, making Luo Xueshang a god isn't impossible anyway. Perhaps I really did overstep. Fine, I'll stay out of your way. But you must find her and bring her back yourself. Luo Xueshang's memories have already scattered into the river of time, and her spirit is being overwritten by divine consciousness. To find her original self, you have no choice. You must travel back to the past and find the spirit that once belonged to her. After hearing that, Yi Bei asked how he could enter. She then began to cast the incantation. While performing the ritual, she gave Yi Bei a stern warning. I will send you in. However, you only have 3 days. Within these 3 days, you must make her take you as her master once again. If you fail, once the 3-day limit is up, not only will she lose all memories of her past forever, but you'll also be trapped within the river of time for eternity. You must remember this. 3 days. That is all you have. A brilliant burst of golden light erupted. It completely enveloped Yi Bei, sending him through time. Little Luo, I'm coming for you, just like I promised. Within 3 days. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here forever. Yi Bei found himself standing in the middle of an ancient town filled with traditional wooden houses. This is 500 years ago. Little Luo's hometown. At this time, she's still just a little girl. We haven't even met yet. I need to find her first. I have to earn her trust. But I've become so small, and my spiritual power is being suppressed by that woman's technique. Just how long is it going to take to find her like this? He began wandering around the area, searching everywhere. But all seemed hopeless. She's not in the east. She's not in the west, either. I have no spiritual power, and this child's body is a real pain. I've wasted a whole day and still haven't found her. Forget it. I should get something to eat first, then keep looking. Boss, I'll take a steam bun. Just as he was about to enjoy the hot bun, a loud shout came from behind him. You Luo, family trash. How dare you show your face here? Get lost. Ibe turned around and recognized her instantly. Little Luo. She was currently being surrounded and bullied by a group of aggressive thugs. Get out of here, you filthy Luo, family brat. Seeing this, Ibe immediately ran over to stop them. Hey, let her go. The thugs looked at him with arrogant sneers and fired back. You dare stick your nose in other people's business? Get him. Ibe suddenly remembered he was in a child's body and felt a surge of concern. Right now, I'm just a kid, and my spiritual power is suppressed. Dealing with these brats is going to take some actual strategy. I've got it. In the blink of an eye, Ibe nimbly dodged the thugs' attacks. Then, a larger, more menacing boy lifted a heavy rock, intending to hurl it at him. He roared, "Move! Let me handle this brat." Ibe saw it coming and quickly stepped aside, causing the rock to smash right into the vendor's stall. My steamed buns. The shop owner, now furious, chased after the thugs and screamed, "You little shits! Do you have a death wish?" Ibe watched the thugs scramble away and felt a sense of satisfaction. Let's see if you dare bully anyone else after this. Even as they ran for their lives, the thugs didn't forget to shout back. You just wait, Luo girl. You actually dared to call for backup? You're dead meat. Don't you run, you little punks. Ibe then approached the girl. Little Luo, I'm sorry I'm late. Luo backed away warily and asked, Who are you? He replied simply, I'm Ibe, just someone here to help. Here, this bun is for you. That's right. Ye bye. Luo quickly snatched the bun from his hand and bolted. Wait, whatever. Even before we met in the future, she was always this guarded. Right now, the Blood Rain Sect is currently purging the Luo family. She's the only one left, wandering the streets all alone. She's suffering so much. I only have 2 days left. If I want to win her trust, the only way is to help her get revenge, by wiping out the Blood Rain Sect. Normally, that would be easy for me, but right now I have nothing. I need to find some resources I can use. He heard voices gossiping nearby. Hey, let's go check out the commotion. The Array Formation Guild is trying to solve another endgame puzzle. I heard, if someone can solve it, the reward is 1,000 spirit stones. That's enough for a normal person to live on for years. Ibe smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He thought to himself, the Array Formation Guild. This saves me a lot of trouble. At the Array Formation Guild, Ibe was stopped at the entrance by 2 bald guards. One of them spoke in a harsh tone. Kid, this isn't a place for you. Beat it. The other guard chimed in with an equally unpleasant attitude. Go back and play with your mother. Don't come here causing trouble. Or don't blame us for getting rough. Despite being turned away, Ibe didn't flinch. He replied, his tone carried a hint of a challenge. I'm here to solve your endgame puzzle. I'm the only one who can solve it. Hearing this, the 2 bald men couldn't help but burst into laughter. You? A star? Then they grabbed Ibe by the collar, intending to toss him aside. Throw him out already. Don't let him block the way for the important guests. Wait. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared. He looked at Ibe with an evaluating gaze and spoke. His tone sounded appreciative, but also held a hint of testing a young hero. In the cultivation world, ability has never been about age. Besides, anyone with the courage to approach our guild's board has guts. You've got spirit, little brother. Let this young man have try. The 2 bald guards, though clearly disagreeing, still followed orders. Yes, President Zhuang. Ibe immediately cupped his hands in respect. Thank you. After being granted permission, Ibe followed President Zhuang inside. In the distance, Luo was secretly following Ibe. Inside the ancient hall, a massive formation with mysterious patterns appeared before his eyes. President Zhuang looked toward the formation with a dignified air and spoke. Little brother, this particular endgame puzzle is nothing like the ones from before. The difficulty is extraordinary. It's an ancient puzzle from the records. To this day, only one person has ever solved it. If you can solve this, from now on, you'll be an honored guest of the Array Formation Guild. Hearing those words, Ibe stood before the array. Confidence was written all over his face. He chuckled arrogantly and said, 500 years ago, this might have stumped many people, but with my current abilities, this is nothing more than an ordinary puzzle. Ibe observed the formation for a moment and then spoke. I know how to solve it. Could I have actually been wrong about him? Or is he just a kid looking for attention? Right after Yi Bei declared he had the solution, two people in the crowd mocked him, unable to believe what they were hearing. He's definitely lying. That fast. Is this kid just faking it? President Zhuang looked at the formation and explained. This is the Liuhe ideology array. The nodes are all intertwined. The damage to the array looks like the biggest hole right in front of you, but the actual flaw is in the heart of the formation. Yi Bei heard him and immediately responded. If you can reconstruct the heart, then you can restore the entire puzzle. President Zhuang looked at him in utter shock. He was filled with admiration. He saw through the hidden mechanics of the array with just a single glance. Yi Bei then turned to President Zhuang, reached out his hand, and said, President Zhuang, lend me a bit of spiritual power. President Zhuang nodded in agreement. He extended a finger. Yi Bei then used the momentum to leap up. He lightly touched the array and landed back down. Instantly, the formation was solved. President Zhuang looked back and forth, his face filled with disbelief. Without a shred of spiritual power, he was able to see the hidden mechanics of the array, and he even completed the formation. He is a true genius. Little brother, let's go into the inner hall to talk. Yi Bei nodded. He replied with a simple word. However, I want to bring someone with me. Would that be all right? Of course. Who would you like to bring? Yi Bei reached into the crowd and pointed directly at Luo, who was hiding in the back. I want to take her with me. Luo was startled to be noticed. She hurriedly tried to run away. She thought to herself, when did he spot me? No way. I have to get out of here. But just as she was about to flee, Yi Bei's hand firmly gripped hers. His face was full of reassurance. He spoke softly. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Don't worry. Your fate, your revenge. I will settle it all for you. Luo was still skeptical. A strange feeling rose within her. Why did this boy feel so familiar? Finally, she decided to ask, Who are you? Yi Bei answered straightforwardly. Someone who helps people. I will help you destroy the Blood Rain sect. In exchange, you will take me as your master. What do you say? Luo was once again lost in confusion. She continued to question him. How do you know about the grudge between me and the Blood Rain sect? And why do you even want to help me get revenge? Yi Bei tightened his grip on her hand slightly and spoke with a hint of urgency. I know you won't find it easy to trust me, but I truly am here to help. Besides, right now, you have nothing left to lose. Instead of living in fear and constantly running away, we might as well take a gamble. Bet on the fact that I'll actually help you. Trust me. Yi Bei then turned to look at Guild Leader Zhuang. A sharp, cunning glint flickered in his eyes. Guild Leader Zhuang, I'd like to strike a deal with you. What do you say? I'll give you the location of an ancient ruined formation. In exchange, you must lend me 300 mid-level formation masters. Guild Leader Zhuang looked stunned after hearing this. What? 300 mid-level formation masters? Little brother, you certainly have remarkable talent. But for one, you have no spiritual energy. And two, you have no sect or master to speak of. And yet you expect us to just hand over 300 of our mid-level formation masters? That's a bit much. If I lent them to you, my entire formation guild would be left completely defenseless. Seeing the hesitation, Yi Bei quickly explained. I'm not asking for a free handout. 200 miles north of Donna's city, in a low-lying basin, where no grass or trees grow, there's an entrance to a permanent ruin. To enter, one must bypass an ancient ruined formation, and I'm the only one who knows the way in. If you can lend them to me, I'll tell you exactly how to get inside. Hearing this, Guild Leader Zhuang suddenly burst into laughter. His tone carried a hint of mockery. A mere teenager with no spiritual energy like you? How could you possibly know the entrance to an ancient ruin? Don't go making such bold claims, little brother. Yi Bei remained unfazed and confident as he continued. His eyes flashed with a touch of arrogance. The primordial divine monarch formation. I've caught a glimpse of what lies inside. Guild Leader Zhuang suddenly went silent. He scrutinized Yi Bei, his mind racing with suspicion. How could a boy in his teens have even heard of the primordial divine monarch formation? This ancient secret formation is only mentioned in the rarest of scrolls. Could he really have seen it? According to him, the entrance is just outside the city. It wouldn't hurt to go and check if it's true. If it's real, the benefits for my formation guild and my position as leader would be astronomical. At the same time, Yi Bei glanced at Luo Ye, calculating his next move. It's already the second day since we arrived here. By the time they get back from their investigation, there will only be 1 day left. I have to destroy the Blood Rain sect within that single day. Once I earn the girl's trust, I can finally take her back with me. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here forever. 1 day is plenty of time. Chung Yao. Guild leader Zhuang then turned to order his disciple. You, escort our 2 honored guests to their quarters. The 2 of you should rest here at the guild for now. Once we return from our scout, we will finalize the deal. A purple outfit sat neatly folded. Yi Bei's voice drifted over. Go wash up and change your clothes. Get some food and then get some sleep. We have big things to do tomorrow. Luoya held the clothes, looking a bit anxious and curious. Why would you tell guild leader Zhuang about the ruin? If they just go in and take everything, won't you end up with nothing? Yi Bei rested his hands behind his head. He replied with absolute certainty. Without me, they couldn't solve that puzzle if their lives depended on it. Luoyu was surprised. She spoke up excitedly. But you don't have even a shred of spiritual energy. He looked back at her with a steady, resolute gaze. But I can help you get your revenge. I'll wipe out the Blood Rain sect. Luoya's expression turned into a mix of confusion and wonder. Her voice was filled with curiosity. Why are you helping me? Yi Bei lay back, relaxing casually on a long chair. He answered her in a calm, flat tone. Because of an old friend. She told me to come and help you. Luoya wondered in confusion if it could be an old friend of her father's. Yi Bei looked at her with a firm, unwavering gaze. He held up a finger to emphasize every word. Trust me, if there's only one person left in this world you can rely on, it's me. The room fell silent for a moment. Luoya lowered her head, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yi Bei called out, Access system. System? You there? The interface flickered to life. I am here. How can I assist the host? My spiritual power is being suppressed by that eternal maiden. I can't even summon the desolate world. You have to help me. Get the golden whip over here. The system immediately displayed a prompt. This will cost 1/2 Emperor skill card to complete the task. 1 yes. 2 no. A whole skill card just to fetch 1 item? You're getting greedier by the day. Do it. Immediately, a burst of golden light erupted. From within the radiance, a leather whip materialized. Yi Bei caught it and tossed it to Luoya. Here for you. Use this to protect yourself. Luoya caught the whip and a soft smile touched her lips. Showing a rare moment of gentleness, she replied, Thank you. Yi Bei looked a bit lazy. He waved his hand dismissively. Go on, wash up and go to bed. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Night fell. Inside the room, Luoya was fast asleep in bed. Every now and then, she mumbled in her sleep. Thank you. Yi Bei sat quietly by the bed, watching her sleep with a warm smile. She acts so tough on the outside, but she's even thinking about it in her dreams. What a stubborn girl. The next day, guild leader Zhuang entered the room. He found Yi Bei and Luo casually eating breakfast. He spoke up. Little brother Yi. Guild leader Zhuang, good morning. Little brother Yi, the ruin you mentioned, it really exists. However, even our high-level formation masters couldn't crack the formation. Would you be willing to tell us the solution? Yi Bei's face took on a mischievous look, as if he had anticipated this. He stated his terms clearly. Lend me 300 mid-level formation masters to wipe out the Blood Rain sect. Once that's done, I'll tell you how to break the formation. Guild leader Zhuang went quiet. His expression became serious. He carefully weighed the proposal. The Blood Rain sect isn't exactly small. They have some power, but they've become increasingly reckless over the past few years. They've challenged the guild's authority many times. Besides, the lure of this ruin is far too great. Destroying them gets us the treasures and removes a thorn in our side. This deal is a no-brainer. Finally, he made his decision. I agree, Yi Bei replied. Then get ready. Guild leader Zhuang cupped his hands. He gave a formal, respectful bow. 250 mid-level formation masters and 50 high-level masters. I will gather them all immediately. We set out for the Blood Rain sect at once. Luoya sat there, looking pensive. Secret thoughts swirled in her heart. Father, mother, I'm finally going to avenge you. The sky above the Blood Rain sect suddenly shook violently. Blinding bursts of light exploded through the air. Amidst the chaos, a panicked Blood Rain sect disciple shouted, Who are you people? Why are you attacking the Blood Rain sect? With such lethal force? Hearing this, Luoya screamed back, her voice dripping with rage and hatred. Lethal force? That's exactly what you did to the Luo family years ago. Not a single soul escaped. If my parents hadn't risked their lives to get me out, I wouldn't even be alive today. The disciple looked shocked. So, you're that brat from the Luo family. Luo stepped forward, her voice low and furious. Bring your sect leader out here right now. Or don't blame me for what happens next. Suddenly, an angry voice echoed across the area. Who dares lift a finger against my blood-rain sect? A middle-aged man with long black hair tied back appeared. With a scruffy beard and cold, piercing eyes, he looked down at them with arrogance. Two mere children? Luoya gripped her whip tightly. She gritted her teeth in pure hatred. She growled. Her words were like iron. Blood Rain, sect leader. Today, I'm sending you to the afterlife to beg my parents for forgiveness. The sect leader turned to guild leader Zhuang and asked suspiciously, Guild leader Zhuang, so you're the one backing these two brats? I don't recall our sect ever doing anything to offend you. Guild leader Zhuang replied, his voice filled with disappointment and a hint of rage. Your Blood Rain sect has no respect for the guild's laws. You become far too brazen. Massacring the Luo family for no reason, such an atrocity, is something the whole world wants you dead for. Hearing this, the sect leader's face instantly shifted. It seems you're here specifically to pick a fight. Fine then, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Blood Rain sect isn't an easy target. High up in the sky, a massive, purple-pink formation appeared, sensing the sheer danger radiating from it. The sect leader looked up in horror. He ground his teeth together, his face contorted with a mix of fury and fear. He snarled, "This many formation masters? You're actually willing to pay such a price just to wipe us out?" Guild leader Zhuang suddenly charged forward. He swung his hand in an attack. Enough talk. He unleashed a powerful strike. Blue lightning crackled from the palm of his hand. The sect leader moved quickly to block. Guild leader Zhuang delivered a devastating palm strike. Light exploded behind the Blood Rain sect leader. The blow connected squarely with his back. He was sent flying through the air, his face twisted in pain. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his world spun. Zhuang gripped his throat, turning the man's face pale and dripping with sweat. The Blood Rain sect leader trembled, begging through the pain and terror. Stop! Please, no more. President Zhuang coldly let go, allowing the Blood Rain sect leader to crash to the ground. Little brother Yi Bei, this man is yours to deal with. He struggled to sit up, his face pale and sickly. His eyes were filled with desperate regret. Young Master Luo, I'm so sorry. I was blind back then, a complete fool. That's why I laid a hand on your people. All these years, you saw me but didn't hunt me down to the end. For the sake of those years, please spare my life. Luo Ya's eyes ignited with a blazing fury. She growled, her voice trembling with the weight of her question. Why? Why did you have to slaughter my entire family back then? The sect leader fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Back then, the Blood Rain sect was expanding. We were desperate for treasures to grow our power. By chance, we heard the Luo family possessed a profound heaven manual. So, we went looking for it. But your parents wouldn't just hand it over. They even denied that such a technique existed. In a fit of rage, a conflict broke out between us. So, I ordered my men to kill them all. Hearing this, Luoya could no longer contain her emotions. She let out a piercing scream. My family never had any profound heaven manual like you claimed, and yet you murdered my whole family over a lie. I'll kill you. I'll avenge my parents and everyone in the Luo family. Suddenly, the sect leader lunged forward, his hand aimed straight for her. You think a little brat like you can kill me? He grabbed Luoya in a vice-like grip. He lifted her clean off the ground by her neck. Pain surged through her. Her face contorted as she struggled for air. A cruel, triumphant sneer twisted the sect leader's face as he let out a cold chuckle. Seeing this, Yi Bei rushed forward, his expression thunderous. He pulled back a fist, ready to strike. Let her go. In an instant, he was sent flying backward by the sect leader's spiritual pressure. Little brother Yi Bei, are you all right? Yi Bei gritted his teeth. He fought to push back the dizziness. Damn it, I don't have a single drop of spiritual energy right now. I can't even touch him like this. If anything happens to that girl, you longevity brat, I'll make sure you pay for this. The sect leader looked at Luoya with eyes full of murderous intent. You little Luo family brat. Having her at his mercy only made him more arrogant. Just die already. End of the line for the Luo bloodline. President Zhuang charged in. You're really asking for death, aren't you? He unleashed a devastating strike. The punch carried a terrifying, overwhelming power. It erupted in a blinding flash of light, sending the sect leader tumbling far into the distance. Yibei took the chance to run over and catch Luoya. His voice cracked with heartache. Luoya, I won't let you die. Stay with me. Just hold on. I'll get you to a doctor. Luoya weakly opened her eyes. Her pale lips trembled as she spoke. Brother Yibei, thank you. Aside from my father, you're the first person to ever give me a full meal, to give me new clothes, and even gifts. It hurts so much. I don't think I'm going to make it. But I haven't even repaid your kindness yet. He squeezed her hand tightly. Tears began to track down his cheeks. You silly girl. Whether I have to stay here forever or destroy that damn longevity tree to get out, I absolutely will not let you die. Luoya's consciousness began to slip away. Her eyes grew vacant and glassy. Her voice was nothing more than a faint whisper. I promise you, if you help me get my revenge, I'll take you as my master. Master, thank you. Suddenly, a scorching pillar of energy erupted from Yibei's body. The two onlookers cried out in pure confusion. What is that? Within the roaring flames of energy, Yibei held Luoya close. His eyes were now consumed by an endless, dark void. He growled, Blood Rain Sect, perish. Everyone watched in shock as the power exploded. Immediately after, a brilliant violet light burst forth, crackling with jagged bolts of lightning. The light wasn't just blinding, it carried a pressure that felt like it was piercing through space itself. Everything the energy touched was instantly pulverized. Then, the world fell into a terrifying, heavy silence. President Zhuang stared at Yibei, his face a mix of worry and disbelief. Little brother Yibei, how did you transform into this? A gentle breeze stirred the emerald leaves of a towering, ancient tree. Beneath its cool, sprawling shade, Yibei gently lowered Luoya, leaning her against the trunk. He softly brushed her face. His voice was low and full of regret. I'm sorry. I was too late back then. I let you suffer so much. Luoya's eyes remained closed. A single tear escaped and rolled down. Within that tear, a spark of some primordial power seemed to flicker. In that moment, a massive surge of energy began pouring into her body. The blinding light slowly faded away. Luoya emerged with a radiant smile and called out, Master. At the same time, the longevity maiden appeared. Yibei, congratulations on completing your task. You've awakened Luo Shuichang's scattered consciousness from across time and space. You can leave now. Luoya blinked, quickly speaking up. Wait, can we stay here for 2 more days? Because I want to give little Luo Shuichang some happy memories. The longevity maiden looked conflicted. She hesitated. I'm afraid that. Fine. It's only 2 days. You can leave once you're finished. I've revived the young Luo Shuichang, but you must leave within 2 days. If you don't, you'll be erased from time and space forever. Little Luo, you had woken up by then. She looked at everyone with innocent curiosity. Brother Yibei, and who is? She feels so familiar. It's almost like she's me. Luoya gave her a brilliant smile. She stepped closer and spoke. You wanted to go to the martial arts hall for a long time, haven't you? Let's take you there, okay? The little girl was stunned. How did you know that? Then, she decided to trust her and took Luoya's hand. Let's go. 2 dark figures streaked down from the sky toward the ground. Yibei gently caught Shuichang as they landed. She looked around at the scenery. Master, we're back. Just then, the little longevity maiden walked over. Luo Shuichang, don't you regret it? The 4 of you could have become guardians of the longevity tree. You could have inherited the path to immortality, become gods, and left this mortal world behind. Shuichang frowned, her voice firm. As long as I can be with my master, I will never regret it. She's being so provocative. Fine then. You will never be destined for the path of immortality. Yibei, I'll give you a choice as well. I hope you don't live to regret it. He scowled, uninterested in her games. What kind of game is this? She pressed her fingertips together, chanting an endless stream of incantations. You possess the true dragon celestial body. I don't know how you ended up in the lower realms. But those golden veins in your body are divine veins. However, they are currently damaged. You cannot return to the god realm like this. Her fingers joined, emitting a blinding golden light. Opposite them, a massive dragon manifested. Its body coiled and swirled around Yibei. His eyes began to glow with a fierce light. The two of them were pulled into a separate dimension. Her voice turned cold and serious. Now I give you two choices. First, give up on finding your disciples. Merge with me. You can return to the god realm immediately. Your divine veins are broken. And the only other way is to painstakingly rebuild them step by step. It could take hundreds of years, maybe even over 1,000. Only then could you return. And who knows if you'd even be alive by then. Yibei tilted his head back dismissively. Only children make choices. I'm taking both. I will never abandon my disciples. And I will return to the god realm on my own terms. Little Xuechong scowled. Is there anyone as stubborn as you? You're being far too arrogant. You think you can just waltz into the god realm whenever you feel like it? He glanced back over his shoulder. Why wouldn't I? Left with no other option, she pulled out a golden orb. Fine, forget it. You both seem to value loyalty and love above all else. Here is a gift for you. It will extend your lifespans by 1,000 years. I hope to see you both in the god realm by then. Xuechong happily accepted it. Little Luo Xuechong. And about the longevity fruit. Thank you. She acted humble. It was nothing special. No need for thanks. Yibei turned back toward his disciple. She bowed her head to say goodbye. Farewell. With those words, they both took flight, soaring out of the area. Little Xuechong's face twisted into a mischievous, scheming grin. You wouldn't agree to my terms. And you even kidnapped my successor. I think I'll play a little trick on you then. Just you wait. The barrier to the tomb opened up. Master and disciple landed on the ground together. 3 women rush over. Master, you two are finally out. He raises his head high. Zihan, my girl. You're all right now. Zihan bows politely. Thank you for worrying about me. Master, senior sister. After a few days of junior sister Xingqian's treatment, I'm completely fine. Yibei nods. That's good. He reaches out and gently pats her head. The system suddenly chimes. Reunited with disciples. Congratulations. You have received a mystery reward. Yibei's eyes widen. This damn system finally learned how to be useful. A mystery reward. Hey system, can I exchange this mystery reward directly? Inputting progress for the restoration of the divine veins. Integrating into the system. You can check the progress of the transferred information at any time. Beginning system access. A moment later, system update complete. Zihan suddenly remembers something and raises a finger. Master, in the few days you were gone, the world has turned upside down. Word is that Ning Bewley returned to the Proclamation Realm after hearing her brother died. Shen Tiankue is dead. The remaining factions in the City of Godly Ruins have all come out of the shadows. Infighting has broken out everywhere. It's pure chaos. And the craziest part is, news that the path to immortality has appeared in the City of Godly Ruins is spreading everywhere. Everyone is in a panic right now. People are scouring every corner for any sign of the path to immortality. Yibei remains indifferent. Human nature has always been this way. Don't worry about them. Let's just focus on what we need to do. Wu Xiao eagerly steps forward. Master, I want to go out and test myself. This longevity secret realm is packed with opportunities. It's practically a paradise. Besides, everyone else has reached the true immortal realm. I'm the only one who hasn't broken through yet. It's embarrassing. Left with no choice, he agrees. Go on then. Xingqian is excited. Master, I want to go check out the legendary medicine valley here as well. Zihan crosses her arms and glances over. I'll go with junior sister Xingqian. I can protect her and get my body back in peak condition. Yibei replies calmly. Go, all of you. You each have your own path to walk. I wish you all success. That evening, the full moon hangs high over a small courtyard. Xuechong's face flushes red. Her eyes are full of love. Master, thank you for doing everything. Everything you've done for me. She slowly leans her face in, close to Yibei's face. He instinctively closes his eyes. A second later, Yibei snaps awake to find a bird pointing its beak at his mouth. A white bird flies frantically in the air. How did it turn out like this? It chirps incessantly. Yibei looks down at the energy in his hand. My spiritual power is being suppressed too. Only she could pull something like this off. She's playing tricks on us. Suddenly, a blue bird perches on the window and bursts out laughing. Yibai, Luo Shiwachong. Consider this a gift for the two of you. Yibai Rijoknizis head instantly. The immortal maiden. The white bird chirps in confusion. Little Shiwachong, don't fly off just yet. Who told you to kidnap my successor? It'll wear off in 10 days. Don't come looking for me. I'm not opening the gates of immortality for you. He stands by the window, watching a few feathers drift down from where she was. Forget it. She's probably gone into hiding by now anyway. Might as well use these next few days to get some rest. The next day at an inn, a man approaches to solicit him. Hey there, young man. The path to immortality has appeared. Everyone is joining our origin sect to find treasures together. I can tell you're no ordinary guy. Interested in joining our sect? Yibai, with the white bird on his shoulder, shakes his head. No thanks. Out of the way. The man puts his hands on his hips. He looks displeased. Our origin sect taking an interest in you is an honor. Don't be so ungrateful. Yibai growls. I said move. The guy sneers and smirks. Fine, we'll move. But only after you pay the toll. Yibai throws a punch, sending the man flying backward. He looks at his fist with utter indifference. My spiritual power might be suppressed, but dealing with trash like you is still effortless. Yibai turns and walks away, leaving the man slumped in a corner. He continues forward unaware that he has been followed for quite some time. The narrow courtyards built side by side make the path feel cramped. Fuchu and two subordinates block his path. This young man has quite the aura. Hey kid, how about becoming my pet? Shiwachong chirps angrily. Why is everyone after my master? He brushes Fuchu's hand aside. Move it. She gives a sinister smile. I've had my eye on you since you were back at the inn. I've followed you the whole way. You really think I'm going to let you go that easily? Take him back to the manor. Wrap him up and bring him to my room. The two subordinates crack their knuckles. Yes, mistress. A short while later, Shiwachong is locked in a cage. Yibai is bound tightly. He seethes inwardly. That damn immortal maiden. Next time I see you, you're going to regret this. She presses herself close to him, threateningly. Won't you have a glass of wine with me? If you refuse, I'll just have to kill your bird. Yibai narrows his eyes at the wine. This woman casually pulled out a wine flask. Yet it's an immortal-grade spiritual treasure. Her identity isn't simple. Looks like she's been watching me for a while. This liquid isn't poisonous. I'll play along for now. Let's see what you're really up to. Fuchu is pleased to see him drink obediently. That's more like it. Her whole body flushes with heat. Her voice turns seductive. I've been lonely for a long time. It wasn't easy finding someone who looks as good as you. It's a rare find. I happen to be the wealthiest person in the city of godly ruins. Heavenly treasures, spirit stones, spiritual relics. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. So, will you cultivate with me? Yibai tilts his chin up. You think a few trinkets are enough to sway me? Fuchu presses her ample chest against Yibai. Then how about a great fortune? We recently received word. There's been unusual activity in the Misty Valley. A massive opportunity is about to appear. If you agree to stay by my side, I'll give you half of the treasures we find. Hearing about the benefits. He agrees immediately. Fine, it's a deal. Shiwachong is heartbroken. Master, how could you? Yibai already has his own plan. You want to use me to get to that fortune? Well, let's see whose hands that fortune actually ends up in. She holds up a golden pill and feeds it to him. Little Yi, eat up. Yibai complies and swallows it whole. Later, the three of them are riding a flying beast through the air. The onlookers are green with envy. This is way too much. Why didn't I get a turn? That lucky brat. That's the legendary head of the Fu family. She's beautiful and the richest woman in the city. Not to mention, she's incredibly cunning. The kid really hit the jackpot. Yibai pretends to be head over heels. Don't worry, babe. I'll only have eyes for you. Shiwachong clutches the cage bars in despair, weeping. Master, don't let her seduce you. He coughs a few times. I'm thirsty. Where did you get that immortal-grade elixir from yesterday? And those immortal pills you had? You should probably bring some out. Fuchu leans heavily on Yibei's shoulder. Little Yi, you've finally gotten the hang of this. She feels indignant. Master, how can you treat me like this? After traveling for a while, Yibai asks curiously, didn't you say we were going to the Misty Valley? How much longer until we get there? She snaps her fingers. Relax, little Yi. We're almost there. The beast sees the signal and accelerates. Fuchu steps down onto a strange land. Hand in hand, the two of them walk toward a cave. She's sticking to him like glue. Little Yi, I'll protect you. Yi senses the surroundings. There's definitely more than one presence in this mist. It seems there really is a divine ruin here. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many people and beasts. This place is dangerous. I should probably have that girl Xiuchang wait in the desolate mini-world for now. I'll bring her out once she's human again. Suddenly, a giant green hand reaches out from behind the rock wall. A massive beast. It has two razor-sharp fangs, and it's staring right at us. It's heading for the crowd up ahead. Fuchu immediately barked orders to her subordinates. Kill it. Now. Its eyes turned deathly white as it let out a deafening roar. The beast was in a blind rage. It swung its arms, hurling massive boulders nearby. The huge rocks crashed down, completely blocking the path of her men. One boulder was already hurtling through the air, aiming straight for the top of her head. Fuchu's eyes widened in sheer terror. Suddenly, a slender but powerful hand shoved her aside. In an instant, the boulder slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. Fuchu tumbled to the side. She winced, her face contorting in pain. Squinting through the dust, she looked into the distance. It was Yi. He saved me. Yi leaped high into the air. He pressed his palms together, summoning heavenly thunder. Bolts of lightning rapidly gathered above the area. He let out a cunning smirk. It's time to end this, little monster. In that split second, the beast's eyes glowed a deep, ominous red. Yi-Bei's lightning struck with precision, aiming right for its eyes. Then, a massive bolt of thunder crashed down from the heavens, tearing straight through the center of the beast's body. Yi-Bei's eyes overflowed with spiritual energy. A look of pure disdain crossed his face, like an insect trying to stop a carriage. Fuchu was dazed. Oh no, I think I'm actually falling in love this time. What should I do? She couldn't take her eyes off him. She was completely lost in a daze of sweet romance. Suddenly, several dark shadows appeared behind her, filled with countless glowing red eyes. Yi-Bei frowned, looking slightly concerned. That's... Fuchu jumped up and threw her arms around him. Little Yi-Bei, you're incredible. I think I really love you. She puckered her lips, trying to steal a kiss from her hero. Yi-Bei shoved her head away, without hesitation. Get off me. The enemy is here. She blinked in surprise. What? One of Fuchu's cheeks was squished flat by his hand. This chilling sensation from behind. What is it? Indeed, thousands of red eyes were glowing within the dark cave. She leaped onto him, clinging for dear life while screaming. Why are there so many monsters? A giant wild boar's snout sniffed the air. It and its pack huffed and puffed, closing in on the two of them. High above, someone was sitting calmly on a blood-red throne. Duguyin leaned back in her chair, her voice dripping with threat. Leave now, or die. The choice is yours. Fuchu put her hands on her hips and shouted back. Who do you think you are trying to stop me? No one in the city of Divine has ever dared tell me to get lost. A sword was suddenly hurled forward. It spun several times through the air. Then it plunged into the ground, vibrating right in front of Yi-Bei. Only then did she realize who it was. That's the Blood Canyon Haren. You're Duguyin. Duguyin showed a hint of cold mercy. The Mist Valley is under my jurisdiction from this day forward. If you know what's good for you, get out. I'm not in the mood for a massacre today. But deep down, she had another reason. After all, today is the anniversary of his death. The head of the Fu family peeked out from behind him. I, Fuchu, am the wealthiest person in the city of Divine Will. There is nothing I can't have. So what if you're a legendary god of slaughter? I'm not giving up on this divine relic today. Duguyin's eyes filled with killing intent. If that's how it is, then don't blame me for what happens next. The wild boar let out a roar that echoed through the entire forest. Fuchu immediately threw her hands up in surrender. Little Yi-Bei, sorry, I might have overacted a bit just now. You hold them off for a while. How about I go spend some money and bring back some reinforcements? It's a plan. All right, I'm off to find help. Just as she turned to run, Yi-Bei clamped a hand on her shoulder. Fuchu jumped. Ah, Yi? He spoke in a stern voice. When did I ever agree to that? She looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Her voice turned weak and pathetic. Little Yi-Bei, look at the situation we're in. Can you please not mess with me right now? That's Duguyin. She's literally going to kill us. Duguyin was already silently lunging toward them. She gripped her sword tightly, ready to strike. In the next second, Duguyin appeared right behind Yi-Bei. Fuchu panicked. Help me. However, Yibei caught the blade with just one hand, stopping it cold. Despite the sword's massive size and lethal appearance, it couldn't budge an inch against him. Dugian's eyes burned with spiritual power. You're asking for death. Yibei frowned, his face turning cold. Listen, girl, it's been 300 years, and that ailment of yours still hasn't been cured? You can't even recognize your own master? The tip of the sword quickly lowered to the ground. She froze, her eyes wide with shock. What did you say? Duguyin narrowed her eyes in disbelief. My master passed away 300 years ago. How could he possibly be my master? But only master and my fellow disciples know about my condition. And master was the one who gave it. That name, salt blindness. Could he really be? Duguyin pointed her sword directly at Yibei again. You're quite the schemer. To think you'd investigate my past from 300 years ago so thoroughly. How dare you have the audacity to impersonate my master? I'll kill you. Duguyin raised her sword high. She summoned a surge of crimson, spiritual energy. Yibei closed his eyes and sighed. This silly girl. I suppose if I don't use a bit of force, she won't recognize her master. Yibei slowly swept his hand through the air. He thrust his palm forward, manifesting a massive, purple, ethereal hand. The void great palm seal. She was instantly paralyzed with shock upon seeing the technique. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was rocked by a massive explosion. Duguyin clutched her sword and pulled back. Only now did she realize the truth. That is master's exclusive secret technique. He really is master. Yibei walked over leisurely. Silly girl, you finally recognized me. She immediately dropped her sword. She fell to her knees. Duguyin greets the master. This disciple failed to recognize you. I beg for master's punishment. Yibei reached out his hand toward Duguyin. If you come and give your master a hug right now, maybe I'll consider forgiving you. Overjoyed, she jumped up and threw her arms around Yibei. Master, you've really come back to life. I missed you so much. System alert. Reunion with disciple. Reward. 1 mysterious grand prize. Activation depends on the specific scenario. Yibei felt a wave of suspicion. This piece of junk system. It's usually as quiet as a corpse. And now it's dangling a mysterious grand prize in front of me? I have no idea what it's up to. Duguyin quickly asked. Master, the city of Divine will has countless divine ruins. Why did you come to a place like Mist Valley? Fu Chu raised her hand, beaming with a bright smile. It was me. I'm the one who brought him here. We came together to find the relics here. Duguyin glared sternly at the Fu family head. Fu Chu felt a chill run down her spine. Did she see through me? On the other side, Duguyin leaned in and whispered, Master, which junior sister is this? I don't quite recognize her. But you know, my eyes aren't very good. Yibei chuckled. You really are a silly girl. The Fu family head immediately clarified. I am definitely not your junior sister. In fact, you should be calling me mistress. Duguyin was shocked. What? Duguyin turned her gaze back to her master. This is... Fu Chu crossed her arms over her chest, looking incredibly smug. Don't you worry. Once we get back, I'm going to marry your master. I won't let him suffer a bit. The disciple turned her head back toward him with a weary look, making Yibei feel extremely awkward. Duguyin winced and let out a heavy sigh. I see. Suddenly, a plume of purple smoke appeared behind them. He said nothing, silently observing it. The purple smoke split into two, slowly spreading along both walls of the cave. Yibei was startled. That's... Duguyin looked at the smoke, sensing the approaching danger. It's a trap. Master, be careful. Her pets suddenly began to roar, losing all control. Duguyin watched in worry as they turned and bolted deeper inside. Hulin, what's wrong with you guys? Hulin, where are you going? Duguyin ran after them as fast as she could, calling out. Wait for me. Fu Chu grabbed Yibei's arm. Her eyes were half closed. Little Yibei, don't you think this purple mist is a bit strange? He looked at her and asked, What's the matter? Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Little Yibei, the humidity here is clearly very high, but I feel so hot. Someone definitely put some kind of poison in this mist. The purple smoke continued to swirl and spread toward the two of them. Yibei extends a single finger. He summons a surge of golden energy. With a heroic blast, he shoots a beam of chi right through the thick purple smoke. Seeing this, the mist quickly retreats. Yibei executes his technique while wondering to himself, This mist forms and spreads at an incredible speed. It follows me wherever I go. Someone is definitely controlling it. The volume of this purple fog is massive. The person controlling it must be quite powerful. I want to see exactly who is hiding behind this. He thought he had escaped, but to his surprise, the purple mist surges back even stronger. Fu Chu clutches her chest. Her cheeks are flushed a deep red. She whispers a warning. Little Yi, be careful. She can no longer hold herself up and collapses. As he turns to look at her, the purple mist seizes the opportunity to swarm the hand he just used to channel his spirit power. Yi looks back to see his hand completely enveloped. Damn it! He spins around and unleashes a protective barrier. For now, he manages to keep them both safe. On Yi-Bei's hand, some purple mist still remains. I was careless. This purple fog is poisonous. It targets the mind. The damage is severe. I must get out of here immediately. Fu Chu slowly begins to wake up. She leans flirtatiously against Yi-Bei. Little Yi, I'm so hot. Can you help me? Once we get back, I'll give you anything you want. If you don't say anything, then I'll just assume you've agreed. Yi-Bei glares down at this treacherous woman. You think these petty tricks are enough to control me? The moment he speaks, a burst of golden energy strikes the purple mist. Fu Chu is thrown back. She clutches her arm. When did you find out? She asks. He answers bluntly, from the very beginning. From the moment you were spying on us at the inn, to the moment you intentionally approached me, I already knew. She smirks. How annoying. So you realized it long ago, and yet you played along the whole way. Your acting is truly impressive. Yi-Bei matches her tone. If I didn't, how else would I have seen your ultimate goal? Fu Chu makes an excuse. If I said I only wanted your body, would you believe me? He channels energy into his arm. Still talking tough, I see. Looks like I'll have to use a little force. Yi-Bei's origin chi blasts directly toward her. Fu Chu stands there, unfazed. She doesn't move an inch. She opens her palm to command her purple mist. Fu Chu smirks with a sneer. With a wave of her hand, the purple mist blocks the attack. He instinctively furrows his brows. He didn't expect her to have such power. She arrogantly flicks her hand. Little Yi, since you won't come with me willingly, I have no choice but to get physical. Fu Chu opens her fan. She tilts her head back seductively. Little Yi, you'd better be able to handle this. She spins around. The purple mist flies forward. Yi-Bei quickly raises both arms to block his chest. He grimaces against the sheer force of the energy. The impact is so strong that Yi-Bei is forced back several meters. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. Her cultivation level is definitely not simple. A group of assassins appears out of nowhere and surrounds Yi-Bei. There's one on the left. He thinks to himself, this is another identical one on the right. Fu Chu smiles triumphantly. Little Yi, I'm so sorry. I've been lying to you from the start. Aside from the arrival of your disciple, everything in this misty valley was my arrangement. These people were prepared for you long ago. Yi-Bei speaks sternly. What are you trying to do? She hides her smile behind her fan. If you want the answer, it's simple. Become mine. If you're willing to follow me faithfully as my male consort, I'll tell you the whole truth. Then let's see if you're actually capable of taking me. She immediately gives the order. Go. Capture him. Her subordinates follow her command. They launch a direct assault. Yi-Bei swings a blow, forcing one man to lean back and dodge. His next attack is also quickly evaded by another. Yi-Bei wildly unleashes his techniques, sending golden spirit energy flying everywhere. After a while, his strength begins to wane. These people are all at the Emperor tier. Even if they can't kill me, they're enough to stall me. She wants to wear me down until I'm exhausted. Fu Chu speaks arrogantly. Yi-Bei, just surrender. I'll spare your life. He isn't about to give her what she wants. Suddenly, the wild boars return just in time. She turns, looking suspicious. What is this? A sword is plunging straight toward the top of Fu Chu's head. Sensing the danger, she leaps back as the sword slams in the ground, causing a massive explosion. Fu Chu scowls. How did you get back so fast? Did the purple mist fail? Guyan walks forward, weapon in hand. You didn't think a pathetic maze formation like that could trap me, did you? Only now does she realize. So you two fell into the trap on purpose? You wanted to draw me out. Guyan smirks. You finally figured it out. Fu Chu grows wary. Damn it. With Guyan and those beasts here, there's no way to capture Yi-Bei right now. I might even end up taking heavy losses. I'd better save this fight for next time. Seeing the disadvantage, she orders her subordinates, retreat. Before leaving, Fuchu calls back little Yi. You really are something. To take on so many Emperor-tier experts alone, no wonder the Lord has his eye on you. We'll meet again. Yi Bei repeats the word to himself. The Lord. Guyan is curious. Master, what exactly happened? He is also puzzled. From a moment we entered the city of God, eyes have been on us. They tracked us and led us to this misty valley, setting up all that purple mist. She either wanted to capture me, or she's after something else. Guyan is confused, but what could she possibly want from us? Yi Bei strokes his chin thoughtfully. If we want to know what she's up to, then we have to find her. Besides, isn't she the richest person in the city of God? Her wealth must be vast. Guyan, let's go give her a little surprise. Guyan catches on instantly. You mean go to the city of God? He nods. Exactly. Why run around looking for relics? Isn't the most valuable thing in the entire longevity secret realm right there in the city? Taking everything inside should be enough, shouldn't it? The master and disciple leap from one tree to another. Yi Bei tells the story as they travel. You both know her. She is... Suddenly, there's a strange noise from above. It turns out to be Luo Xuechong falling toward them. Master, unfortunately, she lost her footing on a treetop. Worried, he flies out and catches Luo Xuechong in his arms. Yi Bei pulls her close. He lands gently on the ground. He introduces her happily. Luo Xuechong, your eldest senior sister, and also your future master's wife. Xuechong leans against Yi Bei, off balance, and waves. Guyan's eyes go wide. What? No way. A moment later, she finishes telling the whole story. And that's how it happened. Guyan is delighted for them. Master, you and eldest senior sister are just too perfect. Once the rest of our sisters reunite, we have to throw you and eldest senior sister a wedding that shakes the world. Yi Bei excitedly pulls his lover closer. I'll definitely give my little Luo a wedding that rocks all three realms. Xuechong blushes. Master, don't listen to Guyan's nonsense. A golden vortex suddenly appears in the sky. A voice echoes from it. It really is a divine relic. This is great. We finally found it. Guyan watches closely. Master, look over there. What is that? He and his two disciples follow the sound. Let's go. Let's see what's happening. Under an ancient tree with shimmering gold leaves, people are gathered in excitement. Look, those are real golden leaves. This is the Yin-Yang Chaos Leaf. It's been 500 years. I can finally break through my bottleneck. One man holds out his palm as a golden leaf falls into it. As long as I refine this golden leaf, my Eye of Plunder can reach the next level. Guyan watches everyone flocking to the golden leaves with suspicion. Master, these golden leaves are very strange. Yi Bei realizes it immediately. These people are blinded by the treasure. They don't even notice those leaves are devouring their spirit energy. Once they actually start refining them, they'll just be providing more energy for the leaves until they die. They'll be sucked dry. She looks concerned. So many leaves, and so many people, if everyone tries to refine them. I'm afraid this place will turn into a land of death. Master, should we save them? The man still holds the golden leaf in his hand. I've finally waited long enough for this day. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Hold on. Standing in the back, he issued a warning. I suggest you don't refine the gold leaves in your hands. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of you sitting here will meet a good end. The group turn around, their guard up. Who are you? How dare you spout such nonsense? Do you have any idea how long we searched to find this divine site? Where did this brat come from? He's probably just jealous and wants to steal our treasure. He dares try to stop us from inheriting the divine power? Kill him. Yi Bei realized his kindness was being met with malice. Fine, if that's how it is. Pretend I was just talking nonsense. Do as you please. He nodded. Go ahead. I don't believe you for a second. I'm going first. I'll refine it right now, just to show an ignorant fool like you. Ban Quan pressed his palms together. He manifested a circular runic seal. The circle spun for a moment and then faded away. He held out his hands triumphantly. See, I told you it was fine. Seeing this, the others followed suit. I'll do it too. Let's refine it together. We've waited far too long for this day. The girl also clasped her hands to activate the runic circle. It was brilliant gold at first, but soon it turned into an eerie purple. She tried to pull her hands away, but couldn't. What's happening? The woman finally realized something was wrong. My spiritual power. It feels like it's being sucked dry. Her entire body was enveloped in purple energy. Her hands jerked, clasping together and pointing toward the sky. Someone, save me. A second later, the girl was completely vaporized by that surge of energy. Ban Quan stood there, jaw dropped in shock. How could this happen? He realized that the boy had seen the problem with the leaf from the start. He must have a way. He can save us. The group fell to their knees together, begging, "Help us. We beg of you. Save us, young brother. Your insight is extraordinary. To see through a divine object like that, you must be no ordinary man. We have all faced life and death together here. It wasn't easy to find this divine sight. That's why our minds were clouded by greed. Please put aside our previous offense and save us. We will do everything in our power to repay you in the future." Yi Bei let out a thoughtful "oh." "And what exactly could you offer to repay me?" Ban Quan spoke up quickly. "As long as it exists within the city of God's decree. Whatever you want. I can find all of it for you." Yi Bei raised his hand, summoning a terrifying surge of power. "Don't forget your promise. I'll help you save them. Right now." His spiritual intent blasted directly toward the base of the tree. Ban Quan stole a glance, watching closely. He wants to directly destroy the trunk? But this is too naive. How could an ordinary technique burn the yin-yang chaos tree? I must have misjudged him. Suddenly, Ban Quan's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. In an instant, the entire ancient tree was enveloped by Yi Bei's mysterious spiritual power. Once finished, he dusted off his hands. "I am the true dragon immortal attendant. This heaven-burning unity technique has followed me through heaven and earth, refining countless things. Dealing with a tree like this is a minor feat for the power of the world." The other saw the tree burning and rushed forward, screaming, "No, don't burn it. This is a divine artifact. Even if I have to die, I want to keep it." Ban Quan tried to reason with him anxiously. "All of you get back. This isn't the only divine sight in the world. If this one is gone, we can find another." But they wouldn't listen. They were intent on throwing themselves into danger. Yi Bei muttered from behind, "This yin-yang chaos tree is both holy and profane. If they die for its temptation, they aren't worth pitying." Ban Quan looked at the gold leaf in his hand. Before long, it transformed into a purple leech. The phantom earth leech. So that's what it was. Ban Quan pressed his hands together. He bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, young brother, for saving me from that demonic delusion just in time. Tell me what you desire. If it's within my power, I will grant it all." Yi Bei looked serious. "What I want? What could you possibly help me with?" The man spoke honestly. "Little brother, to be truthful, I have nothing to hide. I am the pavilion master of the eternal life exchange in the city of God's decree. Feel free to choose anything from our collection." Yi Bei didn't hesitate. "Can you help me? Find someone?" Ban Quan agreed immediately. "Of course I can, as long as they are in the city of God's decree. There is no information we cannot find." Behind them, Shueshang was suddenly startled. "That's..." A brilliant golden circle emerged from the center of the tree trunk. A spiritual elixir began to take shape amidst the purple smoke. She reached out and caught it in an instant. Shueshang stared intensely at the object in her hand. She murmured, "This feeling is so strange. It's as if it was originally a part of me." He reached out to stop her. "Hold on." Before he could warn her, Shueshang's entire body was covered in incantations. The elixir seized the opportunity and vanished into her body. Yi Bei called out anxiously, "Luo girl." Shueshang's body began to collapse. He caught her and encouraged her. "Luo girl, hang in there." Luo girl isn't the type to be reckless. She wouldn't be easily tempted by the yin-yang tree either. There must be something strange going on. Jian finally walked over. "Master, what happened to eldest senior sister?" He sighed. "Her spiritual power is in chaos. I've temporarily sealed it. She likely won't wake up for a while." The girl asked urgently. "Then what should we do?" Ban Quan suggested. "Why don't you all come back with me? I can provide what you're looking for and offer a temporary place of refuge." Yi Bei picked Shueshang up, feeling grateful. "Thank you." A voice echoed from inside the room. "Brother Yi, You've done us a massive favor. Besides, you've just arrived in the city of God's decree. From now on, consider the eternal life, exchange your home. This will be your residence. Just let me know if you need anything. Anything I can do, I will give my absolute best. Yibei gently laid Shui Shang down. That's very kind of you. The man reported. Regarding the person you asked about, Fu Chu, there's news. However, the situation has taken a bizarre turn. Ji Yin turned around and asked blankly. How so? Ban Quan recounted. That day after you gave the order, we immediately sent people to track Fu Chu, to gather intel on her. Fu Chu was originally a prominent figure in the city of God's decree, always making a grand entrance. With a massive following, extremely eye-catching. But since the day she returned to the city of God's decree, it's as if she vanished without a trace. The strangest part is the treasures she left in her manor. There's no one guarding them. It's as if she set the stage for everyone to see, waiting for someone to walk right in. He interjected. It seems she anticipated we would come looking for her. Ban Quan proposed, Brother Yi, do you want me to send men to scout it out and see if it's real? Yi Bei shook his head. No need. If she's made it clear she wants us there, then we'll just go and have a look. He clasped his hands and bowed. Understood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ji Yin suddenly noticed something strange about Shui Shang. Master, look at eldest senior sister's body. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. Luo girl. Her entire body was being lifted by a strange green, spiritual aura. The girl's eyes widened as she whispered. Eldest senior sister is... She saw a blue lotus flower manifest above her head in a mystical vision and realized. Eldest senior sister is breaking through her realm. Afterward, Shui Shang opened her eyes. A flash of green light appeared for a brief moment. He connected the dots. Luo girl has been reaping various opportunities these past few days. Even though her consciousness is currently clouded, her body has begun to automatically absorb energy and evolve. She's breaking through. Ji Yin couldn't help but worry. Master, if this continues, will eldest senior sister be all right? Yi Bei reassured her. Don't worry. I have faith in her abilities. She prayed silently. Eldest senior sister, you must be okay. Inside the room, the two began to map out their plan. So, Master, regarding Fu Chu, what should we do? Since she's already set the stage for us, we'll go and meet them. And so a new day began. White clouds drifted lazily high above. Master and disciple left the small courtyard together for a secluded area. Ji Yin looked around tentatively. There really isn't a single person here. He noticed a corner. The spiritual energy over there is lush and vibrant. The treasures must be that way. Let's check it out. She obeyed. Yes, Master. The two of them quickly made their way toward that area. Ji Yin peeked inside, whispering to herself. Still no one here. But as for treasures, there are plenty. Yi Bei cleared his throat to get her attention. Yinner, Master once taught me, if there's an advantage to be taken. The girl piped up excitedly. Only a fool would pass it up. He let out a soft chuckle, drowning in gold and silver. What a windfall. I spent everything I had last time, but now I've made it all back. A few minutes later, she was so exhausted she was breaking a sweat. She really is the wealthiest person around. Absolutely filthy rich. But Master, we gone this far. And yet, she still hasn't shown up. She couldn't have actually vanished into thin air, could she? Maybe she offended too many people. Before we could even make a move, someone else got to her first. This is way too strange. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell onto Gu Yan's shoulder. Instinctively, she looked up to see where it came from. Gu Yan wiped it away with her finger. She held it up to her face. What is this? As she rubbed her fingers together, she realized something was wrong. Yi Bei instinctively looked up as well. There was Fu Shi, bound tightly in ropes and suspended from the ceiling. Gu Yan cried out in horror. Fu Shi. Fu Shi was tied up so tight that she didn't have an ounce of strength left. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yi Bei was equally stunned. What's going on here? Her eyes were lifeless as she pleaded, Save me. Gu Yan pointed at Fu Shi. Master, is this a trap? She pleaded desperately. Please save me. I'm innocent. Miss Du seemed to sense something, and her eyes widened in realization. Gu Yan performed a graceful sword flourish. Master, look out. It's a trap. Miss Du's spiritual energy was so powerful it surged out past the courtyard. Yi Bei looked down at the woman on the floor. That wasn't her just now. Someone is trying to trick you into killing her. Guyan looked confused. What on earth is happening? Fushi looked up and grabbed his leg. Yibei, help me. If you could just save me, I'll give you whatever you want. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. All my years of hard work. It can't all end in an instant. You have to save me. He replied coldly. What makes you think you're still worth saving? Everything in your manor is already in our pockets, and you're nothing but a dying woman. You have no value left to exploit. Besides, you're our enemy. Why should we bother saving you? Fushi recounted weakly. This whole place, it's all a conspiracy. From the moment you met me. To Luo Shuchong breaking through to the next realm right now. And even your arrival here, it's all part of the plan. He wants to use you to break the limits of the city of gods. He frowned and pressed her. Who is he? Her brow furrowed in pain. I've been placed under a restrictive seal. I can't say his name. Save me. I can take you to him. Gu Yin remained skeptical. Master, this is just her word against everything else. Should we really save her? Yibei thought for a moment, then extended his palm, summoning a green healing aura. Azure Rain Purification. She bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you. The girl sighed. I understand. Unexpectedly, Fushi coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood a second later. She clutched her head and screamed in agony, her soul being manipulated. Yibei, you lied to me. Guyan gasped in shock. What's happening? Yibei looked into Fushi's blood-red eyes and explained. Someone placed a seal on her a long time ago. The moment external spiritual energy enters her body, it triggers automatically. Her gaze filled with murderous intent as she lost control. Yibei, I hate you. Yibei sensed the danger and barked, Get back now. As they retreated, a terrifying explosion erupted from where Fushi stood. The girl hadn't expected this at all. This city of gods is crawling with schemes and deception. Everyone's just using each other. She was clearly a powerful figure. Yet in the end, she didn't even know how she died. He glanced toward the door, noticing a dark shadow. Yibei looked back and warned, Yinner, someone is still here. He quickly took off, pursuing the mysterious figure's trail. Stop right there. Yibei's aura was suddenly blocked by a powerful force. Gu Yin gripped her sword hilt with both hands, channeling her power to help her master. Don't even think about escaping. The tip of her sword touched the ground, flashing with emerald spiritual energy. A strange light shone down from the sky. It formed small circles, drawing in a bizarre weapon. The black-clad man nodded. Interesting. Gu Yin leaped from the courtyard, sword in hand. He raised a single finger, summoning a mysterious aura. In an instant, the girl froze mid-air. She was struck by the black-clad man's spiritual palm strike. He flew right up to Gu Yin. Game over, little girl. With that, the man in black took Miss Du down. Yibei's heart burned with rage. Yinner. To defeat Yinner in a single blow, his strength is definitely far beyond a true immortal. Who exactly is he? Gu Yin's body trembled as she whispered, Master. The black-clad man stood at a distance, threatening him. Yibei, I'll give you an 8-step chance. If you can reach me within 8 steps, I'll let your disciple go. Otherwise, your precious disciple will become nothing more than a ghost by my hand. Gu Yin trembled, too weak to even fight back. He summoned a lotus flower, encased within a spherical orb, with the energy channeled by the man in black. A black lake was created right before him. Yibei scowled at the lotuses floating there, creating something from nothing. He's reached the realm of transformation. The man in black taunted him further. My patience is wearing thin. Don't disappoint me. He lunged forward, stepping from one lotus to the next. Clear. In this manner, Yibei covered a great distance using the lotuses. Seeing Yibei standing tall on a lotus platform before him, the man burst out laughing. Breaking through my 7 steps in one go. Impressive. Very impressive indeed. He sneered. Get close to you? You're not even worthy. Yibei soared into the air, summoning a massive spectral palm. He slammed it down toward the black-clad man. The man swung Gu Yan's sword, cutting right through the attack in a single strike. The black-clad man stood beside Miss Du, stroking the weapon in his hand. This time it was this blade that stopped you. Next time, it will be your precious disciple. He remained calm. He hadn't made his real move yet. The man slowly stepped into a spatial portal. Everything I wanted to know, I've learned today. Yibei. I really should thank you. Yi-Bei's expression hardened. He looked confused. What's that supposed to mean? As the man in black vanished, he left behind one last remark. Yi-Bei, we shall meet again. He rushed over to his fallen disciple. Yi-Bei placed his hands on her shoulders, gently lifting her up. Yinner, there was something off about Gu Yan's expression. He frowned in shock. What's this? Suddenly, Miss Du opened her eyes. A red spiritual light emanated from her pupils. A drop of sweat rolled down Yi-Bei's face. He gritted his teeth in panic. Damn it! Yi-Bei fell into a mysterious dark illusion and thought to himself. That person just now wasn't Yinner at all. It was an illusion the man in black created using Yinner's spiritual energy. No wonder I couldn't sense any life force coming from her. This was all just a setup to lure me in. But what is he actually after? Yi-Bei looked at the lotuses before him, along with the triangular golden fragment. He watched closely. That is, Yi-Bei felt a mix of doubt and curiosity. It's radiating divine power. He began leaping onto the lotus flowers again. Step by step, Yi-Bei pressed forward. He came to a halt on a lotus platform. Yi-Bei stared at the golden object. With every step, it feels like 1,000 tons of pressure are weighing down on my feet. It's trying to stop me from going any further. But with every step I take, the spiritual energy in my body surges even more violently. It's as if it's calling me closer to that golden scale. What exactly are you? Why are you resonating so strongly with the energy inside me? The object continued to spin within the vortex of energy. Yi-Bei stroked his chin, thinking of a way. Spiritual energy alone isn't enough to suppress these lotuses. I can't even get one step closer. How am I supposed to reach that golden scale? Without hesitation, he reached out his hand and summoned his power. Lightning arts. Instantly, bolts of lightning struck directly at the scale fragment. But moments later, it remained completely unscathed. Yi-Bei racks his brain, searching for a solution. It's completely useless. The only way to get across is to take it one step at a time. If that's the case, I'll use this opportunity to... Perhaps I can finally get close to you. He sits cross-legged on the lotus platform. He presses his palms together. He begins to chant. A few days later, Yi-Bei is still cultivating without rest. The moment his eyes snap open, a surge of energy erupts. His entire being radiates the profound power of the lotus. He stands up and looks at his hands, feeling immensely satisfied. This place truly is a sacred land for cultivation. In just a few short days, my cultivation has reached the peak of the void immortal realm. Accomplishing this in the outside world would have taken centuries. Yi-Bei reaches out and touches the outer ring of the scale. This is truly unexpected. What exactly are you? I'm finally going to get to the bottom of this. The golden scale shines brilliantly in Yi-Bei's palm. Suddenly, it releases a shimmering, 7-colored energy. Yi-Bei struggles to keep it under control. Not again. He raises his hand to shield his face. When he wakes up, Yi-Bei finds himself back where he started. He stands alone before the massive courtyard. Gu Yan and Ban Quan rush toward him. Master, you've finally returned. Yi-Bei turns his head toward the voice. He is absolutely stunned. Why are you two suddenly dressed like this? She throws her arms around Yi-Bei. Master, tears stream down Gu Yan's face. It's been 5 years. Master, you finally come back. He is shell-shocked. 5 years? What are you talking about? Gu Yan says frantically, Master, you've been missing for 5 years. Eldest senior sister has been in a deep sleep for 5 years as well. So much has happened in the city of divine will. But now you're finally back. Yi-Bei rubs his chin, lost in thought. To me, it felt like I was only in that space for a few days. But 5 years have passed outside. That formation, it must have been set up for me. But what exactly was that man in black after? He raises his palm and suddenly notices something. Wait, where did that golden scale go? At that moment, it begins to glow within Yi-Bei's palm. A strange aura begins to envelop his entire body. Gu Yan's eyes widen in shock. Master, this energy is so strong it's repelling. It blows both of them back. Ban Quan tries to shield himself with his arms, but he still coughs up a mouthful of blood. Gu Yan covers her mouth in a panic. She tries to gauge the power. This spiritual energy, it's radiating from Master. Gu Yan reaches out to touch it. But how can there be this much spiritual energy? This is... A moment later, Gu Yan freezes for a few seconds. She spins around, narrowly dodging an atmospheric shockwave. Gu Yan clutches her arm, stunned. Just a tiny bit of contact, and this energy surged through my meridians, striking directly at my life source. Forget 5 years. Even after 500 years, it should be impossible for someone to reach this level. During these past 5 years, where did Master actually go? What did he experience back then? Behind her, Ban Quan clutches his chest and cries out, Miss Gu, help me. For the sake of our 5-year friendship, you have to save me. Gu Yin reaches back and grips the hilt of her sword. Don't worry. Given everything you've done for eldest senior sister these past few years, I will definitely save you. She swings her sword high into the air. Her aura blazes with determination. These waves of spiritual energy have completely isolated him from the outside world. Master is drowning in his own sea of spiritual power. He can't hear our voices at all. I have to risk everything. Only a decisive strike can wake Master up. Gu Yan's weapon carves a trail across the ground, flashing with golden energy. She leaps into the air, preparing to strike. Master, wake up. Yi Bai is still lost in his thoughts. To think it actually merged with my body. It even seems to be forcing the spiritual energy within me to surge. This is clearly no ordinary object. The immortal realm. It must be a world above the 3,000 worlds. But why did it end up in my hands? And why does it keep flickering like this? Suddenly, he glances to the side. I think I hear Yenner's voice. Just as Yi Bei turns, the sword is about to strike his head. An earth-shattering explosion erupts a second later. Yi Bei recoils, startled. What the? Yenner, what kind of joke is this? Are you trying to make your eldest senior sister a widow? Seeing him awake, Gu Yin sheathes her sword. Master, you're finally awake. Yi Bei winces, looking annoyed. What on earth is going on? Half an hour later, after they finish catching him up on everything, he rubs his chin, realizing the situation. So that's how it is. It seems it'll be safer for me to enter my pocket world alone to uncover the secrets of this golden scale later. Ban Quan chimes in. There's hope. There's finally hope. I knew I wasn't wrong about you back then. Yi Bei is taken aback. What happened? He clasps his hands and bows respectfully. Brother Yi, do you remember our initial agreement? You help my sect, and I provide you with treasures. Right now, the very survival of the Eternal Life Pavilion rests solely in your hands. Treasures. I'll have my people prepare them for you immediately. Please, I beg of you. Save us. Yi Bei agrees immediately. It's not out of the question, but you must grant me one request. He thinks to himself, it's time I took care of this. Ban Quan responds eagerly. I will grant whatever condition you have. The three of them return to the small room. Yi Bei sits down and makes his proposal. I want to take a trip to the Tianxian Plain immediately. Ban Quan is puzzled. The Tianxian Plain? Gu Yin turns to look at him. Could it be that Master wants to? He nods. Exactly. I want you to go there and bring all of my disciples up to the immortal realm. Is that a problem? He clasps his hands with a sense of duty. Of course not. That's no problem at all. Yi Bei picks up a teacup and asks slowly, Now, tell me about your situation. Ban Quan obeys. Yes. During the 5 years you were gone, the city of Divine Will has undergone earth-shattering changes. Countless divine miracles have appeared. Everyone's cultivation has skyrocketed in just 5 years to levels we never dared imagine. But during these same 5 years, a terrifying cult has emerged in the city of Divine Will. Their goal is to destroy all equality in the world and create a rigid, absolute hierarchy. They believe that everything has an inherent rank and that everything must be sacrificed for the cult. Do not fail to commit a small evil. Do not bother to perform a small good. They have slaughtered many rising geniuses within the city of Divine Will. Over the last 5 years, countless factions have fallen into their hands. Their spiritual energy is drained, and they are subjected to utterly inhumane torture. Yet, no one has been able to stand against them. Now, word has gotten out that they intend to attack the sanctuary of the city of Divine Will, Yilong City. If that place falls, I can't imagine the depth of the ruin that will befall the city of Divine Will. Ban Quan takes out a golden circular object. This is my personal token. When you reach Yilong City, just use your spiritual energy to activate it. The people there will recognize it. They will all welcome you. The situation in Yilong City is complicated. I might not be able to explain it clearly. You'll see for yourself once you arrive. Yi Bei reaches out and takes it. He examines every detail carefully. Yi Bei mutters to himself, So the situation in Yilong City is complicated, huh? Not long after, he sets foot on a new land. Yibei stands with his hands behind his back, looking down solemnly. For such a massive, evil cult to sprout up, I like to see just what kind of place this is. Suddenly, a noise comes from the bushes behind him. He narrows his eyes, alert. Someone's there. Approaching is a woman using a cane to feel her way forward. Yibei thinks to himself, surprised. She's blind? She walks, feeling guilty. It's all because of that cursed Black Tower cult. They ruined your village and left you with such horrific injuries. The man behind her lets out a grunt of agreement. The girl seems incredibly kind-hearted, but don't you worry. The people of Yilong City are very warm and welcoming. Once we reach the city, everyone will do their best to save you, even though you've lost your arms and your spiritual energy has been stripped away. You must never give up hope. You can definitely survive this. The man in black behind her remains silent as she leads him. Her cane taps the ground ahead, nearing the edge of a cliff. She wonders, why has the walk felt so long today? Why hasn't it shown up yet? Don't tell me I'm going the wrong way. That guy whispered it right in my ear. I'm on the right track. Just keep going straight and I'll be there. The woman followed along. I guess that's right, even though I can't see the road. Since you can see just fine, how could we possibly go the wrong way? His voice sank low. The cult leader once said, the weak are meant to die. I'm meant to die, and she should die too. I'm simply setting her free. I'm not in the wrong. Hearing this, the girl immediately became alert. What are you saying? The man in black abruptly raised his hand. Life is already meaningless, so there is nothing to fear in death. His eyes were filled with bloodlust. I am not wrong. He quickly struck the woman's pressure points. Then, both of them plummeted into the deep abyss. Yibo let out a sharp laugh. So this is the Black Tower cult? Never refrain from small evil. How interesting. However, I've decided to save her. And you don't get to kill someone just because you feel like it. With that, he quickly dove toward the girl falling through the air. Yibo sped down from the heights like a bolt of lightning. Before long, he reached the blind girl. The woman suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. A faint sound echoed through the silent forest. The girl raised her hands to cover her face. How can this be? I clearly saved him. He explained calmly, his hands behind his back. You saved someone who wasn't worth saving. He's a member of the Black Tower cult. The woman was utterly shocked. What did you say? He was from the Black Tower cult? Yibo frowned and confirmed. That's right. Her voice began to tremble. You mean, I saved the murderer who slaughtered that entire village? I even almost brought him back to Yelling City. He continued. He tried to kill you mostly because he knew his identity would be exposed once you reached the city. So he decided to silence you once and for all. The girl bowed her head in sorrow. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died without ever knowing what truly happened. Yibo held out his palm toward her. You're from Yelling City, aren't you? I'll take you back. The woman flatly refused. There's no need. He was slightly taken aback. The woman clutched her shoulder. When he pushed me off the cliff, just now, my vital gate was shattered. My life is coming to an end. She pulled out a small green whistle from her robes. I lost my sight because of a mistake during cultivation. And now that my vital gate is destroyed, my spiritual energy is dissipating. There's no saving me now. I'm truly grateful to you. Even if the person I saved wasn't worth it, I hope the person who saved me is. Take this whistle to the Yelling Pavilion. The people inside will treat you well. He observed her closely. So this is what the legendary people of Yelling City are like. What a pity. Yibo turned to leave, calling back over his shoulder. I'll tell the people at the Yelling Pavilion to come collect your body. Arriving at Yelling City, he stood outside the gates and announced himself. I'm here to see your pavilion master. Several guards blocked his path. Things aren't like they used to be. You can't just see the pavilion master whenever you want. Show us a token. He tossed up the round token belonging to Shun Pan Quan. Yibo looked at it in surprise. There was no reaction. My spiritual power, it's gone? Yibo twirled the token in his hand. He rubbed his chin, staring at it intently. Just as I thought, it's not working. Could it be the effect of that golden scale? The soldiers leveled their spears at Yibo. What are you trying to do? He spoke frankly. I'm not trying to do anything. Someone just told me to come see your pavilion master. Yibo thought to himself. My spiritual power has vanished for now. If a fight breaks out, I'll definitely be at a disadvantage. I need to find a way to bluff them. The leader gritted his teeth and repeated. I told you, the pavilion master isn't someone you can just meet. Yibo spread his arms and delivered the message. The pavilion master of the longevity pavilion, Shun Panquan, sent me here. They burst out laughing. Kid, if you're going to lie, at least look at your own situation first. You're far too young. You don't have a lick of spiritual power. How could you possibly have a connection with Pavilion Master Shin Panquan? Look, young man, you probably just came here to see the sights. Just leave now. We won't hold this against you. Yibo's voice turned cold and heavy. Fine. Since it's come to this, I'll stop pretending. I am an envoy from the Black Tower cult, here to negotiate. Get your Pavilion Master out here immediately. If hostilities break out because of your delay, don't blame me. The soldiers' faces turned pale with fear. Someone from the Black Tower cult. They scrambled in a panic. I'll go inform the Pavilion Master. An enemy has infiltrated. The rest of you, stay alert. If he makes even one suspicious move, kill him on the spot. The others shouted in unison. Understood. Tianzi appeared instantly. You're the one sent by the Black Tower cult? Yibo pulled out the girl's green whistle. It was all just a bluff. Shin Panquan and that woman told me to find you. He recognized it immediately. It's her. Tianzi said urgently, little brother, please come inside. As he walked, he muttered to himself. Wouldn't it have been better if you just done that from the start? The two of them began to talk. Since your spiritual power has vanished, Brother Yi, stay here in the pavilion and recover for a while. We will surely win the war against the Black Tower cult. Then I'm in your debt. Yibo handed him the whistle. I'm returning it to you. He immediately declined. I think you should keep that for yourself, Brother Yi, because this whistle doesn't actually belong to the Yelling Pavilion. He was confused. What do you mean by that? Tianzi quickly explained. You probably don't know this, Brother Yi, but this whistle is a unique treasure of a certain tribe in Yelling City. It contains their history and the owner's memories. It even holds the owner's personal incantations. Unless it's a matter of life and death, and the owner willingly unlocks its secrets, it would never fall into another's hands. For a newcomer to Yelling City to receive such a precious gift is exactly why I trust that you were sent by the Pavilion Master. Yibo recalled the woman's words. Take this whistle to the Yelling Pavilion. The people inside will treat you well. Now he finally realized. So that's what she meant. Young Master Lin added a reminder. You should keep this whistle very safe. Legend says it can save your life in a moment of crisis. The two of them stopped in front of a temple door. Above, it was an inscription. Great harmony under heaven. Yibo repeated those words. Great harmony under heaven. Tianzi answered. The people serve the common good. This is the ultimate belief of our Yelling City. No room for conflict. No room for social hierarchy. A world of harmony where everyone works for the greater good. Everyone can pursue their dreams here. He spoke cryptically. Sounds like quite the ideal. Perhaps. He caught the implication immediately. You're more than welcome to join us. Yibo chuckled with genuine amusement. Tianzi slowly introduced the place. This is the treasure pavilion of our Yelling Pavilion. It's also where we cultivate. As long as you have the ability, you can take anything you want from here. Spend the next 2 days here and focus on your training. As for the Black Tower cult, though they are infuriating, we can still handle them for now. He felt grateful. Then, thank you. He gave one last piece of advice. However, Brother Yi, you must be extremely careful. Do not show off your talents. Lately, the Black Tower cult has started a campaign to assassinate geniuses. Anyone they find with talent who refuses to join them will be slaughtered. Yibo rubbed his chin and smiled. This Black Tower cult is quite ruthless. With those words, young Master Lin turned to leave. Then, I won't disturb you any further. He politely replied. Much appreciated. Yibo walked around to inspect the place. All the treasures and cultivation techniques of Yelling City are all right here. This is perfect, but there's a problem. Right now, I don't have a single shred of spiritual energy. If I can't claim these treasures, am I supposed to just stand here and stare at them? Yibo straightened up and reached for a green manual. He slowly opened it. Forget it. I should check out the cultivation techniques first. A radiant golden aura flickered before Yibo's eyes. His entire body was suddenly enveloped by this surging energy. Within it was the golden scale he had obtained. Yibo realized with a start. This is the golden scale. He read on deep in thought. This golden scale is a divine artifact. The only issue is that I haven't fully refined it yet. It's merely been forcefully sealed within my body. That's why it's clashing so violently with my own spiritual energy. And because of that clash, My spiritual energy has completely vanished. If I can refine this golden scale, not only will I recover my energy, but I'll definitely break through to the next realm. Yibei immediately clasped his hands and began to cultivate. A surge of golden energy radiated from where he sat. The light rose, forming a swirling halo. Yibei frowned, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Just a little more. He pushed on, focusing his mind. I will reclaim it all. Every last drop of my power. Yibei snapped his eyes open. The final point. The air was suddenly filled with plumes of crimson smoke. His pupils flashed with twin golden flames. They shot into the sky, creating a beam of azure light that pierced through the clouds. The soldiers watched in awe. Does this mean he's broken through? There's hope for us to defeat the Black Tower sect, after all. In the distance, two figures stood watching the surge of energy. The sect master of the Black Tower sect gave his order. Find this person. Bring him to me. The man in black bowed. Understood. Meanwhile, Yibei was still looking at the golden scale in his hand. He muttered to himself, a breakthrough is one thing, but I still haven't fully refined it. I need to increase the intensity. At the sound of movement, Yibei grew alert. Come out. The man in black stood behind him and spoke. To detect my presence so quickly, you're only the second person to ever do so. I'll give you two choices. Do you buy my haunt? Or come back to the Black Tower sect with me? Yibei replied coldly. And what if I don't like either option? The man in black lunged forward. Then I'll just have to choose for you. Yibei frowned. How annoying. He raised a single hand and blocked the man effortlessly. That guy, refusing to back down, the assassin unleashed several flying swords. Yibei parried them in an instant. You're certainly a cut above the average person. But is this all you've got? He countered with a threat. I'll give you one last chance. Kill me. Because if you don't, you're the one who's going to die. The man in black summoned a sharp weapon in his hand. Yibei's expression turned grim. He unleashed his technique. Void Great Palm. Instantly, a massive hand lunged toward the man's face. With a loud thud, the man in black vanished into a mist of mysterious purple energy. Yibei withdrew his essence. I told you. I only give one chance. You're the one who threw it away. He turned to leave, leaving a giant handprint embedded in the ground. I'd like to see what kind of games this Black Tower sect is playing. Yibei took a leap and soared into the air. He arrived at a mystical bamboo forest. Yibei landed quickly. Without hesitation, he called out, You're already here, so quit hiding and show yourself. The sect master of the Black Tower sect stepped out. Yibei, we finally meet. The two faced off in the middle of the bamboo forest. Yibei asked curiously, What's your goal in luring me here? The old man sneered. Luring you? Don't be absurd. Ordinary people don't get a personal invitation from me. Now, let's see if you're actually worthy. He raised his staff, controlling a surge of blood-red energy. Far from being afraid, Yibei let out a smirk. He swept his hand, releasing a wave of purple spiritual energy. So many soul flames. Just how many living souls did you have to refine to get this? In a heartbeat, the sect master's essence was blown back. The old man suddenly burst into laughter. As expected of the man I've had my eye on. To think you broke my soul flame great art with a single move. Yibei replied with mocking humility. It was nothing special. The sect master continued. I admire strength, and I admire your arrogance. So, right here and now, I'm formally inviting you to join the Black Tower sect. What do you say? Yibei laughed out loud. What makes you think I'd ever agree to that? Is it because of that wrinkled, old face of yours? The sect master tried to entice him further. Because we're the same, Yibei. Why do you think people cultivate? Yibei took a guess. Don't tell me that after wandering around those pavilions, you actually started believing in that world peace and equality nonsense? The sect master frowned and began his rant, believing the words of that Emperor Lin, that as long as you work hard and cultivate, anyone can become a god. Cultivation, from the very beginning, has always been about establishing a hierarchy. It's about the fundamental difference between people. The strong own the resources and the world. The weak are discarded. If the immortal realm and the god realm were full of people who were all equally strong, then those places would be no better than the lower realms. Only rank and status are the fundamental rules that govern this world. And you and I are the ones at the very top of the food chain. We were destined to be the same kind of people. Yibei gave a non-committal shrug. You're not entirely wrong. The sect master was surprised. So you're willing to join the Black Tower sect? Yibei wagged a finger at him. No, 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 no. I am indeed at the top of the food chain. But as for whether you are, I'm not so sure about that. The old man scowled. Are you playing games with me? Yi-Bei continued to provoke him. People like you who spout high and mighty philosophies are the most annoying. If you got the skills, fight me. If you don't, then get on your knees and admit defeat. Enraged, the Sect master summoned his spiritual energy. You don't know your place. He conjured chains that surrounded where Yi-Bei stood. The Sect master threatened him while controlling the energy. Since he refused to submit to me, then you can leave your soul behind. The chains lunged forward, coiling around his body. One by one, they locked his arms. Next, Yi-Bei's legs were bound tight. The Sect master clenched his fist. Oomph. His aura was overwhelming. Now die. Yi-Bei just stood there, watching. He didn't make a move. At that same moment, Shueshang suddenly woke up from her long slumber. She sat up abruptly, filled with anxiety. Shueshang's eyes widened as she whispered, Master. A vision of Yi-Bei facing off against the Sect master flashed in her eyes. I have to save Master. Guyan, who was bringing medicine, was stunned. Senior sister, you're finally awake. Shueshang quickly grabbed her hand. Master is in danger. Guyan frowned, hesitating. Master is in danger? Senior sister, what do you mean? Suddenly, the image of the lotus pedestal Yi-Bei used for cultivation appeared in her eyes. Guyan froze in place. Senior sister, your eyes. Shueshang didn't say a word. She just replayed the vision. The image of him bound in chains reflected in her pupils. Guyan placed a hand on Shueshang's shoulder. Senior sister, what you see, is it the future? Shueshang touched her head. That's right. That day, Master helped me refine the yin-yang chaos leaf. Because my body couldn't handle the massive spiritual energy, I fell into a coma for 5 years. Even though I wasn't awake during these 5 years, I knew exactly what was happening to everyone. This is because the chaos leaf helped me awaken the power of prophecy. Guyan looked worried. So the scene you just saw? She asked urgently. Master is going to face an unprecedented hardship. Guyan, my sister, we have to go help him. Guyan turned to leave. I'll gather our subordinates immediately so we can go support Master. Shueshang reached out to stop her. She had a better plan in mind. We have something more important to do. Back at the bamboo forest, the Sect master wasn't letting up. Yi-Bei just died already. As the sharp spikes attacked, Yi-Bei raised his palm to block them. His eyes flashed with golden, spiritual energy. You think this is enough to stop me? Yi-Bei grabbed a spike and yanked it, shattering the chain's formation. He gripped it tight in one hand, using his strength to crush the tip to pieces. Moments later, countless stones rose around Yi-Bei, forming the shape of a lotus. The Sect master leaped back. I can't believe my eyes. What on earth? He didn't even look for the formation's core. He just tore the whole thing apart with raw spiritual power. It seems what the man in black said was true. Yi-Bei, you truly are my fated rival. The Pavilion Master summons several more inner demon arrays. So that's how it is. It's just got a whole lot easier. He slowly takes a step forward. Then, he moves with the speed of light. The Pavilion Master senses Yi-Bei behind him and freezes. How is this possible? Yi-Bei unleashes a strike, but the man agilely dodges to the side. The Pavilion Master points his staff directly at him. Not bad speed, but you're still a bit lacking. He suddenly looks up. He glances around frantically, but his opponent is nowhere to be seen. Yi-Bei charges in fiercely with his primordial spirit, making the man gasp. This is bad. Lightning strikes from above, forming glowing circles. Before long, the Pavilion Master is sprawled out on the ground. His spiritual energy begins to dissipate. Yi-Bei, today, I only used a spirit manifestation to play with you for a bit. Until we meet again, you'd better watch your back. He looks confused. Spirit manifestation? Just like that guy in black. Could his cultivation level actually be above the true immortal realm? The Pavilion Master's spirit soul flies away, leaving behind a manic laugh. Yi-Bei frowns, deep in thought. No, that's not right. His realm hasn't surpassed the true immortal realm yet. If it had, he would have ascended and left this place long ago. His manifestation is created by refining living souls to strengthen his soul power. That's how he mastered that technique. That's why his manifestation feels so incredibly real. It's almost impossible to tell the difference. If he can manifest his spirit, then it proves that spirit manifestation is absolutely possible within the true immortal realm. This golden core is fueled by soul power. Let's give a shot. Inside the bamboo forest, Yi-Bei is cultivating alone. Suddenly, he snaps awake. Looking at another version of himself standing there, Yi-Bei falls into thought. I was right. As long as the soul is tempered to its ultimate peak, there's no need to refine living souls. One can still achieve spirit manifestation. Right now, I can only manifest the form. To use it naturally in combat will take a few more days of practice. Suddenly, an arrow streaks toward him out of nowhere. He spins around quickly. Who's there? Instantly, Yi-Bei leaps into the air. He narrowly avoids a powerful strike. He retreats to a safe distance. Frowning, he looks toward the direction the arrow came from. Do you have a death wish? Suddenly, a commotion breaks out from that direction. Stop pushing. Stop it. If you push any more, we'll be spotted. Senior sister, you're stepping on my foot. Be quiet. Hearing this, he suddenly realizes what's happening. A sly smirk plays on Yi-Bei's lips. So that's how it is. There. Oh, I've been hit. He collapses. Seeing him motionless, Yi-Bei's disciples immediately reveal themselves. They cry out in worry. Master, Master, what happened to you? Tai-Bai sits down to support Yi-Bei, looking at Hongwei reproachfully. Senior sister Hongwei, this is all your fault. Why did you use so much force? You've knocked Master unconscious. Hongwei apologizes, her voice full of guilt. Before she can finish, Tai-Bai complains again. Master was in a deep slumber for 500 years and just woke up. His foundation is still unstable. We shouldn't have risked attacking him like this. It's my fault for coming up with such a terrible idea. Everyone around starts crying, blaming themselves. Master, it's all my fault. My fault. Showdown appears and says, Master would never have passed out from such a minor injury before. Right now, it must be because his spiritual energy is depleted. I have plenty of energy. Let me transfer some to him. With that, she puckers her lips and leans toward Yi-Bei. But before she can do anything, Lin Feng pushes her away. Shoudown protests. Let me do it. But Lin Feng cuts her off. I'll do it. Meanwhile, Yi-Bei is secretly delighted that his disciples care so much about him. My wonderful disciples, it truly wasn't a waste to raise you all. Wu Xiao won't have it and shoves the two of them aside. Everyone, stop this ruckus. We should leave professional matters to Xingqian. Xingqian appears and says, Master's condition can only be cured by eldest senior sister. Then Luoya leans down and says shyly, Master, please stop playing around. There's no way they could actually hurt you. Yi-Bei opens his eyes and replies, No one knows me better than you, little Luoya. Everyone is overjoyed. Master, you're actually awake. Yi-Bei stands up and speaks to them. My disciples, it's been 500 years. Our sect has finally reunited. Lin Feng wipes away a tear and says, It's really been 500 years, Master. You've truly come back to life. Ling Wei cries as well. Master, we miss you so much. Yi-Bei looks around and asks curiously, Why isn't Xiao Jiu here? Xiaodong hears this and answers, Master, there's something you don't know. Senior sister Xiao Jiu entered the city of divine decree long ago. She even managed to establish her own power base. But a few days ago, some blind fool from the Black Tower sect injured one of her followers. With senior sister Xiao Jiu's temper, she obviously couldn't let that slide. In a fit of rage, she stormed off to the Black Tower sect. So before eldest senior sister could find her, she had already left. Hearing this, Wu Xiao says angrily, Someone actually dared to bully one of ours? Do they have a death wish? Xiaodong doesn't think so. She says, with senior sister Xiao Jiu's strength, it's not a matter of others bullying her. It's her going out to bully them. The people around them start whispering. Forget about them. Anyone who dares mess with us has only one path, death. Master, your disciple begs for permission to avenge Xiao Jiu and topple that Black Tower sect. Please, Master, allow us to go and tear them down. Yi-Bei grants his permission, but behind him, Luoya wears a worried expression. Two men in black hoods shout threats. Don't you dare do anything reckless. This is Black Tower sect territory. If you try anything, our sect leader will never let you leave alive. Xiao Jiu looks at them with pure contempt. The Black Tower sect? What kind of pathetic sect is that? Am I supposed to be scared? If anything, you lot have quite the nerve. He breaks out in a cold sweat, trembling with fear. The two of them are sent flying by Xiao Jiu. The blonde one says, Her spiritual power is terrifyingly strong. At this rate, she'll drain us until we're dead. The other one replies, exactly. I've been watching her. She only excels at long-range combat. Besides, after she fires a Dharma orb, there's a cooldown period. Life and death will be decided in that split second. This is our chance. Use everything you've got and kill her. Both of them charge at her. Xiaojio hears them and scoffs. Who told you my skills have a cooldown? She strikes back instantly. Both are horrified. We're doomed. A massive explosion erupts. She looks at the dust and debris settling around her. Xiaojio mutters to herself. Just 2 minor protectors, and they force me to use 6 orbs. These Black Tower guys actually have some skill. Still, since I'm already here, it would be rude to leave without giving them a little gift. I can't just walk away empty-handed. Xiaojio dashes off like a gust of wind. She pants, complaining. This is exhausting. I finally managed to pull it off. But, is this really the Black Tower Sect's headquarters? I've been blowing things up for ages, so why hasn't a single soul shown up? In the distance, the 2 men from earlier haven't been defeated yet and are now tailing her. The blonde one thinks fearfully. That was way too close. I almost got wiped out. They discuss their plan. The prey has taken the bait. The plan can finally begin. Quick, go report to the sect leader. Xiaojio sighs. If only Master were here. The scene shifts to another village. Yi Bei's group is walking around the area. Xiaotong is fascinated by the town's prosperity. She looks at everything and says, so this is the city of cold wilderness. It certainly lives up to its name as a holy city. I've finally made it. This place is so lively. It's got everything you could possibly need. Then, everyone notices a little girl nearby who accidentally bumps into an old man. Looking up, the little girl sees the face of the man she bumped into, and she's terrified by his fierce expression. The girl stammers, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Instead of scolding her, the kind old man makes an offer. Come with me. The little girl happily accepts. Thank you. The 2 of them then depart together. Xiaodong says while eating, that's exactly how Master took us in back then. Seeing this, Taibai replies emotionally to Xiaotong. You're right. A deafening explosion shakes the heavens. Someone screams at the top of their lungs. This is bad. The Black Tower cult is attacking. Purple orbs rain down relentlessly, smashing into the city's houses. Yi Bei quickly manifests a shield. He creates a protective zone to shelter his disciples. His voice is tight with concern. Are you all right? One of them calls back. We're okay. The men in black swarm into the city. Civilians scatter in terror, shouting warnings. The Black Tower cult has breached the gates. Pavilion Master Lin is heavily wounded. Run for your lives. The guards refuse to back down, fighting back with everything they have. As long as we stand, the city stands. If we fall, the city falls. Protect Yelon City. For Yelon City. Wu Xiao grits her teeth at the carnage. The Black Tower cult. They have to die. Yi Bei watches the scene, his expression grim. The invaders are too powerful. The guard are being completely overwhelmed. One of the cultists laughs arrogantly. What, Yelon City? You're nothing but a pile of trash. Before he can even finish his sentence, Wu Zhao's boot connects squarely with his face. In a fury, she unleashes a flurry of strikes. She pummels him without mercy. This is for running wild. This is for being a damn arrogant brat. Taibai speaks up then. Listen up, sisters. How about a little competition? Let's see who can kill the most of these Black Tower bastards. Whoever avenges Yelon City gets to be Master's top disciple. Xiaodong excitedly steps forward. I'm in. But can I ask for an extra basket of Lingshan Phoenix drumsticks as a prize? Taibai immediately swings. She gives Xiaodong a sharp smack. Look around you. How can you think about food at a time like this? She sets a condition for Showdown. Fine, if you actually take first place. We'll search every inch of Lingshan to get you that basket. Xiaodong's eyes instantly light up. Really? Xiaodong grips her massive spoon like a hungry wolf. She looks at the Black Tower cultists and lets out a savage, bloodthirsty laugh. Oh, this is going to be great. With that, Xiaodong and the others charge into the fray. Taibai leaps forward too, giving the cultists a taste of her own brand of discipline. Wu Xiao finishes off another enemy nearby. Xiaodong shouts as she swings her weapon. Behold my ultimate culinary weapon. It's top tier for cooking and even better for killing. Using this to beat the hell out of you is a mercy you don't deserve. Yi Bei turns to Luoya. Little Luoya, ever since we met, You've looked like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. What's wrong? Is there something you're hiding from your master? Luoya falls into a brief, somber silence. She hesitates before speaking. Master, I can see fragments of the future. He responds gently. Is that why you found your junior sisters? And why you brought them here? Luoya nods honestly. Yes. I can't see everything clearly, but I have a vague vision that you will leave us, and that you'll lose something precious to you. Yibei smiles kindly. He pats her head. Silly girl, do you really think I'd just abandon all 107 of my disciples? Do you think I'd just walk away from you? Luoya speaks up instantly. No, never. His voice is soft but firm. Fate is written in the stars, but it's forged by people. Your power of foresight is meant to help you see what you truly want and strengthen your resolve to get it. It's not so you can just blindly submit to it. You shouldn't just give up on everything. This isn't the cold, decisive girl I know. Master, Luoya whispers. I understand now. No matter what the outcome is, no matter where you choose to go, I will follow you to the end. As Wu Xiao is fighting a cultist, a purple orb suddenly appears. It streaks through the air at high speed. Wu Xiao's eyes widen in shock. She shouts out, That's a shout, Jio's 9 lotus bead. Luoya looks on, confused. That's her most precious treasure. She never lets it leave her side. How'd it get here? Panic sets in. Something happened to Xiao Jio. Wu Xiao reaches out for the orb. It's definitely her life bead. Just as she's about to touch it, a flash of light streaks past and snatches the bead away. Wu Xiao's face contorts with rage. Who the hell are you? The high priest of the Black Tower cult appears out of thin air. He sneers. A lowly creature like you dares to touch my prize? Yi Bei is visibly startled. The old man locks eyes with him. We meet again, Yi Bei. Wu Xiao shouts at him, her voice trembling with fury. Why is Xiao Jio's life bead in your hands? What did you do to her? The high priest answers calmly. Oh, nothing much. Just. Hearing his tone, Wu Xiao charges forward, her teeth gritted. How dare you kill my sister? But he blocks her strike effortlessly. Wu Xiao is stunned. He actually blocked a direct hit from my imperial might? If it's all you've got, then you've vastly underestimated me. She rains punches down on his protective barrier. The shield begins to crack under the pressure. The high priest looks slightly impressed. Not bad. You truly are Yi Bei's disciple. You're much stronger than those mindless dolls I've been feeding with living souls. But you lot are my real target. With those words, he unleashes a devastating move. A massive explosion erupts along with his roar. All you insects, get out of my sight. The light is blinding. No one has time to react. The surrounding buildings are wiped off the map. A massive crater is left in the wake of the blast. Yi Bei narrows his eyes, staring through the dust. The high priest laughs mockingly. That was only 80% of my spiritual power. And yet, 2 of you are still standing. Impressive for the younger generation. But Yi Bei, neither he nor Shueshang give him the satisfaction of an answer. What's the matter? Cat out your tongue? Did you just realize that I'm infinitely more powerful than the last time we met? Last time, I was only playing around with a mere avatar. I'll let you have your little win, but don't you dare think that was my true strength. This is the real confrontation between us, Yi Bei. Yi Bei remains unervingly calm as he replies. Even if that had been your true body last time, there's no way your spiritual power could have increased this much. What did you do? The old man lets out a loud, hollow laugh. Nothing gets past you, does it? Fine, I'll stop pretending. I simply devoured the souls of Lin Tian and that little disciple of yours. I made their power my own. As the words sink in, Yi Bei's face goes dark, a cold shadow falling over his eyes. The high priest pulls out the bead to taunt him further. Consider this a parting gift from your precious little student. The moment he finishes speaking, Yi Bei vanishes. While the old man is still gloating, Yi Bei reappears directly in front of him. His eyes are filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. He spits out every word with venomous precision. You are a dead man. The battle between the 2 titans begins. A crushing pressure envelopes the entire city. The high priest swings his hand, launching a strike. Yi Bei dodges with lightning speed. The high priest uses his staff to open a massive formation. It just so happens I want you dead today, too. Let's see what you've got. Enormous bone soldiers emerge as he bellows. A red mist swirls as the skeletal warriors charge toward Yi Bei. He isn't about to stand still. His eyes glow with a brilliant golden light. Great Tao of heavenly thunder. A shimmering golden dragon manifests in the sky. The moment it appears, a cataclysmic force slams into the bone soldiers. They are instantly swallowed by the golden lightning. The high priest isn't afraid. Instead, he looks delighted. Summoning lightning. Are we? Truly formidable. But to me, it's child's play. A massive skull, several times larger than the golden dragon, appears and lunges at Yi Bei with its maw wide open. He responds with cold disdain. Beating me won't be that easy. A massive cyclone erupts, blowing everything back. Great Tao of shields. Vortex. The high priest narrows his eyes. Interesting. Yi Bei lunges forward at him. Great Tao of swords. The old man easily evades the razor-sharp strike. But Yi Bei doesn't give him a second to breathe. Great Tao of flames. The high priest frowns and counters. Heavenly incineration. He takes a deep, sharp breath. He exhales a massive torrent of fire from his mouth. He looms over Yi Bei. Your spirit is impressive, I'll give you that. But these puny mortal realm techniques won't be enough to kill me. Yi Bei remains silent. The high priest speaks up again. Tell me, do you even know why you were brought to this world? Yi Bei was stunned. You know about my past? The old man replied slowly. Because we are both chosen ones of the upper realm. It was they who guided you to this world. And it was they who led you into this sacred land to meet me. I originally thought you would choose to stand by my side, that we would ascend together, to enter the upper realm, a place no one has ever reached. Yet you were foolish enough to choose to give it all up. Let me tell you the truth. I have reached the peak of the true immortal realm. I am only one step away from breaking through and ascending to the immortal plane. I know exactly where you came from and the nature of your techniques. With your current strength, you are absolutely no match for me. Therefore, I will give you two choices. Either sacrifice the souls of these villagers to help me break through, or watch your disciples die, right before your very eyes. And then, I will kill you myself. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Bei gave a cold sneer. Seeing him remain silent, the old man asked, Well, have you made your decision? Suddenly, Yi Bei burst into laughter. Never mind you. Even if it's this upper realm you speak of, I couldn't care less. There's only one outcome today, and that is your death. Luoya appeared at that moment. Master, I'm here to help you. The old man's eyes fell upon Luoya. He began to evaluate her. A pure, immortal body. What grand surprise. I was planning to deal with you, but look at the wonderful gift you brought me. Luoya showed no fear, only casting a contemptuous glance at him. She stepped forward and spoke. Master, you take him head on. I'll look for an opening to get close. Yi Bei nodded in agreement. With that, she lunged forward. The old man's tentacles immediately lashed out in retaliation. They coiled around Luoya, but in a mere blink of an eye, she managed to break free from their grasp. Startled, the old man quickly struck again. However, Luoya blocked the blow. She gritted her teeth, channeling her spiritual energy. Their powers collided directly, neither side yielding an inch. Witnessing this, the old man mocked her. Such mediocre skills. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Is that so? He turned his head in shock. Damn it. Standing right, there was Yi Bei, unleashing a devastating technique. Just like that, the old man took the full force of both attacks. A thick cloud of smoke completely enveloped him. But Luoya didn't look happy. She looked like she couldn't believe her eyes. What's happening? Yi Bei also frowned at the sight before him. The old man was completely unscathed, sounding even more vigorous than before. I told you, the techniques of you mortals can't even leave a scratch on me. I've seen every move you have. I've seen right through you. And now, it's my turn. A series of crimson arrays manifested in the sky. Yi Bei was taken aback. Luoya screamed in terror. They were both horrified. This is a soul-sucking array. Down in the town below, the souls of the innocent villagers were being ripped out by the array. Screams for help echoed from every corner. Help! Someone save me! The souls began to converge at the center of the array, right where the old man stood. Like a demon, he inhaled every single soul. Luoya said anxiously, Master, he's trying to devour the living souls of everyone in this city. I can't see any further into the future. The ending of this, I'm afraid. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes. He wants to devour them all? We'll see if he can even swallow it. With bottomless greed like his, it's best. If I kill him right now. The golden scale in Yi Bei's hand suddenly flew into the air. It radiated a brilliant light across the sky. The The glare was so blinding that Yibei had to shield his eyes. When he opened them again, his surroundings had completely changed. I've entered a void realm again. Could the golden scale have pulled me in here? One day in this void realm is equivalent to a year in the outside world. Because of that crucial detail, I have to get out of here fast. Suddenly, the golden scale slipped from Yibei's hand. He was shocked. What's going on? The golden scale was now emitting a mystical, ethereal glow. Watching the scene unfold, Yibei said in surprise, "This is the power of the soul? I see. Now I know how to defeat the high priest of the Black Tower. No matter how profound the offensive or defensive magic, there will always be a counter-strategy. Only a soul brave enough to reach a certain realm has nothing to fear." The high priest was able to increase his power so quickly because he's been refining the souls of the living. What he cultivates is soul power. Even when he attacks normal people, he's targeting their spirits. Standard methods obviously won't deal any significant damage to him. To defeat him, I have to rely on the power of spirit manifestation. He immediately activated his spirit manifestation. In an instant, a towering golden knight materialized behind Yibei. Outside, seeing Yibei standing still, the Black Tower high priest shouted as he lunged forward. "Yibei, the day of your death has arrived." A massive skull roared, opening its wide maw to swallow him. Yibei snapped his eyes open and declared sternly, "This is where it ends." Suddenly, a massive hand crushed the skull. The high priest of the Black Tower was left speechless in shock. Standing before him, Yibei's voice dropped to a low growl. "It's time to end this." The high priest still hadn't recovered from his panic. In just a few short days, how could you possibly have mastered spirit manifestation? Yibei replied with a mocking tone. "It's a good thing I ran into you that day. Otherwise, I never would have known what your true weakness was." The old man refused to believe it. "I don't believe that in just a few days, you could actually defeat me." The words had barely left his mouth when a fist came flying. It struck him with massive force. The old man buckled under the power. Only now did he truly believe that Yibei had obtained such formidable strength. But still, you really did master spirit manifestation. Yibei stood before him and asked with disdain, "Is that supposed to be difficult? Against the overwhelming power of our protagonist." The old man looked truly pathetic. He looked at Yibei and said, "Fine. Let this be our final showdown." A surge of red light appeared, coalescing into a spectral warrior. A massive monster rose up behind the high priest. In its mouth, a massive energy bomb was forming, but before it could do anything, a giant hand stopped it. The hand of the spirit manifestation pressed down on the warrior's head, pinning him down so he couldn't resist. Yibei threw a punch. His spirit manifestation mimicked the move. The heavy blow sent the high priest's own spirit manifestation flying. Yet the old man still wasn't afraid. He screamed, "You want to kill me? It won't be that easy." A pair of pitch-black hands appeared behind him, grabbing Yibei's spirit manifestation. Yibei immediately coughed up blood. Seeing this, the old man gloated. A black sphere of energy gathered in his hands. "I can draw upon the thousands of souls from this territory. While you, Yibei, are all alone. You've lost. Take my final strike." The massive sphere, containing devastating destructive power, hurtled toward Yibei. Just then, Luoya, Wu Xiao, and Tai Bai appeared. They stood united to help their master. "Master, we're here to help." The two forces of energy collided violently. The high priest struggled to push his power to the limit. Tai Bai and Wu Xiao refused to back down. Shueshang gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into the effort. Yibei wasn't just sitting idle either. His entire body radiated a brilliant golden light. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. The destructive force was absolute. It surged toward the high priest. The high priest of the Black Tower was finally defeated. Yibei's disciples began to chatter excitedly. "We're quite the team, aren't we? Thank goodness Master is here. Otherwise, we would have been toast." "Wait, where's Master?" Yibei looked at the person in front of him and said, "It's you." The person who appeared was the Eternal Maiden. She replied softly, "Yes, it is I, Yibei. Congratulations on passing our trial. You may follow me to the upper realm." He asked back, puzzled. "To the upper realm?" The Eternal Maiden explained slowly, "That's right. To the upper realm, the land of the gods, and the location of the eternal secret realm. This is the place every cultivator dreams of." You have passed our test. Yi Bei frowned slightly. You said trial? You mean everything that happened after entering the immortal plane was all orchestrated by you? That includes Shun Tiankuei and that Master Fu guy, not to mention that strange golden scale. The longevity maiden didn't deny it. That's right, she continued. It was all for the sake of your training. You've become exactly what we hoped for. To become the strongest. How about it? The strongest in the immortal realm. Come with us. Hearing those words, Yi Bei's face instantly darkened. Follow you. Furious, he grabbed her and started laying into her. So all the hell I went through on this journey was just your little game, and now you want me to go with you? In your dreams. Terrified, the longevity maiden frantically apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I messed up. The two of them kept at it until several hours later. With a face swollen from the beating, the longevity maiden whispered, Yes, my lord. Whenever you wish to ascend to the upper realm, just give this little one the word. I have some business to attend to today, so I won't be able to escort you up just yet. With that, she vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Luoya asked him worriedly, Master, what should we do? Are you going to leave us behind and go to the upper realm alone? He calmly replied, How could I? Just keep training hard for me. One day we'll all go to the upper realm together, and I'll teach you all how to properly carry yourselves. Everyone joyfully agreed. Understood. Finally, what came rushing at his face was his disciple's massive chest. And so, the journey concluded with Yi Bei surrounded by the happiness of his disciples. That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button right now. And while you're at it, give that like button a gentle tap. Thanks for watching until the very end. Bye-bye, love you all.